Traversing the primordial chaos to evade the impending calamity, he chose to enter seclusion and cultivate strength. The calamity of the witch and the demon. The demon race unleashed a massacre upon the human race, leaving lamentations echoing through the lands, with no remains left behind. The three ancestral leaders of the human race led the remaining million souls to beseech Nuwa, paying homage to the great sage. Yet the sage remained indifferent. After a million years in seclusion, Xuan emerged only to hear the wails of despair from his people. Enraged, he stepped forth to slay the demons, to confront the great sage, and to challenge Nuwa, defending the dignity of humanity. I, Xuan, the ancient ancestor of the human race, hereby declare, humanity shall rise. Chapter 1. The Primordial Human Race. To think I have traversed to the era of Nuwa's sanctification, and have become a member of the primordial human race, such misfortune. Xuan gazed upon the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a sigh of melancholy. Atop Mount Xuan, numerous mighty beings gathered to celebrate, and the primordial human race revered her as the Holy Mother. Yet he understood that the fate awaiting these primordial humans would be dire indeed. According to records, after Nuwa's sanctification, the calamity of the witch and the demon would ensue. The human race would suffer grievously during this calamity, especially the primordial humans. The demon race, in their pursuit of crafting the slaughtering witch sword, would annihilate countless humans, leaving no primordial humans alive. Having just arrived in this realm, he had no desire to perish without understanding. To survive in this tumultuous primordial chaos, one must possess sufficient strength, otherwise one is but fish on a chopping block. The only strategy available to him was to enter seclusion, a profound retreat. He would not emerge until he had attained the level of a great Luo golden immortal. With the power of a great Luo golden immortal, the demon race would think twice before attempting to harm him. Furthermore, with such strength, unless a sage intervened, no one could impede his path. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan resolved that once Nuwa and the others departed, he would seek a place for his profound retreat. Without delay, Nuwa soon returned to the Huang Palace in the 33 Heavens, and Calm returned to Mount Xuan. As soon as Nuwa left, Xuan initiated his plan. Friends, I intend to enter seclusion for cultivation. Cultivation? Xuan, we are currently under the protection of the heavenly Tao's fortune. This is the time for us to multiply and thrive. Why choose seclusion now? They did not comprehend Xuan's actions, unaware of the impending calamity of the witch and the demon that would lead to their annihilation. The dead monk does not fear the impoverished Taoist. They all sought refuge, yet the demon race might discover him in seclusion. Thus, these individuals must draw attention away from him. Xuan's decision was not born of cruelty, but rather the most prudent choice for his own survival. Without elaborating further, Xuan offered a vague excuse to placate them. He then located a cave rich in spiritual energy, disguised it well, and after sealing the entrance completely, he finally settled into a state of seclusion. Fortunately, the primordial humans possessed commendable lineage, inherently endowed with the cultivation of a golden immortal. They could achieve immortality without resorting to the flesh of Tang Sung. Once all preparations were complete, Xuan entered his profound retreat. It was only as he settled into a lotus position, preparing to immerse himself in meditation, that a melodious voice resonated within his consciousness. Even with his exalted golden immortal cultivation, he could not ascertain the origin of this voice. However, he remained unperturbed, for he was well aware of its significance. It was the boon of a transmigrator, a beacon of hope for ascendance, an indispensable condition for enhancement. Ding. System binding successful. Detecting host has entered seclusion, activating seclusion rewards. The longer the seclusion lasts, the more substantial the rewards. Acquire beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? He has arrived, bearing rewards. Initially, Xuan held little faith in his ability to endure the tribulation of the Lich, fearing he might not escape its grasp. Yet with the system in place, he felt emboldened. Not even the cataclysm of the divine punishment could now threaten him. Claim the rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Physique, Supreme Primordial Tao Body. Technique, Chaotic 9 Transformations. Upon witnessing the system's bounties, Xuan nearly experienced cardiac arrest, truly magnificent, as expected from a system. My heavens, this is the most esteemed foundation in the primordial realm, the Supreme Primordial Tao Body. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, What holds the utmost significance? The foundation. The higher the foundation, the greater the innate talent, thus facilitating the comprehension of profound Tao laws. There exists a considerable disparity among the foundations of postnatal deities, innate demonic gods, and chaotic demonic gods. An individual with an innate foundation could cultivate for a day, equating to a year of effort for one with a postnatal foundation. This exemplifies the most apparent divide. Moreover, when grasping the laws of the Tao, those with an innate foundation can effortlessly comprehend numerous principles. In contrast, those with a postnatal foundation find it considerably more challenging, even with guidance from powerful beings. The revered Yuan, Shi, Tian, Zun favors disciples blessed with profound fortunes and exceptional foundations. The supreme primordial Tao body's foundation even surpasses that of chaotic demonic gods, transcending even the mighty Pangu, illustrating its formidable nature. With a mere thought, Yi Xian summoned a radiant golden orb that erupted in dazzling light. Fortunately, the system shielded him from the heavenly secrets, otherwise it might have stirred the attention of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. System merge. Quick merge. Yi Xian was brimming with excitement, eager to elevate his foundation and enhance his power as swiftly as possible. Ding. Merging in progress. Please be patient, host. Merging successful. Please check your rewards. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt an intense warmth enveloping him as a surge of immense energy coursed through his body, repeatedly cleansing and invigorating him with the force of the laws. The surrounding environment was affected as well, with the nearby space warping and nearly collapsing. His body transformed into a vortex of spiritual energy, as the innate spiritual essence rushed towards him unrelentingly, creating a vacuum of spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. Passers-by could sense the peculiar aura, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. At that moment, an even more extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The spiritual energy entered the abode, morphing into purple clouds. The purple clouds surged upwards, spiraling into a golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon let out a thunderous roar, soaring into the heavens, and instantly, the world transformed. Storms brewed, and the scene grew ever more terrifying. The innate human tribe atop Shoyang Mountain was rendered speechless by the sudden occurrence before them. What was happening? How could such an extraordinary phenomenon manifest in the world? How did this purple gold dragon come into existence? And why was it appearing here? The crowd began to investigate, but soon they discerned the source of the anomaly. To their astonishment, they discovered that this remarkable spectacle originated from Yi Xian's cave dwelling. They were even more surprised who could have anticipated that such a phenomenon would emanate from Yi Xian's abode. This was an occurrence that rivaled the emergence of a saint. Incredulous, they found it hard to believe. A saint was about to arise from the innate human tribe. This phenomenon, they surmised, could only be attributed to the birth of a saint, and one by one they began to proclaim their congratulations outside. Clearly, they had already regarded Yi Xian as a saint. Little did Yi Xian realize the extent of the commotion outside a saint. Was it truly so easily achieved? He paid no heed to the outside world, oblivious to the situation beyond his confines. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He was too occupied with his seclusion and cultivation. What a formidable primordial body. Chapter 2. 3 prostrations and 9 bows. Yi Xian was astounded. He had contemplated the might of the primordial body, yet he had not anticipated its strength to such an extraordinary degree, one that was almost unfathomable. There was no need for intentional cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like tadpoles seeking their mother, as if he were a vessel for this energy. He welcomed it all, absorbing every influx of spiritual essence. As the energy entered his body, his cultivation soared. Do not cease. The sensation was euphoric, as though he had reached a realm of ultimate bliss. Such terror. Truly, it is deserving of its lineage surpassing that of the Pangu chaos demon god. It is immensely powerful. Yi Xian reveled in the joy of his rapid advancement. However, this elation was short-lived. In a moment of cautious reflection, he soon harbored new concerns. Would the manifestation of such a powerful phenomenon attract the attention of mighty beings? After all, many powerful entities in the primordial realm possessed divine senses that could envelop every corner of existence. Clearly, Yi Xian's worries were unfounded, for the system had shielded the heavenly secrets within a radius of several thousand miles. Not even the mighty beings of the primordial realm could perceive the spectacle unfolding here. Once he realized this, Xian's anxious heart was finally at ease. The primordial body operated autonomously, absorbing spiritual energy without his intervention. Now his focus shifted to the technique. Xian's attention turned to the book in his mind that emanated a formidable aura. The 9 cycles of chaos. The cultivation method of the Great Pangu. The most supreme technique. Merely gazing at it sent shivers down his spine. It was difficult to imagine how powerful one could become through its practice. The fluctuations of the laws are so intense. It is indeed the technique of the Great Pangu. By cultivating it, perhaps I too can, like the Great Pangu, validate the Tao through strength and achieve the status of a saint. Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, envisioning a path of radiant prospects ahead. As long as he proceeded methodically, he could at the very least reach the level of the Great Pangu. Exhilarating. The more he contemplated, the more thrilling it became. Yet, he needed to maintain a low profile. He had not yet grown into prominence. In the eyes of others, he was merely an ant, and being too ostentatious could easily lead to his demise. System, cultivation. Ding. The knowledge of the Chaos 9 transformations technique is currently being imparted. Please prepare to receive it. I am ready, let us commence. The moment the words fell, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded his mind. Countless cultivation techniques relentlessly penetrated his consciousness, nearly causing his head to burst. After a while, Xian opened his eyes, a radiant light glimmering within them, as if they contained the principles of the universe, the celestial bodies, and the vast cosmos, exuding an aura of terror. Such profound cultivation techniques, it appears I must delve into them thoroughly. Although the system had provided initial guidance, it merely facilitated his grasp of the techniques. To attain the heights of the Pangu deity, he knew he must engage in relentless study and practice, thereby enhancing his primordial spirit, divine consciousness, and physical strength in every conceivable way. Once he comprehended this technique fully, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a great sage. With a calm mind, Xian re-entered his state of cultivation. The primordial chaos knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had elapsed. Xian remained entranced, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of seclusion and self-enhancement. The system proved to be remarkably effective the higher his realm ascended, the more abundant the rewards bestowed upon him. While he was in seclusion, the outside world had already plunged into the era of the witch and demon calamity. The two most formidable forces in the primordial realm, the demon and witch clans, were locked in a mutual disdain. Each harbored ambitious desires to become the principal actors on the celestial stage, and conflict ensued, ignited by their ambitions. The first battle between the witches and demons nearly shattered the demon heavenly court, resulting in a victory for the witch clan. Had it not been for the intervention of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the demon clan might have faced annihilation. Regrettably, they were compelled to yield to the Tao Ancestor's authority, agreeing not to engage in warfare for a millennium. Though a millennium of peace was established, minor skirmishes between them persisted, and animosity continued to fester. They awaited merely an opportunity, preparing for war, eager for the truce to conclude, so they might eradicate their adversary and claim dominion over the primordial realm. The enmity between them ran deep. Incapable of resolution, only the complete annihilation of one side would bring closure. The witch clan, determined to counter the demons, spared no effort in rigorously practicing the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. As for the demons, they exhibited utter shamelessness. They discovered that human blood could enhance their cultivation, and weapons forged from human blood could shatter the bodies of the witch clan. Consequently, the human race found themselves in dire straits. What recourse did they have against the demons? The demons began a ruthless slaughter of the human race. Despite the exponential growth of the human population over 1,000,000 years, their cultivation levels remained woefully inadequate. In the face of the demons' massacre, they possessed no strength to resist. Under the onslaught of the demons, countless humans met with tragic ends. Weak tribes were annihilated overnight, their blood drained, leaving behind mere husks. The demons, intent on forging the witch-slaying sword, regarded humans as nothing more than livestock, fit for slaughter at will. In the span of a mere century, the demons had reduced the human population from millions to a mere 100,000. Those fortunate enough to survive dared not reveal themselves, choosing instead to hide in the shadows, evading the relentless search of the demons. Fear enveloped them, an incessant dread that rendered their days tumultuous. If the demon race were to discover them, It would spell certain doom their lives were as insignificant as those of mere ants, utterly contemptible. The human race found themselves cornered, teetering on the brink of annihilation. In their desperation, the three ancestral leaders of humanity journeyed to Xuan Mountain, seeking the sanctuary of the sage. After all, humanity was birthed from the divine essence of Nwa, and Xuan Mountain served as the sacred ground of the supreme Laozi. Surely, the demon race, no matter how audacious, would not dare to pursue them here. It was their sole recourse, a flicker of hope to provide them with psychological solace. They traversed mountains and crossed valleys, enduring countless hardships as they drew closer to Xuan Mountain. However, their movements did not escape the notice of the demon race, who would not let such a bountiful source of sustenance slip away. A relentless pursuit ensued, resulting in the slaughter of innocent humans. Yet despite these trials, they pressed onward towards Xuan Mountain, fueled by the faintest glimmer of hope. By the time humanity reached the mountain, only a mere fraction survived. Those who remained bore grievous wounds, their condition as dire as it could be. Nonetheless, every hardship was deemed worthwhile as they successfully arrived at Xuan Mountain. Salvation for humanity seemed within reach. Without hesitation, they prostrated themselves before the effigies of Nwa and the supreme Laozi, bowing thrice and performing 9 reverences with utmost sincerity. They pleaded for the sage's compassion, yearning for deliverance from their dire plight. The magnitude of their hope was matched only by the depth of their despair as they knelt in supplication. The sage remained unresponsive. With wolves before them and tigers behind, the indifference of the sage left humanity utterly despondent, while the demon race continued their merciless extermination. It seemed that, from this day forth, the primordial world would be devoid of human existence. Chapter 3. The Ancestral Elder. Humanity is doomed. No, there is still hope, a final glimmer of hope. The 3 founding ancestors of humanity suddenly recalled something, and the despair in their eyes vanished in an instant. They had forgotten until now, at this critical juncture of life and death, that long ago, one of humanity's ancestral elders had entered a state of seclusion. The extraordinary phenomena that ensued astonished many, with some even speculating that he had attained enlightenment and sanctity. The violet aura stretched for 3,000 miles, and a golden dragon roamed the heavens and the earth. Alas, there had been little further commotion, leading them to completely overlook the existence of this venerable elder. Now, they could not afford to dwell on anything else. Grasping at any thread of salvation was imperative. Otherwise, humanity faced extinction. After countless millennia, surely the elder in seclusion had grown exceedingly powerful, capable of contending with the demon race, or at the very least, able to provide sanctuary for them. The eyes of the ancestors met, and the brilliance within them shone ever brighter. They must summon the elder from seclusion. They must strive to secure one last flicker of hope for humanity. All their hopes rested upon Xuan, and they could only wish that he would not be indifferent to their plight, as Nuwa had been. According to their memories, the 3 ancestors led a multitude of 1 million humans to a towering nameless mountain in the primordial wilderness in search of Xuan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Xuan gradually awakened from his meditative state. After 1,000,000 years, his strength had grown immensely. The moment his eyes opened, the very fabric of the surrounding space began to distort, and waves of powerful laws erupted from his gaze. His aura was terrifying, and had he not restrained it, all living beings within 1,000,000 kilometers would have been subdued. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. How swiftly time flows. As he sensed his quasi-saint prowess, a smile adorned Xuan's face. As a quasi-saint, he was a formidable presence in the vast primordial world. As long as he did not court disaster, survival was virtually assured. The demon race posed little threat. Even figures like Dejuan and Dongwang Tai were merely quasi-saints now. In a true battle, he might not necessarily be defeated, especially with numerous innate spiritual treasures at his disposal. Gazing at the floating treasures before him, the joy in Xuan's eyes was unabated. After 1,000,000 years of seclusion, the rewards from the system were indeed bountiful, with these treasures aiding him. His combat prowess would soar significantly. Having been in isolation for so long, it was time to venture out and behold the world. Constant seclusion was detrimental to one's physical and mental well-being. Just as Xuan prepared to emerge, a chorus of voices wafted in from outside his cave. The sounds were filled with sorrow, as if echoing a multitude of grievances. Xuan, Wu Chao, Ziyi, please, ancestral elder, emerge from your seclusion and save our humanity. Preserve the essence of our kind. Please, ancestral elder, emerge. Please, ancestral elder, emerge. Afterward, They recounted all that had transpired during this period to Xuan, their faces stained with tears, reflecting deep sorrow. The memories of years of oppression by the demon race surged within them, leading them to kneel on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in despair. Xuan was their sole opportunity, their only hope for survival. They implored the ancestral spirit to emerge and save humanity from the brink of destruction. All the members of the human race fell to their knees before Xuan's cave, beseeching earnestly. At that moment, the heavens above darkened, ominous clouds spreading for miles, enveloping the world in shadow. Where the black clouds loomed, everything turned to ash, as if the very fabric of existence was to be eroded. The sudden spectacle left the crowd in shock. Soon, however, they discerned the source of their dread. Demon soldiers descended from the clouds, their faces twisted in grotesque grins. Their focus was solely on humanity, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounding them, as if they were poised to consume their prey at any moment. Run, keep running, the demons sneered. The most detestable are the disobedient humans, who should obediently become our sustenance. Offering your lives for the slaughtering sword of our kin is an honor. Each one of them entertained thoughts of escape, but was it of any use? Who could rescue them? Who would dare to intervene? The harsh rebukes from the great demons echoed in the air. Fear paralyzed the humans. Their faces turned pale, collapsing to the ground, eyes filled with terror. The demon race. The merciless demons had arrived. It seemed they could already see their fates, a wave of despair emanating from their beings. Resistance? How could they possibly resist? They were no match for these brutal demons. Perhaps surrendering would lead to a swifter death. Resisting would only bring them further torment. They had resigned themselves to their fate. Perhaps this was indeed humanity's ultimate destiny. Kill them. The command was given, and the demons wasted no time. Seeing that humanity had surrendered, the great demon waved his hand, and the throng of demons surged toward the humans. They craved the taste of human flesh, eager to satiate their appetites, almost desperate to devour humanity at once. As soon as they received the order, they charged forward with the speed of lightning, each vying to seize the opportunity before the others. This was the end for humanity. They were doomed. Ancestral spirit, our race is finished. Why? What had humanity done wrong to deserve such treatment? Tears streamed down their faces, yet their eyes remained fixed on the direction of Xuan's cave. They clung to the hope that Xuan might save them. Whoever could appear in this critical moment would be their savior, an eternal benefactor they would never forget. Yet, there was only silence. Everything seemed to come to an end. Humanity was doomed. Do not harbor foolish dreams. When we demons act, who dares to intervene? This exemplifies the unyielding dominance of the demon clan, a force so formidable that only the shaman tribe dares to intervene against their actions during this time. Alas, the shaman tribe would not take such a stand, refraining from instigating a significant conflict between humanity and the demons. As the demon clan transformed into blood-red lightning, they surged forth to annihilate the human race, their faces twisted in an exuberance that bordered on madness. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost and humanity was destined for extermination at the hands of the demons, a voice emerged from the void. Though its volume was modest, it resonated with an unparalleled power, echoing across the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the cosmos. Have you ever sought my counsel before slaughtering my kin? The voice, though soft, was earth-shattering. The sound waves gradually emanated from the cavern, enveloping humanity in a warm embrace that brought a sense of comfort and ease. However, for the demon clan, the emergence of this voice was far from a pleasant experience. Chapter 4. Slaying demons. The reverberating sound waves struck the demon clan with tremendous force, sending them hurtling through the air. Those of greater strength endured the impact, only to be thrown thousands of miles away. Weaker beings, however, found their very essence shattered in an instant, their souls scattered like leaves in a tempest. They were left utterly disoriented, with no trace of their former selves remaining. The only entity that managed to withstand Xuan's thunderous roar was the formidable demon above the dark clouds. Yet, even he bore the brunt of the assault with great difficulty. His body exhibited signs of imminent collapse, and his vital energy surged chaotically within him. Had he not exerted immense effort to suppress the turmoil, he would have surely disintegrated. Even in this state, he found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance, reduced to a fragile porcelain doll marred by cracks. It was imperative that he retreat to recuperate, otherwise, a mere touch could shatter him completely. However, he was consumed by curiosity about the identity of the being within the cave, whose mere voice was so overpowering. Such terrifying power he had only previously encountered in the likes of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Could it be? No, it was impossible. How could such a formidable entity be concealed here? A quasi-saint, It was utterly implausible. Yet, the more he pondered, the more probable it seemed, and his gaze towards Yi Xian's secluded cave was now fraught with dread. Of course, it was not only the demon clan that felt the shock. Even the multitude of humans kneeling before the cave were awestruck by Yi Xian's voice. They perceived a comforting sound that could inflict such devastation upon the demons. With a single utterance, it nearly annihilated the entire demon race. The ancestors have manifested. Surely, it must be the ancestors' divine presence. They felt their ancestors responding to their desperate cries, sensing their sincerity. Their eyes brimmed with reverence as they gazed towards Yi Xian's retreating cave. Upon further inspection, they were astounded. The once unremarkable dwelling erupted with countless golden rays. Above the heavens, resplendent hues illuminated the sky, as myriad phenomena unfolded. Yin and Yang, the five elements. The sun and moon, stars and constellations, all intertwining in a splendid display. Truly, the ancestors had manifested, just as in the days of yore, when the golden dragon ascended, and the sun and moon dimmed. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down their faces. They were saved. Humanity would not face extinction, for their ancestor was immensely powerful, exceedingly strong. To them, the seemingly insurmountable demon forces were no match for Yi Xian's might. No, they could hardly withstand even a single roar from him. With such a formidable ancestor among them, they had no reason to fear the demon's relentless pursuit. Welcome back, ancestor. Welcome back, ancestor. A million humans knelt in unison upon the ground, bowing and offering their respects to the cave. Under the watchful eyes of all, a thunderous boom resonated. A sudden crack echoed through the void, and in the next moment, a radiant golden light burst forth from the cave. Accompanying this brilliant emergence, a young man stepped lightly upon the air, gracefully advancing toward the direction of humanity. With every step he took, wondrous phenomena materialized around him, rendering the scene utterly breathtaking. The human race stood in silent awe as Yi Xian emerged, their admiration palpably evident. He was their revered ancestor, the very embodiment of their lineage. Though tales of Yi Xian had not graced the annals of the last million years of the primordial era, words were now rendered unnecessary. His overwhelming strength evoked an aura of invincibility, as if he were the very manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. The humans felt an unprecedented sense of salvation. The heavens had not forsaken them. With such a formidable ancestor to protect them, how could the demon race dare to oppress or slaughter them? Hope blossomed anew. They would no longer endure lives fraught with fear and uncertainty. Reflecting on their recent humiliations and the thrill of newfound hope, tears streamed down their faces as they knelt in reverence, repeatedly bowing to Yi Xian. Welcome, ancestor. Welcome, ancestor. Welcome, ancestor. Their heartfelt cries were the only means to express their profound excitement. At that moment, Yi Xian was their sole beacon of faith, a radiant light in their lives. He, too, was taken aback by the elevation of his status in the hearts of the people, realizing that their devotion was genuine, fueling an unending source of power that enhanced his own might. Yet, amid this recognition, he felt little joy, only an overwhelming sorrow. The sight of his people, tattered and disheveled, struck him deeply. Scanning the crowd, he noted their numbers barely reached 1,000,000. How could they have been reduced to such a state of misery? It was utterly unacceptable. As the ancestral figure of humanity, witnessing their plight stirred an intense pain within him, soon followed by a surging tide of fury. The demon race had gone too far. His anger burned fiercely, and his gaze toward the demons was laden with murderous intent. A mere glance from him sent shivers down the spines of the remaining demons, as if their very souls were on the brink of shattering. An inexplicable chill surged from the depths of their beings. They knew they would die. Yi Xian was enraged and would seek retribution. How could they possibly stand against him? He was a formidable force, rivaling even the demon emperors. With just a single look, he could obliterate them. In that moment, they truly grasped the depths of humanity's former despair. They felt utterly powerless, unable to resist. Death appeared to be their only escape. Flee. We must escape. The leading demon snapped back to reality, urging his comrades to flee while Yi Xian was still momentarily unresponsive. They had to seize this fleeting chance for survival. Hurry. But how could Yi Xian allow them such an opportunity? Had he not discovered this, today would have been unremarkable. Yet, now that it has come to his attention, he must seek retribution on behalf of the human race. So, now that you realize the futility of escape, did you not consider that such a day might arrive when you were slaughtering my kin? I shall not permit your departure. None shall escape. It is as simple as that. Dominant. Brutal. Observing the fleeing creatures, Yi Xian merely smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. This is not mere bravado. Though he is yet to attain sainthood, and does not possess invincible power. Given his current cultivation level, it is undoubtedly a fantasy for these minor beasts to evade him. Humph. With a subtle lift of his arm, Xuan gently clenched his hand, as if the very heavens and earth lay within his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the cosmos. In the next moment, anguished cries echoed through the realms. Ah, no, please. Each scream more heartrending than the last. The bodies attempting to flee stood frozen in place, as if the space surrounding them had been ensnared. Chapter 5. The rebuke of the sage. Without allowing them a moment to struggle, the space began to constrict relentlessly, inch by inch, crushing them into oblivion. The despair of impending death enveloped their hearts, rendering them powerless to resist, forced to endure endless agony while awaiting the arrival of demise. Even if Xuan were to grant them a swift end at this moment, they would remain eternally grateful. Yet, Xuan was determined to avenge those innocent lives lost, and would not permit them the mercy of a quick death. Bit by bit, he inflicted torment upon them, reducing them to nothingness, leaving no trace of their existence in the primordial world. How formidable! Is this truly our ancestral sage? The ancients were indeed terrifying in their might. Had they known of his extraordinary powers sooner, they would have sought his aid long ago. After witnessing Xuan's overwhelming strength as he shattered the demon clan, their admiration for him deepened, accompanied by a tinge of regret. Had they recognized his prowess earlier, their kind would not have suffered such immense losses. However, they now felt a sense of security under the protection of their sage. Should the demon clan dare to encroach upon them again, they would face the wrath of their ancestral guardian. Ancestral sage, ancestral sage, ancestral sage. They involuntarily erupted in cheers, their voices rising like waves, overwhelming the hardships they had endured. The hope they clung to was a testament to their resilience as a people. Xuan observed the human race, witnessing their tears of joy and exuberant shouts. He had performed but a small act, yet it elicited such profound gratitude from them. Such endearing and sincere beings were the humans. How could the demon clan ever dare to harm them? Having emerged from his seclusion as a quasi-saint, he would not allow anyone to oppress the human race any longer. Old grievances and new grudges would be settled in due course. The human race must stand tall, without the need for submission. Rise. Though Xuan had not made a single motion, their bodies involuntarily straightened. They were astonished not only by his power, but also by his declaration. The human race must stand. The human race must stand. The human race must stand. Xuan was intent on elevating them, ensuring their firm establishment in the primordial world. From this moment onward, they would no longer need to stoop in servitude or endure a life of mere survival. The three ancestral figures approached Xuan, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, sage, for your life-saving grace. Had you not emerged from seclusion, we would have surely faced dire consequences, becoming fodder for the demon clan. We implore you to stand as our protector and advocate for our innocent fallen kin. The demon clan has acted with excessive tyranny, treating our people as mere sustenance and materials for their dark rituals. Seeing Xuan's immense strength, they could no longer suppress their grievances and began to weep, akin to children returning home to seek their mother's justice after being bullied. In that moment, Xuan embodied the paternal figure of the human race. If he were to turn a blind eye, how could he justify the faith of humanity or honor their expectations? Observing the distressed expressions of his kin, Xuan was filled with both compassion and indignation. He felt sorrow for the plight of humanity and anger towards the inaction of the sages. A quick calculation revealed that they had previously sought the protection of Nuwa and the Primordial Lord at Xuan Mountain. What had these two sages done? They had attained sainthood through humanity, yet turned a blind eye to their suffering, allowing them to be slaughtered by the demon race. Do they deserve to be called sages? Do they deserve the offerings of humanity? They do not. The resentment within Xuan swelled, and at that moment, the system's notification chimed inappropriately. It detected the host's grievances and issued a task, offering various rewards based on his choices. Choice 1. Establish the wasteful sect. Confront Nuwa. Reward, Chaos Pearl. Space Source Talisman. Choice 2. Kneel and submit. Flatter Nuwa. Reward, Supreme Innate Spiritual Root. Huang Li. Primordial Purple Chi. Southern Bright Leaf Fire. The system, ever his steadfast companion, proved invaluable at this critical juncture by presenting him with two choices, especially when he laid eyes on the Chaos Pearl. The brilliance in his gaze was unmistakable. This was the Chaos Pearl, a treasure of unparalleled allure. Who could resist its temptation? The Space Source Talisman was similarly remarkable. Even sages would covet such rewards. As for the second option's rewards, while commendable, they paled in comparison to the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl was one of the 5 great treasures of chaos, alongside the divine acts of creation, the earth-splitting pick, the chaos green lotus, and the creation jade disc. Most importantly, what captivated Xuan was the Chaos Pearl's ability to obscure the heavenly secrets. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun could not predict his existence. It was evident to even the simplest mind which choice to make, let alone Xuan. Without any hesitation, he chose the first option. Moreover, he intended to seek justice for humanity. The Primordial Lord? Nuwa? They reveled in the fortunes of humanity, yet remained inactive. He must reproach them sternly. The Primordial Lord and Nuwa were unworthy of their titles and the offerings of humanity. Bah! Xuan's face was a mask of disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. As he berated them, the humans were left in utter disbelief, wide-eyed and unable to fathom his words. Impressive. Truly, he is the ancestral figure of humanity. He had boldly confronted them, catching them off guard with his directness. While Xuan was undeniably powerful, the Primordial Lord and Nuwa were still formidable sages. Below the sages, all were but ants. If Xuan's unrestrained words were to reach the ears of Nuwa and the other sages, he would undoubtedly face punishment. He was the hope of humanity. Their rise depended on him. He could not afford to err in such a situation. Ancestor, such words should not be spoken. They should not be uttered. Several individuals stepped forward, their faces etched with urgency, attempting to halt Xuan's rhetoric. Yet Xuan remained utterly unmoved, the scorn upon his visage deepening. No matter. They are currently blind and deaf, completely oblivious to my words. Fear? Not in the least. At this moment, he yearned to deliver a scathing critique against these two so-called saints. They desire to reap the rewards without assuming any responsibility. Where in the world does such fortune exist? Since they are incapable of fulfilling their duties, they should not covet the offerings of humanity, nor should they monopolize its fate. A saint of humanity, who founded the race, yet remains indifferent. Feigning ignorance in the face of the slaughter by the demon clan, and turning a blind eye to the pleas of her own people, does she truly deserve the title of a saint? The great sage, Laozi, who established the teachings of humanity, monopolized a fraction of its fortune, took a disciple from among humans, and subsequently neglected them. Does he merit such a profound connection to the essence of humanity? Do they truly deserve the title of saints? Xuan's voice grew increasingly fervent, his words resonating deeply within the hearts of humanity. They too felt a sense of indignation, yet what could they do? Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Whether it be the great sage or the goddess Nuwa, they are all formidable beings, far beyond their reach. Ancestor, cease your words. I fear what may come if you continue. Indeed, Ancestor, your presence is sufficient for humanity. Let this matter conclude here. Chapter 6. The turbulence of fate. They were deeply apprehensive that this might implicate Xuan and hurriedly sought to dissuade him from continuing. Yet, Xuan indeed fell silent, his gaze fixated upon the statue of the Supreme Old One not far away. With a derisive scoff, he delivered a single, forceful strike. How could such a statue be worthy of basking in the veneration of humanity? With a resounding crash, Xuan's hand shattered the statue into countless fragments. As he surveyed the scattered remnants, a modicum of his indignation subsided. After obliterating the idol, he turned his attention to the peak of Shouyang Mountain and proclaimed with a thunderous voice, I, Xuan, as the progenitor of humanity and a custodian of our collective destiny, hereby abolish the teachings of the Ren sect and revoke the Supreme Old One's position as its leader. From this day forth, humanity shall sever all ties with the Supreme Old One, establishing an irrevocable divide. Without hesitation, he acted decisively, refusing to linger in ambiguity. It was as if the very heavens responded to Xuan's declaration, a reverberation echoing throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. A tumultuous phenomenon erupted, captivating the attention of powerful beings across the land. Upon witnessing Xuan's audacity, they were left astounded. To dismiss the Ren sect and to depose the Supreme Old One was an act of unparalleled audacity, though Xuan held the title of ancestral figure for humanity. Such a dismissal of the Supreme Old One's authority was recklessly bold. They pondered who had emboldened Xuan to utter such defiance. To undermine the Ren sect and strip the Supreme Old One of his leadership was akin to snatching sustenance from a tiger's jaws, threatening to usurp a portion of the Supreme Old One's dominion over the human fate. Could the Supreme Old One ever overlook this affront? The ramifications were too perilous to contemplate. Opposing a saint could mean the end for Xuan. Despite the existence of more prudent alternatives, he had chosen a path of direct confrontation. Alas, no one held faith in Xuan's success, even among the millions who revered him. They understood that Xuan sought to vindicate them and humanity, yet they anticipated a more tempered approach. To their astonishment, he had chosen an unyielding stance, stripping the saintly Old One of his title with the authority of humanity's ancestor. Though they too harbored grievances against the supreme Old One, they felt powerless, for he was a formidable saint, far beyond their capacity to confront. Yi Xian's actions had indeed offered them a cathartic release, a moment of relief amidst their struggles. However, such exhilaration was fleeting, soon eclipsed by anxiety. After all, he was still contending with a saintly power, and even a quasi-saint like Yi Xian could not hope to match such might. The Supreme Old One would surely not let this affront go unpunished, especially after being humiliated before the myriad beings of the primordial world. He would undoubtedly seek a fierce retribution. What consequences awaited Yi Xian in the wake of this provocation? At this moment, atop Shouyang Mountain, within the 8 Scenic Palace, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. What was unfolding? The aura of the sage is gradually waning. Suddenly, the revered Laozi, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes, and a radiant light of astonishment erupted from his gaze. How could the fate of the world diminish so drastically during such a brief retreat? What could possibly be the cause? Laozi, unwilling to delay even for a moment, directed his attention towards the Sea of Fate. What was once a magnificent dragon of fortune now resembled a feeble serpent on the verge of demise. The fortune continued to dwindle, and the golden light was dissipating. This sight left him utterly astounded. The fate of humanity was vanishing at an alarming rate. As the leader of the human sect, the extinction of its fate would undoubtedly have dire repercussions on his own divine fruit of sagehood. This simply could not be allowed to happen. The fate of humanity must not perish. He must stabilize the dragon of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Laozi hastily summoned the Taiji diagram, casting it into the Sea of Fate to suppress the disintegrating dragon of fortune. However, to his astonishment, even the suppression of the Taiji diagram could not alleviate the dragon's dissolution. Strands of golden light continued to fade away, leaving the dragon increasingly feeble. Feeling the dissipating power of fate, Laozi's heart ached deeply. All of this was his, all of it. Now it was all vanishing, along with the fate's decline. His own magical power was swiftly diminishing as well, a reality that he found hard to accept. He needed to devise a way to halt the dragon of fortune's disintegration. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned the most precious treasure of postnatal merit, the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda. This treasure, imbued with the merit of creation, possessed formidable powers to suppress fate, surpassing even the Taiji diagram in effectiveness. Moreover, the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda was Laozi's most formidable defensive artifact. As this treasure emerged, it surged towards the Sea of Fate, descending upon the dragon of fortune. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda instantaneously subdued the dragon of fortune. With the pagoda's suppression, the dragon ceased to disintegrate, and the golden light gradually coalesced, returning to the dragon's form. With a sigh of relief, Laozi's anxious heart finally found peace upon witnessing the dragon of fortune stabilize. With that matter temporarily resolved, it was now time to seek accountability. Who had the audacity to disrupt the fate of his sect? If the true culprit was not brought to justice, what face would he have as a sage? Calculating with his fingers, he swiftly uncovered the truth from the threads of destiny. When he beheld Yi Xian shattering his statue and usurping the position of the sect leader, a furious blaze ignited within him. The wretched fool! How dare a mere innate human, an ancestor of humanity, dare to disrupt his fortune and abolish the position of the sect leader? Clearly, he was oblivious to the might of the sage. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Was this a jest? Even if he were a quasi-sage, Laozi would not regard him with any measure of respect. Contemplating this, he seethed with indignation. The venerable Laozi emanated an aura of profound terror, waves of potent energy radiating from his secluded chamber, creating an overwhelming tide of spiritual essence. Sensing the wrath of the sage, countless beings across millions of kilometers fell to their knees, trembling in fear, too apprehensive to make any unnecessary movements. Dreading that a careless act might provoke the sage and bring upon them unwarranted calamity. After expressing his pent-up fury, Laozi emerged, though his countenance was far from pleasant. Noticing his mentor's discontent, Xuan hurriedly approached Laozi, a look of deep respect on his face as he inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" It was the first time in many years that he had witnessed Laozi in such a state of anger. The typically tranquil and unassuming Laozi had clearly been shaken, revealing a side of himself that was rarely seen. Yet, Xuan remained oblivious to the events that had transpired to incite such fury in his revered teacher. One thing was certain: those who had provoked his master were destined for misfortune. Chapter 7. The teachings of the dispossessed. The supreme Taoist did not respond to his words. merely casting a fleeting glance before commanding, "Follow me." Without waiting for Xuandu's reply, he took the lead and departed. Such haste? It appeared he was quite impatient. What transgression could have caused the master to exhibit such anger? Xuandu was perplexed, yet obediently trailed after the supreme Taoist. As for their destination, he would have to calculate that. After all, he was a Deluo golden immortal and could still manage to divine the heavens. Alas, this was astonishing. Not realizing until he calculated, Xuandu was taken aback by Yi Xian's audacity. How could a quasi-saint dare to engage in such actions? Was this not a slap in the master's face? Furthermore, to abolish the position of the human teachings leader was tantamount to stripping the master of his fortune. No wonder the master was so incensed. He was, after all, the supreme sage of purity. Such a formidable being would not tolerate provocation, especially in front of the myriad saints of the primordial world. Did the dignity of a sage mean nothing? If this grudge went unavenged, how could one hold their head high in the primordial world thereafter? Yi Xian, I wish you luck. May you quell the master's wrath, lest being reduced to ashes may be the extent of the master's mercy. The audacity of such actions enraged the supreme Taoist. Even if he were to imprison Yi Xian's soul and burn it for countless eons, it might still not quell his resentment. Xuandu hesitated, pondering what was to unfold shortly. At this moment, Yi Xian was unconcerned with the supreme Taoist's affairs. Having abolished the supreme Taoist's position as the leader of the human teaching in his capacity as the progenitor of humanity, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Especially upon witnessing the disintegration of the supreme Taoist's fortune, his spirits soared even higher. Had the supreme Taoist offered a helping hand during humanity's tribulations, he would not have resorted to such measures. Everything that transpired today was well-deserved, a consequence of his own actions. The fortune may have fractured, yet it did not dissipate entirely. It merely shifted from the supreme Taoist's fortune dragon to that of the human race. With this transfer of fortune, the human race's destiny was continuously bolstered, the fortune dragon growing increasingly powerful. Its form became more substantial, shimmering with golden radiance upon its scales, presenting a magnificent spectacle. The fortune of humanity would inevitably influence the very essence of humankind. With the enhancement of fortune, they could distinctly feel an ethereal aura of profound yellow rising within them, sweeping away previous despair. Moreover, under the protection of this fortune, they would grow even stronger. Many human cultivators who had been stagnating at their realms found themselves breaking through their bottlenecks, ascending to the golden immortal level in one fell swoop. As the ancestor of humanity, Yi Xian naturally benefited from the augmentation of this fortune. The stronger the human race's fortune became, the greater the advantages he would reap. He could distinctly sense his own strength flourishing, fortified by the rise of this fortune. His consciousness and physical form were significantly enhanced under the surge of the profound yellow energy. Ecstasy. What sheer bliss. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have long since stripped the position of the human teachings leader from the Supreme Old One, occupying a throne without fulfilling its duties. He has only sought to exploit humanity. Esteemed individuals, you must have sensed it. The fortunes of our race are returning, and we shall reap the benefits. This fortune, which rightfully belongs to humanity, was initially intercepted by the Supreme Old One. If he had sheltered our race, it would have been acceptable for him to claim this fortune. Yet, he established the human teaching, seized our fortunes, and offered not an ounce of protection to humanity. Truly, this is the height of shamelessness. Now, I shall dismantle the human teaching and demote him from his position as leader. The fortunes of humanity shall revert to us, freeing our race from reliance on others, enabling us to thrive. Self-reliance is paramount. If humanity wishes to stand tall in the primordial world, we must strengthen ourselves. This must not be forgotten. Listening to Yi Xian's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, but soon they found themselves in agreement. Yi Xian spoke the undeniable truth. Relying on others is inferior to self-reliance. They did not wish to become prey for others, nor did they want to be subjected to wanton slaughter. To avoid such a fate, they had no choice but to grow stronger. They could clearly perceive that with the return of fortune, they had all become significantly more powerful. Yet, Yi Xian, who could have monopolized this fortune, chose to consolidate it upon the auspicious dragon of humanity, solely to empower them. We are grateful for the guidance of our ancestor. They acknowledged. What the ancestor said is indeed correct. Self-reliance surpasses dependence on others. Only by strengthening ourselves can we prevent others from bullying us. Our current state is entirely due to the ancestor's aid. Had it not been for his intervention, humanity might have long since faced extinction. They harbored genuine admiration for Yi Xian, their gazes reflecting a profound reverence. The titles of leader of the human teaching and mother of humanity paled in comparison to Yi Xian's stature in their hearts. An ancestor who contemplates the future of humanity is their true object of veneration. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly perceived a disturbance in the sea of fortune. The golden fortune that was meant to dissipate and return to the auspicious dragon of humanity was now suppressed by two artifacts. The fortune of the human teaching had not entirely collapsed, which displeased Yi Xian. However, upon recognizing that the two artifacts were the Tai Chi diagram and the heavenly yellow tower, he found it quite understandable. After all, these two treasures were renowned for subduing fortunes in the primordial realm, with these artifacts suppressing the fortune of the human teaching. It aligned well with the Supreme Old One's modus operandi. Since the Supreme Old One had intervened to suppress the fortune of the human teaching, he would likely seek revenge against Yi Xian. Given the magnitude of the fortune's dissipation, the Supreme Old One could hardly remain unperturbed. Before long, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming and terrifying presence of divine consciousness enveloping the entire primordial realm. Everyone sensed this wrathful consciousness, yet they dared not speak. The fury of a sage was beyond their endurance. They could merely watch the unfolding drama. It was evident that the Supreme Old One would soon confront Yi Xian. The uncertainty remained whether Yi Xian could withstand the ire of the Supreme Old One. Intriguing indeed. This Yi Xian proves to be quite the enigma, daring to usurp the position of the esteemed leader of the Taishang sect. Now that the Taishang has sought him out, how shall Yi Xian respond? On the western Shumi Mountain, Xuan and Jane are also observing the farce surrounding the Taishang Laozi. After years of seclusion, this certainly adds a modicum of amusement to their otherwise monotonous existence. They are content to witness the spectacle unfold. However, they hold little faith in Yi Xian's prospects. After all, Taishang Laozi is a sage, and despite Yi Xian's status as a quasi-saint, he remains but an insignificant insect in the eyes of a true sage. Beneath the sage, all are mere bugs. The moment Taishang Laozi confronts Yi Xian will undoubtedly mark the latter's demise. Of course, the two have no intention of intervening. They simply wish to enjoy the show. Furthermore, they harbor hopes that Yi Xian's antics will escalate, thereby weakening the fortunes of the Xuangu sect, allowing their own Western teachings to flourish. Chapter 8. Vanished Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. How audacious is Yi Xian, daring to dismiss the position of the human teaching's leader. The primordial heavenly venerable looked on in disbelief. How could such a mere quasi-saint presume to act in such a manner? Does he truly wish for his own demise? It is indeed a case of ignorance, provoking the elder brother. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, there shall be no place for him to exist. It is both pitiable and laughable. The primordial heavenly venerable scoffed disdainfully. Although the elder brother had been schemed against, he would soon resolve the matter. Such trivialities were hardly a challenge for him. After casting a glance at Yi Xian from across countless dimensions, the primordial heavenly venerable closed his eyes once more, retreating into meditation. This little affair was beneath his notice. On Jineo Island, within the Bo Palace, the reactions of Tong Tian and the primordial heavenly venerable were entirely different. Tong Tian felt a sense of exhilaration, relishing the sight of the Supreme being facing adversity. At this moment, his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with admiration. Elder brother, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? The human teaching's leader has been deposed, and the fortune associated with him is rapidly dissipating. It will be intriguing to see how you respond. Yet, he held little faith in Yi Xian. After all, the Supreme Being was a saint, and when a saint intervenes, Yi Xian would stand no chance, even with the support of others. Among the three ancestral beings of humanity, the mightiest, Xuan, was merely a great Luo golden immortal. Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from the Supreme Old Lord, he was paralyzed with fear, his complexion pale, and filled with trepidation as he looked at Yi Xian. Ancestor, what should we do? The Grand Pure Saint is enraged. How should we respond? Will the Grand Pure Saint? Xuan harbored considerable concern. For when a saint was incensed, countless lives could be extinguished, and collectively, they could not possibly match the Grand Pure Saint's might. Observing Xuan's anxious demeanor, Yi Xian merely smiled calmly, entirely unperturbed by what was to come. There is no need for concern. The Supreme Old Lord is but a trifling matter. The ancestor has his own strategies. What? They could hardly believe their ears. The Supreme Old Lord, merely a trifling matter? Such words from their ancestor were astonishing. That was the exalted Grand Pure Saint, and yet their ancestor displayed no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, Yi Xian was not jesting. His nonchalant demeanor conveyed genuine indifference towards the Supreme Old Lord's potential vengeance. He truly did not regard the saint with any seriousness. Curiosity piqued. They yearned to discern Yi Xian's intentions, and how he intended to contend with the Supreme Old Lord. They wished to inquire, but were at a loss for words. Anxiety and trepidation filled the air. Noticing their anxious expressions, Yi Xian smiled serenely and then produced a rounded orb radiating a profound, faint yellow aura. The laws of Tao resonated around it, and golden light shimmered outward, rendering it almost impossible to gaze directly at the orb. At the sight of the orb, it felt as if their very spirits were on the brink of collapse. Instinctively, the crowd averted their eyes, though curiosity lingered. "Ancestor, what is this extraordinary object?" they inquired, their intrigue unabated. "This treasure is exceedingly formidable. They have never encountered such an extraordinary artifact, leaving them in a state of awe. Perhaps this is the very confidence that empowers Yi Xian to confront the sage directly. Yet, they remain unaware of the true nature of this orb and how it can be wielded to withstand a sage's might. Elder, can this object truly defend against the sage of Ta Ching? After all, they are about to face a sage, and their concerns are entirely justified. Rest assured." Upon hearing Yi Xian's unwavering confidence, their anxieties subsided completely. Nevertheless, curiosity surged within them. They yearned to uncover the true identity of this treasure. "Elder, may I be so bold as to inquire about this object?" As soon as Xuan spoke, he felt a twinge of regret. Realizing the presence of numerous formidable beings from the primordial era surrounding them. This was Yi Xian's trump card. Should others learn of it, it could potentially jeopardize him. "My apologies, Elder, Before Xuan could finish, Yi Xian interjected, for such worries were entirely unnecessary. "What this orb is the Chaos Pearl. The moment I refined the Chaos Pearl, the heavenly secrets were shrouded. Not even the most powerful sages could trace our whereabouts. Your concerns are unfounded. This pearl, named the Chaos Pearl, has cloaked the heavenly secrets. Even sage-level beings cannot discern our location. Follow me inside, and we shall evade the pursuit of the sage of Taishan." Yi Xian's words left them momentarily speechless. What had they just heard? The Chaos Pearl? Could it be the legendary and most enigmatic Chaos Pearl? Wasn't this treasure long thought to be undiscovered? How could it now be in the hands of their elder? Such terror, such awe. How many more secrets did their elder possess? No wonder he dared to challenge the sage of Ta Ching, with the Chaos Pearl in hand. Not even the sage of Ta Ching, nor Tao ancestor Hong Jun, could unveil their whereabouts. They were genuinely safe. They would no longer endure the wrath of the sage. "Elder, it is indeed you who strategizes with foresight. We are in awe. Under your leadership, humanity shall undoubtedly grow stronger and secure a place in the primordial world." Their admiration for Yi Xian had already been immense, and now it had only deepened. Everything seemed to unfold within Yi Xian's meticulous calculations. Even the sages were ensnared in his plans. However, Yi Xian could not afford to bask in their reverence. The skies above were resonating with waves of law, signaling the imminent arrival of the sage of Taishan. At present, he was not yet a match for the sage, and thus he sought refuge within the Chaos Pearl to evade the impending confrontation. With a gentle toss, the Chaos Pearl ascended into the air, enveloping them in a brilliant radiance. They barely had time to react before they found themselves within the confines of the Chaos Pearl. Should Yi Xian wish to eliminate them, he could do so with a mere wave of his hand, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, he is the ancestral figure of the human race, their pillar of support and guardian deity. In less than a breath's fleeting moment, the radiance of the Chaos Pearl diminished, vanishing from the primordial chaos, along with the disappearance of countless human beings. At the very instant of their disappearance, the heavens above erupted in a burst of golden light, with purple rays extending for 3,000 miles. In the next moment, a figure materialized in the celestial expanse. It was none other than the revered sage of Taiji, Laozi. At this moment, Laozi stood upon a cloud, emanating an ethereal brilliance that rivaled the myriad hues of dawn. Though he exerted no deliberate pressure, the aura of the sage bore down upon the beings of the primordial realm, rendering them unable to raise their heads. They did not dare to even glance with their spiritual senses, fearing that a mere gaze might invoke the ire of the sage. To these insignificant creatures, Laozi paid no mind. His sole focus was to confront Yi Xian. Chapter 9. An inexplicable disappearance suspended in the heavens. The supreme Laozi gazed pensively upon the vast primordial land. The more he looked, the more bewildered he became. Something was amiss. Where were the people? Where was Yi Xian and the multitude of the human race? His calculations could not possibly be flawed. They were supposed to be here. Yet, at this moment, not a single figure was in sight. No trace of Yi Xian, nor even a shadow of the human race remained. The land lay desolate, save for a solitary barren mountain. What was happening? Where had the human race and Yi Xian vanished? Even the supreme Laozi was taken aback, as were many powerful beings of the primordial realm, all equally astonished. It was as if they had witnessed a ghost. Just moments ago, the figures had stood before them, and now they had inexplicably vanished, without a sound or any indication of their departure. Each one stared wide-eyed at the desolate mountain, desperately searching for evidence of Yi Xian and his companions. On Mount Xiumi, the two figures of Jun Ti and Jiayin shared a look of bewilderment. They had been observing the entire scene, yet they too could not fathom how Yi Xian and the multitude of the human race had vanished. They exchanged glances, then began to calculate the heavenly secrets, attempting to discern the whereabouts of Yi Xian and his kin. However, after a prolonged effort, they uncovered nothing. This individual possessed remarkable abilities, capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets, rendering their inquiries futile. No wonder he dared to usurp the position of the supreme Laozi as the leader of the human sect. Jun Ti now felt a flicker of intrigue towards Yi Xian. If he could thwart their investigations, he could similarly evade the scrutiny of the supreme Laozi. To elude the examination of a saint implied that this individual must possess extraordinary treasures. If they could acquire the magical artifacts he wielded, their fortunes would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. The western regions of the primordial realm were exceedingly barren, lacking even 2 decent treasures. The only item of note was the 12th rank merit golden lotus, which served to suppress the fortunes of the western sect. Thus, they found themselves bereft of significant treasures. Now, witnessing Yi Xian's possession of magical artifacts, they felt an intense envy, particularly for those capable of concealing heavenly secrets and evading the detection of saints. Such treasures could not be commonplace. How could a mere quasi-saint be worthy of such a treasure? These exceptional artifacts should rightfully belong to my fellow disciples, to our Western sect. Indeed, if the opportunity arises to ascertain his location and procure the treasures, we shall consider this time as a mere guardianship for him, leaving him with his complete remains in the future. The shameless duo of the Western saints lived up to their reputation, audaciously claiming the possessions of others as their own, even attempting to brazenly appropriate them. In stark contrast, the Tontian patriarch felt an authentic sense of joy. The supreme Laozi had faced a setback, and he nearly burst with laughter, his face alight with schadenfreude, almost applauding for Yi Xian. This young man, no wonder he dared to provoke the supreme. He wielded artifacts that could obscure heavenly secrets and evade the scrutiny of saints. Excellent, splendid, continue to create trouble for them. I shall thoroughly enjoy this spectacle. Observing his master's joyous demeanor, the Taoist Duobao scratched his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, what has transpired to elicit such delight? It has been quite some time since I have witnessed you smile with such joy. Hearing Duobao's inquiry, Tontian chuckled softly. Why not calculate the recent events concerning the human race for yourself? Although subsequent occurrences have been obscured, the earlier happenings remain discernible. Duobao began to calculate, and soon found himself frozen in disbelief. What is this? So much has happened. He was astonished to learn that his senior master had been stripped of the position of the human teaching leader by an ancestor of the human race. Duobao could hardly believe his eyes as he stared at Tontian. Laozi, the Supreme One, is one of the 6 saints of the Xian men, the foremost among the 3 pure ones, a formidable existence with few rivals in the primordial world. Yet now, he had been publicly shamed by a mere ancestor of the human race. Even his own fortune had been affected. Were it not for his master's nod of affirmation, Duobao would have deemed it impossible. The human race is but a swarm of ants. How could they dare offend the dignity of a saint? He had learned that the strongest among them were merely the 3 ancestral figures, at most possessing the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal. How could they possibly dare to act in such a manner? Duobao, what is your perspective on this? What can I say? I witnessed it secretly from Jinao Island. This Yi Xian is truly audacious, daring to offend my senior brother in such a manner. If he were to be caught by my senior master, it would not merely cost him his life, it might even jeopardize the entire human race. Alas, he is too impulsive. Though he harbored great admiration for Yi Xian's actions, Duobao remained skeptical of his fate. Offending Laozi, he would likely incur the wrath of both Laozi and Yuan Tianzuan, 2 revered saints. Even his master, Tontian, would not dare to act so recklessly. Yi Xian's actions were tantamount to courting death. Is that so? Then continue to observe the situation at Shouyang Mountain. Upon doing so, Duobao was taken aback. To my astonishment, I cannot deduce anything. It is beyond my calculation. Not only was he unable to fathom it, but even Laozi was incapable of discerning the truth, currently fuming at the desolate mountain. This fellow, I underestimated him. Before the multitude of primordial beings, he not only embarrassed the Lord of Taching, but also toyed with them as if they were mere puppets. Who among others would dare to act so brazenly? Only a reckless individual like Xuan could take such audacious steps. Incredible. In just 2 words, Duo Bao's admiration for Xuan was genuine and profound. Such accomplishments in this lifetime are more than sufficient. How could Laozi remain oblivious to the fact that he had become a figure of ridicule in the eyes of many? Although they did not dare to speak out openly, they were undoubtedly mocking him in private. A dignified saint, an unparalleled existence in the primordial realm, had been made a fool of by an ancestor of the human race. Not only had he failed to exact revenge, but he now faced this embarrassing predicament. Standing alone before the desolate mountain, he found himself at a loss for what to do. It would be one thing if he were alone, but many powerful beings and even numerous saints were secretly observing him. This face has been thoroughly tarnished. He never anticipated suffering such a significant setback at the hands of a mere ant. Yet, no matter how he calculates or deduces, he is perpetually unable to locate Xuan and the human race. Anger, fury, indignation. Yet, what purpose do they serve? Without the ability to find Xuan and the human race, his dignity is utterly compromised, and it is precisely this sense of honor that he values above all else. Gazing at the desolate mountains, the aura surrounding the Grand Supreme Elder steadily intensifies, as if his wrath could melt the very fabric of this realm. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth tremble incessantly, dark clouds enveloping the area, as if the primordial world were on the verge of being torn asunder by this overwhelming force. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. What a farcical notion. They cannot withstand the fury of a sage. One by one, they withdraw, shrinking back in fear of being caught in the tempest of the Grand Supreme Elder's wrath. Chapter 10. Preparation and plunder. Fortunately, there were no foolish beings among them. The Supreme Laozi would not deliberately seek trouble with these individuals, for it would be all too easy to become entangled in karmic retribution. Of course, this was also due to their prudence. Had they dared to continue their investigations, he would have had to make an example of them. Nonetheless, the fury within him needed an outlet, for to suppress it would be to suffocate his very being. With a mere wave of his hand, the mountains within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were reduced to rubble. The surrounding life forms were granted no chance to react. Instantly obliterated by the force of his palm, their souls extinguished. It was only after annihilating everything in his vicinity that the Supreme Laozi ceased his rampage. With these outlets for his wrath, some of his anger dissipated. However, he had no intention of letting Xuan and the human race off the hook so easily. Even if he could not deduce Xuan's whereabouts, he had a capable junior brother. Once he traveled to the Jade Void Palace and collaborated with his brother in divination. He was confident they would soon locate Xuan and the human race. He could hardly believe that Xuan's treasures could withstand the combined divinatory power of 2 saints. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly lord sensed the aura of the Supreme Laozi and ended his seclusion to personally greet him. Brother, you have arrived. Initially, the primordial heavenly lord wore a bright smile, but upon seeing the dark expression of his elder brother, his smile faded instantly. Brother, what troubles you? He did not continue to observe the unfolding events, for in his eyes, dealing with a mere human race was a trivial matter. Do not ask too many questions. Assist me in uncovering the location of Xuan and the human race so that I may exact my vengeance. Uncovering the whereabouts of Xuan and the human race? Is it possible that the Supreme Laozi has not yet avenged himself? The primordial heavenly lord secretly divined the heavenly secrets to grasp the unfolding situation, then attempted to trace Xuan and the human race's whereabouts. To his dismay, he found himself unable to do so. No wonder the Supreme Laozi sought him out for assistance in divination. Xuan possessed treasures that obscured the heavenly secrets, thwarting their efforts. He realized that the Supreme Laozi was on the brink of fury. There was no need for further discussion. They must first locate their targets for vengeance. Follow me. They found a secluded chamber, retrieved the wheel of heavenly secrets, and began their joint divination. In stark contrast to the turmoil outside, the interior of the Chaos Pearl was filled with warmth and harmony. Xuan had settled the human race within the Chaos Pearl, establishing a new realm for their sanctuary. Compared to the relentless pursuit by the demon race outside, this place was a veritable haven for humanity. Each face bore a smile, free from the burden of danger, able to live their lives in peace. Observing the human race thriving, the 3 ancestors felt their anxieties lift completely. The Chaos Pearl was indeed remarkably powerful, capable of shielding them from the saint's scrutiny. They marveled at its wonders, their excitement palpable. Now that we need not fear the demon race's pursuit, we must strive diligently and not betray our ancestors' earnest intentions. Furthermore, it is imperative to maintain a profound respect towards the ancestor. Without the ancestor, How could we enjoy our current blessed existence? They held immense gratitude towards Xuan. Had it not been for him, the human race might have long since perished, leaving no trace of our existence in the primordial world. As they gazed upon Xuan's silhouette, the admiration in their eyes was unmistakable. Titles such as the leader of the human sect or the Holy Mother of Humanity meant nothing before him. After a brief delineation of the human dwellings, Xuan approached the three ancestors. Upon noticing his approach, they hurriedly advanced to greet him, aware of their unworthiness to have him seek them out personally. With utmost reverence, they stepped forward and bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Observing their respectful demeanor, Xuan chose not to elaborate, merely nodding slightly before proceeding to organize the forthcoming matters. Select 100 individuals of the Earth immortal realm from the human race to await further instructions. I have matters to arrange. Although they were unaware of Xuan's intentions, they complied with his commands nonetheless. Ancestor, why do we require so many Earth immortals? We could assist as well. Their concern did not stem from doubt, but rather from the fear that those of the Earth immortal realm might prove inadequate in aiding Xuan. With a calm smile, Xuan elucidated, "It is not a matter of great significance. I am rather petty and have never claimed to be virtuous. The Supreme Lousy, as the leader of the human sect, has disregarded the safety of our race, leading us to our current plight. Now, he even wishes to take action against us. I cannot let this grievance go unavenged." Coincidentally, the Supreme Lousy has ventured to the Jade Void Palace in search of the primordial heavenly sovereign, presenting us with a rare opportunity. We can seize the moment to raid his ancestral home and transport all the treasures from the 8 Scenery Palace into our human domain, serving as recompense for his negligence. The three ancestors were left utterly astounded, struggling to comprehend Xuan's audacious words. Had they truly heard him correctly? "Ancestor, did you just say we should raid the saint's home?" Their incredulity was palpable, their faces etched with shock. They had assumed that rebuking the saint was the extent of Xuan's boldness. Never did they anticipate that he would contemplate plundering the saint's abode. After all, the saint stood as a formidable presence at the apex of the primordial hierarchy. Even the currently powerful witch and zombie clans would likely refrain from such an audacious act against a saint. Yet, Xuan uttered these words with apparent seriousness, as if he were on the brink of taking action. Noting their astonished expressions, Xuan simply waved his hand dismissively. "Do not linger in disbelief. Hurry along. For time is of the essence and the task is demanding. However, ancestor, what if we are discovered during the raid?" They expressed their lingering concerns. The notion that anyone beneath a saint was but an insect was deeply ingrained in their minds, rendering them hesitant to act. Xuan recognized their apprehensions and sought to dispel such thoughts from their consciousness. A saint is merely that. There is no need for undue concern. Have you forgotten? I, the ancestor, possess the Chaos Pearl, which obscures the heavenly mechanism. Before the Chaos Pearl, the Supreme Lousy is akin to a blind man, utterly incapable of detecting our presence. Indeed, I almost overlooked the fact that the ancestor wields the Chaos Pearl. The Supreme Lousy cannot discern their tracks at all. At this moment, Xuan continued, "The 8 Scenery Palace is the sacred ground of the Supreme. It houses a myriad of celestial elixirs, innate spiritual roots, and primordial treasures, undoubtedly numbering in the countless. If we were to completely empty the 8 Scenery Palace, we would significantly enhance the power of our human race, fortifying our foundation and making a monumental contribution to our growth and prosperity." Xuan spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a hint of confidence. Upon hearing his words, the three ancestors of the human race brightened with understanding, finding his reasoning profoundly compelling. The 8 Scenery Palace, the abode of the Supreme Lousy through countless epochs, has long been known in the wilderness for its immense wealth. Within it, the innate spiritual energy flows as abundantly as water, tangible and vibrant throughout the cosmos. Countless mighty beings in the wilderness yearn to enter the 8 Scenery Palace. Chapter 11. Take everything away. Shoyang Mountain can be regarded as a sacred land long yearned for by all practitioners of the primordial era. Should humanity be able to claim its treasures entirely, the foundation of the human race would undoubtedly be enriched, potentially even enhancing its fortune. The three ancestors of humanity were greatly concerned about the future of their people, and upon hearing Xuan's words, they could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Their faces flushed with fervor and their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The ancestor Xuan eagerly exclaimed, "Master, if that is the case, let us raid the abode of the Supreme Sage." "Indeed, Master, let us act swiftly," added the ancestor Wu Chao, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbing his hands together in excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. Observing the enthusiasm of the three ancestors, a smile crept upon Yi Xian's lips. He spoke. Quickly gather 100 Earth immortal practitioners from our kin. We shall commence our raid. Understood, Master, we shall act immediately, responded Xuan, who wasted no time in taking action. Moments later, he returned to the tribe, leading a cohort of 100 human golden immortals who had reached the level of Earth Immortal. Master, we have assembled our forces, Xuan reported, standing before Yi Xian with his contingent. Yi Xian nodded approvingly, saying, Excellent, follow me. With a grand gesture, he activated the mystical power of the cosmic sleeve, drawing all of them into its depths. In the next instant, Yi Xian emerged from the Chaos Pearl, holding it aloft as he transformed into a beam of light, heading directly towards the abode of the Supreme Old Lord on Shoyang Mountain. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at Shoyang Mountain. At its base stood a vast, intangible protective array enveloping the entire mountain, resembling a barrier of invisibility. With a cold smirk, Yi Xian produced the Chaos Pearl and hurled it towards the weakest point of the protective array. Boom! The Chaos Pearl, worthy of its title as a primordial treasure, unleashed the power of the myriad worlds, a torrent of formidable laws radiating forth. The moment it struck the protective array, it created a gaping hole. Stepping through the breach, Yi Xian entered Shoyang Mountain. Before him lay a towering mountain range, piercing the clouds, suffused with an ethereal aura. The mountain radiated divine light, adorned with vibrant blossoms of innate spiritual roots, vying for attention amidst the lush spiritual grass, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. The air around Shoyang Mountain was rich with primordial spiritual energy, flowing like a tangible essence, forming a magnificent spiritual waterfall at the cliffs, where countless droplets of spiritual energy burst forth in a magnificent display. Atop the summit, a grand temple stood, emanating billions of rays of radiant light. Layers of glazed tiles shimmered with an extraordinary golden hue, and columns crafted from the divine enlightenment jade sparkled with brilliance, exuding an air of unparalleled opulence. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he silently praised the grandeur of the saint's abode, truly a sight of resplendent magnificence. Subsequently, Yi Xian released the three ancestors of the human race, along with 100 celestial beings, from his sleeves. Upon witnessing the opulent scenery of Shoyang Mountain, the human beings were left in awe. Is this truly the sacred ground of the sages? It is astonishingly extravagant. My goodness, the primal spiritual energy here is so dense. Flowing like a stream, it is utterly incredible. Is that the fabled 8 scenic palace atop the mountain? How splendid it appears. The eyes of the human race sparkled with wonder, their hearts swelling with astonishment. The sanctum of Shoyang Mountain is excessively affluent. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures are dazzlingly abundant. Such wonders are unprecedented, broadening their horizons. Soon, a wave of excitement surged within the hearts of all the humans. If they could vacate this place of spiritual treasures, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the foundation and strength of the human race. Observing the eager expressions on the faces of the crowd, Yi Xian smiled calmly and waved his hand, declaring, Let us commence. Clear out everything from Shoyang Mountain and the 8 scenic palace. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the human beings erupted with enthusiasm. Immediately, they surged towards Shoyang Mountain, beginning to ransack the treasures. Some among them utilized a cosmic bag to absorb the dense primal spiritual energy within Shoyang Mountain. Others excavated the unique red copper, a special stone from Shoyang Mountain, renowned for its formidable defensive properties in weapon crafting. Shoyang Mountain is home to numerous primal and acquired spiritual roots, all of which serve as raw materials for the creation of elixirs and golden pills by the Supreme Lord. Among these are the primal spiritual root, the starfruit tree, the primal purple source fruit, the pure celestial sun fruit, the 9-yang divine fruit, along with an abundance of acquired spiritual roots, such as the coiling dragon vine and the 9-leaf fruit. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian gathered all these spiritual roots into his sleeves. He then instructed the 100 celestial beings to continue their search within Shoyang Mountain, while he led the 3 ancestors of the human race into the 8 scenic palace. The spiritual energy within the palace was even more concentrated, transforming into layers of ethereal mist, with golden glimmers illuminating the space. Various spiritual treasures shimmering and radiating a spectrum of captivating brilliance. With a casual glance, Yi Xian discerned several renowned acquired treasures, such as the Xian Du Heavenly Plow, the 5 Radiance Box, the Flying Cloud Mace, the Shumi Cauldron, and the Dragon and Phoenix Zither. The 3 ancestors of the human race beheld the plethora of spiritual treasures, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. As a race of lesser power within the primordial realm, They had never encountered such precious artifacts before. The sight of these treasures left them dazzled, and a wave of exhilaration surged within them. "Please take all the treasures from here," Xuan spoke calmly, his voice imbued with tranquility. To him, these artifacts were merely average, just some acquired treasures that he deemed unremarkable. However, to the three ancestors of the human race, they were exceedingly valuable, particularly given the impoverished state of their people. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the three ancestors felt a rush of excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. With so many acquired treasures, they were truly fortunate. They hurriedly expressed their heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, ancestor." Subsequently, the three ancestors of the human race eagerly advanced to claim their treasures. Xuan strode directly into the depths of the 8 Scenery Palace, casually gathering a few exquisite artifacts along the way. The golden silk rope, the diamond carving, the 9 dragons' golden staff, truly remarkable. Xuan effortlessly acquired 3 innate spiritual treasures, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He had spotted an extraordinary treasure, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the diagram of the universe. As he continued on his path, he was captivated by a resplendent painting adorning the crystal-clear wall. This artwork encompassed the entirety of the cosmos: sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, emanating waves of profound Tao rhythm, shimmering with boundless ripples of law. With a mere gesture, Xuan summoned the diagram of the universe into his grasp. Upon holding it, he instantly sensed the exceptional nature of this supreme innate spiritual treasure, for it resonated with the energy fluctuations of spatial laws. If he could comprehend the diagram of the universe, it might lead him to grasp the formidable principles of space. Without further deliberation, Xuan tucked this precious treasure into his sleeve and continued deeper into the 8 Scenery Palace. Chapter 12. This journey was worth it. Moments later, Xuan entered a tranquil chamber. As he stepped inside, 2 figures, one golden and one silver, emerged to block his path. "How audacious! You dare to intrude upon the alchemical sanctum of the supreme sage. Depart at once," the 2 figures exclaimed, their voices sharp and piercing. Xuan furrowed his brow, recognizing them as the golden-horned and silver-horned boys, guardians of the alchemical lake of the Supreme Lord. Disinterested in their presence, he waved his sleeve lightly, unleashing a gust of formidable wind imbued with the essence of the Tao, sweeping toward the 2 boys. Their expressions changed dramatically as they sensed a terrifying aura approaching, feeling the very fabric of the surrounding space constrict around them. With 2 screams, the boys were utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Having dealt with the guardians, Xuan's gaze fell upon an alchemical furnace before him, radiating a magnificent divine light. Within it burned the 6th divine fire, one of the primordial fires of the universe. This furnace, known as the Bagua furnace, was an exceptional postnatal spiritual treasure. The 9-toothed rake and the golden-banded staff, alongside Sun Wukong's fiery eyes, were all forged within it. Not only could it wield the 6th divine fire for defense, but it also had the power to suppress the fortunes of humanity. Typically, the Supreme Lord utilized this furnace for concocting elixirs. With a decisive gesture, Xuan summoned the Bagua furnace into his sleeve. Next, he surveyed the alchemical chamber, and suddenly his eyes brightened at the sight of a stone table nearby, upon which rested a purple-golden gourd emanating waves of golden light. Countless spiritual energies surged forth from within, creating a truly splendid scene. The innate spiritual treasure. The purple-golden-red gourd, Xuan murmured. This gourd was formed from the gourd vine of the 10 innate spiritual roots of Mount Buzhou, used by the Supreme Lord to contain elixirs. It possessed a remarkable ability. Merely calling its name would summon any entity that answered directly into the gourd. In later tales, the golden-horned king used this very gourd to intercept Sun Wukong on his journey to the west. Xuan picked up the purple-golden-red gourd and peered inside, discovering it indeed housed dozens of celestial elixirs. Upon closer inspection, a smile of delight graced his face. It was none other than the 9-transformation golden pill. A look of astonishment filled Xuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that the gourd contained the most precious 9-transformation golden pill. Elixirs are categorized into 9 grades. The first is the lowest tier, merely extending the lifespan of mortals to a century. Upon reaching the 5th tier, mortals can transcend to immortality after consumption. The 9th tier, the highest, as articulated by the Supreme Lord, grants a mortal who consumes a 9-transformation golden pill the boon of immortality, evading reincarnation and instantly transforming into a Deluo golden immortal. Hence, the extraordinary value of the 9-transformation golden pill is evident. The 9 transformations golden elixirs must have been painstakingly crafted by the Supreme Lord Laozi over countless epochs, utilizing a plethora of celestial materials and treasures. These elixirs are imbued with immense spiritual resonance, significantly enhancing one's magical depth. Acquiring such a precious treasure brought immense joy to Xuan, who promptly stowed the purple gold-red gourd close to his heart. Upon exiting the alchemy chamber, Xuan beheld the desolate state of the 8 scenic palace, which had been thoroughly stripped bare. Countless innate and acquired spiritual treasures, as well as shards of glazed tiles and jade pillars, had been entirely removed. On Xuan Mountain, vast quantities of innate and acquired spiritual roots, as well as red copper stones, had been excavated, leaving the ground gouged to a depth of 3 feet. At that moment, the faces of the human race were illuminated with smiles, radiating a celebratory aura, their hearts flowing with a sweetness akin to honey, experiencing waves of elation and contentment. "How is the plundering proceeding, Sui Ren?" Xuan inquired with a smile. Sui Ren and Yu Chao were directing the human clan in the removal of a wall inlaid with the essence of the great Tao. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the pair swiftly turned to face him. "Ancestor, we pay our respects," they exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement as they bowed deeply before him. "Under your command, Ancestor, we have excavated Xuan Mountain to a depth of 3 feet and cleared all the treasures," Sui Ren reported. Yu Chao eagerly added, "We only have this wall of great Tao essence left. We plan to bring it back to create a screen for you." Xuan surveyed the surroundings, taking in the now barren 8 scenic palace and the thoroughly excavated Xuan Mountain, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Excellent work. You have done remarkably well," he praised, gently patting the shoulders of the 3 ancestral figures of the human race. The 3 ancestors felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Under Xuan's leadership, they had indeed reaped bountiful rewards. Their bodies were laden with various treasures, their hands grasping an assortment of spiritual artifacts. Surrounded by the rich aura of spiritual energy, they sensed their cultivation subtly loosening and expanding. "This plundering will significantly bolster our strength," they murmured amongst themselves. Subsequently, under the guidance of the 3 ancestors, the human clan continued their endeavor to ransack the abode of the Supreme Lord Laozi. After more than an hour, the operation reached completion. Xuan Mountain and the 8 scenic palace had been stripped clean. Even the hills had been excavated to a depth of 3 feet, presenting a scene reminiscent of a thorough looting, utterly desolate and pitiful. "Ancestor, we have accomplished our task," the 3 ancestors declared, standing respectfully before Xuan, clutching a multitude of spiritual treasures, accompanied by 100 golden immortals bearing various valuables. This venture had indeed yielded a bountiful return. They had acquired a myriad of extraordinary treasures they had never before encountered in their lives. All manner of exquisite and precious spiritual roots and artifacts had fallen into the hands of the human race. And all of this was due to the efforts of their ancestor. It was Xuan who had enabled them to gain such monumental benefits. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with admiration for Xuan, who had become their most revered figure of faith and respect. The 3 ancestors of the human race, along with 100 golden immortals, gazed intently at Xuan, their eyes shimmering with profound reverence. Xuan observed the gratitude etched on the faces of his fellow humans, a faint smile gracing his own. This journey had proven worthwhile. The abundance of treasures acquired would undoubtedly elevate the foundation of the human race by no less than double. "Very well, let us return," Xuan spoke softly. Then with a sweeping gesture, he invoked the divine power of the universe in a sleeve, releasing a radiant light that enveloped all of humanity, drawing them within. Subsequently, Xuan transformed into a beam of golden light, carrying the Chaos Pearl as he departed from Xuan Mountain. Once Xuan had left, the Chaos Pearl ceased to veil the mysteries of Xuan Mountain. The events that had transpired were instantly laid bare before the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. The first to notice the changes at Xuan Mountain were the creatures residing in its vicinity. These beings, who often approached the mountain for cultivation, could perceive the rich spiritual energy emanating from the towering peak, alongside the countless golden rays radiating from the red copper and the harmonious celestial melodies that filled the air. Chapter 13. Xuan. At that moment, they looked up, only to behold a barren mountaintop, marred and pockmarked, resembling an old crone in its grotesque appearance. The sight was utterly repulsive. The beings present were left in utter astonishment, their expressions blank with confusion. What on earth was happening? How could the sacred grounds of the Supreme Being, the Grand Tao of Ta Ching, have transformed into such a dismal sight? Was this truly a sanctuary of the saints? A celestial paradise? It seemed more akin to the wretched mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos, Surely, there was a more aesthetically pleasing locale to be found in the vast wilderness. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Supreme Being and the Primordial Celestial Lord had combined their efforts, utilizing the heavenly mechanism disk in their calculations no fewer than 10 times. Yet they remained unable to divine the whereabouts of Xuan. With a resigned sigh, the Primordial Celestial Lord remarked, "Master brother, this Xuan has evidently employed some artifact to obscure the heavenly secrets, rendering the truth a mere shroud of fog, impossible to discern." Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Being's countenance darkened further, emanating a terrifying aura of saintly wrath that spread from the tranquil chamber, causing the sky above Kunlun to tremble and the spiritual energies to surge like tides. Sensing the fury of the Supreme Being, the Primordial Celestial Lord hastily offered words of comfort. "Master brother, this Xuan is but a trifling human, akin to an ant. There is no need to dwell upon him too heavily. Should he dare to appear again upon the sacred soil of the Primordial World, we shall swiftly eradicate him to assuage your grievances." Encouraged by the Primordial Celestial Lord's reassurances, the Supreme Being gradually regained his composure. He considered that Xuan was merely an insignificant human, and should he truly wish to act, he could obliterate countless beings of his kind with a mere flick of his hand. As the esteemed Supreme Being of Ta Ching, he was an unparalleled existence in the primordial realm. Why should he allow himself to be vexed by an insect? With this thought, the flames of anger within the Supreme Being began to subside. He softly recited the Huangting scripture, calming the tumult within his heart. Afterward, the Supreme Being opened his eyes, restoring his usual demeanor of tranquility and composure. "Very well, I shall spare the life of this Xuan for the time being. In due course, I shall erase him." The Supreme Being spoke with a serene tone, clearly having dispelled the tumultuous thoughts that had plagued him. Seeing the Supreme Being's mood settle, the Primordial Celestial Lord felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then intended to invite the Supreme Being to partake in a cup of Dao tea, hoping to stabilize their spirits. However, the Supreme Being had no inclination for tea. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, I must return to the Taoist temple." Upon witnessing this, the Primordial Celestial Lord refrained from insisting, understanding that the Supreme Being was in no mood for company and would benefit from some time alone to rest. Consequently, he instructed the White Crane Boy to respectfully escort the Supreme Being. As the Supreme Being departed the temple, he, along with the Great Master of Shindu, transformed into a beam of purple light and returned to Shoyang Mountain. At this moment, the expression of the Supreme Lord suddenly changed. His previously calm and serene visage was marred by the sudden emergence of bulging veins, rendering his face a deep crimson, while his eyes blazed with an unquenchable fury. His entire body trembled slightly, and the Tai whisk in his hand radiated waves of arcane power. The Grand Master Xuan, sensing this shift in the Supreme Lord's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't his master just regained his composure? How could he now appear so infuriated? Gazing at the Supreme Lord, Xuan discerned that he seemed on the brink of a volcanic eruption, akin to a dormant mountain harboring a torrent of molten magma within. "Master, what has provoked your ire once more?" Xuan inquired cautiously. The Supreme Lord, his beard quivering with rage, waved his sleeve, and in an instant, they materialized above Shoyang Mountain. Upon casting his eyes downward, Xuan was instantly seized by a profound shock. "What has transpired here?" he exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He beheld the desolate mountaintop before him. Disbelief etched across his features. "Master, is this truly Shoyang Mountain, our sacred ground?" Xuan murmured, incredulity suffusing his voice. Having resided here for countless eons, he was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. In his memories, Shoyang Mountain was a realm of ethereal light and vibrant hues, suffused with rich primordial energy, where precious spiritual roots flourished, a veritable paradise of the immortal realm. Yet the barren and ravaged mountain before him bore no resemblance to the once sacred sanctuary. Xuan began to doubt whether his master had led him astray. Yet, the surrounding landscape confirmed that this was indeed Shoyang Mountain. He even spotted a collapsed stone tablet at the base, inscribed with the 3 characters denoting Shoyang Mountain. After multiple confirmations, Xuan finally accepted that this was the very site he had known. Shock coursed through him, his countenance marked by a profound sorrow and indignation. "Master, how could our sacred ground have fallen into such disarray?" he questioned through gritted teeth, his voice quivering with suppressed fury, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. "It is the work of that wretch Xuan." The Supreme Lord's chest erupted with boundless wrath. The emotions he had managed to temper surged forth once more, a fierce fire igniting within him, bursting forth like thunder in his mind. Unable to contain himself any longer, the Supreme Lord unleashed a thunderous roar, declaring, "Heavenly Tao above, I, the Sage of Taiji, shall ensure that Xuan is utterly obliterated, his form and spirit annihilated." With a resounding boom, the heavenly Tao resonated with the Supreme Lord's vow, and a deep, thunderous rumble echoed across the vast expanse, shaking the very foundations of the world and reverberating through countless beings. The Supreme Lord's earth-shattering roar resonated throughout the cosmos, sweeping across the heavens and reverberating in all realms. The terrifying sound waves emitted by the saint reverberated through the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, causing the fabric of space to rend asunder. Countless chaotic energies surged forth, and the clouds, drenched in the saint's wrath, transformed into a fiery crimson, roiling and bubbling in the sky like boiling water. The scene was nothing short of horrific. Living beings within the vast expanse of Xuan Mountain, spanning millions of miles, sensed the immense fury of the saint, a chilling dread washing over them from the depths of their souls, leaving their minds in a state of numbness. In that instant, they could not help but kneel, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The saint's wrath ignited the very earth of the primordial realm. It was utterly terrifying. The roar of the Supreme Lord startled countless formidable beings of the primordial world. Xuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, the sea demon master Xuanpeng of the northern sea, the demon emperor Dejuan, and Dongwang Tai were all filled with immense curiosity. What was happening? Why had the Supreme Saint once again been provoked to anger? Consequently, these powerful beings probed with their divine senses, and upon witnessing the spectacle, they were all left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Nuwa at Xuan Mountain. At this moment, the sacred grounds of the Supreme Sage had transformed into a desolate wasteland, marred and ravaged. This was the hallowed domain of the sages, who possessed such audacity to dare lay waste to the sanctum of the sage. Immediately, the mighty beings began to calculate, and as they did, they were struck once more with astonishment. Xuan. Once again, it was that Xuan who had committed this audacious act. The emotional tides surged within the powerful beings of the primordial era, overwhelming them with profound shock, sending shivers down their spines. Xuan had indeed displayed unparalleled boldness, completely excavating the 8 scenic palace of Xuan Mountain, seizing all its spiritual treasures and roots. Not even the copper of Xuan Mountain or the ethereal energies were spared. Everything was taken. This was nothing short of blatant plunder. He had ransacked the sage's domain, leaving not a single spiritual root behind. Such madness was unprecedented. Since the beginning of the primordial era, there had never been an incident involving the desecration of a sage's sanctuary. It must be understood that sages are the supreme beings of the primordial realm, capable of extinguishing millions of lives with but a thought. In the vicinity of a sage's domain, even the most formidable and brazen factions, such as the demon and witch races, tread carefully. Yet this human, Xuan, brazenly led his people into Xuan Mountain, shamelessly stripping it of all its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This left all the powerful beings utterly speechless, in awe of Xuan's audacity. This Xuan was truly remarkable. He had accomplished something unprecedented, unparalleled in its boldness. All the powerful beings admired Xuan's courage. He was simply defying the heavens. In the Western world, at Mount Shumi, Xuanti and Jiejing exchanged glances, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. This Xuan truly possessed extraordinary courage. He had taken advantage of the Supreme Lord's absence from the sanctuary to completely empty Xuan Mountain. Xuanti took a sharp breath, waves of emotion rising within him. He had initially thought that Xuan's public humiliation of the Supreme Lord's position as the leader of the human sect was already audacious enough. Little did he expect that this individual would engage in even more reckless actions by directly plundering the Supreme Lord's domain. This young man was indeed formidable, a mere mortal repeatedly daring to affront the dignity of a sage, yet the Supreme Lord could do nothing to him. He was not to be underestimated. Jiejing chanted a Buddhist invocation, his eyes shimmering with a hint of admiration. He was utterly astounded by Xuan's audacity. Brother, Xuan's incursion into the Supreme Lord's domain will surely diminish the fortunes of the Xianmen, which bodes well for our Western teachings to take root in the East. Xuanti remarked, a knowing smile gracing his features. Jiejing joined his palms in reverence, smiling silently, enveloped in a radiant aura, illuminated by the glimmer of dawn. Xuan is indeed a remarkable talent. Should he be brought into our Western realm, he would undoubtedly bring great glory to our Buddhist sect, remarked the guiding Taoist with a smile. Xuan had plundered the abode of the Supreme Lord Laozi, possessing an unknown multitude of treasures. While the Western teachings languished in poverty, with scarcely any spiritual artifacts to present, save for a singular 12th grade merit golden lotus. If he were to join the West, they would then be able to share in these treasures. On Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Lord had just bid farewell to the Supreme Lord Laozi and returned to his seclusion chamber, seated upon the resplendent 8-treasure cloud seat, preparing to comprehend the heavenly principles. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar from the Supreme Lord Laozi reverberated through the vast expanse of the Primordial World. The Primordial Lord was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he, the senior brother, regained his composure? Why was he so furious again? Hastily, the Primordial Lord calculated with his fingers, and an overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within him, his countenance darkening with anger. Yi Xian, how dare you plunder the sanctum of my senior brother? A mere ant. How audacious! The Primordial Lord's fury was uncontainable, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the entirety of Kunlun Mountain. Layers of oppressive dark clouds gathered at the mountain's peak, plunging the earth into darkness, as if heralding the apocalypse. Countless beings on Kunlun trembled, their faces turning pale with fear. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi felt the wrath of the Primordial Lord and exchanged bewildered glances. Why has our master lost his temper? They pondered in confusion. Subsequently, they calculated and divined the heavenly secrets. After their calculations, shock painted their faces. What? The sanctum of our master has been looted by that human ancestor, Yi Xian. Guang Qingzi exclaimed, his expression one of sheer disbelief, overwhelmed by profound astonishment. He had never imagined that this human, Yi Xian, would dare to assault the sanctum of a sage. Qi Jingzi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with surprise. This human ancestor Yi Xian is courting death, daring to lay hands on our master's sacred grounds, he exclaimed, his voice laced with righteous indignation, both outraged for his master and astounded by Yi Xian's audacity. To plunder the sanctum of a sage. Such an act is utterly shocking. Never before in history has such a thing been heard of. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of the Empress Nuwa, within a palace resplendent with gold and jade, suffused with ethereal energy, a magnificently attired woman sat upon the 8-treasure cloud bed, quietly contemplating the heavenly way. Suddenly, a world-shattering roar echoed throughout the realm, and she abruptly opened her bright eyes. The sanctum of my senior brother Nuwa immediately calculated with her fingers, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. What? The sanctum of my senior brother has been completely plundered by the human Yi Xian. Nuwa was shaken to her core, her face a canvas of surprise. Her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that such a shocking event would occur. The holy sanctuary had been ruthlessly plundered. Truly, it was a tale most horrifying. Upon understanding the sequence of events, a surge of indignation welled up within Nuwa. This Yi Xian was indeed audacious, daring to defy authority and repeatedly challenge the dignity of the saints. Nuwa let out a cold huff, her expression revealing a hint of icy severity. Previously, when Yi Xian had belittled her in front of millions of humanity, it had already sown the seeds of resentment in her heart. At that time, out of consideration for the myriad beings of the primordial world, she had restrained herself from retaliating against Yi Xian to preserve the face of the saints. However, upon learning that Taishang Laojun had been so brazenly mocked by Yi Xian, her displeasure intensified. Yi Xian, you are indeed remarkable, daring to commit such audacious acts, Nuwa murmured, her eyes glimmering with a trace of wrath. And at this moment, atop the summit of Shoyang Mountain. Chapter 15. The Saints plunder on the summit of the mountain. Taishang Laojun and Master Xuan beheld the ravaged Shoyang Mountain and the dilapidated 8 Scenery Palace, their faces contorted with rage as fury surged from the depths of their souls. Their complexions flushed crimson, veins protruding from their necks. Their wrath was utterly uncontainable. Master Xuan, filled with indignation, lamented, Master, what shall we do now? Our sacred ground has been destroyed. That accursed Yi Xian must not be spared. At this moment, Master Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if an inferno of anger ignited within him. All his treasured artifacts and the golden elixirs he had painstakingly crafted were lost. He longed to devour Yi Xian alive. Taishang Laojun, equally enraged, emanated an aura of wrath so fierce that it darkened the skies above Shoyang Mountain, shrouding the expanse in layers of ominous clouds. While colossal bolts of lightning flickered within, brimming with untold destructive energy, Taishang Laojun was consumed by fury, yearning to seize Yi Xian and rend him asunder, erasing him from existence to alleviate his pent-up resentment. However, he could not locate Yi Xian, which vexed him the most. In the midst of this tempestuous anger, A thought ignited in Taishang Laojuan's mind. He raised his gaze to the heavens, and, with a voice resonant and august as that of a sage, proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao, I, in the name of the Taching Sage, hereby issue a decree for the pursuit of Yixian. Whoever can slay Yixian shall be rewarded with 10 9-transformation golden elixirs and 3 innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, they may join my sect and partake in the eternal fortune of the saints." Boom! Upon uttering these words, the heavenly Tao responded to the vow, and in an instant, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning tore through the sky, as countless dark clouds roiled and surged for millions of miles. The lightning, resembling a colossal, elongated dragon, cleaved through the primordial land, startling innumerable beings. In that moment, the myriad creatures of the primordial realm trembled in astonishment. They had never anticipated that. In his fury, Taishang Laojun would issue a saintly decree for the pursuit of Yixian. This was a call to hunt him down throughout the entirety of the primordial world. The inhabitants of this realm found it hard to believe. For since the advent of the saints, none had dared to challenge their authority. It was unprecedented for a saint to personally issue a decree of this nature. The very thought was staggering, almost surreal. Who would have thought that Taishang Laojun would place a bounty on Yixian? 10 golden elixirs, 3 innate spiritual treasures, and the promise of eternal participation in the fortune of the saints. Such rewards were indeed lavish. Countless beings whispered among themselves, their hearts stirred by the generous offerings presented by Taishang Laojun. Yet, they were not naive. They understood that Yixian was not to be trifled with. Yixian, in the presence of countless beings from the primordial realm, boldly stripped the position of the human sect's leader from the supreme saint. Subsequently, seizing the moment when the saints departed from the altar, he led the human race in a brazen raid on Shoyang Mountain, thoroughly depleting it of its spiritual treasures and roots, transforming a once sacred abode of celestial beings into a desolate wasteland. Such audacious acts are not for the faint-hearted. All beings of the primordial realm understood that this elder of the human race, Yixian, is indeed a formidable figure. Pursuing him would prove to be a challenging endeavor. The decree for his pursuit issued by the Supreme Laojun sparked fervent discussions among the powerful entities in the primordial realm. In a verdant estate encircled by trees and suffused with celestial energy in the eastern Victory Divine Continent, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun sat upon the ground, both displaying expressions of astonishment. "Brother Dao, I never imagined that the Taiji saint would issue a pursuit order against a human elder," exclaimed Hongyun, his voice tinged with astonishment. Xinyuanzi stroked his graying beard thoughtfully, saying, "This Yixian is no ordinary person. He has emptied the Taiji saint's altar, an audacious feat that has never been attempted in the primordial realm." Hongyun nodded in agreement, stating, "Even the most reckless of the Witch clan would not dare to offend a saint's altar, yet Yixian exhibits extraordinary courage, brazenly pillaging it." Xinyuanzi remarked softly, "Now that the Taiji saint is enraged and has issued a pursuit order, it seems Yixian may never dare to show his face in the primordial realm again." After a moment of contemplation, Hongyun replied, "Brother Dao, I believe otherwise. This Yixian may yet have more astonishing actions in store." As a well-liked figure among the primordial beings, Hongyun had extensive connections, particularly with many cultivators of the human race. He was acutely aware of the dire circumstances faced by the humans, especially the brutal slaughter inflicted by the demon race. He suspected that Yixian might take action against the demons. Anticipation brewed within Hongyun. He had long held disdain for the demon race, whose arrogant and overbearing behavior warranted a stern lesson from a figure like Yixian. In the 33 heavens, within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai sat regally upon their throne, which radiated with an ethereal golden light, their eyes shimmering with profound intensity. This human elder Yixian possesses considerable skill, managing to outmaneuver the supreme saint to the extent of provoking a pursuit order, Emperor Jun scoffed, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. Dong Huang Tai suggested, "Brother, the reward offered by the Taiji saint is quite substantial. Should we not dispatch some troops to hunt down this Yixian?" "Indeed." Emperor Jun nodded slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Yixian's potential is extraordinarily formidable. He must not be allowed to grow. Should he mature, he could pose a threat to our dominion over the demon race. Furthermore, as a human elder, we must eliminate him to ensure our plans to slay the humans and forge the slaughtering which sword remained unimpeded." Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Dong Huang Tai nodded slightly and immediately dispatched 3 great saints of the demon clan, leading tens of thousands of demon soldiers to scour the vast wilderness in search of Yixian. At Jinao Island, Bayou Palace, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu displayed a hint of derision upon receiving the edict of pursuit issued by the Supreme Lord. How shameless it was for a dignified Taiji sage to issue a manhunt against an ancestor of the human race. With a cold snort, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's voice dripped with disdain. Beside him, Taoist Duo Bao remarked, "Master, it seems that Yi Xian has thoroughly provoked our grandmaster. He no longer cares for the dignity of a sage." Tong Tian Jiao Zhu smiled broadly and replied, "This Yi Xian has indeed accomplished something remarkable, plundering the old man's abode. Now that this old fellow must be furious, he naturally disregards the dignity of a sage." Taoist Duo Bao secretly admired Yi Xian, the human ancestor, for his audacity in committing such an astonishing act of raiding a sage's sanctuary. Previously, Yi Xian's public dismissal of the Supreme Lord from the position of the human teachings leader had already left Taoist Duo Bao in awe. Yet, before long, Yi Xian committed an even more earth-shattering deed, raiding the sage's ancestral home. Chapter 16. In search of Yi Xian's trail indeed. "This Yi Xian possesses remarkable audacity," murmured Duo Bao Taoist, a wave of astonishment surging within him. In the depths of Buzhou Mountain, within the ancestral hall of the witch tribe, the 12 ancestral witches convened. They had naturally heard the resounding call of the Supreme Lord echoing across the vast wilderness, seeking to hunt down Yi Xian. The witch tribe, known for their irreverence towards heaven and their disdain for saints, found themselves harboring a deep admiration for Yi Xian's bold actions. Di Jiang remarked, "This Yi Xian is truly a man of valor, daring to dethrone the saints and plunder their sanctuaries. I hold him in high regard." Di Jiang had long been displeased with the demon clan's slaughter of humanity, while the two aloof human saints had remained passive, failing to defend their kin. Witnessing Yi Xian bring humiliation to the Supreme Lord, Di Jiang felt an exhilarating rush, akin to savoring the purest celestial nectar, filling him with unrestrained joy. Zhurong chuckled heartily and said, "Elder brother, I too greatly admire the courage of the human Yi Xian. His style of conduct resonates with our own, marking him as a true divine being." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with appreciation for Yi Xian. The witch tribe prided themselves on being the protagonists of the earth, known for their domineering and audacious ways, yet they dared not show disrespect towards the saints. However, Yi Xian was remarkably audacious, showing no fear towards the exalted saints. In a brief span, he had accomplished 2 earth-shattering feats, stripping the facade from the esteemed Taiching saint. The 12 ancestral witches felt a genuine admiration for him, acknowledging that Yi Xian was indeed a formidable figure in the wilderness, far surpassing their own capabilities. Di Jiang whispered to himself, his heart overflowing with emotion. Meanwhile, after departing from Shouyang Mountain, Yi Xian sought a secluded cave in the wilderness, where he set up a forbidden array. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, entering the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, the multitude of human beings beheld Yi Xian's return, their faces illuminated with joy. "Ancestor, we welcome your return." The throng of humans bowed respectfully, their eyes glimmering with reverence. Curiosity and anticipation danced in their hearts. They were eager to know whether Yi Xian had successfully led 100 earthly immortals to raid the Supreme Lord's domain. Just as the people were filled with anticipation, they saw Yi Xian wave his sleeve, and in an instant, a vast torrent of primordial spiritual energy surged forth. Akin to a tidal wave, the sound of rushing water echoed as this primordial essence, dense to the extreme, poured into the air like tangible droplets. In the blink of an eye, this small world was saturated with the rich, primordial spiritual energy, countless wisps of mist-like essence floating in the atmosphere, exuding a fragrant aroma that was utterly intoxicating. Heavens! So much primordial spiritual energy. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. They had never before witnessed such a vast and concentrated influx of primordial spiritual energy. Immersed in the rich aura surrounding them, they could feel their cultivation levels surging dramatically, their internal powers becoming increasingly robust. Even the long stagnant boundaries of their realms began to loosen gradually. Could this be the enlightenment aura from Shouyang Mountain? The ancestral master had indeed brought back the essence of Shouyang Mountain. How impressive he is! The millions of human beings murmured among themselves, their voices imbued with awe. It was no wonder that this aura possessed such formidable effects. It was, after all, the innate spiritual energy that had circulated within the sage's sanctuary for countless years. This energy absorbed the residual essence of the sage's teachings and was known as the enlightenment aura, which greatly facilitated the enhancement of mortal cultivation levels. Yet the astonishment of the million-strong human populace had not yet subsided. Suddenly, Yi Xian waved his sleeve once more. In the blink of an eye, countless innate spiritual roots, acquired spiritual roots, and various postnatal treasures materialized in the air, radiating resplendent golden light. The innate spiritual roots exuded an incredibly rich and fragrant aroma, with myriad spiritual ripples undulating like water, creating an exceedingly magnificent spectacle. The entire assembly of humanity stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens! So many spiritual roots and treasures. This was far beyond their expectations. Many had lived their entire lives without ever encountering such precious artifacts, and now, witnessing the sky adorned with these treasures, they were utterly dumbfounded. With expressions of astonishment, they gazed at the countless spiritual artifacts and roots above. Their hearts stirred by an overwhelming sense of shock, their mouths agape, nearly rendered speechless. All of these were collected from Xuan Mountain. Each of you may claim a share. Enhance your strength and bolster our human legacy. Yi Xian spoke calmly, as if uttering the most commonplace of statements. However, upon hearing these words, the million-strong populace was once again struck with a wave of shock that sent chills down their spines. Each one bore a look of utter disbelief. Such a plethora of treasures had all been gathered from Xuan Mountain. This meant that the ancestral master had indeed cleared it out entirely. The sage's sanctuary had been completely emptied by him. How formidable he is! Their ancestral master was truly the most formidable of individuals, accomplishing what no one had dared to imagine. Meanwhile, as Yi Xian was engrossed in cultivation atop Xuan Mountain, the Supreme Old Lord took considerable time to reconstruct the Eight Scenes Palace using unparalleled magical powers. Additionally, many flowers, trees, and spiritual roots were replanted on Xuan Mountain. The Supreme Old Lord also summoned some celestial spiritual energy, allowing a veil of spiritual mist to envelop Xuan Mountain, somewhat restoring its former ethereal beauty. However, compared to the past paradisiacal realms, this scene fell significantly short. Seated on the wind and fire mat within the Eight Scenes Palace, the Supreme Old Lord found himself in a foul mood. His countenance was exceedingly dark, as if it could drip with water. It had been 10 days since he issued the bounty for the pursuit. However, during these 10 days, aside from the actions of the demon race, the other beings of the primordial world merely observed the spectacle, showing no inclination to pursue Yi Xian. This deeply vexed him. As the supreme sage of the primordial realm, his commands had elicited no response from the countless beings inhabiting this domain. These insignificant creatures must surely be secretly reveling in his misfortune. His fury knew no bounds. Taishang Laojun felt as though he had lost all face. His eyes blazed with wrath, causing the immense Xuan Mountain to tremble slightly as countless clouds dissipated, transforming into a wisp of ash that scattered across the heavens and earth. At this moment, Master Xuandu entered from outside. He respectfully bowed to Taishang Laojun, his face reflecting a sense of inquiry as he asked, "Master, have you found any trace of Yi Xian?" Taishang Laojun shook his head slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "The heavenly secrets remain unclear, rendering it impossible to ascertain his whereabouts. However, I can sense that this individual must be concealed within the primordial realm." Taishang Laojun had left a mark of his primordial spirit within his artifact, allowing him to vaguely perceive its whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Master Xuandu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hatred, his face etched with a murderous intent. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of Xuandu Master. May I lead a group into the primordial wilderness to seek out this Yi Xian? If I can find him, I shall eradicate him completely. Xuandu the Grand Sorcerer spoke with a voice laced with a chilling malice. His heart was consumed with resentment towards Yi Xian, who had taken everything from him, igniting his fury. He longed to extinguish Yi Xian's existence at once and reclaim all that he had lost. After a moment's contemplation, the Supreme Old Lord nodded and replied, "Very well." The words filled Xuandu with elation, and he bowed deeply, declaring, "Master, I shall personally capture Yi Xian and obliterate him utterly." The Supreme Old Lord cautioned, "My disciple, do not underestimate him. Yi Xian possesses formidable abilities and has attained the level of quasi-saint. You are not his match." Hearing this, Xuandu felt a surge of anxiety and implored, "Master, however, you need not fret, for I shall bestow upon you a treasured artifact that will enable you to vanquish him with ease." With that, the Supreme Old Lord waved his sleeve, and a lamp emanating a divine five-colored radiance flew forth. The hues of azure and yellow, along with dark and crimson lights, flickered within, creating ripples in the boundless void and causing spatial barriers to fracture. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang 2 Instruments Lamp. It can unleash the fires of Yin and Yang, safeguarding you. It is an exceptionally powerful defensive treasure. Take it with you, and Yi Xian shall be unable to harm you, the Supreme Old Lord instructed. Xuandu accepted the innate treasure his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Thank you, Master," he expressed joyfully with a respectful bow. The Supreme Old Lord nodded slightly and waved his sleeve once more. In an instant, a coffin exuding a dense black aura emerged. It was a fearsome coffin, its surface etched with profound runes, radiating an eerie divine light that darkened the void, releasing an overwhelming malevolence that was truly terrifying. "This is the heavenly Tao's malevolent treasure, the burial coffin of the heavens, forged from the essence and blood of the great Tao's celestial demons. When summoned, it can seal all things within the universe, subjecting them to relentless torment until death. If you encounter Xuan, use this treasure against him," the Supreme Old Lord instructed. Xuan gazed intently at the ominous coffin, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. "Rest assured, Master, if I come across Xuan, he shall suffer profound humiliation and death," Xuan declared, his face a portrait of murderous intent, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. "Go forth." With a wave of his hand, the Supreme Old Lord entrusted the two treasures to Xuan. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Old Lord, Xuan exited the 8 Scenery Palace. Outside, 10 great Luo golden immortals awaited him, each hailing from diverse primordial clans. In the wilderness, many races aspired to align themselves with the saint, and the conditions laid out by the Supreme Old Lord were enticing enough for them to willingly follow Xuan in his pursuit of Xuan. "Let us proceed." Xuan cast a dismissive glance at the 10 great Luo golden immortals, a haughty expression gracing his face. He is the sole true disciple of the esteemed Taqing saint. Naturally harboring a sense of pride, Xuan regarded these great Luo golden immortals with utter disdain. Had it not been for the necessity of leveraging their power to locate Xuan, he would not have spared them a glance. Subsequently, the group transformed into a beam of golden light, departing from Shouyang Mountain to scour the vast expanse of the primordial land. Fortune smiled upon Xuan and his companions. For within a few days of searching, they received news of a magnificent celestial phenomenon occurring in a remote area of the western Nyohajo, where a colossal purple-golden dragon soared through the skies, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon hearing this report from one of his subordinates, Xuan's eyes immediately ignited with a frigid glimmer. The purple aura emanating from the east signified the manifestation of the 9-turn golden elixir crafted by his master. Xuan made a swift judgment, his face betraying a chilling intent, as the fires of yin and yang enveloped him, transforming the surrounding void into ash. "Let us go and eliminate Xuan." With a grand gesture, Xuan led over a dozen great Luo golden immortals, coalescing into a sharp beam of golden light, heading directly toward the western Nyohajo. At that moment, within his cave abode, Xuan slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden radiance, embodying the essence of boundless Taoist principles. Boom! He emanated an awe-inspiring aura, with endless waves of law rippling outward like surging tides, causing the void for thousands of miles around to ripple and the earth to quiver slightly. Above, the clouds churned violently, resembling boiling water, ceaselessly rolling. This was still Xuan suppressing his aura. Had he not, the resulting scene would have been far more terrifying. At this point, he had completely absorbed the spiritual essence of 4 9-turn golden elixirs, his power as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Even a mere trickle of his power would flow like an unending river, relentless and abundant. Exhaling gently, Xuan reigned in his overwhelming presence. He keenly sensed that his magical power, consciousness, and physical form had all undergone significant enhancement, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the early stages of quasi-sainthood. With a solid foundation laid. "Not bad," Xuan remarked with a satisfied nod, a smile gracing his face. He then resolved to emerge from his seclusion and test his strength. Just then, a fierce whistling sound echoed from the distant horizon, as over a dozen golden streaks of light hurtled toward him like meteors, moving at an astonishing speed, even breaking through the barriers of space, igniting sparks of fire from the friction with the void. A palpable hostility bore down on Xuan. The approaching individuals harbored ill intentions. Xuan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Just in time, I can finally test my magical prowess. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his consciousness. Ding. Host's intentions detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Exterminate Master Xuan, striking fear into the pursuing team. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the fan of burning heaven. Option 2. Turn and flee, evading Master Xuan's pursuit. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the heaven-receiving bag. Upon perceiving the options presented by the system, Xuan's eyes glimmered with interest. His gaze fixated on the first choice. The burning heaven feather fan. What a remarkable treasure, he murmured to himself. The fan was crafted from the feathers of innate beings such as the peacock, white crane, divine eagle, swan, and black pheasant. With a mere flick, it could unleash a formidable primal flame known as the burning heaven purple fire, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, annihilating all existence. A truly formidable artifact. Choice 1. Xuan declared without hesitation. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the burning heaven feather fan. Chapter 18. The Shameless One. As the voice of the system resonated, Xuan felt a resplendent feather fan, radiating waves of intense heat, materializing within the mud pill palace. With a mere thought, he summoned the burning sky feather fan from the palace. Grasping the fan in his hand, he sensed the pulsations of the laws of fire and wind, infused with the burning sky purple fire, one of the 10 primal fires, exuding an unparalleled warmth. Xuan swiftly commenced the process of refining the burning sky feather fan, and after a brief moment, a trace of his divine imprint was etched upon it, signifying the completion of his refinement. At that moment, a radiant golden light descended, dazzling in its brilliance. As the luminosity dissipated, the Grand Master Xuan and over a dozen great Luo golden immortals appeared before Xuan. Upon seeing Xuan, a surge of intense fury welled up within Grand Master Xuan, causing his face to flush crimson, marred by a grotesque expression. Xuan, it is indeed you. At long last, I have located you, you despicable turtle. Grand Master Xuan sneered, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Xuan summoned his power, utilizing the Chaos Pearl to obscure the heavenly secrets of this realm. He then turned his gaze toward Xuan, speaking in a calm tone. Xuan, so it is you. What brings you here? With a countenance steeped in murderous intent, Xuan bellowed. Xuan, you show no respect for the sage. You disregard the heavens. You have committed insubordination, insulted the leader of humanity, undermined the sage's position, and even dared to plunder the sanctum of the sage. We have come today to eradicate you. A disgrace to the primal chaos, as a warning to others. Upon finishing his declaration, Xuan bore an expression of righteous indignation. He puffed out his chest and delivered his speech in a grandiose manner, dramatically sweeping his sleeve as if embodying the essence of virtuous indignation. Xuan, observing Xuan's theatrical display, could not contain his amusement. Xuan, you truly are shameless. I have never encountered anyone as devoid of shame as you. What did you say? You dare accuse me of being shameless? Xuan's face turned a deep shade of cyan, his eyes igniting with fury. Indeed, you are the epitome of shamelessness. Xuan retorted, flicking his sleeve as he continued. As a member of the human race, you have witnessed your kin slaughtered and tormented by the demon race, yet you remain indifferent. The lands of humanity are awash with blood, strewn with corpses, nearly facing annihilation. What have you contributed as a human? Nothing. You not only failed to rescue your people, but also uttered not a word in their defense. Worse still, you have colluded with the oppressors, aiding the Supreme Elder in pursuing me, an elder of humanity. Xuan's voice rang with resolute strength. Each word resonated with infinite power, striking Xuan's spirit like the tolling of a great bell. Upon hearing Xuan's indictment, Xuan's face flushed with indignation, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Xuan's words were indisputable. He had indeed heard of the demon race's massacre of humanity within the 8 Scenic Palace. However, he did not voice any objections nor take any action. After all, he was the sole direct disciple of the Supreme Lord, and his status was exceedingly lofty, placing him in a realm far removed from that of ordinary mortals. The lives of those insignificant beings bore no relevance to him. Hence, Xuan chose to disregard the matter. At that moment, Xuan's pointed inquiries ignited a surge of ire within him. Humph. I am a disciple of the sage, having long since transcended the confines of humanity. Why should I concern myself with their fate? Xuan's indignation manifested in a cold snort, his voice laced with a chilling detachment. Xuan slightly shook his head and remarked, Xuan, you are one of the most shameless individuals I have ever encountered. A look of disdain crossed Xuan's face, his eyes brimming with contempt directed at Xuan. The more than 10 great Luo golden immortals who accompanied the Grand Master Xuan began to regard him with a degree of disdain as well. This fellow, a disciple of the sage, had even betrayed his own kind. How utterly disgraceful. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Xuan's impatience surged. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he fixed a cold glare upon Xuan, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Xuan, words are futile. Today, I shall obliterate your shamelessness that disrespects the sage, annihilating both your form and spirit, leaving not a trace behind. Xuandu declared coldly. With that, he waved his hand decisively, his gaze sweeping over the more than 10 great Luo golden immortals. What are you still dawdling for? Seize him. Annihilate Yixian. The 10 great Luo golden immortals exchanged glances, driven by the promise of rewards from the Supreme Lord. Should they succeed in vanquishing Yixian, they would reap substantial benefits. Greed sparkled in their eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they all launched their attacks, summoning their treasures to bombard Yixian with ferocious force. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen artifacts tore through the void, radiating a blinding brilliance as they hurtled toward Yixian. The 10 great Luo golden immortals charged forward, channeling their powers with the intent to erase Yixian from existence. Seeing the formidable assault from the 10 great Luo golden immortals, a sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Yixian's mouth. Were they coming to embrace death? With a subtle flick of his sleeve, a violent gust of wind erupted forth, imbued with the terrifying essence of the wind laws. Waves of energy intertwined, forming lethal blades that coalesced into a vast net of wind, surging toward the oncoming artifacts. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as the incoming treasures were utterly shredded by the formidable wind net, dissolving into mere powder, leaving no trace behind. What? This? The Grandmaster Xuandu and the 10 great Luo golden immortals stood frozen in astonishment at this spectacle. A profound shock surged from the depths of their beings, exploding within their minds, rendering them momentarily numb. This Yixian was astonishingly formidable. With merely a flick of his sleeve, a tempestuous wind emerged, obliterating their treasured artifacts. At that moment, a terrifyingly sharp net, its residual power undiminished, surged forward with astonishing force after shattering those artifacts. The 10 celestial beings, distinguished as the Luo Jin Xian, were filled with expressions of dread. This is bad. We must flee. They turned to escape. However, in the next instant, the formidable wind blade net, imbued with terrifying energy, enveloped their entire beings. The law of wind was set in motion, and their physical forms were reduced to mere dust, while even their primordial spirits were utterly annihilated, dissipating into a haunting white light, vanishing entirely in the vastness of the primordial realm. The 10 Luo Jin Xian were obliterated, both body and spirit. Chapter 19. The coffin of the heavenly burial. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the remnants of the powdered remains, leaving the scene desolate, devoid of any trace. Only the great Master Xuandu remained standing across from him, his face etched with shock, his eyes vacantly fixed upon the barren ground before him. A wave of terror surged within him, causing his legs to tremble ever so slightly. At this moment, the great Master Xuandu realized that this Yixian was formidable indeed. With a mere wave of his hand, he had obliterated 10 Luo golden immortals. Such power far exceeded Xuandu's imagination. Xuandu cast a glance at Yixian, instinctively taking a step back, fingers weaving a spell as he intended to employ the Ta Ching immortal technique to discreetly notify the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. However, this subtle move had not gone unnoticed by Yixian. Yixian regarded Xuandu with a hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. Moments later, Xuandu found himself in utter bewilderment. He discovered, to his dismay, that he was unable to contact the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. No matter how he channeled his mystical energy, it felt as if he were separated by an impenetrable barrier, rendering all his efforts futile. Xuandu, do not waste your energy, Yixian sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain. Calling for help when you cannot prevail, do you not find that embarrassing? Xuandu's face reddened with fury at Yixian's contemptuous demeanor. His teeth clenched tightly, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Yixian, exclaiming, Yixian, do not think that your prowess makes you exceptional. My master has bestowed upon me 2 treasures. Even without summoning him, I can still annihilate you. Is that so? Yixian replied with a mocking smile, beckoning Xuandu with a casual gesture, his expression oozing disdain. Feel free to unleash your full might. Grinding his teeth in anger, Xuandu glared at Yixian and declared, very well, you have forced my hand. With that, Xuandu suddenly summoned his power, a radiant aura enveloping his form. From his mudball palace, a coffin emerged, exuding a menacing aura of death. The moment the coffin appeared, the heavens darkened, and a thunderclap resounded across the sky. Dark clouds swiftly gathered over a vast expanse, forming a colossal vortex that swirled ominously, emanating an overwhelming sense of slaughter. A truly terrifying sight. What is this? Yixian's eyes narrowed as he beheld the coffin, a glint of recognition illuminating his gaze. He identified it as the coffin of heavenly burial, a treasure of dire malevolence capable of rivaling the finest innate supreme treasures. Its power immensely formidable. Boom. Upon invoking the coffin of heavenly burial, Xuandu's mystical energy surged forth, and from his mudball palace emerged a lamp radiating brilliant light. This lamp floated above Xuandu's head, as flames of black and white ignited in the celestial realm, forming two enormous yin-yang taiji diagrams that enveloped Xuandu entirely, safeguarding him from harm. Yi Xian, today shall be your end. With the invocation of these two treasures, Xuandu's confidence soared. He let out a cold smile. His icy gaze fixated on Yi Xian, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. Yi Xian raised his eyes to the yin-yang lamp, a flicker of brilliance igniting within them. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang lamp. Xiandu, your artifact possesses commendable quality. Yi Xian nodded slowly, speaking with measured calm. Yet not a trace of fear graced his visage. Instead, he appeared utterly intrigued. Witnessing this, Xiandu felt a surge of anger swell within him. He perceived it as a profound humiliation. Yi Xian had entirely disregarded him. As the sole direct disciple of the supreme sage, his pride had always soared high. When had he ever endured such indignity? In a fit of rage, he declared, Yi Xian, I shall shatter your body into 1,000 pieces, obliterating both form and spirit. As the words left his lips, Xiandu unleashed a torrent of formidable power, causing the colossal coffin of the celestial burial to emanate an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Crashing towards Yi Xian like a tsunami, thunderous roars echoed as the coffin descended from the heavens, resembling an ancient divine mountain, exerting a mighty pressure that cracked the ground beneath and created fissures in the void. In the face of the heinous assault from the coffin, Yi Xian revealed a composed smile. He extended his hand, and in an instant, a blazing firelight flickered, revealing a fan radiating sharp, rainbow-like brilliance in his grasp. Yi Xian's gaze met the descending coffin, and with both hands gripping the fan of heavenly flames, he gently waved it. A torrent of intense fire erupted forth, its hue of vivid crimson, igniting the sky in a blood-red blaze, unleashing an astonishingly searing heat that engulfed the surroundings, the scene becoming utterly terrifying. As the violet flames met the swirling black malevolence, they incinerated it in an instant, transforming the dark essence into wisps of white smoke that dissipated into the ether. The violet inferno surged forward relentlessly, engulfing the heavens in a vast ocean of flames, wrapping the coffin in its fiery embrace. The flames ravaged the celestial coffin, producing cracking sounds as if wood were splintering. In the blink of an eye, the coffin blazed into a fiery red hue, its surface marred by deep fissures. While its intrinsic spiritual essence wafted away, the malevolent black energy within completely obliterated by the violet fire, leaving not a single trace. Feeling the coffin had been thoroughly subdued by the violet flames, Yi Xian, without hesitation, called out and extended his palm upward. The celestial coffin, unsteady and trembling, descended into his grasp. Upon contact, Yi Xian sensed a profound spiritual imprint lingering within the coffin, a mark left by the supreme Laojun himself. Yi Xian let out a chilling smile, promptly channeling his mystical powers to forcibly erase the internal imprint of the primordial spirit, thereby claiming the formidable celestial treasure, the burial heaven coffin, as his own. Across from him, Xiandu's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing the coffin fall into Yi Xian's grasp, filled with terror and astonishment. You, Yi Xian, how dare you seize my treasure? Xiandu's voice trembled slightly, laced with a palpable sense of dread. He involuntarily took a step back, his legs quaking, as an overwhelming wave of fear surged within him. The very artifact that represented his most formidable offensive power had been snatched away by Yi Xian. This was an utterly devastating blow for Xiandu. Chapter 20. Annihilation. Xiandu's countenance had turned utterly pale, resembling a sheet of white paper, devoid of any color in his lips. Yi Xian discreetly stowed the Zongtian coffin within his sleeve, then, with an expression of indifference, gazed at Xiandu and proclaimed, Xiandu, I believe today marks your demise. Xiandu trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably. With a feigned bravado, he retorted, Yi Xian, do not be so arrogant. I possess treasures that can protect me. No sooner had he spoken than he whirled around, escaping rapidly under the protection of the yin-yang lamp, transforming into a streak of golden light. Upon witnessing Xiandu's panicked flight, Yi Xian chuckled softly and remarked, Xiandu, do you truly believe you can elude my grasp? As he spoke, he conjured forth a Qian Kuan map from his sleeve, radiating with myriad golden rays. The moment this map emerged, it expanded dramatically, encompassing mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies within a vast expanse of tens of millions of miles. As Xiandu desperately fled, he suddenly beheld the ground rising before him, forming towering mountains that pierced the heavens. These countless peaks resembled a dense web, obstructing his path entirely. What is happening? A wave of horror surged within Xiandu, the Grand Mage. At that moment, he perceived the entire sky above him descending, resembling a colossal luminous curtain bearing down upon him. Infused with an overwhelming pressure that drained the color from his face and quickened his heartbeat, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Damn it! Xiandu let out a terrified roar, hastily retreating. He propelled himself backward for several thousand miles. Upon reaching a seemingly safe distance, his heart raced with trepidation. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, nearly paralyzed by fear. He had narrowly escaped being crushed into oblivion by the heavens, an experience far too terrifying. Just as Xiandu's mind was still in disarray, he glimpsed a figure clad in white, gracefully hovering above. Yi Xian, standing atop a cloud aglow with radiant hues, regarded Xiandu below with a mocking expression. Xiandu, how does it feel to be within my Qiankuan map? Yi Xian inquired with a smile, his tone laced with derision. At that moment, Xiandu realized he was trapped within Yi Xian's Qiankuan map, an innate treasure of spatial nature, containing a miniature world where the master of the artifact held absolute dominion. Recognizing this, despair etched itself upon Xiandu's face. Yi Xian, you go too far. He bellowed in rage, his body trembling with fury, nearly losing his footing. Yi Xian shook his head gently and stated, Xiandu, your betrayal of humanity is unforgivable. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to eradicate this disgrace to our kind, setting a precedent for others. With that declaration, Yi Xian descended gracefully from the void. Thud, thud, thud. As Yi Xian descended through the air, each step he took fractured the void, releasing an overwhelming aura that enveloped him like colossal mountains pressing down upon Xiandu after 10 strides. Yi Xian stood before Xiandu, his imposing presence having reached a zenith. Desperately, Xiandu summoned his magical powers, causing the yin-yang lantern above his head to emit waves of black and white radiance in an attempt to counter Yi Xian. Yet, under the relentless pressure of Yi Xian's formidable might, the black and white light gradually waned, dwindling to a flicker akin to a feeble candle, as if a mere breath could extinguish it. Break! Yi Xian uttered with a commanding tone, channeling a fierce energy of the wind into his voice. The sound wave struck Xiandu's lantern above, and in an instant, the yin-yang lantern extinguished, while the circular barrier of divine light surrounding him shattered like glass into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Xiandu's face turned ashen, devoid of color, his lips quivering in a pale hue. Without hesitation, Yi Xian raised his hand, brimming with the terrifying energy of the annihilation principle, and struck down towards Xiandu. No. Xiandu cried out in terror. Boom. As Yi Xian's palm descended, Xiandu's form completely dissipated into a wisp of ash, vanishing without a trace. The great mage Xiandu was utterly obliterated, both body and spirit extinguished. After vanquishing Xiandu, Yi Xian extended his right hand into the void, and at once, a lamp radiating black and white divine light appeared in his palm. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang lantern, now belonged to him. A faint smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he activated his magical powers to erase the primordial imprint left by Taishang Laojun, proceeding to refine it. Moments later, Yi Xian completed the refinement of the yin-yang lantern. This exquisite innate treasure was now wholly his. He sensed its formidable defensive prowess and smiled, acknowledging its worth as a supreme protective artifact capable of suppressing the fate of humanity. With this in mind, he cast the treasure into the sea of destiny. Boom. The yin-yang lantern unleashed myriad beams of black and white light, subduing the golden dragon that symbolized the fate of humanity. The fate dragon absorbed the essence of the treasure, elongating by an inch, its golden radiance becoming ever more resplendent, scales shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Pleased, Yi Xian nodded, then chose not to linger, for the commotion had attracted numerous primordial beings who gathered to witness the unfolding battle. Had it not been for Yi Xian's use of the Chaos Pearl and the Qiankuan map to obscure the heavenly secrets of this place, the news of his annihilation of Xiandu would have spread throughout the primordial realms. Transformed into a beam of golden light, Yi Xian vanished from the scene. As soon as Yi Xian vanished, the mysteries of this realm were laid bare before the myriad beings of the primordial world. Those drawn by the tumult of battle, eager to witness the spectacle, were met first with the harrowing scene of conflict. Mountains lay shattered, rivers ran dry, and the ground was riddled with countless terrifying chasms. Yet, what astonished these beings the most was the sight of more than a dozen Luo golden immortals, reduced entirely to ashes. However, this was not the most shocking revelation. The true source of their horror lay in the fact that the leading disciple of the saint, the Grand Master Xuan, had been obliterated, leaving not even a trace of his primordial spirit. In that moment, none present could sense the slightest trace of Xuan's essence. Instantly, the primordial beings were left in a state of profound shock, their very scalps tingling with disbelief. Chapter 21. Yi Xian, Terrifyingly Fearsome Heavens. The Grand Master Xuan has been slain, and in such a gruesome manner. He was the sole direct disciple of the Taking Saint. Who could possibly have the audacity to strike down the only cherished disciple of the saint? This individual possesses an extraordinary degree of boldness. The beings of the primordial world quickly connected this heinous act to one figure, the ancient ancestor of the human race, Yi Xian. The Grand Master Xuan had entered the primordial world with the intent to hunt down Yi Xian, and it was undoubtedly Yi Xian who had brought about Xuan's demise. Upon realizing this, the beings of the primordial world could not help but gasp in astonishment. They felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks, and a profound admiration surged within their hearts. This ancient ancestor of humanity is truly formidable, having slain the saint's only direct disciple. If the Taking Saint were to learn of this, would he not descend into madness? After all, Xuan was the most favored disciple of the Taking Saint. Yi Xian's act of killing Xuan effectively severed the lineage of the supreme Laojun, while the beings of the primordial world engaged in fervent speculation at Shiyang Mountain. Within the Eight Scenery Palace, the supreme Laojun was reciting the Huangting scripture, practicing the path of tranquility and non-action. After several days of reflection, his previously turbulent and enraged heart had finally reached a state of calm. The anger that had allowed demonic thoughts to invade his mind, causing his cultivation to regress, had left him deeply vexed. He practiced the principles of detachment and tranquility, which emphasized a serene and composed heart. After a considerable period, the Supreme Laojun had finally adjusted his mindset. His heart now rested in tranquility, and he felt himself entering a state of enlightenment. The Supreme Laojun prepared to comprehend the heavenly mysteries and recover the cultivation he had lost in recent days. Just as he entered a state of seclusion, he suddenly felt a searing pain piercing deep into his primordial spirit. What is happening? Alarmed, the Supreme Laojun abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered with astonishment. He understood that he had just received a warning from the heavenly mysteries. As the saint is the supreme being in the primordial world, any event detrimental to the saint would prompt the heavenly Tao to issue a direct alert. The Supreme Laojun sensed that something unfavorable was indeed unfolding. Before he could calculate the heavenly mysteries, he was struck anew by two waves of excruciating pain within his primordial spirit. This is bad. Someone is erasing the imprints of my primordial spirit left within my treasures. The Supreme Laojun immediately grasped the situation, and a fierce expression of rage crossed his face. Who dares to erase my primordial spirit imprint? Seeking death, the Supreme Laojun's visage contorted with fury. A powerful wrath surged from within, causing the veins in his neck to bulge. He swiftly calculated the situation, and as he pieced together the events, his anger boiled over, causing his beard to tremble violently. He deduced the unfolding events. Yi Xian had eradicated Xuan and stolen two of his treasures, completely obliterating the primordial spirit imprints upon them. Yi Xian, you are courting death. The venerable Taoist lord let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating with profound fury. His visage turned a deep crimson, and flames of wrath erupted from his eyes, piercing through the layers of void, creating a gaping chasm in the sky. An endless tide of chaotic energy surged in, staining the black clouds over a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. In his rage, the Taoist lord's heart wavered, leading to a backlash from his inner demons. These external fiends gnawed at his foundational essence like voracious pests, causing his cultivation to plummet once more. Consumed by rage, the Taoist lord longed to rend Yi Xian into a million pieces to assuage his seething hatred. Ignoring the repercussions of the inner turmoil, he was determined to obliterate Yi Xian. Forcefully suppressing his inner demons, the Taoist lord suddenly waved his whisk and vanished from the meditation chamber. In the next instant, he reappeared at the site of the battle between Yi Xian and Xian Du just as he was about to strike Yi Xian down in vengeance for Xian Du. His gaze swept across the area, only to find that Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished. Enraged, the Taoist lord's fury surged anew. Yi Xian, where are you? He soared into the heavens, standing atop the ninth sky, unleashing his formidable and terrifying saintly consciousness, which swept across the primordial lands like a tsunami. The entire firmament changed hue, and all beings within the vast expanse of the primordial realm felt the saint's seething wrath, trembling in fear, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. This fearsome saintly consciousness continued to sweep through the primordial lands, causing the boundless terrain to quiver, rippling with countless spatial fissures. Countless chaotic energies floated in the sky, obscuring the sun and transforming into a sea of crimson flames, reflecting the saints' boundless fury. The scene was utterly terrifying, paralyzing all beings within the primordial realm with fear, silencing them completely as they dared not utter a word, lest they provoke the wrathful saint. The powerful entities of the primordial realm were also stirred. What had transpired? Why was the saintly consciousness of the Supreme clear, so overwhelmingly sweeping across the primordial lands? A question surged within the minds of all the mighty beings. They immediately began to deduce the circumstances, and upon doing so, they were once again left in shock. What? That ancestral figure of the human race, Xuan, had actually annihilated the direct disciple of the Supreme Clear. This Xuan was indeed fearsome beyond measure. He had obliterated Xin Du's very soul, rendering him unable to even enter the cycle of reincarnation. Xuan's second son, terrifying indeed. The mighty beings of the primordial realm were profoundly shaken. They had never anticipated that Xuan's audacity would reach such heights, completely extinguishing the grand sorcerer Xin Du, annihilating him in body and spirit. It was only then that the numerous powerful beings comprehended the source of the Taoist Lord's unbridled fury. Xuan had eradicated his soul disciple. How could he not be enraged? With Xin Du's demise, his only line of inheritance was severed, severely crippling the fortunes of the human sect and gravely impacting the Taoist Lord's foundational essence. In that moment, the air was thick with tension. The Supreme Lord Laojun scoured the vast expanse of the primordial earth, yet remained unable to uncover the whereabouts of Xuan. His heart seethed with fury, his visage suffused with an infinite inferno of wrath, as sacred flames capable of incinerating all surged around him, transforming the heavens within a radius of millions of miles into a fiery crimson, the sky resembling a cauldron of boiling blood. Xuan, even if I must traverse heaven and earth, exhaust the realms of the azure sky and the yellow springs, I shall utterly obliterate you. The Supreme Lord Laojun uttered through clenched teeth, his voice laden with boundless ire. Subsequently, he proclaimed with indignation, I, the Supreme Clear Saint, hereby issue a decree for the pursuit of Xuan. Whoever brings about his demise shall be taken as my personal disciple, granted 29 turn golden pills, 15 innate spiritual treasures, 2 supreme innate spiritual roots of Huang, Zhongli Lin, and 1 innate spiritual root of the stellar fruit. Additionally, I shall impart the method to attain sainthood, bestowing upon them the fortune of my saintly essence for eternity. The Supreme Lord Laojun's proclamation resonated with a grandeur that echoed throughout the entire primordial realm, reverberating across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reaching every corner of the universe. Countless beings of the primordial world were left in stunned disbelief upon hearing the words of the Supreme Lord. The reward was indeed extraordinarily generous. Chapter 22. Bountiful rewards, the 9 revolutions golden elixir, the Huangzhong Li among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, and the stellar fruit, each a treasure that would enviously captivate even the saints. Moreover, the esteemed Taishang Laojun has taken on a personal disciple to impart the path to sainthood. Within the vastness of the primordial world, countless powerful beings, stalled at the quasi-saint level, were left in utter astonishment. They could scarcely believe that Taishang Laojun would offer such a generous reward merely to eliminate the human ancestor, Xuan. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented event. All the mighty ones marveled at the sheer strength of Xuan. With a mere fragile human form, he had managed to outwit the Taiji saint, evading him completely. It was nothing short of extraordinary. After each act of assassination, he would depart with nonchalance, inciting the Taiji saint's 3 corpses to seethe with rage, smoke emanating from his 7 orifices. Throughout history, Xuan stands as the first to achieve what countless powerful beings in the primordial world would never dare attempt. On Mount Buzhou, within the hall of the Witch clan, Emperor Jiang expressed his admiration, saying, "This Xuan is indeed a ruthless individual, having slain the personal disciple of a saint." Zhu Rong remarked, "Brother, Xuan has annihilated Xuan Du completely. His methods are undeniably fierce." Shebishir nodded in agreement, stating, "Most importantly, after eradicating Xuan Du, he left with such grace that even the saint could not lay a hand on him. This is what I admire most." A sense of admiration was palpable in Shebishir's tone, as he clearly regarded Xuan as an idol. With a carefree demeanor, he concealed his achievements and reputation, relishing in the thrill of vengeance. If one dares to defy, one must act. Xuan's bold approach earned the respect of the 12 ancestor witches. Furthermore, They recognized Xuan as a traitor to humanity, who had stood idly by while the demon race slaughtered his kin. Thus, his demise at the hands of Xuan was well-deserved. On Golden Ao Island, within the Bo Palace, the Tongtian cult master sat upon a green lotus cushion, his face adorned with a smile. Xuan acted decisively, eliminating Taishang Laojuan's personal disciple with remarkable efficiency. A glimmer of schadenfreude crossed his features. For now, Taishang Laojuan's lineage had been severed. This would surely be a bitter pill for him to swallow. Dao Bao Daoist commented, "Master, Xuan is indeed the boldest individual I have ever encountered. His actions command my deep respect." Dao Bao Daoist's tone was filled with admiration for Xuan. He understood that Xuan was no virtuous being. That arrogant fellow had always looked down upon their sect. The annihilation of that character brought him immense satisfaction, to the point where he felt compelled to exclaim, "Well done." The Tongtian cult master nodded slightly, saying, "Xuan indeed possesses remarkable courage." When Xuan pursued him, he unhesitatingly retaliated, obliterating Xuan's very essence. He embodies the spirit of retribution, and I hold a deep appreciation for such a person. With a hearty disposition, the Tongtian cult master fully endorsed Xuan's actions, his voice laced with praise. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa reclined upon the 8 treasures cloud-light bed, contemplating the mysteries of the Tao. In the next moment, she heard the furious voice of Taishang Laojuan. Nuwa's eyes snapped open, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Suddenly, Nuwa paused for a moment to contemplate, her face betraying an expression of disbelief. What? Xuan has actually eradicated the direct disciple of the Grandmaster. Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with horror. She was acutely aware of how much the Supreme Lord valued Xuan. As a congenital member of the human race, Xuan possessed exceptional potential and an extraordinary talent for alchemy, leading the Supreme Lord to regard him as a favored disciple. Yet, Xuan had annihilated Xuan, obliterating both his form and spirit. The Supreme Lord would be unable to resurrect Xuan even if he desired to. A glimmer of shock erupted in Nuwa's eyes as she forcefully struck the 8 treasures cloud-light bed. A wave of formidable, saintly energy surged forth, creating ripples of spiritual energy within the chaos, causing countless chaotic energies to writhe restlessly. Xuan, you are nothing but a mere ant of the human race. How could you commit such an egregious act? Nuwa murmured coldly, her heart resonating with indignation for the Supreme Lord. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial Supreme Being was expounding teachings to his disciples when he suddenly heard the furious roar of the Supreme Lord. His speech came to an abrupt halt as he calculated the unfolding events with his fingers. A look of anger immediately surfaced on his face. Xuan, it is you again. The primordial Supreme Being seethed with rage, unable to fathom that Xuan had slain the direct disciple of his own master brother, Xuan. In an instant, waves of fury radiated from him, echoing throughout the Jade Void Palace, causing the innate spiritual energy to boil and churn like water reaching a rolling boil. All the disciples present were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. What? Xuan has killed Master Brother Xuan. How could he possess such a malicious heart? This Xuan is truly terrifying, daring even to strike at a saint's disciple. The 12 golden immortals whispered among themselves, their voices filled with indignation. They had not anticipated that Xuan would be so ruthless, directly obliterating Xuan's form and spirit. The 12 golden immortals, who often interacted with Xuan, felt profound grief and anger, secretly harboring resentment towards Xuan. The primordial Supreme Being's face was awash with fury as he coldly declared, Xuan has repeatedly violated the dignity of the saints, and the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate him. His death is inevitable. The primordial Supreme Being's voice was frigid, sending a bone-chilling coldness radiating from the Jade Void Palace, enveloping the land for thousands of miles around, causing the nearby air to drop in temperature, and sending shivers through all living beings. In the blood sea of the underworld, within a crimson palace, sat a grotesque and fearsome ancestor. He bore 2 blood-red swords on his back, emanating a sinister and chilling aura. This individual was the ancestor of the underworld river. Upon hearing the Supreme Lord's decree of pursuit, a flicker of astonishment shone in the ancestor's eyes. Xuan, the ancestor of the underworld river, murmured, I never expected that the Saint of Taiji would offer such substantial conditions for you. You truly possess remarkable abilities. The Ancient One of the River of Hades has existed for countless eons, a peer of the esteemed Taishang Laojun and the primordial heavenly sovereign, having once gathered in the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings of the Tao. Yet, he now finds himself confronted with an unprecedented occurrence. A venerable sage, exalted and lofty, has issued a decree of pursuit against an elder of the human race. Such an event is beyond the realm of his experience. The reward is indeed substantial, stirring a deep yearning within him. A glint of avarice flickers across the Ancient One's countenance. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, tantalizingly close to achieving full sanctity. Who would not aspire to ascend to the lofty heights of a sage, wielding dominion over the vast wilderness? The Ancient One is consumed with the desire to venture forth immediately, to seize Xuan and claim the bounty. However, as he engages in a moment of contemplation and calculates the scene where Xuan effortlessly annihilates 10 great Luo golden immortals and subsequently toys with Xuan, ultimately slaying him with a mere wave of his hand, a chill runs down his spine. Goodness, this Xuan is indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 23. The Laws of Space. A hint of trepidation marked the tone of the Ancestor of the Underworld River, stirring a deep-seated dread within him. The Ancestor of the Underworld River held a profound fear of death, renowned for his life-preserving techniques. It was common knowledge among the powerful that he had transformed his primordial spirit into myriad blood clones, scattered throughout the vast sea of blood. As the saying goes, as long as the sea of blood remains, the Underworld River shall not perish. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against pursuing the reward. The formidable Xuan was not to be trifled with. Preserving his life took precedence. In the heavenly court of the demon race, Emperor Dethroning and Dongwang Tai were rehearsing the grand formation of the celestial bodies. Upon hearing the furious roar of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, astonishment flickered across their faces. After a brief analysis, the two swiftly grasped the unfolding events. Emperor Dethroning's expression turned incredulous as he remarked, "I never anticipated that Xuan would possess such audacity, annihilating the very essence and spirit of a disciple of the Ta Ching sage." Dongwang Tai also exhibited signs of surprise, stating, "Brother, this Xuan possesses the power to effortlessly slay Xiandu. His strength is truly formidable." A glimmer of wariness crossed Dongwang Tai's features. Emperor Dethroning nodded in agreement, asserting, "Xuan is not to be underestimated. He poses a significant threat to our demon race and must be eliminated swiftly to prevent future calamities." A chill permeated his voice, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from him. He understood that by vanquishing Xuan, he could earn the favor of the Ta Ching sage and gain the protection of his sage-like fortune, thereby substantially enhancing the power of the demon race. With a surge of intense killing intent, Emperor Dethroning rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Dongwang Tai inquired, "Brother, Xuan and the human race have concealed themselves completely. How can we eradicate him?" With a sinister smile, Emperor Dethroning replied, "There are still many scattered humans within the wilderness. We can launch a massacre against them to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. If we employ particularly bloody and brutal methods against these humans, we shall surely lure out that Xuan." Upon hearing Dethroning's words, Dongwang Tai's face twisted into a cruel grin as he chuckled. "Your plan is most astute. Brother, I shall send the demon master Kuanpeng and the demon god Baze to slaughter the humans and draw out that Xuan lad." Dethroning nodded in approval, stating, "Very well." Following this, Dongwang Tai departed from the heavenly palace to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, on another front, Xuan had left his previous location and sought a tranquil place in the southern Jianbu continent to enter seclusion and cultivate. After setting up a forbidden formation, Xuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, retrieving the coffin of heaven's burial, which emanated waves of dark malevolence. This was an exceptionally sharp treasure of the heavenly Tao, imbued with the laws of space. Xuan intended to thoroughly refine it and comprehend the laws of space contained within. A well-known adage in the wilderness states, "Time is sovereign and space is king." If he could grasp the laws of space, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, enabling him to contend even against the sages. The law of space ranks among the top 5 of the 3,000 laws, possessing immense power. With both hands resting upon the coffin of eternal rest, Xuan could sense waves of spatial fluctuations emanating from it. It is said that the coffin of eternal rest is a treasure belonging to the divine being of space among the 3,000 chaos demons. Xuan gently closed his eyes, quietly entering a state of comprehension. The primordial era is timeless, with moments slipping away like grains of sand. Uncertain of how much time had passed, one day, Xuan felt an awakening. He slowly opened his eyes to behold countless transparent sheets materializing before him. These sheets filled the expanse, densely packed like innumerable thin walls. Xuan found this phenomenon utterly fascinating, realizing that he had begun to grasp the law of space. These transparent sheets represented barriers of space. He cautiously extended his hand to touch one of the sheets, which rippled like a wave upon contact. With a mere thought, his form instantly pierced through the fabric of space, reappearing within a desolate mountain 100 miles away. This was the essence of the law of space. Throughout the primordial world, myriad spatial barriers exist. If I could fully comprehend the law of space, I could traverse countless barriers in an instant. Arriving at any destination I desired, Xuan mused to himself. Eager to test further distances, he focused his thoughts, breaking through millions of spatial barriers, and found himself above the northern sea in the far north of the primordial realm. Observing the swirling snowflakes above the northern sea, he marveled inwardly. He had not anticipated the law of space to be so formidable. Having only grasped the initial concept, he could traverse the entire primordial continent in a single thought, moving from the southernmost point to the northernmost, a distance exceeding countless miles. A typical great Luo golden immortal might spend centuries traversing such a distance. Yet Xuan accomplished it with merely a thought. This underscored the potency of the law of space. Were I to wield the law of space in battle, my enemies would be unable to detect my presence, while I could appear behind them in an instant, striking them down decisively. The thought of the law's application in combat ignited a spark in Xuan's eyes. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he returned to his cave abode in the southern Jianbu continent. He resumed his seclusion, determined to thoroughly comprehend the law of space. Xuan understood that mastering the law of space to its fullest extent would grant him a slim chance of survival, even when facing a sage. The renowned ancestor Yangmei, a powerful practitioner of the law of space, had once evaded the lethal sword array of the immortal execution despite sustaining severe injuries in his battle against the Taoist ancestor Hanjun and the demon Rahu, effortlessly returning to the chaos by virtue of the law of space. As time flowed by, more than 10 days passed. Xuan, possessing a primordial body surpassing the chaos demons, had an understanding of the laws far beyond that of ordinary beings. One day he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with countless spatial laws. Boom. In the next moment, layers of fluctuations rippled through the spatial barrier surrounding Xuan for hundreds of miles, producing a sound as crisp as a drumbeat. With a gentle wave of his hand, he beheld a colossal mountain range stretching 1,000 miles away, twisting like a strand of hemp, ultimately coiling into a slender thread. Subsequently, this immense mountain was utterly shattered by the fabric of space, disintegrating into a flurry of dust, vanishing into thin air. A glimmer of delight illuminated Xuan's face. Upon introspection, he realized that his comprehension of the laws of spatial Tao had reached a minor consummation. Now, with but a thought, he could traverse countless barriers of space and manipulate them to shatter his adversary's attacks, wielding formidable and enigmatic abilities. Alas, the intricacies of the laws of space are exceedingly profound. If I could fully grasp them, I might even rival a saint. Xuan murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a sense of confidence. Chapter 24. The scheme of deception. Should other formidable beings hear Xuan's words, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. In merely 10 days, he had comprehended the laws of space to a minor success. Yet, those who dedicated their lives to the study of spatial laws could spend eons without grasping even a fragment. This remarkable achievement stemmed from Xuan's extraordinary primordial body, which surpassed even that of the great Pangu, marking him as the most formidable entity in the primordial realm. With such an unparalleled physique, Xuan's understanding of the universal laws outstripped that of ordinary mortals by millions of times. What he could comprehend in a single day would require countless years for a typical cultivator. The disparity was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. After attaining some insight into the laws of space, Xuan decided it was time to emerge and breathe freely. At that moment, a message unexpectedly resonated from within the Chaos Pearl. It was a communication from the three ancestors of humanity, delivered via a talisman. What could the three ancestors want with me? Xuan pondered as he directly entered the Chaos Pearl. Ancestor, you have finally returned. The three ancestors of humanity greeted him eagerly, their faces marred with urgency and their eyes reflecting deep concern. What troubles you? Xuan inquired. Xuan sighed heavily and replied, Ancestor, dire news. Our kin scattered throughout the primordial realm are being slaughtered by the demon race to forge the slaughtering witch sword. A few days prior, Xuan had sensed a troubling fluctuation in bloodlines, leaving him restless. Xuan's brow furrowed sharply. His gaze turned towards the Sea of Fortune, where he beheld the golden dragon symbolizing humanity, its golden aura dissipating into the air. These demons seek their own demise. A chilling glint flashed in Yixian's eyes, radiating a fierce intent to kill. Just then, a mysterious mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host's intentions detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Remain within the Chaos Pearl to recuperate. Reward. Postnatal Supreme Treasure, the Escape Dragon Pillar. Option 2. Annihilate the demon race and destroy the Slaughtering Witch Sword. Reward. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus. Upon seeing the system's options, a spark ignited in Yixian's eyes. He swiftly dismissed Option 1 and turned his focus to Option 2. The 12-petal Pure World White Lotus was a seed of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Blue Lotus. It was an incredibly potent defensive artifact, capable of suppressing fortune, rivaling the 12-petal Golden Lotus of the Western Church. As a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus also possessed the miraculous ability to heal all wounds. Without hesitation, Yixian made his choice. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus. As the system's voice faded, a magnificent white lotus with 12 pristine petals blossomed within Yixian's mind palace. The lotus radiated a gentle and sacred light, rippling outward like warm water, instilling a sense of tranquility and comfort throughout his being. Yixian sensed a gradual enhancement of his magical power, nourished by the essence of the Pure World White Lotus. Unquestionably, she is the purest white lotus of the world. Her power is formidable. Yixian nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. He then turned towards the 3 ancestors of the human race and spoke. You shall remain here. I will venture out to rescue our kin. The figure known as Sui Ren bowed deeply to Yixian, expressing profound respect. Thank you, ancestor. Yixian gave a slight nod and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, soaring out of the Chaos Pearl. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, within a secluded forest, a human tribe was under merciless assault by the demon race. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails. In a mere moment, tens of thousands of humans had perished at the hands of these demons, with blood flowing like rivers, the scent of iron thick in the air, and severed fingers scattered about, rendering the scene akin to a hell of slaughter, gruesome and brutal. Kill them all, annihilate them completely, and use their essence to forge the Slaughter Witch Blade. Atop a mountain peak stood a grotesque demon saint, its visage resembling that of a serpent, with a blood-red tongue flickering out and ferocious glints radiating from its eyes. This demon saint was the infamous Ji Meng, whose prowess ranked among the top 10 in the demon heavenly court, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, if it revealed its true demonic form, its strength could rival that of quasi-saint powers, truly terrifying. Beside Ji Meng stood 2 renowned great demons. One was Ying Zhao, a towering figure with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, wielding a cudgel of mixed iron inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes that shimmered with an eerie glow. The other was Fei Lian, whose appearance was squalid, resembling a rat with 2 prominent whiskers, brandishing a jade fan adorned with glistening gems that caught the eye. Both of these great demons had also attained the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, emanating an aura that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Their powerful demonic essence soaring into the heavens, darkening the skies with ominous clouds. Under the command of the 3 demon saints, the demon soldiers rampaged through the human tribe with reckless abandon. Soon, the entire tribe was slaughtered. At that moment, Ji Meng suddenly took flight. In the blink of an eye, Ji Meng appeared amidst the ruins of the human tribe. Ah, this human child is mine. The flesh and blood of a human child are the most tender and delectable. Ji Meng's monstrous hands reached towards a hidden corner, a ripple of magical energy coursing through the air. In an instant, a 7- or 8-year-old girl, concealed within, was yanked out by Ji Meng. Upon seeing the hideous face of Ji Meng, the girl was gripped by terror, bursting into tears. Stop your cries, become my blood meal. Ji Meng sneered, licking its lips, saliva dripping down. Then, with a terrifying yawn, Ji Meng prepared to devour the young girl. At that moment, suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the heavens above. The earth trembled with a resounding boom, causing the ground to crack as if it were a shattered spider's web. A blinding white light appeared in the sky, with countless brilliant rays cascading down, as though the very firmament had been torn asunder, creating an exceedingly frightful spectacle. In a moment of shock, Ji Meng instinctively looked up, only to be confronted with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. The sky had split open, revealing a gaping maw, as if scissors had cleaved the heavens in two. From within emanated a blinding brilliance, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that surged forth. What on earth is happening? How could the sky be torn apart? Chapter 25. Release her. Grant you mercy. Ji Ming's face was etched with disbelief. He had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The very heavens appeared to be torn asunder by an enigmatic force. This surpassed all of Ji Ming's imaginings. He could not fathom who could rend the sky. Meanwhile, the demon sage Fei Lian and Ying Zhao were equally stupefied. They gazed upward at the vast chasm in the sky, feeling their hearts tremble violently. They had never encountered such formidable power. From the fissured heavens, they sensed an overwhelming pressure that nearly compelled the two demon sages to their knees. This was a rending of space. Space was fracturing. Alarm bells rang in Ji Ming's mind. He recalled his time with Dong Huang Tai, having once witnessed the chaos bell wielding the power of spatial laws, a display of immense strength. He had heard tales of mighty beings mastering unfathomable spatial laws, capable of tearing through the very fabric of space to appear wherever they desired. Some of these terrifying entities could even warp space itself, reducing their foes to mere fragments. Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, a wave of dread surged within Fei Lian and Ying Zhao. They had not anticipated the emergence of a master of spatial laws. The hair on their bodies stood on end, and a tingling sensation coursed through their scalps. This indicated that the master of spatial laws held them in disdain. The faces of Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Fei Lian turned pale, drained of all color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes fixated on the torn heavens. A profound fear reflected in their gazes. Just then, from the rift in space, a young man clad in white emerged. Yi Xian appeared above the human tribe, his eyes sweeping over the blood-soaked ground, a flicker of anger igniting within them. Boom! With a flick of his sleeve, an onslaught of terrifying winds surged forth, manifesting as countless razor-sharp blades, shimmering with the ripples of profound laws, enveloping tens of thousands of demon soldiers in an instant. Screams of agony erupted as these demon soldiers were torn asunder, their bodies disintegrating into fragments, raining down upon the ground. The remnants were then swept away by the waves of law, vanishing into fine dust, leaving no trace of their souls behind. Silence. A deathly hush fell over the scene. Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Fei Lian stared in shock at the complete annihilation of the tens of thousands of demon soldiers, a tempest of horror surging within them. A chilling dread surged from the soles of their feet, racing up their spines to explode in their minds, their scalps tingling, and the hairs on their necks standing on end. Golu, with a pallid expression, swallowed hard, feeling as if his heart might leap from his chest. The presence before him was utterly terrifying. With a mere wave of his hand, he could unleash the dreadful energy of the wind principle. It is important to note that such power belongs to the realm of the laws, a force only comprehended by sages. Yet, this formidable being wielded it with ease, leaving Jaimin profoundly shaken. Such extraordinary prowess was beyond even their esteemed demon emperor, Dejuan, and the exceptionally talented Dong Huang Tai. What truly instilled dread in Jaimin was the revelation that this powerful entity also commanded the laws of space. He had torn through the heavens to materialize in this very location, simultaneously mastering two grand principles. Jaimin's mind reeled in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Hiss! Jaimin, this man is Yi Xian. At that moment, Ying Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically as he suddenly uttered a name. What? He is Yi Xian. Upon hearing this name, Jaimin's face drained of color. His legs trembled, nearly collapsing beneath him. By heavens, he had truly encountered the infamous Yi Xian. Jaimin could scarcely fathom his misfortune in crossing paths with this harbinger of death in such a desolate place. Throughout the vast wilderness, who was unaware of Yi Xian's notorious reputation? Yi Xian had not only stripped the Taiji sage of his position as the leader of the human sect, but also plundered the sage's sanctum, even slaying the sage's only direct disciple. Each of his deeds could be described as nothing short of astonishingly audacious. Even they, who considered themselves bold and ruthless, would never dare to commit such acts. At this moment, Jaimin was engulfed by terror, a wave of overwhelming fear erupting within him, causing his hands to tremble violently. Nearly unsteady on his feet. What to do? We cannot contend with Yi Xian. Perhaps we should flee? Fei Lian ventured cautiously, his face awash with dread. If Yi Xian could effortlessly erase a sage's disciple, charging at him would be tantamount to suicide. Flee. Can we truly escape? Yi Xian commands the laws of space. No matter how swiftly we run, he will pursue and annihilate us. We might as well fight him to the death. Beads of sweat glistened on Jaimin's forehead, panic flooding his heart. Yet, he clenched his teeth, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Fei Lian and Ying Zhao found merit in his words. With the adversary wielding such potent spatial laws, escape was futile. they could only resort to a desperate battle. If they could vanquish Xuan, there might be a glimmer of hope. With this thought, the three demon saints' eyes gleamed with ferocity. Immediately, a massive, dark cloud of demon energy manifested beneath their feet, soaring into the heavens. A cold light flickered in Jaimin's eyes. Xuan, you have finally appeared. Jaimin's voice was coarse, deliberately feigning bravado. Xuan's gaze fell upon the young girl in Jaimin's grasp, his eyes glinting with an icy gleam. Release her, and I may grant you a swifter demise. Xuan spoke coldly, his voice imbued with a subtle resonance of the laws, piercing through Ji Ming's ears like a needle, causing a wave of sharp pain to surge through his head. Ji Ming was struck with horror. The formidable power of Xuan was astonishing, as he could wield such might merely through his voice. It was no wonder that he could obliterate the existence of even the most esteemed disciples of saints. Ji Ming summoned his magical energy, steeling himself, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation as he retorted, "Humph. These despicable beings of the human race are merely the raw materials for our crafting of the Slaughter Witch sword. How could we simply release them? Unless you surrender unconditionally, I might consider sparing her life." Despite his fierce demeanor, a profound anxiety churned within him, causing his voice to tremble. Observing this, Xuan merely shook his head and gently waved his hand. Chapter 26. The Human Race as Bait. Suddenly, a terrifying ripple of spatial laws emerged from thin air, as countless divine lights filled the sky, illuminating intricate patterns of space. In the next moment, these fragments of space enveloped Ji Ming entirely. Instantly, Ji Ming's body began to convulse violently. His head contorted grotesquely, as if it were being twisted apart by an immense force, emitting a chilling crackling sound. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of Fei Lian and Ying Zhao, Ji Ming's colossal form erupted violently, completely disintegrated by the forces of space, reduced to mere dust. Subsequently, his body transformed into a mass of tangled threads, ultimately obliterated by the distortion of spatial laws, his very essence shattered, vanishing completely into the primordial void. Ji Ming was dead, both body and spirit annihilated. His demise was exceedingly tragic. Fei Lian and Ying Zhao witnessed the entire process of Ji Ming's death. A bone-chilling dread surged from their feet. A wave of terror coursed through their bodies, their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, they lost all will to resist. This Xuan was undeniably formidable. His mastery of spatial laws had reached an unfathomably terrifying realm, far beyond their capacity to contend with. The two demon saints exchanged a glance, swiftly turning to flee. They activated the most powerful Golden Crow escape talisman of their race, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the heavens as they fled the scene. Xuan glanced at the two fleeing demons, and with a mere gesture of his finger, a coffin emanating a dense malevolent aura flew forth from his mud pill palace. The heavenly Tao's sinister treasure, the coffin of burial. Gather, Xuan commanded, his voice infused with authority. Instantly, the coffin of burial unleashed a terrifying black mist that obscured the sky, swiftly overtaking the fleeing Fei Lian and Ying Zhao, ensnaring them within the coffin. The lid closed firmly. Moments later, two anguished cries echoed. Fei Lian and Ying Zhao, bodies and souls extinguished. After vanquishing these demons, Xuan turned his gaze toward a small girl lying on the ground. Her face was pale, and her eyes were fixed on Xuan, radiating a glimmer of reverence. Xuan approached the girl, a white lotus blooming behind him, releasing waves of warm light that healed her wounds. In an instant, her scars vanished. She blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, looking up at Xuan, and said, "Big brother, thank you. You're amazing for eliminating the demons." Xuan smiled gently and stroked the girl's head, saying, "Big brother will take you to a safe place, and you will no longer be pursued by the demons." Upon hearing his words, the girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" she asked, her watery, bright eyes filled with disbelief. "Yes, indeed," Xuan replied, waving his hand as a flash of white light enveloped her, transporting the girl into the Chaos Pearl. "Sui Ren, take good care of this little girl." With these words, Xuan withdrew his consciousness from the Chaos Pearl. Subsequently, Xuan stood high above the heavens, his gaze sweeping across the tribe. No living souls remained. Tens of thousands had been mercilessly slaughtered by the demon clan. I must transport the remaining members of the human race within the primordial realm into the Chaos Pearl, otherwise, they will inevitably meet their demise at the hands of the demons. A thought flickered in Xuan's mind. Then, he calculated with his fingers, seeking to discern the whereabouts of the remaining human race. In the next moment, Xuan's expression turned icy. The human populace of the four great continents had vanished. They had been captured and taken to the demon clan's Tyne Star. Such audacity, to attempt to draw me out using the human race. A glint of murderous intent flashed across Yi Xian's face, accompanied by a cold smile. With a gesture towards the void, the dismembered remains of the demon soldiers reassembled, and in the blink of an eye, they formed the corpses of Ji Ming, Fei Lian, and Ying Zhao. Very well, as you wish. Yi Xian chuckled coldly, then in a flash, disappeared from his original position. In the demon clan's heavenly court, a massive, dark furnace loomed over Tyne Star, exuding a thick aura of malevolence. Heavy black clouds gathered above the heavens, where millions of wailing spirits howled in anguish. Within this furnace, a rich pool of blood sloshed around, intermingled with layers of human bones and flesh. Amidst this sanguine liquid, a black sword radiated an overwhelming aura of ferocity, shimmering with a divine brilliance capable of piercing the firmament. This sword was none other than the infamous Slaughter Witch sword, a fearsome blade steeped in the blood of countless humans. Not far from the Slaughter Witch sword, a luxurious chariot crafted from divine gold was being borne by 99 men dragons. Seated upon this divine chariot was a figure clad in a black robe, emanating an aura of terrifying menace. Every movement he made exuded dominance, and his eyes shone with inscrutable divine light. This individual was the notorious demon master Xuan, a formidable being at the quasi-saint level. He was an innate demon god, of the same generation as the likes of Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun. Having once attended lectures by Hong Jun in the Zhixiao Palace, and possessed extraordinary cultivation. Behind the demon master Xuan stood the 5 renowned demon gods of the demon clan's heavenly court, Bai Zhe, Qiongqi, Jiuying, Guiche, and Shangyang. Each of these 5 demon gods had reached the early quasi-saint realm, representing the pinnacle of strength within the primordial realm. They commanded 100,000 demon soldiers within the demon clan's heavenly court, enjoying esteemed status and high rank. Demon Master, we have obeyed your orders and captured all the scattered members of the human race throughout the primordial realm. Qiongqi stepped forward, a smug expression on his face. He produced a black cloth bag, known as the Qinkuan bag, capable of containing all things. As Qiongqi opened the mouth of the Qinkuan bag, dozens of human beings emerged, appearing on the desolate and frigid ground of Tyne Star. Surrounded by 100,000 menacing demon soldiers, the human race turned pale, their hearts filled with panic. On the moonlit star, the myriad of demon soldiers gazed hungrily at the fresh flesh before them, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, drool cascading from their mouths as they could not restrain themselves from licking their crimson tongues. The demon master, Xuan, cast a cold glance at the human beings, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Well done." Qiongqi, fixated on the humans, licked his lips and implored, "Master, may we devour these humans now? I am famished and can hardly contain myself." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the demon master replied, "No. We must spare their lives to draw out Yi Xian and eradicate him." Upon hearing this, Qiongqi swallowed his saliva with great effort. A look of disdain crossed his face as he sneered, "Master, with so many powerful beings guarding us and 100,000 demon soldiers at our disposal, if Yi Xian dares to approach, he will surely be annihilated by us." Xuan nodded slightly, surveying the 5 great demon gods behind him and the densely packed ranks of over 1,000,000 elite demon troops surrounding them, his confidence soaring. He declared, "Should Yi Xian dare to appear, he shall have no return." Chapter 27. Provocation of the Demon Clan. The voice of the demon master Xuan carried a chilling undertone, as waves of murderous intent were laid bare before all. This oppressive aura struck at the heart of the human race, leading to the demise of several weaker members among them. With a cold smirk, the demon master Xuan showed no regard for the human beings. With a mere wave of his hand, he cast the lifeless bodies of those who had perished into the cauldron to refine the Slaughter Witch sword. Suddenly, a thought struck Xuan as he turned his gaze toward Baize, inquiring, "Did not Kamong and Philian venture to capture a small human tribe? Why have they yet to return?" Baize replied, reporting to the demon master, "Kamong has been gone for a full day, and his absence is quite puzzling." A flicker of doubt flashed in Xuan's eyes. To apprehend a tribe of merely tens of thousands should not take so long. Could something have gone awry? At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The sky above suddenly split open, revealing a slender rift from which an extraordinarily brilliant divine light emerged. From this shimmering aperture, 3 dark forms plummeted to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed as dust billowed into the air. Xuan and the 5 great demon gods were taken aback. What had fallen? Their minds filled with confusion as they turned to look. Upon their gaze, horror washed over Xuan and the 5 demon gods. They beheld the lifeless bodies of Kamong, Philian, and Ying Zhao. The three corpses lay rigid on the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Even the faintest ripple of their souls was absent. Clearly, they were utterly dead. Xuan inhaled sharply. A wave of fury surged within him. He stepped forward, approaching the three corpses. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a more shocking truth. These bodies were not the true forms of Kamong and the others. They had been fabricated from the shattered flesh of tens of thousands of demon soldiers. In other words, someone had slain Kamong, Philian, Ingzhao, and countless demon soldiers, then used the remnants to construct the corpses of the three great demons, casting them here as a mockery. Preposterous. Fury ignited within Xuan. His temples throbbed as his face flushed crimson with rage. The five great demon gods gathered around, their hearts ablaze with indignation at the sight before them. Who could have committed such an affront against our kind? Cursed be it. Could it be the work of Xuan? Surely, it is his handiwork. None other would dare to provoke our clan in such a manner. The five demon gods exchanged heated words, their faces betraying their outrage. Xuan raised his hand, declaring, "This must undoubtedly be the doing of Xuan. Since he has delivered the corpses, he will surely come here. We have exerted ourselves to draw him out, so prepare yourselves. I shall capture this child." A spark of excitement tinged his voice, and a fierce glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes. As long as he can eradicate Xuan, he will be rewarded with the accolades of a sage, inevitably elevating his status, perhaps even allowing him to ascend as the celestial emperor of the demon race. The five great demon gods were invigorated, their faces adorned with a fierce intent to kill. They too yearned to eliminate Xuan and claim the bountiful reward. Just as the thoughts of the demon clans stirred with excitement, a thunderous rumble erupted. Suddenly, an earth-shattering tremor resonated from the ground. Everyone felt the earth shake as if this realm were on the verge of upheaval. Crack, crack. Following this, a massive fissure appeared on the ground, stretching from the front to the rear of the Tying Star, cleaving the celestial body in two. Accompanied by a colossal roar, the crack widened further, revealing a profound black void at its center, leading directly to the netherworld. An icy chill seeped from beneath the abyss, causing every demon present to shudder. At this moment, all were engulfed in disbelief. The Tying Star, the ancestral home of their celestial court for generations, had been torn asunder. The demon master Xuan, witnessing this immense and deep fissure, was swept by a surge of intense shock. With eyes wide in terror, he murmured to himself, "Could this be the power of Xuan? How could he possess such might? He has actually torn the Tying Star apart." As a primordial powerhouse, Xuan understood all too well that the Tying Star was formed from the left eye of the Panga deity, imbued with extraordinary resilience. Yet, it was this incredibly robust Tying Star that Xuan had forcefully split in two. Xuan's heart raced with trepidation. Although Xuan had yet to appear, the sheer momentum of his entrance was already chilling him to the core. Simultaneously, the five great demon gods displayed expressions of horror. Moments ago, they had contemplated directly annihilating Xuan to reap the sage's reward. Now, having witnessed the terrifying strength he possessed, that thought was extinguished in an instant. Goodness, Xuan is exceedingly powerful. No wonder he could effortlessly eliminate the sage's direct disciples. No wonder he could toy with the Taiching sage. This individual truly possesses formidable strength. At this moment, the five great demon gods comprehended the frightening truth. Xuan was a force beyond their wildest imaginings. How foolish they had been to entertain the notion of uniting to slay him. Even if he stood before them, allowing them to strike, they would likely find themselves unable to harm him. Realizing this, a wave of dread surged within the hearts of the five demon gods. Just then, a resplendent golden light emerged from the void of the Tying Star. With a crack, this golden radiance tore through the spatial barriers of the Tying Star, radiating millions of dazzling rays. Amidst this brilliant glow, a young man clad in flowing white robes appeared before the crowd. He stood upon a pristine 12-petal white lotus. A chaotic pearl radiating an ethereal yellow light balanced atop his head. In his right hand, he wielded the exquisite innate treasure, the fan of heavenly incineration, while his left hand supported a burial coffin exuding a menacing aura. With a thunderous roar, as Xuan made his appearance, an overwhelming surge of powerful laws emanated from his being, spreading outward like a devastating shockwave. This formidable pressure descended upon the demon race, akin to colossal mountains pressing down upon them. The weaker demon soldiers were utterly crushed by this immense force, reduced to mere dust, vanishing completely within the vastness of the primordial world. Alas, this Xuan is truly terrifying. Chapter 28. The demise of Xuan. The demon master Xuan drew in a sharp breath, a profound sense of terror welling up from the depths of his soul that he could scarcely contain. His legs began to tremble slightly, and an expression of sheer fear etched itself upon his face. His gaze fixated on the treasures adorning Xuan, his heart racing with alarm. The Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Chaos Pearl. This exquisite artifact, said to be a product of primordial chaos and a companion treasure of the Great Pangu, harbors an entire primordial realm. Its power immensely terrifying. Moreover, there was the 12th grade purifying white lotus, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, born from the seed of the chaos green lotus. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding assaults even from innate supreme treasures without faltering. When Kunpeng's eyes fell upon the hands of Xuan, they widened in horror. The burning heaven feather fan, an offensive treasure. It can unleash the terrifying burning purple fire, one of the 10 primordial flames. Then there was the burial heaven coffin, a malevolent treasure of the heavenly Tao, wrought from the violent aura of the chaos demon god. Once ensnared within it, even a quasi-saint would succumb to its malevolent energy. Kunpeng's face drained of color, realizing that Xuan's inherent strength was already formidable. Coupled with such an array of treasures, he became an unstoppable force. A wave of dread surged within Kunpeng. Suddenly, the urge to retreat gripped him. Stepping back quietly, he prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. At that moment, the 5 great demon gods, witnessing Xuan fully armed with an array of powerful artifacts, were equally engulfed in terror. Such strength in Xuan, they murmured among themselves, their voices tinged with fear. They gazed up at Xuan, feeling the weight of his presence akin to a mountain, their eyelids twitching and hearts trembling. Go. Quickly test Xuan's strength. I shall launch a surprise attack and take his life, Kunpeng declared. The 5 great demon gods exchanged doubtful glances. Could the demon master truly contend with someone so powerful as Xuan? Perceiving their hesitation, Kunpeng reassured them. Rest assured, I possess treasures bestowed by the demon emperor, and I am confident that I can extinguish this child. Go on, do not hesitate. In truth, Kunpeng had no such treasures. He merely sought to deceive these beings into sacrificing themselves, buying him time to escape. Though the 5 great demon gods remained hesitant, they ultimately steeled themselves to proceed. For they were bound by the command of the demon emperor. Exchanging determined glances, they gritted their teeth and charged toward Xuan with a fierce roar. Kill. Exterminate Xuan. They manifested their true forms, transforming into monstrous and fearsome beasts, surging towards him. Endless clouds of demonic energy coalesced, erupting into an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, crashing forward like a tsunami. Xuan observed the 5 formidable demon gods charging towards him, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. With a single step, he expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal giant towering over the landscape. He then extended his right hand, aiming directly at the 5 demon gods with a forceful strike. Boom! The sound reverberated through the air as Xuan's palm eclipsed the sun, resembling an ancient divine mountain, descending upon the demon gods with devastating intent. His hand unleashed a terrifying gust that morphed into countless razor-sharp wind blades, shimmering with the essence of annihilation, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris across the entire Tyne star, creating a scene of utter horror. The dark demonic clouds conjured by the 5 demon gods were instantly scattered by the force of his strike, vanishing into thin air. The fierce winds pierced through the bodies of the demon gods, inflicting a pain akin to being pierced by millions of needles, sending shivers through their very souls. Panic surged within them. Xuan was overwhelmingly powerful. They screamed in terror at the sheer ferocity of the winds, feeling their bodies racked with pain. If Xuan's palm were truly to land upon them, their lives would be forfeit. A deep sense of despair enveloped the 5 demon gods. In the next moment, Xuan's terrifying palm made contact with them. A thunderous sound echoed, shaking the very foundations of Tyne star. 5 anguished cries pierced the air as their physical forms were obliterated into dust. As the remnants of their souls sought to escape, they desperately channeled their primordial powers, exerting every ounce of their strength. Xuan was far too fearsome. They could not linger for even a moment longer. Yet, before they could act, Xuan coldly smiled, his fingers converging as he effortlessly crushed their true spirits, reducing them to mere ash that scattered across the heavens. The 5 demon gods were utterly annihilated, both body and soul. Nearby, the demon master Kunpeng witnessed Xuan's devastating blow that eradicated the 5 demon gods. A profound shock surged through his being. Kunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting deep-seated fear. This was terrifying. Xuan was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. He had single-handedly vanquished 5 grand marshals of the demon realm, leaving no trace behind. Trembling uncontrollably, Kunping's face drained of color, turning a ghastly white. A singular thought struck him with urgency: escape. He must flee immediately, or he would meet the same fate. The moment this thought crystallized, the demon master Kunping turned and fled without hesitation. Transforming into a colossal golden-winged rock, he spread his enormous wings and soared away from Tyne Star. However, in the next heartbeat, an unsettling realization gripped Kunping. He found himself ensnared within a confined space. A colossal and weighty barrier of space materialized out of thin air, obstructing his path like a mountain, leaving him with no avenue for escape. This was the confinement of space, the very essence of spatial law. The expression on the demon master Kunping's face shifted drastically, and he retreated a few steps, a chilling dread surging within his heart. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian could wield such an extraordinary principle. It was over. Kunping's heart plummeted into despair. Turning to glance back, he beheld a pitch-black coffin radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, descending upon him with immense force. This coffin carried the power to suppress the very heavens and earth, causing the entirety of the Tyne Star to fracture inch by inch. Kunping yearned to retaliate, yet layers of spatial barriers ensnared his entire being, rendering him utterly incapable of taking any action. In the next instant, the coffin of the burying heaven fell directly upon Kunping. Boom! The coffin of the burying heaven obliterated the demon master Kunping, reducing him to nothing but a wisp of ash, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 29. The cataclysmic sword of slaughtering witches. After vanquishing the demon master Kunping, Yi Xian retracted the coffin of mourning heaven. He turned his gaze toward the million demon soldiers on the Tyne Star, a chilling aura of slaughter emanating from his eyes. Subsequently, Yi Xian produced the map of heaven and earth, casting it forward. In an instant, the million demon soldiers were all absorbed into the map, reduced to mere ash. Witnessing the annihilation of the demon horde, the hundreds of thousands of human beings on the Tyne Star were struck with awe. They recognized Yi Xian's identity. His recent exploits had rendered him a formidable presence, known to nearly all in the wilderness. Salutations to our ancestor. We pay our respects, ancestor. Gratitude illuminated the faces of the multitude, their eyes reflecting deep reverence as they gazed upon Yi Xian. He had single-handedly rescued 1 million human lives, a deed known throughout the realm. Thus, their hearts raced with fervor upon seeing him, as if they were in the presence of a revered saint, each filled with unrestrained enthusiasm. Yi Xian nodded slightly and spoke. Do not worry. I shall escort you to a place of safety. The human race shall no longer be threatened by the demon kind. The words ignited a wave of excitement among the multitude, prompting them to kneel in unison, fervently exclaiming, Thank you, ancestor. Their voices melded into a constellation of faith, enveloping Yi Xian and causing the golden dragon of fortune within him to swell further. His magical prowess ascending dramatically, a warm current surged through Yi Xian, enveloping him in comfort, fortifying both his spirit and physique. This was the essence of faith augmenting fortune, with fortune reciprocating within oneself. The reason sages valued fortune lay precisely in this phenomenon. Next, Yi Xian summoned the Chaos Pearl, unleashing a vast radiance that enveloped every human, drawing them all into the pearl. As the light faded, the humans vanished from their original locations. Having completed this, Yi Xian's gaze swept toward a particular direction on the Tyne Star, where he sensed an overwhelming malevolence permeating the air. Approaching, he beheld a colossal cauldron exuding a pungent scent of blood, within which lay the sword of slaughtering witches, steeped in the blood of countless human lives. A cold glimmer flickered in Yi Xian's eyes upon sighting the sword. Forged from the essence of millions of human lives, it radiated an aura of terror, having claimed the lives of innumerable beings. The sword of slaughtering witches was an embodiment of the utmost evil and a harbinger of calamity for humanity. Extending his palm, Yi Xian unleashed a wave of magical energy, causing the blood-soaked sword to levitate into the air, exuding a ghastly stench. This abomination cannot remain, Yi Xian murmured, his gaze shifting toward the demon's celestial palace in the 33 heavens, his eyes colder than before. Since this sword was forged by the demons, I shall repay them in kind, with tooth for tooth, blood for blood. As he contemplated this, Yi Xian raised his gaze towards the heavens and proclaimed with a resounding voice, O heavenly Tao, I, Yi Xian, today shall obliterate the slaughter which soared to avenge humanity. To seek retribution for the countless souls of our kind who have perished, I shall sever the fate of the demon race and shatter their celestial court. Upon uttering these words, boundless black clouds swiftly coalesced in the sky. Lightning, as thick as mighty dragons, flickered within, embodying the power of divine retribution. A tremendous celestial might descended, causing the entire Taiyin star to tremble and crack asunder. The heavenly Tao sensed Yi Xian's intention to defy destiny and summoned the forces of nature to thwart him. However, Yi Xian paid no heed to such opposition. After his declaration, he infused an unparalleled wave of destructive principles into the Slaughter Witch sword. He unleashed a torrent of mana, bestowing it entirely upon the sword. The blood-red blade swelled rapidly, akin to an inflating balloon, resonating with the vibrations of annihilation. The entire sword quivered violently, transforming into a fiery crimson hue, its core akin to a volcano poised to erupt, harboring countless rays of destruction. Go! Having completed his preparations, Yi Xian uttered a low command and hurled the impending explosive Slaughter Witch sword towards the heavenly court of the demon race in the 33 heavens. Boom! The Slaughter Witch sword tore through the layers of void like an enraged ancient dragon, crashing violently into the demon court. The entire sky was rent asunder, painted a vivid blood red, as billowing clouds of flame ascended for millions of miles, presenting a scene of sheer terror. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens, within the demon court, the demon emperor Xuan and the eastern emperor Tai sat regally upon the throne, observing the rehearsals of 36 formidable demons and demon saints as they practiced the great array of the Zhou Tian starry formation. To Xuan's left lay a lustrous black flag, emanating waves of mystical light. This flag, known as the summoning flag, commanded the legions of demons with extraordinary potency. Xuan gazed with satisfaction at the orderly rehearsals of the starry formation and smiled, stating, "With this grand array, alongside the 10 great demon gods and a myriad of demon soldiers, we shall possess sufficient strength to confront the witch clan." Eastern Emperor Tai nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Elder brother, once we await the return of the demon masters Xuanpeng and Beis, we can incorporate them into the Zhou Tian starry formation, undoubtedly amplifying its might to the extent of annihilating the 12 ancestral witches." Haraha! Upon hearing this, the demon emperor Xuan could not suppress a hearty laugh that echoed towards the skies. He felt an overwhelming exhilaration within. The demon masters Xuanpeng and Beis were pillars of strength for the demon race. Their inclusion in the formation would significantly enhance its power, enabling the demons to effortlessly vanquish the witch clan. Your words ring true. Yet the demon masters and Beis are currently on Taiyin Star capturing the human race to forge the Slaughter Witch sword, luring Yi Xian out to ambush him, Xuan remarked, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he smirked. With the prowess of the demon masters and Beis, they are more than capable of contending with 10 quasi-saints. Yet Yi Xian was merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Once he emerged, he would undoubtedly be annihilated by the demon masters and their ilk. His demise was certain. Dong Huang Tai nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Brother, once the demon masters successfully slay Yi Xian, our demon tribe shall undoubtedly receive the favor and rewards of the saints, greatly enhancing our fortunes. This will bolster the might of our heavenly court and may even lead to the unification of the primeval world." The thought of the demon masters uniting to erase Yi Xian, followed by the supreme old lord's joyous heart and the bestowal of numerous spiritual roots and treasures, filled him with a delightful exhilaration akin to savoring divine nectar, bringing him immense comfort. The demon emperor Xuan laughed heartily and assured, "Rest assured. The demon masters and Beis are known for their reliability. Surely, we shall soon receive the good news of Yi Xian's demise." As the two conversed, their laughter echoed, and their hearts brimmed with joy. Chapter 30. Yet again, Yi Xian buzz. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving the demon emperor Xuan utterly perplexed. The summoning banner began to tremble violently, exuding a vast cloud of dark energy that vanished into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, Xuan's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Not good," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Hearing his brother's exclamation, Dong Huang Tai was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen his elder brother in such a state. He quickly inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Xuan pointed at the summoning banner and said, "Brother, 3 auras of the demon saints have just dissipated from the banner, those of Jimeng, Feilian, and Ingzhao. They have perished." "What?" Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai's expression darkened at once. Jimeng, Feilian, and Ingzhao were demon saints of the heavenly court, each possessing formidable strength that ranked among the top 10, representing invaluable power for the demon race. Their combined might was sufficient to contend with a primordial witch. The demise of these 3 demon saints was a significant blow to their kin. Both the demon emperor Djuan and Dong Huangtai were engulfed in fury, wishing they could rend the murderer into 1,000 pieces. Just as their ires simmered, an even more shocking event transpired. The summoning banner suddenly quaked violently once more, releasing 5 immensely powerful black auras that emitted anguished cries before vanishing completely. Witnessing this, Djuan's face paled in horror as he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with terror. Damn it, it's the 5 great demon gods. They have been slain. Their forms and spirits have been obliterated. What? The 5 great demon gods? Dong Huangtai exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment and rage. He could hardly fathom that the formidable 5 great demon gods of the heavenly court had met such a catastrophic fate, not even leaving behind a trace of their true spirits. A burning rage ignited within Dong Huangtai, as if a pressure was building in his chest, threatening to explode. While the loss of the 3 demon saints had kindled his anger, the death of the 5 demon gods struck at his very heart. It must be noted that the demon gods were the cornerstone of the demon race's heavenly court, each a general commanding an army of millions. The sudden loss of 5 demon gods equated to a severance of nearly half the heavenly court's strength. This would inflict severe damage to the vitality of the demon race. How could Dong Huangtai not be furious? Meanwhile, the demon emperor Djuan was consumed by rage. Baize, Xiongqi, Jiuying, Goeche, and Shangyang. Each of these 5 demon gods was among his most trusted subordinates and formidable warriors against the witch clan. Now they were all gone. How could they hope to contend with the 12 primordial witches in the future? The power of their demon race's heavenly court would plummet, possibly leading to relentless oppression by the witch clan. Boom. Djuan emanated an aura of terrifying wrath, waves of magical energy radiating outward like shockwaves, staining the heavens crimson. The entire demon army of the demon realm felt the fury of their emperor, their hearts racing with fear. Just as Djuan and Dong Huangtai were engulfed in their fury, another event transpired that pushed them to the brink of rage. Crack, crack. The surface of the summoning banner revealed faint cracks, an overwhelmingly potent magical presence, accompanied by a myriad of dark wisps that dissipated entirely from the banner, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it, this is the work of the demon master Xuan and my million demon soldiers. Upon witnessing the transformation of the summoning banner, Djuan's face was consumed by fury, a violent blaze igniting within his chest. Unable to contain himself, he let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating with the intensity of his wrath, causing the entire demon realm to tremble. At this moment, Djuan was engulfed in unparalleled rage. The esteemed demon master Xuan, a contemporary of Djuan and a figure of significant influence who had created the demon script and educated the demon race, had been annihilated. It was crucial to note that Xuan was a formidable being with quasi-saintly powers, a primordial demon god, an exceptionally fierce presence within the demon court, akin to a teacher of the demon race. Moreover, Djuan was acutely aware that Xuan was a descendant of the ancient 3 great demon beasts, the Yuanfeng, boasting an illustrious lineage. Yet now, this esteemed educator of the demon race, of noble descent, had been slain. His essence and form had been utterly obliterated. Not a single remnant remained. He was dead beyond resurrection, bereft even of the chance for reincarnation. What incensed Djuan further was the simultaneous annihilation of 1 million demon soldiers. These warriors were the elite of the demon race, each capable of contending with 10 foes, nurtured with immense effort and resources to confront the witch race. And now, they too had been eradicated, reduced to ashes that scattered throughout the cosmos. Dong Huangtai was equally furious, his visage turning a deep crimson, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The 3 great demon saints, 5 demon gods, the demon master Xuan, and 1 million demon soldiers had all perished. This was tantamount to severing a wing of the demon race's power, plunging their strength to its nadir. Dong Huangtai trembled violently, waves of intense anger emanating from him. Boom. Consumed by his wrath, a primordial yellow chaotic bell materialized, unleashing torrents of fiery yellow flames that transformed the demon sky into a dazzling crimson. The millions of demon soldiers quaked in terror, collapsing to their knees, barely daring to breathe. In this moment, they sensed the unparalleled fury of the 2 demon emperors. What could have provoked such an explosive rage from them? Even during the battles against the witch race, they had never witnessed the 2 emperors in such a state of fury. Who could possibly have incited the wrath of these 2 sovereigns? Tens of millions of demon soldiers were engulfed in uncertainty and trepidation. At that moment, Dong Huangtai, his face contorted with rage, exclaimed, "Brother, who on earth has slain the demon master and Bai Zhe? Was it that scoundrel Yi Xian?" His voice trembled slightly. betraying the fury he struggled to contain, his eyes ablaze with fiery intensity. The chaos pearl obscured the heavenly secrets, preventing Dong Huangtai from deducing that Yi Xian was the culprit. Nevertheless, in his heart, he had already reached a conclusion. It must be Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian would dare to commit such an audacious act. Only he would have the audacity to provoke the demon race to such a deadly extent. After all, Yi Xian was notorious for his ruthlessness. He dared to confront even the saints, challenge their authority, and publicly annihilate the disciples of the saints. Who else but Yi Xian would have the audacity to undertake such deeds? Even the most tyrannical and savage Wu clan would not dare to extinguish the very souls of 100,000 demon soldiers with such brutality. What bewildered Dong Huangtai even further was the fact that Yi Xian was merely at the early stage of quasi-saint cultivation. How could he possibly have the power to vanquish the demon master Kunpeng and the 5 great demon deities? Chapter 31. The Crimson Clouds of Joy. It is essential to recognize that the combined might of Kunpeng and the 5 demon gods is sufficient to rival 3 formidable ancestral witches. Each of them possesses an abundance of combat experience, alongside exceptional magical prowess as masters of the demon race. Given Yi Xian's initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, it is unfathomable for him to exhibit such overwhelming strength. Dong Huangtai's heart was filled with doubt. He could hardly believe that Yi Xian's combat capabilities could reach such a formidable level. If Yi Xian indeed proved to be so powerful, the demon race would gain yet another terrifying adversary, an outcome he was utterly unwilling to accept. Thus, Dong Huangtai found himself unable to believe or accept this possibility. Then, he shifted his gaze towards Di Jun, his expression reflecting a silent inquiry. Was it not obvious? This must surely be the work of Yi Xian. Di Jun's face flushed crimson, brimming with uncontainable rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with flames capable of incinerating everything in their path. Boom! Di Jun's accompanying treasure, the river map and Luo book, manifested above his head, emanating waves of unparalleled wrathful radiance. The magnificent divine light spread forth, enveloping the entire celestial realm of the demon race, as if it were an outpouring of Di Jun's inner fury. The river map and Luo book possessed formidable divination capabilities. Di Jun, through a series of calculations along the summoning banner, traced back to the cause of Kunpeng's demise and immediately discerned that it was at the hands of Yi Xian. Moreover, the manner of death was shockingly brutal. The demon master was crushed to oblivion within an enormous coffin, his physical form obliterated. Even his primordial spirit was shattered into countless fragments, reduced to mere dust. Di Jun felt as though he could sense Kunpeng's despair and helplessness in the moments before his death. Subsequently, he conducted further calculations regarding the 5 demon gods, and similarly uncovered the horrific fates that had befallen them. A wave of intense fury ignited within his chest, his complexion reddening as veins bulged prominently. Unable to contain the inferno of rage, it erupted violently from his throat. Yi Xian, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. For the demon master and the 100,000 demon soldiers, I will avenge you. Di Jun roared, his voice laced with a chilling intent to kill, surging forth like a tidal wave of murderous intent. His voice, imbued with lethal resolve, reverberated throughout the demon celestial realm, reaching the ears of countless demon soldiers. Upon hearing this declaration, millions of demon soldiers were left astounded. What? Demon Master Kunpeng has been slain by Yi Xian? Not only the demon master, but even the 5 demon gods and the 3 demon saints have also fallen to Yi Xian. Good heavens, these esteemed figures have been utterly annihilated, with not even a trace of their true spirits surviving. Hiss, Yi Xian is truly terrifying. No wonder the 2 demon emperors are in such a rage. Furthermore, it is rumored that the 100,000 demon soldiers dispatched have also been completely obliterated. Hiss, I shall never dare to provoke the human race again. Should I encounter Yi Xian, it would be my end. This Yi Xian is far too formidable. He is nothing short of a deity of death. I cannot afford to challenge him. I shall refrain from feasting upon the human race henceforth. Millions of demon soldiers engaged in fervent discussions, their hearts racing with trepidation at the ruthlessness displayed by Yi Xian. He is indeed a fearsome force. Indeed, he is the most ruthless figure of the primordial era, the ancestor of mercilessness. His acts of violence obliterate both body and spirit, leaving no trace of life, not even a drop of true essence. Moreover, he possesses the audacity to offend even the saints, displaying a level of arrogance that knows no bounds. This instilled a chilling apprehension within the hearts of the unruly celestial soldiers. They had prided themselves on their ferocity, yet when compared to a being like Yi Xian, they found themselves utterly inadequate. Yi Xian embodies true ruthlessness. Millions of demon soldiers silently vowed never to provoke the human race again, for should they incur Yi Xian's wrath, they would meet a fate of utter annihilation. After Emperor Jun's thunderous roar, the fury within him was momentarily released, restoring a semblance of calm. Then, a glimmer of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. Indeed, Yi Xian had just slain the demon masters. He could not have departed the scene so swiftly. We still have time to pursue him, Emperor Jun declared. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes shone with renewed vigor, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura of violence. Brother, you are right. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly unite to eliminate Yi Xian. As he spoke, Dong Huang Tai Yi rose, his feet upon the chaos bell, unable to contain his eagerness any longer. Indeed, Emperor Jun nodded and added, I shall first notify the Saint of Taiji, urging him to join us in eradicating Yi Xian. Subsequently, Emperor Jun unleashed a beam of white light, which soared towards the Eight Views Palace on Shouyang Mountain. Following this, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi soared from the demon realm's celestial court, intent on pursuing Yi Xian on the Moonstar. Behind them trailed millions of elite demon soldiers, surging forth with great momentum, sweeping through the primordial landscape towards the Moonstar. Thunderous roars reverberated across the heavens as countless demon war chariots sliced through the sky, resembling a swarm of locusts, creating a scene of terror. The actions of the demon race stirred the primordial beings into a frenzy. All living creatures looked skyward, their expressions frozen in astonishment. What is happening? Why has the demon race dispatched millions of soldiers? What are their intentions? A cascade of questions surged within the minds of the beings in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, the formidable beings of the primordial world had already begun to calculate the situation. Upon their calculations, all the great powers were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. The name Yi Xian emerged in their minds. Again, Yi Xian? At this moment, Yi Xian had long since departed the moon star, and the chaos pearl no longer concealed the heavenly secrets. After their calculations, the powerful beings grasped the unfolding events, their hearts stirred by a profound sense of shock. This Yi Xian is truly formidable. He has annihilated so many elite members of the demon race. The 3 great demon saints, the 5 great demon gods, the demon master Xuan, and 100,000 demon soldiers. Such an immense force of the demon race was entirely eradicated by Yi Xian in a single day, reduced to mere ashes. All the powerful beings marveled in silence. Yi Xian's actions were nothing short of astonishing, his latest endeavor creating an uproar of epic proportions. The demon race had suffered greatly from his onslaught, leaving them severely weakened. Truly remarkable. The formidable beings of the primordial world were utterly astonished. This Yi Xian single-handedly dealt a staggering blow to the demon race, truly exhibiting unparalleled strength. In the western Bulhazhou, at the 5, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun sat across from one another, both displaying expressions of profound amazement. Jin Yuanzi remarked, Indeed, this Yi Xian is remarkable. He has severed half of the power of the demon race's heavenly court. The renowned demon master Xuan has met a tragic fate of complete annihilation. Hong Yun smiled faintly and replied, My dear friend, I hold great admiration for Yi Xian's actions. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. My admiration knows no bounds. At this moment, Hong Yun felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had long harbored disdain for the demon master Xuan, who had repeatedly attempted to harm him and seize his primordial purple chi. Upon hearing the news of Xuan's demise, Hong Yun felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, akin to drinking from a pure spring, refreshing him from head to toe. He could hardly contain his delight, even breaking into applause. Chapter 32. Yi Xian, it is you again, well done. Yi Xian, I admire you as a true man, Hong Yun silently remarked in his heart. In Buzhou Mountain, within the ancestral witch palace, the 12 ancestral witches wore broad smiles that flushed their faces red, their entire beings trembling with laughter. Upon learning that Yi Xian had annihilated such a multitude of formidable figures from the demon race, their hearts swelled with astonishment and delight. The demon race had suffered at least a 50% loss, rendering them incapable of contesting with their witch clan. Dijiang clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Ha ha, splendid. Yi Xian has eradicated the demon gods, demon saints, and demon masters of the demon realm. Truly exhilarating. Zhurong laughed heartily, proclaiming, In my lifetime, I have never bowed to anyone, yet I submit to Yi Xian. His actions are profoundly satisfying. Zhurong's tone brimmed with reverence for Yi Xian, who he evidently admired, almost venerating him as a divine being. Shebishir nodded, grinning as he remarked, Yi Xian's prowess is indeed remarkable. He obliterated 1,000,000 demon soldiers and completely annihilated the demon master Kunping and the demon god. He is truly a remarkable individual. The 12 ancestral witches engaged in fervent discussions, their admiration for Yi Xian reaching unprecedented heights. They were thoroughly impressed by Yi Xian's singular ability to decimate nearly half of the demon race's elite. Even if they, the ancestral witches, had intervened personally, they could not have achieved such monumental results. This young man is extraordinarily powerful. On Golden Ao Island, in the Bio Palace, the Tontian cult master sat serenely on a cushion, contemplating the heavenly principles. Suddenly, he sensed movements from the demon race in the heavens above. Startled, he calculated the situation. An astonishment crossed his face the next moment. Yi Xian has indeed annihilated 1,000,000 demon soldiers, 5 great demon gods, demon saints, and even the Kunping Taoist? Such decisiveness is truly exhilarating. The Tontian cult master stroked his beard, feeling waves of astonishment wash over him. He was well aware of the demon race's recent actions in the wilderness, where they had been ruthlessly capturing human beings to forge the Slaughter Witch sword, leading to the near-total extermination of the human race. The humans, being weak, had no means to retaliate against the vicious demons. However, Yi Xian had mounted a powerful counterattack. He had single-handedly obliterated nearly half of the demon race's strength, vanquishing the arrogant 5 great demon gods and annihilating 1,000,000 demon soldiers. This counterstrike inflicted severe losses on the demon race, manifesting as a spectacular triumph. The Tontian cult master greatly admired Yi Xian's approach, believing that a true gentleman in this world should seek swift justice and repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Being a naturally bold individual, he wholeheartedly praised Yi Xian's decisive methods. In the Western Church, atop Mount Shumi, the Taoists Jane and Xuan sat upon lotus thrones, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of astonishment. This Yi Xian is indeed intriguing. Within a single day, he has eliminated 9 top-tier experts of the demon race, delivering a significant blow to their forces. His audacity is truly remarkable. One must acknowledge that the demon race is among the most formidable forces in the primordial world. Thus far, even we, the saints, must tread carefully around their might. Yet, Yi Xian boldly defies this norm, recklessly annihilating the formidable experts of the demon race. The Taoist Jane recited a Buddhist chant and murmured these words, genuinely astonished by Yi Xian's actions. On the other hand, Xuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Brother, I perceive Yi Xian as a person of integrity, someone who repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. He acts with courage and conviction, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. Our Western teachings are indeed in dire need of such talent." Xuan's mind raced with possibilities. Yi Xian, possessing an abundance of magical artifacts and formidable strength, could significantly bolster their Western teachings if he were to join their ranks. This would undoubtedly enhance their power, allowing them to establish dominance in the East and become the preeminent sect. Jane, aware of Xuan's intentions, smiled knowingly, bowed his head, and recited another Buddhist chant, saying, "Your words ring true, brother." Though Yi Xian hails from the feeble human race, he is unafraid of tyranny and dares to offend the mighty demon race, obliterating his enemies and avenging countless human lives. He is indeed a man of righteousness, and I hold great admiration for his capabilities. Upon hearing Jane's words, a knowing smile graced Xuan's face. He secretly resolved to seek an opportunity to connect with Yi Xian and ascertain whether he would be inclined to join the Western teachings. Should he agree, Xuan would not hesitate to offer him a position as a deputy leader. Xuan held high hopes for Yi Xian's potential. Despite his nascent saintly cultivation, he could effortlessly annihilate scores of great Luo golden immortals and swiftly eliminate the demon master Kunping and the 5 great demon gods, showcasing the terrifying extent of his power. Given time, it was conceivable that he could attain the Tao of Hunyuan and achieve the status of a saint. With such a development, the Western teachings would boast 3 saints, rapidly amplifying their fortune and soon allowing them to dominate the East and establish themselves as the foremost sect of the primordial realm. As he contemplated this, Xuan's face flushed with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately seek out Yi Xian and recruit him into the Western teachings. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being was delivering a sermon when the overwhelming presence of the demon race in the heavens interrupted his discourse. Frowning slightly, the primordial supreme being utilized his divine sense to probe the heavenly secrets. In mere moments, he grasped the unfolding events. Shock washed over his countenance as he realized, "Yi Xian, it is you once again." The primordial supreme being's eyes reflected astonishment. It had been only a short while since Xuan had undertaken such a remarkable action, slaughtering 100,000 demon soldiers and utterly vanquishing the demon master Xuan along with his legion. This act genuinely astonished the primordial supreme being. He recognized that the demon master Xuan was his contemporary, one he had previously encountered at the Zixiao Palace during a sermon. A quasi-saint and innate demon god, Xuan possessed unfathomable strength. The primordial supreme being had never anticipated that even Xuan, in alliance with the 5 great demon gods, would prove no match for Xuan. Xuan is merely a feeble ancestor of the innate human race, with shallow roots and limited cultivation. What merit does he possess to vanquish the demon master Xuan? The primordial heavenly sovereign found it somewhat unbelievable. However, upon earnestly calculating the heavenly secrets, he discovered that the demon master Xuan indeed met his demise at the hands of Xuan, and it was a most tragic end, with even his true spirit obliterated. Xuan, with overwhelming might, directly subdued him, accomplishing the feat with effortless ease. A wave of astonishment surged within the primordial heavenly sovereign. Xuan's strength had reached such heights, showcasing remarkable prowess. It was truly astonishing that he, with such humble origins as a mere human, could cultivate to such formidable levels. Chapter 33, My Sword of Which slaying Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and Dao Xing Tianzuan, among others, became aware of the movements of the demon race. Their curiosity piqued, and they began to calculate. Moments later, incredulity painted their faces. What? This Xuan has utterly annihilated the demon master Xuan along with the demon gods and demon saints of the celestial court. Hiss, Xuan's strength is indeed formidable. No wonder he is so fearless. Why is Xuan so powerful? This truly exceeds my expectations. The 12 golden immortals felt a surge of astonishment, taken aback by Xuan's overwhelming prowess. Soon after, waves of jealousy began to swell within them. They, who had exceptional backgrounds and deep fortunes, nurtured by saints, found themselves unable to reach Xuan's level despite countless eons of arduous cultivation. How could this seemingly frail human be so powerful? A profound jealousy welled up within the 12 golden immortals, their eyes tinged with red. Outside the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa reclined on the 8 precious cloud bed, resting, when suddenly she sensed the movements of the demon race and the celestial court. Stunned, she immediately began to calculate. Upon doing so, a look of shock emerged on her face. What? Xuan, you have slain the 5 great demon gods, 3 demon saints, and the demon master of the demon race. Realizing this outcome, Nuwa felt a mix of astonishment and rage. As a saint of the demon race, learning of such a devastating blow to her kin naturally filled her with ire. Xuan's actions would severely damage the fortunes of the demon race, potentially affecting her own saintly fortune as well. Nuwa's gaze fell upon the Sea of Fortune, where she beheld the golden dragon symbolizing the demon race. Its scales were notably dim, and its grand head drooped slightly, clearly indicating a significant weakening of its fortune. The fortunes of the demon race were closely intertwined with Nuwa's own. The damage to the demon race's fortunes would undoubtedly have adverse effects on her. As she sensed this, she realized her own magical power had diminished. This revelation filled Nuwa with anger and shock. A surge of rage surged from her chest, reddening her face. Xuan, you scoundrel! Nuwa bit her silver teeth and shouted in fury, releasing a terrifying saintly rage from the palace, causing a tide of spiritual energy to ripple through the chaos. This fury swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, altering the very essence of the universe. On Mount Shiyang, in the Palace of 8 Sceneries, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared outside the palace. Taishang Laojun abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the radiant light. Moments later, a look of furious indignation crossed his face. This damned Xuan! How dare he openly strike at the demon race with such malice? Seeking death. Upon calculating the deeds Xuan had committed against the demon race, Taishang Laojun's anger soared to new heights. He never expected that under his own bounty, Xuan would still have the audacity to brazenly eradicate numerous experts of the demon race. I shall retrieve you. As the revered Laozi wielded the Tai dust, he stepped forth from the 8 Scenes Palace. Above, the heavens were suffused with a sprawling violet aura, extending for millions of miles and leading directly to the celestial realm of the demon race at the 33 heavens. At that moment, atop the 33 heavens, the demon emperor Dejuan, alongside the Eastern Emperor Tai, commanded millions of elite demon warriors, advancing with great fervor towards the moon star. Countless beings of the primordial wilderness observed the movements of the demon race with rapt attention. Suddenly, a grand purple torrent appeared above their ranks. and a figure embodying ethereal grace materialized, the Saint of Taiji, Laozi. The sight left the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness astounded. Such a spectacle. To capture Xuan, they had dispatched a saint, 2 demon emperors, and an army of millions. This was unprecedented in the annals of the primordial wilderness. The beings marveled at Xuan's formidable prowess, single-handedly contending against such powerful forces with apparent ease, leaving both the Saint of Taiji and the demon race in disarray, truly terrifying. The admiration for Xuan surged within the hearts of the primordial beings. Indeed, he was remarkable, daring to defy the heavens, a figure unparalleled in history. Just as the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness beheld the grand mobilization of the demon army, an unexpected upheaval transpired. Boom! A fearsome rumble echoed from the celestial heights, sending ripples through the very fabric of space, as if the heavens themselves were a turbulent lake. The beings of the primordial wilderness were left in bewilderment. What could have occurred now? As doubts swirled in their minds, they beheld a colossal black sword, radiating an overwhelming black golden light, soaring through the skies from afar. The sword pierced the barriers of space, sweeping through the cosmos like a ferocious, chaotic dragon, hurtling towards the demon army. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, wherever the black sword traversed, countless spatial fissures emerged, and barriers crumbled like tofu. The sword emanated an overwhelming malevolence, releasing a corrosive black mist that darkened the vast heavens. From within the black mist arose the wails of countless vengeful spirits, their anguished cries piercing the air, capable of shattering the eardrums of countless cultivators and harming their very souls. Xuan, upon witnessing this black sword, was seized by terror. It was the sword of slaughtering witches. Cursed be it, my sword of slaughtering witches. Stop it at once. His heart raced with both anger and urgency. This was a divine weapon he had painstakingly crafted over countless years, a treasure honed through millennia. Most crucially, the sword of slaughtering witches was a devastating weapon against the witch clan. If they were to lose the sword, how could the demon race confront their ancestral witches? They could not allow any misfortune to befall the sword of slaughtering witches. Otherwise, the strength of the demon race would surely plummet once more. The Eastern Emperor Tai was acutely aware of the significance of the slaughter witch sword. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to discover a shocking revelation. The slaughter witch sword was hurtling towards their celestial realm of the demon race. Should this terrifying sword collide with the heavenly palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought in mind, Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes reddened with urgency. He hastily exclaimed, "Brother, let us unite our strengths to intercept the slaughter witch sword." With that, Eastern Emperor Tai summoned the Chaos Bell, while Emperor Jun swiftly invoked the river diagram and the Luo book. The 2 figures flickered and dashed forward, intent on ensnaring the slaughter witch sword. However, in a moment of sheer astonishment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Just as they raced towards the slaughter witch sword, they witnessed it slicing through a vast expanse of spatial barriers. Its colossal and elongated blade traversing through dimensions, vanishing before their very eyes in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, they found themselves at a loss for reaction. Chapter 34. Destruction of the Celestial Corridor. The dark sword sliced effortlessly through the ranks of the demon army, shattering millions of demon soldiers into mere fragments in an instant. Even their primordial spirits utterly eroded and rendered to nothingness. Moreover, a million more were struck with terror by the sword's overwhelming presence. Plummeting from the heavens, some met their demise in a gruesome manner, while others were left bloodied and battered, their plight truly pitiful. Subsequently, the slaughtering witch sword appeared instantaneously before the demon court of the 33 heavens, before the astonished gazes of Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and the multitude of demon soldiers. The sword, radiating an unparalleled aura of terror, collided fiercely with the southern gate of the demon celestial court. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the vast expanse of the primordial land. The elongated blade of the slaughtering witch sword pierced through half of the demon celestial court, unleashing a wave of catastrophic laws of destruction. The entire sword glowed red and heated, vibrating violently, as if the entire demon celestial court were on the brink of collapse. Intricate inscriptions of the laws of annihilation materialized in the sky, exuding an infinite aura of obliteration. Amidst the horrified gazes of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, the slaughtering witch sword erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of the laws of destruction, the sword burst forth like a volcanic eruption, sending countless shards imbued with malevolent energy raining down upon the demon celestial court. The entire court trembled violently, magnificent structures crumbled, crushing millions of demon soldiers beneath their weight. while the air filled with the anguished cries of fear and despair. A tumultuous black mist surged skyward, enveloping the entirety of the 33 heavens. Oh, the wails within the demon's celestial court were innumerable. What was once a resplendent and towering palace had been reduced to shattered remnants, cloaked in black ash. Millions of celestial soldiers were annihilated by the laws of destruction, transformed entirely into fine dust. Among them, countless elite demon soldiers were crushed beneath the fallen debris, their corporeal forms reduced to mere fragments, spilling forth pools of blood. The once glorious celestial court now lay in ruins. Countless demon soldiers and generals perished, as layers of crimson and blue blood pooled upon the ground, coalescing into a river of blood cascading from the heavens, transforming into a shocking red waterfall, wafting an overwhelming stench of carnage. The myriad beings of the primordial realm were left in astonishment. This scene was indeed nothing short of staggering. The formidable demon celestial court, now metamorphosed into a nightmarish spectacle of purgatory. As the mightiest force within the primordial realm, the demon celestial court, exalted above the 33 heavens, was an entity revered and unattainable by all living beings. Yet now, this colossal stronghold had been pierced by a single dark sword, with half of its grand edifices reduced to ashes. Above the heavens, countless beings bore witness to the once resplendent demon palace engulfed in roaring flames. As swirling black ash filled the skies, casting the entire celestial realm into an abyss of darkness. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless beings were engulfed by a profound shock that surged from deep within their souls, leaving every individual with a tingling sensation upon their scalps. This surreal experience felt akin to a dream, utterly inconceivable. How could it be that the celestial realm of the demon clan had been nearly obliterated? Such an astonishing reality was simply beyond belief. The palatial structures of the demon race lay in ruins. This was truly remarkable. The myriad beings of the primordial realm engaged in fervent discussions, their hearts brimming with astonishment at this unprecedented occurrence. The colossal demon clan had been brazenly struck down, losing nearly 10 million of its warriors. Such a catastrophe must have decimated at least 2/3 of their strength. This loss was simply too grave. The inhabitants of the primordial world felt utterly dumbfounded, their emotions surging like turbulent waves, leaving them unable to find solace. The gravity of this event was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Even the legendary first battle between the shaman and the demon clans paled in comparison to this spectacle. Despite the might of the shaman clan back then, they had merely reached the gates of the demon realm, whereas now half of the demon celestial palaces lay in ruins, the scene more gruesome than a hellish battlefield. Above the tumultuous heavens, Emperor Xuan and Eastern Emperor Tai stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the ravaged demon celestial realm, their faces etched with horror. They could scarcely fathom that their own celestial domain had been publicly annihilated, with over 10 million warriors perishing. Emperor Xuan's eyes burned with fury. His fists clenched tightly as an inferno of rage surged within him. Their celestial realm had been devastated. What incensed Emperor Xuan the most was not only the destruction of the demon celestial realm, but also the obliteration of the slaughtering witch sword, resulting in the deaths of millions of demon soldiers. The magnitude of this loss was catastrophic, crippling the demon clan's power. With bloodshot eyes and a face drained of color, he glared at the smoldering ruins of the celestial realm, his entire being quaking with rage, a powerful wave of fury sweeping across the primordial land like a tsunami. From the depths of his chest, an inferno of wrath erupted, surging forth from his throat, causing the veins in his neck to bulge ominously. At that moment, Eastern Emperor Tai too was consumed by fury, his heart aching at the sight of the celestial realm he had painstakingly nurtured for millennia, now reduced to such a state. Over 10 million demon warriors, the elite forces of their clan, had been annihilated, the very backbone of their struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm. With their bodies shattered and their souls fragmented, no trace remained. This calamity stripped the demon clan of its means to contend for supremacy, severely wounding their vitality, leaving them unable to rise again, forever diminished in the primordial world. Eastern Emperor Tai felt as if his heart had been brutally cleaved, each drop of his blood flowing forth with heart-wrenching sorrow. The humiliation was unbearable. Before the myriad beings of the primordial world, the demon clan suffered a profound humiliation, their dignity trampled underfoot and mercilessly ravaged, sinking deep into the mire. At this moment, countless eyes bore witness to the mockery of the demon race. The Eastern Emperor Tai, who held honor in the highest regard, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation at this public disgrace, his visage flushed with rage. and a tempest of fury erupted within his chest. Who is responsible for this? Is it Xuan? The Eastern Emperor Tai bellowed. His face contorted with wrath as he clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Dejuan. Dejuan's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. He nodded gravely, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. Indeed, it was Xuan. Damn that Xuan! Roared the Eastern Emperor Tai, his voice infused with an inferno of rage. Above him, the Eastern Emperor Bell erupted in a blaze of profound golden light, unleashing an inexhaustible fury that swept across the vast expanse of the primordial continent, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its force. The heavens thickened with layers of ominous clouds, stretching for millions of miles, a truly terrifying spectacle. Chapter 35. The unassailable. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings in the primordial wilderness, Emperor Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Grasping the He Tu and Luo Shu, he sternly declared with gritted teeth, "From this day forth, our demon clan will be irreconcilable with Xuan. Either he shall perish, or I shall be vanquished. I vow to rend Xuan into 1,000 pieces, annihilating both his body and spirit, as retribution for today's affront. Furthermore, I, in the name of the Demon Emperor, hereby issue a decree for his pursuit. Whoever can slay Xuan shall be honored as a guest of our celestial court, revered by countless demons as a holy master of our kind. They shall enjoy the fortune of the demon clan for eternity and bask in the worship of myriad demon soldiers." Emperor Xuan amplified his formidable power, ensuring that his voice resonated throughout the entirety of the primordial wilderness. All beings within this realm were astounded by his proclamation. Heavens! This is utterly insane. The Demon Emperor Xuan has actually issued a decree for the pursuit of Xuan. Indeed, Xuan is formidable, having simultaneously compelled both the Taiji Saint and the Demon Emperor to call for his head. This is unprecedented, an event that has never occurred since the dawn of chaos. A wave of profound astonishment surged through the hearts of all beings in the primordial wilderness. Xuan is truly a divine figure. His audacity is unmatched, a phenomenon without parallel in history. Even the notorious demon ancestor Luo Ho and the beast emperor Shun Ni did not provoke such a response across the entire wilderness. No matter how domineering Luo Ho was, he only wreaked havoc in the western realms, and Shin Ni's tyranny was limited to the east. While both were renowned for their ruthlessness, they pale in comparison to Xuan. Xuan has dared to offend the exalted Taiji Saint, a being capable of obliterating myriad races with a mere thought. Moreover, he has simultaneously antagonized the most powerful force in the wilderness, the celestial court of the demon clan. Emperor Xuan and Dong Huang Tai are ancient quasi-saint beings, commanding millions of demon soldiers, unmatched in strength, with none daring to contest their supremacy in the primordial wilderness. The audacity of Xuan in offending two such formidable powers left all in the wilderness utterly astounded. What immense courage! Truly deserving of the title of the most ruthless ancestor of the primordial wilderness. The sheer ferocity of his actions has left countless beings in awe. Even the great powers of the wilderness, at this moment, stood in stunned silence, each one deeply shaken by Xuan's audacity. To publicly wield the slaughtering witch sword against the celestial court of the demon clan is a display of sheer ferocity. In the western Bulhuzhou, at the Five Zhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi's eyes radiated profound shock as he spoke. Xuan is truly formidable. How could he dare to undertake such audacious deeds? He has nearly destroyed the celestial court of the demon clan. Jin Yuanzi's scalp tingled at the thought. He had encountered Emperor Xuan and Tai and had visited the celestial court, witnessing its grandeur firsthand, with countless demon soldiers arrayed within, a marvel of architecture. Yet now, this immense court has been severed by Xuan with a single strike. The entire celestial realm has been reduced to ruins, enveloped in a shroud of black ash, transforming into a desolate expanse of gray earth. The actions of Xuan truly astonish me. Jin Yuanzi could not help but take another deep breath, his heart still reeling with disbelief. Having lived for countless ages, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. Opposite him, Hong Yun's face mirrored his astonishment, his eyes widened, and he felt an overwhelming sense of surprise. Xuan is indeed formidable. He has pierced through the very heavens of the demon race. A tempest of emotions surged within Hong Yun as he gazed at the demon's celestial realm, now shrouded in thick smoke, and he could scarcely contain the astonishment that welled up inside him. As he regained his composure, he could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! Xuan is truly remarkable." A profound admiration for Xuan blossomed in Hong Yun's heart. With the might of a single sword, he pierced the demon's celestial realm and annihilated countless demon soldiers, an event that could only be described as earth-shattering. Since his own enlightenment, Han Yun had never encountered such a formidable individual. He had long harbored disdain for the demon race, and witnessing the destruction of so many of their forces at Yi Xian's hands filled him with elation. He could not help but applaud Yi Xian's prowess. In the blood sea of the netherworld, within a blood-red palace, Ancestor Mingi gazed upwards in shock at the heavens. Before him lay the once mighty demon celestial realm, now reduced to ashes, a complete ruin. This Yi Xian is merciless. Ancestor Mingi gasped, unable to contain his disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Yi Xian had wielded a slayer's sword to pierce the celestial realm and obliterate millions of demon soldiers. The blood of those fallen soldiers flowed like a cascading river of crimson. A wave of dread washed over Ancestor Mingi. He silently reflected on his earlier prudence in not recklessly pursuing Yi Xian, for had he done so, he might not have known how he met his end. His cultivation was not far beneath that of the demon master Kunpeng, perhaps slightly stronger, yet in a confrontation with Yi Xian, he feared he would be vanquished in mere moments. Yi Xian is far too powerful. He is not to be trifled with. Ancestor Mingi murmured to himself, before issuing a command for all Azura clansmen to retreat into the Blood Sea, firmly instructing them to avoid provoking the human race. With this order given, he finally felt a semblance of peace. At Mount Buzhou, within the Ancestral Witch Palace, the 12 ancestral witches were each etched with expressions of shock. A profound sense of astonishment surged within them, causing their very beings to tremble. They had been closely monitoring the demon soldiers dispatched into the heavens, witnessing firsthand the terrifying black sword launch forth, decimating millions of demon soldiers and shaking the entire celestial realm, which erupted in plumes of smoke. Over 10 million demon soldiers were obliterated, their forms reduced to mere ashes. In the face of such a spectacle, the 12 ancestral witches were left speechless, utterly astounded by the astonishing events unfolding before their eyes. After the initial shock, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were overwhelmed by a surge of profound joy that enveloped their beings. Had it not been for the ceasefire established by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from charging into the celestial realm of the demon race, seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc upon them. Di Jiang, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, "Ha ha! Yi Xian has performed magnificently. This young man possesses boundless potential. He is extraordinarily formidable." Di Jiang's heart brimmed with elation as Yi Xian's sword stroke had obliterated at least half of the demon race's power, severely wounding their vitality. As the most formidable force in the primordial world, the ancestors of sorcery were poised to dominate. Di Jiang felt an immense gratitude towards Yi Xian, were he present. Di Jiang would have readily proclaimed him the 13th ancestor of sorcery. Zhurong's face radiated deep admiration as he remarked, "Yi Xian is truly remarkable, with a single sword strike. He pierced through the 9 heavens. His valor and wisdom are unparalleled, making him the foremost figure of the primordial world. My respect for him has only deepened." Chapter 36. Yi Xian's arrogance. Gonggong remarked, "I have never encountered anyone as formidable as Yi Xian. Henceforth, he shall be my object of reverence." Shabishir added, "Indeed, Yi Xian possesses unparalleled strength, his literary and martial prowess surpassing countless mighty beings. Such talent is truly rare in my lifetime." Huta nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yi Xian's obliteration of so many demon factions makes him a friend to our witch clan. Should the opportunity arise, we should express our gratitude in person. Upon hearing Huta's words, Xianming said, "Sister speaks wisely. If we chance upon Yi Xian, we shall certainly express our heartfelt thanks." Zhu Rong interjected, "Currently, the demon clan has issued orders to hunt Yi Xian down. It may not be easy for us to encounter him." Di Jiang coldly snorted, asserting, "If the demon clan dares to lay a hand on Yi Xian, our witch clan shall declare war upon them." Di Jiang resolutely decided to protect Yi Xian as an ally. One man stood equal to 5 ancestral witches, and he was of the human race, bearing a deep enmity with the demons. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. His abilities and talents warranted Di Jiang's willingness to confront the demon clan, even if the Taoist patriarch Hongjun intervened. The 12 ancestral witches nodded in agreement, evidently recognizing Yi Xian's strength and status. In the west, on Shumi Mountain, the hearts of Jane and Junti were equally stirred by astonishment. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment, Junti smiled and said, "Brother, did you see? Yi Xian's potential is indeed terrifying. With a single sword strike, he shattered the demon court, annihilating millions of demon soldiers and generals, a truly astonishing feat." Jane, seated upon the 12-petal lotus of merit radiating a serene glow, nodded in profound agreement. Yi Xian's actions have indeed left me astounded. I have never witnessed such audacity in a person. This youth possesses boundless potential, embodying the essence of a saint. Jane could not contain his admiration. Having never seen anyone as audacious as Yi Xian, before the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, he pierced the demon court with the witch-slaying sword, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the demon emperors, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Xuan chanted a Buddhist mantra, saying, "I greatly admire Yi Xian's actions. The cycle of cause and effect, the inevitability of retribution. Does this not align perfectly with the tenets of our Western Buddhist teachings?" Jane nodded slightly. Indeed, this individual shares a connection with our Western domain. Having exchanged knowing smiles, Jane and Junti's expressions held profound meaning. On Jineo Island, within the Bio Palace. Upon learning of Yi Xian's sword piercing the demon court, the Tongtian teacher's face immediately displayed an expression of shock. To have pierced the demon court with the witch-slaying sword, how exhilarating. Tongtian inhaled deeply, marveling at the audacity. He held immense admiration for Yi Xian's actions. The witch-slaying sword, forged from the essence of countless human lives by the demon clan, was exceedingly malevolent. Yi Xian's act of retribution, using that sinister sword to destroy the demon court, resonated with the hearts of the people. Well done, Yi Xian, I hold you in high esteem. The Master of Heaven clapped his hands in commendation, a look of approval gracing his features. Standing beside him, the Taoist Duo Bao was equally astonished. He gazed at the blazing sky, exclaiming, "The human ancestor, Yi Xian, is truly formidable, having utterly destroyed the demon clan's heavenly court. What an extraordinary feat." Duo Bao harbored deep admiration for Yi Xian's brazen methods of vengeance. The swiftness with which he retaliated was exhilarating. He had never encountered someone as formidable as Yi Xian, and his respect for him only deepened. In the Kunlun Mountains, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat upon his mat, his face a canvas of astonishment. "What? Yi Xian, you, how could you have obliterated the demon clan's heavenly court with a single sword stroke?" His heart brimmed with incredulity as he struggled to fathom the reality of this event. Had Yi Xian truly ascended to such an astonishing level of power? With one stroke, he had pierced a gaping hole in the vast heavenly court, and the terrifying laws of destruction had annihilated half of it. The primordial heavenly venerable was astounded. Yi Xian, merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, possessed such terrifying strength, it was utterly unimaginable. What astonished him even more was the fact that before this, Yi Xian had already vanquished 3 great demon saints, 5 demon gods, and the demon master Kuanping. In the next moment, he struck again, cleaving through the heavenly court and decimating millions of demon soldiers and generals. Such prowess was nearing the power of a saint. The primordial heavenly venerable was engulfed in doubt, pondering how Yi Xian had achieved such feats. The 12 golden immortals seated below were left completely dumbfounded, their minds reeling from the overwhelming waves of astonishment. They found themselves in a state of numbness, unable to articulate their thoughts. Yi Xian's ability to devastate the demon clan's heavenly court and annihilate millions of demon warriors exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving them shaken to their core. Could it be that Yi Xian is a prodigy? How could he be so powerful? They could hardly believe that he had pierced through the demon clan's heavenly court and accomplished such astonishing deeds. Humph, Yi Xian is indeed excessively domineering. Once they regained their composure, the 12 golden immortals began to discuss amongst themselves, their voices imbued with profound shock. At that moment, any trace of jealousy they might have harbored towards Yi Xian evaporated entirely. Surpassing others by a small margin might incite envy, but eclipsing them by a wide margin only aroused admiration. The 12 golden immortals were filled with envy for Yi Xian's prowess, simultaneously overwhelmed by disbelief at his immense strength. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa sat upon the 8 treasures cloud bed, her face a mask of horror. Upon witnessing the black sword pierce through the demon clan's heavenly court, it felt as though the blade had plunged into her very heart, causing her to experience a violent pang of fear. A profound sense of shock surged from the depths of Nuwa's being. She could scarcely believe that Yi Xian had the audacity to publicly wield the Slaughter Witch sword, cleaving the demon clan's heavenly court in two and transforming it into a wasteland. Yi Xian, how dare you act with such reckless boldness? Upon regaining her senses, Nuwa felt an intense fury erupting from within her chest, her delicate visage radiating wrath. Gazing towards the Sea of Fortune, she beheld the golden dragon of the demon clan. Its brilliance significantly dimmed, with its head drooping, devoid of vitality, and exhibiting a state of utter despondency. As a saintess of the demon clan, she was naturally affected. her divine powers diminishing once again. Realizing this, Nuwa's anger surged uncontrollably, and waves of terrifying rage burst forth from the Nuwa palace, stirring chaotic tempests in the void, generating colossal and boundless tides of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, high above in the celestial dome, the Supreme Old Lord wore a grim expression. Just moments ago, upon reaching the 33 heavens, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Yet, at that time, the heavenly secrets were shrouded in fog, completely obscured, rendering him unable to discern its origin. By the time he comprehended the situation, the slaughter witch sword had already pierced through the spatial barrier before him, directly shattering the demon clan's heavenly realm into a wasteland. The Supreme Old Lord was on the verge of exploding with rage. This wretched Xuan had displayed such audacity. He had the audacity to annihilate the demon clan's south heavenly court right before his eyes. It was an affront to his dignity. As a revered saint, how could Xuan's act of slaying demons in his presence be anything less than a blatant disregard for him? How would the myriad beings of the primordial world perceive him in light of this? Chapter 37. Another escaped. One can only imagine the quiet laughter of those who have lost their dignity as saints, observing the demon realm's celestial palace reduced to ruins. The Grand Supreme Elder recalled the plundering of his own Mount Xuan. In an instant, a fierce rage ignited within him, his eyes blazing crimson, radiating a destructive divine light capable of annihilating the heavens. Curse you, Xuan! I shall eradicate you completely to quell the hatred in my heart. The Grand Supreme Elder's voice resonated with a deep intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. He then wielded his Tai whisk, transforming it into a terrifying purple divine light that sliced through the barriers of space, heading directly for the moon star. Boom! In his fury, the Grand Supreme Elder unleashed a terrifying phenomenon. Above the heavens, purple lightning flickered, and boundless black clouds surged and roiled, intertwining to form a colossal yin-yang bagua net that enveloped the entire moon star, turning it into a prison. All matter within was confined. Not even a wisp of air could escape. Countless primordial beings marveled in awe. Is this the might of a saint in wrath? How terrifying! With just a mere gesture, he altered the very colors of the heavens and even commanded the powers of nature to create an immense cage, trapping the moon star. After issuing the manhunt decree, Emperor Xuan remained seething with rage. However, upon witnessing the Grand Supreme Elder pursue Xuan to the moon star, a surge of satisfaction arose within him. East Emperor, let us hasten to the moon star and slay Xuan. Emperor Xuan commanded the East Emperor, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light. Racing towards the moon star, the East Emperor's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he too became a streak of golden radiance, following suit. Yet, upon their arrival at the moon star, they were met with a scene of carnage. Demon soldiers lay slain, their bodies strewn across the ground. But Xuan's figure was nowhere to be found. The Grand Supreme Elder attempted to divine the heavens, while Emperor Xuan utilized the river map and Luo book to calculate. However, moments later, both discovered they could not ascertain Xuan's whereabouts. He has escaped again. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression darkened, having calculated 5 or 6 times without success. His countenance turned ashen, exuding a palpable fury that stirred a terrifying storm of spiritual energy, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The moon star quaked violently, with immense chasms opening in the ground. Witnessing this, countless primordial beings were once again struck with astonishment. Even the Grand Supreme Elder could not discern Xuan's location. At such a close distance, the Grand Supreme Elder had failed to capture him. Xuan is truly formidable, slipping away right under the eyes of the saints. After the deed is done, I shall depart quietly, concealing my achievements and name. How powerful! Xuan is astonishing, destroying the celestial palace and escaping. Truly impressive. I have never encountered anyone as formidable as Xuan. Even the saints are powerless against him. It is indeed unfathomable. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless beings were left in awe, deeply admiring Xuan's audacious actions. Each time he accomplished such earth-shattering feats, he departed with an unparalleled nonchalance, evoking a profound sense of envy. The formidable beings of the primordial realm were equally astonished. Xuan had once again eluded the grasp of the Ta-Ching saint, an act that was tantamount to a direct affront to the saint's dignity. Despite the saint's personal involvement, he failed to capture Xuan, a blow that would undoubtedly tarnish the saint's prestige and influence. At that moment, the revered Lao Jun stood upon the Taiyin star, acutely aware of the probing consciousness of the primordial powerhouses in the vicinity. A surge of rage ignited within him. This wretched Xuan had once more brought him disgrace in the primordial realm. Saints, being immortal and undying, held their pride in utmost regard. With a cold snort, Lao Jun's fury intensified, and he abruptly brandished his tai-e whisk. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura erupted forth, akin to a razor-sharp celestial blade. Radiating in all directions, the fierce momentum swept across the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the primordial lands. The Ta Ching saint was enraged. The onlookers, the great powers, hastily withdrew their senses, no longer daring to probe this location. They understood all too well that the Ta Ching saint was incensed by Yi Xian's affront, and none wished to provoke the saint's ire. After all, these powerhouses were not as ruthless as Yi Xian, who dared to usurp the saint's position and even eliminate his own disciples. The more they recognized the saint's might, the deeper their admiration for Yi Xian grew. Truly, Yi Xian was an unparalleled force, deserving of the title of the most formidable being in the history of the primordial realm. On the Taiyin star, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai-e gazed upon the countless fallen demon soldiers and the shattered primordial spirits of the 5 great demon gods, as well as the remnants of the demon master Kunping. Their eyes reddened with grief. This represented the backbone of the demon clan. All was lost. The pain was unbearable. Di Jun clenched his fists tightly, his fury roaring within him, impossible to suppress. Yi Xian, I vow to see you dead without a complete corpse, he declared through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with resentment. Brother, I will summon the full might of the demon clan to hunt down Yi Xian. Dong Huang Tai-e, feeling deeply humiliated, was unable to contain the surging murderous intent within him. If Yi Xian were present, he would relish the chance to flay him alive and consume his flesh and blood. This vividly illustrated the extent of his fury. He yearned to annihilate Yi Xian immediately, to avenge the insult and prevent the primordial beings from mocking him. Di Jun, his expression dark, nodded grimly in agreement. He too longed to subject Yi Xian to 1,000 tortures to relieve his pent-up hatred. The events of the day were utterly intolerable. Before the countless beings of the primordial realm, the demon clan had suffered a tremendous loss of face, utterly undermining the authority of their celestial court. How could they hope to dominate the primordial realm and suppress the myriad races? Only by publicly executing Yi Xian could they set an example and reclaim their standing. In order to restore the dignity of the celestial realm and instill fear in the arrogant witch clans, it seems rather challenging for the demon race alone to locate Yi Xian. Realizing this, Emperor Jun turned his gaze towards the supreme Lord Laozi. Approaching him, Emperor Jun bowed respectfully and said, O sage of Ta Ching, this Yi Xian is exceedingly malevolent. Not only has he provoked your esteemed dignity, but today he has also slaughtered countless demon soldiers and deities. I implore you to take action on behalf of our demon race and annihilate this Yi Xian. The Supreme Lord Laozi nodded slightly and replied, Rest assured, Yi Xian is a malignant tumor of the primordial world, steeped in grave sins, unworthy of existence in this realm. In the coming days, I shall devise a plan to eliminate this individual, restoring clarity to the primordial universe. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Lord, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with excitement. Chapter 38. The emergence of extraordinary treasures with the assurance of the saint. The demise of Yi Xian was inevitable. Subsequently, Taishang Laojun departed. Emperor Jun and Tai-e deliberated on methods to eradicate Yi Xian, and they too returned to the celestial court of the demon clan, preparing to mobilize their troops for a vigorous pursuit of Yi Xian. Meanwhile, after leaving the Taiyin star, Yi Xian journeyed to the remote northernmost reaches of the primordial wilderness. At this moment, he was adorned with numerous treasures radiating a myriad of colorful lights, all of which he had acquired from the demon clan. From the corpses of the 5 great demon gods, he had obtained the sun and moon essence wheel, the demon-suppressing tower, and the 5 Qiongtong Liguang scissors, amongst other fine, innate treasures. Additionally, he had procured the exquisite treasure, the Qianyuan Palace, from the demon master Kunping. This was a spatial treasure embodying the laws of space, containing a small world brimming with potent spiritual energy, making it exceptionally conducive for cultivation. In the extreme north, Yi Xian sought a secluded location to set up a restrictive formation, preparing to enter seclusion to enhance his strength. Transforming into a streak of flowing light, he entered the Qianyuan Palace, where the rich spiritual energy enveloped him like a flowing stream. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he glimpsed a radiant pool of treasures deep within the palace. Upon closer inspection, a joyful expression graced his face. The essence of heavenly and earthly jade. His voice resonated with delight. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, formed from the essence of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Consuming such a treasure would refine one's physical body and augment magical power. This pool filled to the brim with the essence of heavenly and earthly jade was invaluable, enough to make any quasi-saint covetous. The Xuan, a being of ancient might, truly possessed some profound heritage, and now all of it belonged to me. Xuan mused with a serene smile. However, he refrained from hastily consuming the essence of heavenly and earthly jade. With a flick of his sleeve, he meticulously collected the entire pool of essence. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned a massive, pitch-black cauldron from his Nuwa palace. This cauldron exuded a formidable aura of malevolence, sweeping across the Qianyuan palace and causing a tumult of spiritual energy. This was the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron, an innate treasure of the demon clan, sharing lineage with the renowned innate treasure, the Qiankuan Cauldron. It had the ability to forge any divine weapon and, upon completion, could amplify the weapon's power, even transforming acquired treasures into innate ones of extraordinary strength. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron contained the principles of Yin and Yang, as well as the five elements. Those who could comprehend its laws would significantly enhance their prowess. It also possessed defensive capabilities. When summoned above one's head, it could withstand strikes from quasi-saint level powers. The demon clan utilized this very cauldron to forge the Slaughter Witch Sword, a cherished artifact of Emperor Xuan, which bore the imprint of his primordial spirit and was currently protesting against Xuan, attempting to flee back to the demon clan. Observing the malevolence emanating from the cauldron, Xuan smiled coldly. He then gently pressed down with his hand. Boom! A terrifying pressure surged forth, descending upon the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron like an ancient divine mountain. In an instant, the furnace descended from the heavens, embedding itself deep into the earth. The cauldron trembled with an uncanny sentience, as if imbued with intelligence akin to that of a human. With a mere gesture, Xuan effortlessly erased the primordial imprint left within by Emperor Xuan. Subsequently, he commenced the refinement of the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron. Inherent to every innate spiritual treasure are 36 prohibitions, ordinarily. A typical quasi-saint would require millennia to refine such a cauldron. However, endowed with the primordial Tao body, Xuan possessed an extraordinarily robust constitution, allowing him to completely refine the cauldron in the blink of an eye. The Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron was now unequivocally his. As the cauldron was refined, it emitted a resonant hum, signifying its recognition of Xuan as its master. Disregarding its previous nature, Xuan extended his palm, revealing an extraordinary black orb within his grasp. This sphere radiated an aura of malevolence, echoing with the roars of countless terrifying celestial demons, while myriad destructive principles flickered within, cycling through the interplay of creation and annihilation inherent to the Yin-Yang Five Elements. This black luminescence constituted the essence of the Slaughtering Witch Sword. In the act of obliterating the sword, Xuan had forcibly extracted its essence. Initially, he intended to annihilate this radiance. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to preserve the essence of the Slaughtering Witch Sword. This sword was forged over eons by the demon race, utilizing the lifeblood of countless humans, and its might was formidable enough to pierce through the corporeal form of the ancestral witches. These ancestors, born from the primordial blood of Pangu, boasted unparalleled physical prowess, rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures. The ability of the Slaughtering Witch Sword to penetrate the ancestral witches attests to its razor-sharpness. Xuan surmised that this sword could contend with the god-slaying spear wielded by the demon ancestor Luo Hu, a weapon renowned as the most fearsome treasure of the primordial era, capable of injuring even a saint. In dire need of a potent weapon, especially after having offended numerous saints, Xuan resolved to harness the essence of the Slaughtering Witch Sword in conjunction with the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron to forge an unparalleled instrument of destruction. Yet, as the Slaughtering Witch Sword was crafted from human lifeblood, its inherent malevolence precluded its direct use. Xuan summoned the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus, purifying the aura of malice, resentment, and hostility within. He then cast various innate spiritual treasures into the Yin-Yang Five Elements Cauldron as materials for the forging process. The Sun and Moon Essence Wheel, the Demon Suppression Pagoda, 5 Qiankio Liguang scissors, along with other innate treasures harvested from the 8 Scenery Palace, all were deposited into the cauldron. Next, he placed the essence of the Slaughtering Witch Sword into the cauldron as well. Summoning the 6 Ding Divine Fire, he ignited the furnace. Employing the Celestial Fire Fan, he fanned the most potent heavenly purple fire for the refinement process. Time flowed like an unrecorded river in the primordial realm, and in the blink of an eye, a century had slipped by. Beneath the searing flames, The innate spiritual treasure within the furnace has completely melted and gradually fused with the essence of the Butcher Witch sword, slowly forming a divine sword that radiates waves of resplendent light. At the moment this divine sword emerged, a divine radiance illuminated the surroundings, and golden blossoms of ethereal beauty surged forth, adorning the entire Qianyuan Hall. Melodious celestial music filled the air as an abundance of spiritual energy converged, flowing into the furnace like a gentle stream, nourishing the divine sword. Upon witnessing these extraordinary phenomena, Yi Xian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The birth of a rare treasure invariably heralds remarkable signs. Yi Xian felt a sense of anticipation, pondering what unparalleled weapon the furnace had forged. He approached the Yin-Yang 5 Elements furnace and leaned in to observe. There, he beheld the long sword, emanating a kaleidoscope of divine light, resting quietly within the furnace. With a subtle motion of his hand, he retrieved the divine sword from the furnace. Buzz. Chapter 39. The Demon-Slaying Sword in an Instant. This divine sword radiated countless beams of golden light, illuminating the entire Qianyuan Hall. An abundance of spiritual energy surged, swirling like a vortex, all being drawn into the sword. The quality of this sword was undoubtedly at least that of a postnatal supreme treasure, and with its absorption of so much spiritual energy, its power might rival that of a congenital spiritual treasure. Yi Xian gazed intently at this sword, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. A thought struck him, and he realized it was time to bestow a name upon this weapon. "I shall call you the Demon-Slaying Sword," he murmured softly. Boom. At the very moment Yi Xian named the sword, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and dark clouds began to gather, resembling an abyssal sea of darkness. Terrifying whirlpools of black clouds swirled in the sky, with flashes of lightning as thick as dragons illuminating the scene. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. This was the tribulation of divine weapons. He had heard that when formidable divine weapons emerged, they could provoke heavenly tribulations to strike at their spirits. Should the weapon fail to withstand the onslaught of the tribulation, it would vanish without a trace, and the tribulation would rebound upon its creator, posing a grave danger. Yi Xian had not anticipated that the divine weapon he forged would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. He speculated that this was primarily due to the fact that he had utilized the Slaughter Witch sword to craft the Demon-Slaying Sword, which was deemed intolerable by the heavenly Tao, thereby invoking the tribulation to test him. As Yi Xian pondered this, a voice from the mysterious void suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding. Detection of host's current predicament. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Abandon the demon-slaying sword and flee to evade the tribulation. Reward. The law of escape. Choice 2. Resolutely refuse to abandon the demon-slaying sword and face the tribulation head-on. Reward. The law of thunder. Upon seeing the options presented by the system, Yi Xian's eye sparkled. He briefly surveyed both choices and immediately focused on the second option, the law of thunder. A smile of delight spread across his face, as he had not expected the system to offer such a formidable law. It was well known that the law of thunder was a powerful principle wielded by the Chaos Thunder Demon, ranking among the top 100 of the 3,000 great laws, capable of controlling all thunder and lightning in the world. Truly fearsome indeed. After casting a glance at the first option, he swiftly dismissed it. The law of escape, as its name implied, was merely a means of fleeing. Such a principle was utterly beneath consideration. Without hesitation, Yi Xian chose the second option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the law of thunder. As the system's voice faded, Yi Xian felt a tremendous warmth surge through his mind, with profound and mysterious ripples of law inscribing themselves into his memory. Crackling. Yi Xian's entire being shimmered with terrifying arcs of electricity, causing nearby space to fracture with intricate fissures, a display of formidable power. Yi Xian understood that although the law of thunder had been imprinted in his mind, he still needed to comprehend it personally. The system merely injected it directly. Suddenly, a tumultuous rumble echoed through the skies. Before Yi Xian could fully grasp the law of thunder, terrifying purple lightning, akin to mighty dragons, surged forth from the heavens, writhing and crawling through the dark clouds, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Xian realized that the heavenly tribulation was imminent. He tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword and boldly advanced toward the vast expanse of purplish thunderclouds. With each step he took, the void beneath him shattered with a resounding thud, as if the very fabric of space was yielding to his presence. During his ascent, Yi Xian summoned all the thunderous energy within him, his eyes flickering with arcs of electricity. In that moment, the colossal bolts of lightning seemed to sense his arrival. Erupting in furious retaliation, hurling down upon him with a cataclysmic force. From the ground, one could see Xuan suspended in the void, wielding the demon-slaying sword, which radiated a mysterious golden aura, standing resolutely against the purple divine lightning like an indomitable warrior. Today, I shall sever the divine thunder with my sword and validate the path of thunder. Yi Xian bellowed to the heavens, raising his sword high as he brought it crashing down upon the descending bolts of purple lightning. With a resounding crack, Yi Xian unleashed a brilliant sword light that pierced through the dark clouds, scattering them asunder. The terrifying purple thunderbolts were cleaved apart by his hand. In an instant, he had comprehended the law of thunder to a minor degree, vibrant arcs of electricity swirling around him, transforming him into a celestial deity of thunder, clad in flowing white robes, exuding an air of majesty. The demon-slaying sword, empowered by the thunder's might, underwent a transformation. Its essence infused with the energy of the law of thunder, the blade crackling with electricity and emanating an astonishing aura. To my surprise, my demon-slaying sword has ascended. Yi Xian mused, reveling in the discovery that under the baptism of the tribulation's divine lightning, the sword had evolved into a primordial spiritual treasure. It seems I must bestow a fitting title upon you. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Thunderclap Demon-Slaying Sword. A smile graced Yi Xian's face. His heart filled with joy, knowing that the infusion of the law of thunder would elevate its power to unprecedented heights. At that moment, he noticed the purple lightning above growing increasingly formidable, soon coalescing into a fierce, serpentine purple lightning dragon, roaring in the skies. This majestic dragon, with its radiant scales, fixed its fierce gaze upon Yi Xian. With a thunderous roar, it charged toward him. Clearly, the heavenly Tao perceived Yi Xian's burgeoning strength beneath the divine lightning and, in its vexation, conjured a dreadfully destructive thunder dragon, intent on annihilating him in one fell swoop. Yet, upon witnessing this fearsome creature, Yi Xian merely laughed heartily. His countenance devoid of fear, he discovered that under the ravages of the thunderous onslaught, the law of thunder would only grow stronger. Amidst such terrifying divine lightning, Yi Xian found his comprehension of the law of thunder deepening. Today, I shall confront the heavenly Tao's divine lightning head-on, Yi Xian proclaimed, wielding the thunder execution sword, his form transforming into a radiant golden light as he charged fiercely towards the violet electric dragon. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian collided with the violet electric dragon. The thunder execution sword in his hand struck violently towards the beast. Law of thunder, cleave, Yi Xian uttered in a low voice, and the sword unleashed a cataclysmic surge of electric brilliance, descending directly upon the dragon's head. Chapter 40. The pursuit of Yi Xian. A terrifying wave of thunder erupted from the sword's blade, crashing into the head of the violet electric dragon like a colossal tsunami. In the next instant, the immense head of the dragon was severed, plummeting from the heavens to the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a deep chasm upon impact. The heavenly Tao's violet electric dragon was vanquished by Yi Xian's sword. At that moment, Yi Xian realized that his comprehension of the laws of thunder had ascended to a remarkable level, nearly equivalent to half the power of the primordial thunder demon of the Chaos era. A dazzling spectacle of electric light radiated from him, enveloping his entire being in arcs of purplish-red lightning. These arcs formed a vast network of electricity, shrouding an expanse of several hundred miles, with countless sparks illuminating the air, weaving a breathtaking tapestry of thunder. As if sensing Yi Xian's formidable strength, the heavenly Tao recognized that the descending thunder could not obliterate him. Instead, it would only serve to augment his power. In an instant, the sky became tumultuous, with layers of dark clouds swiftly dissipating and retreating. While the ferocious heavenly tribulation thunder vanished into thin air, the heavenly Tao withdrew. Cowed by Yi Xian's might, it refrained from further action against him. Yi Xian gazed at the dissipating lightning, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is that all? How unexciting. I had hoped to further comprehend the laws with the heavenly tribulation thunder. He shook his head, a look of bemusement on his face. He had not anticipated that he would frighten the heavenly Tao away. It seemed rather timid. However, Yi Xian chose not to provoke the heavenly Tao, well aware of the trouble that could ensue if it were to turn serious. Subsequently, he returned to the Qianyuan Hall, seated himself upon a mat, and engaged in profound contemplation. He discovered that his gains this time were substantial. Firstly, the demon-slaying sword had absorbed the might of the heavenly Tao's thunder, enabling it to unleash the laws of thunder. It had now ascended to the status of an innate treasure, its power rivaling that of the god-slaying spear. And under the enhancement of the laws of thunder, it could even inflict harm upon a sage's body. Moreover, amid the heavenly tribulation of lightning, Yi Xian had achieved a profound mastery of the laws of thunder, elevating his strength to new heights. He could now command the thunder of heaven and earth, effortlessly summoning countless bolts of lightning to obliterate his foes. It is time to elevate my realm, Yi Xian thought, drawing in a deep breath of rich spiritual energy. He felt his magical power surging to its zenith, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. After this period of accumulation, the foundation he had built was immensely solid. With a wave of his sleeve, he released a multitude of celestial essence, absorbing countless innate spiritual energies. Then, with a deep inhalation, he drew all of this essence into his body. Boom! As the reservoir of celestial essence filled his abdomen, an intense warmth surged throughout his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, repeatedly cleansing his flesh and fortifying his magical prowess. Yi Xian immediately entered seclusion to elevate his cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the great Lord Lao Jun sought out the primordial heavenly sovereign once more. Within the Jade Void Palace, the two sat facing each other. Noticing the somber expression on the great lord's face, the primordial heavenly sovereign inquired, "Master, have you come this time regarding Yi Xian?" The great lord nodded slightly, stating, "Junior brother, Yi Xian is an anomaly in the heavenly way. He must not be allowed to live. He must perish." To this, the primordial heavenly sovereign replied, "Master, I too wish to eliminate Yi Xian. This child shows no respect for the saints and even dared to publicly destroy the heavenly court. Such transgressions warrant death. However, he is incredibly adept at concealing himself. Previously, when the primordial heavenly sovereign and the great lord had jointly attempted to divine the heavenly secrets, they found themselves unable to ascertain Yi Xian's whereabouts, which greatly vexed the primordial heavenly sovereign. The great lord flicked his tiny whisk and assured him, "Fear not. With our combined efforts, we shall surely uncover Yi Xian's location." When Yi Xian first emerged, he bore no karmic ties, making it impossible for us to discern his position. However, now that he has committed numerous acts of slaughter and has accrued heavy karmic burdens, we shall be able to trace him through the threads of causality. Upon hearing the great lord's words, the primordial heavenly sovereign nodded, saying, "Time is of the essence, master. Let us commence." Subsequently, the primordial heavenly sovereign produced the wheel of heavenly secrets, and together with the great lord, they engaged in another round of divination. However, their efforts yielded only a rough estimation of his location. The chaos pearl, being a treasure of the primordial chaos, was not easily discernible. The great lord's expression darkened. The vastness of the primordial world was immense. Obtaining merely a directional indication rendered the task of locating Yi Xian exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Yi Xian could change his course at any moment, complicating the pursuit even further. Observing the great lord's grim countenance, the primordial heavenly sovereign said, "Master, having a direction is a positive development. We must simply exercise patience, and we shall find Yi Xian. I shall dispatch my 12 golden immortals to scour this direction and eliminate him." The primordial heavenly sovereign's face turned cold, his voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. The great lord nodded in agreement, reflecting that with millions of demon soldiers at his disposal and the support of the Xuan sect, searching along this general direction would inevitably lead to Yi Xian's discovery. However, junior brother, I shall have Emperor Jun send demon troops as well. We must find this child. The great lord declared coldly, his voice brimming with intense killing intent, as if he longed to seize Yi Xian immediately and reduce him to fragments. The primordial heavenly sovereign then summoned a talisman, and moments later, the 12 golden immortals of the Xuan sect, along with the deputy leader, the lamplighter, entered the Jade Void Palace. "We greet our master and uncle." They all bowed to the primordial heavenly sovereign and the great lord, their eyes reflecting confusion as they wondered why they had been summoned. The primordial heavenly sovereign spoke, "I have gathered you here to discuss the pursuit of Yi Xian." He then proceeded to recount the matter to the 12 golden immortals. Upon hearing this, the 12 golden immortals and the lamplighting Taoist were secretly astonished. They had not anticipated that the primordial heavenly sovereign would command them to hunt down Yi Xian. Having witnessed Yi Xian's formidable power, they were acutely aware that a single strike from him could shatter the celestial cord of the demon race. Instilling a sense of trepidation within them as they pondered their chances, they could not hope to defeat Yi Xian. The 12 golden immortals were all at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while the lamplighting Taoist had attained the quasi-saint level. Despite their formidable strength being among the finest in the primordial world, it paled in comparison to Yi Xian's might. Chapter 41. Where did they go? They were acutely aware that even Xian Du had once led dozens of great Luo golden immortals, only to be utterly annihilated by Yi Xian's mere wave of his hand, leaving not a trace behind. The primordial heavenly venerable, having lived for countless ages, understood the concerns harbored by his cherished disciples. With a gentle wave of his hand, a radiant talisman, exuding a luminous divine brilliance, materialized in the air. These talismans emanated an overwhelming sacred might, floating in the sky like a primordial divine mountain. Just a glance at them felt as profound as the abyss, showcasing an unparalleled ferocity. These talismans, known as the Jade Purity Divine Talismans, encapsulated the essence of his own formidable power, capable of aiding you in effortlessly vanquishing Xuan. Once you locate this individual, you may strike him down without hesitation. The primordial heavenly venerable stated with a calm demeanor. He then waved his hand once more, causing 13 faintly glowing jade stones to appear in the void. These treasures, referred to as the escape from a mortal's jade, would ensure that even if you could not defeat Xuan, you could safely retreat without fear of harm. The primordial heavenly venerable, having learned from the demise of Xiandu, generously equipped his disciples with the most potent offensive and evasive treasures. After all, these 12 disciples were carefully chosen, blessed with profound fortune and exceptional backgrounds. Their loss would adversely affect the fortune of his lineage. Thus, he remained exceedingly cautious. The 12 golden immortals and the lantern-bearer gazed at the treasures suspended in the void, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. With such formidable artifacts, was there still any need to fear Xuan? Especially the talisman. Embodying the power of a strike from the primordial heavenly venerable, one blow from a saint could shatter the primordial realm, its might far beyond what Xuan could withstand. Moreover, even if they could not prevail, they could use the escape from a mortal's jade to flee, ensuring their lives would not be in jeopardy. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder also bestowed treasures upon the 12 golden immortals and the lantern-bearer, imparting to them a formidable killing formation capable of eliminating anyone beneath the saint level. Subsequently, the Grand Supreme Elder declared, "If you succeed in slaying Xuan, I shall reward you handsomely, aiding you in elevating your realms and enhancing your powers, ensuring your swift ascension to the quasi-saint level." Upon hearing the Grand Supreme Elder's words, the 12 golden immortals were filled with fervor, eager to locate Xuan and eliminate him to earn their master's generous reward. The promised rewards were exceedingly rich, even enticing to saints, let alone to them. Thus, the lantern-bearer and the 12 golden immortals bid farewell to the primordial heavenly venerable and the Grand Supreme Elder. And with great urgency, they exited the Jade Void Palace. Armed with the celestial mechanism compass, they surged forth alongside millions of demon soldiers. Embarking on a grand search towards the north, time flowed unheeded in the vast primordial wilderness. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. In a remote cave within the extreme northern lands, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, resonating through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Amidst the radiant golden light, arcs of electricity danced like celestial dragons between heaven and earth, forming an expansive thundercloud that stretched across millions of miles, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Deep within a secluded cavern, Xuan slowly opened his eyes, keenly sensing his cultivation level. A look of delight instantly illuminated his face. He had reached the mid-stage of the pre-saint realm. Joy flickered in Xuan's eyes at this moment. He felt that his physical body, consciousness, and magical energy had ascended to an entirely new echelon. As he gently clenched his fist, he could perceive countless fluctuations of the laws of lightning. A vast ocean of magical energy surged forth from within him, flowing like relentless waves, seemingly boundless. Subsequently, with a subtle motion of his elongated index finger, he pierced the void barrier, shattering it into countless fragmented shards that fell to the ground. Possessing the unparalleled physique of the primordial Tao body, and having endured a millennium of tempering through lightning, his physical strength now surpassed that of the ancestral witches. After a moment of reflection, Xuan estimated that his physical form could rival 10 ancestral witches. Even if he stood there and allowed his enemies to strike him with innate spiritual treasures, he would not sustain a single scratch. In fact, those treasures would shatter upon contact with his formidable body. This exemplifies the might of the primordial Tao body, and the enhanced version of it was terrifyingly powerful. A satisfied smile graced Xuan's lips as he reveled in his current physique. He then gently opened his palm, conjuring a sphere of purple lightning. Under the control of his will, this sphere gradually transformed into a magnificent purple thunder dragon. With a mighty roar, the purple thunder dragon soared between Xuan's hands, emitting a terrifying bellow infused with the laws of thunder. Waves of thunderous energy radiated outward, causing the ground within a radius of several thousand miles to tremble. incinerating countless plants and trees into charred remnants. I have comprehended the laws of thunder to perfection. I can now command the divine thunder of the purple clouds. Xuan murmured, his voice brimming with pride. The divine thunder of the purple clouds, also known as the heavenly Tao thunder, is a form of lightning that reigns supremely between heaven and earth. The ability to wield such thunder is tantamount to harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao. Xuan believed he could hold his own even against a sage. Moreover, he possessed an unparalleled weapon, the thunder execution sword. Xuan's gaze shifted to the magnificent sword before him, which radiated myriad hues of brilliance. Buzz, 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 as if sensing its master's attention. The thunder execution sword trembled slightly, emanating an even more resplendent glow, akin to a dazzling sun, utterly blinding. With a mere thought, Xuan grasped the thunder execution sword in his hand. Rising to his feet, he intended to step outside for some fresh air. After being in seclusion for over a millennium, he wondered what changes awaited him in the outside world. Just as he was about to stride out of the cavern, his consciousness swept across the vicinity, and he immediately detected the presence of hundreds of formidable auras nearby. Are they here to seek me? Upon realizing this, Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of playful amusement. In an instant, he vanished from his original location. Meanwhile, in the extreme northern lands, the burning lamp Taoist and the 12 golden immortals descended near Xuan's cave abode. Guang Qingzi surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "That detestable turtle. Xuan, despite our prolonged search, we have yet to locate him. Who knows where he has concealed himself? If I were to find him, I would surely smash his head with the heaven-overturning seal." Qi Jingzi nodded in agreement, stating, "With the jade purity divine talismans bestowed upon us by our master, should we encounter Xuan, we shall undoubtedly annihilate him in an instant." Chapter 42. A band of cowards. The venerable Huang long smiled faintly and remarked, "To us, Xuan is but an insignificant ant. Not only do we possess the sacred talismans of our revered master, but we also wield the devastating formations imparted by our grandmaster. Once we act, it will be effortless to eliminate this fellow." The 12 golden immortals brimmed with confidence. Relying on their treasures, they regarded Xuan with utter disdain, their tone dripping with contempt. They almost wished for Xuan to appear before them at that very moment, eager to dispatch him swiftly and claim the lucrative rewards that awaited them. Not far away, Xuan observed the arrogant 12 golden immortals, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had long heard tales of the arrogance and self-importance of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the primordial supreme being. And it seemed the rumors were indeed true. During the great tribulation of the gods, these individuals had looked down upon the disciples of the, mocking them as mere fledglings. While they prided themselves on their profound fortunes and excellent foundations, truly deluding themselves in their grandeur. As Xuan silently derided them, a sudden, chilling mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Host thoughts detected. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Strike against the 12 golden immortals, demonstrating your prowess. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus. Choice 2. Cower and flee to evade pursuit. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual root, the Millennium Peach. Glancing at the options presented by the system, Xuan smiled slightly and immediately focused on the first choice. The 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus was indeed a remarkable treasure. The 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, a truly excellent item, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with intensity. He was well aware that this treasure was a companion artifact of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, a formidable weapon of both offense and defense. It not only unleashed world-destroying black energy to assault foes, but could also summon a protective shield of black energy to safeguard its wielder from harm. As for the second option, Xuan lost interest at a mere glance. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus. As the system's announcement faded, a lotus radiating billions of black rays materialized within Xuan's mind. The lotus had 12 exquisite blossoms, each exuding a fierce black light and emanating waves of destructive energy, showcasing immense power. Truly worthy of being the companion artifact of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. With a faint smile, Xuan began to refine the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus. In a mere moment, he completely assimilated the treasure. A fragment of his primordial spirit imprinted itself onto the lotus, rendering it wholly his. At the instant of its refinement, the Black Lotus released an enigmatic black energy that surged into Xuan's body. He was momentarily taken aback, but upon careful examination, he discovered that this energy was, in fact, a shard of the law of destruction. This was a fragment of the law belonging to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. If he could comprehend it, his own strength would undoubtedly enhance significantly. This truly is a serendipitous delight. Yi Xian did not anticipate that within the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus lay a principle of destruction. However, he promptly dismissed this thought, turning his gaze towards the 12 golden immortals and the lantern-bearing Taoist nearby, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. First, I shall teach them a lesson. With that, Yi Xian took a step forward, slicing through a layer of space, and directly materialized above the 12 golden immortals. Boom! Yi Xian's form emerged in the heavens, instantly radiating myriad colorful rays of light. An immense and terrifying aura emanated from him, akin to the descent of an ancient divine mountain, pressing down upon the 12 golden immortals until their faces flushed crimson, nearly causing them to spew blood. What is happening? The 12 golden immortals were utterly bewildered. Engaged in casual conversation, they were suddenly confronted by an overwhelming pressure manifesting in the sky above, resembling a colossal, weighty primordial mountain resting upon their shoulders. Taken by surprise, their knees wobbled, nearly leading them to their knees. Soon after, a surge of indignation welled up within the 12 golden immortals. They were esteemed disciples of the illustrious Yuqing saint, the primordial heavenly sovereign, who dared to be so audacious as to stand above them and act with such impunity. They then raised their heads to gaze at the sky. Upon doing so, their pupils constricted, and an expression of sheer horror quickly spread across their faces. In an instant, they felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from their feet, coursing up their spines and directly into their minds, sending shivers throughout their scalps. What did they behold? A striking young man clad in white, standing majestically in the heavens, his feet resting upon a gleaming white lotus, a crimson feather fan in hand, and a gentle smile gracing his features, resembling an unparalleled noble youth. Yet, upon sighting this exquisite figure, the 12 golden immortals trembled as if they had encountered a specter. Yi Xian. It is Yi Xian. This fellow has audaciously appeared before them. The 12 golden immortals were struck with astonishment. They had yet to comprehend the situation when Yi Xian materialized above them, an utterly terrifying occurrence. Had Yi Xian launched a surprise attack moments earlier, they would have surely met their doom. The mere thought of this sent a chill down their spines, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Instinctively, they retreated several steps, creating distance from Yi Xian. With expressions of wariness, the 12 golden immortals fixed their vigilant gazes upon Yi Xian, as if facing a formidable foe, their hearts brimming with anxiety, rendering Yi Xian a fearsome beast in their eyes. Observing this scene, Yi Xian could not help but chuckle inwardly. He had merely released a hint of his pressure upon entering, yet it had left the 12 golden immortals pale with fright. A bunch of cowards. Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly, a trace of disdain evident in his tone. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the 12 golden immortals flushed crimson. They indeed had been intimidated by his overwhelming presence. However, at this moment, they had gradually regained their composure and swiftly recalled the precious jade clear talisman bestowed upon them by their master, which contained the formidable power of a saint's strike, as well as the escape immortal jade and other artifacts for fleeing. Why should they fear Yi Xian? Guang Qingzi was the first to respond. Being the most favored disciple of the Primordial Supreme, he harbored a lofty sense of pride. The mockery from Yi Xian ignited his anger. Thus, Guang Qingzi boldly proclaimed, "Brothers, we are all protected by our extraordinary treasures and have no need to fear him. Together, we can vanquish him and avenge our senior brother Xuan." His words resonated with righteous fervor, and a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The other 11 golden immortals, hearing his declaration, were momentarily shaken. Chapter 43. A sword to break the formation. At this moment, they had regained their composure from their initial fear, and a fierce killing intent ignited within their eyes. The opportunity to eliminate Yi Xian promised a wealth of treasures and a swift ascent to the quasi-saint realm, a chance no one wished to forego. With this thought, the 11 golden immortals surged with power, drawing forth their magical artifacts, exuding an aura of deadly intent. "Junior brothers, let us first establish a formation to ensnare Yi Xian, lest he escape," Guang Qingzi bellowed, brandishing the Fan Tian seal, which radiated brilliance as he laid down a complex array. The 11 golden immortals swiftly entered the formation, each taking their designated position to collectively suppress the grand array. In an instant, the formation took shape, as countless energies of yin and yang converged, forming blocks of Tai Chi diagrams around them, emanating a sharp, dark glow. Yi Xian, This is the two instruments microcosmic illusionary destruction formation crafted by my esteemed master. It possesses the power to reverse yin and yang, invert the five elements, and rend the chaos. No one beneath the sage can withstand its might. You shall soon be reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. Today marks your demise. Guang Qingzi's face was icy, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian, brimming with malice. Oh, is it truly that formidable? Yi Xian replied, a mocking smile playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Guang Qingzi's anger flared. He had initially hoped to intimidate Yi Xian with this fearsome formation to reclaim some dignity. After all, the two instruments' microcosmic illusionary destruction formation held a notorious reputation in the wilderness, crafted by the venerable Laozi, known for its ability to create illusions of life and death. Embodying the essence of yin and yang, its power was sufficient to instill fear in any great being. Yet, Yi Xian appeared utterly unperturbed by the fearsome formation, leaving Guang Qingzi feeling as if he had thrown a stone into cotton, completely ineffective. Enraged and humiliated, he snorted coldly, declaring, Yi Xian, you who show no respect to sages and endanger the wilderness, how dare you remain defiant even as death approaches? Witness how we will obliterate your very essence. With that, Guang Qingzi turned to the other 11 golden immortals and commanded, brothers, let us unite our strength to activate the formation and eradicate Yi Xian. The remaining 11 golden immortals seethed with indignation. Yi Xian's arrogance was intolerable, and his utter disregard for their ranks was a profound insult. As revered disciples of the sages, they were held in high esteem throughout the wilderness. Who dared to belittle their dignity? They yearned to slay Yi Xian immediately to relieve their pent-up frustration. With Guang Qingzi's words ringing in their ears, the 11 golden immortals wasted no time in summoning their magical artifacts. Directly activating the formidable and terrifying two instruments' microcosmic illusionary destruction formation. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding thousands of miles transformed into a sealed microcosmic world, where myriad laws of yin and yang manifested, and waves of illusory energy surged forth. In the realm of yin and yang, where all things are extinguished, Guang Qingzi let out a resounding roar, and the Fang Tian seal in his hand radiated with brilliant light. Simultaneously, 11 golden immortals joined in a unified shout, their voices echoing like thunder. In an instant, a colossal and terrifying yin-yang wheel materialized in the heavens, emanating an inexhaustible and formidable force that bore down upon Yi Xian with tremendous pressure. The very essence of the earth trembled under this overwhelming yin-yang energy, fissures appearing in the ground, and dust swirling chaotically, creating a scene of sheer horror. With a cold smirk adorning his lips, Guang Qingzi cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I wonder how you will withstand the might of this grand formation. His voice dripped with arrogance. The 11 golden immortals, sharing in his contempt, regarded Yi Xian with mocking smiles, convinced that this grand array of dualities would obliterate him completely. This fellow is doomed. Just as this thought crossed the minds of the 12 golden immortals, they beheld Yi Xian's lips curling into a nonchalant smile. He pointed towards the descending yin-yang wheel with an air of ease and scoffed. Is this all there is? His tone was remarkably calm, and his expression betrayed no hint of apprehension, as if the cataclysmic yin-yang will posed no threat to him whatsoever. The 12 golden immortals were left stupefied by Yi Xian's composure. How could this be? Shouldn't he be trembling in fear at such a fearsome formation powered by the forces of yin and yang? They had joined forces to create this array, and even 5 quasi-saint powerhouses would be annihilated within it. Yet, Yi Xian had the audacity to dismiss it so casually. His arrogance was beyond comprehension. Fury surged through the 12 golden immortals, their faces flushed with indignation. As the ominous yin-yang wheel drew closer to Yi Xian's head, they thought to themselves, Yi Xian, your end is nigh. You shall surely be crushed beneath the wheel. What arrogance can you still afford to display? They braced themselves for the spectacle of his demise. However, at that very moment, Yi Xian spoke. If this is the extent of your combined formation's power, then I must say, I am profoundly disappointed. I can shatter this array with a single sword. With that, he slowly unsheathed a sword. Clang! The moment the sword was drawn, it radiated a million golden beams of light, and a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted forth like a tsunami, causing the clouds above to roil violently. The land for thousands of miles was riven, and the nearby terrain transformed into a shattered web. Under the impact of this sword energy, the entire yin-yang microcosm trembled violently, with vast amounts of yin-yang essence dispersing like frightened beasts fleeing from danger. instantly dissolving into nothingness. The 12 golden immortals, sensing the overwhelming aura of this unparalleled divine sword, widened their eyes in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. What manner of sword is this that possesses such unparalleled might? The might of this sword is utterly overwhelming. Hiss! What a terrifying divine weapon! The 12 golden immortals gasped in astonishment, their hands trembling slightly under the onslaught of such formidable sword energy. It was beyond their wildest imagination. Before their astonished gazes, Xuan raised the thunder-punishing demon sword and, with a sudden and forceful stroke, brought it down. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, as a cataclysmic sword silhouette erupted from the blade, piercing through this small realm, cleaving it asunder. Crack, crack. The formidable Enyang 2 instrument's wheel was instantly bisected by a single stroke, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. Subsequently, under the impact of the sword energy, the entire 2 instrument's microdust illusion array was reduced to fragments, utterly dissipating amidst the cosmos. With a single stroke, the array was shattered. Chapter 44. The Saint Strike. A chilling sword aura surged across the heavens and the earth, crushing the desolate mountains within a radius of tens of millions of miles, reducing countless flowers, grasses, and trees to mere ashes. Shock! They were utterly astonished. The 12 golden immortals stood agape, their faces painted with disbelief. With widened eyes, they beheld the Tuyin microdust formation cleaved asunder by Xuan's strike, their hearts gripped by sheer terror. A profound sense of shock surged within them, leaving their scalps tingling. How terrifying! This formation was crafted by a saint, yet it was effortlessly shattered by a single sword. Xuan's might exceeded the wildest imaginations of the 12 golden immortals, rendering them speechless and causing their bodies to tremble with fear. At that moment, the piercing sword aura, sharp as a blade, penetrated the skin of the 12 golden immortals, inflicting a stinging pain akin to being subjected to a cruel execution, making them feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Fear consumed the 12 golden immortals. How could this sword aura be so formidable? It was utterly dreadful. They felt as if countless needles were piercing through their bodies. Even their primordial spirits sensed a prickling discomfort. This was primarily due to the thunderous laws contained within the sword aura, as lightning invaded their very beings, causing both their physical and spiritual forms to suffer simultaneously. Xuan cast a calm gaze upon the 12 golden immortals, a faint smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a hint of mockery. The Tuyin microdust formation was truly fragile, he remarked nonchalantly, his tone remarkably serene, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. In stating this objective truth, however, the 12 golden immortals perceived it as a blatant derision. They felt humiliated by Xuan. Their faces flushed with indignation. The 12 golden immortals simmered with rage. Though Xuan spoke with arrogance, they found themselves unable to retort, for he had indeed shattered the formation with a single sword strike. His assertion that the Tuyin microdust formation was feeble was undeniably accurate. They felt a deep sense of frustration, as disciples of a saint. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Clenching their fists, their eyes reddened with fury, they yearned to obliterate Xuan and avenge this affront. Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he declared, Xuan, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that your destruction of the Tuyin microdust formation makes you exceptional. We possess another treasure that can annihilate you in an instant. In his heart, Guangchengzi resolved to wield the jade clear divine talisman bestowed by their master, unleashing the saint's strike to eradicate Xuan. With the power of a saint, annihilating an existence at the quasi-saint level like Xuan would be a trivial task. The thought sent a cold glint across Guangchengzi's face, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, as if he already regarded Xuan as a corpse. The remaining 11 golden immortals felt the surge of murderous intent rekindled by Guangchengzi's words. Indeed, by employing their master's talisman, they could instantly eliminate Xuan and cleanse this humiliation. With this thought, the 12 golden immortals exchanged knowing glances, their eyes shimmering with determination. Guangchengzi, with a sinister smile, proclaimed, Junior brothers, let us unite our powers and employ the jade clear talismans to reduce Xuan to mere fragments. Indeed, senior brother. The 11 golden immortals nodded in unison, and together, they summoned a talisman radiating a formidable sacred might from the depths of the Mudpill Palace. In an instant, as the talisman materialized, it unleashed an overwhelming pressure. The skies above transformed, and the spiritual energy trembled uneasily, causing the barren mountains within a radius of several thousand miles to crack and split apart. A triumphant expression spread across Guang Qingzi's face as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xian, sneering, "Yi Xian, your demise is inevitable. Let us see how you withstand the might of a saint." With a mocking demeanor, Guang Qingzi sought to belittle Yi Xian, eager to reclaim his lost pride. In contrast, Yi Xian regarded the jade, clear talismans in the hands of the 12 golden immortals with an air of indifference, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Merely a trivial talisman, what of it? He mused, his tone laced with scorn, entirely dismissing the talisman's significance. You. Guang Qingzi's face turned ashen with fury, his lips trembling in anger. This was the power of their master's strike. How dare that wretched Yi Xian show such contempt for a saint? Yi Xian's disdainful attitude left the 12 golden immortals feeling deeply insulted. Senior brother, cease this futile chatter. Let us strike together and unleash the jade clear talismans to eliminate Yi Xian. Qi Jingzi exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. The other 10 golden immortals echoed in anger. Let us unite our strength and vanquish Yi Xian. With a furious nod, Guang Qingzi clenched the jade clear talisman tightly, commanding, "Very well, let us commence." Without delay, the 12 golden immortals infused their talismans with spiritual energy, catalyzing the power of the saint's strike contained within. Boom. As they channeled their might, the jade clear talisman emitted an immeasurable divine light, coalescing a terrifying force. In an instant, the heavens shifted, layers of dark clouds gathered ominously, and the surging spiritual energy roiled like boiling water, tumultuous and chaotic. Yi Xian, I shall ensure your demise. Guang Qingzi sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He silently vowed that this time, Yi Xian would be obliterated. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Yi Xian remained remarkably calm. Standing serenely in the celestial expanse, observing the movements of the 12 golden immortals with an unruffled demeanor. Gradually, he extended his palm upwards, as if grasping at something in the void. It is merely a saint's strike. I can easily shatter it, Yi Xian declared nonchalantly, his voice imbued with an air of tranquility, his expression reflecting a profound calm. The 12 golden immortals were left utterly bewildered by this spectacle. Yi Xian's audacity was astounding. To treat a saint's strike with such derision was tantamount to courting death. Anger simmered within them. Just then, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Boom. As Yi Xian's 5 fingers unfurled completely, a colossal bolt of purple lightning, resembling a dragon, suddenly burst forth from the dark clouds above. In that instant, the immense lightning radiated an overwhelming aura of thunderous majesty, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Countless ancient mountains were shattered into fragments by the celestial thunder, reduced to mere debris. Subsequently, under the incredulous gaze of the 12 golden immortals, this divine purple lightning descended from the sky and landed in Yi Xian's palm. Grasping this bolt of divine lightning was akin to wielding an elongated purple whip. However, this whip was remarkably terrifying, as it had been transformed from heavenly thunder. The flickering, cataclysmic electric light it emitted was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in the hearts of those who beheld it. Chapter 45. The escape. The 12 golden immortals stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yi Xian, who hovered majestically in the void, wielding the purple thunder divine whip. An overwhelming aura of terrifying power emanated from him, instilling profound shock within their hearts. Summoning heavenly thunder as a weapon, this was utterly formidable. How had he accomplished such a feat? The realization that he could manipulate heavenly lightning sent chills coursing through their bodies. As they beheld this scene, a wave of intense astonishment surged within them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Goosebumps erupted along their skin, and a fine layer of sweat materialized at their necks. Amidst their terror-stricken gazes, Yi Xian offered a cold smile, then swung the purple divine whip directly at the jade clear divine talisman conjured by the 12 golden immortals. Boom. The purple thunderbolt cleaved through the heavens, shattering segments of spatial barriers, and struck down upon the jade clear divine talisman. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and in an instant, the purple thunder whip inflicted a profound fissure upon the talisman, unleashing boundless laws of thunder that erupted forth. The cracks swiftly widened, ultimately obliterating the talisman into ash, leaving nothing but a trace of remnants. The 12 golden immortals were left utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in sheer horror as they witnessed the complete disintegration of the talisman into dust. A wave of unparalleled shock surged from the depths of their being. Their minds, overwhelmed with disbelief, struggled to comprehend that a talisman imbued with the strength of a sage had been reduced to nothingness by Yi Xian's single strike. This was the jade clear divine talisman, a formidable treasure equivalent to a sage's might, now turned to mere ashes. The 12 golden immortals were left in a state of utter confusion, their minds grappling with disbelief. Just as they were engulfed in astonishment, the purple thunder whip, having shattered the talisman, unleashed a powerful ripple of thunderous laws. This wave radiated outward like a shockwave, fracturing the very fabric of space and causing the ground to tremble, brimming with terrifying lethality. With a sudden whoosh, the 12 golden immortals spat out blood, their forms propelled backward thousands of miles, crashing into desolate mountains and falling to the ground, grievously wounded. Fear etched across their faces. They could now sense the severe damage inflicted upon both their physical forms and divine consciousness. Even the 3 flowers atop their heads had been diminished, resulting in a catastrophic decline in their cultivation. Pallor washed over their faces, and they trembled uncontrollably. Countless years of cultivation, obliterated in an instant. What a tragic fate. As they began to regain their senses, panic erupted within the 12 golden immortals. They had suffered a tremendous loss. Not only had they failed to eliminate Xuan, but they had also incurred a significant depletion of their powers, a true case of losing both the bride and the soldiers. What shall we do now, senior brother? Qi Jingzi inquired, his expression fraught with anxiety. Guang Qingzi, burdened with frustration, weighed the pros and cons and replied, "A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let us return to the Jade Void Palace and summon our master to deal with Xuan." Guan Qingzi pondered silently, realizing that at this juncture, escape was his only recourse. Xuan was simply too formidable, far beyond their capacity to contend with. The other 11 golden immortals shared this sentiment. Having witnessed Xuan's might, they could only marvel at his extraordinary prowess, deeming him an insurmountable threat. Their only option was to retreat and summon their master to deal with him personally. Just as the 12 golden immortals prepared to depart, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "Planning to flee without my consent?" Xuan appeared behind the group, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing his words, an icy chill coursed through the spines of the 12 golden immortals, their hair standing on end. When they turned to look, they beheld Xuan wielding the thunder-punishing demon sword, his expression coldly disdainful. Instantly, the 12 golden immortals felt their scalps tingle with dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "How did you appear behind us?" Guan Qingzi gasped, astonished. He had no inkling that Xuan could manipulate spatial laws to traverse barriers and materialize anywhere. In Guan Qingzi's perception, there had been no fluctuations of magical power nearby, and yet Xuan had seemingly materialized out of thin air, striking terror into their hearts. The other 11 golden immortals were equally horrified. Xuan's ability to appear so stealthily was truly terrifying. In response to Guan Qingzi's inquiry, Xuan merely shook his head with a smile and said, "Allow me to escort you to the Western Paradise." As he spoke, he raised the thunder-punishing demon sword, and in an instant, its blade shimmered, lightning erupting forth. A wave of panic surged through the 12 golden immortals. Although they were unaware of the location of the Western Paradise, it was evident from Xuan's actions that he intended to send them to the Netherworld. "Flee this place. Run," they shouted in terror, their faces ashen and their hearts racing. They had witnessed the devastating power of that sword firsthand, and they feared that a strike from it would lead to their utter annihilation. As disciples of a sage, they valued their lives immensely. None wished to perish here. In a flurry of light, the escape jade was activated. They hastily produced the escape jade and channeled their magical energy to escape. However, at that moment, Xuan swung the thunder-punishing demon sword with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, thunder erupted, and countless bolts of lightning crackled throughout the heavens and the earth. A terrifying surge of electricity surged towards the 12 golden immortals, enveloping them in a blinding radiance. Boom! The fearsome lightning detonated, unleashing a multitude of electric flashes that tore open a deep, dark pit, resonating with waves of destructive laws. The figures of the 12 golden immortals were swallowed by the onslaught of electric light. "How many perished?" Xuan murmured to himself, gazing at the dark void filled with lightning. He stood calmly in the heavens, waiting for several minutes. After more than 10 minutes, the lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a vast, deep crater. Xuan cast a glance into the abyss, where 7 fragmented souls trembled in fear. "Have 7 perished?" With a swift motion of his hand, a chilling gust surged forth, obliterating the 7 souls in an instant. Among the 12 golden immortals were Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Ling Bao Fa Shi, all of whom were utterly dissipated into the cosmos. However, 5 managed to escape. "You were fortunate to flee this time. Should we cross paths again, your luck may not hold." Yi Xian gazed at the 5 fleeing figures in the sky, speaking with a calm demeanor. At that moment, he sensed yet another figure retreating in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be the lantern-bearer from the Xuan sect, who had refrained from engaging since his arrival, but now chose to flee as the situation turned dire. Chapter 46. A grave situation. Yi Xian, indifferent to his surroundings, adhered to the adage that one should not pursue a desperate foe. The annihilation of 7 golden immortals from the Xuan sect had already served as a formidable deterrent to those in pursuit. Subsequently, he stepped onto the dark pit, his hands weaving through the void, summoning a cascade of spiritual treasures from below. These artifacts belonged to renowned figures such as Guang Qingzi and Shi Jingzi, and with their demise, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to collect these precious items. Treasures of this nature were always welcome, especially since they had been bestowed by the primordial heavenly venerable to his disciples, thus holding considerable value. Yi Xian amassed the most treasures from Guang Qingzi, including the Fan Tian seal, the soul-subduing bell, the yin and yang swords, the sweeping Xian garment, and the 7 immortal beans, among other spiritual artifacts. A smile graced his lips as he examined the treasures in his possession. Indeed, as the most esteemed disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable, he was well equipped with an array of mystical items. The Fan Tian seal, forged from a fragment of the unyielding Mount Buzhou, was astonishingly heavy, indestructible, and possessed immense offensive power, marking it as a supreme treasure for attack. Now, all of it belonged to Yi Xian, whose smile widened. He continued to sift through the scattered treasures, thoroughly engrossed in his task. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat upon the 8 treasures cloud seat, contemplating the celestial laws. Suddenly, a potent sense of foreboding surged within his mind. He opened his eyes abruptly, his heart racing with alarm. This was an omen from the heavenly mechanism. The primordial spirit of a sage resides within the heavenly path, and when misfortune befalls a sage, a warning is issued. A wave of unease washed over the primordial heavenly venerable as he hastily calculated the celestial mechanisms. Upon completing his divination, an expression of profound shock overtook his face. This was dire. His disciples were in peril. The primordial heavenly venerable's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had never anticipated such a fierce warning. A total of 12 disciples faced imminent danger, a threat so formidable that it could endanger their very primordial spirits. Enraged, his visage turned a deep crimson, veins bulging upon his forehead, and a terrifying aura radiated from him, casting the skies into darkness. An oppressive mass of black clouds gathered, unleashing bolts of searing lightning. The beings within a radius of millions of miles around Kunlun Mountain felt the overwhelming pressure of the sage, silenced by fear. Afraid to utter a word lest they provoke the wrath of the furious sage, confusion reigned in their hearts. They speculated about the cause of such ire from the Jade Clear Sage. What event could have stirred such profound anger? Before long, their thoughts converged upon the infamous figure of Yi Xian, known throughout the primordial realm. They began to surmise. Could it be that Yi Xian had once again provoked the primordial heavenly venerable into such a tempest of rage? Upon contemplating this, all beings harbored their suspicions, undoubtedly attributing the chaos to Yi Xian. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, only a figure as audacious as Yi Xian would dare to provoke a saint. These beings marveled internally, pondering what earth-shattering deeds Yi Xian had committed to incite such an uproar. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord's visage was marred by fury. He was unable to ascertain the whereabouts of his disciples, for Yi Xian's chaos pearl had effectively obscured the heavenly secrets. Agitated and anxious, his gaze fell upon the sea of fortune. What he beheld nearly drove him to the brink of bloodshed. Before him, the golden dragon, symbolizing the fortunes of the Xuan sect, was now besieged by dissipating hues of yellow and black. The once resplendent scales, glimmering with golden light, had turned dull and lifeless, resembling mere blocks of bronze and iron, devoid of any luster. Yi Xian, you dare to diminish my sect's fortunes. This is tantamount to courting death. The primordial lord's rage flared, his face reddening, and his hands trembling slightly, as an inferno of wrath surged within him. Without hesitation, he summoned a cloud of auspicious celebration, radiating myriad divine lights, and cast it into the sea of fortune to suppress the golden dragon of the Xuan sect and quell the dispersing golden energies. This divine cloud, known as the Celestial Celebration Cloud, was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. It had once been a prized possession of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, bequeathed to the primordial lord as a protective artifact after his attainment of the Tao. Today, The Primordial Lord reluctantly deployed this powerful treasure to stabilize the fortunes. With a thunderous crash, the celestial celebration cloud descended, effectively restraining the chaotic fortunes, allowing the golden dragon of the Xuan sect to regain a measure of stability. Observing that the fortunes had ceased their tumult, the Primordial Lord's expression softened slightly. Yet, this detestable Yi Xian, whose actions had so grievously harmed the Dragon of Fortunes, was truly infuriating. With a cold snort, the Primordial Lord seethed internally, wishing fervently to seize Yi Xian and rend him asunder, obliterating both body and spirit to relieve his pent-up wrath. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. The warning of the heavenly secrets indicated that the 12 golden immortals had encountered Yi Xian. This child was undoubtedly doomed. The Primordial Lord was acutely aware that the 12 golden immortals bore the jade clear divine talismans, imbued with his own formidable power. Should they confront Yi Xian, they could swiftly annihilate him. After all, his strength was considerable enough to obliterate countless quasi-saint experts. The Primordial Lord was confident that Yi Xian could not escape his fate. Yi Xian, you are as good as dead. A chilling smile crept across the Primordial Lord's face as he reveled in the thought of Yi Xian's demise, his heart swelling with satisfaction. However, at that moment, a frantic figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. Clutching a spirit lamp, the individual bore an expression of sheer panic, nearly exhausting all their strength to flee towards the Jade Void Palace. Upon beholding a solitary figure, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign's countenance shifted dramatically. This individual was none other than the Vice Master of the Xuan religion, the Lamp of Enlightenment. Lamp of Enlightenment, why have you returned alone? The sovereign inquired in a grave tone, an unsettling premonition swelling within him. Having departed with his 12 disciples, the return of only the Lamp of Enlightenment, sans the others, cast a pall of dread over the sovereign's heart. Master, grave news has arisen. Grave news, exclaimed the Lamp of Enlightenment, hastening towards the sovereign and immediately kneeling before him. What has transpired? Why do you return alone? Where are your disciples? The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign urgently questioned, extending his hand to assist the Lamp of Enlightenment to his feet. Chapter 47. Revenge. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Primordial Heavenly Master, the lantern-bearer turned pale, for he dared not reveal that he had fled in terror from Yi Xian. Instead, he spoke with a countenance full of sorrow. Master, this Yi Xian possesses an unfathomable power. He summoned heavenly thunder to obliterate your jade pure divine talisman, and with a single sword strike, he shattered the 2 instruments' subtle dust annihilation formation. Furthermore, he has attacked the 12 disciples. Witnessing the chaos, I hastened back to inform you. You must hurry to save them. If you delay, they may all fall victim to Yi Xian's sinister hands. What? The Primordial Heavenly Master was engulfed in shock upon hearing the lantern-bearer's words, scarcely able to believe the account. To shatter the 2 instruments' subtle dust annihilation formation and summon heavenly thunder to destroy the jade pure divine talisman. How could this be possible? A tempest of astonishment surged within him. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and solemnly remarked, this Yi Xian possesses such formidable strength? He truly can summon heavenly thunder and annihilate my jade pure divine talisman? The expression on the Primordial Heavenly Master grew exceedingly grim. The jade pure divine talisman was an artifact he had bestowed upon his disciples, a treasure he had high hopes for to vanquish Yi Xian. If it were to be destroyed, the situation would be dire. The 12 golden immortals might indeed face grave peril. With trembling lips, the lantern-bearer articulated, Master, it is true. I witnessed Yi Xian wielding the purple divine thunder, transforming it into a fearsome divine whip, striking the jade pure divine talisman and shattering it into countless fragments. The memory of that scene still sent tremors through the lantern-bearer, his complexion paling slightly. Upon hearing the lantern-bearer's description, the Primordial Heavenly Master's face was suffused with disbelief. The purple divine thunder. This was the thunder of the heavenly Tao, an immensely powerful force of lightning in the cosmos. How could Yi Xian possibly wield such celestial power? The Primordial Heavenly Master was engulfed in incredulity. However, this was not the time for contemplation. A fierce killing intent surged within him as he coldly commanded, Where is Yi Xian? Quickly take me to him, so I may eradicate him. Just as the lantern-bearer was about to respond, the Primordial Heavenly Master's pupils suddenly contracted, his face displaying intense fury. This was grave. He bellowed in anger, for in that fleeting moment, he felt the true spirits of 7 of his disciples dissipate into the void, severing all connection. In an instant, he deduced that his 7 disciples had been utterly annihilated. Damn Yi Xian, you dare to slay my disciples. The Primordial Heavenly Master roared in rage, his voice shaking the earth for miles around, causing the very ground to crack and countless spiritual energies to tremble like frightened hares. At this moment, his fury reached its zenith. 7 of his direct disciples had perished. This would have severe repercussions for the doctrines of the Xuan sect. The primordial heavenly master cast his gaze upon the golden dragon of fortune, only to see wisps of energy dissipating from it, the fortunes of the Xuan sect visibly plummeting. The visage of the primordial supreme one became a canvas of fury, with veins protruding ominously from his neck and face, rendering his expression grotesque and fearsome. At this moment, the lamplighting Taoist was engulfed in trepidation, astonished by Yi Xian's mercilessness. Having eradicated 7 disciples of the saints in one fell swoop, obliterating their very essence. Such brutality was astounding. He felt a sense of relief that he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, he too might have met a fate of annihilation. Yi Xian truly embodied the epitome of ruthlessness in the primordial world, and he resolved to avoid this man at all costs in the future. Just then, a tremor rippled through the void above Kunlun Mountain. In the next instant, 5 disheveled figures plummeted onto the ground of the Jade Void Palace. These were the 5 golden immortals who had narrowly escaped: the Huanglong Saint, Zhu Lushun, Tai Jinren, Puxian Jinren, and Wenshu Tianzuan. Their faces were ashen, devoid of color, resembling blank parchment, their hearts filled with panic. Although they had returned to the Jade Void Palace, their spirits remained unsettled, haunted by the image of Yi Xian wielding a thunderous divine sword, cleaving toward them with lethal intent. Even now, they could sense the chilling aura of death and destruction that had nearly consumed them. The thought alone drained the color from their faces further, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. An indelible shadow of fear had been etched into their souls. They had been a heartbeat away from complete obliteration at Yi Xian's hands. Had they not acted with swiftness, they would have been utterly extinguished from existence. The near escape felt like a harrowing brush with the gates of the underworld, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. The primordial supreme one materialized before his 5 disciples in a flash. Observing that only 5 had returned, each grievously injured, with even 2 of their 3 flowers severed, their cultivation plummeting to abysmal depths, his rage surged like an inferno. He could scarcely contain himself, bellowing, "Yi Xian, I shall rend your flesh to pieces." At that moment, the primordial supreme one was beyond furious. Out of 12 disciples, 7 lay dead, leaving only 5. And these were severely wounded, their powers nearly extinguished. After countless eons of nurturing his disciples, all seemed in vain in an instant. How could he not be enraged? "Master, you must take action on our behalf. Yi Xian is despicable. He has slain our senior brothers." They lamented, tears streaming down their faces. "Please, Master, avenge our brothers by slaying Yi Xian." "Indeed, Master, we cannot bear this grievance." The 5 golden immortals, faces etched with sorrow and indignation, implored the primordial supreme one, wishing fervently for him to exact vengeance upon Yi Xian. Observing the disheveled and pitiful states of his 5 disciples, the primordial heavenly venerable's countenance darkened with fury. He spoke in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, I shall annihilate Yi Xian and avenge your elder brother, cleansing the shame that has befallen our Xuan teachings today." Upon hearing the words of their master, the 5 golden immortals felt a significant alleviation in their hearts, with their master's assurance. They were certain that Yi Xian would be vanquished. Subsequently, the primordial heavenly venerable turned his gaze towards the lamp-enlightened Taoist and commanded, "Lamp enlightened, swiftly lead me to the battlefield where we last fought. I am determined to obliterate Yi Xian." At this moment, an intense rage simmered within the primordial heavenly venerable. He yearned to seize Yi Xian immediately and subject him to the torment of the 9 nether ghost flames for a millennium, ensuring his agonizing demise. "Yes, Master." The lamp-enlightened Taoist promptly nodded, transforming into a streak of radiant light that sped towards the northernmost reaches of the realm. The primordial heavenly venerable followed suit, stepping forth to shatter the barriers of the void, ascending to the northern expanse of the primordial wilderness. Chapter 48. Yi Xian, and yet again Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in the extreme north, Yi Xian had thoroughly plundered the treasures of the 7 golden immortals. He amassed over 20 spiritual treasures, each radiating resplendent light, creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Among his spoils were the Qian Kuan circle, the mixed heaven silk, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, the 8 trigrams purple robe, the fire-tip spear, and the wind fire wheel, making this haul remarkably fruitful. A satisfied smile graced Yi Xian's lips. Previously, he had acquired a postnatal offensive treasure, the Fan Tian seal, which he deemed commendable, and now he had obtained numerous innate spiritual treasures, particularly the Qian Kuan Circle, Mixed Heaven Silk, and Wind Fire Wheel, all of which were relics of Neza from the Battle of the Gods. If I extract the essence of these treasures and infuse it into the thunder-punishing demon sword, its offensive power will undoubtedly be enhanced, Yi Xian mused, his smile tinged with satisfaction. These spiritual treasures held great potential, even if they were not directly useful to him. They could be bestowed upon humanity, enriching their fortune and foundation, thereby nourishing his own power. At this moment, having completed his plunder, Yi Xian was about to depart when suddenly, a portion of the sky shattered, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying aura that materialized in the extreme north. Countless beings prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces etched with fear. Is the Primordial One arriving? Yi Xian remarked with a calm smile, extending his palm to reveal a chaotic pearl radiating a mysterious yellow hue. Instantly, Yi Xian transformed into a streak of light and entered the chaotic pearl. Strike and flee. How exhilarating. Just as Yi Xian departed, the next moment, golden celestial flowers erupted in the void, an extraordinary phenomena manifested across the extreme north, with countless colorful clouds coalescing, spreading for thousands of miles and creating a breathtaking spectacle. Soon after, two figures clad in azure robes appeared in midair, none other than the primordial heavenly sovereign and the lamp-lighting Taoist. The primordial heavenly sovereign stood upon the clouds, his gaze sweeping downward, revealing a shattered ground with a deep, dark pit, yet devoid of any trace of Yi Xian. Frowning deeply, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt a surge of anger rise within him. He immediately employed his divine sense to scour the entire extreme north, yet still detected not a hint of Yi Xian. Humph! The primordial heavenly sovereign let out a heavy snort, his anger intensifying. Yi Xian had escaped. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yi Xian's shadow. Frustration mounted within him, and his expression turned increasingly grim. Then, with a flicker of his form, he appeared beside the deep pit. A glance revealed to him that this was indeed the site of his 7 disciples' demise, their primordial spirits utterly shattered. The primordial heavenly sovereign calculated with his fingers, divining the entire process of Yi Xian plundering his disciples' treasures from the heavenly secrets. In an instant, his fury erupted. That wretched Yi Xian had made off with all the treasures he had bestowed upon his disciples. These were exceedingly precious innate spiritual treasures. The entire Chan sect had scarcely retained any, yet now it had all been completely ravaged. As the primordial supreme being's thoughts festered with growing fury, the demise of his disciple and the loss of his treasured artifact gnawed at him, compounded by the fact that Yi Xian had managed to escape, evading his grasp. The flames of wrath surged within him, igniting his entire being and rendering his face a deep crimson hue. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming wave of terrifying anger emanated from him, sweeping across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the heavens, coalescing into a dense shroud that blanketed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Yi Xian, I shall reduce you to ashes, annihilating both your form and spirit. The primordial supreme being bellowed, his voice resonating with a fierce intensity that rippled through the cosmos like a tempest, reverberating in the ears of every living being, akin to the tolling of a colossal bell. The myriad creatures of the primordial realm were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds racing with questions. What had transpired? Why did the Jade Pure Saint unleash such a furious roar? Who could provoke such wrath in a being of such exalted status? As realization dawned, the inhabitants of the primordial world caught the mention of Yi Xian's name within the Supreme Being's proclamation. Instantly, shockwaves rippled through the countless beings, as they collectively gasped in disbelief. Again, it was Yi Xian. The astonishment was palpable. They could scarcely fathom that Yi Xian had managed to offend the Jade Pure Saint as well. Truly, he was the most formidable of the primordial ancestors, having drawn the ire of 2 lofty saints who were utterly powerless against him, a testament to his unparalleled might. Curiosity surged amongst the beings. What could Yi Xian have possibly done to incite such fury from the Jade Pure Saint? The powerful figures within the primordial realm were equally intrigued. They immediately began to calculate, and moments later, as their deductions crystallized, they were left astounded, their minds engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock. They were utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe that Yi Xian had committed such a staggering act. He had slain 7 of the 12 direct disciples of the primordial supreme being. 7 renowned disciples of saints had been obliterated by Yi Xian, their very essence extinguished, leaving not a trace behind. The great beings of the primordial realm felt a prickling sensation wash over their scalps. Yi Xian's ruthlessness was indeed formidable. Previously, he had annihilated the sole disciple of the Grand Pure Saint, and now he had escalated his ferocity by dispatching 7 disciples of the Jade Pure Saint in one fell swoop. Such news was simply astonishing. These were disciples of saints, individuals whose mere presence commanded reverence among the denizens of the primordial world. No powerful being would dare to offend a disciple of a saint, given their exalted status. Yet, Yi Xian had struck without hesitation, wielding his blade with lethal precision, effortlessly slaying 7 golden immortals. The powerful beings could only draw in sharp breaths, filled with admiration for Yi Xian's merciless approach. Truly, he was the epitome of ferocity in the primordial realm, dispatching saintly disciples as one would slay poultry, his resolve unwavering. Within the ancestral hall of the 12 ancestors of the Wu, astonishment reigned supreme as the 12 ancestral witches were left utterly speechless, their hearts resonating with profound shock. Di Jiang took a deep breath and remarked, "This Yi Xian is indeed fearsome. He managed to slay 7 direct disciples of the Jade Clear Saint in one breath." Zhu Rong, equally astonished, replied, "I have never encountered such a courageous individual. He is incredibly powerful, effortlessly beheading 7 golden immortals without so much as a blink." Shi Baisher nodded in agreement, stating, "Since my inception, I have never witnessed anyone as audacious as Yi Xian. His abilities are truly extraordinary, and I hold great admiration for him." The 12 ancestor witches were profoundly shaken by Yi Xian's feat of annihilating 7 golden immortals. Their hearts remained unsettled for a long time. The previous occasion when Yi Xian exterminated the direct disciple of the Supreme Old Lord had already left them in shock. Little did they expect that this time, Yi Xian would surpass even that, directly executing 7 disciples of the saints, an act that was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 49. Going too far. The ancestral shaman believed himself to be audacious and domineering. However, in comparison to Yi Xian, he felt as diminutive as a minor sorcerer before a grand wizard. All that resided in their hearts was admiration, pure and simple admiration. In the 33 heavens, within the realm of the demon clan, both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai wore expressions of profound shock. They had not anticipated that Yi Xian would exhibit such audacity, brazenly annihilating the 7 disciples of the Jade Clear Saint. The obliteration was complete, both form and spirit extinguished. Even more outrageous was the fact that Yi Xian had seized all the treasures from their bodies. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were left astounded by Yi Xian's ruthless methods. When he chose to act, it was nothing short of a cataclysmic event that reverberated throughout the primordial world. Previously, when he had executed the disciple of the Taiji Saint and plundered the saint's domain, it was already an act of extreme audacity. This time, however, he had slain 7 golden immortals with a single sword strike, sending shockwaves across the entirety of the primordial realm. It took quite some time before the two could regain their composure from the astonishment. Gradually, a trace of anger surfaced on Emperor Jun's face as he coldly snorted, exclaiming, "This damned Yi Xian is utterly arrogant, showing no regard for our demon clan or the saints. He slays without a second thought, truly lawless." Emperor Jun harbored deep dissatisfaction. The grudge from Yi Xian's previous act of slicing through the heavenly court had yet to be avenged. And now this individual had re-emerged in the primordial realm to slay 7 golden immortals. The demon soldiers he had dispatched to hunt down Yi Xian struggled to find his trace, which only heightened Emperor Jun's frustration. Dongwang Tai's face was equally marred by fury. As he coldly stated, "Yi Xian has offended 2 saints simultaneously. His audacity is unparalleled. I long to erase him from existence at once." Both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai yearned for immediate vengeance to cleanse the humiliation suffered by their clan. Yet, they were utterly unable to locate Yi Xian, left only to stew in their anger within the heavenly court. In the blood sea of the underworld, Ancestor Mingi sat imperiously upon a blood-red throne, his heart filled with astonishment. The ferocity of Yi Xian was indeed terrifying, having vanquished 7 disciples of the saints. Ancestor Mingi gasped in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming respect for Yi Xian. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Xian possessed such formidable strength, entirely disregarding the Yuan Shi saint. To slay 7 disciples of the Yuan Shi with a single stroke was tantamount to trampling the dignity of the Yuan Shi saint beneath one's feet. How could the proud Yuan Shi Tiansun endure such an affront? It was no wonder that the Jade Clear Saint was so incensed. Yi Xian was no ordinary individual, treating the saints as if they were inconsequential. Ancestor Mingi murmured to himself, harboring immense reverence for Yi Xian, whom he deemed the most ruthless being in the primordial realm, leaving him feeling inadequate in comparison. On Golden Ao Island, within the Azure Pool Palace, upon learning that Yi Xian had obliterated all 7 disciples of the Yuan Shi Tiansun, the Tongtian cult master could not contain his delight and broke into applause. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian has done well. Splendid work. The Tongtian cult master stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The 12 golden immortals, seated beneath the primordial supreme being, each regarded themselves as extraordinary, often boasting of their profound fortunes and exceptional backgrounds. They looked down upon the disciples of the, deriding them as mere creatures lacking substance. Had it not been for the face of the sage, the Lord of the Heavenly Tao would have long since been unable to restrain himself from personally disciplining these arrogant beings. At this moment, hearing that Yi Xian had slain 7 of the golden immortals, the Lord of the Heavenly Tao felt an unparalleled exhilaration, akin to savoring an elixir of pure frost, leaving him utterly refreshed. Ah, Primordial, who would have thought you would face such a day? It is indeed fitting that the fortunes of your school should decline. Casting his gaze upon the sea of fortune, the Lord's smile widened. He beheld the luck of the Chan sect dimming significantly, while the fortunes of the glimmered even more brilliantly, further delighting his heart. In the western realms, atop Mount Sumeru, the figures of Xuan and Jane sat upon lotus thrones, exchanging a glance filled with astonishment. Xuan could not help but exclaim, "Brother, who would have imagined that Yi Xian would be so formidable, effortlessly slaying 7 disciples of the primordial supreme being in an instant? Truly, I have never witnessed such prowess in my lifetime." He was genuinely taken aback by Yi Xian's audacity, astonished that he could annihilate 7 disciples of the saints with such ease. Xuan felt a deep sense of trepidation. Clearly, Yi Xian held the saints in utter disregard. He was indeed a peerless prodigy. Jane recited a Buddhist chant softly, murmuring, "Yi Xian's actions are indeed astonishing. I have never encountered such a remarkable individual." Both Xuan and Jane were overwhelmed by admiration, awestruck by Yi Xian's audacious deeds. With a single strike, he had eradicated 7 disciples of the saints, a feat unprecedented in the primordial world. These 7 disciples represented a formidable force, their might not to be underestimated. Yet they were effortlessly obliterated by Yi Xian, showcasing the terrifying extent of his power. Xuan and Jane exchanged another glance, each reflecting the same sense of wonder. Beyond the 33 heavens, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess sat upon a mat, her eyes betraying profound shock. "Yi Xian, your audacity knows no bounds. Daring to slay 7 of Brother Yuan Shi's direct disciples." Nuwa murmured to herself, her tone laced with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Yi Xian would commit such an astounding act, utterly annihilating 7 disciples of the saints, rendering them incapable of entering the cycle of reincarnation. A tumult of emotions surged within her, causing her Tao heart to waver. Throughout this time, Yi Xian had continuously stirred her emotions, making it nearly impossible for her to focus on her own cultivation. First, he had slain the direct disciples of the Supreme Elder, then plundered his sacred grounds, and now, he had gone even further by directly extinguishing 7 disciples of the saints. "I am eager to see what astonishing feats you will accomplish next." "Humph," Nuwa huffed, her face betraying a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Beyond the chaos, within the palace of the purple clouds, Hongjun Laozu sat quietly upon a mat, surrounded by an ethereal glow that radiated countless rays of light. Waves of various laws shimmered in the void, accompanied by the melodious sounds of celestial music. Suddenly, Hongjun opened his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. He furrowed his brow, then made intricate gestures with his fingers to divine the mysteries of fate. Upon doing so, he found the heavens shrouded in mist, akin to murky waters. The heavenly signs were resplendent, and an ominous change was afoot. Hongjun murmured to himself, and a rare expression of peculiarity crossed his typically serene countenance. At Chaoyang Mountain, within the 8 scenery palace, Taishang Laojun was seated in his retreat, replenishing his depleted cultivation. Upon hearing the tumultuous sounds of Yuanshi Tianzuan sweeping through the wilderness, he sprang to his feet and began to calculate the heavenly mysteries. Moments later, a fierce anger surfaced upon his face. "Yi Xian, you seek death," he exclaimed. "How dare you commit such an outrageous act?" Taishang Laojun was infuriated. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian had slain a total of 7 of Yuanshi Tianzuan's closest disciples. Including his own students, Yi Xian had utterly annihilated 8 sage disciples, showing a blatant disregard for their status and trampling upon the dignity of the sages. Chapter 50. The Ancestor returns at last. The countenance of the Supreme Lord grew dark, veins throbbing on his neck, a wave of terrifying wrath emanating from him, sweeping across the vast expanse of the primordial land. A fierce gale roared through the heavens, seemingly intent on annihilating this realm, creating a scene of utter horror. "How dare they provoke me?" The Supreme Lord abruptly swung his tai whisk, unleashing a tremendous and fearsome force of law from the 8 scenic palace. Boom. In an instant, the towering, desolate mountains within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were obliterated by this power, reduced to mere dust, scattering with the wind. It was only after a considerable time that the Supreme Lord gradually regained his composure from the depths of his fury. Then, a powerful thought surged in his mind. Yi Xian must be eliminated at all costs. However, with their current magical prowess, they could not ascertain Yi Xian's location. Swiftly, the Supreme Lord thought of someone, their master, Hongjun Daoren. In the entire primordial realm, only their master possessed such power. If they could summon him, he would undoubtedly be able to locate Yi Xian and eradicate him. With this thought, a chilling murderous intent flashed in the Supreme Lord's eyes. He then sent forth a ray of Taiji celestial light to convey his message to Yuan Shi Tianzun. In the far north, Yuan Shi Tianzun soon received the Supreme Lord's message. He too emerged from his fury, and in a flicker, he appeared alongside Randang Daorun at the 8 Scenic Palace. Brother, he greeted, his expression dark, clearly suppressing great anger. The Supreme Lord nodded slightly and invited Yuan Shi Tianzun into the 8 Scenic Palace to discuss their plan to seek the assistance of Hongjun at the Zishao Palace. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Pearl, Yi Xian calculated with a flick of his fingers, a smile breaking across his face. Yuan Shi had departed from Kunlun Mountain. This was a rare opportunity for plunder. Muttering to himself with delight, Yi Xian's heart brimmed with joy. He then vanished, soaring into the heart of the Chaos Bell, entering a small thousand world. Over a millennium had passed, and he had yet to glimpse the human race within. He wondered how they had fared in their development. With this curiosity, Yi Xian stepped into the small world. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings, his smile widening and satisfaction welling within him. After more than 1,000 years of progress, the human race thrived within the Chaos Pearl, living in peace and abundance, entirely untroubled by external threats. At this moment, their population had surged to over 100 million. Yi Xian could sense the flourishing fortune of the human race, radiating an aura of grandeur and vitality. Each individual was enveloped in a golden light of fortune, graced by the favor of the heavenly Tao. As the human race flourished, so did their fortune, and Yi Xian, as the venerable ancestor of humanity, found himself greatly enhanced by this auspicious energy, augmenting his magical prowess, fortuitous encounters, and the intensity of his divine consciousness. Observing the robust development of humanity, Yi Xian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, many individuals of the human race below took notice of Yi Xian standing majestically in the firmament. Upon witnessing his presence, a wave of excitement surged through the hearts of millions. The ancestor has returned. At long last, we see our ancestor once more. After a millennium, they were finally reunited with Yi Xian. It was he who had guided them into this chaotic realm, and through the years of discovery, humanity had thrived. With a burgeoning population and an ever-increasing fortune, all thanks to Yi Xian's efforts. He had brought back countless rare treasures and a wealth of innate spiritual energy from Shouyang Mountain, which nourished the human cultivators, allowing their realms to ascend rapidly. Now, there were more than 10 at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, alongside thousands of Golden Immortal practitioners, marking an unprecedented era of prosperity. Sui Run, upon spotting Yi Xian, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, his face flushed with excitement. He quickly knelt and proclaimed, "The human race welcomes the return of the ancestor." Hundreds of thousands followed suit, kneeling in unison, chanting, "The human race welcomes the return of the ancestor. The human race welcomes the return of the ancestor." Their voices reverberated through the heavens, echoing across the entire lesser thousand world. The millions gazed up at Yi Xian in the sky, their eyes brimming with profound reverence. Yet, many of the newly emerged humans had never laid eyes on Yi Xian. However, they had grown up hearing tales of him from their parents. In these stories, Yi Xian was portrayed as the great hero who saved humanity from the brink of annihilation. When humanity was on the verge of being slaughtered by the demon race, it was ancestor Yi Xian who emerged, effortlessly vanquishing countless demon soldiers and publicly dismantling the position of the Holy Master, avenging humanity with great vengeance. At this moment, seeing the legendary ancestor manifest before them, the young humans were filled with exhilaration. They gazed intently at the sky, eager to behold the visage of this fabled figure. There stood the ancestor, treading upon clouds of vibrant colors, his stature tall and elegant, clad in flowing white robes, his countenance strikingly handsome, akin to an otherworldly noble. He exuded an immense aura that caused the very fabric of space to ripple and distort. The newcomers were astounded. They had not anticipated that the ancestor would possess such extraordinary beauty and unparalleled strength. as profound and unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, and in that moment, they were utterly captivated by Xuan. Soon after, tens of millions of the newly emerged humans reverently knelt, exuberantly welcoming the ancestors' return. Amidst the adoration of billions and the resounding cheers, Xuan gracefully descended from the void, step by step. As Xuan descended, the void shimmered with peculiar ripples, and countless energies of the laws diffused, causing pure white lotus flowers to bloom upon the ground, while prophetic paths intertwined in the air. Millions of human beings witnessed this miraculous spectacle, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. They marveled at the grandeur of their ancestor, recognizing that merely his emergence had given rise to such splendid imagery. Many Deluo golden immortals found their admiration for Xuan deepening, perceiving the profound depth of his magical power, akin to an expansive ocean. Truly, their ancestor possessed formidable strength. Ancestor, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Xuan touch down, Xuan hurried to greet him, his face beaming with joy. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young maiden, her figure elegantly poised. Her eyes sparkled with moisture, reminiscent of rippling autumn waters. As she gazed intently at Xuan, her expression filled with reverence. Xuan nodded slightly at Xuan, then turned his gaze towards the maiden, sensing a hint of familiarity in her visage, though he could not quite recall her identity at that moment. Chapter 51. The Raid. Big brother, do you still remember me? The young girl smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like crystals. She slightly pursed her red lips and continued, I am the girl you once rescued. Upon hearing her words, Xuan recalled that he had indeed saved a little girl from the hands of Ji Ming. At the time, it had been a mere act of impulse. After entrusting the girl to Xuan, he had effortlessly cast the incident from his mind. Little did he expect that a millennium later, the innocent child had blossomed into a graceful young woman. With a slight perception, Xuan discerned that the girl's cultivation had reached the golden immortal realm, allowing her to maintain eternal youth and the appearance of an 18-year-old. Xuan nodded with a faint smile, saying, So it is you. The girl blinked her doe-like eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, enchanting and captivating. Xuan then spoke, Ancestor, as per your instructions, I have taken Yu Ying as my adopted daughter, caring for her attentively over the past 1,000 years without any negligence. Xuan nodded slightly, replying, Well done, you have performed admirably. Hearing Xuan's praise, Xuan felt a surge of excitement. It was a rare honor to receive commendation from the ancestor. Xuan continued, Xuan, I require your assistance with a task. Instantly invigorated, Xuan eagerly inquired, Ancestor, please command me. Xuan stated, It is quite simple. Gather 1,000 golden immortal human beings to accompany me in raiding the ancestral home of the Primordial Lord. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. However, Xuan was taken aback, shock etched across his face. What? He was utterly stunned, a wave of intense astonishment washing over him. Xuan could hardly believe his ears. The ancestor intended to lead them to raid the home of a saint. Moreover, it was the ancestral home of the Jade Pure Saint, the Primordial Lord. This revelation was astonishing, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. The last raid on the home of the touching saint had already felt audacious and unbelievable, yet here was the ancestor, ready to embark on another raid. This time against the home of the Jade Pure Saint. It was simply insane. The millions of human beings behind them also heard Xuan's words, and in an instant, shock rippled through the crowd. Good heavens! Their ancestor actually intended to raid the home of a saint. How exhilarating! After all, saints were the supreme beings in the wilderness, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere thought. Yet the ancestor showed no signs of fear and was willing to strike against the saint's domain once more. It was truly astonishing. After a while, as the shock began to subside, Xuan regained his composure, his lips trembling slightly as he asked in disbelief, Ancestor, are we truly going to raid the ancestral home of the Jade Pure Saint? Yes. Xuan nodded with an air of tranquility, calmly stating, Hasten to gather our forces. The resources of the primordial celestial master are indeed substantial. If we can thoroughly empty his Kunlun Mountain dojo this time, it will significantly enhance the foundation of our human race, augment our fortune, and elevate our cultivation, propelling our development to new heights. Upon hearing these words, the myriad members of the human race were instantly filled with excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Indeed, the foundation of a saint's dojo is immensely rich. Not to mention the precious spiritual treasures contained within, even the abundant innate spiritual energy alone could greatly facilitate our cultivation and strengthen the overall prowess of humanity. Coupled with those innate and acquired treasures, as well as various spiritual roots, it could propel our strength to unprecedented levels, enhancing our fortune. The last time Xuan led the human race to deplete the dojo of the Taiji Saint, it had allowed humanity to flourish rapidly, entering an era of swift development, during which numerous golden immortals and great Luo golden immortals emerged, while the golden dragon of fortune for the human race grew ever more resplendent, illuminating the vast wilderness. Reflecting on the myriad benefits of plundering a saint's residence, all the members of humanity felt a surge of excitement, each eager to participate, nearly unable to contain their joy. With a successful precedent set, they believed that their ancestor would undoubtedly guide them once more to raid the saint's dojo, fostering a resplendent advancement for humanity. Soon, thousands of human cultivators stepped forward voluntarily, each at least of golden immortal rank, their bodies suffused with waves of magical power. "Ancestor, we request to join the battle," they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. Standing before these cultivators was Xuan, who also felt a flicker of excitement. The prospect of raiding a saint's abode was thrilling indeed. Recalling the bountiful spoils from their last expedition to the Taiji saint's residence, Xuan felt elated at the thought of such a profitable venture. Xuan surveyed the fervent human cultivators before him, noting the presence of the three ancestors of humanity, Xuan, Yu Chao, Zi, along with a young girl, Yuing. A smile graced Xuan's lips. It seemed everyone relished the beneficial activity of looting. Raiding the residence of the primordial celestial master was indeed intriguing. "Very well, follow me," he commanded, waving his hand to draw all the cultivators into his sleeve. Subsequently, Xuan transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth from the Chaos Pearl and heading straight for Kunlun Mountain. In a short span, he arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Upon nearing the area, a shimmering barrier materialized before him, the protective array of Kunlun Mountain. Xuan glanced at the barrier, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Grasping the thunder-punishing demon sword, he sought out a weak point and thrust the sword forward. Boom! A formidable surge of thunderous power erupted, transforming into a divine dragon of lightning that violently collided with the protective array. In an instant, the array began to fracture, akin to shattered glass, breaking into countless shards that fell to the ground. Thereafter, Xuan stepped into Kunlun Mountain. A rich and profound primal aura envelopes the air, as countless wisps of spiritual mist swirl within the majestic Kunlun Mountains, reminiscent of crystalline streams rippling through the void. Ahead lies an immense and grand mountain range, radiating waves of resplendent golden light, where a plethora of celestial treasures flourish in the verdant forests, exuding an intoxicating fragrance infused with abundant spiritual essence. Here, in this sacred sanctuary, even the most obstinate boulders are capable of transformation, rendering it a premier paradise of ethereal bliss. The Kunlun Mountains serve as the ancestral backbone of the East, concealing innumerable veins of earthly and celestial energy beneath their surface, nurturing a wealth of precious artifacts. At the summit, a magnificent palace of gold and azure stands resplendent, constructed from the legendary celestial gold, emitting millions of golden rays that disperse into the heavens, forming a tapestry of golden clouds above. Chapter 52. The exceptional innate spiritual treasure. This magnificent palace is none other than the renowned Yusu Palace, the sacred ground of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Xuan smiled gently as he waved his sleeve, instantly releasing thousands of human cultivators. Upon witnessing such a resplendent sanctuary of the saints, a wave of profound astonishment surged within their hearts. Heavens! The spiritual energy here is so dense. Innumerable innate spiritual roots abound. Is that palace truly the legendary Yusu Palace? It appears so opulent. Surely it harbors countless treasures. The human cultivators buzzed with excitement, each face brimming with exhilaration. In such a bountiful paradise, if they could plunder its riches, the rewards would be immense. This time, the human race was destined for a monumental gain. "Ancestor, may we commence the plunder?" Xuan's face flushed crimson. His lips quivered slightly as he asked, his voice laced with enthusiasm. Clearly, even the usually composed Xuan could hardly contain himself upon beholding such a lavish sanctuary. Xuan glanced at the thousands of eager kin and smiled broadly. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let the plunder begin." Upon hearing Xuan's words, the emotions of the human cultivators soared to a peak. They erupted in cheers and immediately soared towards Kunlun Mountain. Each summoned their bags, ready to seize every treasure in sight. Kunlun Mountain, revered as the ancestral vein of the East, was abundant with spiritual roots and birthed many precious items. A mere glance from Yi Xian revealed innate flora, such as the spiral dragon vine, the 9 yuan purple sunfruit, and the enlightenment tea flower. There were also earthly jade mica, heavenly pool spiritual water, and jade dew, all capable of enhancing one's magical power. As thousands of human cultivators advanced along Kunlun Mountain, they executed a thorough search, collecting all the innate spiritual roots and treasures of the world that lay along their path. Yi Xian even instructed his kin to pack up some of the stones and soil from Kunlun Mountain. The stones were no ordinary rocks, nourished by the earthly spiritual veins. They had acquired sentience and were known as enlightenment stones. Meditating upon them could greatly enhance one's comprehension of the heavenly Tao, significantly aiding in the elevation of one's realm and strength. Moreover, the brown soil of Kunlun Mountain had absorbed countless innate spiritual energies, rendering it extraordinarily fertile. Cultivating grains in it could exponentially increase yield, potentially reaching 10 tons per acre, thus feeding many human beings and facilitating rapid population growth among the human race. Yi Xian spared no useful item, subsequently directing Yu Chao and Zi to oversee the plundering, while he, along with Sui Ren and Yu Ying, ventured towards the Yusu Palace. He intended to personally scour the palace and seize all the treasures belonging to the primordial heavenly sovereign. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yusu Palace, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He beheld a towering plant at the doorway, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. This plant contained boundless Tao rhythms, adorned with dozens of dark yellow fruits, each shaped like a gourd, inscribed with the characters for yellow in an ethereal script, as if embodying the very principles of the heavenly Tao. The illustrious Huang Zhongli stands among the top 10 innate spiritual roots. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes, and a smile adorned his face. Huang Zhongli is a rare spiritual root from the primordial era, said to bloom once in a cycle, bear fruit once in a cycle, and reach maturity after several 100,000 years to yield a single fruit. Immortals who inhale its floral fragrance can attain millennia of cultivation, and consuming a fruit can instantly elevate one to the status of a Deluo golden immortal. It is indeed a magnificent tonic, capable of significantly enhancing one's magical power and cultivation. Yi Xian beamed with joy, surprised to discover such a treasure cultivated within the Jade Void Palace, especially seeing that it bore over 30 fruits. Clearly, the primordial lord held this treasure in high regard, reluctant to consume it frivolously. It is said that Huang Zhongli was originally the possession of the ancestor of chaos, but after his demise, it fell into the hands of Hong Jun. This Huang Zhongli must have been bestowed upon the primordial lord by Hong Jun, making it exceedingly precious, which explains the reluctance to utilize it. Yet, at this moment, it belonged entirely to Yi Xian. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he effortlessly drew the Huang Zhongli into his robes. Sui Ren recognized the Huang Zhongli as well, his heart racing in astonishment at the ancestral acquisition of such a rare treasure, for it was no ordinary item. Yu Ying's eyes shimmered with awe and envy. Yi Xian smiled slightly and remarked, "Follow me into the Jade Void Palace. There are numerous treasures within." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Sui Ren and Yu Ying felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the Jade Void Palace is a sanctuary for sages, brimming with treasures. With this thought, they hurriedly followed Yi Xian into the palace. Upon entering, they beheld divine radiance and a rich atmosphere of spiritual energy, with countless spiritual treasures displayed throughout the hall, radiating a resplendent glow. Yi Xian cast a cursory glance and noticed several commendable innate spiritual treasures alongside some postnatal treasures, such as the water and fireflower basket, the pure jade bottle, the willow branch, the demon illuminating mirror, the golden bell, the dragon subduing pillar, the dragon tiger seal, the demon subduing sword, and the long rainbow lock, among others. These treasures exuded an aura of Taoist essence, each of exceptional quality, with many possessing formidable power as innate spiritual treasures. Sui Ren and Yu Ying, overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures, felt their faces flush with excitement, their hearts brimming with exhilaration as their hands trembled slightly. So many spiritual treasures. A dazzling array filled their vision, a true feast for the eyes. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, resembling a grand exhibition of spiritual treasures. Seeing the delight on their faces, Yi Xian smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "You may take all these spiritual treasures." Possessing an array of exquisite spiritual treasures himself, Yi Xian found little value in these innate treasures, but bestowing them upon Sui Ren and Yu Ying was indeed a generous act, for these treasures were of great significance to them. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Sui Ren and Yu Ying were filled with joy, their eyes sparkling with light. "Thank you, Ancestor," they exclaimed in unison, bowing respectfully to Xuan. Subsequently, the two individuals advanced directly, scavenging these spiritual treasures. Xuan, on the other hand, continued to stroll into the Yushu Palace, eager to discover what treasures lay within. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he beheld a resplendent lamp perched atop a pedestal ahead. This lamp, shimmering with crystalline clarity, burned gently, emanating a pure golden flame. This flame radiated an intensely scorching light, capable of condensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, forming a mist around it that seemed almost tangible. It was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Yushu Lioli lamp. Xuan murmured to himself, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. The Yushu Lioli lamp, also known as the heavenly lamp, is renowned alongside the 8 scenery palace lamp and the spirit coffin lamp, collectively referred to as the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity. Should one gather all 3 lamps, they could establish a formidable formation known as the 3 Talents Grand Array. Chapter 53. This treasure is fated to be mine. The golden flames that burn within the jade void glazed lamp are extraordinary. They are called the ancient flame of all spirits. This flame possesses the remarkable ability to probe into the essence of all beings, and once unleashed, it exerts a formidable deterrent power on the primordial spirit and soul. Its lethality rivals that of the celestial purple fire, rendering it an exceptional treasure that embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities. This artifact is fated to be mine, and I shall claim it. With a mere wave of his hand, Xuan summoned the jade void glazed lamp into his sleeve. He intended to refine the ancient flame of all spirits into the thunder-punishing demon sword, enhancing its fire attributes and thereby amplifying its power once more. Subsequently, Xuan continued his journey forward. However, after taking only a few steps, a flicker of light caught his eye. Before him lay a white porcelain vial upon a nearby panel, containing 3 streams of clear water, golden, silver, and purple. 3 light divine water, Xuan murmured, his voice tinged with delight. The 3 light divine waters consist of the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. Each possesses unique and wondrous properties. The sunlight divine water can erode flesh and bone. The moonlight divine water can corrode the primordial soul. And the starlight divine water can dissolve the true spirit's consciousness. Yet, when these 3 waters are combined, they create the most potent healing elixir of the primordial age, capable of mending broken bones, reviving the deceased, and healing all injuries sustained by the primordial spirit and physical body. Thus, it too is a remarkable treasure that integrates both attack and defense. Xuan nodded slightly and spoke aloud, then waved his hand to stow the 3 light divine waters into his sleeve. Having secured 2 treasures, he continued to step deeper into the Jade Void Palace. At that moment, he suddenly heard the low growl of a fierce beast emanating from ahead. He looked forward and beheld a divine chariot radiating shimmering light. Adorned with various precious pearls and gems, it was drawn by 9 formidable 5-clawed golden dragons. These dragons lay prostrate beneath the chariot, their eyes glimmering with profound brilliance, exuding an aura of dragon majesty. It is the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight, astonished to encounter such a marvel. The 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot serves as the steed of the primordial heavenly sovereign. These 9 5-clawed golden dragons hold a significant status within the dragon clan, said to have been subdued and sealed by the primordial heavenly sovereign during the great cataclysm of Lonhan, and made his mounts. I too am in need of a steed. This 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot would be quite splendid. Xuan stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should the primordial heavenly sovereign witness his use of the cherished 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot as a mount, he might very well be driven to the brink of fury. With that, Xuan stepped forward and boldly seated himself upon the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. Roar! The 9 5-clawed golden dragons, seeing Xuan perched upon them, immediately let out a furious roar. The dragons have always been proud, recognizing only the primordial celestial venerable as their master, refusing to allow anyone else to hold dominion over them. 9 majestic 5-clawed golden dragons bared their fangs, their fierce mouths agape, intent on attacking Xuan. You beasts, from this moment forth, I shall be your master, Xuan declared with a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a mere gesture, he summoned the thunder-punishing demon sword, and in an instant, a terrifying bolt of purple divine lightning erupted from the blade. Boom! This divine lightning struck deep within the essence of the 9 golden dragons, forcibly erasing the imprint left by the primordial celestial venerable. Subsequently, Xuan inscribed his own thunderous mark upon them. enveloping the 9 dragons in an overwhelming aura of destructive lightning, akin to sharp blades of thunder that cloaked their entire forms. Any sign of rebellion from the 9 golden dragons would result in their annihilation by the lightning. In an instant, the 9 five-clawed golden dragons lay submissively upon the ground. Their once fierce eyes now softened, revealing a glimmer of reverence. A low growl escaped their throats, a humble expression of their newfound allegiance. "It seems you are wise," Xuan remarked with a slight smirk, a hint of tranquility gracing his features. He then mounted the 9 dragons' incense palanquin and entered the rear hall of the Jade Void Palace. This hall served as a significant venue for teachings, and as Xuan stepped inside, he noticed a banner standing at the center, radiating with countless golden and yellow divine lights. The banner was alive with the ripples of myriad laws, surrounded by blooming golden lotuses, exuding a trace of chaotic essence that sent ripples across the void. I did not anticipate such a treasure to be housed here," Xuan exclaimed, a smile of delight illuminating his face upon seeing the banner. This was none other than the renowned primordial spiritual treasure, the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner. As one of the 5 innate directional flags, it was formed from the petals of the chaotic blue lotus. Once invoked, it would summon myriad golden lotuses, forcing all evils to retreat and rendering it impervious to myriad laws. It stood as the second most formidable defense treasure, surpassed only by the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Tower. The banner, measuring over 2 zhang in length and colored in deep yellow, was among the pinnacle of defensive treasures in the primordial realm. "This banner is fated to be mine," Xuan mused with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy as he reached out to claim the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner. Just then, he noticed 5 figures seated behind the banner. These 5 individuals were perched upon cushions, healing under the protection of the Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner, their eyes closed in meditation. They were none other than the Yellow Dragon True Man, Ji Lushun, the Taiji True Man, the Puxian True Man, and the Manjushri Celestial Venerable, all of whom had survived under Xuan's blade. Seeing them, a playful smile crept onto Xuan's lips. What a fortuitous encounter amidst the mountains and waters. With a gentle tap of the thunder-punishing demon's sword against the ground, a crisp sound resonated throughout the hall. The 5 golden immortals, deep in their cultivation, immediately sensed the intrusion, their hearts aflame with anger. Who dares to create such a commotion in the sacred venue of the saints? They are courting death. Furious, the 5 golden immortals opened their eyes, prepared to chastise the source of the noise. However, in the next moment, upon seeing Xuan standing before them, the faces of the 5 golden immortals instantly displayed an expression of profound horror. A deep-seated dread began to permeate from the depths of their hearts, causing their scalps to tingle and their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. "Xuan, how did you get in here?" The 5 golden immortals wore expressions filled with terror, unable to fathom that Xuan would be so audacious as to brazenly invade the sacred grounds of the Saint's dojo in broad daylight. This fellow possessed an extraordinary boldness. And in the next moment, when the 5 golden immortals glanced at the mount beneath Xuan, their astonishment reached an unparalleled height. Xuan was actually riding the 9 dragons' Agarwood chariot. This was the exclusive divine chariot of their revered master, his most cherished vehicle, and they could hardly believe that it had now been claimed by Xuan. Chapter 54. Leaving no one behind, the 9 five-clawed golden dragons seated there were now completely submissive to Xuan, behaving like obedient little dogs. The 5 golden immortals stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their master's chariot had been so easily usurped by Xuan. Anger and frustration surged within them, their faces flushed and tinged with a deep shade of anger, as they silently gritted their teeth, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Yet they dared not voice their outrage. After all, they were acutely aware of Xuan's formidable prowess. With a mere sword strike, he could obliterate their very souls. Moreover, this individual was merciless and capable of any heinous act. Were it not for Xuan's overwhelming strength, they would have eagerly dragged him down from the 9-dragon incense cart and torn him to shreds to exact their vengeance. To their astonishment, they found themselves face to face with him once more so soon. At that moment, a mocking smile played upon Xuan's lips as he approached the 5 golden immortals, an aura of chilling malevolence emanating from him, enveloping them like the frigid embrace of ocean waters. A shiver coursed through their bodies, goosebumps rising in response. The 5 golden immortals were gripped by profound terror, their faces betraying their fear. "Xuan, what do you intend to do? This is the holy man's sacred ground. Please, do not act recklessly. Xuan, your bloodlust is excessive. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" The 5 golden immortals threatened, their voices trembling, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. In this moment, they were consumed by fear to its utmost degree. This wretched Xuan was indeed capable of murder, of total annihilation, no less. It was utterly terrifying. No one was unafraid of death. Xuan leisurely approached the 5 golden immortals and smiled, saying, "Hand over all your magical artifacts." The 5 golden immortals exchanged glances, instinctively reluctant to relinquish their treasured artifacts, for such items were exceedingly precious and not easily surrendered. However, under the oppressive weight of Xuan's terrifying killing intent, they trembled in fear, daring not to entertain even a hint of defiance. Soon, one by one, the 5 golden immortals produced their magical artifacts, presenting them to Xuan. With a simple wave of his hand, he gathered them all into his possession. A brilliant light flickered between his hands, exuding a profound and mystical aura. Over a dozen spiritual treasures rested in Xuan's palms, including the demon-slaying staff, the grain-preserving dipper, the long rainbow lock, the Taiji talisman, the binding immortal rope, the steel-like earth talisman, and the universe bag, amongst other remarkable innate and acquired spiritual treasures. Truly commendable for disciples of the holy man. You are quite clever and perceptive, Xuan said, stowing the artifacts into his sleeves with an air of nonchalance, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Upon hearing his words, the 5 golden immortals were infuriated. This was a blatant humiliation. They had surrendered all their precious artifacts, and this fellow had the audacity to mock their perceptiveness. Suppressing their rage, their faces contorted with frustration. They could only endure in silence. "Well then, it is time to send you on your way. In light of your discernment, I shall grant you a swifter demise," Xuan remarked nonchalantly, as he raised the thunder-punishing demon sword. In an instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings, and a palpable aura of death permeated the air. "Xuan, how dare you act in such a manner?" the 5 golden immortals exclaimed in sheer terror. Yet, Xuan paid them no heed. A cold smile graced his lips as he unleashed a downward strike with his sword. Boom! A crackling bolt of lightning erupted, myriad laws of thunder flickering. And in a heartbeat, the 5 golden immortals were reduced to naught but ash. After vanquishing them, Xuan sheathed the punishing demon sword and turned his gaze towards the central Wuji Huang flag, radiating an enigmatic yellow light. Such a precious treasure could not be overlooked. With a mere gesture, he summoned the flag into his sleeve, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Xuan continued to navigate through the Jade Void Palace, collecting an array of exquisite treasures. Once he had thoroughly emptied the place of its valuable possessions, he returned outside, where a look of approval illuminated his face. Before him lay Kunlun Mountain, stripped bare of all enlightenment stones and purple-brown earth, the ground starkly empty, resembling a meticulous cleaning, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots and various treasures of heaven and earth that adorned the mountain had been entirely excavated, leaving behind deep pits, scattered with traces of digging. The innate spiritual energy within the Kunlun dojo had been entirely absorbed by the nesting clan, using a bag of holding. Leaving the mountain utterly depleted of spiritual essence, the once rich spiritual mist vanished, along with the splendid radiance of various celestial lights. Outside the palace of the Jade Void, Xuan and Yu Ying had also amassed a wealth of valuable treasures, numbering in the dozens, each radiating divine light. Their faces were alight with joy, their eyes brimming with excitement. The bounty they had gathered was remarkably abundant, truly a bountiful harvest. Upon seeing Xuan emerge, Xuan rushed forward, his face alight with enthusiasm. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, "Ancestor, we have followed your command and thoroughly cleared Kunlun Mountain. Only the Jade Void Palace remains unsearched on a grand scale." Xuan nodded in approval, stating, "You have done well. Now, instruct everyone to commence the thorough search of the Jade Void Palace. Remember, leave no useful item behind. Bring everything back." His tone was calm as he waved his hand lightly. Xuan's heart raced with excitement at this directive. It was clear that the ancestor intended for them to empty the entire Jade Void Palace. This sanctified palace, steeped in profound heritage, held great potential. "Yes, ancestor." Xuan nodded vigorously. He then raised his arm, rallying thousands of golden immortal clansmen who surged into the Jade Void Palace, embarking on a rampant search. Beams, floors, walls, and all manner of decorations were dismantled and removed. After all, this is the palace of a sage, and every single item here possesses considerable significance. Thousands of human cultivators, driven by the philosophy of preferring to err on the side of caution than to let anything slip away, left no stone unturned in their quest to carry away everything they could. Several hours later, the raid was nearing its conclusion. Yi Xian raised his gaze towards the Yu Su Palace, only to find that the grand and resplendent palace had been completely stripped bare. The space was utterly vacant, with only two massive stone pillars remaining, which, due to their immense weight and limited utility, had fortuitously been spared, while everything else was entirely gone. Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the true pleasure of such a raid, leaving not a single trinket behind. "Ancestor, we have completed the task of the raid," said Xuan, his face beaming with joy that was impossible to conceal. Behind him, thousands of human golden immortals were equally exhilarated, their bodies adorned with an array of treasures, each radiating a shimmering brilliance. Chapter 55. Yi Xian. It must be Yi Xian. The ancestors led them on a grand expedition, yielding unparalleled riches. Upon their return, they would undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the human race and bolster its fortune. Their hearts brimmed with admiration for Yi Xian, their eyes sparkling with reverence. "Very well. Let us return," Yi Xian remarked with a tranquil smile. This raid had proven immensely fruitful for him as well. He had acquired a plethora of spiritual roots and innate treasures, leaving him exhilarated by the thrill of the endeavor. With a grand gesture, Yi Xian gathered the thousands of human souls into his sleeves. Then, with a single step, he departed from Kunlun Mountain, transforming into a radiant arc of light, swiftly vanishing from the scene. At the moment Yi Xian left Kunlun Mountain, at Shouyang Mountain, in the Hall of Eight Sceneries, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had just concluded discussions with the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. They had resolved to summon Hong Jun at dawn the following day to deal with Yi Xian. Emerging from the Hall of Eight Sceneries, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable wore a satisfied smile. Yi Xian, tomorrow marks your demise. Once my master intervenes, your fate will be sealed," he proclaimed with a chilling grin. He was confident that Hong Jun would undoubtedly take action to eliminate Yi Xian, for the latter had disrupted the cosmic balance and thrown the calamity of the witch and demon tribulations into disarray. Such interference was intolerable to the heavenly Tao. As he envisioned the scene of Yi Xian's annihilation, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable's smile widened. "The death of Yi Xian is but a foregone conclusion. I shall return to my sanctum to prepare thoroughly and attend to my 5 disciples, aiding them in recovering from their injuries," he murmured to himself before stepping onto a cloud, returning to Kunlun Mountain alongside the lantern-bearing Taoist. In his possession were 5 resplendent golden elixirs, the 9 revolutions golden pills he had obtained from the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. A mere mortal consuming one would instantly ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable intended to bestow one upon each of his 5 disciples to restore their cultivation that Yi Xian had rendered barren. The speed of a saint is astonishing. In an instant, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the lantern-bearing Taoist had returned to Kunlun Mountain. However, upon their arrival above the peak, both were momentarily taken aback. Below lay a desolate mountain, riddled with deep black pits, resembling a battlefield scarred by countless wounds. Atop the mountain stood a few solitary stone pillars, swaying precariously in the cold wind, as if they might collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the lantern-bearing Taoist was utterly stunned. "Master, what has happened? Has our sanctum been plundered?" His voice trembled, filled with incredulity. He gazed down at Kunlun Mountain, overwhelmed by a sense of profound shock that surged from within. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The once sacred grounds of the Jade Clear Sage had been reduced to a barren wasteland. The spiritual energy had been drained, the earth shattered, leaving not a single blade of grass untouched. Even the ancient and unchanging Jade Void Palace had been dismantled, leaving only 2 bare stone pillars standing. If it were not for his own eyes witnessing it, the Lantern Master would never have dared to believe that this scene before him was real. Kunlun Mountain, the grand sanctum of the sages, had been pillaged. Countless treasures of heaven and earth had been utterly depleted, leaving not even a trace of soil behind. Such madness was beyond comprehension. Who could be responsible for this? A single question surged within the Lantern Master's heart, and soon enough, he arrived at the answer. Yi Xian. It must surely be Yi Xian. Undoubtedly, amidst the primordial chaos, no one else possessed the audacity to commit such an act. The last time he had looted the sanctum of the Taiji sage, and now he had audaciously raided the sanctum of his own master. In that moment, the Lantern Master trembled slightly. This Yi Xian was truly ruthless, having plundered the homes of 2 sages. Veins bulged on the face of the Primordial Supreme. His complexion flushed as if scorched by fierce flames, his eyes nearly bursting forth with infernal fury. His sanctum had been ransacked. Yi Xian, leading thousands of human tribesmen, had stripped it bare. The immense foundation accumulated over countless eons had been lost in a single day, leaving behind not even a blade of grass. Most infuriating to the Primordial Supreme was that Xuan had also annihilated his remaining 5 direct disciples. With the sanctum gone and his disciples extinguished, the losses were beyond catastrophic. Rage surged within the Primordial Supreme, darkening the skies above Kunlun Mountain, shrouding it in heavy, pitch-black clouds, through which terrifying white lightning flickered. Then, the gaze of the Primordial Supreme turned towards the Sea of Fortune. Upon this sight, his fury intensified to the point of bloodshed. There, within the Sea of Fortune, the golden dragon symbolizing the teachings of his sect appeared dim, akin to a candle on the verge of extinguishment. This golden dragon of fortune displayed no vitality, languishing atop the pillar of fortune like an aged ox, ready to succumb to slumber at any moment. The fortunes were intertwined with the fruits of the sages. With this decline in fortune, his sage powers also waned. Witnessing this scene, an inferno of rage erupted within the Primordial Supreme's chest, a fierce heat surging to his head, nearly causing it to explode. Xuan, I will surely kill you. The teaching shall have no rest until you are dead. The Primordial Supreme roared in a frenzy, his voice filled with explosive, burning wrath, sending terrifying sound waves sweeping across the heavens and earth. Under the impact of this sound wave, the void within millions of miles cracked apart, transforming into countless scattered fragments, with a surge of chaotic energy emerging, staining the skies a deep crimson. The clouds rolled and boiled like water at a boil. Moreover, numerous beings were crushed by the force of this voice, their forms obliterated into ashes, vanishing completely. All living creatures within 1,000,000 miles heard the furious roar of the Primordial Supreme, their hearts stirred with profound terror. They were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to make any movement, lest they be obliterated by the wrath of the sage. As the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign resonated throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang, an overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within the hearts of countless beings. The primordial heavenly sovereign was enraged once more. They immediately discerned that the source of his wrath was none other than Xuan. Good heavens! Xuan had once again provoked the ire of a saint, and this time, the fury was even more ferocious than before. It was evident from the tone of his voice that the jade-clear saint was on the verge of being utterly consumed by rage. What could have transpired? What earth-shattering event had Xuan orchestrated? A plethora of questions erupted within the minds of the myriad creatures, accompanied by an intense curiosity that enveloped them. Many powerful beings promptly began to calculate and decipher the heavenly mysteries, intent on uncovering the reason behind the primordial saint's fury. As the computations bore fruit, every formidable entity in Honghuang was left speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. A profound sense of dread surged forth from the depths of their souls, causing their entire beings to tremble, even raising the hairs on the back of their necks. The actions of Xuan had utterly astounded these mighty beings. They had never anticipated that Xuan would dare to plunder the sacred grounds of a saint once more. Chapter 56. Truly envious, the formidable beings of the primordial era swept their divine senses across the Jade Void Palace and were met with a scene of utter devastation that left them trembling in shock. Good heavens! The entire Kunlun Mountain, the eastern ancestral land, the esteemed sanctum of the primordial beginning, the Jade Clear Saint, had been thoroughly plundered by Xuan. The site lay barren, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Countless innate spiritual roots, innate spiritual treasures, postnatal treasures, and various heavenly and earthly-born artifacts had all vanished. What astounded these powerful beings the most was that the Jade Void Palace, a crucial location for the primordial beginning's closed-door cultivation and the expounding of heavenly principles, once radiated an abundance of divine light. With myriad colorful clouds and auspicious energy enveloping it, a veritable paradise of the celestial realm. Yet now, this palace, once sought after by countless cultivators, was reduced to merely 2 desolate stone pillars. Such a tragedy. This was an event of unimaginable horror, a shocking occurrence indeed. All the primordial beings were struck with profound astonishment, marveling at Xuan, who truly embodied the title of the most ruthless individual in the primordial world. A figure of terrifying prowess. It had not been long since he had raided the Taixing Saint's Shoyang Mountain, and now he had audaciously invaded the Kunlun Mountain of the Jade Clear Saint, dismantling the entire Jade Void Palace. Even more horrifying to these powerful beings was the fact that Xuan had annihilated the remaining 5 direct disciples of the primordial beginning. This meant that all 12 golden immortals under the renowned Jade Clear Saint had perished, their souls extinguished, not even a trace of their true spirits remained. A wave of intense shock surged through the hearts of all the powerful beings, their emotions tumultuous and lingering. Xuan's actions indeed left these beings in utter disbelief. In the West Nyohazhou, at the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi wore an expression of astonishment as he murmured to himself. I never anticipated that the human ancestor Yixian would possess such audacity. After raiding the Taixing Saint's sanctuary, he has now plundered the Jade Clear Saint's domain and obliterated all his disciples. I have never encountered such a prodigious being. Hong Yun nodded in agreement, saying, in my countless eons of existence, this is the first time I have witnessed someone capable of inciting such fury in a saint. Yixian is indeed extraordinary, deserving to be called a divine person. Both of them felt genuine astonishment at Yixian's actions, having never before encountered such an extraordinary figure in their endless years. After all, in the primordial world, saints are the supreme beings, and no one has ever dared to provoke their dignity. Nor would anyone even dream of uttering a word against a saint. Yet Yixian shattered this norm entirely. He repeatedly offended the saints, and in the most egregious manner. First, he publicly stripped a saint of their leadership position. Then he invaded the sanctuaries of two saints. Such actions trampled upon the saint's dignity with reckless abandon. These deeds left Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun in profound shock, both marveling at Yixian's prodigious talent and formidable methods. At the ancestral witch palace atop the Buzhou mountain, the 12 ancestral witches bore expressions of profound astonishment upon learning that Yixian had plundered the holy grounds of a sage and completely emptied the entirety of the Jade Void Palace. Each ancestral witch felt a powerful wave of shock surging within. Di Jiang inhaled deeply, his face awash with incredulity as he exclaimed, Yixian is truly formidable. He has raided the sanctum of a sage. Every flower, every spiritual root has been stripped bare. It is utterly beyond our belief. Di Jiang marveled, genuinely taken aback by the sheer audacity of Yixian's actions, which involved seizing the sage's domain in their absence. Such a remarkable feat would daunt even the most domineering of ancestral witches like themselves. Gong Gong echoed in astonishment. Indeed, Yixian is exceptionally powerful. We dare not even speak loudly near a sage's sanctum, fearing the wrath of their majesty. Yet he shows no fear, boldly storming into the sage's domain and plundering it of all its treasures. How astonishing! The remaining 10 ancestral witches nodded in agreement, utterly astounded by Yixian's audacity in raiding the sage's sanctum. This was an action that could leave any mighty being in the primordial realm utterly speechless. Shi Baishe remarked, Yixian is the most courageous individual I have ever encountered. In the entirety of the primordial realm, he alone dares to defy the authority of the sages. I hold him in great admiration. His tone was infused with profound respect for Yixian. In the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Nether River sat upon his throne, his face a mask of horror. He gasped, murmuring to himself, this Yixian is truly remarkable. He has committed the audacious act of plundering a sage's sanctum. How terrifying. The ancestor of the Nether River felt a deep envy and admiration for Yixian's actions. He understood well the immense resources contained within a sage's sanctum. Laden with countless treasures, to plunder such a domain would yield bountiful rewards. Having raided the sanctums of both the Taiji sage and the Yuqing sage, Yixian would undoubtedly reap tremendous riches, elevating his strength immeasurably and granting him dominion over numerous magical artifacts. Yixian, you inspire a deep envy within me. How I wish I possessed your strength, the ancestor of the Nether River thought to himself, his face reflecting a newfound reverence. In the 33 heavens, within the celestial court of the demon clan, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai were both struck with disbelief. Upon learning that Yixian had completely emptied the sanctum of the primordial beginning, they were utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom that Yixian's audacity could reach such heights, committing this astonishing act. This was the sanctum of a sage, and he had unhesitatingly laid it to waste, reducing the grand palace to mere fragments, leaving only 2 stones in its wake. Most alarmingly, Yixian had also annihilated the remaining 5 golden immortals. Di Jun's voice trembled with shock as he gritted his teeth and declared, this Yixian is truly lawless. He shows complete disregard for the sages. How despicable. Di Jun was consumed by fury. As Yixian grew stronger, his hopes of avenging the humiliation of the demon clan dwindled ever further, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Dong Huangtai took a deep breath and said, brother, with Yixian acquiring such an abundance of treasures, his strength will undoubtedly rise, making him even more formidable. This truly concerns me. Di Jun also sighed deeply, wishing fervently that he could eradicate Yixian immediately, eliminating him in his infancy. If Yixian were to continue his growth, it was likely that even the combined might of himself and Dong Huang would be insufficient to contend with Yixian. Contemplating this, Di Jun's expression turned slightly grim, and an air of worry enveloped him. Chapter 57. Seeking the teacher's intervention in the western realm of Shumi Mountain. Both Jane and Xuan displayed expressions of astonishment. They were utterly unprepared for Yi Xian's audacious act of completely clearing out the Daoist temple of Yuan, even annihilating the 5 surviving golden immortals. Their shock was soon replaced by a wave of joy. With the disciples of the Chan sect and the Rin sect entirely eradicated by Yi Xian, the fortunes of the Xianmen would inevitably wane, which would greatly benefit their missionary endeavors in the East. Xuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Brother, Yi Xian truly is a blessing for our Western realm. By single-handedly obliterating the disciples of Taiqing and Yuqing, he will undoubtedly diminish the power of the Xianmen, paving the way for our Western resurgence." Jane chanted a Buddhist mantra, a smile gracing his lips as he added, "Yi Xian's extermination of the disciples of the Holy Ones from Taiqing and Yuqing is indeed highly advantageous for us in the West. I hold this individual in great admiration." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their appreciation for Yi Xian's actions deepening, and a desire to draw him into their Western teachings began to stir within them. On Jinao Island, at the Bio Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu clapped his hands in laughter, nodding in admiration. "Yi Xian has done splendidly. Ha ha ha. He has emptied the entire Kunlun Mountain, leaving even the tiles of Yushu Palace untouched. What a marvelous feat." The expression of joy on Tongtian Jiaozhu's face reflected his satisfaction with Yi Xian's actions, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. In the past, at the Yushu Palace, Yuan Tianzuan had looked down upon Tongtian Jiaozhu's disciples, constantly ridiculing him and suggesting that he was unworthy of residing in the sacred Kunlun Mountain. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had even clamored for the Jie sect to vacate Kunlun. In a fit of anger, Tongtian Jiaozhu had severed ties with Yuan Tianzuan, relocating the Jie sect to Jinao Island. He had long disapproved of Yuan Tianzuan's conduct, and now, witnessing Yi Xian's complete plunder of Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt an immense sense of relief and satisfaction. "Yi Xian, my admiration for you grows ever stronger," he murmured, recognizing in Yi Xian a kindred spirit of boldness and loyalty, a trait he deeply respected. He found himself eager to meet Yi Xian and share 3 cups of sweet osmanthus wine with him. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, the beautiful visage of Nuwa was marred by shock. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian would once again perform an even more astonishing feat, ravaging the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain and annihilating all 12 golden immortals, effectively obliterating the Chan sect's lineage and causing its fortunes to plummet like an aging elder. "Yi Xian, you are far too reckless, showing no regard for the sanctity of the saints." Nuwa huffed coldly, a hint of discontent brewing within her. She recalled the time Yi Xian had publicly humiliated her, feeling that his arrogance knew no bounds, completely dismissing the dignity of the saints. Her countenance grew slightly cold as she contemplated, this audacious individual is capable of anything. Having taken a disliking to the Taqing saint and the Yuqing saint, he brazenly plundered both of their sanctuaries. It is not inconceivable that one day, he might turn his attention to the Nuwa Palace. The thought sent a tremor through Nuwa's heart, her delicate visage chilling as she murmured, "Yi Xian, dare you?" On Mount Shouyang, within the 8 Scenery Palace, when the Supreme Old Lord learned that the sanctuary of the Primordial Lord had been completely ransacked by Yi Xian and the last 5 disciples had met with utter annihilation, his countenance was suffused with fury. An intense blaze of wrath surged within him, causing his entire being to tremble violently. He grasped the Tai whisk tightly, unleashing waves of terrifying saintly rage that fractured the earth across billions of miles, scattering numerous ancient mountains into mere dust. "Yi Xian, I shall have your life," the Supreme Old Lord bellowed, his fury barely containable. At that moment, his anger reached its zenith. This wretched Yi Xian had thoroughly emptied his sanctuary and had the audacity to plunder that of his junior brother as well. What incensed the Supreme Old Lord further was that, not only had Yi Xian slain his disciples, but he had also exterminated all 12 disciples of the Primordial Lord. The disciples of both the human sect and the Chan sect were entirely obliterated. Their saintly fruits suffered considerable repercussions, and even the auspicious Golden Dragon endured significant losses. What the Supreme Old Lord found most intolerable was that he and his brother were made a mockery of by Yi Xian, leaving countless beings in the wilderness to witness their disgrace, utterly tarnishing the dignity of the saints. The Supreme Old Lord's wrath surged forth, emanating layers of law fluctuations that darkened the heavens, unleashing terrifying bolts of white lightning. After a considerable time, the Supreme Old Lord finally managed to quell his fury. A singular thought surged into his mind. He must seek the intervention of the Master to obliterate Yi Xian. Without delay, he resolved to head towards the Zixiao Palace. The Supreme Old Lord could scarcely endure. He yearned for Xuan to face immediate obliteration to ease his heart's resentment. With this thought, the Supreme Old Lord flickered and made his way directly to Kunlun Mountain. In the next instant, he appeared above the Yushu Palace. Witnessing the Primordial Lord enveloped in a tempest of wrath, radiating an aura of terror that swept across the vast expanse of the Primordial World. Junior brother, calm yourself. The Supreme Old Lord spoke with a grave tone. Senior brother. The Primordial Lord's anger subsided slightly upon seeing the Supreme Old Lord's arrival. Yet the flames of wrath within him remained unquenchable. The Supreme Old Lord pointed with his fingertip, releasing a beam of Ta Ching celestial light that infused the Primordial Lord, soothing the tempest of rage within him. Subsequently, the Supreme Old Lord spoke solemnly. Brother, prepare yourself. We shall immediately proceed to the Zhixiao Palace to beseech the Master's intervention in extinguishing Xuan. Upon hearing the Supreme Old Lord's words, a fierce killing intent ignited in the Primordial Lord's eyes. At this moment, he yearned to rend Xuan into a myriad of pieces, casting them into the inferno to burn for countless eons, ensuring that he perished amidst excruciating torment. He nodded slightly and spoke. Brother, please wait a moment. I shall make the necessary preparations forthwith. With that, the Primordial Supreme Being focused his thoughts, donning a robe of azure, as a radiant aura enveloped him, with myriad hues of auspicious clouds swirling in the heavens. Brother, let us proceed, he declared once his preparations were complete. The Supreme Old Lord nodded in agreement, and together with the Primordial Supreme Being, they made their way to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek the venerable Hongjun. The pace of the saints was astonishingly swift, and in but a fleeting moment, they arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. Within, they beheld an elder adorned in white, seated serenely with eyes gently closed upon a meditation mat, exuding an ethereal presence, surrounded by countless intricate prophecies of the Tao, with streams of profound and auspicious energy floating around him, and myriad rays of radiant light ascending. Upon sighting this venerable figure, the Supreme Old Lord and the Primordial Supreme Being stepped forward, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to the Master." Chapter 58. The intervention of Nuwa. Hongjun slightly raised his gaze and spoke softly. I am already aware of the purpose of your arrival. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, revealing no signs of surprise. As a master in harmony with the Tao of heaven, nothing in the primordial world escapes his keen perception. Subsequently, with a face full of indignation, Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed, Master, Xuan is an anomaly within the Tao of heaven. This individual disrupts the celestial tribulations, disregards the dignity of the sages, and has committed boundless acts of slaughter, more detestable than the ancient demon ancestor Luohu. We implore you to take action and eliminate him. Taishang Laojun added, we request your intervention to eradicate Xuan. After contemplating his disciples' words for a moment, Hongjun nodded slightly, saying very well. Hearing this single word, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan's faces lit up with excitement. The master had agreed to act. Xuan was doomed. However, just as their hearts brimmed with joy, Hongjun continued in a gentle tone. However, I cannot directly eliminate Xuan. He possesses a supreme treasure that allows him to evade the scrutiny of the Tao of heaven. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately soured, their spirits plummeting. They could scarcely believe that even Hongjun was unable to eradicate Xuan. This Xuan had the audacity to evade even the Tao of heaven. Such extraordinary abilities. Their faces darkened with discontent. Master, is there truly no way to vanquish Xuan? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked through gritted teeth, a sense of unwillingness evident in his voice. Taishang Laojun also raised his head to look at Hongjun. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun spoke slowly. I possess a treasure that can compel the human race to emerge. You may use this treasure to force Xuan into the open, and then you can eliminate him. At this revelation, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun felt a surge of elation. Hongjun gently waved his hand, and in an instant, a rift opened in the void, revealing an ancient and majestic wheel. This wheel radiated profound golden light, with intricate ripples of laws shimmering upon its surface. This artifact, known as the Wheel of Fate, was a treasure of the Chaos Fate demon god, possessing the power to strip away fortune and disrupt the natural order. Take this item to Nuwa, and let her, in the name of the Mother of Humanity, strip the human race of their fortune and increase their karma. Thus, they will be compelled to emerge. Otherwise, they shall be utterly lost in the primordial realm, Hongjun articulated. After delivering these words, he gently waved his hand, and the Wheel of Fate fell into Yuanshi Tianzuan's grasp. Holding the wheel, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, a wave of intense satisfaction swelling within him. Finally, they could confront Yixian with this treasure. Both Yixian and the human race were doomed. Taishang Laojun also displayed a look of joy, though he remained more composed. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Master, may we utilize this wheel of fate directly? Not so, Hongjun replied. Hongjun shook his head slightly and said, this is a malevolent object of chaos. To activate it requires enduring, immense karmic retribution. You have no connection to the human race. Should you recklessly employ it against them, you would instantly incur the wrath of the great Tao, resulting in your obliteration. However, Nuwa is different. She is the holy mother of humanity, intimately linked with their essence. Should she wield this object, she would bear no karmic burden. Upon hearing these words, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan were enlightened. Now we understand, Master, they both acknowledged. Go forth, Hongjun said, gently waving his hand, his expression calm and voice serene. Yes, Master, they replied respectfully, bowing before bidding farewell to Hongjun. Subsequently, the two transformed into a beam of divine light, hastening towards the palace of Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. In mere moments, they arrived at the majestic palace. Under the guidance of the child of colorful clouds, they entered the grand hall of the palace of Nuwa. Greetings to my esteemed senior brothers, Nuwa said, rising from her seat on the 8 treasures cloud throne to welcome Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Their camaraderie was well established, thus formalities were minimal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuanshi Tianzuan directly addressed her. Junior sister, you must know the purpose of our visit. I require your assistance in compelling Yixian to reveal himself. This child is an anomaly of the heavenly Tao, committing heinous acts that cannot be tolerated. His tone was laced with anger, and his complexion slightly darkened. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa was acutely aware of the circumstances. Yixian had previously insulted her as the Holy Mother in front of countless beings, a grievance she harbored deeply. Coupled with Yixian's repeated provocations against the dignity of the saints and his audacious plundering of their sanctuaries, her dissatisfaction towards him had long since festered. With the encouragement of Hongjun, she had already made her decision. Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Nuwa spoke without hesitation, rest assured, brother, I shall assist you in drawing out Yixian. Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart soared with joy upon this assurance. Excellent, he exclaimed with a smile. And with a wave of his hand, a golden wheel of fortune manifested in the void. Junior sister, please utilize the wheel of fortune to strip the human race of their luck and compel Yixian and humanity to reveal themselves. Yuanshi Tianzuan urged, urgency evident on his face. Unable to contain his impatience, he yearned to seize Yixian and exact 1,000 cuts. Nuwa nodded slightly. As a saint of the demon clan, she had attained her status through the merits of creating humanity. As long as humanity was not annihilated, she could continue to partake in their fortune. Thus, stripping them of their luck would not significantly impact her. It was precisely for this reason that Hongjun had entrusted her with this task. Nuwa then grasped the wheel of fortune and declared, I shall now cast my spell to sever the dragon of the human race's fortune. Under the watchful eyes of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun, Nuwa ascended to the throne of the palace of Nuwa, and in an instant, a towering altar materialized in the center. Nuwa beheld the final altar with her twin eyes and spoke, Heavenly Tao above, in the name of the Holy Mother of Humanity, I hereby strip the human race of their fortune, suppress the golden dragon of human destiny, so that humanity shall decline in the primordial chaos and never again flourish. A thunderous roar erupted. The heavenly Tao sensed Nuwa's oath, and in an instant, a deafening clap of thunder resounded. Dark clouds churned above the 9 heavens, resembling boiling water, as countless black lightning bolts flickered between heaven and earth. In the sea of fortune, the golden dragons of destiny were stirred, leaping and writhing, their scales shimmering, presenting a scene of a myriad of dragons vying for supremacy. Among them, the golden dragon of human fortune was immense, stretching for millions of zhong. Glowing radiantly in the ocean of fortune, its scales bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, truly eye-catching. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa gently cast the golden dragon of fortune in her hand forward. A streak of black light swept across, and this golden wheel of fate descended directly upon the golden dragon of human destiny. In an instant, the golden wheel emanated an intensely thick black mist, which surged like a dark tide, binding the golden dragon of human fortune tightly into a mass. Subsequently, this black mist began to gradually erode the golden dragon of human fortune, akin to a potent poison, possessing a terrifying corrosive effect. The golden aura of the human dragon of destiny began to dissipate bit by bit, slowly vanishing into the void between heaven and earth, transforming into nothingness. Chapter 59. Preparing for a breakthrough. Master Brother, Second Master Brother, the fortune of the human race has begun to be siphoned away. Every millennium, a tenth of their fortune will be extracted. It will not be long before Xuan and the human race sense the depletion of their fortune and are compelled to reveal themselves, Nuwa stated calmly, her expression devoid of concern for the beings she had created. Both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun observed this scene with satisfied smiles. Taishang Laojun remarked with a smile, "This time, we shall certainly force Xuan out." Yuan Shitianzun's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he declared, "Without fortune, the human race will suffer a fatal blow. Xuan will inevitably be unable to contain himself. Should he dare to emerge, I shall obliterate him without hesitation." Confident that Xuan would reappear within a millennium, Yuan Shitianzun contemplated the severe impact on the entire human race resulting from the loss of a tenth of their fortune. "Junior brother, let us patiently await for 1,000 years. After that, it shall be Xuan's demise," Taishang Laojun remarked with a smile, gracefully waving his tai whisk. Yuan Shitianzun nodded, acknowledging that he possessed sufficient patience for this endeavor. "Junior sister, the Wheel of Fortune shall be placed within your Nuwa palace, and you will command this artifact to strip away the fortune of the human race. Should Xuan appear, you must inform us immediately. We shall personally annihilate this child to set an example." Yuan Shitianzun's expression darkened as he spoke, an aura of menace surrounding him. "Rest assured, Master Brother," Nuwa replied with an indifferent nod. Following this, Yuan Shitianzun and Taishang Laojun returned to their respective abodes, awaiting the emergence of Xuan and the human race. Meanwhile, after departing from Kunlun Mountain, Xuan proceeded directly to the far north. Upon arrival, he established a cave dwelling and set up a layer of restrictive formations before entering the Chaos Pearl. Once inside, he released the 3 ancestors of the human race along with thousands of golden immortals. As everyone emerged, they gazed at Xuan with admiration, their hearts filled with respect. The ancestors had successfully raided the Sanctum of the Saints and returned laden with treasures. This endeavor yielded exceptionally rich spoils, which would greatly enhance the foundation and overall strength of the human race. Xuan surveyed the crowd, their faces alight with excitement, and smiled gently. "This raid has granted you all considerable opportunities. Cultivate diligently within the Chaos Pearl, strive to enhance your strength, and contribute to the human race." His voice was calm, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of every member of the human race. Upon his words concluding, all the members responded in unison, "Yes. We shall earnestly heed the words of our ancestor." Their tone was filled with reverence. Xuan nodded slightly, reassured by the presence of the 3 ancestors overseeing the human race. He then transformed into a streak of light, soaring out from the Chaos Pearl. With the bountiful gains he had acquired, Xuan planned to wisely utilize the treasures at hand to further elevate his strength. This time, he aimed to reach the consummate stage of quasi-sainthood while refining the demon-slaying sword, enhancing its power to new heights. Considering the ascent to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, which is bound to evoke extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth, Xuan resolved to enter seclusion within the chaos. He soared directly towards the chaotic expanse, effortlessly tearing open a rift in space due to his mastery over spatial laws, stepping into the chaotic realm with a single stride. The chaotic environment was perilous, rife with countless chaotic winds and divine thunder. An ordinary Deluo golden immortal would be swiftly eroded by the chaotic energies in such a place. However, Xuan, being at the quasi-saint level and possessing formidable defensive treasures such as the Central Wu E Apricot Yellow Banner and the 12th Grade Annihilation Black Lotus, was entirely unaffected by the chaotic energies. Delving deep into the chaos, Xuan randomly selected a spot and seated himself upon the 12th Grade Annihilation Black Lotus. In an instant, the lotus emanated wisps of black aura, intertwining to form a colossal net, creating an independent chamber for his seclusion. Within this sanctum, Xuan extended his palm, revealing a resplendent plant, the Huangzhongli, one of the 10 primordial spirit roots. The yellowish-black fruits of the Huangzhongli exuded an enchanting fragrance, irresistibly alluring. Consuming a single fruit could elevate an ordinary person to the level of a Deluo golden immortal, and if he were to ingest 10 simultaneously, he would undoubtedly ascend to the peak of the quasi-saint realm instantly. A smile curled upon Xuan's lips. For an ordinary individual, reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm solely through the Huang Zhongli was utterly unattainable. The path to quasi-saintship is fraught with immense challenges. requiring extraordinary fortuity at every step, rendering any amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures ineffective. Yet, Yi Xian was different. He possessed the finest foundation within the primordial chaos, the Hongming Dao body. This physique allowed him to advance as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink. As long as his magical power accumulated sufficiently, he could effortlessly transcend realms without encountering any cultivation bottlenecks. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian harvested 10 Huang Zhongli. Without hesitation, he swallowed them whole. Boom! As the 10 fruits settled in his abdomen, a surge of explosive warmth radiated from his dantian, akin to a searing lava flow, fiercely cleansing his limbs and bones. His skin flushed crimson, and even his muscles experienced a sharp pang of discomfort. It is crucial to note that Yi Xian possessed the Hongming Dao body, with a physique comparable to innate spiritual treasures, rivaling the strength of 10 ancestral witches. Yet, he could still sense pain, underscoring the terrifying potency of the 10 Huang Zhongli. Should an ordinary person consume such a quantity of Huang Zhongli at once, they would likely perish instantaneously, reduced to mere ashes. However, Yi Xian's formidable constitution enabled him to contain the energy unleashed by the Huang Zhongli. He swiftly channeled his techniques to digest the warm currents generated by the 10 fruits, transforming them entirely into robust magical power. The spiritual essence of the 10 Huang Zhongli was immensely rich, and Yi Xian devoted a full 500 years to complete the transformation. At this moment, the ethereal essence transformed entirely into magical power. Yi Xian felt an immense reservoir of energy within him, as vast and unfathomable as the depths of the heavens. Within his dantian, layers of dense, almost tangible, profound yellow energy coiled like a serpent. With but a single thought, he could unleash a sea of magical power that spanned millions of miles, an astonishing force indeed. My magical power has now grown as formidable as a towering mountain. It is time to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the realm of the perfect semi-saint, Yi Xian murmured, his face betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Surely, achieving the perfect semi-saint realm would grant him a significant enhancement in strength once more. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Merely employing his magical power to break through would not suffice to reach the pinnacle of the perfect semi-saint realm. To attain true perfection, he would require the assistance of even more potent celestial forces. Only then could he achieve a state of complete fulfillment, even to the point of overflowing abundance. What celestial force shall I harness? Yi Xian pondered softly. Thunderous roars echoed in response. Chapter 60. The Fire of Chaos as he was lost in contemplation. A thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, and the earth suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the chaos. Yi Xian immediately turned his gaze forward, where amidst the tumultuous chaos, streaks of crimson-purple chaotic lightning flickered, accompanied by a furious gale from the 9 heavens that dispersed the black mist of the Annihilation Black Lotus. This was the Chaos Annihilation Divine Thunder. If I were to harness this divine thunder to transcend my current realm, it would indeed be a splendid choice. After all, I command the principles of thunder, harboring no fear of it, and can comprehend more of its essence. In fact, by engaging with the thunderbolts and their principles, I could further enhance my understanding. A look of elation graced Yi Xian's face as he resolutely made his decision. He placed all his treasures and garments atop the Annihilation Black Lotus, and then, unclothed, charged into the depths of the chaotic black clouds. A multitude of Chaos Annihilation Divine Thunder, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction, surged violently toward Yi Xian. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of explosions echoed as the might of the chaotic divine thunder proved astonishing, capable of obliterating any substance in existence. Under the onslaught of this divine thunder, an immense force of thunderous principles poured into Yi Xian's body like an ocean. Countless arcs of lightning flickered around him, illuminating the chaos for thousands of miles in a blinding radiance. Yi Xian sensed that within the Chaos Annihilation Divine Thunder lay the supreme principles of thunder. This principle was intricate and profound, so complex that an ordinary individual could spend eons without grasping even a fragment of its essence. However, endowed with the primordial Tao body, Yi Xian sat amidst the thunderclouds and, within a mere century, completely comprehended the ultimate significance of the principles of thunder. Boom! As Yi Xian fully grasped the highest meaning of the principles of thunder, his own mastery of these principles reached a state of perfection, with only one step remaining to transcend into the realm of divine principles, allowing him to rival the formidable Chaos Demon Gods. Each of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods wielded a principle, having refined their respective principles to their utmost extent, achieving transcendence. Now, with his mastery of the principles of thunder at its zenith, Yixian's power was alarmingly close to that of the Chaos Thunder Demon God, and he could even manipulate the Chaos Annihilation Divine Thunder. Previously, he had attained a high level of mastery, capable of controlling the heavenly Tao Divine Thunder. Now, he could command the Chaos Divine Thunder with the utmost finesse. With a gentle lift of his hands, he made a gesture to halt. In an instant, the furious crimson-purple divine thunders appeared as though they had been paused, suspended in midair, ceasing all movement. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would be left utterly astounded. For these were the Chaos Divine Thunders, terrifying forces that even sages would shy away from. Yet, Yixian, with a mere gesture, brought these divine thunders to a standstill, truly an inconceivable feat. A faint smile graced Yixian's lips, his heart swelling with satisfaction. At this moment, he recognized that the opportunity to break through to a new realm had arrived. Come forth. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned countless strands of crimson-purple divine thunder from the chaos above, coalescing them into a colossal, magnificent bolt of destruction, akin to a towering pillar reaching for the heavens. A bolt of lightning, resembling a mighty ancestral dragon, stretched for miles within the ominous black clouds, exuding an aura of destruction. Yixian gazed up at the terrifying lightning and commanded, "Descend." As his voice echoed, the fearsome purple divine lightning surged down towards him. The spatial barriers within a radius of several hundred miles shattered into fragments, and a tumult of chaotic energies stirred violently, conjuring a raging tide. Boom! In the next instant, the purple divine lightning struck Yixian. Instantly, the bottleneck within him was obliterated by the divine thunder. As vast spiritual energy surged from his dantian into his limbs, shattering a boundary layer. Ethereal radiance enveloped Yixian, and countless lightning omens danced around him. He could distinctly sense his realm had transcended, both his physical strength and spiritual awareness, as well as his cultivation and magical power, experienced a qualitative enhancement. He ascended to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, utilizing the power of chaotic divine thunder to break through the bottleneck into this perfected state. Yixian became the most formidable being in the quasi-saint realm throughout the annals of antiquity. He perceived his magical power as deep and vast as an ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. Moreover, this power harbored terrifying ripples of lightning, distinguishing it as not mere magical energy, but as the most potent force imbued with the might of heavenly thunder. His physical strength reached an astonishing level, having originally possessed the primordial body of the chaos, after being baptized by the strongest chaotic divine thunder of the primordial realm. He was now almost at the threshold of physical sanctification. He surpassed the combined might of 100 ancestral witches. Gratified by his newfound prowess, Yixian then retrieved the Thunder Execution Sword, the very first weapon he had forged himself. He intended to further enhance this weapon's power, rendering it even more formidable. His approach was straightforward yet effective. He planned to infuse 3 primal flames, the ancient spirit flame, the heaven-burning purple fire, and the 6-ding divine fire, into the Thunder Execution Sword. Each of these flames possessed immense power, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. If combined, along with the might of the laws of thunder, they might even injure a saintly body. With this thought, Yixian took out the heaven-burning feather fan, the jade void glass lamp, and the supreme alchemy furnace. He extracted all 3 primal flames from within and placed them into the 5 elements yin-yang cauldron along with the Thunder Execution Sword for refinement. As time flowed gently by, 300 years slipped away unnoticed. One day, the 5 elements yin-yang cauldron suddenly quaked violently, and a crimson divine radiance shot skyward, piercing through the chaotic void barriers and scattering fragments of space. It unleashed a ferocious crimson tempest, causing the chaotic energies within a vast radius to churn restlessly, akin to boiling water. In the next moment, from the cauldron emerged a sword of resplendent crimson hue, measuring 7 feet in length, long and sharp. Above, 3 hues of flames, purple, red, and white, dance with occasional flickers of lightning, resembling ethereal serpents that exude a searing warmth. The chaotic aura within 100 miles has been utterly consumed by this wave of heat. Such formidable flames. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Yixian's eyes as he meticulously observed the fiery essence of the Thunder Execution Sword. Soon after, his face blossomed with astonishment. This is the Chaos Fire. To think that merging 3 primordial fires could yield such a powerful flame. Yixian murmured to himself, his voice imbued with profound delight. Legend has it that amidst the vastness of the primordial chaos, the Chaos Fire is the progenitor of all flames, governing the cycle of creation and destruction within the cosmos. It is the source from which the 10 primordial fires emerge, shaping the heavens and being the most primal source of fire in existence. These 10 primordial fires are the true fire of the sun, the true fire of the moon, the true fire of Samadhi, the heavenly fire of Ziwei, the mysterious fire of the 9 heavens, the leaf fire of the south, the fiery lotus of karma, the fire of nirvana, the fire of hell, and the ghostly fire of the underworld. The chaos fire surpasses these 10 primordial fires in potency, capable of incinerating all that exists, instilling trepidation even in the hearts of sages. After all, it is the source of all flames, and its destructive power is unfathomably fierce. Even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would be utterly obliterated by merely a wisp of the chaos fire's essence. Buzz. Chapter 61. The fury of Yixian. Yixian extended his hand and summoned the thunder-punishing demon sword into his grasp. Upon holding it, he felt a wave of warmth radiating from the blade, a sensation that was quite comforting. This was primarily because the thunder-punishing demon sword belonged to Yixian, and thus the chaotic flames within would not harm his physical form or divine essence. Had it been in the hands of another, they would likely have been reduced to ashes before even approaching the sword. With the thunder-punishing demon sword in hand, Yixian sat gracefully atop the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, a faint smile gracing his lips. It has been nearly a millennium since I entered seclusion. It is time to return to the primordial world and see how the human race fares, he mused. With that, Yixian stepped forward, piercing through layers of space and directly entering the primordial world. He then retrieved the Chaos Pearl, transforming into a streak of light that vanished within its depths. Upon entering the territory of humanity, Yixian immediately sensed something amiss. In this small world, after a millennium of development, the population had not increased in the slightest. In fact, many individuals had stagnated in their cultivation, and numerous frail members of the human race were plagued by ailments, enduring suffering day and night. What is happening? Yixian raised an eyebrow. Ancestor, you have finally returned, cried out the masses of humanity, along with the 3 ancestors, who quickly gathered around him, their faces etched with sorrow. What has transpired? Yixian inquired, astonished at the stagnation and even regression of the human race over the past 1,000 years. Ancestor, please take charge for the human race. Our fortunes have been suppressed by the Lady Nuwa, rendering us unable to develop. Not only do we struggle to enhance our realms, but our cultivation also risks going astray, and our birth rates have plummeted. Countless newborns face calamity. It is truly unbearable. Xuan, filled with indignation, clenched his fists tightly, trembling with emotion, revealing the torment he had endured over the millennia. The masses of humanity mirrored his sorrow, their faces reflecting the pain of 1,000 years of deprivation and decay. They often fell ill, drained of strength, their magical powers waning, and their realms failing to progress, which filled their hearts with profound anguish. Hearing Xuan's words and witnessing the sorrow etched on the faces of millions, a fierce anger ignited within Yixian's eyes. He could hardly believe that Nuwa, as the matron of humanity, would commit such heinous acts. How could she strip away the fortunes of her own kin and harm her compatriots? Nuwa, you have truly disgraced your title as the mother of humanity. A terrifying wrath surged from Yixian, sweeping across the entire chaotic realm, stirring the spiritual energies into a tumultuous frenzy, akin to boiling water. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding. Host's fury detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Storm the Nuwa Palace and directly strip Nuwa of her identity as the mother of humanity. Teach her a harsh lesson. Reward, Sage Power Talisman. Mastery of the Chaos Sword Dao. Option 2. Bow down and plead for mercy before Nuwa, kneeling in the dirt to offer an apology. Seeking a glimmer of hope for humanity. Reward, Azura Obliteration Mirror, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pearl. Upon seeing the 2 choices presented by the system, Yixian's eyes sparkled with intensity. He immediately focused on the first option, dismissing the second without a second glance. To beg Nuwa for mercy? Such an act was beneath his dignity. The Sage Power Talisman would elevate his strength to that of a sage for a period. The mastery of the Chaos Sword Dao, once attained, would enhance the power of his thunder-slaying demon sword to unimaginable heights, even allowing him to sever a sage's physical form with a single strike. Yixian murmured to himself, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sage Power Talisman, Mastery of the Chaos Sword Dao. As the system's voice faded, Yixian felt a mysterious yellow talisman materialize in his mind's palace, accompanied by a radiant orb infused with a fierce sword intent. This talisman was naturally the Sage Talisman, which he decided to store for future use. He then turned his gaze towards the orb of Sword Dao principles. Comprehend the principles, Yi Xian silently intoned. As he spoke, the orb of light burst forth, an endless stream of Sword Dao principles flooding into his consciousness. With the assistance of the system, Yi Xian swiftly attained mastery of the Sword Dao principles. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled understanding of the Sword Way. Every entity in existence, even the smallest blade of grass, transformed into a sword in his eyes. Within his pupils danced countless rays of colorful sword light, akin to the stars in the heavens, radiating a formidable sword intent that sent shivers down the spine. Then, Yi Xian reigned in all his momentum, his gaze sweeping across the three progenitors of humanity and the multitude of beings behind them. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yi Xian raised the thunder-slaying demon sword high. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light pierced the heavens, illuminating the 9 skies and 10 lands. The powerful sword aura reverberated through the cosmos, causing the winds and clouds to shift, shattering spatial barriers into countless fragments. Witnessing Yi Xian's terrifying aura, the millions of humans collectively gasped. Heaven above, the Ancestor is extraordinarily powerful. Such strength rivals that of a sage. Is the Ancestor here to exact vengeance for humanity today? Amidst the expectant gazes of the multitude, filled with apprehension, Yi Xian spoke deliberately, his voice resonating with conviction. Today, I shall ascend to the 33 heavens, shatter the palace of Nuwa, and draw my sword against Nuwa. Boom. His words echoed like thunder across the heavens. The overwhelming sound waves engulfed the entire chaotic realm, causing countless spiritual energies to churn violently, reminiscent of boiling water, fracturing the ground beneath into a shattered web. This proclamation resonated in the ears of every member of the human race like the resounding chime of a grand bell. Upon comprehending Yi Xian's declaration, an overwhelming fervor surged among millions, leaving them in a state of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their ancestor intended to ascend to the 33 heavens, to shatter the palace of Nuwa, and to draw swords against the exalted Nuwa Empress herself. The multitude stood in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with astonishment. Never had they envisioned such audacious actions. It was utterly inconceivable. After a moment of lingering shock, their astonishment gradually subsided, giving way to exclamations of awe. Was it true? Would their ancestor truly lead them to the palace of Nuwa? After all, the Nuwa Empress was a sage, a reality too extraordinary to accept. A wave of incredulity swept through the hearts of millions as they grappled with the notion that Yi Xian was genuinely preparing to lead them into the celestial palace of Nuwa. Chapter 62. Ascending to the palace of the goddess Nuwa, Xuan, Chao, and Zi were all profoundly shaken, their minds enveloped in a numbing sensation, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The words spoken by Yi Xian were utterly astonishing. To shatter the palace of Nuwa and draw a sword against the revered goddess Nuwa herself. This was enough to astound any formidable being in the vast wilderness. After all, Nuwa was the holy mother of humanity, the very sage who created humankind. If the ancestor truly intended to strike against the Holy Mother, it would be an act of unparalleled rebellion. Merely contemplating this was overwhelming. Previously, Yi Xian's audacity in raiding the sanctum of the sages had already been an act of reckless bravery. Now, the prospect of directly confronting the goddess Nuwa seemed to transcend all bounds of imagination. Xuan stepped forward, his face a mask of astonishment, and inquired, Ancestor, do you truly intend to take action against the goddess Nuwa? With a calm gaze, Yi Xian addressed the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, stating, as the Holy Mother, Nuwa has deprived humanity of its fortunes and hindered our development. This time, we, the human race, must assert ourselves, making it clear to these sages and all the myriad races of the wilderness that we are not to be trifled with. Those who dare to oppress humanity must pay a bloody price. His impassioned words resonated like a shockwave in the ears of every human. Instantly, a fervor ignited within their hearts. Indeed, humanity had endured relentless oppression in the wilderness, surviving for countless millennia in a state of subjugation, particularly the demon race, which had ruthlessly slaughtered humans, treating them as mere insects. Now, even the Holy Mother Nuwa had turned against her own people. This was intolerable. Nuwa, the Holy Mother of humanity, was supposed to protect them. How could she also contribute to their suffering? Each human's heart swelled with indignation. Upon hearing Yi Xian's proclamation, every individual clenched their fists, their faces flushed with anger. The ancestor spoke truly. Those who dare to oppress humanity must pay a bloody price. Xuan's eyes blazed with fervor as he tightened his grip and shouted in agreement. Millions of humans were stirred to a fever pitch, joining in a unified roar. Those who dare to oppress humanity must pay a bloody price. Those who dare to oppress humanity must pay a bloody price. Those who dare to oppress humanity must pay a bloody price. The echoes of their cries reverberated through the heavens, sending ripples across the clouds and coalescing into a magnificent golden dragon of fortune, a symbol of the united will and collective destiny of humanity. Xuan surveyed the determined faces of the millions of humans and nodded slightly, his heart brimming with satisfaction. As long as humanity could stand united, what fear could they possibly have of the sages? Humanity was destined to be the central figure of the future. Their collective will was potent enough to rival that of the sages. Follow me, ascend to the heavens of Nuwa, and teach her a lesson, Xuan commanded, waving his hand with a flourish. A flash of divine light enveloped them, and in an instant, he gathered all the millions of humans into his sleeve. Subsequently, he transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring directly to the heavenly realm of Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace of Nuwa, in the secluded chamber, Nuwa gradually returned to her senses after contemplating the heavenly principles. She sat gracefully upon the 8 treasures cloud bed and slowly opened her eyes, casting a detached glance at the sea of fortune. There, she beheld the golden dragon symbolizing the human race, its brilliance dimmed. This indicated that nearly 10% of the human race's fortune had been siphoned away. The loss of such a substantial portion of fortune would inevitably lead to the gradual withdrawal of divine favor, rendering humanity more susceptible to illness and significantly hindering their cultivation. Humanity, Xuan, what will you do now? Nuwa mused with an expression of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the fate of humankind. As the holy mother of humanity, as long as the race did not face total extinction, she could continue to enjoy their fortune. The demise of a few disobedient souls was inconsequential to her. With 1/10 of their fortune taken, humanity would undoubtedly suffer considerable consequences. Xuan would soon be unable to contain himself. Nuwa whispered to herself, entirely dismissing Xuan, a mere quasi-saint in her eyes. Should he dare to show himself, she could effortlessly obliterate him. Below the saintly realm, one was but an insignificant insect. Nuwa somewhat hoped that Xuan would come forth, allowing her to impart a lesson and demonstrate the might of a saint. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the entire Nuwa palace suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by some unseen force. The Nuwa palace is shaking? Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. Having resided in the palace for countless eons, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. The Nuwa palace, her sacred sanctuary, stood tall beyond the 33 heavens. An unparalleled existence in the primordial world. How could it tremble without reason? As her mind swirled with confusion, a more astonishing event unfolded before her eyes. A colossal rift abruptly appeared in the sky above the Nuwa palace, unleashing torrents of chaotic energy that painted the heavens a deep crimson. The rift rapidly expanded, resembling a gaping abyss, as purplish-red chaotic lightning erupted from within, shattering spatial barriers that cascaded down like falling leaves, causing violent tremors across a vast expanse of land. The scene was truly terrifying. Nuwa felt a twinge of astonishment. She recognized this as the law of space, the third most formidable principle in the primordial realm. The law of strength, wielded by Pangu, ranked first, followed by the law of time, and then the law of space. Such principles were profound and enigmatic, and even after countless years of contemplation, Nuwa had scarcely grasped their essence. The sight of the entire sky being torn asunder indicated that the practitioner had reached a minor mastery of the law of space. Who could this individual be who had comprehended the law to such an extent? Could it be the legendary ancestor Yangmei, who was said to be of the same generation as her teacher? Nuwa began to speculate, pondering the most renowned practitioner of the law of space in the primordial world, none other than Ancestor Yangmei. It is said that the venerable Yangmei is an incarnation of the Chaos Hollow Willow, possessing an innate comprehension of the laws of space from the moment of his birth, with his mastery of spatial power reaching the pinnacle of perfection. In the past, he fought alongside the Tao ancestor against the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Although he was gravely wounded by Luo Ho in the end, he effortlessly escaped back into the chaos by virtue of his mastery over the laws of space. Nuwa contemplated quietly, realizing that the ability to rend the heavens with spatial laws was a feat likely attributable to Yangmei. No one else could achieve such a level of prowess. However, just as Nuwa was immersed in her thoughts, a dazzling white figure suddenly emerged from the rift in the heavens. This figure stepped forth from the celestial chasm, appearing above the Nuwa palace. As the white radiance gradually faded, it revealed a young man clad in white, standing majestically in the sky. his gaze surveying the heavens as if he were a deity, looking down upon all of creation. Boom. The moment he revealed himself, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. An unparalleled pressure descending upon the Nuwa palace like an ancient divine mountain. Instantly, the rubble of the Nuwa palace shattered into fragments, and even the floor cracked under the immense force. The colorful celestial youths of the Nuwa palace, the celestial rainbow boy and the celestial phoenix boy, were left aghast, their faces paling, trembling uncontrollably. Under the weight of this oppressive force, their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground. Unable to lift their heads, the two young celestial beings were engulfed in terror, scarcely able to believe that someone dared to act so brazenly within the sacred domain of Lady Nuwa. Who could this person be? So audacious as to challenge the authority of the goddess? Did he not fear being obliterated by a mere swipe of Nuwa's hand? Chapter 63. Nuwa? Come out, the two young attendants thought to themselves, then raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. Upon this sight, both attendants turned pale with fright. It was Xuan. My heavens, is that the infamous Xuan, the most ruthless figure of the primordial era? A wave of terror washed over the two attendants. They never anticipated that Xuan would arrive. As the personal attendants of the sage, they had certainly heard of Xuan's reputation. It was said that he had dismissed the position of the supreme saint and had even slain the Grand Master of Xuan, a figure of formidable ferocity in the primordial realm. Trembling uncontrollably, the two attendants pressed their foreheads to the ground, their lips turning pale as they dared not lift their heads for another glance. Xuan stood atop the celestial dome, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion of his hand, he released countless members of the human race. Under the protection of the 12-petaled pure world white lotus, the multitude was shielded from any chaos-infused harm. At that moment, witnessing Xuan's formidable presence above the Nuwa palace, nearly causing it to crumble, the human multitude was engulfed in profound astonishment. They could scarcely believe that their ancestor had manifested so overwhelmingly at the pinnacle of the Nuwa palace. Moreover, he had exerted such pressure that the two attendants of Nuwa were forced to kneel, showing utter disregard for the goddess Nuwa herself. Their ancestor was indeed extraordinarily powerful. The hearts of the human multitude swelled with admiration, for their ancestor faced the sage without fear, a display of valor that resonated deeply within them. As they gazed upon Xuan, he stepped forward, placing his feet upon a radiant pearl within the Nuwa palace. This pearl represented the very fortune of the palace, and with his footfall, the entire structure trembled violently, dimming countless divine lights. "Nuwa, come out," Xuan declared. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, causing the very fabric of the Nuwa heavens to warp slightly. The human multitude was taken aback. Their ancestor audaciously commanded the sage Nuwa to appear. It was utterly astounding. After all, Nuwa was the supreme sage of the primordial realm, and demanding her presence was tantamount to a deliberate affront to her dignity. Surely, the proud goddess Nuwa would be enraged upon hearing such words. Within the secluded chamber of the Nuwa palace, upon hearing Xuan's command, Nuwa's fair visage flushed crimson with rage. Throughout the countless ages since her ascension to sainthood, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to directly call her by name. This Xuan dared to demand her appearance. What infuriated her most was his audacious presence within the Nuwa palace, shattering its very foundations with his overwhelming force. Nuwa felt an immense humiliation wash over her, as a surge of furious indignation erupted from her chest, causing her entire being to tremble. "Xuan, you seek death." With a thunderous roar, Nuwa abruptly rose to her feet, stepping forward in an instant that shattered space itself, appearing directly in the skies above the Nuwa palace. Boom. The moment she manifested, a myriad of radiant lights erupted from her being, golden flowers of ethereal beauty coalescing amidst the countless ripples of laws below. A terrifying and overwhelming divine majesty swept across the heavens and the earth, sending violent tides surging through the chaotic void for millions of miles around. Upon witnessing Nuwa's emergence, the countless human beings drew in a sharp breath. Was this truly the Holy Mother Nuwa? Such an aura of sanctity was indeed fearsome. Faced with such a terrifying force, Xuan immediately summoned the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, the Yin-Yang Duality Lamp, and the 5 Elements Yin-Yang Cauldron, 3 formidable defensive treasures enveloping him entirely, providing a protective barrier. "Xuan, you finally chose to reveal yourself." Nuwa's icy gaze fixed upon him, her presence emanating a chilling intent to kill. She cast a glance at the millions of humans behind her, her expression devoid of warmth. "I have brought the human race here today to teach you a lesson," Xuan declared, his demeanor cold as he met Nuwa's gaze without flinching. "Teach me a lesson?" Nuwa's fury ignited at his words. A mere ant of the human race dared to utter such brazen claims, seeking to instruct a saint? A fierce anger radiated from Nuwa, dark clouds gathering as terrifying white lightning flickered across the heavens. I shall see how a mere ant dares to teach a saint, she scoffed, her face a mask of disdain, utterly dismissing Xuan. Xuan responded with a cold smile, articulating each word with precision. As the holy mother of the human race, you attained sainthood through the virtues of creation, yet fail to consider how to repay humanity. Instead, you assist in the tyranny that harms our kind. This is your first transgression. Furthermore, as the demon race slaughters humanity, not only do you neglect to save us from peril, but you also strip away our fortune. This is your second sin. You, Nuwa, are unworthy of being the holy mother of the human race. His words resonated powerfully, piercing deep into Nuwa's heart like a sharp needle. She felt waves of humiliation and anger wash over her, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. For Xuan spoke the truth. Nuwa had never genuinely contemplated rescuing humanity. Her expression remained frigid as she replied, Xuan, the battle between the witch and the demon is a calamity ordained by fate. For humanity to flourish, it must endure this tribulation. My inaction to save humanity is in accordance with heavenly will, and it is not for a mere quasi-saint like you to interject. With a hint of cold amusement, Xuan responded, I never expected you to be so shameless, Nuwa. You have shifted your responsibilities entirely onto the whims of fate, completely absolving yourself of the inaction and indifference you have displayed. You, as a saint, could easily utter a single word to significantly alter humanity's plight, preventing the demon race from slaughtering us with such impunity, nearly leading to our extinction. As a revered sage of the demonic race, Nuwa has been complicit in the slaughter of the human race, a fact well known among all the mighty beings of the primordial realm. Without Nuwa's tacit approval, how could the demon Emperor Xuan dare to lay a hand upon the very race birthed by the sage? This Nuwa treats him, along with countless humans, as mere fools to be toyed with. At this moment, Nuwa continued to speak, her gaze fixed upon Xuan, infused with a hint of murderous intent. She declared, You show no respect for the sages, nor honor the celestial decree. In the presence of billions of beings from the primordial realm, you dare to insult me, the mother of the human race, which is a grave transgression. What stature does a sage hold? How dare a mere human like you belittle such authority? Even more heinous is your public dismissal of my senior brother's position as leader, and your despicable acts of plundering the sage's sacred grounds and slaying the sage's direct disciples. These crimes warrant nothing less than death. Nuwa's words were laced with icy disdain, and as she spoke, an aura of murderous intent enveloped Xuan, while the laws of the sage completely sealed this space, leaving not even a wisp of air to escape. Nuwa was resolute in her intention to eradicate Xuan as an example to others. She would not permit him to leave. Chapter 64. The disruption of creation. The human race was her creation, and she could not tolerate the existence of disobedient beings. Upon hearing Nuwa's words and sensing the rising aura of malice, Xuan felt a surge of indignation. He smiled coldly and said, Nuwa, you possess quite the talent for distorting truth and blurring distinctions. The Supreme Lord, as the leader of humanity, disregards the lives of his people, allowing the demon race to slaughter them. Even when millions of humans sought refuge on Shoyang Mountain, he paid them no heed. Such a person is unworthy of leading our kind. He monopolizes 30% of our fortune like a parasite. And my dismantling of his position as leader is merely a manifestation of karmic retribution, recognized even by the heavenly Tao. My plundering of the Taoist temple was simply to reclaim some interest for the losses suffered by humanity. As for the death of Xuan, that was a consequence of his own treachery. As a human, he betrayed his kin and deserved to be punished. Xuan articulated his rebuttal to Nuwa with reason and evidence, speaking with righteous fervor. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's face turned a deep crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. After all, Xuan's arguments were compelling, firmly placing him on the side of humanity and leaving her at a loss for a counterargument. The multitude of humans witnessed Nuwa's stunned silence and sighed in admiration. Their ancestors' words were indeed incisive, rendering the divine Nuwa speechless, unable to formulate a response. Nuwa had indeed overstepped her bounds, and the ancestor was correct. Feeling the peculiar gazes of millions upon her, Nuwa sensed her dignity slipping away. In front of countless humans, this revered figure was humiliated by Xuan, igniting a wave of fury within her, and her face flushed a deeper shade of red. Unable to outwit Xuan in debate, Nuwa resolved to silence him through action. Malice surged within her heart. Silver-tongued and only skilled in verbal sparring, No matter how grand your words, they cannot absolve you of the sin of insulting the dignity of the sage. Today, I shall eradicate you on behalf of my elder and second brother, as a warning to others." With a cold voice laced with intent to kill, Nuwa declared her decision. She took action without hesitation, drawing forth a long whip that radiated divine light. It exuded a myriad of vibrant energies, instilling a profound sense of intimidation upon humanity. This whip, known as the Whip of Creation, though merely an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, was wielded by Nuwa during the creation of humanity with the essence of the primordial earth. It bore a fundamental oppressive power over humans. A single strike from this whip could shatter even Xuan, a quasi-saint of humanity, into fragments. With the Whip of Creation in hand, Nuwa swung it directly towards Xuan. "Die," she commanded. Boom. The Whip of Creation sliced through the boundless chaos, descending upon Xuan like an ancient divine mountain. Nuwa smirked coldly within, thinking to herself that this strike would undoubtedly spell Xuan's doom. The sheer power of the whip was sufficient to obliterate him. Furthermore, within that whip lay her sacred might. Even thousands of quasi-saints among the human race would be reduced to ashes beneath its strike. Nuwa could almost envision the scene of Xuan being pulverized into dust by the whip. However, just as such thoughts crossed Nuwa's mind, a remarkable spectacle unfolded before her eyes. Xuan let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "Resorting to violence when you cannot argue? How utterly shameless of you. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my power." Without a trace of fear upon his countenance, Xuan raised the radiant thunder-punishing sword and commanded, "Come forth, lightning." With a deafening roar, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of chaos. At the moment the thunder resounded, a crimson-purple lightning bolt pierced through the chaos, descending as if a myriad of dragon serpents surged into the thunder-punishing sword. The chaotic divine thunder, imbued with boundless laws of power, instantaneously flowed into the sword. The thunder-punishing sword flickered with lightning, surrounded by countless prophetic laws of thunder, exuding an overwhelming aura of thunderous might that caused the surrounding void to crack and splinter for 1,000,000 miles. This was the chaotic, annihilating divine thunder. Nuwa's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her, her heart stirred by a profound astonishment. She never expected that Xuan could wield such formidable laws of thunder. It is worth noting that the chaotic divine thunder is known as the progenitor of all thunder, referred to as the king of 10,000 thunders. Its power comparable to the celestial thunder unleashed by Pangu during the creation of the heavens, capable of piercing through a saint's flesh. Nuwa was utterly astonished that Xuan could master the laws of thunder to such an extent, rivaling even the chaotic thunder deities. As Nuwa gazed on in amazement, she beheld Xuan, brandishing the thunder-punishing sword, fiercely charging towards the creation whip. The two forces collided with a tremendous explosion. Boom! The void shattered, countless spatial barriers fracturing into fragments. Beneath the might of the thunder-punishing sword, the creation whip was cleaved in two. The formidable laws of thunder scorched the whip, transforming it into a charred remnant, stripping away its divine radiance and reducing it to the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure. Yet the momentum of the thunder-punishing sword remained unabated as it surged menacingly towards Nuwa. Her complexion darkened, a chill creeping across her features. Her creation whip had been shattered. A wave of intense fury surged within her. Humph! Nuwa waved her hand, and in an instant, a flickering azure lantern appeared above her head. This lantern, the renowned primordial spiritual treasure, the Patalan, was a supreme defensive artifact. It emitted beams of azure light that enveloped Nuwa entirely, neutralizing the onslaught of the chaotic divine thunder. The multitude of humanity gazed upon this scene, their hearts filled with shock and awe. The ancestor is truly formidable. With a single sword strike, he severed the creation whip of the goddess Nuwa. He even compelled her to summon the precious lotus lamp for protection, an utterly astonishing feat. Throughout the primordial chaos, the saying has echoed, "Beneath the saints, all are but ants." However, today, Xuan has shattered this myth, standing toe-to-toe with a saint in his quasi-saint form. This is unprecedented in history. The ancestor's might is indeed remarkable. I have never witnessed anyone as powerful as the ancestor. Millions of humans are abuzz with conversation, filled with awe, their admiration for Xuan growing ever stronger. The ancestor's strength is such that it can rival that of a saint, earning their utmost respect. Meanwhile, Nuwa seethes with fury. Today, she has been humiliated by a mere quasi-saint of the human race. That wretched Xuan not only broke her whip, but also made her lose face before millions of humans. Her esteemed reputation as a divine mother must surely diminish among the human populace. She still requires their fortune to enhance her saintly attainment. Nuwa simply cannot abide this occurrence. Yi Xian, you have invited your own demise. Do not blame me. With a cold snort, her voice drips with murderous intent. She resolves to employ even more potent saintly means to obliterate Yi Xian. Chapter 65. Finding a moment to proclaim the Dao, Nuwa let out a cold shout, her entire being radiating with immense power. In an instant, 5 vibrant orbs erupted from her mud pill palace. These 5 orbs exuded distinct luminous colors, enveloped in a terrifying aura of chaos, causing violent tremors across the vast expanse of the void, with countless chaotic energies swirling restlessly. These 5 orbs were known as the Chaos Yin-Yang 5 Spirit Orbs, the Chaos Water Spirit Orb, the Chaos Fire Spirit Orb, the Chaos Thunder Spirit Orb, the Chaos Wind Spirit Orb, and the Chaos Earth Spirit Orb. Nuwa had condensed the colossal natural forces of water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth from the chaos into these 5 spirit orbs, granting her the power to manipulate the 5 elemental forces of heaven and earth, as well as to strike her foes directly with the might of the heavenly Tao, rendering her power utterly terrifying. Upon unleashing the 5 spirit orbs, they radiated a formidable aura of laws, swirling incessantly around Nuwa, as countless chaotic energies surged for miles, causing the void to shatter. Yi Xian, I shall see you dead. Nuwa's face was etched with intense murderous intent. Yi Xian had humiliated her before millions of the human race, an affront she could scarcely bear. She longed to annihilate him immediately to erase this negative impact. As her voice fell, she waved her hand, and the 5 spirit orbs surged forward with astonishing force. A tremendous pressure of the celestial sage descending upon the world. The infinite space cracked open, and even the heavens began to collapse under the weight of this terrifying assault. No being could withstand such a cataclysmic attack without being utterly obliterated. Nuwa inwardly sneered, for she had invoked the power of the sage, bolstered by the might of the heavenly Tao. Below the sage level, none could resist. Yi Xian was doomed. Nuwa was resolute in her conclusion, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao's power. The fundamental distinction between a sage and others lay in the sage's ability to wield the heavenly Tao's strength. As long as the Tao endured, so too would the sage, their power inexhaustible. Even millions of quasi-sages would pale before a true sage. Witnessing the dreadful attack approaching, the multitude of humanity turned pale with fear. The enormity of it was overwhelming. A full-force strike from a sage, if unleashed upon the primordial realm, could shatter the entire world in an instant. Could even the ancestor withstand such a fearsome blow? The hearts of millions were tightly knotted, their eyes fixed upon Yi Xian, eager to see how the ancestor would retaliate against Nuwa. They naturally hoped for Yi Xian's victory, for in their eyes, he was the most revered figure, the premier ancestor of the human race throughout history. Perhaps the ancestor possessed the strength to contend with a sage. Under the hopeful gazes of millions, Yi Xian stood before Nuwa's sage-level assault, his expression unchanged, a dismissive sneer gracing his lips. Is this the might of a sage? How trivial, he remarked calmly, his voice imbued with serenity, as if he regarded Nuwa's terrifying attack with utter indifference. The multitude of humanity was struck with profound shock upon hearing Yi Xian's words. They could scarcely believe that their ancestor spoke with such unwavering resolve. He completely disregards the saint's attack, displaying an audacious confidence. A profound admiration gleams in the eyes of countless human beings. The ancestor is undeniably formidable, exhibiting a total disdain for the saint. With such boldness alone, he is worthy of being hailed as the mightiest ancestor of humanity. Within the Nuwa Palace, the celestial youths, the colorful phoenix and the colorful cloud, are equally astonished, their mouths slightly agape in disbelief. They silently muse that this human ancestor, Yi Xian, is indeed excessively arrogant, daring to overlook the might of the goddess Nuwa. Surely, he will come to regret this. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Nuwa's heart seethes with anger, her expression turning frigid. Even at death's door, this insufferable Yi Xian still dares to speak defiantly. With a cold snicker, Nuwa resolves that Yi Xian's verbal bravado will soon be extinguished utterly. Without hesitation, Nuwa amplifies her magical power, channeling a torrent of energy into the Chaos 5 Spirit Pearls, enabling the 5 ethereal orbs to pierce through the barriers of space and surge toward Yi Xian. Die! Nuwa intones coldly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. As the 5 orbs, imbued with terrifying power, hurtle toward Yi Xian, he silently invokes, use the saint's talisman. In an instant, Yi Xian feels the talisman brimming with boundless energy within his mud pill palace erupt with ferocious force. A vast, terrifying power surges forth, enveloping him in a tidal wave of potent laws, while countless sacred rhythms emanate from his very pores. Yi Xian's consciousness, physical form, magical power, and cultivation surge exponentially as he breaks through the quasi-saint realm and ascends to the saint level. Boom! At the moment of his elevation to sainthood, a tsunami-like aura of sanctity radiates outward in all directions. The chaotic energy within 1 billion miles is entirely dispelled, and numerous spatial barriers crumble under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, shattering into countless fragments. The entire chaos trembles violently, sending numerous chaotic beasts scattering in terror. The 5 spirit pearls, initially aggressive, are brought to a standstill in the void beneath Yi Xian's overwhelming presence, as if time itself has been suspended, rendered immobile. Witnessing Yi Xian's newfound strength, the multitude of humanity is left in stunned disbelief. They can scarcely comprehend that their ancestor, in the face of a saint's strike, could unleash such formidable power. Merely through his oppressive aura, he has halted the 5 spirit pearls in midair. His strength is truly extraordinary. Having reached the level of a saint, Nuwa's bright eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to accept the scene unfolding before her. In that fleeting moment, she acutely senses the terrifying momentum emanating from Yi Xian, a power only achievable by one at the saint level. Yi Xian, has he truly broken through to the saint realm? How is this possible? Nuwa murmurs to herself, her heart overwhelmed with incredulity, as waves of shock surge from the depths of her being, leaving her unable to contain her astonishment. Indeed, the notion of Yi Xian attaining the status of a saint is exceedingly bewildering. No, he must have relied on external forces to achieve such a level of power. It is utterly inconceivable that Yi Xian has truly attained the path of the saints. Nuwa gently clenched her teeth, muttering to herself. Yet, despite her words, the astonishment etched upon her face lingered for an extended period. At that moment, after utilizing the saint's talisman, Yi Xian reveled in an inexhaustible surge of strength, feeling profoundly satisfied. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he could perceive all occurrences throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Furthermore, with the slightest motion, he could effortlessly summon the forces of nature to strike down his adversaries. Most significantly, Yi Xian discovered that the magical power within him was boundless. Akin to an unfathomable ocean, an endless reservoir that could be drawn from without depletion. Is this truly the essence of the saintly realm? It feels quite extraordinary. It seems I must seek an opportunity to attain this exalted state. Yi Xian mused, recognizing the formidable power of the saintly realm. He felt a burgeoning desire for advancement. At this juncture, Yi Xian had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, having fully comprehended the laws of thunder. He merely required a catalyst to embark on the path of the saints. Chapter 66. What distinguishes you from a shrew thereafter? Yi Xian raised his gaze to meet the astonished countenance of Nuwa, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a swift motion, he directed his attention to the 5 spiritual orbs before him, summoning them into his grasp with a mere beckoning gesture. These treasures are fated to be mine, he declared with a faint smile, and, with a gentle sweep of his hand, he completely erased the ethereal imprint left by Nuwa. Subsequently, he placed his own spiritual imprint upon them, claiming the primordial treasure, the 5 spirit orbs, as his own. Yi Xian, you dare to seize my treasure, Nuwa exclaimed, a surge of intense fury igniting within her, her body seemingly engulfed by an inferno. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. To snatch her artifact before her very eyes was a blatant affront to her dignity as a saint. The Chaos 5 spirit orbs were of immense significance to Nuwa. A powerful weapon forged through countless eons of arduous cultivation, a gem she had nurtured with immeasurable effort and care. Witnessing her prized possession being taken from her, her heart brimmed with rage, radiating a fiery wrath that transformed the entire firmament into a crimson hue. Observing Nuwa's enraged demeanor, Yi Xian merely smiled coldly and remarked, taking back your treasure is merely repaying a fraction of the debt owed to humanity. For eons, you have played the role of the saint, siphoning the fortunes of countless sages, yet you have contributed not a single ounce to humankind. Day after day, they have venerated you, bolstering your faith and enhancing your saintly essence. Do you not believe it is time to settle some debts? Nuwa was simultaneously furious and exasperated, longing to rend Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. Faced with his inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. Since the inception of humanity, she had neglected her duties, a widely acknowledged truth, and indeed, she had reveled in the unending faith bestowed upon her by humankind. Out of words, are we? Oh, great saint! Yi Xian scoffed, his voice laced with mockery, a derisive smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded her with utter disdain. Nuwa's face flushed with indignation. A tempest of rage surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. Xuan, I shall slay you, she bellowed, suddenly producing a shimmering, crimson-embroidered ball, ready to hurl it at Xuan. Witnessing Nuwa's impulsive aggression, Xuan's contempt only deepened. Is this what it means to be a saint? You are no different from a common shrew, he asserted. These words ignited a furious blush across Nuwa's face, causing her to tremble violently, nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy by Xuan's taunts. In that moment, she yearned to subject Xuan to the 9 mysterious fire, torturing him for eons until he suffered every conceivable agony, believing that only such suffering could quell her deep-seated resentment. With that fervent hatred fueling her, Nuwa hurled the primordial treasure, the crimson-embroidered ball, with all her might towards Xuan's head, intent on obliterating him entirely. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the air, shattering the very fabric of space around them. In this instance of assault, the wrath of the saint was encapsulated. Wielding immeasurable power, capable of obliterating countless primordial worlds with a single strike. Faced with the furious blow from Nuwa, Xuan merely offered a cold smile, one imbued with an aura of death. He spoke with indifference. You have walked into your own trap. Brace yourself for my sword. Xuan harbored no fear of Nuwa. His foundation at the quasi-saint level was incredibly solid, having reached a state of overflowing mastery. Upon attaining the status of a saint, Xuan's strength surpassed that of an ordinary saint. Nuwa, having ascended to sainthood through virtue, possessed the weakest power among her peers, rendering Xuan's confrontation with her a matter of sheer dominance. As his words fell, Xuan raised the thunder-punishing sword, directly cleaving towards Nuwa's head. Boom! With this strike, the entire chaotic void was split in two. A terrifying sword aura erupted, sending tremors across a vast expanse of millions of miles. The principles of thunder and fire were unleashed, with boundless thunderous laws shaking the heavens and earth, while chaotic flames scorched the void, unleashing an unparalleled might that ravaged the entire chaos, shattering countless voids. Witnessing such a terrifying sword strike, Nuwa's face contorted in astonishment. She felt the power of the blow, akin to a myriad of needle points incessantly pricking her flesh, instilling a profound sense of agony within her saintly form. Most alarming was the sensation that even her primordial spirit was subjected to a piercing pain, as though enveloped in icy water, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. This sword was too fearsome. A tremor coursed through her mind. In that fleeting moment, she recognized her inability to withstand this strike and understood she must evade it. This thought materialized, and Nuwa's figure shimmered, moving with the swiftness of lightning, instantly retreating millions of miles to escape the sword's reach. After Nuwa evaded, Xuan directed his sword downwards towards the Nuwa palace. Crack! The resplendent palace, adorned with gold and shimmering divine light, was cleaved in twain by this single blow. The palace split from its center, resembling a piece of tofu effortlessly sliced in half, its surface smooth and gleaming, akin to a magnificent artwork bifurcated. Upon witnessing this spectacle, millions of humanity were left in profound shock. Heavens! Our ancestor has cleaved the Nuwa palace in two. They gasped. The sacred ground of Lady Nuwa has been severed. The awe surrounding Xuan was palpable. The might of his sword was indeed terrifying. As Nuwa beheld her palace reduced to halves, her face darkened with fury. Her eyes blazed with an overwhelming wrath. If glances could kill, Xuan would have been slain 1,000 times over. Xuan, how dare you? She thundered, her voice resonating with such force that it shattered the heavens, causing countless fissures in the void, as chaotic energy coalesced into a furious divine dragon. Nuwa was utterly infuriated. Her sacred domain of saints had been severed by a single strike from Xuan. Moreover, this affront had occurred before the gaze of countless human beings. This wretched Xuan was brazenly trampling her dignity, disregarding her authority. Saints are inherently sensitive about their reputation, and Nuwa was no exception. Her face flushed crimson with rage, and the veins on her delicate neck throbbed visibly. Though her heart blazed with fury, Nuwa dared not confront Xuan directly, for she had just witnessed the formidable power he wielded with that one strike. The force of his sword was sufficient to shatter her physical form. Despite the trepidation that filled her heart, she refrained from making any rash movements. Observing Nuwa's fury restrained, Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smirk, and he spoke with an air of indifference. Are you not the exalted goddess? Did you not just proclaim your intent to obliterate me? What now? Are you reluctant to take action? Have you succumbed to fear? His eyes gleamed with derision, and a contemptuous smile adorned his face, radiating disdain towards Nuwa. Chapter 67. Underfoot the multitude of beings from the myriad clans gazed in awe, marveling at the indomitable power of their ancestor. Indeed, only he would dare to mock a saint in such a manner, completely disregarding the revered figure of Nuwa. Their admiration for him was profound. In all the ages past, never had anyone displayed such contempt for a saint. The actions of their ancestor were unparalleled, both historically and in the future. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Xian's scornful words and witnessing his disdainful expression, an inferno of rage erupted within Nuwa. Her entire being trembled, her lips quivered, and her visage turned a ghastly shade of ashen gray. This is infuriating. Nuwa clenched her fists tightly, and at that moment, a powerful resolve surged within her. She must depart from this place. Remaining here would only lead to humiliation, and she was no longer willing to endure such disgrace. Unable to contend with Yi Xian, she could only suffer his insults in vain. Moreover, being publicly humiliated before the multitude would irreparably tarnish her dignity as a saint, an affront she could not abide. With this determination, Nuwa took a decisive step forward, intending to escape the realm of Huang. Yi Xian, observing her retreat, curled his lips into a cold smirk. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. With a derisive laugh, he extended his hand towards Nuwa's path of escape, tightening his grasp. In an instant, the vast expanse surrounding her was ensnared by his power. Mastering the formidable laws of space, Yi Xian's authority had reached a pinnacle with his ascension to the saint realm, enabling him to confine even a saint. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a diagram imbued with the essence of spatial power. Coupled with his mastery of spatial laws, even a saint could be sealed within its confines. Buzz! In a heartbeat, the space around Nuwa solidified, resembling an impenetrable wall of concrete. Realizing the shift in her surroundings, panic gripped Nuwa as she found herself with no avenue for escape. A spatial divine ability. Her face turned a ghastly pale. She had nearly forgotten that Yi Xian wielded immense spatial powers, sealing this area completely. There was no way out. In that moment, Nuwa's heart raced like that of a mere mortal, pounding violently. Beads of nervous sweat trickled down her forehead, and her palms grew clammy with perspiration. Yi Xian strode through the void, approaching her with a mocking smile playing on his lips. Let us see how you intend to escape now. With a sly grin, he summoned forth a coffin radiating a menacing aura. Tendrils of dark energy slithered like serpents toward Nuwa. Her expression shifted dramatically, filled with indignation. Yi Xian, what are you planning to do? Nuwa's chest heaved in fury. Her face flushed crimson with a mixture of rage and trepidation. Watch as I teach you a lesson, Yi Xian declared with a chilling smile, raising the coffin above her head, ready to strike. Boom! Before my eyes, the ominous aura of the burial coffin surged forth, resembling an ancient divine mountain ruthlessly descending upon Nuwa. Within it lay the unparalleled terror and sacred might of Yi Xian, capable of annihilating all. Nuwa, sensing the overwhelming force, was instantly taken aback, hastily summoning a painting radiating with countless rays of dawn. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, bestowed upon her by the Tao ancestor Hanjun, a defensive artifact powerful enough to withstand the full force of a sage's strike. However, Yi Xian's might was beyond comprehension, his strength sufficient to overpower Nuwa. With a single, full-force strike, the burial coffin overturned the entire map of mountains and rivers, then crashed down upon Nuwa with ferocity. Unable to evade, she bore the brunt of the coffin's assault. In an instant, blood spewed from her mouth as her form was sent flying thousands of miles. Her corporeal body severely wounded. Countless cracks appeared, and wisps of sage's blood floated in the void. Witnessing this scene, the myriad of humanity was left in utter shock. Heaven above, the ancestral figure had struck the sage Nuwa with a coffin, causing her to bleed. This was nothing short of astonishing. It is imperative to remember that she is a sage shedding blood, a phenomenon that had never occurred since the dawn of time. After all, sages are exalted beings, and none have dared to lay hands upon them. Yet today, Yi Xian had forced sage Nuwa to bleed, a truly bewildering event. In the chaotic void, Nuwa clutched her heart, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through her, accompanied by an emerging dread from the depths of her being. Waves of terrifying awe rippled from her form, an endless fury enveloping her as she yearned to devour Yi Xian whole. Enraged beyond measure, she had never anticipated that Yi Xian could be so despicable as to make her bleed. Since attaining sagehood, she had not experienced such humiliation for countless eons, leaving her feeling utterly shamed. Yi Xian, you wretched scoundrel! Nuwa seethed, her entire being trembling with rage. At that moment, Yi Xian stepped forward, instantly appearing before Nuwa. His gaze fixed upon her, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, a bundle of shimmering divine ropes materialized in his palm. This bundle, known as the Binding Immortal Rope, had been acquired from the teachings of Xuan, and its power increased with the strength of its wielder. Capable of ensnaring even a sage. With a mere point of his finger, Xuan ensnared Nuwa with the Binding Immortal Rope, securing her tightly like a large rice dumpling. As Nuwa struggled, she found herself utterly unable to break free, her face turning a shade of deep indigo as she glared at Xuan. Unfazed by her expression, Xuan hoisted her up and retraced his steps, returning to the palace of Nuwa. Xuan placed Nuwa upon the ground, before the two attendants, the Cloud Child and the Phoenix Child, as well as in the presence of countless members of the human race. He slowly lifted his foot and placed it upon Nuwa's form. The Cloud Child and the Phoenix Child, witnessing the Holy Mother, who usually resided in the highest echelons, being trampled beneath Xuan's foot, felt their hearts tremble violently. It was utterly inconceivable that the Holy Mother had been subjected to such indignity. This shattered the very foundations of their worldview. They sensed their beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse, their hearts sinking into despair. For eons, they had revered Nuwa as the epitome of sanctity and inviolability. This scene was poised to dismantle their entire perception. Meanwhile, within the hearts of countless humans, a profound shock surged forth, their eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with intense astonishment. The Holy Mother Nuwa, at this moment, was indeed being trampled underfoot by the venerable Xuan. Chapter 68. Calling the Master, it was utterly insane, almost beyond belief. At this moment, the revered and exalted goddess Nuwa was being trampled underfoot by the Ancestor, leaving every being among the human race in a state of shock. They marveled at the Ancestor's audacity, astounded that he could so brazenly commit such a monumental act as stepping upon a saint. As for Nuwa, when Xuan's foot descended upon her sacred form, her body quivered violently, and her visage transformed with a ghastly pallor. She could scarcely fathom the audacity of Xuan, who dared to tread upon a saint. Xuan, you, she seethed, fury boiling within her, just as she was about to voice her indignation. However, Xuan paid her no heed. He was resolute in his intention to teach Nuwa a lesson that day. With a swift motion, he grasped the severed creator's whip in his hand, and miraculously, the broken ends rejoined seamlessly. Wielding the whip, he kicked Nuwa, flipping her over so that her face was pressed against the ground, her back exposed. Then, raising the creator's whip high, he brought it down upon Nuwa's back with a resounding crack. A sharp sound echoed through the air, clear yet not overwhelming. Yet it reached the ears of every onlooker. Instantly, silence enveloped the arena. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Millions of human beings stood mesmerized, unable to believe their eyes as Xuan lashed Nuwa, the Divine Mother, with the whip. The sight was utterly inconceivable. The exalted goddess lay prostrate as if a mere hound, subjected to Xuan's merciless strikes. The impact of this scene was profound, leaving the multitude in a state of utter astonishment. With each crack of the whip, Nuwa's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on her neck. An inferno of rage igniting within her as her body trembled violently. Xuan, how dare you humiliate me? She bellowed, her voice reverberating through the void, splitting the air with the intensity of her fury. Xuan, with a cold smile, retorted, Nuwa, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the human race, so you may understand our might. With that declaration, he intensified his assault, the sound of the whip striking her resonating through the heavens, each blow tearing at her saintly form, causing crimson droplets of blood to flow. Nuwa felt each lash as if needles pierced her skin, akin to ants gnawing at her flesh, the pain forcing her to gasp in agony. The two attendants nearby and the multitude of onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment rendering them utterly mute. Only when Nuwa's hair was disheveled and her garments torn did Xuan finally cease his onslaught. He exhaled a deep breath, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by a sense of exhilaration. The act of striking Nuwa with a whip was undeniably exhilarating for Xuan, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction akin to savoring an ethereal brew of icy water, refreshing him from head to toe. Xuan had long harbored disdain for Nuwa, the so-called saintly figure, and this opportunity to thoroughly chastise her brought him immense pleasure, both mentally and emotionally. Sensing that Xuan had ceased his assault, Nuwa gritted her teeth and, consumed by fury, spat venomous words. Xuan, you despicable scoundrel. I shall not let you escape unscathed. You will suffer 1,000 tortures. Her inner rage erupted, rendering her unable to control her emotions. Despite being acutely aware of her precarious situation, she could not help but hurl invectives at Xuan to alleviate her pent-up resentment. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It seems I have yet to strike you enough, he retorted. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Host thoughts detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Continue to whip Nuwa until she calls you master. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual root. Chaos fruit of the 5 elements. Shadow sky mirror. Option 2. Relinquish the punishment of Nuwa and spare her life. Reward. Ordinary innate spiritual root. Purple sungrass. Dual blades of male and female. Upon reading the system's options, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The first choice promised remarkable rewards. The chaos fruit of the 5 elements was formidable. It required 3 tribulations for one to flower and bear fruit, eventually yielding 5 fruits corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes, their effects nothing short of miraculous. A matured chaos fruit contained fragments of the corresponding laws of the 5 elements, allowing a great Luo golden immortal to temporarily break through to quasi-saint status with just 1 fruit. Moreover, the fruit had no prerequisites for consumption. Even an ordinary mortal could partake, as it harbored vast spiritual resonance. Additionally, the shadow sky mirror could capture a scene and project it upon the heavens, functioning like a magical screen. As for the second option, it merely offered the mundane purple sungrass, which Yi Xian found utterly unimpressive. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired chaos fruit of the 5 elements, shadow sky mirror. As the system's voice faded, Yi Xian felt a fruit radiating the power of the 5 elements materialize within his dantian, accompanied by a smooth mirror emanating an aura of Tao. This chaos fruit could serve as a crucial asset for his ascension to sainthood. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian shifted his attention back to Nuwa. Having made his decision, he readied himself to act. Meanwhile, Nuwa continued to hurl insults at him. With a detached smile, Yi Xian grasped the creation whip once more. Crack! With a swift stroke, he silenced Nuwa, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he declared, Nuwa, if you call me master and admit your wrongdoing, I may yet spare your life. Nuwa seethed with indignation at his words, fully aware that this was a blatant humiliation. You shall not succeed, she retorted coldly, her phoenix-like eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Even if Yi Xian were to strike her down, she would remain resolute in her silence, displaying a commendable fortitude. Yi Xian smirked coldly and remarked, You may choose not to cry out, but I shall unveil the celestial secrets of this realm for all beings in the primordial world, as well as every formidable entity and sage, to witness your humiliation. The spectacle will undoubtedly be quite entertaining. A wicked grin curled upon Yi Xian's lips, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa shuddered involuntarily. Sages are particularly sensitive about their pride, and Nuwa, in particular, values her dignity. The thought of countless beings in the primordial realm knowing that she lay beneath Yi Xian's foot, subjected to such indignity, would utterly obliterate her reputation as a sage. How could she ever show her face in the primordial world again? The image of being mocked by myriad creatures sent a chill down her spine, transforming her visage into a ghastly pallor, devoid of color. I will count to 3. You had better yield immediately, or you shall face the consequences. Yi Xian warned with a chilling smile. I shall ensure that your name is forever tarnished in the primordial realm, cast into disgrace before the eyes of the sages. How will you dare to call yourself the Holy Mother thereafter? What face will you have to confront the denizens of the primordial world? His voice dripped with menace, each word resonating with an ominous threat. Chapter 69. Breach of Trust. Nuwa, contemplating her predicament, decided that it would be less humiliating to lose a modicum of dignity here than to suffer a greater embarrassment before all the beings of the primordial chaos. After a moment of reflection, she lifted her gaze toward the countless human beings behind her and addressed Yi Xian. I can shout, but it must be only before you. No one else must witness it. Otherwise, I would rather face death than comply. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yi Xian grinned and replied, Very well. With a wave of his hand, he summoned chaotic energy to isolate the area, creating a private space that contained only himself and Nuwa. Holding the creation whip, he placed his right foot upon Nuwa and, with a teasing glint in his eyes, said, It is just the 2 of us now. Go ahead and shout. As he spoke, Yi Xian secretly retrieved the shadow mirror, preparing to immortalize Nuwa's utterance for the purpose of humiliating her later. Nuwa felt a surge of indignation. The audacity of Yi Xian to compel her to utter such crude words was infuriating. However, with only the 2 of them present, her anger was somewhat tempered. She understood that she had fallen prey to Yi Xian's whims today. She had no choice but to comply to avoid even greater humiliation. After much hesitation, she finally resolved to speak. "Master, I was wrong." To her astonishment, as soon as she uttered the words, Xuan, holding the creation whip, struck her. A series of crisp sounds echoed as he struck her more than 10 times in quick succession. Throughout this ordeal, Xuan captured the entire scene with the shadow mirror, a smile playing on his lips as he envisioned showcasing Nuwa's admission to the entire primordial realm, anticipating her expression would be nothing short of exquisite. "Xuan, enough? I have done as you commanded, yet you still go back on your word. You are utterly shameless." Nuwa exclaimed in a fit of anger, her voice brimming with indignation. Xuan, feeling quite pleased, chose not to dwell on her outburst. He ceased his strikes and waved his hand, dispersing the independent space. Outside, the multitude of human beings and the two youths directed their gazes toward Xuan and Nuwa. Upon seeing them emerge, curiosity painted their faces. They had just heard Xuan demand that the goddess Nuwa call him master. The question lingered, did Nuwa indeed call him master? Observing her expression of suppressed fury, contrasted with Xuan's subtle smile, the crowd quickly deduced that Nuwa had indeed addressed him as master. Otherwise, her countenance would not betray such distress. In an instant, the multitude of human beings, along with the two youths, were left in profound astonishment. To her astonishment, Nuwa truly called him master. This was utterly insane. Nuwa, the Holy Mother, had always been revered as a figure of purity and grandeur in the hearts of the people. Who could have imagined that she would commit such a disgraceful act? Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around her, Nuwa's fair visage flushed crimson. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, a seething sense of humiliation surging from her chest, wishing fervently to eliminate everyone present, ensuring they would never open their eyes again. Meanwhile, Xuan paid no heed to Nuwa. His gaze was fixed upon the sea of destiny, where a dark, swirling wheel of fortune was relentlessly siphoning the luck of the human race. Having arrived at this juncture, he was determined to annihilate this wheel, preventing it from further wreaking havoc upon humanity. Extending his palm towards the void, it transformed into an enormous hand that obscured the sky, seizing the wheel of fortune in an instant. As Xuan reclaimed the wheel, he observed the malevolent aura emanating from it. "Is this the instrument you use to torment my people?" he scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the furious yet speechless Nuwa. Then, before her very eyes, he summoned the chaotic heavenly thunder, cleaving the wheel of fortune into countless fragments. Following that, he struck down with his palm, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy that ground the remnants into fine dust. Upon the complete destruction of the wheel, the golden dragon, symbolizing the fortune of humanity, soared into the sky above the sea of destiny, emitting a jubilant roar. Its scales gradually regained their golden luster, shining brilliantly, signifying a thriving future for humanity. At that moment, billions of humans felt an immense lightness within their bodies, as if they had shed a heavy burden. Even the long stagnant bottlenecks began to show signs of loosening. Those frail and ailing members of the human race experienced a remarkable alleviation of their ailments, a peculiar warmth flowing through their bodies, gradually restoring their health. Joy surged within the hearts of billions. Our ancestor is truly our great savior. May the ancestor bless our people. Heavenly fortune has descended. Thank you, ancestor. From now on, we shall only revere our ancestor. The ancestor is formidable. The multitude buzzed with admiration for Xuan, their voices infused with respect. They could distinctly feel the fortuitous energy enveloping them, their spirits elevated, brimming with vitality. Their reverence for Xuan reached its zenith. Without him, humanity would have remained suppressed by the sages for an indeterminate duration. Witnessing the wheel of fortune disintegrate before her, Nuwa's eyes slightly reddened, her expression filled with rage as she glared at Xuan. This wheel of fortune was a treasure bestowed by Hongjun, carrying the weight of her two senior brothers' trust. Yet now, it lay in ruins, a source of profound frustration for her. Nuwa bit her silver teeth, her face etched with indignation. However, she found herself powerless, compelled to endure the situation, feeling a deep sense of suffocation within. After shattering the wheel of fate, Xuan cast a cold glance at Nuwa beneath his feet, a frosty smile gracing his lips. He then produced the coffin of eternal oblivion, unleashing a potent and dense stream of black energy that surged forth like a tide of ink, directly engulfing Nuwa. Nuwa's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Xuan, what are you intending to do?" A sense of panic surged within her. She had not anticipated that Xuan would dare to take action against her after she had already acknowledged him as her master. Was he truly so fickle? "What am I planning to do?" "Surely you are aware," Xuan replied, his smile laced with a chilling aura. At that moment, the black mist emanating from the coffin grew increasingly potent, corrosively attacking Nuwa's saintly form akin to sulfuric acid. You. Nuwa fumed. Realizing that Xuan intended to obliterate her physical body, he was utterly untrustworthy. Just as she prepared to fight back with all her might, Xuan noted that the malevolent energy had coalesced sufficiently. Without hesitation, he raised the coffin of eternal oblivion and brought it crashing down upon Nuwa. Chapter 70. The Destruction of the Nuwa Palace. Boom. The coffin of the dead heaven unleashed a terrifying force of annihilation, infused with the might of thunder and the formidable power of Xuan as it descended. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth transformed, and the very fabric of space shattered. In the next instant, the coffin struck Nuwa, eliciting a piercing scream from her. Her physical form was utterly obliterated, shattering into countless fragments of dust that dissipated into the cosmos. The millions of humanity, along with the two young disciples, stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. Filled with overwhelming awe, Nuwa, the revered goddess, had been defeated. Her saintly body was reduced to mere ashes. This was beyond belief. The exalted Nuwa had experienced such a fate, her very essence annihilated into powder. The two disciples were aghast, their lips trembling in disbelief, their faces ashen. The goddess had been slain by a mere coffin, a reality that shattered their worldview. After the initial shock, a wave of profound admiration for Xuan surged within the hearts of the millions. The ancestor was extraordinary. He had obliterated even the goddess Nuwa with ease. This was truly remarkable. The divine Nuwa, a supreme saint in the primordial chaos, had been crushed as effortlessly as one would smash a cucumber. The gaze of the millions turned towards Xuan, their eyes brimming with deep respect. Following the destruction of her physical form, Nuwa's divine spirit swiftly vacated her shattered body, retreating into the depths of chaos. Her countenance was aflame with fury, nearly consumed by rage. Xuan, I will not let you escape. Await your reckoning. Nuwa seethed through gritted teeth, her voice heavy with resentment. The obliteration of her corporeal form would spell disaster for her cultivation, causing her strength to wane and even shaking the foundation of her saintly fruit. Moreover, the public nature of her defeat before millions would strike a blow to her divinity, diminishing her fortune. This loss was unprecedented. After eons of existence as a saint, Nuwa had never encountered such a devastating setback. She was on the brink of madness. At this moment, Nuwa longed to seize Xuan and subject him to an eternity of torment in the fires of the underworld, allowing her wrath to find release. Meanwhile, Xuan, having shattered Nuwa's physical form, wore a calm expression, his heart untouched by turmoil. Nuwa had aided evil and stripped humanity of its fortune. Xuan had long yearned to obliterate her. This act was merely in accordance with his will. Then, Xuan's gaze fell upon the Nuwa palace, now cleaved in two. Through the rupture, the interior shimmered with golden light. The floor was adorned with heavenly gold, while the walls were crafted from enlightenment jade. The hall was filled with numerous innate and acquired treasures, alongside precious spiritual roots and artifacts. Upon witnessing this, Xuan could not help but smile inwardly, contemplating the audacious notion of plundering the Nuwa palace, leaving the Nuwa clan bereft of both wealth and dignity, inciting the ire of that formidable matriarch. With a mere wave of his hand, a ripple of magical energy surged forth, and in an instant, the multitude of humanity descended upon the grand edifice of the Nuwa palace. Inside the palace, a rich tapestry of spiritual energy enveloped the air, as various treasures emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, presenting a scene of resplendent opulence. The countless members of humanity, upon stepping onto the palace's smooth, warm floors, could not suppress their expressions of envy. Is this truly the abode of the Holy Mother? How lavish it is! My heavens! The sheer abundance of treasures displayed here is astounding. These spiritual roots appear to be of immense value. The throngs of humanity engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Many had never laid eyes upon such precious artifacts throughout their lives, and a surge of desire to touch these treasures welled up within them. In the primordial world, spiritual treasures hold paramount importance for any cultivator. A superior artifact can significantly enhance one's power, often determining the outcome of confrontations. The figures of Xuan, Chao, and Zi glimmered with anticipation. They had begun to surmise the reason behind their ancestors' summons to this place. Undoubtedly, it was to facilitate a grand heist, thereby fortifying the collective strength and foundation of humanity. Should they successfully empty the Nuwa palace, it would undoubtedly bolster the resources of humanity swiftly and increase the number of golden immortal cultivators in a short span, a most advantageous affair for their kind. Subsequently, the three ancestral figures turned their gaze toward Xuan, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. as they readied themselves for action. The countless members of humanity, well aware of their ancestors' character and resolve, fixed their hopeful gazes upon Yi Xian, their anticipation palpable. Yi Xian, observing this fervent scene, smiled subtly, a hint of mischief gracing his lips. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Nuwa possesses no virtue, monopolizing the fortunes of humanity while detracting from our interests, contributing not a single iota to our kind. Today, we shall raid the Nuwa palace and impart a profound lesson to her. Empty the Nuwa palace and bolster our strength." Upon hearing Yi Xian's impassioned declaration, the hearts of the multitude surged with fervor, their spirits ignited. The wisdom of the ancestor resonated deeply. Nuwa had relied on her creation of humanity for countless eons, yet had never rendered a shred of contribution. Her time to repay the debt had come. Empty the Nuwa palace, bolster our strength. Empty the Nuwa palace, bolster our strength. The chorus of voices rose to a thunderous crescendo, their fervor palpable. Yi Xian, witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the multitude, felt a profound satisfaction swell within him. He cast a final glance at the magnificent Nuwa palace, a smile gracing his features. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Let the plundering commence. Begin the raid on the Nuwa palace." Upon receiving Yi Xian's command, the three ancestors immediately led the throngs of humanity into the heart of the Nuwa palace, embarking upon a grand spree of looting. After countless members of the human race entered the palace of Nuwa, some began to dismantle the walls, clearing away the celestial jade that adorned them. Others pried up sections of the floor, excavating the divine gold beneath. Additionally, there were those who collected the rubble from the palace, as these fragments were extraordinary, crafted from ice crystal stones capable of condensing spiritual energy. In the sacred abode of the sages, nothing is ordinary. Everything visible to the naked eye was taken away. Within the palace of Nuwa, the cloudy boy and the phoenix boy trembled in fear, standing silently to the side, huddled in a corner, their faces etched with terror. Chapter 71. Plundered to ruin, they had never imagined that one day the Huang Palace would fall victim to the ravages of the human race. This was indeed a profound upheaval of their worldviews. The two young acolytes widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils dilating with shock. The three ancestral leaders of the human race relentlessly commanded their kin to scour the palace for innate spiritual treasures and various acquired artifacts, even uprooting numerous heavenly spiritual roots cultivated in the backyard, all of which were hastily removed. Yi Xian stepped into the Huang Palace, observing the fervent looting undertaken by the humans, a satisfied smile gracing his features. In the brief span of a moment, countless humans had completely emptied the front hall of the palace, leaving it pristine save for a few useless wooden pillars and the two solitary acolytes standing forlornly. With a steady gait, Yi Xian made his way toward the rear hall, the sanctum where Nuwa resided, and entered meditation, surely concealing a trove of treasures. Filled with anticipation, he took a step forward and arrived at the rear hall. Upon entering, his eyes were instantly brightened. In the center of the hall stood a throne radiating brilliant rays of light. This throne was the renowned 8 precious cloudlight bed, a vital artifact that Nuwa employed for her meditation and cultivation. This treasure possessed the ability to condense energy and calm the spirit, aiding in the comprehension of profound truths. And it was imbued with vast spiritual rhythms that could augment one's cultivation speed. It was indeed a remarkable artifact. As Yi Xian seated himself to test its efficacy, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from the 8 precious cloudlight bed, akin to a soothing current flowing into his body, gradually enhancing his constitution. "This item is well suited for my meditation," Yi Xian mused, and with a flick of his wrist, he stowed the 8 precious cloudlight bed into his sleeve. He then continued his leisurely stroll deeper into the palace, and after a few steps, his eyes gleamed once more. Before him, on a wall, hung a whip that emitted a silvery light akin to moonbeams. This whip, embedded with 7 brilliant stones infused with lunar and stellar energies, radiated a myriad of profound laws that shimmered like stars across the vast heavens, an exquisite sight to behold. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 7 stars moon whip. Yi Xian smiled subtly, a look of delight crossing his face. The 7 stars moon whip, crafted from the essence of moonlight and star energy, contained the powers of the Yin and the stars, refined from the quintessence of these celestial bodies within the heavenly refining furnace. It embodied the forces of utmost Yin and stellar energy. When wielded, it summoned a celestial panorama, revealing a luminous crescent moon amidst the stars, striking with precision. A single strike could inflict devastating effects, disrupting an enemy's comprehension, potential, and spiritual roots, potentially obliterating their path of cultivation. a truly formidable weapon. With a pleased expression, Xuan waved his hand once more, securing the whip within his sleeve. He then continued to wander through the palace, eager to uncover any remaining treasures. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of laws emanating nearby. Turning his gaze toward the source, he discovered a closed chamber housing a cauldron that exuded an aura of chaos. Upon witnessing the furnace tripod, a glimmer of astonishment flickered across Xuan's countenance. The innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had certainly not anticipated encountering such a precious artifact in this location. It is said that the Qian Kuan Ding is a transformation of the lotus pod from the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus, representing an exceedingly invaluable treasure. It possesses an extraordinary function known as the return to primordial origins, which elevates the quality and grade of treasures and weapons, transforming the acquired into the innate. Any treasure placed within the Qian Kuan Ding for refining can enhance its attributes. Even acquired spiritual treasures can be transmuted into innate spiritual treasures, thus showcasing its formidable capabilities. However, what truly captivated Xuan was the Qian Kuan Ding's connection to a matter of significant merit. During the War of the Witch and Demon, the fracture of Mount Buzhou caused the celestial river to flood, prompting Nuwa to utilize the Qian Kuan Ding to forge the materials for mending the heavens, thereby acquiring immense merit. Should Xuan secure this artifact, he could directly sever Nuwa's merit and even seize the opportunity to appropriate it for himself. This item is now mine, he mused, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he deftly stowed the Qian Kuan Ding within his sleeve. Subsequently, Xuan employed his spiritual sense to scan the entirety of the rear hall of the Nuwa Palace, swiftly identifying a treasure chamber. With a flicker, he descended into the treasure room, where resplendent jewels sparkled and colorful clouds danced, with the ground adorned by blossoming spiritual lotus flowers. On a rack lay a variety of spiritual treasures, including the Wuji's umbrella, the Ding Tian hairpin, the ethereal binding belt, the nine-colored garment, the spirit-soaring attire, the spiritual spring gem, among numerous other innate spiritual treasures and spiritual roots. Indeed, Nuwa's treasury was remarkably bounteous. A smile graced Xuan's lips as he casually waved his hand, collecting all these spiritual treasures into his sleeve. This harvest was exceedingly fruitful. Upon exiting the Nuwa Palace, he beheld millions of humanity who had thoroughly emptied the palace. All spiritual treasures and roots had been meticulously scavenged, even the essence from the floors, walls, and the palace itself had been extracted. The once resplendent Nuwa Palace now stood barren, reduced to 2 empty walls. The faces of millions of humanity were alight with joy. Having cleared the palace, they had reaped great rewards, obtaining a plethora of heavenly materials and various spiritual roots, which would undoubtedly bolster the strength of their race significantly. Ancestor. As Xuan emerged, all eyes turned towards him, glimmering with admiration. Under Xuan's leadership, their gains had been monumental, inspiring profound respect within their hearts. Many among them even contemplated kneeling before him to express their reverence. Ancestor, we have completely cleared the Nuwa Palace. Xuan stepped forward, his face radiating admiration, his gaze filled with respect. Xuan nodded slightly, observing the jubilant expressions of the millions, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Excellent, let us return. Xuan sensed that the efficacy of the saintly talisman was nearing its end. It was time to depart from this place. With a wave of his hand, he encapsulated countless members of the human race within the Chaos Pearl, and then, transforming into a beam of golden light, he made his way back to the primordial realm. Upon his departure, the celestial mechanisms of the Nuwa Palace were no longer concealed, revealing themselves in their entirety. Within the chaos, Nuwa was the first to perceive this shift. Her eyes ignited with intense fury as her primordial spirit transcended the confines of space, descending upon the Nuwa Palace. Upon arrival, the sight of her completely plundered palace filled Nuwa with rage, her eyes burning crimson as a terrifying wrath erupted from her chest, igniting countless fires of fury that sent tremors throughout the chaotic void. Xuan, how dare you pillage my sanctum? Cursed be you. Nuwa seethed, her teeth clenched as she unleashed a furious roar, her long-held fears manifesting before her. After having ransacked the sanctuaries of her elder brother and second brother, Xuan had now turned his attention to her domain. At that moment, Nuwa's entire sanctum had been reduced to a void, with only a few dilapidated walls remaining. All her spiritual treasures having been taken away, Nuwa was utterly infuriated. Chapter 72. Truly calling him master at this moment, a considerable commotion erupted within the Huahuang Palace, piquing the curiosity of numerous powerful beings. Many of these formidable entities sent forth their divine senses, intrigued to uncover the cause of the disturbance within the palace. The instant Yi Xian departed, these mighty figures perceived the wrathful voice of Nuwa, while the aura of the saints experienced a profound fluctuation. The chaotic essence surrounding the Huahuang Palace, extending for billions of miles, became tumultuous, as if a significant event were unfolding. The Huahuang Palace, the sacred domain of the Saint Nuwa, was not a place where trivial matters transpired. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, the ancestor of the underworld river, and others such as the Western sects Xuanti and Jian, all extended their divine senses towards the palace. Nuwa, sensing the probing of these powerful beings, even some saints, felt her countenance darken. She had endured unprecedented humiliation today and could not allow these primordial powers and saints to become aware of it. If they were to learn of the disgrace Yi Xian had inflicted upon her, it would be a blow to her dignity as a saint. With this thought, Nuwa let out a cold huff and waved her hand, invoking the map of mountains and rivers to thoroughly shroud the divine secrets of this place, preventing any further investigation. Consequently, no one would discern the happenings within the Huahuang Palace, except for Yi Xian, the myriad of humanity, and her two young attendants. Nuwa's piercing gaze fell upon the two attendants, Kaiyun and Caixia, who were huddled in a corner of the palace. In a flash, she appeared before them. "Your Highness, you have returned?" The two attendants exclaimed upon seeing Nuwa manifest before them. At that moment, Nuwa appeared as a mere ethereal spirit, her hair disheveled and her eyes reddened, a stark contrast to her previously pure and noble saintly visage. They had accompanied her for countless eons and had never witnessed her in such a disheveled state. Both attendants were profoundly shocked. Nuwa nodded slightly, her expression grim as she spoke. "What transpired today must not be uttered to a single soul. I wish for no one to know the events that unfolded within the Huahuang Palace. Do you understand?" Her voice slightly hoarse, and the prominent veins on her forehead revealed her deep-seated shame and anger. The humiliation she had faced today was unparalleled, and she was determined to protect her esteemed dignity as a saint from being tarnished by the knowledge of others. Particularly, the act of calling Yi Xian master was her greatest taboo. Nuwa felt an overwhelming urge to silence anyone who knew of it. The two attendants, sensing the seething fury enveloping Nuwa, could not help but gasp in trepidation. Having accompanied her for countless millennia, they had never seen her so enraged. Immediately, the two attendants nodded vigorously, their faces pale as they replied, "Your Highness, we understand." Upon witnessing their compliance, Nuwa's tumultuous emotions calmed slightly. She then directed her gaze towards the direction Yi Xian had departed, muttering coldly to herself, "Yi Xian, I will not let you escape. Sooner or later, I shall subject you to 1,000 tortures, obliterating both your form and spirit." Nuwa's voice was laden with boundless resentment. She was exceedingly enraged and apprehensive that Yi Xian might disclose the events of the day. If that were to happen, her reputation would suffer immensely. Indeed, if Yi Xian were to narrate today's occurrence to the human race, I need only deny it. I am a sage. He is but a mere ant. Who would believe his words? Nuwa murmured to herself, seeking solace, and her heart was momentarily calmed. Subsequently, she employed her magical powers to reassemble the shattered Nuwa palace, and then she and the two attendants entered within. Upon entering the newly reconstructed palace, Nuwa's expression darkened once more. All the spiritual treasures that once resided within the palace had vanished. Even her 8 precious cloud bed, where she would meditate, had been taken away by Yi Xian. What infuriated Nuwa the most was that the floor had been entirely stripped bare. Countless celestial jades and divine gold had been excavated. She sat upon a crude mat, her countenance so grim it seemed she could weep. However, what transpired next drove Nuwa to the brink of despair. Upon returning to the Primordial World, Yi Xian calculated the shielding of heavenly secrets that Nuwa had enacted around the Nuwa Palace. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he mused, "Since you fear disgrace, I shall ensure you lose all semblance of dignity before the myriad beings of the primordial realm." With this thought, Yi Xian directly utilized the shadow mirror, projecting all that occurred within the Nuwa Palace onto the celestial dome above. In an instant, scenes of Nuwa calling him master were laid bare for the entire primordial world to witness, as countless beings raised their heads to behold the cinematic spectacle. Simultaneously, Yi Xian's authoritative voice resonated throughout the entire primordial realm. As the mother of humanity, Nuwa has insidiously harmed her people, utilizing malevolent treasures to usurp their fortune. Such despicable tactics are devoid of virtue. Today, I lead millions of humans to shatter the Nuwa Palace and confront Nuwa. All treasures of the Nuwa Palace shall be confiscated as a form of retribution. His voice exuded a subtle yet undeniable dominance, though not loud. It was amplified by the power of the sages, instantly sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the primordial realm, reverberating throughout the universe. In that moment, all beings within the primordial world, along with powerful entities and sages, heard this thunderous proclamation. A profound shock coursed through the hearts of the myriad beings, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. They felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment rise from deep within, rendering them numb. The actions of Xuan had left them completely bewildered. They could scarcely fathom that he would dare to shatter the Nuwa palace and confront the revered Nuwa herself. And soon after, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before the myriad beings of the primordial realm. As they gazed up at the celestial dome, they were met with a scene that left them utterly speechless. They beheld a striking scene reflected in the celestial mirror, where Xuan stood with an air of formidable majesty, his feet resting upon the divine figure of Nuwa, wielding the whip of creation with an imposing demeanor. Beneath him, Nuwa, resplendent in her sacred luminescence and exuding an aura of untouchable divinity, uttered words that sent shockwaves through all beings of the primordial realm. The goddess, revered and beyond reproach, called Xuan her master, imploring him to strike her with fervor. A profound astonishment gripped the myriad creatures of the ancient world, leaving them utterly speechless, as waves of unimaginable awe surged from the depths of their souls, causing their very scalps to tingle with disbelief. Never had they envisioned that the once untouchable and sanctified Nuwa, only to be gazed upon from afar, would find herself beneath Xuan's feet, proclaiming him as her master. Chapter 73. A collective shock. What astonished countless beings was the revelation that the revered Nuwa allowed Xuan to strike her with force. All the denizens of the primordial realm were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling and breaths quickening. This was an unparalleled affront to their perceptions. How could a figure as sacred and noble as Nuwa engage in such a disgraceful act? Within the hearts of myriad beings, emotions ran the gamut. Some perceived pure astonishment, believing that the ancestral figure of humanity, Xuan, was truly formidable to elicit such words from the divine Nuwa. Others harbored more sordid thoughts, speculating that perhaps Nuwa possessed some peculiar inclination, or even that she shared a clandestine relationship with Xuan, for how else could she utter such phrases? Though their thoughts diverged, one sentiment united them all: profound astonishment. It felt as if the events of the day had utterly overturned their understanding of reality, and their reverence for Xuan reached unprecedented heights. Xuan was indeed terrifying. His prowess rivaled that of the saintly Nuwa, and he seemed to surpass her, wielding overwhelming power to subjugate her and compel her to acknowledge him as her master. Xuan's might astounded every being in the primordial expanse. All races were incredulous at his strength. After all, it appeared that Xuan had not attained the status of a saint, yet he possessed the means to overpower the divine Nuwa. This fact ignited envy among billions, for such a prodigious figure had emerged from the human race. Indeed, Xuan's strength transcended the bounds of their imagination. No wonder he was capable of such earth-shattering feats. Shattering the palace of Nuwa and striking that exalted goddess with a sword was an unprecedented occurrence since the dawn of creation. Xuan truly broadened their horizons. Moreover, he had plundered the treasures of the palace of Nuwa. One could only speculate how many spiritual artifacts he had amassed this time, surely filling his coffers to overflowing. The human race was enviable for having such an extraordinary ancestor as Xuan. The primordial beings buzzed with chatter, their voices resonating in every corner. The magnitude of Xuan's actions was immense, leaving nearly all beings astounded, with the impact reaching far and wide as every creature witnessed the images in the heavens above. Meanwhile, while ordinary beings in the primordial realm speculated, the powerful entities sensed something amiss when they attempted to probe the palace of Nuwa, only to have their divine senses thwarted by her. At that moment, they realized something was indeed wrong. Upon hearing Xuan's proclamation, all the powerful beings understood that a monumental event had indeed transpired at the palace of Nuwa. Xuan had shattered the palace and committed the astonishing acts of striking Nuwa and pillaging her treasures. Every powerful entity in the primordial realm gasped, filled with intense shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that Xuan could achieve such earth-shattering feats. Every formidable being was left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, this was the exalted Nuwa, the supreme goddess. Who could have anticipated that she would be subjugated and chastised by Xuan? What left the powerful even more astounded was that the saintess Nuwa referred to Xuan as her master, imploring him to chastise her with vigor. As these mighty figures gazed skyward, witnessing the mortified and enraged countenance of the goddess, their scalps tingled with shock. Xuan was truly formidable, overpowering even Nuwa herself. In the western Bull Heavenly Continent, at the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi was visibly astounded, fixated on the humiliating scene of Nuwa in the heavens. He exclaimed, "I never imagined Yi Xian's power to be so terrifying, surpassing even the goddess herself." Zhen Yuanzi was particularly captivated by Yi Xian's prowess, harboring deep admiration for such extraordinary abilities. Having been trapped at the quasi-saint level for countless eons without advancing to the realm of saints, he yearned to uncover Yi Xian's formidable secrets, believing they could elevate him to the saintly domain. Hong Yun, too, was filled with astonishment, remarking, "Indeed, Yi Xian's actions are truly remarkable." He severed the Nuwa palace with a single sword and wielded the creation whip to chastise the saintly form of the goddess. This person is indeed terrifying. Hong Yun was filled with admiration for Yi Xian's boldness, marveling at his audacity to trample the Nuwa palace and strike the goddess, which deeply impressed him. In the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Dark River, witnessing Yi Xian trampling Nuwa and pillaging her palace, was flushed with excitement. "Yi Xian, I never expected you to be so formidable, bringing even that goddess to her knees and seizing her entire palace." Since its inception, the Dark River had never held anyone in such high regard. "This time, I am thoroughly convinced by you," the ancestor murmured, filled with admiration for Yi Xian's audacity. He was in awe of Yi Xian's actions, which began with the public dismissal of the Supreme Saint's position, followed by the looting of the Supreme Sanctum, and culminating in the annihilation of the personal disciple of the Primordial Saint, completely ransacking his domain. What astonished the ancestor even more was Yi Xian's audacious assault on the Nuwa palace beyond the 33 heavens, using the creation whip to strike Nuwa, shattering her corporeal form, and humiliating her by demanding she call him master in her presence. Each of these legendary deeds filled the ancestor with longing. As a practitioner of the path of slaughter, he revered those who executed swift and decisive vengeance. The moment he witnessed Yi Xian shatter Nuwa's form with a coffin, he could hardly contain his exhilaration, rising to applaud. How exhilarating! So decisively lethal. The ancestor's eyes sparkled with excitement, even contemplating making Yi Xian his ultimate idol. "Yi Xian, henceforth, I shall take you as my exemplar," he murmured, filled with profound respect for Yi Xian's act of shattering Nuwa with a coffin, feeling an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 witches were all visibly struck with profound astonishment. They gazed at the spectacle unfolding in the heavens, utterly bewildered by Yi Xian's audacity. Di Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This Yi Xian is truly formidable. He has led the human race to assault the palace of Nuwa, trampling the Saint Nuwa beneath his feet and humiliating her, compelling her to address him as master." This. Di Zhong was genuinely astonished. Despite having existed for countless eons, he had never witnessed such a scene. The occurrence shattered his understanding of the world. The audacity of Yi Xian, trampling upon a saint and belittling Nuwa, left Di Jun utterly speechless, at a loss for words. Gong Gong, equally taken aback, remarked, "This Yi Xian is astonishing. I truly admire him. He dares to strike even the saints. What an extraordinary feat." In his heart, Gong Gong held great respect for Yi Xian. Were his power sufficient, he too would aspire to confront the saints as Yi Xian did, seeking to vent his own frustrations. Zhurong, with a face full of awe, declared, "Yi Xian is indeed a paragon for our generation. His boldness in striking saints is utterly remarkable." Chapter 74. The Surge of Human Destiny. Zhurong's voice resonated with profound admiration for Yi Xian. His reverence had reached an unparalleled height. Each of the 12 ancestral witches held a deep respect for Yi Xian's audacity to battle as a saint. The witch clan, traditionally dismissive of heaven and indifferent to saints, found themselves thoroughly convinced by Yi Xian's actions. In the 33 heavens, within the realm of the demon clan, Emperor Jun observed the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Upon hearing Yi Xian's commanding words that resonated throughout the vast wilderness, he was engulfed in a profound astonishment. How could Yi Xian have grown so formidable? Seated on his throne, Emperor Jun appeared dazed, his face marked by intense shock. A tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, while tumultuous waves of disbelief surged within him, causing his entire being to tremble. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Xian possessed the power to rival the saint of the demon clan, Nuwa. What left Emperor Jun utterly speechless was the sight of Yi Xian overpowering Nuwa, compelling her to acknowledge him as master and plead for him to strike her forcefully. He felt as though his entire worldview was collapsing. Could this truly be the revered Nuwa, who was once untouchable and to be regarded from afar? How could she, a being of such stature, address Yi Xian, a mere ancestor of the human race, with such demeaning words? Emperor Jun's complexion paled slightly, his hands trembling. The goddess Nuwa had succumbed to Yi Xian's overwhelming might. In a stunning turn of events, her physical form was shattered by Yi Xian, reduced to mere dust. Most shocking of all was that before departing, Yi Xian had completely emptied the Nuwa palace, seizing countless spiritual treasures and roots for humanity. Each of these occurrences shattered Emperor Jun's imagination. The astonishment within him roiled like a tempest, leaving him nearly numb with shock. Beside him, Eastern Emperor Tai mirrored his disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Yi Xian had dared to sever the Nuwa palace and whip the goddess herself. He had even plundered the palace bare. Tai's voice trembled with shock, his eyes bulged in disbelief. He gripped the throne tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He envisioned the moment when Yi Xian struck Nuwa with a sword, sending her flying thousands of miles, blood spilling from her lips. The image of Yi Xian standing over Nuwa with a mocking smile, compelling her to call him master, pierced Tai's mind like a needle, leaving him feeling utterly blindsided. His eyes reddening as his body quaked. Yi Xian, how could you possess such strength? How could a mere insect of the human race so humiliate the goddess Nuwa? Tai's face drained of color, his lips quivering in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that the exalted saint of the demon clan, Nuwa, could be trampled underfoot by Yi Xian. Subjected to such humiliation, forced to call him master, and to strike him. This is akin to trampling upon the revered countenance of Nuwa, degrading the sage into a mere lowly woman. Dong Huang Tai was consumed by both astonishment and fury. An inexhaustible rage erupted within him. The chaos bell materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura of chaos, channeling Dong Huang's pent-up wrath. On Jineo Island, at the Bio Palace, Tontian Zhao Master gazed upon the scene unfolding in the heavens with profound shock. Has Yi Xian truly ascended to such a formidable height? The very notion that he could vanquish Nuwa filled Tontian with awe. It is essential to recognize that Nuwa was the first to attain sainthood. Though her powers, derived from virtue, were the weakest among the saints, she remained a formidable presence capable of annihilating countless beings with a mere thought. Yet, Yi Xian led millions of humanity, shattering the palace of Nuwa, binding her, and wielding the creation whip against her, subjecting her to humiliation and compelling her to call him master. These scenes left Tontian utterly astounded, stirring within him a deep admiration. He had not heard of Yi Xian achieving sainthood, yet he possessed power formidable enough to rival that of a saint, which was indeed astonishing. Tongtian's heart surged with waves of shock, and a thought struck him. If Yi Xian could be persuaded to join the Jie sect, it would undoubtedly enhance its strength immensely. However, Tontian soon considered the implications of Yi Xian having offended 3 saints. It would likely prove difficult to find him, for Nuwa, Yuan Shi, and Taishang were not to be trifled with. Once they realized the situation, they would surely pursue Yi Xian relentlessly. Given Yi Xian's strength, he would not fear the combined efforts of the 3 saints. His power had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly led millions to assault the palace of Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens, confronting her directly. Tontian murmured to himself, clearly confident in Yi Xian's capabilities. Each of Yi Xian's recent actions had the power to astonish the world. He possessed immense talent, surely capable of navigating the complexities among the 3 saints, Tontian mused. In the Western sect, on Mount Xiumi, Xuan and Jane wore expressions of shock. Witnessing Yi Xian lash Nuwa from the heavens, they could not help but gasp in disbelief. Xuan remarked, "Brother, this Yi Xian is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. He has dared to assault the palace of Nuwa, wielding a whip against her, an idea I could scarcely entertain." Xuan was filled with astonishment, never anticipating that Yi Xian would grow so powerful as to confront Nuwa. This exceeded all his expectations, even causing ripples in his previously untroubled heart, much like a stone cast into still waters. Jane recited a Buddhist chant, his heart brimming with surprise, his countenance reflecting profound shock. He too had not foreseen Yi Xian's ascension to such heights, directly confronting Nuwa in her palace. Such matters are indeed hard to believe. As Jane pondered, even if he were Yi Xian, possessing the strength of a sage, he would not dare to act so recklessly, undertaking such a defiant deed. Yi Xian's abilities are formidable, and his rate of progress is nothing short of terrifying. This recent action has far exceeded our expectations, Jane murmured softly, his tone filled with admiration for Yi Xian. He secretly wished that his own disciples could be as powerful as Yi Xian, if that were the case. How could the Western Church not thrive? Xuan remarked, "Senior brother, Yi Xian has led the human race to successfully plunder the palaces of 3 sages, which will undoubtedly greatly enhance the foundation and strength of the human race. After this event, the fortunes of humanity are bound to surge. Jane nodded slightly and said, "The human race is destined to be the main protagonist, and with this opportunity, I believe that after the calamity of the witch and demon, Xuan will be able to lead humanity to become the foremost protagonist of the primordial world." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xuan Ti's eyes as he thought to himself, "Once the human race flourishes, we must surely go forth to propagate the teachings among them, guiding those who are fated and greatly expanding the Buddhist path." Chapter 75. The Wrath of Nuwa at Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace. The primordial lord was consumed by fury. His countenance darkened to a deep shade of blue-black as he witnessed the unfolding scene in the heavens. An inexhaustible rage erupted within him, causing the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain to crack, revealing tendrils of crimson-black mist. "Xuan, how dare you so brazenly humiliate Sister Nuwa?" The primordial lord's voice thundered, shaking the very foundations of Kunlun Mountain. Countless beings were obliterated by the force of his voice, reduced to mere dust. The primordial lord was incensed. He had never anticipated that Xuan would dare to lead the human race to assault the palace of Nuwa, cleaving it in twain with a single stroke, and further degrading Nuwa by forcing her to refer to him as master. To top it all off, Xuan had shattered the fateful golden will bestowed upon him by teacher Hongjun. "Damn it, I shall slay you." The primordial lord's eyes blazed red, his body trembling with fury, as the very heavens seemed to change color in response to his wrath. He then rose abruptly, soaring towards the palace of Nuwa. At Shoyang Mountain, in the 8th Scenery Palace, the Supreme Old Lord's face mirrored that of the primordial lord, filled with unrestrained anger. He wielded the Tai Whisk, unleashing a boundless fury that swept across millions of miles, causing ancient divine mountains to crumble into dust beneath its weight. "Xuan, to so disgrace Sister Nuwa is truly a death wish." The Supreme Old Lord's eyes sparked with intense rage, flames of the laws igniting within him, transforming Shoyang Mountain into a sea of fire, the very heavens quaking violently. Beings across countless realms felt the Supreme Saint's fury, falling to their knees in terror, silenced. Too afraid to move, the Supreme Old Lord then stepped forth, transforming into a violet divine light, heading towards the palace of Nuwa beyond the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess witnessed the humiliation inflicted upon her by Xuan, who had made her cry out for him as her master. The scene reflected across the primordial sky for all to see. In an instant, her face turned a shade of purple-blue, her body trembling violently, every hair on her skin standing on end. Nuwa's pupils dilated, her breath quickening as she bit down on her teeth, struggling to contain the torrent of anger and humiliation surging within her. It was over, completely over. The image of her degradation was laid bare for the world to see by that detestable Xuan. Every being in the primordial realm witnessed her calling Xuan master and pleading for him to whip her. The revered and sacred image of Nuwa, exalted among all beings, would be utterly shattered. Her dignity as a saint would be irrevocably tarnished. She could already envision the countless beings who would mock her in secret, and the powerful figures who would deride her for her impotence. She is a revered and exalted saint, yet she finds herself humiliated beneath the foot of a mere mortal, a lowly being of the human race. Nuwa gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, as an overwhelming wave of terrifying power emanated from her, sweeping across the chaotic realm. The vast expanse of the void turned into a blood-red sea, evoking a scene of utter horror. "Xuan, our fates are entwined in this eternal struggle." Nuwa's voice erupted in a frenzied roar, reverberating through the primordial heavens and shaking the very fabric of the universe. Countless beings heard the heavy tone of her voice, laden with indignation and fury. A thunderous crash resounded, imbued with boundless intent to kill and wrath, piercing the ears of millions like a soul-shattering needle. Those with malicious thoughts, or those who dared to mock Nuwa, along with weaker beings, were instantly silenced by her divine proclamation, their bodies torn apart as they bled from every orifice, reduced to mere fragments. Nuwa sought to instill fear in those petty beings, warning them against their hidden laughter. Nuwa has always harbored a narrow-minded disposition. In the subsequent calamity of the gods, she dispatched the 3 demons of Xianyuan to wreak havoc upon the dynasty, ruthlessly tormenting the citizens of the Shang dynasty. All due to a poem penned by King Zhou. Many powerful entities and primordial beings were acutely aware of Nuwa's temperament, and upon sensing her palpable threat and sharp murderous intent, they ceased their derision. The wrath of a saint could lead to countless deaths, a reality that even the weakest beings could not afford to mock. Should Nuwa become aware of their jest, an instant thought could annihilate entire races. They were not like Yi Xian, that prodigious anomaly who boldly trampled upon the Nuwa palace, mocking her without consequence. It must be said, he is the most formidable being of the primordial realm. The denizens of the primordial world recognized their inferiority to Yi Xian and dared not scoff at Nuwa. His strength was unparalleled, enough to command reverence from all beings. At the Zixiao Palace, amidst the boundless essence of the Tao, Hongjun sat in meditation upon his mat, contemplating the heavenly principles. He then slightly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of emotion on his otherwise impassive face. The wheel of fortune, Hongjun murmured to himself, his fingers performing intricate calculations, his brow furrowing slightly. The heavenly revelations indicated that the wheel of fortune had been utterly destroyed, reduced to dust. A profound light flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he contemplated for a moment before directing his gaze towards the Nuwa Palace, where two formidable figures had already arrived. Acknowledging this, Hongjun nodded slightly, then flicked his finger, sending forth a manifestation of boundless Tao essence towards the Nuwa Palace. Subsequently, he closed his eyes once more, his expression returning to its tranquil state. Meanwhile, the Primordial Supreme and the Grand Supreme had also arrived at the Nuwa Palace. As the two individuals entered the Palace of Nuwa, they beheld Nuwa in a state reminiscent of an ethereal essence. A flicker of indignation crossed their faces. The detestable Yi Xian had audaciously shattered Nuwa's physical form, a truly heinous act. "Greetings, esteemed brothers," Nuwa spoke, her voice trembling slightly as she struggled to contain the fury surging within her. Both Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan discerned the tempest of wrath boiling in Nuwa's heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan reassured her, "Sister, do not fret. We shall ensure Yi Xian is obliterated, avenging your grievances." Taishang Laojun echoed, "Sister, united. The three of us shall guarantee that wherever Yi Xian may flee, his demise is inevitable." Hearing the comforting words of her elder brothers, Nuwa's rage subsided somewhat. With a fierce resolve, she declared, "Brothers, I must issue a decree for his pursuit. At all costs, we shall annihilate Yi Xian." Chapter 76. Pursuit. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun and the Primordial Lord Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both consenting to the matter at hand. Should Nuwa also decree a manhunt for Yi Xian, it would mark the emergence of three saints simultaneously pursuing him within the vast expanse of the Hongwang, thereby imposing significant pressure upon him. The prospect of inciting Yi Xian's displeasure delighted them. Upon witnessing their agreement, Nuwa harnessed her saintly power and addressed the Hongwang. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Nuwa, hereby vow, from this day forth, I shall hunt down Yi Xian, and I will not rest until he is slain. To all beings of the Hongwang capable of vanquishing Yi Xian, I shall bestow upon them a saintly spiritual treasure and grant them eternal fortune from the Nuwa Palace." Her proclamation resonated with magnificent authority, echoing throughout the 9 heavens and 10 realms of the Hongwang, sweeping across the universe. Every creature heard Nuwa's voice, and a profound shock swept through the hearts of countless beings. The fact that the Saintess Nuwa had issued a decree against Yi Xian, coupled with the generous rewards promised, was astounding. The prospect of enjoying eternal saintly fortune was indeed enticing. Thus, 3 saints were now in pursuit of Yi Xian, who had rightfully earned the title of the most formidable person in the Hongwang, having offended 3 revered saints. This was a notion that the beings of the Hongwang scarcely dared to contemplate. Yi Xian was truly remarkable. He now had to contend with the combined efforts of 3 saints in his relentless pursuit. Since the dawn of creation, I have never witnessed such an astonishing event. This Yi Xian is indeed a force to be reckoned with. He, a prodigy of the human race, possesses unparalleled audacity. Not only did he plunder the sanctuaries of 3 saints, but he is now being hunted by all 3 simultaneously. The myriad beings of the Hongwang buzzed with discussions, filled with awe and admiration for Yi Xian's audacity. Within the Nuwa Palace, after a deliberation among Yuan Shi, Lao Jun, and Nuwa, they resolved to manifest myriad manifestations of saintly consciousness, dispatching them across the Hongwang to constantly seek out Yi Xian's whereabouts. Yuan Shi's demeanor was icy as he declared, "We shall send forth a total of 30,000 saintly manifestations, capable of pervading every corner of the Hongwang, leaving Yi Xian with no avenue for escape. Moreover, we could enlist the aid of the demon clan to expedite the pursuit of Yi Xian." Lao Jun nodded slightly, acknowledging, "What you say is indeed true." Upon hearing this, Nuwa remarked, "As a saint of the demon clan, I can persuade Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to dispatch their demon warriors to join the hunt. The demon clan stands as the most formidable force in the Hongwang. Should they mobilize their entire might, they could upheave the very fabric of the realm. Thus, even saints would hesitate to provoke them." Both Yuan Shi and Lao Jun recognized this and promptly expressed their agreement. Consequently, Nuwa utilized the communication talisman to relay the information to Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai within the heavenly court of the demon clan. Both Emperor Jun and Tai received Nuwa's message without delay. A flicker of murderous intent spread across Jun's face. He had long yearned to see Yi Xian suffer 1,000 cuts for his transgressions, particularly for having pierced the demon clan's heavenly court and annihilated countless demon soldiers, a deep-seated vendetta that could not go unavenged. Upon perceiving the information regarding Nuwa, Emperor Jun immediately declared, "This Yi Xian has so brazenly insulted our sacred demon race and holds a deep grudge against us. He must be eliminated. Eastern Emperor, convey my orders. Dispatch 100 million elite demon warriors and 500 demon saints to the mortal realm to hunt down Yi Xian and the human race. Let none who obstruct us survive." Eastern Emperor Tai, consumed by a fervent desire for vengeance, longed to rend Yi Xian into pieces to avenge the humiliation suffered by their race. The vivid memory of Yi Xian's sword striking the heavenly court, slaying the 5 great demon gods and the demon master Kunpun, was seared into his mind. What infuriated Tai the most was Yi Xian's unforgivable affront to the demon race's holy figure, Nuwa, which he deemed an unparalleled disgrace. For Tai, the urge to mobilize their entire force to annihilate Yi Xian was overwhelming, as it would allow him to vent the fury festering in his heart. "I shall send a contingent. Rest assured, my elder brother, my most trusted demon generals will enter the wilderness, and they will undoubtedly locate Yi Xian. He shall be delivered to Nuwa for dismemberment." Tai spoke with a chilling tone, his visage etched with fierce intent. Soon after, arrangements were made. In a brief span, 500 formidable demon saints and generals, accompanied by 100 million elite demon soldiers, surged into the wilderness, initiating a comprehensive search. The wilderness was soon teeming with fierce demon soldiers, and numerous manifestations of the saints' consciousness joined the pursuit, rendering the hunt for Yi Xian unprecedentedly intense. Many beings from the myriad races of the wilderness also joined in the fray, eager to capture Yi Xian for the generous rewards promised by the saints. A palpable sense of alarm swept across the wilderness. Innumerable beings were astounded. They had never witnessed such a terrifying display of pursuit. Clearly, Yi Xian had provoked 3 saints to such an extent that they dispatched an army of this magnitude. Indeed, it was said that 30,000 manifestations of saintly consciousness were scattered throughout the wilderness, ready to converge upon any news of Yi Xian's whereabouts. Yi Xian's prowess was undeniable. He had compelled 3 exalted saints to mobilize a vast hunting contingent, a phenomenon unprecedented in the wilderness. Countless beings and mighty cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, astonished by the scale of the pursuit orchestrated by the 3 saints. 100 million elite demon soldiers, combined with 500 demon saints and 30,000 manifestations of saintly consciousness, created a spectacle unseen since the dawn of creation, capable of astonishing anyone. Had this pursuit been directed at anyone else, even those of great strength would likely have been utterly annihilated. The myriad beings in the wilderness marveled at Yi Xian, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual, but someone powerful enough to incite such a formidable saintly pursuit, truly a figure of unparalleled strength throughout history. As the demon race and saints embarked on their grand pursuit across the wilderness, Yi Xian, bearing the Chaos Pearl, had already arrived at the farthest northern reaches of the wilderness. Standing amidst the North Sea, Yi Xian, with a sweep of his divine consciousness, sensed the presence of numerous pursuers within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, predominantly demons, and even manifestations of saints' consciousness infiltrating their ranks. A hint of disdain curled upon Yi Xian's lips. He possessed the Chaos Pearl, which obscured the heavenly secrets, rendering the endeavors of these individuals akin to the fantasies of fools. However, Yi Xian had no intention of remaining in the shadows indefinitely. Lurking in obscurity was ultimately unsatisfactory. To emerge openly in the vast wilderness, he required the strength to rival that of a saint. It seemed the time had come for him to enter a state of seclusion within the chaos to transcend to the saintly realm. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian contemplated this ambition after utilizing the saintly talisman, which had kindled within him the desire to attain sainthood. With this thought, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the Chaos Pearl. Upon entering the miniature world within the Chaos Pearl, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, liberating countless members of the human race. At that moment, joy illuminated the faces of millions. Each heart brimmed with excitement. Their recent raid on the Nuwa Palace had yielded immense rewards, as they had completely emptied it of various spiritual treasures and roots, with nearly everyone reaping benefits. Among them were those who acquired numerous spiritual artifacts, individuals who found high-quality spiritual roots, and others who unearthed fragments of enlightenment jade, as well as divine gold rich in spiritual resonance. The millions of humans were filled with gratitude towards Xuan, for he had led them in a bold assault on the Nuwa palace, delivering a severe reprimand to the Lady Nuwa. This act not only avenged the grievances of the human race, but also obliterated the golden wheel that had plagued their fortunes, rejuvenating the destiny of humanity. Chapter 77. The Chaotic Path to Enlightenment. Most significantly, Xuan orchestrated an extensive raid on the palace of Nuwa, resulting in a bountiful acquisition of rare treasures and resources. This monumental act substantially fortified the foundation and strength of the human race, inevitably enhancing their fortunes and fostering progressive development. Millions of human eyes turned towards Xuan, their gazes imbued with profound admiration. Many among them fell to their knees, vociferously chanting Xuan's name to express their reverence. The three ancestral figures of the human race stood before the multitude, their faces adorned with awe. Bowing deeply to Xuan, Xuan declared, "Ancestor, we have obtained all the treasures from the palace of Nuwa. For the next millennium, the human race shall surely flourish, and our fortunes will rise with each passing day. It is destined that our people will thrive in this world." "Thank you, Ancestor." Yu Cha, equally exhilarated, echoed Xuan's sentiments, proclaiming, "Indeed, the human race is destined to excel in the primordial realm." "Thank you, Ancestor." The fervor among the millions of humans swelled, their hearts already filled with admiration for Xuan, and they joined in resounding chants. "The human race shall thrive in the world. Thank you, Ancestor." "The human race shall thrive in the world. Thank you, Ancestor." "The human race shall thrive in the world. Thank you, Ancestor." All were acutely aware that the prosperity of their race was indebted to Xuan. Without him, the human race would have faced annihilation at the hands of the demon clan. Even if a fraction had survived by chance, it would have taken countless eons to rejuvenate. It could be said that without Xuan, there would be no present-day multitude of humans. Thus, the fervent worship of Xuan was born from such gratitude, elevating him to the most revered status in their hearts. Standing before the sea of humanity, Xuan felt the unwavering loyalty and fervent adoration directed towards him. And in that moment, he sensed an immense force of belief enveloping him. At that instant, Xuan felt his magical power and cultivation surge rapidly. A vast wave of law-like energy emanated from within, akin to a warm current flowing through his entire being, bringing him immense comfort. Above his head, an ethereal aura of destiny manifested, with a golden dragon soaring majestically, its shimmering scales radiating brilliance akin to the sun, exuding an overwhelming presence. A smile graced Xuan's lips. This was the boon of belief. The more prosperous the human race became, the stronger the enhancement to his own fortune, stabilizing his cultivation. Even upon attaining sainthood, this power of belief could solidify his holy fruit and augment his magical prowess. Under the immense influence of this belief, Xuan felt the constraints of his cultivation realm begin to loosen, as if a breakthrough were imminent. "It appears I must venture into the chaos to seek opportunities for enlightenment and ascension," Xuan mused to himself, his tone laced with anticipation. He had no desire to attain sainthood within the primordial realm, for such an achievement would confine him to the limitations imposed by the heavenly path in Hongjun. Should he venture into the chaos to attain the path of sanctification, he would become a sage of the great Tao, transcending even the revered beings of the primordial era. Upon reaching a certain level of power, he might even shatter the heavenly Tao. This is the aspiration of Xuan. Subsequently, Xuan severed this thought momentarily, his gaze shifting to the multitude of human beings before him, faces alight with admiration. He inclined his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Xuan declared, "I am to retreat into the chaos for seclusion and cultivation, preparing to reach the realm of the sage. In the days that followed, you shall diligently train within the Chaos Pearl to enhance your strength and strive to advance our kind." Upon hearing Xuan's words, the three ancestors of humanity exchanged glances. Astonishment reflected in their eyes. "What? The ancestor intends to attain sagehood?" They gasped. "Incredible! The ancestor is actually entering the chaos to pursue the path of the great Tao." A sage of the great Tao? Is that not a being that surpasses the heavenly Tao? A profound sense of shock surged within the hearts of the three ancestors. They had never fathomed that Xuan was so formidable as to seek sanctification in the chaos. It must be noted that the chaos is fraught with peril. Once one steps within, even a great Luo golden immortal could be obliterated by the fierce chaotic energies. It is rife with the tumultuous winds of the nine heavens and perilous chaotic thunder, where a moment's inattention could lead to annihilation of body and soul. To attain sagehood within the chaos is a feat more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Throughout history, it seems no one has ever accomplished such a task. Even the astonishing Hongjun Daozu of the Primordial Age merely attained the status of a heavenly Dao sage. Yet now, Yi Xian speaks of entering the chaos to seek enlightenment, emulating the ancient chaos demon god. This ambition has utterly transcended the imaginations of the three ancestors and the multitude of humanity. The countless beings, upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, were left utterly astounded, their minds reeling in disbelief. Heavens! The ancestor is truly intending to enter the chaos for enlightenment. How astonishing! They exclaimed. To succeed in the chaos would mean the ancestor becomes a sage of the great Dao, reaching a pinnacle of power that could even surpass the already established Hongjun Daozu. This revelation profoundly shocked the hearts of countless beings. They gazed at Yi Xian with deep reverence. The ancestor is truly remarkable, daring to challenge such an unprecedented path of enlightenment. After a moment of astonishment, Xuan promptly responded, "Rest assured, ancestor, I, along with Yu Chao and Zi, will wholeheartedly develop the human race, increase our numbers, and cultivate human practitioners, elevating our collective strength. You may venture into the chaos with peace of mind." Yu Chao and Zi, having regained their composure from the shock, echoed in unison, "You may confidently proceed into the chaos, ancestor. We shall fully dedicate ourselves to the advancement of humanity." Hearing the assurances of the three ancestors and witnessing their unwavering resolve, a smile emerged on Yi Xian's lips. "Excellent. I entrust humanity to you. I shall take my leave," Yi Xian stated. Subsequently, under the reverent gaze of billions, Yi Xian transformed into a beam of golden light and departed from the primordial realm. Upon emerging outside the Chaos Pearl, he conducted a brief scan with his divine consciousness and discerned that numerous pursuing forces from the demon clan were converging towards him. However, Yi Xian paid them little heed. Once he attained sanctity, these hunting parties would merely be akin to ants, easily obliterated by a mere thought, capable of annihilating millions of demon warriors. A hint of disdain curled upon Yi Xian's lips as he seamlessly traversed through space, stepping directly into the vastness of chaos. The moment he entered, he was met by a relentless onslaught of piercing winds from the nine heavens, striking him like blades, an utterly daunting experience. Chapter 78. The divine thunder of the heavenly realm were it not for the formidable defenses conferred by spiritual treasures. An ordinary quasi-saint would be scattered to the winds by these fierce gales in an instant. Yet, the corporeal form of Yi Xian is remarkably resilient, nearly rivaling that of the chaos demon god. Consequently, he did not resort to any defensive artifacts, instead enduring the nine heavens' fierce winds with steadfastness. The gusts merely caressed his body, akin to a gentle tickle, inflicting not the slightest harm upon him. As Yi Xian traversed the ethereal expanse of chaos, he pondered the path to achieving the status of a saint. Within the primordial realm, there exist 4 established methods to attain this exalted state: the path of strength, the sanctification of the physical body, the accumulation of virtue, and the annihilation of the 3 corpses. Among these, the great Pengu is known for his pursuit of strength, though he ultimately met with failure. The path of physical sanctification is exemplified by the chaos demon god, who was born of chaos and whose formidable body serves as a testament to this method. The embodiment of virtue is represented by Nuwa, who, through the merits of creation, attained the fruits of sainthood, albeit with the drawback of diminished magical power post-enlightenment. The most notable figure in the annihilation of the 3 corpses is the venerable Hongjun, who achieved the title of the first saint of the primordial realm through this means. Yi Xian dismissed these 4 conventional paths, recognizing that the Tao encompasses myriad avenues, far exceeding those previously mentioned. Considering his current circumstances, he resolved to forge an unprecedented method of enlightenment, the path of the laws. This entails refining a particular law to its zenith, grasping its ultimate essence, and thereby gaining dominion over its order, culminating in the attainment of a saint through the laws. Currently, Yi Xian has perfected his understanding of the law of thunder and has also gained control over the chaotic divine thunder. With further advancement, he could fully comprehend the law of thunder, thus seizing its authority. He resolved, therefore, to pursue enlightenment through the laws, aspiring to become a saint of the great Tao. As he spoke these words aloud, confidence radiated from him. At that moment, a clear vision of his path to enlightenment emerged in his mind. To fully grasp the law of thunder, he must seek out the primordial purple thunder, which transcends even the chaotic divine thunder, or the divine thunder of the heavenly realm. Birth from Panga's cosmic creation. Primordial represents the genesis of all things and the essence from which chaos is formed. It is said that within the deepest recesses of chaos, the primordial purple thunder is born, heralded as the progenitor of all thunder, possessing the cataclysmic power to obliterate heaven and earth with a single strike, giving rise to uncountable elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Most crucially, the primordial purple thunder encapsulates the ultimate mysteries of the law of thunder. Should Xuan master its essence, he would gain complete control over this law, becoming its sovereign. He firmly believed that if he could withstand the onslaught of the primordial purple thunder, his comprehension of the law of thunder would reach its zenith, propelling him to the esteemed rank of a saint of the great Tao. Additionally, there exists the divine thunder of the heavenly realm, also known as the opening thunder, which, according to legend, was wielded by Pangu during the creation of the cosmos, serving as an auxiliary force alongside the opening axe to cleave the primordial world asunder. The divine thunder of the heavens, imbued with the boundless power of the law of strength, stands as an unparalleled force. This celestial thunder possesses the might to rival the legendary chaos treasure, the heavenly axe, and is indeed a presence more formidable than the chaos thunder itself. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter this divine thunder, Xuan firmly believed that his comprehension of the law of thunder would reach unprecedented heights. With this thought in mind, Xuan ventured forth into the primordial wilderness in search of these two rare forms of divine thunder. The chaos was vast and limitless, devoid of any sense of direction, fraught with peril. Beyond the violent winds and thunder, there lurked treacherous chaotic whirlpools and fearsome ancient chaotic beasts. A typical quasi-saint traversing this domain would meet a grim fate in mere moments. Yet, Xuan remained untroubled. His physical form was exceptionally robust, and he possessed countless defensive artifacts. With the mere invocation of a 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, he could ensure his protection. Thus, Xuan roamed the chaos for nearly a millennium. On one fateful day, he ventured deep into the heart of the chaos, where he encountered an immense whirlpool stretching infinitely in all directions. Countless chaotic energies were drawn into this vortex, coalescing into a dense, dark mass of chaotic storm clouds. Numerous chaotic beasts, ensnared by the whirlpool's gravitational pull, were mercilessly torn asunder, reduced to mere dust in an instant. This whirlpool was indeed fearsome. However, upon sighting it, Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. At the very depths of the whirlpool, streaks of azure-white lightning flickered, piercing through the chaotic fabric of space and shattering fragments of it. An abundance of the law of strength swirled within, emanating a divine radiance that illuminated the heavens. This was the divine thunder of the heavens. A glimmer of excitement danced in Xuan's gaze. Fortune favored him unexpectedly, for he had stumbled upon the divine thunder from the era when the great Pangu split the heavens and the earth. In high spirits, he took a decisive step forward, determined to enter this terrifying whirlpool of chaos. Within the chaos lurked formidable chaotic beasts, which, upon witnessing Xuan approach the whirlpool, widened their eyes in disbelief. This whirlpool was a veritable meat grinder. The chaotic beasts instinctively recoiled, astonished by the audacity of this human. Moreover, what astounded them further was that Xuan was heading directly toward the most lethal manifestation of the divine thunder. This divine thunder could cleave the heavens and the earth, a dread force within the chaos that struck fear into all. In that moment, every chaotic beast was taken aback by Xuan's boldness. Did this seemingly frail human truly intend to march to his demise? As the myriad chaotic beasts watched in astonishment, Xuan transformed into a streak of golden light, surging into the very heart of the chaotic whirlpool, where the coveted divine thunder awaited him. Thunder rumbled ominously. Before even approaching the central location, Xuan could hear the thunderous explosion of the heavenly thunder, a sound that reverberated through the heavens. Countless fragments of space fell like slices of tofu, creating fissures in the vast emptiness, from which wisps of dark energy emerged. This expanse of heavenly thunder lay concealed within a vast shroud of chaotic black clouds, covering an area of billions of miles, its interior filled with the cataclysmic heavenly thunder, forming a sea of lightning that instilled terror in the hearts of all. Furthermore, it was the most fearsome sea of heavenly thunder, a manifestation of the power of the Tao, which even saints would hesitate to enter and endure the direct onslaught of such divine lightning. Yet, as Xuan gazed upon this boundless sea of thunder, a wave of joy surged within him. While this tempestuous sea was a source of unspeakable dread for other beings, for him, it was akin to a panacea of unparalleled potency. Possessing the supreme body of the primordial Tao, he felt no trepidation towards the strikes of divine thunder. Moreover, Yi Xian's understanding of the laws of thunder deepened amidst the tempest. The more formidable and terrifying the divine lightning, the more profound his comprehension of the laws became. He ardently wished for the power of this sea of thunder to grow ever stronger, for it was through such intensity that he could ultimately grasp the essence of the laws of thunder to its fullest extent. Chapter 79. The Primordial Purple Thunder. Let me test the might of the divine thunder of the heavens. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he boldly stepped into the terrifying, boundless sea of thunder. Boom! In an instant, countless bolts of divine thunder erupted, sensing the presence of an intruder, and they immediately descended upon Yi Xian. The entire chaotic void split apart under the onslaught of the divine thunder. As trillions of miles of chaos trembled violently, countless chaotic beasts, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with fear and fled in all directions, terrified of being reduced to mere fragments by the divine thunder. After all, this thunder possessed the power to create and destroy, far more formidable than the chaotic divine lightning. Only when they had retreated to a safe distance did the beasts pause and glance back at Yi Xian, curious to see if this seemingly frail human had been obliterated by the divine thunder. However, the next moment, a scene of utter astonishment unfolded before their eyes. As the terrifying bolts of divine thunder struck Yi Xian, they were all absorbed into his body, continuously cleansing his flesh. Over 100 bolts of divine thunder were drawn into him, transforming his form into that of pure lightning. Countless terrifying laws of thunder swirled around him, emanating waves of intense divine radiance, illuminating the heavens and the earth, while the vast void trembled at the power he unleashed. The chaotic beasts stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld this unprecedented phenomenon. They had existed in the chaos for countless eons and had never witnessed such a sight. At that moment, Yi Xian, enveloped in the divine thunder, felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, a profound comfort. With 100 bolts of divine thunder fully absorbed, he sensed a tremendous warmth coursing through him, the boundless energy of thunder flooding his limbs, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. In this instant, Yi Xian felt his physical form undergo a significant enhancement. More importantly, amidst this fierce bombardment of thunder, his comprehension of the laws of thunder deepened further. He sensed that he had reached the pinnacle of understanding regarding the laws of thunder. Previously at a state of perfection, he now grasped the ultimate realm, just one step away from a breakthrough, ready to fully comprehend the laws of thunder and wield their authority. A satisfied smile spread across Yi Xian's face. The effects of the divine thunder were indeed potent, granting him such a formidable enhancement in a short time. Subsequently, he strolled deeper into the sea of thunder, traversing the endless divine thunder in search of the most powerful manifestations to refine his physical strength. As Yi Xian attuned himself to the energy around him, he discovered that under the refining influence of the divine thunder, his physical strength had already reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. If he continued this process, he might even attain the status of a saint in body, with the realization of the laws and the sanctification of his body. If Yi Xian could achieve these two feats, he would undoubtedly stand as the foremost figure in all of history. Even the chaotic deities of the tumultuous era have not achieved dual paths to enlightenment. However, Yi Xian is acutely aware that haste is futile. His current objective is to comprehend the laws that govern existence, and the ascension of his physical form to sainthood cannot be rushed. As he strides towards the heart of the Thunder Sea, he notices that the closer he gets to the center, the more formidable the power of the thunder becomes. Upon nearing the core, a look of astonishment spreads across his face. Before him lies a vibrant expanse of crimson and purple spiritual energy, pulsating within the midst of the heavenly thunder. Within this ethereal mist, colossal and terrifying purple lightning flickers, entwined with the profound prophecies of the Tao, enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of primordial chaos. Each strike of the purple lightning releases a cataclysmic roar, enough to shatter the very fabric of the heavens and earth, compelling the heavenly thunder to retreat in fear across billions of miles. This is the supreme thunder, the primordial purple thunder. Yi Xian's eyes shimmer with brilliance, a smile escaping his lips. He never anticipated that nestled within the thunderclouds of the heavenly thunder lay the primordial purple thunder. It dawns on him that the primordial purple thunder, upon its degradation, transformed into the heavenly thunder, and conversely, the heavenly thunder, upon its weakening, evolved into the chaotic divine thunder, much like the great sun's golden flames devolving into the true fire of the sun. If I immerse myself in the cleansing embrace of the primordial purple thunder, I shall undoubtedly grasp the essence of the thunderous laws to their utmost, and ascend to the ranks of thunderous saints. Xuan muses, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement. The prospect of mastering the laws of thunder is nearing fruition, promising an extraordinary breakthrough, an achievement unparalleled since the dawn of the primordial age, filling Xuan's heart with fervent expectation. Taking a deep breath, he steps boldly into the realm of the primordial purple thunder. "Come forth, primordial purple thunder," Xuan exclaims, arms outstretched, standing resolutely beneath its might. As the progenitor of all thunder, the primordial purple thunder possesses a consciousness of its own, and in that moment, it perceives the intrusion of a human into its domain. As the sovereign of thunder, the primordial purple thunder is a formidable force within the chaos, its pride unmatched, unable to tolerate the provocation of an outsider. Boom! In an instant, the primordial purple thunder unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the very foundation of the chaotic void. Countless chaotic beasts are shattered by the reverberations, and spatial barriers fracture under the onslaught of sound, releasing tendrils of dark energy. Then, a bolt of primordial purple thunder, imbued with the inexorable principles of thunderous destruction, brews at the source of chaos. The moment it manifests, it exudes a terrifying aura capable of annihilating countless worlds. Cleaving through the chaotic barriers as it descends upon Xuan. Gazing into the depths of chaos, Xuan sees the primordial purple thunder. Akin to a colossal dragon of destruction, its cavernous maw poised to devour him. Roar! Xuan's eyes widen, his fists clenched tightly. With a resounding shout, he launches himself skyward, charging directly towards the oncoming primordial purple thunder. In his quest to master the laws of thunder, Xuan resolved to confront them head-on, to conquer and subdue them completely. Only then could he wield the authority bestowed by the laws of thunder and emerge as its true master. Stepping into the abyss of peril, he made a decisive choice to confront the primordial purple thunder with unwavering determination. With a thunderous roar, Xuan transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, fearlessly colliding with the primordial purple thunder, exuding an indomitable spirit that declared his supremacy over all. This spectacle left the chaotic beasts observing from a distance utterly astonished, for they had never anticipated such audacity from a mere human, daring to challenge the formidable primordial purple thunder. Chapter 80. Spear of Thunder, O Heavens! One must realize that the primordial purple thunder is the supreme ruler of all lightning, a terrifying entity that sends shivers through the very fabric of chaos. Even the Chaos Thunder Demon, a formidable being of ancient times, would skirt around it in fear. Yet here stands a human, audacious and unyielding, boldly charging towards the primordial purple thunder. Does he not fear for his life? Does he not dread the obliteration of his very essence by such a force? The sentient primordial purple thunder, upon witnessing Xuan's fearless advance, was taken aback. For eons, beyond comprehension, it had never encountered a being daring enough to confront it head-on. Even during the chaotic era, the master of the laws of thunder, the Chaos Thunder Demon, would not have dared such an act. This human's audacity was unprecedented, a display of courage the primordial purple thunder had never witnessed. As Xuan approached with an air of invincibility, the primordial purple thunder momentarily faltered, astonished by his audacity. In that fleeting instant, they collided. Boom! The chaotic void erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered countless barriers of space, stirring a tempest of thunderous energy. An array of thunderous laws ignited like stars scattered across the heavens, rendering the scene breathtakingly magnificent. From afar, countless chaotic beasts stood aghast, their eyes fixated on the site of the collision. All they could perceive were the dense flashes of lightning laws and the vast expanse of primordial purple thunder energy, obscuring the true nature of the encounter. A singular question loomed in their minds. Was the human within alive or dead? After all, facing the primordial purple thunder head-on was an unprecedented occurrence in the primordial world. Every beast knew the terror of the primordial purple thunder. Merely hearing its roar could spell annihilation for their very beings. Could it be that this human had been crushed to oblivion? As the multitude of beasts speculated, within the sea of thunder, Xuan remained unscathed. He stood upon a violet-red web of lightning, surrounded by a multitude of primordial purple thunder laws. To his astonishment, the formidable primordial purple thunder had completely merged with his being. What surprised Xuan even more was the ease with which he absorbed the primordial purple thunder. He had anticipated excruciating pain, perhaps even shedding a layer of skin, believing such agony was necessary to grasp the essence of the laws of thunder. However, to his astonishment, as he collided with the primordial purple thunder, it flowed smoothly into his body, an experience devoid of any discomfort, remarkably seamless. Then it dawned on him. He had nearly forgotten that he possessed the primordial Tao body. This exceptional constitution resonated perfectly with the primordial purple thunder, both stemming from the same origin, allowing for effortless integration. The Hongming purple thunder naturally possesses an intrinsic sense of belonging to the Hongming Tao body, with an undeniable mutual attraction that precludes any sense of repulsion. Upon merging with the Hongming purple thunder, Yi Xian attained an unparalleled comprehension of the laws of thunder, reaching an extraordinary pinnacle in that fleeting moment. He felt as though he had transcended to an entirely new realm of understanding regarding the laws of thunder. His mind was enveloped by a plethora of prophetic decrees concerning the laws of thunder, as streams of ancient and modern purple divine thunder coalesced within his consciousness. Emanating a profound aura of the Hongming, Yi Xian's aura began to ascend, progressively climbing to the limits of a bottleneck, tantalizingly close to breaking free from the constraints of the thunder laws and seizing their dominion. However, at this moment, he found himself on the cusp of a crucial breakthrough, unable to fully master and conquer the laws of thunder. The pivotal moment, Yi Xian murmured, as a torrent of thunderous energy enveloped him. His gaze swept across his surroundings, an instinctive feeling stirring within him that this pivotal moment lay nearby. Upon glimpsing a certain area, his eyes ignited with brilliance. What is this? Not far ahead, beneath a veil of purple thunder, lay a spear radiating with thunderous brilliance. This divine spear bore engravings of 5 elemental thunders: purple, white, blue, yellow, and black, intertwined with the laws of the great thunder. Chains of order erupted forth, suffused with the essence of chaotic demonic entities. At the sight of this divine spear, a name immediately surfaced in Yi Xian's mind. Could this be the thunder spear of the chaotic thunder demon? He spoke to himself, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his visage. The thunder spear, a chaotic spiritual treasure, rivaled the chaotic pearl in its worth. Most importantly, it was an offensive artifact, its tip suffused with the laws of the great thunder, surpassing even the infamous god-slaying spear in terms of ferocity. Once unleashed, it could shatter even the corporeal form of a chaotic demon, effortlessly piercing through the flesh of a sage in battle. After all, this was a chaotic spiritual treasure. In ancient times, the thunder demon wielded this spear to traverse the chaos, vanquishing countless chaotic demons. This artifact is fated to be mine. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he realized that the appearance of this thunder spear was likely at the site of the thunder demon's demise. Following its death, the weapon would have naturally fallen, its intrinsic laws of thunder subsequently attracting the Hongming purple thunder to manifest here. Ultimately, it was discovered by Yi Xian, who sought the Hongming purple thunder, a series of intertwined fates, indeed. Yi Xian stepped forward to the thunder spear and extended his hand to retrieve it. Boom! The moment he grasped the thunder spear, it erupted with a terrifying aura that shook the heavens. The lingering imprint of the thunder demon resonating with a howling sound that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Upon it emerged the towering shadow of a demonic deity, raising an immense hand, as if to obliterate Yi Xian. Observing this, Yi Xian let out a chilling smile and remarked, "A mere deceased demon dares to be audacious before me." With that, Yi Xian struck forth with his palm, unleashing a terrifying gale of thunderous fury. Within his hand resided the essence of destructive thunder, as countless laws of lightning surged forth, instantly annihilating the colossal chaotic demon. After vanquishing the imprint of this chaotic deity, Yi Xian slowly retracted his hand, contemplating that the imprint of the chaotic demon was but trivial. In truth, the strength of this demon's illusion could reach the level of a quasi-saint. However, Yi Xian, with his formidable power, had approached the pinnacle of sainthood and grasped the laws of thunder to an unparalleled zenith, enabling him to obliterate numerous quasi-saint beings with a mere wave. Subsequently, Yi Xian extinguished this thought and turned his gaze to the thunderous spear in his hand. The key to my ascension lies within this weapon. Let me discover what it harbors. Chapter 81. The Thunder Demon God. Yi Xian concentrated his spirit, delving deeply into the thunder spear. With a thunderous roar, he found himself amidst a profound concentration of energy, where he discovered a swirling mass of crimson-purple thunder at the weapon's core. This thunder was imbued with a mysterious and profound aura, radiating waves reminiscent of the primordial laws at the dawn of creation. The mere resonance of this thunder's energy caused a slight sting in Yi Xian's eyes, leaving him astounded. After all, he possessed the physique of the primordial Tao, and yet even he felt pain from such an immense force. This indicated that the essence contained within the thunder spear was indeed extraordinary. As Yi Xian scrutinized further, a joyful expression illuminated his face upon realizing the true nature of this mass. To his astonishment, It was the complete essence of the primordial purple thunder's fundamental laws. His heart swelled with excitement, for he had never anticipated that such a treasure lay within the thunder spear. This essence represented the ultimate profundity of the primordial purple thunder. If Xuan could fully comprehend it, he would grasp the final nuances of the thunder laws, thereby wielding its authority and attaining the status of a sage of the laws. Suddenly enlightened, Xuan recognized that the key to his breakthrough lay within this spear. It was the final piece needed to complete his understanding of the thunder laws. With a deep breath, he resolutely immersed his entire consciousness into the essence of the primordial purple thunder to engage in comprehension. As he probed the essence, it erupted with a terrifying brilliance, illuminating the cosmos and resonating through the heavens and earth, obliterating countless small worlds within the chaos. A searing pain, akin to needles, enveloped Xuan, as if boiling water coursed over every inch of his skin and through every bone, subjecting him to immense pressure. Amidst this excruciating agony, intricate and profound insights into the thunder laws began to manifest before him. Xuan diligently absorbed these principles, observing them as they swam like tadpole script, entering his being and forming a powerful current that surged into his mind. With his eyes closed, he sat in the midst of chaos, striving to comprehend the essence of the primordial purple thunder. Time slipped away unnoticed, the epochs of the great desolation passing in the blink of an eye. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Xuan completed his understanding of the essence of the primordial purple thunder. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a radiance capable of annihilating the heavens and earth burst forth from them, piercing through layers of chaotic void, igniting turmoil in the vast expanse of chaos. Rising from the 12th grade annihilating Black Lotus, Xuan brandished the thunder spear and declared with a voice of grand authority, with the Tao above, "Today I shall grasp the thunder laws to their utmost, and command the authority of thunder. From this day forth, I shall embody the principles of the great Tao as a sage of thunder. May the great Tao illuminate my path." Xuan's voice resonated with immense power, infused with the boundless laws of thunder, unleashing a wave of thunderous shock that surged across an expanse of countless miles, stirring a chaotic tide akin to monstrous waves. Boom! The great Tao instantly sensed Xuan's declaration, and a profound rumble echoed from the heart of chaos. In an instant, the chaotic energy within a vast radius coalesced into a singular mass, transforming into a boundless sea of chaotic energy that enveloped millions of miles of void. Within this sea, a colossal ethereal eye, stretching across billions of miles, slowly opened, imbued with innumerable prophetic insights of the great Tao, radiating countless hues of yellow and azure light. This was the eye of the great Tao. The eye gazed down upon Xuan. In comparison to this immense eye, Xuan appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, he exhibited no trace of fear. He lifted his gaze toward the celestial eye amidst the chaotic void, his expression resolute, and his heart brimming with determination. Xuan understood that the great Tao's trial was imminent. To affirm his status as a sage of the laws amidst chaos was akin to attaining the essence of the chaos demon god. The great Tao would undoubtedly unleash a heavenly tribulation, and if he could not withstand it, he would never truly become a sage of the great Tao. Crack! Boom! At that moment, a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the skies. A bolt of lightning shattered the chaotic void, plummeting toward Lin Xian, where it erupted into innumerable bursts of purple lightning, saturating the entire chaotic space with a vibrant haze of violet energy. Xuan's eyes fixed forward, witnessing amidst the swirling thunderous essence, an enormous and terrifying thunder demon god emerging, cloaked in the radiant light of the great Tao's thunder. It bore a head as fierce as a dragon, adorned with two sharp, elongated antlers that could pierce the heavens. Its physique was astonishingly robust, with bulging muscles gleaming with a thunderous sheen. In its right hand, it wielded a spear crackling with lightning, the very essence of thunderous laws erupting from its tip, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. Roar! The chaos thunder demon god unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, its sound waves resembling colossal waves that sent ripples through the chaotic atmosphere, unsettling the very fabric of chaos. Upon witnessing this formidable chaos thunder demon god, a solemn expression crossed Xuan's face. He had not anticipated that the great Tao would manifest the thunder demon god directly to test him. Although this incarnation's power paled in comparison to the thunder demon god of ancient chaos, it was still formidable in its own right. Xuan surmised that this thunder demon god possessed approximately 70% of the strength of its predecessor, undeniably powerful. It seemed the great Tao sought to challenge him through this thunder demon god. Yi Xian's gaze locked onto the thunder demon god as it tightly grasped the thunderous spear, an outpouring of lightning energy cascading forth. Come forth. Yi Xian beckoned toward the thunder demon god, his spear aimed directly at it. Roar. The thunder demon emitted a resounding roar that shook the very heavens. Clutching a spear of thunder, he traversed the chaotic void, each step causing the barriers of this tumultuous realm to crack and splinter. Like a raging dragon, he surged toward Yi Xian, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The thunder demon swept his spear horizontally, cleaving through layers of chaotic emptiness, as countless arcs of lightning danced around him. The vast expanse of 1 billion miles was shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic beasts, their very essence obliterated by the sheer force of this onslaught, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Yi Xian remained unfazed, unyielding in the presence of the thunder demon. Having mastered the principles of thunder to their utmost, he wielded the authority over these laws, establishing himself as a supreme being. Even when the thunder demon resurrected to confront Yi Xian, he was compelled to kneel. Death. Chapter 82. The Taoist Ancestor Hanjun? Not at all. Yi Xian murmured softly, and with the thunder spear in hand, he took a step forward toward the formidable thunder demon god. He pierced through the fabric of space, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the thunder demon god. Then, Yi Xian's thunder spear swept directly toward the thunder demon god. Boom. The clash between Yi Xian's thunder spear and the thunder demon god's spear resonated through the air, and in an instant, the thunder demon god's spear shattered, akin to a piece of tofu severed effortlessly by a steel blade. The chaotic and fearsome laws of thunder were, in that moment, forcibly subdued by an energy emanating from the very source of thunder, returning everything to tranquility. The overwhelming destructive force unleashed by the thunder demon god also subsided, and even its tumultuous form was quelled by this energy. In an instant, the thunder demon god found himself immobilized, suspended in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Subsequently, the residual power of Yi Xian's thunder spear continued to traverse through the chaos, effortlessly piercing through layer upon layer of spatial barriers until it finally plunged into the body of the thunder demon god. Crack, crack, boom. The thunder spear pierced through the thunder demon god's form, and in the next heartbeat, his body shattered like glass, revealing fine cracks through which brilliant and dazzling thunderlight burst forth. At the location of the thunder demon god's dantian, a terrifying and boundless purple thunderlight began to expand, growing increasingly radiant and blinding. Moments later, this primordial thunderlight erupted like a nuclear explosion, unleashing a devastating annihilation of thunderlight. Boom. Amid the violent explosion, the thunder demon god's form disintegrated, utterly vanishing into nothingness. When the thunderlight dissipated, the space was left empty. The thunder demon god had been erased. After vanquishing the thunder demon god, Yi Xian stood resolutely in the void, the thunder spear held aloft. He gazed upward at the eye of the Tao in the chaotic void and declared, with an air of dignity and authority, "May the Tao bear witness. I have slain the thunder demon god. I shall henceforth wield the authority over the laws of thunder and attain the path of thunder." Yi Xian's tone was authoritative, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. He harbored no fear of the Tao, for at this moment, he had mastered the ultimate laws of thunder. Even should the Tao descend with punitive purple lightning, it could not obliterate him. Rumbling. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the Tao had no choice but to acknowledge that he indeed possessed the strength to govern the laws of thunder. In an instant, a vast expanse of profound yellow energy, stretching for millions of miles, coalesced within the chaotic void. This mass of profound yellow energy then descended from the heavens, flowing entirely into Yi Xian's body. This was the light of Tao verification. It signified Yi Xian's recognition by the Tao, achieving the fruition of the path of a Tao saint. Under the impact of this immense Tao profound yellow energy, Yi Xian felt a grand warmth flooding through his body, surging through his limbs and bones, shattering the final bottleneck and shackles of his realm at that moment. In the next moment, he mastered the principles of the thunder path, seizing the supreme authority over the laws of thunder, thus attaining the status of a thunder sage. Boom. At the instant of achieving sagehood, an overwhelming sacred might radiated from Yi Xian, reverberating throughout the primordial realms. Boundless ripples of the thunder laws flickered in the chaotic void, stretching across countless miles, permeating the entire chaos. Innumerable auspicious visions materialized from thin air, vibrant hues of dawn emanating brilliance, accompanied by an abundance of auspicious energy pervading the chaos. The sacred might swept across the heavens and the universe, stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within the purple cloud palace, The Taoist Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, a ripple of disturbance shimmering within their depths. This was the aura of the Chaos Thunder Demon God. Hongjun murmured softly to himself, his voice tinged with subtle tremors. He then directed his gaze into the depths of chaos, only to find the heavenly secrets shrouded in a veil of mist, utterly inscrutable. He calculated with his fingers, his brow furrowing slightly, but he could not ascertain the source of these energies. The Taoist Hongjun gently closed his eyes, calming the turmoil within his heart before once again immersing himself in the understanding of the heavenly mysteries. Meanwhile, Yixian's vast sacred might enveloped the primordial realm, and all beings above the quasi-saint level felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, akin to an ancient divine mountain pressing upon their hearts. This pressure, infused with the essence of the thunder laws, caused their scalps to tingle, evoking a deep-seated reverence from the depths of their beings. All the powerful entities in the primordial realm were astonished. What was happening? How could such an immense pressure manifest? This force surpassed even that of the saints in the primordial realm. It was utterly terrifying. Could it possibly be emitted by the Tao ancestor Hongjun? The mighty beings in the primordial realm speculated amongst themselves, as it seemed to them that only the Tao ancestor Hongjun could emanate such formidable pressure. Thus, they instinctively attributed it to him. However, the saints within the primordial realm, such as the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, the primordial heavenly venerable, Nuwa, and the likes of Xuan and Jian, were aware that this pressure did not originate from Hongjun. Having united with the Wei, Hongjun would never unfurl such overwhelming force without cause. Moreover, these saints, being his disciples, understood that this was not the pressure of Hongjun's laws, but rather that of another. This pressure contained the terrifying fluctuations of the thunder laws, reminiscent of the thunder demon god from the Chaos era. Most alarmingly, within these thunder laws resided the order of the primordial purple thunder, representing an unparalleled sacred might of thunder. This revelation left the saints of the primordial realm utterly astonished. On Golden Ao Island, at the Bo Palace, the Master Tongtian felt this vast sacred might of thunder, and a profound shock illuminated his eyes. This sacred power was so potent it nearly shook the entirety of chaos and the primordial realm. Master Tongtian exclaimed in awe, his heart overwhelmed by the magnitude of this force. Who could possibly be the source of such sacred might? The celestial master of the heavenly way mused to himself, then began to calculate the heavenly secrets with his fingers. However, he found that within the chaos, the heavenly mysteries had been shaken into a void, filled with various flashes of lightning and enveloped in the intricate and profound ripples of the laws of thunder. The might of this thunderous sanctity was undeniably formidable. Imbued with the prophecies of the great Tao, this was indeed the primordial purple thunder. A profound shock flickered in the master's eyes upon recognizing the primordial purple thunder, as an overwhelming wave of astonishment erupted in his mind, causing a tingling sensation to spread across his scalp. The primordial purple thunder is a being of a higher order than the chaos divine thunder, an entity that even they, the saints, cannot master. Yet, here, within this chaos, a being radiating sacred might is capable of wielding such divine thunder, which is truly unfathomable. Aside from his master, there should be no one in the vast wilderness capable of controlling the primordial purple thunder. Chapter 83. It cannot be him. Could it be that the master has entered the realm of chaos and refined the primordial purple thunder, thus giving rise to such a terrifying phenomenon? The master of heaven speculated inwardly, for in his mind, only Hongjun possessed such formidable power. Suddenly, another thought emerged in his mind. If this divine might was not unleashed by Master Hongjun, then it would be truly terrifying. This would indicate the emergence of a peerless prodigy in the wilderness capable of wielding the primordial purple thunder. In the Western Church, at Mount Shumi, both Xuan and Jian displayed expressions of profound shock. A glance exchanged between them revealed the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Xuan spoke, "Brother, who could possibly unleash such a terrifying power of thunder? It is overwhelmingly strong. By sheer momentum alone, it has already reached the level of a saint." Jian, carefully sensing the majestic divine might that swept across the entire wilderness, felt a wave of admiration rising within him. He recited a Buddhist chant and remarked, "Junior brother, this divine might conceals unfathomable mysteries of the thunderous laws, surpassing the constraints of the heavenly Tao and reaching the level of the great Tao. It is indeed remarkable." Jian was profoundly intrigued. He scanned the entire wilderness with his saintly divine sense, yet found no one capable of mastering the laws of thunder to such an extent. He was genuinely puzzled, wondering how such a formidable divine might could manifest, and who was behind it. Not only was Jian perplexed, but Xuan also found it quite strange. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, he was aware that every powerful being in the wilderness lay within their grasp, and he had never heard of anyone comprehending the laws of thunder to such an extraordinary level. However, a thought suddenly struck Xuan, and a glimmer of astonishment ignited in his eyes. "Brother, could it be that this is the work of Xuan?" Xuan whispered, for he knew that in the wilderness, everything was under the control of the saints, except for Xuan, who was an exception. It was well known that Xuan possessed immense strength. Previously, he had led the human race to assault the Nuwa palace, committing an earth-shattering act of humiliation against Nuwa herself. This demonstrated that Xuan possessed power on par with the saints. Now, as he emanated such a pressure that shook the wilderness, it aligned perfectly with his style. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Jane evidently came to the same realization. His eyes widened slightly, and a look of astonishment graced his face as he said, "Junior brother, now that you mention it, it indeed could be Xuan's doing." At this point, Jane's heart surged with tumultuous waves. If it truly was Xuan, it would imply that he had attained the status of a saint of the great Tao. This was a saint of the great Tao, having succeeded in his path in a manner unprecedented. Most astonishing to Jane was that from this divine might, he perceived the prophetic laws of the primordial purple thunder, indicating that Xuan had mastered this terrifying force. As the gentle breath of the guiding figure drew in a sharp intake of cool air, he remarked, "If this truly is the holy might of Xuan, then this young man's strength is indeed terrifying." With a glimmer in his eyes, the one named Xuan responded, "Brother, should Xuan ascend to the status of a grand sage, he will undoubtedly confront the likes of the Taiching sage, the Yuanshi sage, and our sister Nuwa. In such a scenario, the ensuing conflicts will surely lead to mutual destruction, resulting in a significant decline of the Xuanman's power. This presents a splendid opportunity for our Western teachings to rise." Upon hearing this, the guiding figure's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, what you say is astute. The Xuanman's strife heralds a decline in fortune that is ripe for the flourishing of our Western teachings." They exchanged knowing smiles, rich with meaning, their hearts yearning for Xuan's swift return to the primordial realm, to engage in battle against the Supreme and the Primordial, allowing them to navigate the ensuing chaos and establish dominion over the East, spreading the Western teachings and guiding those fated to encounter them. At Mount Shoyang, within the 8 Scenery Palace, the Supreme Old Lord exhibited a look of astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Who is it that emanates such holy might? Could it be the resurrection of the Thunder Demon from the era of chaos?" The Supreme Old Lord pondered in quiet amazement, recognizing that only the Thunder Demon of Ur could wield such a force of thunder. This terrifying fluctuation of law is beyond even his full command. Regardless of how powerful a sage may be, they remain under the dominion of the heavenly Tao, implying that the Supreme Old Lord could at most manipulate the heavenly divine thunder, while this holy might harbors the chaotic divine thunder, and even more formidable, the primordial purple thunder. The Supreme Old Lord questioned himself, acknowledging that even he could not contend with the chaotic divine thunder, let alone the primordial purple thunder, a level of thunder capable of piercing through his sage's form. The complete mastery of the primordial purple thunder was an impossibility. It was precisely due to this realization that the Supreme Old Lord felt a profound shock. Who could possibly command the power of the primordial purple thunder? After much contemplation, he surmised that only the Thunder Demon from the dawn of chaos could possess such an ability. Yet, that Thunder Demon had perished during the Pangu Father God's creation of the universe. Why then had it seemingly rejuvenated now? The Supreme Old Lord spoke to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. His thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, restless and unable to find tranquility. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Yuanshi Tianzuan also bore a look of shock. Upon carefully perceiving the essence of this holy might, he discovered its formidable power, rivaling that of the sages. The Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately began to calculate with his fingers, only to find himself utterly unable to discern the hidden truths of destiny. What source could emit such overwhelming holy might? Deeply puzzled, he was equally astonished that the tumultuous origin did not reveal itself within the threads of fate. The Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched slightly, a foreboding sensation welling up within him. As an omniscient and omnipotent sage, he found discontent in matters beyond his grasp, which led him to recall an anomaly of the heavenly Tao. This figure was none other than Xuan. Xuan had transcended the 3 realms, existing outside the 5 elements, rendering all calculations futile in determining his whereabouts. Moreover, this individual has committed numerous earth-shattering acts, including the murder of his own disciple and the plundering of his own dojo, bringing disgrace upon himself and his elder brother. The mere thought of this caused a shadow to cross the countenance of Xuan, who let out a cold snort and pondered to himself, could such a tremendous disturbance possibly be the work of Yixian? As this notion took root in his mind, Tianzuan's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart plummeted into a dark abyss. Impossible. Such a tumult could not have been instigated by Yixian. With a frigid expression, Tianzuan clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, Yixian is merely a mere ant of the human race, a quasi-saint. How could he possibly wield such formidable sacred might? Chapter 84. Return. Though such words were spoken, a profound sense of apprehension surged within the heart of the primordial supreme being. He harbored a premonition that the commotion might indeed have been instigated by Yixian. After all, Yixian had already possessed strength rivaling that of Nuwa, and it was entirely possible that he had secretly attained the status of a saint. If this disturbance were truly the work of Yixian, the implications would be dire. The primordial supreme being muttered to himself, his countenance darkened with concern. After some contemplation, he resolved to consult with his elder brother and made his way directly to Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, a flicker of astonishment crossed Nuwa's visage. A spark of shock ignited in the depths of her gaze. What was happening? Why did such overwhelming sanctity manifest amidst the chaos? Nuwa pondered aloud, and immediately began to calculate with her fingers, discovering that the heavenly secrets within the chaos were shrouded in confusion, illuminated only by the flickering of countless laws of lightning. The thunderous roars of primordial purple lightning resonated, and merely hearing this sound sent ripples through Nuwa's heart. Such terrifying power of the thunder laws was sufficient to rival the thunder demon of yore. It was exceedingly formidable. A look of astonishment erupted in Nuwa's eyes, her pupils widening slightly. Soon after, a powerful question surged within her. Who could possibly have generated such a terrifying disturbance? Curiosity enveloped her, and despite her deliberations, she could draw no conclusion. In her understanding, only her teacher, Hongjun, could unleash such overwhelming pressure. Yet, it was inconceivable that this sanctified power could emanate from Hongjun. Excluding him, who else in the primordial realm could command the laws of thunder to such an extent? As Nuwa contemplated, suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, causing her pupils to constrict and her face to reflect immense shock. Yixian. In that instant, Yixian's name surfaced in her consciousness. Having faced Yixian directly in battle, she recalled clearly that he wielded a sword known as the Thunder Execution Sword, capable of summoning the chaotic divine thunder. The scene from their previous encounter was vivid in her memory. She distinctly remembered Yixian, with the Thunder Execution Sword in hand, striking down and severing her creation whip, the thunderous power contained within it being nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Nuwa was nearly certain that this sanctified power must have been conjured by Yixian, for only he could create such a formidable disturbance. Upon realizing this, Nuwa was engulfed in profound shock. Her mind felt as if it were buzzing, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Could it be that Yixian had comprehended the laws of thunder to their utmost pinnacle, thus wielding the authority of the thunder laws and becoming a saint of the laws? Nuwa murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly. She could hardly believe that Yixian had grasped the principles of thunder to their utmost extent in such a brief span of time, and that he had also seized the authority over the laws of thunder, becoming a saint of the chaos laws. It is worth noting that even saints require endless eons to fully comprehend a single law, and oftentimes, they are unable to fathom it completely. For instance, the law of strength as understood by the great Pangu has eluded the comprehension of these saints even after billions of years of contemplation. The law of thunder, ranked among the top 100 formidable laws in the primordial world, would demand untold time for the saints to decipher. Nuwa had also endeavored to comprehend the law of thunder, spending over 10,000 years to attain a significant level of mastery, allowing her to manipulate the divine thunder of the heavenly Tao. In contrast, Yixian was already capable of wielding the chaotic divine thunder, and not only that, he could also control the most powerful Hongmeng purple thunder. The Hongmeng purple thunder is a terrifying force within the chaos, capable of piercing through the flesh of a saint. The mere thought of Yixian wielding such immense thunderous power caused Nuwa's face to pale, her lips trembling slightly. She could scarcely fathom the magnitude of strength Yixian would possess as such a powerful law saint. These thoughts surged within her, stirring a tempest of intense emotions, causing her complexion to shift repeatedly. I must urgently confer with Senior Taishang and Senior Yuanshi to devise a strategy to confront Yixian. Nuwa bit her lip gently, murmuring to herself. She firmly believed that if the three saints joined forces, they could undoubtedly withstand Yixian. With that resolve, Nuwa promptly departed from the Huahuang Palace, transforming into a streak of light as she made her way to the Taishang Taoist temple at Shouyang Mountain. In the midst of chaos, Yi Xian gradually reigned in the vast aura of saintly might encompassing him as the formidable power of the Thunder Laws, which spanned millions of miles and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, surged back into his body. In that instant, Yi Xian felt an inexhaustible reservoir of thunderous power within him, vast as the ocean, boundless and unending. Additionally, Yi Xian's consciousness ascended to an entirely new realm. With a mere sweep of his awareness, it cascaded across the entirety of chaos and the primordial realm. The past, present, and future unfolded before his mind's eye, rendering the world exceptionally clear to him. After undergoing the refinement of the Hongmeng Purple Thunder, Yi Xian's physical form had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, such that even the strikes from innate treasures would require considerable time to inflict harm upon his body. A satisfied smile curled upon Yi Xian's lips. Subsequently, he resolved to return to the primordial realm, for he now possessed sufficient strength to abandon his previous concealment. He had grown weary of living like a timid turtle. Taishang, Yuanshe, Nuwa, I am coming. Yi Xian smiled coldly, his expression brimming with confidence. In the next moment, he traversed the spatial rift and finally returned to the primordial realm, arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Upon returning, Yi Xian beheld a formidable procession of the demon race, led by a demon sage, in pursuit of him. Buzhou Mountain, a territory belonging to the witch tribe, was the very site of the great witches' Jufeng clan. These demon soldiers commenced a thorough search, resulting in a clash with the witches, which swiftly escalated into a fierce confrontation. The demon forces, emboldened by their sheer numbers, launched a vigorous assault on the Jufeng clan. The leader of Jufeng rallied her tribe to retaliate, her voice resounding with fury as she admonished the demons for their audacity in attacking the witch tribe upon Buzhou Mountain. Do you not fear that the ancestor witch shall obliterate your celestial abode? A cold smile flickered across the face of the demon sage, Bai Feng, as he replied. We come under the decree of the Jade Clear Saint to seek out Yi Xian. If you are wise, you shall vacate this place at once. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy, even if your ancestor witch were to intervene. At that moment, a manifestation of a sage's consciousness emerged from within the ranks, bearing a striking resemblance to the Jade Clear Saint, Yuanshe Tianzun, unmistakably revealing itself as his sentient projection. In the primordial realm, none dared to impersonate a sage's projection. Chapter 85. The Laws of the Chaotic Array. Upon witnessing this incarnation of a saint, Jiufeng's pupils constricted slightly. Saints are the supreme beings of the primordial realm. Even a mere fragment of their divine consciousness possesses power that rivals that of the ancestral witches, far beyond the capabilities of their great witch clan. This particular incarnation of a saint could likely obliterate their entire tribe with a mere gesture. Noticing the hint of gravity etched across Jiufeng's face, the demon sage Bai Feng revealed a disdainful smirk and proclaimed, Jiufeng, I advise you to allow our demon clan entry into your tribe for the purpose of searching for Yi Xian. Otherwise, today shall be the day your Jiufeng tribe meets its demise. Bai Feng's tone dripped with menace, and a palpable aura of malice enveloped the air as his sharp eyes roamed over Jiufeng's graceful form, revealing a glimmer of avarice. It had long been rumored that the great witch Jiufeng was stunningly beautiful, and upon seeing her today, it was indeed true. Bai Feng's sinister intentions took root. Bolstered by the presence of the saint's incarnation, he was determined to take Jiufeng back to the demon clan, to present her as a tribute to the demon god for his enjoyment. Jiufeng, sensing Bai Feng's malevolent gaze, could not suppress a disdainful snort, her heart bubbling with indignation. This demon sage Bai Feng was merely relying on the might of the saint's divine consciousness to flaunt his authority, a truly despicable act. If they were to rampantly search their tribe, word of this would spread, tarnishing the reputation of the witch clan. It might even lead the beings of the primordial realm to believe that the witch clan feared the demon clan. Moreover, Yi Xian was not even within the tribe. Of course, if Yi Xian were present, it would be even more imperative to prevent these demons from entering and searching. Jiufeng recalled that the ancestral witch Hutu had mentioned how each ancestral witch held Yi Xian in high regard, considering him a friend of the witch clan. The last time Yi Xian single-handedly vanquished 3 great demon sages, 5 demon gods, and the demon master Xuan, as well as shattering the demon clan's celestial court with a single strike, had earned him immense respect throughout the witch clan. Yi Xian had inflicted severe damage upon the demon clan, a source of great satisfaction for the witch clan. Almost every member of the witch clan who was aware of these events revered Yi Xian, viewing him as a great hero. Jiufeng herself admired Yi Xian's tenacity and held him in high esteem. What she admired most was how he had single-handedly dealt a devastating blow to the entire demon celestial court, infuriating the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. He had accomplished numerous unprecedented and earth-shattering feats, such as raiding the saint's sanctum, each act leaving Jiufeng in awe. Reflecting upon these matters, Jiufeng had reached a resolution. Her eyes locked onto Bai Feng, determination glimmering within them. Then, with a frigid tone, she declared, "You wish to enter the domain of the witch clan to search for Yi Xian? Not a chance. Get out." Immediately, Jiufeng's phoenix-like eyes widened slightly, her brows arched, radiating an air of unwavering resolve. Bai Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Jiufeng would utter such defiance. Initially, it was presumed that the Nine Phoenix would be at a loss before the saint's divine incarnation, ultimately yielding to its authority. However, to one's astonishment, she chose to stand her ground resolutely. Bai Feng let out a cold snort, anger and embarrassment flickering across his face. With an icy tone, he declared, "A toast that does not lead to a drink is a punishment. If that is the case, do not blame me for annihilating your Nine Phoenix tribe." He then bowed respectfully to the saint's divine incarnation, speaking with utmost reverence. "Esteemed Yuqing Saint, the Wu clan's Nine Phoenix tribe obstructs our pursuit of Yi Xian. I beseech the saint to act and eradicate them as a lesson." This divine incarnation of the Yuqing Saint possessed peak quasi-saint strength, capable of traversing the vast wilderness with ease, and would not falter even against the ancestral witches. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, the divine incarnation of the Yuqing Saint nodded slightly, his expression one of indifference. Although a divine incarnation, he possessed considerable intelligence. For a saint, eradicating a tribe of 1,000,000 was merely a matter of a wave of the hand, an exceedingly simple task. Saints regard all living beings as mere ants, and the lives of 1,000,000 individuals hold no significance for them, akin to a human casually crushing a multitude of ants without a second thought. The saint's divine incarnation stepped forward, slowly extending a hand, from which radiated a resplendent wave of destructive law. A terrifying force of law coalesced, casting the heavens within a 1,000,000-mile radius into an abyss of darkness. Bai Feng glanced at the Nine Phoenix and the members of the Wu tribe, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He mockingly stated, "Your demise is nigh. This is the consequence of offending the demon race." The Nine Phoenix, her face resolute, rebuked fearlessly, "Bah, despicable and shameless, may you meet a wretched end." With an expression of unwavering determination, she exhibited no trace of fear, and the individuals from the Wu tribe stood firm alongside her. Observing this, Bai Feng let out a cold laugh, having completely lost his patience. He addressed the saint's divine incarnation directly. "Heavenly Sovereign, please take action. Eliminate these oblivious Wu people." Yi Xian, watching from the sidelines, could not help but smirk at the scene. Truly, the demon race acted with brazen arrogance, wielding a mere feather as an edict, and relying on a saint's divine incarnation to openly slaughter the Wu tribe on Mount Buzhou. At that moment, a chilling, enigmatic mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host's intention detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Take action to obliterate the demon pursuers and save the Nine Phoenix tribe. Reward: minor mastery of the Chaos Array Law. Option 2. Stand by idly and depart from Mount Buzhou. Reward: minor mastery of the Chaos Water Law. Upon seeing the options presented by the system, Yi Xian's eyes brightened slightly as he first considered the first choice. The Chaos Array Law was of no insignificant rank. Yi Xian marveled, for the Array Law was a profound principle within the vast wilderness. Should he comprehend the Array Law, it would significantly enhance his strength. For instance, the 4 swords of the Celestial Master, when combined with the profound sword array of Zhu Xian, can unleash an extraordinarily terrifying power. Once the formation is established, it is impervious to all but the 4 saints. Similarly, the 12 heavenly god-slaying array of the Witch clan and the celestial constellation array of the Demon clan are formidable formations that harness the power of the heavens and the earth, capable of rivaling the might of saints upon their deployment. Subsequently, Yi Xian turned his attention to the second option, the Law of Water, whose potency was evidently inferior to that of the Array Law. Without hesitation, Yi Xian made his first choice. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, attaining a minor mastery of the Law of Chaotic Arrays. As the system's voice faded, Yi Xian instantly felt a surge of immense knowledge flooding into his mind. Countless array theories whirled within his consciousness. He closed his eyes to savor the experience, and, in a short while, comprehended the Law of Chaotic Arrays to a minor mastery. Chapter 86. The emergence of Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a myriad of intricate patterns of array laws flickering within, flowing like gentle waves. The diverse formations from countless worlds were all encapsulated within his gaze. In that moment, as he looked ahead, he beheld the towering mountains and, in an instant, comprehended a unique killing array, the Thunder Annihilation Duality Array. Yi Xian spoke softly, and with a mere flick of his finger, the laws of the cosmos rippled through the air. Countless elemental energies coalesced and, in the blink of an eye, solidified into a diagram of annihilation. From this diagram emanated waves of annihilating yin-yang energy, with chains of order entwining around it, radiating an aura of destruction that was truly unsettling. With the formation complete, Yi Xian mused that this array, when combined with the Thunder Spear and the Thunder-Slaying Sword, should rival the Excalibur array. At the very least, it would pose no challenge against two saints. He spoke to himself with unwavering confidence, acknowledging that while this newly comprehended diagram might not be flawless, its might was undeniable. After all, both the Thunder Spear and the Excalibur Sword were of exceptionally high caliber, particularly the Thunder Spear, a chaos spirit treasure, even more formidable than the Excalibur Sword. Utilizing such treasures to form an array, even a seemingly ordinary one could unleash terrifying power. Subsequently, Yi Xian stored this array diagram within his mind palace and directed his gaze towards the demon clan before him. At that moment, every demon appeared boastful, their faces adorned with mocking smiles, exuding an air of nonchalance as they prepared to witness the demise of the Wu clan. In front of the demon clan stood a saint's consciousness avatar, already gathering terrifying powers of the laws within his palm. At the request of Baifeng, he wore a cold, indifferent smile, uttering, "Go perish, you insignificant ants." With a cruel grin, the saint's avatar thrust his palm forward. Boom! As he struck, an immense torrent of law energy erupted, sending shockwaves through the surrounding space of 1,000,000 miles, a fierce gale of destruction tearing through everything in its path. Even a primordial which could not withstand such a powerful assault, let alone an ordinary member of the Wu clan. Knowing their fate was sealed, the Wu clan members, including Jiao Feng, displayed expressions of resignation, each clenching their fists, resolute, as they faced the horrifying gale of destruction approaching them. Just as this annihilating wind was about to engulf them, an astonishing event unfolded. Buzz, a resonant hum imbued with the laws of the great Tao reverberated across the earth, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended with a force akin to a primordial divine mountain, crashing down and fracturing the ground for billions of miles, shattering countless spatial barriers into fragments. That sweeping gale of destruction was instantaneously subdued. The furious winds of the law were forcefully suppressed by this overpowering force, dissipating into nothingness. Thud, thud. The legion of countless demon clansmen, under the crushing weight of this overwhelming pressure, found their legs weaken and fell to their knees, their patellas snapping audibly. The anguished cries of the demon soldiers echoed, as a searing pain engulfed their bodies, rendering them almost lifeless. What could possibly be happening? Baifeng, kneeling on the ground, felt a profound transformation in his countenance, his face betraying an extreme terror. The magnitude of this force was unparalleled. He had never witnessed anything like it before. Even the formidable demon emperor's oppressive aura paled in comparison, being but a mere fraction of this overwhelming presence. It was utterly horrifying, a spectacle that defied belief. Baifeng was certain that apart from a sage, no being could emanate such a terrifying pressure. It was crucial to note that the sage's consciousness avatar possessed the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, one of the most formidable powers in the primordial realm. Yet, the destructive laws it unleashed were utterly immobilized in the void. What did this signify? It indicated that the individual wielding this pressure was several tiers above the sage's consciousness avatar, effectively obliterating it. An entity capable of crushing a quasi-saint could only be a sage. But which sage had arrived? Panic and unease swirled in Baifeng's mind. He could scarcely fathom which sage would intervene against the demon clans. After all, the demon clans were acting under the orders of 3 sages. To oppose them would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the sages themselves. Meanwhile, the sage's consciousness avatar was equally astounded, gazing at the annihilating winds that were completely suspended in the void, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. If it were merely the winds that were halted, it would not have inspired such astonishment. What truly astonished him was that the laws of the heavenly Tao contained within those winds had been forcefully suppressed. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, seemingly subdued. How could this be possible? Had the one exerting this pressure transcended the heavenly Tao itself? This realization sent waves of horror through the sage's consciousness avatar. A singular question emerged in his mind. Who was this formidable being with such overwhelming strength? Meanwhile, the members of the witch clan, including Xuan, were equally astonished. They looked up at the heavens, witnessing the annihilating winds capable of obliterating the world bizarrely frozen in the void. Everywhere their gaze fell, the ground was fissured under the weight of this terrifying pressure, resembling a spider's web, an utterly shocking scene. However, Xuan felt a surge of joy, for this pressure bore no malice towards the witch clan. It was directed solely at the demon clans. All demon clansmen were forced to kneel, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Witnessing these once arrogant demons brought low, Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The wretched demons were finally receiving their comeuppance. Yet, a question loomed in Xuan's mind. What supreme being could possibly wield such immense pressure? Buzz. As the beings of the demon and witch clans speculated about the identity of the enigmatic figure exuding overwhelming pressure, a sudden disturbance rippled through the void, causing an uproar of spiritual energy. The entire expanse of space gradually fractured, and a strikingly handsome man clad in flowing white emerged from the rift. He stood upon a 12th grade pure white lotus, radiating a divine and solemn light, while around him, arcs of thunderous runes flickered. His presence was imbued with an immense power akin to an unfathomable sea, sending forth waves of force that reverberated through the surrounding void for countless miles. Upon witnessing Xuan's appearance, the demon soldiers were engulfed by an instinctive terror that surged from the depths of their being. They trembled violently, their faces turning an ashen white, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Although these demon soldiers were of lower cultivation, they could not help but sense the terrifying and boundless aura emanating from Xuan. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful, undoubtedly possessing a cultivation level that rivaled that of a saint. At that moment, Bai Feng was utterly dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground with a look of sheer horror etched across his face, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Chapter 87. Stirred Emotions. It is Xuan. As the demon sage within the heavenly court, he undoubtedly recognized Xuan's identity, the most ferocious ancestor of the human race in the vast wilderness. He had annihilated 3 major demon sages, obliterated 5 great demon gods, and even rendered the demon master Xuan into nothingness, a being of terrifying prowess. He had even pierced through the celestial realm of the demon race with a single sword, decimating millions of demon soldiers. Upon seeing Xuan's visage, Bai Feng felt an overwhelming surge of fear rush from his tailbone, causing his entire skull to throb, leaving his scalp tingling with a sense of dread. Meanwhile, the divine thought incarnation of a saint wore a look of sheer astonishment. He could hardly believe that Xuan had grown so formidable. The mere pressure emanating from him was suffocating. He had an ominous premonition that he was no match for Xuan. The strength of this Xuan was utterly horrifying. In his heart, he was filled with trepidation and thought that he must summon the true body for assistance, lest he face certain death. With this in mind, the divine thought incarnation of the saint was about to use his consciousness to inform Yuan Shi Tianzuan. However, at that moment, buzz, a wave of spatial law rippled through the air, and the surrounding area of billions of miles was instantly confined, transforming into a prison where no breath could escape. The saint's divine thought incarnation's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, he felt an immense force of spatial law pressing down upon him. With a thud, the divine thought incarnation knelt on the ground, his head striking the earth, blood spilling forth, utterly unable to rise. Witnessing this scene, all the members of the Wu clan were left in shock. My heavens, this was a divine thought incarnation of a saint, yet it was forced to its knees. This was truly inconceivable. It is important to note that a divine thought incarnation of a saint possesses peak quasi-saint strength, making it one of the most formidable existences in the vast wilderness. Even ancient powerhouses like Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, and the ancestor of the Dark River would kneel before a divine thought incarnation of a saint. Yet, this incredibly powerful divine thought incarnation was now firmly kneeling on the ground. Moreover, Xuan had not even lifted a finger. Merely a thought from him had caused the divine thought incarnation to strike its head against the ground. All the members of the Wu clan gasped, feeling a wave of intense astonishment wash over them, their scalps tingling. Jiufeng's bright eyes were fixed on Xuan, her heart equally astonished. Good heavens! How terrifying was Xuan's strength! With just a thought, he subdued a complete divine thought incarnation of a quasi-saint. This was undeniably powerful. Jiufeng's gaze remained locked on Xuan, who stood majestically in the heavens. Clad in white robes, he was handsome and poised, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. A profound admiration bubbled within her, and her eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of autumn's brilliance. A cold smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he stepped forward, approaching the demon race. With each step, an oppressive force intensified. As Yi Xian approached the demonic soldiers, they unleashed piercing screams before disintegrating into a wisp of ash, vanishing into nothingness. Yi Xian obliterated their very essence with his overwhelming presence. The demon sage Bai Fong was filled with terror as he desperately channeled the primal energy within him to withstand this oppressive force, but it was a futile endeavor. He managed to endure for merely a second before emitting a wretched cry, his corporeal form and primordial spirit crushed, dissipating into the void. Creaking sounds echoed as a certain sage's avatar, possessing the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power, knelt upon the ground, barely able to withstand for a brief moment. Yi Xian approached him, slowly extending a finger, and with a mere gesture, unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the sage's mental avatar. Boom! In an instant, the avatar of the primordial celestial sovereign was annihilated, its form shattered into countless fragments. The entire sequence appeared prolonged, primarily due to Yi Xian's manipulation of space. Yet for the Wu clan and others, it transpired in the blink of an eye. They merely blinked, and the tens of thousands of demon kin, alongside the sage's mental avatar, had been utterly eradicated, leaving no trace behind. The members of the Wu clan were left dumbfounded. This power was astonishing. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Xian did not engage in combat. He simply wielded the oppressive aura emanating from him to decimate the demonic entities and the sage's avatar. A profound shock surged within the hearts of the Wu clan. Their gazes turned towards Yi Xian, filled with utmost reverence. Is this the extent of Yi Xian's strength? Indeed, it is formidable. Seeing is truly believing. Jiu Feng gazed at Yi Xian's handsome visage, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair, delicate face. So strikingly handsome, and his strength is astonishingly high. Having lived for so long, she had never encountered someone so young, so attractive, and so powerful. No wonder Empress Hutu and Empress Xianin held Yi Xian in such high regard. Jiu Feng's heart raced like a startled fawn, a hint of admiration blossoming within her, her cheeks turning crimson like a ripe apple. Stepping forward, her lovely face slightly flushed, she looked up at Yi Xian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lord Yi, on behalf of the Wu clan, I sincerely thank you for your life-saving grace. Jiu Feng spoke earnestly, her face aglow with bashfulness. Usually a fierce warrior within her tribe, at this moment, her usual bravado softened, revealing a more demure demeanor. The members of the Wu clan were bewildered to witness their leader, Jiu Feng, transform into such a delicate figure. When had her tone become so gentle? However, upon seeing Yi Xian's striking appearance, they quickly understood. It seemed their leader had developed feelings of admiration, explaining her newfound softness. Jiu Feng noticed that everyone in the tribe was gazing at her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She cast a gentle glare at the crowd, exclaiming, "What are you all dawdling for? Do not hesitate to express your gratitude to young Master Yi." Upon hearing Jiu Feng's words, the members of the Wu tribe came to their senses, turning their gazes toward Yi Xian with expressions of heartfelt appreciation, collectively stating, "We are immensely grateful to young Master Yi for his life-saving grace." Yi Xian stood majestically in the heavens, surrounded by radiant hues and ethereal light, resembling a celestial being, truly resplendent. He surveyed the tribe with a brief pause on Jiu Feng before speaking in a calm tone. "No need for thanks. I merely acted out of convenience." Chapter 88. With Yi Xian present, great things can be achieved. As Jiu Feng noticed Yi Xian's gaze linger upon her for a brief moment. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and a wave of shyness coursed through her heart. Suddenly recalling the words of Empress Hutu, she remembered that she had been advised to invite Yi Xian to the Ancestral Witch Hall if ever she encountered him. Without hesitation, Jiu Feng spoke, "Young Master Yi, in gratitude for your life-saving grace, we would like to invite you to the Ancestral Witch Hall. May I ask if you would honor us with your presence?" Her sparkling eyes shimmered with hope, and a hint of admiration was unmistakably evident. Yi Xian held a favorable impression of the witch clan, for they were born from the essence of the great Pangu, possessing a naturally bold character, unyielding to saints, and unafraid to challenge the heavens. This indomitable spirit greatly appealed to him. Thus, he did not decline, merely nodding in response, and saying, "Very well." Upon hearing his words, Jiu Feng was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes radiating brilliance. "Young Master Yi, please," she urged, swiftly adopting an inviting gesture, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Yi Xian nodded lightly, and followed Jiu Feng to the Ancestral Witch Hall. Meanwhile, within the Ancestral Witch Hall, The 12 ancestral witches were engaged in a heated discussion regarding the actions of the demon clan. Recently, emboldened by the backing of 3 saints, the demon clan had rampaged through the territories of the witch clan, ruthlessly pursuing Xuan and causing untold casualties among the witch populace, which incited great fury among the 12 ancestral witches. Xuan slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "This infuriates me to no end. Those wretched demons, emboldened by the presence of 3 saints, wreak havoc upon our clan. Just the other day, they invaded my tribe, searching for Xuan and slaughtering 100,000 of our kin." Gong Gong, equally incensed, added, "The demon clan is far too arrogant. For millennia, they have relied on the support of 3 saints to pursue Xuan, throwing the entirety of the wilderness into chaos, causing the populace to suffer. I can no longer endure this." Clearly, the 12 ancestral witches were seething with rage. For thousands of years, the demon clan had acted with impunity, dispatching armies at the slightest whisper of Xuan, regardless of its veracity. With the backing of 3 saints, no force dared to oppose them, leading to scenes of carnage and desolation wherever they went. Innocent lives were mercilessly exterminated, and each campaign by the demon clan resulted in harrowing massacres, inciting outrage. "Brother, shall we storm the heavenly court of the demons and shatter Jun and Tai, showing them the consequences of their actions?" Xuan could no longer contain himself. His fists clenched as his fury boiled over. "Indeed, brother, let us confront the demon clan." Gong Gong abruptly rose, voicing his agreement. The other ancestral witches, unable to restrain their own indignation, also stood up, eager to engage the demon clan. Amidst the fervent declarations of his brethren, Jiang sat silently upon his seat, contemplatively silent. As the supreme leader of the witch clan, Emperor Jiang contemplated deeply, weighing his thoughts carefully. With a long sigh of resignation, he proclaimed, "It is impossible. The demon clan currently boasts 3 saints as their support, rendering us no match for them. Should we lead our army to assault the 33 heavens, the losses would be catastrophic." Emperor Jiang's face was etched with melancholy. He longed to charge directly into the demon clan's heavenly domain and eradicate those wretched creatures. However, the current might of the demon clan was formidable, having flourished under the covert assistance of the 3 saints for millennia, their strength soaring to unprecedented heights as they developed vast legions of demons. They had even orchestrated the immensely powerful celestial star formation, surpassing the witch clan's capabilities within the primordial realm. Furthermore, in their relentless pursuit of Xuan, they had systematically slaughtered members of the witch clan, further diminishing their strength. Presently, the witch clan's power was insufficient to contend with the demon clan. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, the 11 ancestral witches fell into a profound silence. As leaders of the witch clan, they were acutely aware of the clan's dire circumstances over the past 10 millennia. They simply could not withstand the onslaught of the demon clan. Alas, Xuan sighed deeply, his expression heavy with helplessness. The ancestral witches exchanged glances, unable to suppress their own sighs of despair. Within the hall of the ancestral witches, the atmosphere was thick with tension. For a time, silence enveloped the space, no one daring to break the stillness. After an indeterminate interval of quietude, Xuan could no longer contain himself and broke the silence, directing his gaze toward Emperor Jiang. "Elder brother, do we truly have no means to combat the demon clan? Must we resign ourselves to inaction?" Upon hearing Xuan's inquiry, the other 10 ancestral witches turned their eyes towards Emperor Jiang, eager to hear his response. They too were desperate to know whether the witch clan could indeed mount a counterattack and topple the demon clan. Emperor Jiang slowly raised his head, his eyes sweeping across the faces of each ancestral witch. He inhaled gently and declared, "There is. I have conceived a plan that may allow us to vanquish the demon clan." At his words, the 11 ancestral witches were instantly invigorated, expressions of astonishment illuminating their faces. They had not anticipated that even in such a vulnerable position, the witch clan could devise a means of retaliation. Xuan, brimming with urgency, pressed, "Elder brother, what is this plan?" Under the watchful gaze of all the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang enunciated deliberately, "Xuan. Xuan." Indeed, in Emperor Jiang's vision, the only opportunity for the beleaguered witch clan to triumph over the demon clan lay in locating Xuan. Millennia prior, Emperor Jiang and the 11 ancestral witches had witnessed Xuan pierce the heart of the demon clan's heavenly realm with a single sword, annihilating millions of demon soldiers. In a single day, he had slain 3 great demon saints and 5 mighty demon gods, utterly obliterating the demon master Kumping. This had incited Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai of the demon clan to fury, prompting them to issue a personal decree for Xuan's capture. dispatching millions of demon soldiers in pursuit. With his solitary strength, Yi Xian had thrown the entirety of the demon clan into chaos, inflicting grievous wounds upon them. At that time, the power of the demon clan had plummeted, their fortunes sinking to rock bottom, becoming the subject of scorn among the myriad beings of the primordial world. The demon emperor Dejun and the eastern emperor Tai have long been the subject of ridicule. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity presented by the pursuit of Yi Xian, which garnered the covert support of 3 saints, their vitality might have remained irreparably depleted for countless eons. Moreover, Yi Xian has committed audacious acts, including plundering the sanctuaries of the 3 saints, slaying the direct disciples of these holy figures, and even brazenly whipping the Holy Mother Nuwa in public. Di Jiang is acutely aware of Yi Xian's formidable prowess. A millennium ago, he was already a match for the Holy Nuwa, and now, after the passage of another millennium, his strength has undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Most critically, Yi Xian harbors a profound enmity towards the demon race, who, in their quest to forge the Slaughter Witch sword, mercilessly annihilated countless members of the human race, nearly leading to humanity's extinction. This is a vendetta steeped in blood. Furthermore, the relentless pursuit of Yi Xian by Emperor Dejun only exacerbates this animosity. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Dejun could locate Yi Xian and ally with him, they could launch an assault on the celestial court of the demon race, potentially wreaking havoc upon them and even obliterating their existence. Dejun fully understands Yi Xian's might. A millennium prior, he could effortlessly vanquish the demon master Kunping and whip the holy Nuwa. With Yi Xian by his side, monumental achievements are within reach. Chapter 89. A visit. It was evident that the other 11 ancestor witches were well aware of Yi Xian's formidable strength, and they all nodded in agreement. Zhu Rong remarked, "Indeed, I yearn to ally with Yi Xian to vanquish the demon race. However, his whereabouts remain elusive, making it truly impossible to locate him." Gong Gong concurred. "It would certainly be advantageous if we could find Yi Xian." The other ancestor witches nodded in unison, all contemplating the prospect of locating Yi Xian to join forces with him in ascending to the 33 heavens and annihilating the demon race. Yet, the 12 ancestor witches understood in their hearts that the likelihood of this was exceedingly slim. Yi Xian's movements were so unpredictable that even the combined efforts of the 3 esteemed sages, Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shitianzun, and Nuwa, had failed to find him. Furthermore, even the countless demon soldiers had searched for over 10,000 years across the wilderness to no avail. "Brother, perhaps we should issue a command for the Wu tribe to seek out Yi Xian and earnestly invite him to the Ancestor Witch Hall," Zhu Rong suggested. Di Jiang sighed deeply and replied, "I had already given this command 10 millennia ago. However, until now, no tribe member has encountered Yi Xian." Upon hearing this, the other ancestor witches exchanged silent glances, their expressions heavy with unspoken thoughts. The Ancestor Witch Hall was soon engulfed in a profound silence. After an indeterminate period, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "Ancestor witches! Ancestor witches!" A hurried shout rang out. The 12 ancestor witches looked outside to see a messenger from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Zhu Rong, feeling vexed, furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion and admonished, "What is the meaning of this haste? Such disorder is unbecoming. This is the Ancestor Witch Hall." Sensing the gaze of the 12 ancestor witches upon him, the messenger felt a pang of trepidation and hurriedly knelt, saying, "I beseech you, esteemed ancestor witches, the 9 Phoenix tribe has been invaded by the demon race. They declare their intent to hunt for Yi Xian, and should there be any disagreement, they will unleash a massacre. The demons are ruthless, wielding the power of the sage's divine consciousness. Our tribe cannot withstand such peril and faces imminent destruction." Before the messenger could finish, Zhu Rong sprang to his feet in fury, exclaiming, "The demon race has gone too far. I shall go and eliminate them." With that, Zhu Rong prepared to depart. However, the messenger continued, "Wait, Lord Zhu Rong, all the demon race has already been annihilated." What? Zhu Rong was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. Annihilated? Confusion clouded his eyes as he gazed at the messenger. If he had not misheard, the demon race possessed sage-level divine consciousness. Formidable beings capable of obliterating 100,000 of the Wu tribe with a mere gesture. How could the 9 Phoenix tribe possibly achieve such a feat against such powerful adversaries? All 12 ancestor witches displayed expressions of bewilderment. Subsequently, Di Jiang inquired, "What transpired? How did the demon race meet its end?" Di Jiang was certain that the 9 Phoenix tribe lacked the strength for such an accomplishment, for even their leader, the 9 Phoenix, was but a great Luo golden immortal and could not possibly contend with the sage's divine consciousness. under the watchful gaze of the 12 ancestral shamans. The messenger felt a surge of nervousness, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Yes, it is Xuan. He has come forth to assist us in vanquishing the demon clan." Upon hearing the name Xuan, a jolt of intense emotion surged through the minds of all the ancestral shamans, leaving them momentarily stunned, their faces etched with shock. They could hardly fathom that the Xuan they had just lamented as elusive had now appeared, aiding the Jiufeng tribe in defeating the demons. An overwhelming wave of joy washed over the 12 ancestral shamans, causing their scalps to tingle with exhilaration. Jiang was the first to regain his composure, grabbing the messenger by the shoulder and inquiring, "Are you certain it is Xuan? Did you clearly see his visage?" The messenger, taken aback by the ecstatic expressions of the 12 shamans, responded, "Indeed, esteemed ancestral shamans, it is without doubt Xuan. We did not misidentify him. Moreover, the leader of Jiufeng has extended an invitation for Xuan to visit the ancestral hall, to which he has graciously agreed and is currently en route." Upon hearing this, the 12 shamans were filled with even greater delight, their excitement causing them to tremble slightly. They felt a dizzying exhilaration. Marveling at the serendipity of the situation, they had been struggling to locate Xuan, and now he was approaching them unannounced. Jiang swiftly gestured with authority, commanding, "Quickly relay my orders. Assemble all the great shamans for a grand ritual to welcome Xuan." "Yes, elder brother." Soon after, the 12 ancestral shamans made their respective arrangements. In no time, numerous great shamans gathered within the ancestral hall, joining 3,000 warrior shamans in performing the most ancient and primal Panga dance, a heartfelt tribute to Xuan, symbolizing the tribe's warm welcome. This spectacle was unprecedented in the history of the shaman tribe. Even during the arrival of the sage at the unyielding mountain, they had never employed such a dance for a greeting. With the expectant gazes of the 12 ancestral shamans upon him, Xuan, guided by Jiufeng, gradually approached the entrance of the ancestral hall. Clad in flowing white robes, his handsome visage radiated the divine light of the great Tao, exuding an aura of immense power akin to an unfathomable abyss. Countless rays of auspicious light emanated from him like ripples, and as he walked, golden blossoms unfurled, with ethereal energies transforming into various flying creatures and beasts, invoking awe at a mere glance. The 12 ancestral shamans marveled at Xuan's extraordinary presence, recognizing his unparalleled essence, particularly his unfathomable strength, resembling an abyss, eluded their perception. The boundless auspicious energy astonished them further. Such phenomena were typically witnessed only during the appearance of sages. Even when the primordial supreme being descended upon the wilderness, they had never observed such ethereal energies manifesting as flying creatures or golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. Indeed, Xuan's prowess was remarkable, truly worthy of his reputation as an entity capable of contending with sages, a sight that surpassed mere hearsay. Jiang murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a hint of admiration. Upon witnessing Xuan's handsome visage, Hotu's eyes sparkled like a constellation of stars, and her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. She silently mused that Xuan was not only exceptionally handsome, but also possessed formidable strength. Truly a rare genius in the primordial world. Xianming's gaze remained fixed upon Xuan, and upon beholding his strikingly handsome features, her typically frigid countenance was subtly tinged with a blush. Even someone as aloof as she was stirred by the extraordinary charm of this remarkable figure, her heart beginning to flutter as ripples of emotion danced within her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhurong, Gong Gong, and Shibai Shi, among others, were equally astonished by Xuan's ethereal aura. Chapter 90. The United Annihilation of Demons. This Xuan is truly extraordinary. His presence is accompanied by celestial phenomena, and an inscrutable aura of profound laws envelopes him. The very essence of these laws emanating from him instills a sense of trepidation, a testament to his immense power. With a glance, Xuan beheld the welcoming ceremony of the witch clan and the 12 ancestral witches standing at the forefront, eagerly awaiting his arrival. He was acutely aware that this was the witch clan's grandest reception, the Panga dance. According to legend, the Panga dance is the first dance in the primordial world, a performance solely within the purview of the witch clan, reminiscent of later rituals akin to shamanistic ceremonies, meant to honor the most esteemed and revered guests. Xuan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to the witch clan. Upon noticing Xuan's arrival, Jiang promptly led 10 ancestral witches forward, his face radiating warmth as he smiled, and said, "Xuan, we have long admired your illustrious name. Please, enter the ancestral witch hall, and we shall extend our utmost hospitality." The remaining 11 ancestral witches lined up, bowing slightly in a gesture of deference, their faces betraying immense enthusiasm. These formidable ancestral witches, who usually dominated the primordial world and instilled fear in countless beings, now resembled obedient students welcoming a visiting teacher, each exhibiting utmost respect and reverence in their gazes. Had other beings from the primordial realm witnessed this spectacle, they would surely have been left astounded. In truth, the 12 ancestral witches held genuine respect for Xuan. Some, like Xuan and Gong Gong, even harbored fervent admiration for him. After all, Xuan had boldly confronted the three great sages, vanquished the demon saint, demon gods, and demon masters, and even pierced the heavens of the demon race with a single sword strike. Such a formidable presence commanded their utmost veneration. Xuan, in particular, regarded Xuan as the foremost ruthless ancestor of the primordial world. Xuan's audacity in battle and willingness to confront challenges filled Xuan with admiration, elevating him to the status of a personal role model. Seeing Xuan in person brought Xuan immense joy, and his eyes sparkled with reverence as they remained fixed upon Xuan. Xuan glanced at the 12 ancestral witches, all of whom were brimming with enthusiasm, and nodded slightly, responding with a calm, Subsequently, he entered the ancestral witch hall alongside the 12 witches. Jiang invited Xuan to take the seat of honor, a position that typically represented his throne, symbolizing the highest authority of the witch clan. Yet, in that moment, Jiang relinquished this throne of significant symbolic import to Xuan as a demonstration of his respect. In truth, Jiang held Xuan in high regard. He was thoroughly impressed by Xuan's capacity to confront the three great sages single-handedly and deliver a crushing blow to the demon army. Should Xuan choose to join the witch clan, Jiang would have no qualms about appointing him as their sovereign. Xuan possessed that qualification. Were it anyone else, even a sage, to aspire to the throne of the witch clan, Jiang would remain unwilling. Xuan calmly ascended to the throne of the ancestral witch hall. As a sage, Xuan possessed a consciousness that allowed him to comprehend all matters, and he was acutely aware of the significance of his position. The warm reception from the 12 ancestral witches suggested that there were matters of importance to discuss. However, Xuan refrained from inquiring, for a mere sweep of his consciousness across the hall revealed the contents of their prior conversation. This was the formidable power of being a sage, enabling him to grasp the entirety of past, present, and future. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, nothing could elude Xuan's perception. Had he been at a mere quasi-saint level, such insight would have been beyond his reach. At that moment, Emperor Jiang waved his hand, summoning Hutu and Xianming to present an array of precious celestial fruits and fine brews, meticulously arranged before Xuan. Each fruit was of the highest quality, embodying the essence of innate spiritual roots, and each bore an extraordinary value. The fine brews, crafted from the blossoms of the 10 innate spiritual roots, possessed the power to elevate mere mortals to the golden immortal realm with a single sip. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, coveted even by quasi-saint powers in the primordial world, and it was unlikely that the witch clan would indulge in such delicacies lightly. After all, these heavenly materials were imbued with rich spiritual resonance, rendering them exceptionally precious, even for the ancestral witches themselves. Yet today, in honor of Xuan, the ancestral witches laid forth these rare treasures upon the table, releasing ethereal fragrances that wafted through the air, enchanting the senses. With a smile illuminating his face, Emperor Jiang cordially invited, Lord Xuan, these are the culinary delights of our witch clan, do indulge in them. Xuan nodded slightly, then reached for a wine cup. Just as he was about to pour the osmanthus brew, a delicate hand suddenly grasped the pot, and a soft voice caressed his ear. Young Master Yi, allow me to pour the wine for you. The voice was melodious and gentle, imbued with a warmth that resembled a spring breeze, utterly captivating. Upon lifting his gaze, Xuan beheld a porcelain-like face, blushing slightly as if kissed by the morning sun, striking in its beauty. He recognized this maiden and smiled, saying, Thank you, Lady Hutu. Hutu returned his smile, radiant and enchanting. She poured a cup of wine for Xuan, the alluring aroma wafting about. Her eyes glistening with a hint of shyness as she gazed at him, and said, Young Master Yi, please enjoy the wine. Xuan nodded with a smile, appreciating the osmanthus brew's rich spiritual essence, a truly exquisite treasure. He raised the cup and drank deeply, savoring the sweet flavor as a warm current coursed through his body, bringing immense comfort. After finishing the drink, he set the cup down and remarked nonchalantly, You have invited me to the ancestral witch hall, but I presume it is not solely for the purpose of enjoying wine. His tone was calm, yet resonated with a rich magnetism. Though the 12 ancestral witches were known for their brashness, They were astute enough to discern the implication behind Yi Xian's words. Emperor Jiang took a gentle breath before speaking. To be entirely candid, we have summoned you here with the intention of forming an alliance to ascend to the 33 heavens and vanquish the demon clan. Might I inquire whether Lord Yi Xian would be inclined to unite with our Wu tribe? His voice trembled with trepidation, fearing a potential refusal from Yi Xian. The remaining 11 ancestral witches turned their hopeful gazes toward him, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire to join forces with Yi Xian in a grand campaign against the demon tribe, creating upheaval in their realm. Zhu Rong held a deep admiration for Yi Xian and yearned to fight alongside him, aiming to shatter the celestial stronghold of the demon clan. Meanwhile, Ho Tu's eyes sparkled with autumnal allure as she pursed her lips, contemplating the possibility of battling alongside Yi Xian to foster their mutual bond. Each of the 12 ancestral witches harbored a profound yearning, their eyes fixed upon Yi Xian, eagerly anticipating his response. Seated upon the throne of the Wu tribe, Yi Xian maintained an expression of serene composure, betraying no hint of emotion. He was already well aware of the Wu tribe's desire to ally with him against the demon clan. Truth be told, upon his return to the primeval wilderness, he had immediately conceived the notion of annihilating the demon tribe. They pursued him relentlessly, like a cunning serpent, and their malevolence was undeniable. Moreover, the enmity between the demon clan and the human race was steeped in blood, a vendetta that demanded retribution. Given all these considerations, Yi Xian firmly believed that the demon clan must be eradicated. Chapter 91, Fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Host's thoughts detected. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Unite with the Witch Clan, ascend to the 33 heavens, and annihilate the demon clan. Reward. 1 fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. Choice 2. Refuse to unite with the Witch Clan, allow the demon clan to pursue, and survive in the wilderness. Reward. 1 escape Immortal Jade. Upon seeing the options presented by the system, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He immediately focused on the first choice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A fragment of the Creation Jade Plate holds immense value. Yi Xian understood well that the Creation Jade Plate is a treasure of chaos, said to be a companion artifact of the Great Pangu. It contains the essence of 3,000 paths. Acquiring this treasure may grant the possibility of comprehending the 3,000 avenues, achieving the highest realm. The complete Creation Jade Plate was acquired by Hong Jun, who relied on this artifact to become the foremost saint of the wilderness, merging with the Tao to become the supreme ancestor of the Tao. Even a fragment of the Creation Jade Plate would encompass a wealth of profound principles, making it a genuine treasure. Choice 1. Yi Xian silently murmured, resolutely making his selection. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. As the system's voice faded, a shard radiating with a pearly divine light materialized within Yi Xian's spiritual palace. This fragment, crafted from the divine jade of the great Tao, flowed with enigmatic laws, emanating waves of extraordinary brilliance, with countless ripples of principles shimmering in the void. With a glance, Yi Xian discerned that this fragment was inscribed with hundreds of laws, each intricate and profound, exuding an aura of the highest Tao. Laws of causality, spatial laws, laws of wind and water, laws of magic. Yi Xian murmured to himself, perceiving the distinct paths of the Tao before him. These patterns of laws were vividly displayed, and had the occasion been more suitable, he would have immediately entered seclusion to contemplate these principles. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He would first ally with the Witch Clan to ascend to the Celestial Court and obliterate the Demon Clan before retreating to comprehend the Tao. Then, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the 12 ancestral witches, each face adorned with a profound look of anticipation, clearly eager to collaborate with him. Dezhong's hand tightened, his knuckles turning pale. If Yi Xian were to refuse the alliance with the Witch Clan, they would have no chance of resurgence and would likely be oppressed by the Demon Clan for countless years, even facing the threat of annihilation. Thus, at this moment, Dezhong felt more anxious than anyone else, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Xian. Under the watchful gaze of all the ancestral witches, Yi Xian gently tapped the table with his fingers and spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. All right. Good. Merely a single word, softly spoken, yet in Dezhong's heart. It resonated like the mighty toll of a great bell, sending a shiver through his spine. Yi Xian had agreed. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of ecstasy surged through Dezhong, enveloping him in profound joy. The other 11 ancestral shamans, upon hearing a single word from Yi Xian, also displayed expressions of sheer delight. With Yi Xian's agreement to unite, the Wu clan had gained the momentum for resurgence. After all, each ancestral shaman was acutely aware of Yi Xian's formidable power. He had cleaved through the demon clan's celestial court with a single sword strike, a terrifying existence that could stand against the three great saints. With Yi Xian's involvement, the annihilation of the demon clan seemed imminent. After a moment of excitement, Di Jiang regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, respectfully inquiring, "Respected Yi Xian, when shall we mobilize our forces to assault the demon clan's celestial court?" In that instant, Di Jiang regarded Yi Xian as the leader. Although he was the sovereign of the Wu clan, his demeanor towards Yi Xian was marked by great deference. The other ancestral shamans also looked to Yi Xian, eager to ascertain the date of departure. Yi Xian casually surveyed the 12 ancestral shamans and proclaimed, "There is no time like the present. Let it be today. You may now summon the Wu clan's army and prepare to set forth immediately." His tone was remarkably calm, as if launching an assault on the demon clan's celestial court were as trivial as dining or drinking, his expression serene and unperturbed. At this juncture, having ascended to the realm of a saint, Yi Xian was entirely untroubled by the demon clan. If he so wished, with a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate millions of demon soldiers. As for the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, he could easily subdue them both. What? The 12 ancestral shamans were utterly astounded by Yi Xian's words. They were completely taken aback, having anticipated that such a monumental undertaking as assaulting the demon clan's celestial court would prompt Yi Xian to approach the matter with utmost caution, meticulously weighing the pros and cons and devising a strategic plan. However, they were astonished to find Yi Xian's demeanor and expression so relaxed. He had boldly chosen today as the day of attack on the demon clan's celestial court. Clearly, Yi Xian held the demon clan in utter disregard. It is essential to recognize that the demon clan currently stands as the foremost power in the primordial world, a force that even saints must approach with circumspection. Yet, Yi Xian seemed to have dismissed this colossal entity entirely. What remarkable confidence in his own strength must he possess to act thus? Di Jiang, in his astonishment, secretly marveled at how, after 10 millennia, Yi Xian's power must have escalated to an incredibly terrifying level. It was conceivable that he had indeed attained the status of a saint, for such confidence was unfathomable otherwise. Upon realizing Yi Xian's potential as a saint, Di Jiang was further astounded, his eyes scrutinizing Yi Xian from head to toe in a continuous appraisal, his mind rife with admiration. Yi Xian was truly a prodigious genius, a congenital member of the human race who had emerged in the primordial era merely a few million years ago. Who could have imagined that he had now reached the cultivation level of a saint? Such an astonishing rate of advancement in cultivation was simply astonishing. Di Jiang, born from the essence of the Panga deity, possessed extraordinary talent, having attained quasi-saint status from birth. However, in terms of cultivation, he fell far short of Yi Xian. Despite having existed since the ancient times and having cultivated through the epochs of the Wu and demon clans, he remained at the quasi-saint level. Yi Xian, created by Nuwa millions of years ago, has remarkably transcended from the golden immortal realm directly to the saint realm in such a brief span of time. In comparison, Di Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority as he measured his own talents against Yi Xian's. The disparity was insurmountable, despite toiling for countless eons. He found himself outmatched by Yi Xian, who had cultivated for merely a million years. It was truly infuriating to see such a stark contrast in their fates. The other 12 ancestral witches were equally captivated by the confidence radiating from Yi Xian. In their hearts, they marveled at his extraordinary strength. His demeanor and expression conveyed a disdain for the demon race. Such was the magnitude of his dominance and self-assurance. Yi Xian's confidence ignited a fervor within each ancestral witch, causing them to roll up their sleeves, eager to join him in an assault on the celestial realm of the demon race. Chapter 92. Preparing for departure with a vigorous slap of his thigh, Zhu Rong exclaimed, "Brother, issue the command swiftly. Assemble all the shamanic forces. We shall follow Lord Yi Xian and ascend to the 33 heavens to vanquish those vile creatures of the demon clan." Gong Gong, equally excited, added, "With Lord Yi Xian among us, we shall ensure that the demon tribe experiences utter disarray." Di Jiang cast a glance at Yi Xian, then nodded solemnly, declaring, "Very well. Relay my orders. All shamanic forces must gather at once." "Yes, brother." Immediately, 11 ancestral shamans departed from the ancestral shaman hall to summon the shamanic troops from various tribes. Before long, the area before the ancestral shaman hall was teeming with countless shamanic warriors, a formidable sea of black that seemed to stretch endlessly. Each shamanic soldier radiated vitality, poised and ready for action, while the 11 ancestral shamans stood resolutely at the forefront, each wielding their weapons, prepared for battle. The eyes of the shamanic forces were fixed upon the ancestral shaman hall, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a singular figure. The shamanic troops had long heard the illustrious name of Xuan, and curiosity gleamed in their gaze. Amidst the inquisitive stares of millions of shamanic warriors, brilliant divine lights began to shimmer from within the hall, and countless golden lotuses blossomed forth. In tandem, a magnificent divine chariot emerged slowly from the hall. This chariot was drawn by 9 golden dragons, each adorned with 5 golden claws, their bodies aglow with resplendent light, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty. They crawled gracefully upon the ground, while above them rested the divine chariot, inlaid with precious pearls and agate, embellished with celestial jade, radiating a radiant glow and surrounded by auspicious energies. At the center of this divine chariot sat a luxurious golden throne, upon which reclined a young man clad in flowing white garments, possessing an air of elegance and charm. This young man was tall and strikingly handsome, emanating waves of profound and ethereal light, accompanied by numerous spiritual phenomena that manifested as birds soaring in the void. He held a crimson fan, leisurely seated upon the throne, exuding an aura of serene confidence, as if he were in complete control of the situation, with clouds of celebratory golden energy rising around him, enhancing his otherworldly presence. Beside him stood the ruler of the shamanic tribe, Dejiang. Renowned as the strongest ancestral shaman, his fierce and domineering nature was well known throughout the primordial realm. Yet, in the presence of Xuan, he appeared almost as a servant, standing quietly at his side, his eyes filled with profound respect, as though Xuan were the person he revered most in his life. The sight of this unfolding scene left the hearts of millions of shamanic beings in a state of intense astonishment. Witnessing Xuan's grand entrance, they could hardly contain their awe. Heavens! The divine chariot upon which Xuan sat was none other than the illustrious 9-dragon Agarwood chariot, famed throughout the primordial realm. This chariot was known to all, a steed of the celestial sage, the primordial lord, drawn by 9 5-clawed golden dragons, each possessing formidable dragon might, capable of silencing a myriad of beasts with a single roar. The 12 ancestral witches were acutely aware that a dragon's claws ranged from 1 to 9, and the greater the number of claws, the higher the dragon's rank. These 9 5-clawed golden dragons, possessing 5 talons each, were nearly comparable in might to the great Luo golden immortals. Xuan was, in essence, utilizing 9 great Luo golden immortals as his mode of transport, an extravagance beyond measure. It is noteworthy that during the era of the witch and demon, the great Luo golden immortal held considerable combat prowess within the vast wilderness. Even the 12 direct disciples of the primordial lord, at this time, were merely at the level of great Luo golden immortal. The majority of beings in the wilderness possessed cultivation below that of the great Luo golden immortal, which is precisely why the 12 ancestral witches, along with the myriad demon tribes, were so profoundly astonished. What left the billions of witches even more astounded was their sovereign, Emperor Jiang, who, at this moment, stood respectfully beside Xuan on the 9-dragon incense palanquin, resembling a humble acolyte, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. This sight left the witches in a state of shock. As members of the clan, they were well aware of Emperor Jiang's formidable nature. He would not even show such deference to a saint. In the past, when the Dao ancestor Hongjun descended to mediate the witch-demon war, Emperor Jiang had even openly disrespected him, exhibiting a complete disregard for the saints of the wilderness. Now, witnessing the fiercely proud Emperor Jiang display such reverence towards Xuan was indeed perplexing for the billions of witches. They could only marvel at Xuan's extraordinary strength and charisma, which had evidently captivated even their leader, compelling him to stand as a devoted attendant. Roar! At that moment, Xuan, seated upon the 9-dragon incense palanquin, approached the forefront of the vast witch army. The 9 golden dragons, positioned beneath him, let out a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated across the heavens, unleashing a formidable dragon aura that stirred waves of spiritual energy, transforming the skies, and sending countless creatures fleeing in terror from the echo of that roar. The multitude of witches, similarly intimidated by the dragon's chant, emerged from their astonishment, their spirits invigorated, all eyes fixated upon Xuan. The 12 witches, too, turned their gazes towards Xuan, holding their breaths in anticipation of his words. Clang! Under the watchful eyes of billions of witches, Xuan abruptly drew the thunder punishment sword. In an instant, an unfathomable sword energy swept across the heavens and the earth, rippling through the universe, as countless sword path principles flickered in the void. The fierce sword aura rent the skies, creating fissures that seeped forth wisps of chaotic darkness. Witnessing this scene, the billions of witches widened their eyes, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They were utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom Xuan's overwhelming might. Merely drawing his sword had unleashed such terrifying power. The sheer force generated from unsheathing the sword was indeed formidable. How powerful! The sword aura alone had pierced through the very fabric of space. Moreover, within that sword energy lay profound sword path principles, truly remarkable. The witches buzzed with fervent discussions, their tones laced with deep reverence. At this moment, the members of the witch clan finally comprehended why the 12 ancestral witches held such profound respect for Xuan, and why the leader of Dijiang esteemed him so highly. It became clear that Xuan possessed extraordinary strength, an astonishing power that transcended imagination. A warrior who fears not even the saints is worthy of veneration from all within the witch clan. Upon perceiving Xuan's unmatched and terrifying sword aura, a wave of profound elation surged within the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches. This marked their first direct encounter with Xuan in action. Although they had long heard tales of his remarkable feats, witnessing them firsthand was an entirely different experience. Although it was merely a motion of drawing his sword, the 12 ancestral witches could already sense Xuan's formidable might. The aura of his sword, the principles of his swordsmanship, were exceedingly sharp. No wonder Xuan exuded such confidence. The mere momentum generated by unsheathing his sword could pierce through the celestial realm of the demon clan. The ancestral witches were filled with exhilaration. With Xuan by their side, victory for the witch clan seemed assured. Under the watchful gazes of all the witches, Xuan, wielding the thunder-punishing demon sword, pointed the sword's tip towards the heavens. An overwhelming sword force swept across the realm, causing the sky to. His gaze slowly traversed each member of the witch clan, lingering upon the 12 ancestral witches and the various great witches. Chapter 93. In the midst of their fervent anticipation, Xuan pronounced with deliberate clarity, "Let us depart. We shall ascend to the heavenly court and annihilate the demon race." With that proclamation, a cataclysmic sound wave erupted forth, reverberating like a tsunami, shattering the ancient wilderness within a billion-mile radius into a fine powder. Layer upon layer of spatial barriers splintered under the force, and the air was filled with a cacophony reminiscent of shattering glass. Upon hearing this resounding call, the spirits of the witch clan surged with renewed vigor. As if their hearts were ignited by an inferno of battle, each warrior gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Kill! Kill! The myriad members of the witch clan roared skyward, their voices a thunderous echo that reverberated across the vast expanse of the primordial land. In that moment, Xuan struck the 9-dragon incense palanquin, leading the charge towards the 33 heavens. The 12 witch ancestors followed closely behind, traversing the void in pursuit of the palanquin. Storming towards the demon race's celestial realm, the countless witch warriors surged forth in a magnificent wave, blanketing the heavens. Boom! The advance of the witch clan towards the heavenly court stirred an immense commotion. Beings across the primordial realm were roused from their slumber, their gazes drawn skyward. Upon witnessing the formidable army of witches, they were struck with awe. A great war was on the horizon. Something monumental was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens, within the demon race's celestial court, Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai sat upon their thrones, engaged in light-hearted conversation. After millennia of development, the demon race's power had reached its zenith, instilling both leaders with unwavering confidence. Dong Huangtai remarked, "Brother, our demon race now boasts billions of demon soldiers, and we have even perfected a formation capable of rivaling the saints, the great celestial array. We are undeniably the foremost power in the primordial realm, ready to avenge the humiliation of yesteryears." Dijun nodded in agreement, yet a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He replied coldly, "Brother, while your words ring true, I shall not find peace until Xuan is vanquished. Despite our current might, the thorn of past humiliation still pierces my heart." The memory of Xuan piercing the heavenly court with a single sword strike haunted Dijun, fueling his desire for vengeance. Dong Huangtai let out a chilling laugh, asserting, "Brother, with our current strength, should Xuan dare to show his face, we shall swiftly extinguish his life." His tone was icy, brimming with self-assurance. Though Xuan was formidable, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Nuwa, the demon race felt no trepidation, for they had mastered the great celestial array, a force potent enough to rival that of the saints. Dijun nodded slightly, his murderous intent swirling. He declared, "You speak wisely, brother. Should Xuan dare to appear, We shall unleash the great celestial array and obliterate him utterly, thereby erasing the shame our demon race has endured. As the two individuals exchanged glances, they discerned a shared disdain and contempt for Yi Xian reflected in each other's eyes. The demon race, now immensely powerful, boasted 3 saints as their backing and wielded the formidable Zhou Tian starry array. They yearned to capture Yi Xian and annihilate him at once. Suddenly, amidst the conversation between Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, a resounding tremor echoed throughout the 33 heavens. The sound reverberated like a war drum, piercing the hearts of all, causing the dark clouds above to churn violently, and the ethereal energies across vast distances to become tumultuous. Both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were momentarily taken aback, subsequently lifting their gazes to the heavens. With a series of cracking sounds, they witnessed the celestial canopy of the 33 heavens fracturing, massive spatial barriers splintering like shattered glass. An array of fissures spreading across the sky. What could possibly be happening? Emperor Jun's pupils constricted, his face contorting with horror. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The entire expanse of the 33 heavens was fracturing. What a terrifying sight. Tai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Recognizing the Eastern Emperor Bell in his possession as a treasure of space, he discerned that this was indeed the manifestation of spatial laws. The sight of the heavens rupturing filled his visage with dread. Such overwhelming strength was unfathomable. It had torn the very fabric of the sky asunder. Though Tai Yi's companion artifact, the Chaos Bell, was also attuned to spatial laws, such principles were notoriously intricate and elusive. Even after countless eons of comprehension, he had only grasped a mere fraction. He had never encountered anyone capable of wielding the spatial laws to rend the heavens. Not even a saint had achieved such a feat after all. The spatial laws ranked among the top 3 of the myriad paths, incomprehensible even to saints. As the terrifying fluctuations of the spatial laws intensified, Tai Yi felt a surge of unease. He immediately summoned the Chaos Bell, enveloping himself and Emperor Jun within its protective embrace. Brother, a formidable being is manifesting spatial laws above the heavenly realm, Tai Yi exclaimed, his countenance etched with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flooding his features. Who dared to wield spatial laws above our demon race's celestial domain? Such insolence was utterly outrageous. As realization dawned upon him, fury ignited within Emperor Jun's heart. Currently, their demon race was the preeminent power of the primordial world. Not even saints would confront their might directly. Yet, here they stood, with the heavens themselves being torn asunder by an unknown force, an affront to their dignity that was infuriating beyond measure. As Tai Yi observed the spatial rift widening ominously, as if the entire 33 heavens were poised to split in twain, a familiar scene surfaced in his mind. He recalled the time when the lunar star had been similarly cleaved in half by a terrifying spatial law, rendering the entire celestial body lifeless. And the instigator of that calamity was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian. The mere mention of this name sent shockwaves through Tai Yi's countenance. No, my dear brother. It appears that Yi Xian has arrived. Dong Huang Tai Yi spoke, his voice quivering slightly, whether from excitement or anxiety. However, the latter predominated, for at this moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi was filled with trepidation. He gazed upon the sky, which had been rent asunder, the fissure stretching for countless miles, as if the entire void had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. This scene was truly terrifying. How could that wretched Yi Xian's mastery of spatial laws have reached such formidable heights? Dong Huang Tai Yi could hardly believe it, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Chapter 94. The emergence of suppression. Upon hearing the name Yi Xian, Di Jun's face was etched with profound astonishment. He gazed in horror at the vast expanse of the sky, which had been torn apart for millions of miles, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Is this? Yi Xian has truly ripped the heavens apart?" Di Jun was engulfed in trepidation. He could scarcely fathom that this Yi Xian possessed such terrifying prowess, managing to rend the entirety of the 33 heavens asunder. What kind of strength is this? Has this individual attained the status of a saint? Yet, even a saint could not accomplish such a feat. Hurry, brother. Assemble all the demon soldiers and generals. Prepare to confront the enemy. Moreover, summon back the 30,000 saint-level avatars scattered across the vast wilderness, along with the 100 million elite demon troops. Di Jun spoke with urgency, gritting his teeth, contemplating that no matter how formidable Yi Xian might be, our demon clan stands as the most powerful force in the wilderness, boasting millions of demon soldiers and generals. Alongside 30,000 saint-level avatars, plus our ultimate trump card, the Celestial Star Array. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish you. Understood, elder brother. Dong Huang Tai glanced at the terrifying rift in the heavens and swiftly exited the palace, brandishing the demon summoning banner to rally the myriad demons. Before long, the demon army of the heavenly court gathered, their numbers swelling to the millions, while the demon soldiers spread across the wilderness returned upon receiving the summons. As the demon forces assembled, their sheer magnitude was staggering, resembling a vast sea of stars stretching into the infinite. Countless mighty demons, demon saints, and demon gods stood at the forefront, poised for battle, brimming with anticipation. Upon witnessing the formidable army of demons, Jun and Tai felt a semblance of calmness return to their hearts. A surge of confidence welled up within Dong Huang Tai as a proud expression adorned his face. Elder brother, our demon army is fully assembled. We need only await Yi Xian's arrival to annihilate him. Ensuring he has no chance of return, Jun lifted his gaze towards the rift in the heavens, a cold snort escaping his lips. Indeed, this time, we shall obliterate Yi Xian, reducing him to mere fragments, to avenge the humiliation our demon clan has endured in the past. Then, seated upon an opulent royal carriage, Jun addressed the countless demon soldiers, proclaiming, "Whoever can slay Yi Xian shall ascend to the rank of demon god, earning the highest honor of our clan, enjoying the fortune of the demons forevermore, and becoming a great hero among us." His declaration ignited fervor within the hearts of the vast demon army, their bloodlust surging as they yearned to eliminate Yi Xian and claim the rich rewards. With their gazes fixed upon the heavens, their eyes glinted with crimson intensity, saliva even dripping from their lips. At that moment, the sky, stretching for millions of miles, suddenly erupted with resplendent white divine light. Within this brilliance lay countless prophetic laws, radiating outward like a shockwave, causing the spiritual energy across millions of miles to tremble violently. Amidst these radiant beams of light, a divine chariot, drawn by 9 five-clawed golden dragons, gracefully emerged from the rift in space. Roar! The 9 golden dragons, their scales shimmering brilliantly, illuminated the heavens for 1,000,000 miles, unleashing a torrent of golden light that exuded an overwhelming dragon majesty. They emitted a resonant dragon's roar, manifesting countless runes of law within the sound. Atop the 9 golden dragons rested a divine chariot, where a strikingly handsome young man sat upon a throne. His entire being radiated divine brilliance, enveloped by myriad profound laws, while golden celestial flowers blossomed, emanating an aura of thunder that extended for millions of miles, creating an extraordinarily grand spectacle. Beside this young man stood a figure of rugged appearance, the formidable Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Boom! The moment the young man stepped forth from the spatial rift, an unparalleled aura surged forth, sweeping across the 33 heavens like a cataclysmic tsunami. Billions of miles of spiritual energy churned and boiled, akin to water brought to a vigorous boil, as immense spatial barriers cracked and fragmented, cascading down like shattered debris. Seated majestically in the divine chariot, the youth cast a tranquil glance over the myriad demon soldiers present, an overwhelming wave of law pulsating from his deep, enigmatic eyes, radiating like the ripples of an unfathomable abyss. Powerful, terrifying, incomprehensible, he resembled a deity, gazing down upon all living beings. At this moment, trillions of demon soldiers were struck with profound shock, an intense dread welling up from within. They gazed at Yi Xian, this man who appeared as an exalted divine being, feeling an overwhelming fear rising from their very toes. A chilling sensation surged up their spines, exploding in their minds, rendering their scalps tingling with a myriad of sensations. Among the countless low-ranking demon soldiers, many could scarcely grip their weapons, their hands trembling violently as their bodies became covered in a sheen of sweat. Furthermore, millions of weaker demon soldiers, under the weight of this oppressive aura, collapsed to the ground, their faces turning ghostly pale. The demon emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, witnessing this scene, were utterly bewildered. Yi Xian had merely exuded a fraction of his aura upon his entrance, yet it was so terrifying. How could he possess such strength? Jun looked up at Yi Xian, his heart brimming with fear. Dong Huang Tai gritted his teeth, his visage marked with trepidation. On the divine chariot adorned with 9 dragons, Jiang observed the multitude of kneeling demon soldiers ahead, astonishment etched upon his face. Standing beside Yi Xian, he could distinctly sense that Yi Xian had only revealed a mere fraction of his might. Even without showcasing 1/10,000th of his power, he had already compelled millions of demon soldiers to submit. If he were to unleash his full might, would not billions of demon soldiers bow in reverence? Contemplating this, Jiang could not help but draw a sharp breath, marveling at Yi Xian's formidable strength, truly extraordinary. His gaze turned towards Xuan, who sat serenely atop the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot, his expression tranquil and embodying the essence of an ethereal sage, detached from worldly concerns. Surrounding him was a luminous aura of white divine light, intensifying the reverence that swelled within Dezhong's heart. This was the true essence of a formidable being, at ease and possessing unparalleled strength, utterly dismissing the presence of foes. As the nine-dragon Agarwood chariot emerged from the spatial rift, 11 ancestral witches led countless members of the witch clan pouring forth. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of tens of millions of demon soldiers kneeling before them, their faces etched with profound astonishment. The immense witch army was engulfed by waves of disbelief, marveling at the notion that Xuan's singular prowess could rival that of an entire legion. Even the mightiest ancestral witch among them could not exert such dominance over millions of demon soldiers upon arrival. Yet Xuan effortlessly achieved this feat. Truly remarkable. The 11 ancestral witches exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with admiration. Xuan was indeed formidable. The mere aura he emanated was sufficient to subdue millions of demon soldiers. How astonishing it was that these elite warriors of the demon race could not withstand even a fraction of the pressure emanating from Xuan. My admiration for Xuan has only deepened. The discussions among the 11 ancestral witches were rife with expressions of their deep reverence for Xuan. Chapter 95. Easily resolved in her heart, Xuan recalled witnessing Xuan unleash his imposing aura. She mused that if he truly exerted his full pressure, even the perfected avatar of a quasi-saint would be brought to its knees, bloodied and battered. Xuan was acutely aware of Xuan's formidable strength. The meager aura he currently emanated was but a fraction of his true might. Should he unleash his full potential, even the proud Emperor Jun of the demons and the East Emperor Tai would likely find themselves prostrated on the ground. Meanwhile, on the demon side, both Emperor Jun and East Emperor Tai were consumed with indignation upon seeing Xuan subdue countless demon soldiers at his mere appearance. Their faces turned a shade of iron, and before the battle even commenced, the morale of the demon race had already faltered. How could they possibly engage in combat now? Exchanging glances, East Emperor Tai spoke. "Brother, we cannot afford to lose our momentum. Quickly, let us summon our artifacts and show the Wu clan what we are capable of." Emperor Jun, equally intent, nodded grimly in agreement. Very well. With a thunderous roar, East Emperor Tai summoned the chaotic bell, unleashing a torrent of primordial chaos that engulfed the 33 heavens, transforming the celestial dome into a deep yellow hue. Simultaneously, Emperor Jun unveiled the river map and the Luo book, releasing a boundless imperial might that resonated throughout the universe, empowering countless demon warriors in the wake of this overwhelming force. Then, Emperor Jun fixed his gaze upon Xuan, his voice icy, and a murderous intent surged within his eyes. "Xuan, you accursed blight of the primordial world, showing no reverence for heaven or respect for saints. You are destined for extermination. Today, you dare to lead the remnants of the Wu clan to invade our demon heavenly court. This is an act of defiance against the heavens, a path to your own demise." Emperor Jun's voice reverberated through the heavens as he attempted to assert a moral high ground to suppress Xuan's aura. East Emperor Tai joined in, declaring, "Xuan, you have offended the dignity of 3 saints. In this primordial realm, there is no place left for you. You are but a rat in the street, reviled by all. I advise you to surrender, lest you face complete annihilation." Though East Emperor Tai's tone was arrogant and domineering, in truth, he was merely posturing, his voice slightly trembling as he spoke. Xuan sat leisurely atop the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin, gently fanning himself with the fan of heavenly flames. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Jun and Tai, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He cast a cool glance at the two, his countenance icy as he replied, "You two need not waste more breath. I have come here today to annihilate your demon race. What say you?" The 12 ancestors of the Wu and the myriad members of the Wu clan were taken aback, their hearts stirring with shock at Xuan's audacity. They had not anticipated such boldness. He offered no pleasantries, directly proclaiming his intent to obliterate the demons, a tone so brazen it was astonishing. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been drowned in a deluge of spittle from the enraged demon soldiers. Yet, when these words fell from Xuan's lips, there was not a hint of dissonance. Due to the presence of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft and the myriad of demon clans, the formidable strength of Xuan was well known. He possessed both the confidence and the capability to utter such words. Upon hearing Xuan's declaration, Jun and Donghuang Tai were instantly consumed by fury. An affront. This was undeniably a blatant insult. The expression and tone of Yi Xian reflected a complete disregard for Di Jun, the demon emperor, Dong Huang Tai, and even the vast legions of the entire demon race. Both Di Jun and Tai felt a profound sense of contempt directed at them by Yi Xian. As the foremost power in the primordial world, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by all beings, and they had never before encountered such disdain. Consequently, their pride was deeply wounded, unable to withstand the arrogance displayed by Yi Xian, leaving them feeling profoundly humiliated. Dong Huang Tai was ablaze with rage, his face turning a vivid crimson. "Brother, I shall slay Yi Xian, this impudent wretch. I shall sever his head and fashion it into a goblet for my wine." The intense fury radiating from his eyes was palpable, as countless flames of the sun surged around him, causing the very fabric of the surrounding void to crack and split apart. He could scarcely contain himself, wishing fervently to consume Yi Xian alive to relieve the bitterness in his heart. Di Jun, too, was aflame with indignation, his neck veins bulging as he fixed a steely gaze upon Yi Xian, grinding his teeth in response. "Very well, let us join forces to eliminate Yi Xian." After assessing their combined strength, Di Jun noted that Dong Huang Tai wielded the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, while he possessed the two exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book, coupled with their pinnacle quasi-saint cultivation and millennia of battle experience. They felt no fear toward Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I seek your demise." With the Chaos Bell in hand, Dong Huang Tai transformed into a blazing sunfire that scorched the void for millions of miles, lunging towards Yi Xian with ferocity. Di Jun, brandishing the River Map and Luo Book, charged directly at Yi Xian, surrounded by an overwhelming inferno that ignited the very essence of the surrounding space. The Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were renowned as the foremost beings beneath the saints, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Their full-force assault caused the very space around them to fracture. A terrifying aura swept across the battlefield, prompting billions of clan individuals to draw in sharp breaths. Feeling the immense power of the two demon emperors, the 12 ancestors stood on high alert, each prepared to take action. Di Jiang gazed at Yi Xian with respect and inquired, "My lord Yi Xian, should we intervene?" Under the watchful eyes of the 12 ancestors and the myriad demon beings, Yi Xian remained seated upon the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin with an air of tranquility. He glanced at the furious charge of Di Jun and Tai, entirely unperturbed. Then, with a gentle wave of his feather fan, he replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. Their strength is merely so, and I can handle them with ease." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the 12 ancestral witches and the countless members of the witch clan behind them were rendered utterly astonished. Their eyes widened, and an overwhelming sense of disbelief surged through their minds. Good heavens, in the face of an assault by 2 supreme rulers of the demon race, Yi Xian audaciously claimed that their strength was merely trivial. It is imperative to note that Emperor Jun, the demon sovereign, is the foremost expert beneath the saints. He was born upon the solar star, embodying the 3-legged golden crow of the primordial world, a paragon of innate demonic divinity, with an illustrious lineage and heritage. Furthermore, Emperor Jun wields the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book, which serve as his companion artifacts, possessing immense power to suppress the heavens and invert the cosmos. On the other hand, Dong Huang Tai's combat prowess is equally formidable, armed with the supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. This spiritual artifact is forged from the axe's back of the Panga deity, boasting a defensive capability rivaling that of the postnatal supreme merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. It is capable of subduing myriad worlds, chaotic yin and yang, and reversing the very fabric of existence. Moreover, Dong Huang Tai is also an incarnation of the 3-legged golden crow, adept at wielding the most potent of the 10 primordial fires, the true sunfire. When unleashed, this flame can scorch the heavens and boil the seas, annihilating foes utterly. Yet, despite the formidable might of these 2 beings, Yi Xian regarded them with utter disdain, asserting that he could easily handle them at his leisure, which indeed left the 12 ancestral witches and the countless witch clan members in a state of profound shock. They silently marveled, recognizing that Yi Xian had expressed the most commanding words in the calmest of tones. Chapter 96. A resounding slap as the formidable figures of the Demon Emperor Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai surged forth. Their faces darkened upon hearing Yi Xian's words. This audacious Yi Xian had the audacity to belittle them in front of countless members of the witch and demon clans, igniting an intense fury within their hearts, leaving them feeling deeply humiliated. "Yi Xian, I shall flay you alive, roared Eastern Emperor Tai, channeling his power with the ferocity of an enraged dragon, charging towards Yi Xian with malevolent intent. Dijun, equally incensed, clenched his teeth as the radiance of his He Tu and Luo Shu surged forth like a tsunami crashing towards Yi Xian. In a mere instant, their speed escalated, and they collided with Yi Xian. An inferno of scorching flames engulfed the heavens and earth, transforming the void into a sea of fire. At that moment, Yi Xian finally raised his head, gazing directly at Dijun and Tai, and he perceived the twisted fury etched upon their faces. Is this all? Yi Xian chuckled, a hint of derision glimmering in his smile. Gradually, he lifted his palm. Buzz! The instant Yi Xian elevated his hand, the space within 1,000,000 miles was ensnared, and all matter came to a standstill. Countless surging spiritual energies crystallized in the void, and the blazing flames were sealed, transforming into resplendent sparks. Before the astonished eyes of billions from the witch and demon clans, Yi Xian, after raising his palm, struck towards the demon emperor Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Whoosh! As his hand swung through the air, it stirred a gentle breeze, which to others appeared as a terrifying tempest, imbued with the formidable laws of wrath. This breeze swept forth, leaving devastation in its wake, obliterating millions of demon soldiers and generals, reducing them to mere ashes. The demon emperor Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai, at the forefront of this onslaught, were caught off guard by the gale of law, their expressions morphing into sheer horror. In their astonished gaze, Yi Xian's palm met their faces. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, resonating clearly in the ears of the billions from the witch and demon clans. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. With a resounding impact, Yi Xian's hand struck the faces of Dijun and Tai, leaving a vivid imprint on their left cheeks, a stark crimson, resembling a blooming rose. This strike, infused with the power of the grand laws, penetrated all their defenses, delivering a blow to their very essence. Essence suppression. The two figures were sent hurtling backward like cannonballs, their retreating speed surpassing their initial charge by more than tenfold, and in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying 100,000 miles, crashing heavily against the barriers of the void. Upon striking the barrier, Dijun's complexion flushed crimson, his neck veins bulging prominently, and suddenly his expression shifted, a torrent of scalding blood erupting from his lips, the crimson liquid blooming like a vivid flower, strikingly bright. Supporting himself on the ground with both hands, his face turned a ghastly pale. Dong Huang Tai knelt upon the earth, his form swaying perilously, the royal robe at his knees completely torn. The surface of his attire bore numerous jagged rips, speckled with bloodstains, resembling a wretched stray dog, a pitiful sight indeed. Witnessing this scene, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The atmosphere crystallized into a profound stillness. The myriad of demon clans, countless shaman tribes, and the 12 ancestral shamans stood in stunned disbelief. Their eyes widened, faces reflecting sheer astonishment. No one anticipated that the illustrious demon emperor Dijun and the supreme ruler Dong Huang Tai would be so effortlessly struck aside by Yi Xian with a mere slap. Dong Huang Tai, in particular, was rendered dazed, his garments in tatters, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Meanwhile, demon emperor Dijun was left spitting blood from the force of the blow. This spectacle was utterly shocking. Nearly every shaman and demon present felt an overwhelming disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend that such top-tier experts as Dijun and Tai could be so casually dismissed by Yi Xian with a single slap. The magnitude of this was staggering. The multitude of shaman tribes felt their spirits quaking at the sight. The 12 ancestral shamans could hardly fathom Yi Xian's power, which allowed him to so effortlessly send both the demon emperor and Dong Huang Tai reeling, bloodied. What an astonishing strength! Such prowess had entirely surpassed the imaginations of the 12 ancestral shamans. Yi Xian alone could match 100 of them. At that moment, their gazes toward Yi Xian brimmed with profound reverence. Ho Tu's eyes fixated on Yi Xian, her heart swelling with deep admiration, her gaze sparkling with affection. Handsome, elegant, powerful. He crushed all in his path. With mere banter, he had sent 2 royal figures of the demon clan flying. Throughout the entire event, his posture had remained unchanged, merely shifting his arm slightly. How extraordinary! This man exuded an irresistible charm. At that instant, Ho Tu felt as if Yi Xian were a deadly poppy flower, ensnaring her heart completely. Her eyes shimmered with a fervent glow, fixated on Yi Xian's flawless profile, her cheeks silently blushing with a delicate crimson hue, akin to the radiant clouds at dusk, utterly beautiful. Xian Ming's gaze also turned toward Yi Xian, who sat leisurely atop the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin. Xian, clad in flowing white, exuded an air of tranquility, as if effortlessly dismissing Jun and Tai Yi were but commonplace occurrences. His expression showed no trace of emotional upheaval. In that moment, Xianming sensed an extraordinarily unique aura emanating from Xian, deeply captivating her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the coldness in her eyes gradually melted away, transforming into rippling autumn waters, her cheeks faintly tinged with a rosy blush, adorned with two delicate hues of red. Jerome, Gonggong, and others were equally filled with admiration, their reverence for Xian reaching an unparalleled zenith. Having heard tales of Xian's extraordinary prowess, slaying disciples of saints with the ease of dispatching chickens, they had yet to witness it firsthand. However, upon witnessing Xian effortlessly send Jun and Tai Yi flying with a mere wave of his hand, they were struck by the sheer magnitude of his terrifying strength. At that moment, their veneration for Xian soared to new heights. They yearned to become his disciples, to revere him as the king of the witch clan. Meanwhile, the vast multitude of demons, witnessing their demon emperor and Dong Huang being swatted away by Xian, was initially engulfed in profound shock, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of dread that made their hair stand on end. Their gazes turned towards Xian, eyes betraying a flicker of panic. The sheer might of Xian was staggering. With a mere casual gesture, he had sent both the demon emperor and Dong Huang sprawling. The very gust of wind released from his palm had obliterated millions of demon soldiers. Such terrifying power utterly surpassed the imagination of these warriors. At that moment, a singular thought burgeoned within their minds. If Xian's casual slap could wield such formidable force, what devastation might he unleash if he were to exert his full strength? Recalling the overwhelming aura he exuded upon his arrival, capable of sweeping across the entirety of the primordial realm, the demon soldiers trembled in fear. They felt certain that should Xian unleash his full power, he could shatter the entire 33 heavens with a single blow. Realizing this, the demon soldiers experienced a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, waves of intense terror coursing through their bodies, causing their legs to quiver and even eliciting cold sweat from their gripping hands. Chapter 97. The Sage's Divine Thought Avatar. At this moment, after a period of recuperation, the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had regained their composure. Both were engulfed in profound shame and fury, rising from the void barrier with veins bulging on their foreheads, resembling enraged dragons. They were consumed by an intense mix of anger and humiliation. Tai Yi's face flushed crimson as he grappled with the enormity of his disgrace. In front of millions of demons and witches, he had been struck by Xian. The most humiliating aspect was that he had been sent sprawling, kneeling on the ground. This was an unbearable insult. He held an exalted position as the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan, commanding billions of demons and ruling the heavenly court, a being of unparalleled might. Born of nobility as the three-legged Golden Crow King. As the strongest monarch of the Golden Crow lineage, he had basked in various noble accolades since childhood, revered by all demons. Yet today, Tai Yi felt his pride trampled upon by Xian, who had the audacity to slap him, leaving a vivid red handprint upon his left cheek. While the slap carried little physical damage, the humiliation was profoundly intense, inflicting serious wounds upon Tai Yi's spirit. He felt as though he had endured an unprecedented disgrace, shattering the pride and nobility he had accumulated over countless eons. His authority lay crushed beneath the weight of this offense. Under the gaze of millions of demons and witches, Tai Yi's face blazed like fire, and he unleashed a furious roar, his voice reverberating like a shockwave, shaking the very heavens of the 33 layers. Simultaneously, the Demon Emperor Jun was also consumed by a fierce mixture of shame and rage. As the foremost sovereign of the demon race and the most distinguished entity above the sun star, he was born to be an emperor. His might hailed as the strongest beneath the sages, a peerless force capable of summoning billions of demon warriors with a mere call. He was the rightful leader of the primordial world. Yet today, Jun was carelessly struck by Xian, sent flying 1,000 miles and spitting blood. He found himself in a wretched state, akin to a dog, mocked in secret by millions of witches and disappointing countless demons. This was a reality he could hardly accept. His once mighty presence was now diminished, his dignity ground into the earth. The pride and honor of being the Demon Emperor were utterly shattered by Xian. How could he face the task of commanding the countless demons of the world after such an affront? He feared that in the future, he would become the subject of ridicule amidst the primordial beings. Contemplating this, a wave of deep shame and rage surged through his mind. Jun's countenance turned a dark shade of iron, and a tremendous wrath enveloped the surrounding miles. igniting the space with the blood-red flames of the sun. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sat indifferently upon the 9 dragons' fragrant throne, casting a contemptuous glance at the disheveled figures of Di Jun and Tai Yi in the distance. Then, Yi Xian spoke. What tricks do you two have left? Unleash your full power. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. A mocking smile played at the corners of Yi Xian's lips, his tone laced with derision. This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. The myriad beings of the demon and witch tribes discerned the veiled implication in Yi Xian's words. He intended to toy with Di Jun and Tai Yi, to torment them thoroughly, ensuring their demise would not come swiftly. His demeanor conveyed a complete disregard for the demon emperor Di Jun and the Eastern emperor Tai Yi. He openly expressed his disdain for them. Instantly, the eyes of countless witch beings turned toward Di Jun and Tai Yi, their gazes filled with scornful amusement. The two emperors felt the weight of their derision, their anger escalating to a near-explosive intensity. Veins throbbed ominously across their faces, contorting them into masks of fury. As monarchs of the demon race, rulers of the primordial realm, they had never before encountered such blatant, glaring humiliation. Yi Xian was trampling upon their dignity. Brother, I shall confront Yi Xian with all my might. Even if I must self-destruct, I will ensure his demise. Tai Yi's eyes blazed crimson, the chaos pearl above his head radiating waves of intense fury. Clenching his fists, he was engulfed in murderous intent, his reason consumed by rage. Yearning to cast Yi Xian into the depths of the underworld, ensuring he would never return, even if it meant perishing alongside him. Tai Yi was nearly driven to the brink of madness by his wrath. Upon hearing Tai Yi's declaration, Di Jun's expression darkened ominously, as if black rain could fall from his visage at any moment. However, as the demon emperor, Di Jun maintained a semblance of control over his rage. Brother, do not act impulsively. We possess numerous methods to eliminate Yi Xian. There is no need for self-destruction, Di Jun spoke in a grave tone. Do not forget, we have 30,000 incarnations of saintly consciousness, each one at the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection. I can summon them all to simultaneously besiege Yi Xian and ensure his demise. Di Jun's voice was thick with murderous intent, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. He understood the formidable power of these saintly incarnations, each a top-tier combatant of the primordial realm, slightly lower in cultivation than themselves. Once 30,000 saintly incarnations launched a coordinated attack, their power would rival that of true saints, their destructive capacity capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Moreover, among these incarnations, 10,000 belonged to Nuwa, 10,000 to Yuan Shi Tianzun, and 10,000 to Taiqing. Should any of these saintly incarnations show the slightest sign of disturbance, they would be detected by the 3 saints. At that moment, the 3 saints would strike together against Yi Xian, sealing his fate without a doubt. Di Jun's strategy was meticulous, a cold smile gracing his lips as he thought, Yi Xian, this time you are doomed. I shall see how you contend with 30,000 incarnations of saintly consciousness. Upon hearing Di Jun's words, Tai Yi immediately grasped the gravity of their combined strength. Upon contemplating this, the wrath within Dong Huang Tai Yi's heart diminished significantly. He exclaimed, Brother, swiftly summon the avatars of the saints to take action. Di Jun nodded slightly and replied, I shall now command these saintly avatars to surround and subdue Yi Xian. As he spoke, Di Jun brandished the demon summoning banner, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming demonic energy that permeated the heavens. In a brilliant display, an astonishing 30,000 streaks of black radiance shot forth, all directed towards the primordial earth. This was Di Jun's call to rally the demon clan. In the blink of an eye, the celestial expanse of the 33 heavens shimmered with a multitude of mysterious and resplendent golden lights, densely clustered, amounting to a staggering 29,999 orbs of luminescence. Within these radiant spheres, vibrant hues danced and divine light surged. As the brilliance subsided, one could behold a grand assembly of 29,999 saintly avatars suspended in the void. Among them were 10,000 avatars of Nuwa, standing upon resplendent clouds, adorned in flowing crimson garments, radiating an aura of sanctity. Additionally, there were 10,000 avatars of Taishang Lao Jun, treading upon violet clouds, wielding a whisk, exuding an ethereal elegance, their robes billowing gracefully in the wind. Chapter 98. A unified assault. Over 9,000 incarnations of the primordial heavenly sovereign sat gracefully upon black lotus mats, clad in dark robes, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanctity. More than 30,000 avatars of saints appeared above the 33 heavens. In an instant, the celestial dome roiled with turbulence, the vast spiritual energies surging into a fervent boil. Countless dark clouds coalesced, forming a shroud that obscured the sun and veiled the earth. Witnessing such a multitude of saintly incarnations, Emperor Xuan was imbued with a profound sense of confidence. The previous disarray dissipated from his countenance as he wielded the demon-summoning banner, radiating a formidable imperial presence. Casting a glance at Xuan, a cold smirk graced his lips. Directing his gaze towards the throng of saintly avatars, he respectfully proclaimed, "O Yuching Saint, O Nuwa Mother, O Taching Saint, this Xuan has slandered our demon kin, deserving of a fate most dire. I beseech the assembly of saints to join forces and eliminate this individual, restoring justice." The purpose of these saintly incarnations was to vanquish Xuan. Upon hearing Emperor Xuan's declaration, the 30,000 avatars swiftly formed a circular encirclement. Ensnaring Xuan within, they summoned their mystical energies, unleashing an overwhelming brilliance that swept across the 33 heavens. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped Xuan, confining him so tightly that not even a whisper of breath could escape. "Xuan, your escape is now impossible," mocked the Eastern Emperor Tai, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he regarded Xuan. Seated indifferently upon the nine-dragon incense palanquin, Xuan surveyed the 30,000 saintly avatars with a detached gaze, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a sneer. "Is this your reliance? 30,000 feeble puppets that scarcely qualify as beings?" Xuan's laughter resonated with deep contempt, his words dismissing the saintly incarnations entirely. At this, both Emperor Xuan and Tai's expressions shifted dramatically. Arrogant, utterly insufferable, they seethed, their tempers flaring. They could scarcely believe the audacity of Xuan, who brazenly belittled the 30,000 saintly avatars, referring to them as mere puppets. Such disregard for the saintly incarnations was tantamount to an affront against the divine. The incarnations, embodying a significant degree of intelligence, were not oblivious to Xuan's scorn. One of the primordial heavenly sovereign's avatars spoke gravely, "Fellow saints, let us unite and slay this man, ensuring his complete annihilation." The incarnations of Nuwa and the Supreme Lord both nodded in agreement, their eyes aflame with the desire to eliminate this audacious human. "Attack!" bellowed one of the primordial avatars, channeling their mystical powers as they struck towards Xuan, a dazzling beam of Yuching divine light hurtling forth to collide with him. Meanwhile, the remaining 10,000 avatars of the saints also launched their assault, unleashing a torrent of divine light akin to a tsunami, crashing down upon Xuan. The simultaneous attack from 30,000 saintly avatars stirred the vast expanse of the 33 heavens, causing the surrounding spiritual energies to roll and churn across billions of miles. Countless dark clouds congregated in the sky, resembling the apocalypse, as a powerful light of annihilation trembled through the cosmos, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. A staggering 29,999 beams of saintly destruction shot towards Xuan, piercing through the void and tearing apart spatial barriers. Witnessing this scene, all the beings of the demon and witch tribes present were left astounded, their eyes widening in shock. Was this truly the might of 30,000 saintly avatars? Such power was undoubtedly sufficient to obliterate this realm. It was indeed fearsome. Then, nearly all the witch and demon beings directed their gazes toward Xuan, who stood at the eye of the storm. Upon this observation, billions of witches and demons couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Despite the impending cataclysmic blow from the 30,000 saintly avatars, Xuan remained composed, seated gracefully upon his nine-dragon incense palanquin, clad in flowing white garments. He gently waved a red feather fan, a cup of enlightening tea placed before him, with wisps of steam rising delicately from the cup, presenting an image of tranquil leisure. Not a trace of panic could be discerned on Xuan's countenance, nor any sign of impending peril. The impending doom from the terrifying strike of the 30,000 saints seemed but a fleeting cloud to him, hardly worthy of concern. Observing this spectacle, the billions of witches and demons were left in profound astonishment. A colossal question mark loomed in their minds. How could Xuan be so unfazed? Did he truly remain oblivious to the unparalleled ferocity of the attack? They were acutely aware that this was an enraged strike from 30,000 saintly avatars, imbued with enough power to shatter the very heavens. Was it possible that Xuan, recognizing the futility of evasion, had simply chosen to forfeit his resistance? Just as this perplexity burgeoned within the hearts of the billions of demons and witches, the unimaginable occurred in the next moment. As the terrifying beams of saintly light surged toward Xuan, he finally and slowly set down his crystalline teacup. Then, raising his gaze, his eyes reflected a chilling indifference as he cast a cold glance at the approaching beams of divine light. A faint, icy smile curling at the corners of his lips. Was the might of these 30,000 avatars truly so trivial? Xuan remarked dismissively, and then, with a flick of his red feather fan, he propelled it forward. Boom. Instantly, a surge of crimson-purple flames erupted from the fan. In that fleeting moment, the flames rapidly expanded, transforming into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The scorching void across billions of miles began to crack and split, as the entire firmament blazed into a blood-red hue, with countless dark clouds boiling over, completely morphing into clouds of fire. This fire, known as the purple fire of heaven's destruction, belongs to the four great celestial fires and possesses the formidable ability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Once summoned, it can consume all things, its power even surpassing that of the sixth Ding divine fire. Moreover, Xuan has infused this purple fire of heaven's destruction with chaos fire, the progenitor of all flames, capable of harming even the true body of a saint. Its might comparable to that of innate treasures of attack, rendering it truly terrifying. This terrifying purple fire of heaven's destruction surged forth like tumultuous waves, radiating in all directions. Wherever the flames spread, the void itself was scorched, fissures appearing in its wake as countless spiritual energies were reduced to nothingness. The divine light emanating from the saints collided with the purple fire, only to be rapidly consumed, their intrinsic source of power scorched into oblivion, vanishing in an instant. After devouring this divine light, the purple fire of heaven's destruction grew even more ferocious, emanating an intense heat that blackened the vast expanse of the heavens, transforming it into a charred wasteland akin to a piece of charcoal. Subsequently, this relentless fire surged toward the 30,000 saintly avatars, akin to a torrential flood. Its overwhelming might unstoppable, reminiscent of a stampede of 1,000 galloping steeds, a scene that was profoundly terrifying. Chapter 99. The beauty loves the hero. The 30,000 avatars of Nuwa, the Primordial Lord, and the Supreme Lord, were horrified by the terrifying scene before them, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their hearts began to beat violently, akin to that of mere mortals. At that moment, they felt an overwhelmingly intense heat surging towards them, as countless flames of law flickered forth, piercing deep into their consciousness, inflicting excruciating pain. Panic enveloped the hearts of the 30,000 saintly avatars, and simultaneously, a singular thought surged within them. They must escape immediately, retreat to their true selves, for only then could they preserve their consciousness. With this realization, the avatars scattered in a frenzy, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the distance, their demeanor frantic and disheveled, resembling lost dogs. A cold smile curled upon Xuan's lips. Did they think they could flee? No chance. He tightened his grip slightly, and in an instant, the blazing purple fire of annihilation erupted in the void. The flames surged with increased ferocity, unleashing a torrent of fierce fire that, in the blink of an eye, caught up with the 30,000 fleeing saintly avatars, engulfing them in a sea of fire. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the avatars as they were consumed by the inferno, their bodies racked with unbearable agony. Within a mere second, the purple flames tore them apart, fragmenting them with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Under the watchful eyes of billions from the witch and demon clans, the bodies of the 30,000 avatars shattered like glass and were subsequently reduced to ashes by the relentless flames. Ultimately, they dissolved into nothingness, vanishing completely from existence. In a fleeting moment, the 30,000 saintly avatars had been utterly annihilated. After incinerating these avatars, the terrifying purple fire gradually retracted, slowly coiling back into the phoenix feather fan held by Xuan. Seated upon the nine-dragon agarwood chariot, he leisurely sipped his enlightenment tea, gently fanning himself with the crimson feather, embodying an aura of tranquility and composure, as if the cataclysmic act of dispatching the 30,000 avatars had been merely a casual gesture. At that moment, the billions of onlookers from the demon and witch clans were left in a state of shock, their mouths agape. They stared blankly at the void, where wisps of dissipating consciousness lingered, an overwhelming sense of astonishment surging from the depths of their beings, impossible to suppress. The shock was profound, leaving them feeling as though their very scalps were prickling, their hairs standing on end. What had transpired was simply too monumental to comprehend, had they not witnessed it firsthand. Who could possibly believe that Xuan had merely waved his fan, unleashing a divine purple fire capable of incinerating the heavens and seas, obliterating 30,000 formidable saintly avatars in one fell swoop? So powerful. This is truly remarkable. In a mere gesture, the formidable forces were reduced to ashes. The countless demon clans and the shaman tribe were engulfed in profound astonishment, a sensation that surged from their coccyx to their foreheads, detonating within their minds and leaving their scalps tingling. They were utterly awed by Yi Xian's overwhelming power in that moment. Innumerable members of the shaman tribe even contemplated kneeling in reverence, regarding Yi Xian as their most esteemed figure. The strength Yi Xian had just demonstrated was nothing short of celestial in nature, evoking a reverence akin to that reserved for the primordial deity Pangu. Meanwhile, the demon clan, in addition to their extreme shock, was gripped by an intense dread, scarcely able to believe the sheer terror that Yi Xian embodied. This was a staggering 30,000 incarnations of saintly consciousness, each reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint mastery, representing a collective of unparalleled might. Each incarnation, upon emerging from the vast wilderness, could dominate entire realms, capable of annihilating countless beings with a mere gesture. Yet, such a formidable force was effortlessly extinguished by Yi Xian with a simple wave of his feather fan. What an awe-inspiring display of power! The violet flames that could incinerate the heavens and the earth pierced deeply into the very flesh and spirit of each demon clan member, instilling a primal fear that resonated from the depths of their souls. How terrifying! The flames unleashed by Yi Xian reduced even the incarnations of quasi-saint beings to mere ashes. Should these flames have been directed at them, they would surely have been obliterated without a trace. At that moment, the vast demon army trembled in trepidation, a chilling dread surging from their feet, enveloping their entire beings, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down their brows. Many among the demon clan began to contemplate surrendering, pondering that with Yi Xian's formidable prowess, they might not even comprehend the manner of their demise should conflict arise. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestral shamans were equally filled with intense astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, completely conquered by Yi Xian's might. The ability to annihilate 30,000 incarnations of saintly consciousness with a mere gesture was indeed chillingly powerful. Each ancestral shaman had encountered these saintly incarnations and understood their formidable nature. Each of them could stand toe-to-toe with an ancestral shaman, while the incarnations of the Supreme Qing Saint were overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even the ancestral shamans. Yet, such formidable beings were entirely eradicated by Yi Xian. This left the 12 ancestral shamans in utter shock. Di Zhang looked upon Yi Xian with deep reverence, his eyes reflecting profound admiration. In that moment, he had come to regard Yi Xian as a figure of utmost respect in his life. The sheer might demonstrated by Yi Xian in obliterating 30,000 saintly incarnations had thoroughly conquered Di Zhang. Throughout his life, Di Zhang had never bowed to anyone, battling against heaven and earth. Yet today, he found himself utterly subjugated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian, once merely a fragile vessel of the human race, has ascended to a stature that rivals that of the saints. His innate talent and relentless perseverance have deeply impressed Emperor Jiang. Hutu's pair of shimmering eyes gazes at Yi Xian, reflecting a radiant admiration, while her fair and lovely visage is suffused with a profound affection for him. The beauty adores the hero. Clad in feathered attire and a silk scarf, Yi Xian, amidst laughter and discourse, effortlessly reduces 30,000 formidable saintly avatars to ashes, elevating him in Hutu's eyes to the status of a revered hero. Powerful, handsome, charming, and graceful, these qualities paint the portrait of perfection in Hutu's mind. How she wishes to remain by Yi Xian's side forever. As she gazes upon the handsome profile of Yi Xian, a rosy hue blossoms on her fair cheeks, akin to a ripe apple, while her heart flutters wildly, as if yearning to leap into his embrace. Xuanming's watery eyes are also drawn to Yi Xian, shimmering with reverence. In the lingering warmth of the flames, her icy beauty is illuminated in shades of crimson, resembling a blooming peach blossom, unparalleled in its splendor. Chapter 100. The celestial array of the universe. In a fleeting moment, Xianming felt an irresistible masculine charm emanating from Yi Xian. Clad in flowing white garments, he appeared strikingly handsome and poised, reminiscent of a poetic line that describes a stranger as Jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. At that moment, Xianming perceived Yi Xian, seated upon the majestic dragon incense carriage, as the unrivaled prince of this primal wilderness, handsome, formidable, and invincible, capable of vanquishing thousands of foes with mere words and laughter. Jerome, Gong, and other notable figures were equally astonished and filled with admiration. Lord Yi Xian's strength was indeed formidable, with a mere fan. He had obliterated 30,000 avatars of saintly consciousness, a feat utterly astonishing. Indeed, to annihilate 30,000 avatars of saintly consciousness, a power of immense magnitude, with just a wave of his hand, was nothing short of extraordinary. Lord Yixian's prowess was truly unfathomable. Zhurong and Gonggong exchanged fervent discussions, their voices brimming with reverence for Yixian. In their hearts, they had already elevated him to the status of the most supreme powerhouse in the primal world. The ability to extinguish 30,000 saintly avatars with a mere gesture was enough to instill awe in any ancestral witch. They regarded Yixian as their most revered idol, their gazes filled with fervent adoration. Were it not for the circumstances, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from rushing forward to kneel before Yixian, pleading to be accepted as his disciples. Amidst the astonishment shared by the 12 ancestral witches on the side of the demon race, Emperor Dejun and Eastern Emperor Tai stared blankly at the sky, filled with flames, and the utterly incinerated 30,000 saintly avatars, completely stunned. Their expressions were marked by profound shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. Dead. 30,000 avatars of saintly consciousness, each embodying the strength of perfected quasi-saints, had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to ashes by the raging inferno, leaving not even a trace behind. This terrifying scene profoundly shook Emperor Dejun and Eastern Emperor Tai, as they felt as if they were caught in a nightmare, a most dreadful dream. They could not fathom how such powerful 30,000 saintly avatars could be so effortlessly obliterated. This had been a crucial reliance for them, a means to strike hard and humiliate Yixian. However, the reality far exceeded their expectations. These avatars, totaling 30,000, had not withstood even a single attack from Yixian and were entirely annihilated, leaving them no chance to escape, reduced to mere dust. Dejun's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the void where just moments ago, countless saintly avatars stood. Now, it was utterly empty, devoid of even a shadow. All had vanished. His voice trembled slightly, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck, the cause of which was uncertain, whether it was fury or fear. The saintly avatars are all dead? The voice of Dong Huang Tai was suffused with incredulity as he gazed at the heavens, his pupils dilating as if searching for the remnants of the saints' avatars. Yet, what lay before him was but a void, save for wisps of violet flames consuming the emptiness. Upon witnessing those crimson flames, a chill surged from the soles of his feet, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Just moments ago, Yixian had utilized this very flame to obliterate a staggering 30,000 saintly avatars. Born from the sun star, Dong Huang Tai was a natural master of the true fire of the sun, and he immediately recognized this flame. It was the infamous burning sky purple fire, a fearsome entity among the 10 primordial fires, possessing the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Its burning power could rival that of the great sun golden flame, marking it as a truly terrifying inferno. A look of profound astonishment crossed Dong Huang Tai's face, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke. Brother, the strength of this Yixian is utterly terrifying. What level of cultivation has he attained? Has he truly become a saint? At that moment, a hint of panic tinged Dong Huang Tai's voice. He had never anticipated that Yixian could be so formidable, effortlessly unleashing the burning sky purple fire to incinerate 30,000 saintly avatars into ashes. If Yixian were to direct such a dreadful flame against them, they would likely find themselves at a loss. Though they, as golden crows, were naturally unafraid of flames, Yixian wielded the burning sky purple fire. While it might not be capable of incinerating the golden crows, it would undoubtedly strip them of their skin, subjecting them to excruciating pain. Should Yixian choose to humiliate them by binding them, akin to the indignities faced by Nuwa, and burn them publicly, it would be a source of ridicule for eons to come. Dong Huang Tai had existed for countless millennia without fear of anyone. Yet, in that moment, as he looked upon Yixian, seated upon the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin, clad in flowing white robes and exuding an air of cultured grace, a genuine fear arose within him. Hearing Dong Huang Tai's words, the demon emperor Dejun detected the underlying panic in his voice. His countenance darkened, resembling a black iron pot, seemingly capable of dripping black water. To speak candidly, Dejun also believed that Yixian had likely attained sainthood, otherwise, such strength would be unfathomable. Merely with a flick of his feather fan, he had incinerated 30,000 saintly avatars. Such power could only be wielded by the transcendent beings who command the forces of heaven and earth. However, Dejun harbored doubts regarding Yixian's saintly status. After all, in the primordial realm, if one were to achieve sainthood, the heavenly Tao would inevitably convey a message, informing all beings of the emergence of a saint. If Yixian had indeed become a saint, Why had there been no such announcement from the heavenly Tao? A sense of confusion welled up within Dijun, and as he cast his gaze upon Yixian, he beheld an extraordinary spectacle. An array of mystical phenomena surrounded him. With countless strands of spiritual energy swirling about, the laws of the great Tao manifesting, and golden celestial flowers blooming in the void, painting a scene of ethereal splendor. Dijun felt a surge of astonishment within, contemplating that such extraordinary phenomena could arise. Even if Yixian had not yet attained the status of a saint, his power must surely be perilously close to that of a holy being. Unbeknownst to Dijun, Yixian had indeed realized the path of the great saint, a level surpassing that of the heavenly saint, and even the heavenly Tao was unaware of his ascension, hence it would not manifest any communication. Brother, I fear that this Yixian may very well have achieved sainthood, Dijun exclaimed with a tone filled with trepidation, his heart brimming with reluctance. Dong Huangtai was momentarily taken aback by these words, his expression too transformed into one of shock as he responded, Brother, this Yixian is merely a mortal from the human realm. How could he possibly attain the status of a saint? How are we to contend with him? Dijun replied solemnly, It appears that we have no choice but to employ the great array of the cosmic stars. Only through the use of this formation can we hope to defeat Yixian. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai's heart leapt with joy. Chapter 101. Reduced to livestock for 1,000,000 years, they had rehearsed the great formation of celestial constellations, and thus were fully aware of its formidable power. This formation could harness the strength of the celestial bodies, and once activated, its might could rival that of a sage. Under the guidance of 3 sages, the formation's potency escalated to a level capable of annihilating a sage's physical form. Utilizing this formation against Yixian would undoubtedly lead to his obliteration. With this thought, Dong Huangtai's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Eagerly, he exclaimed, Brother, let us swiftly set the formation to eradicate this Yixian. Very well, Dijun responded in a deep voice, immediately summoning 365 great sages of the demon race with the demon summoning banner. The assembled sages, each wielding a celestial banner, positioned themselves at various corners of the 33 heavens. From the array, Dijun bellowed as he and Dong Huangtai stepped into the heart of the formation, wielding the He Tu and Luo Shu to stabilize the focal point. The 365 demon sages waved their celestial banners, and in an instant, the great formation of celestial constellations was born. Boom! The vast emptiness of millions of miles transformed into an ancient, dark expanse, where countless primordial stars roamed. Colossal as mountains, their movements shattered the void, leaving behind terrifying trails. Dijun's gaze fell upon Yixian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He declared, Yixian, today I shall erase you from existence. With that, he turned to Dong Huangtai and commanded, Brother, strike. Dong Huangtai nodded and, alongside Dijun, summoned the power of the celestial bodies using the chaos bell. In an instant, countless stars surged restlessly, ancient divine stars coalescing into a massive sphere that obscured the heavens. This sphere, imbued with the might of the celestial bodies, emanated an unparalleled and terrifying aura. Under the control of Dijun and Tai, this monstrous sphere hurtled down from the 9th heaven, crashing toward Yixian with tremendous force. Boom! The celestial sphere shattered the barriers of the void, cloaking the entire primordial starry sky in darkness, descending upon Yixian's location with an overwhelming momentum. At that moment, a sense of suffocation enveloped everyone present. The power of this celestial sphere was insurmountably formidable. Yet, Yixian merely glanced up at it. This sphere, capable of annihilating worlds? A cold smile flickered across his face. Is this the extent of the great formation of celestial constellations? Hardly impressive. Yixian spoke with a hint of disdain. It's merely that. The myriad members of the witch and demon races present were left in shock upon hearing Yixian's words. Such a terrifying celestial power. And he claimed it was nothing more than that. How preposterous. Just the faintest hint of the sphere's aura left them gasping for breath. Under the watchful eyes of the demon and witch races, Yixian calmly stated, This formation, I can shatter with a single sword. With that, he drew the thunder-striking demon slayer's sword from its sheath. Boom! As the sword emerged, it unleashed an unfathomable torrent of thunderous energy, accompanied by a surging wave of chaotic flames that spread forth like a tsunami. The entire expanse of the heavens was shrouded in thunder and lightning, enveloped by a chaotic sea of fire. An endless torrent of thunderous laws and the principles of fire surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, fracturing the void for countless miles, causing innumerable fragments of space to shatter. Beneath the impact of these two formidable forces, the 365 great saints of the demon race, positioned within the great array of the heavenly stars, were instantaneously reduced to ash, their very souls obliterated, leaving behind naught but a fine powder. Subsequently, Xuan, wielding the thunder-punishing demon sword, stood upon the 9 dragons' incense palanquin and cleaved toward the heavens with a single stroke. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as an overwhelming sword intent erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, manifesting a beam of sword light capable of annihilating myriad worlds. This devastating sword light collided with a celestial body, producing a cacophonous crash that shook the very foundations of the universe. In the eyes of millions of demons and witches, the star disintegrated into countless fragments, reduced to swirling dust that scattered across the primordial land. The great array of the heavenly stars was utterly shattered. In that instant, Xuan and Tai, the guardians of the array, were struck by the backlash of the sword light, causing them to spew forth blood. Their forms wavered precariously as they were thrown to the ground, their faces paling, their imperial robes tattered and resembling beggars in their pitiful state. From the 9 dragons' incense palanquin, Xuan cast a cold glance at the defeated Xuan and Tai, a smirk gracing his lips. The game was over. Muttering to himself, Xuan stepped forward and, in the next moment, stood before Xuan and Tai. He lifted his foot and rested it upon their heads, proclaiming in a grand, saintly voice, "Today, I shall demote the Demon Emperor Xuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai to the status of beasts among humanity, destined to serve the human race for all eternity, never to be reborn." As he spoke, Xuan retracted the Chaos Pearl, no longer concealing the heavenly secrets. His words resonated through the 33 heavens, sweeping across the cosmos, echoing throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All beings of the primordial realm, along with the mighty, including saints, heard Xuan's voice. In an instant, the entire primordial world erupted in fervor. The resounding decree of Xuan, demoting Xuan and Tai to beasts, reverberated across the land, reaching the ears of billions. The heavenly secrets of the 33 heavens were unveiled, displaying the scene before all primordial beings. As the myriad creatures of the primordial realm gazed upward, they beheld Xuan standing atop the prostrate forms of the Demon Emperor Xuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai. These 2 sovereigns of the demon race lay sprawled on the ground like lost dogs, their garments in tatters and their plight utterly disgraceful. This breathtaking spectacle left the myriad beings of the primordial realm in utter shock, their eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. The impact of this moment was nothing short of staggering. The highest monarchs of the demon race were now humbled beneath Xuan's feet. The Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, rulers of the vast and formidable demon clan in the primordial world, command an army of countless demon beings and wield unimaginable power. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, these exalted monarchs found themselves trampled beneath the feet of Xuan, an act that utterly shattered the perceptions of all living beings in the primordial realm. A profound sense of astonishment surged from the depths of their hearts, leaving them in a state of acute bewilderment. What stunned them even more was Xuan's audacious declaration to reduce the Demon Emperor Xuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai to the status of mere human livestock. The inhabitants of the primordial world felt an overwhelming numbness at such an unimaginable thought. The supreme ruler of the heavenly court, the emperor of countless demons, being denigrated to the level of a base creature was a notion too outrageous to even contemplate. Among the numerous powerful beings in the primordial realm, astonishment reigned supreme. They were left in awe by Xuan's overwhelming dominance. These formidable entities, capable of discerning the secrets of the universe, understood the unfolding events through their profound insights. They witnessed Xuan tearing through the fabric of space, leading millions of the Witch clan to ascend to the 33 heavens, sending the Demon Emperor Xuan and Eastern Emperor Tai flying with a mere slap. With a flick of his hand, he obliterated 30,000 incarnations of sacred beings and, with a single sword strike, shattered the celestial formation of the stars. Ultimately, he placed Xuan and Tai beneath his feet, boldly proclaiming his intention to reduce them to livestock. Each of these remarkable deeds was sufficient to reverberate through the heavens and the earth. All the mighty beings of the primordial realm were left in a state of shock, their minds awash with tumultuous waves, utterly captivated by Xuan's audacious actions. Chapter 102. Astonishment among all in the West Neo-Huzhou. At the 5 palaces of the celestial sovereign, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun displayed intense shock upon their faces. Zhen Yuanzi drew a sharp breath and spoke. This Xuan is truly terrifying, capable of such earth-shattering deeds. Yun also inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Indeed. I never anticipated that he would dare to storm the heavenly court of the demon race, trampling both the demon emperor Jun and the Eastern emperor Tai underfoot." Yun's astonishment knew no bounds. He could hardly believe that Xuan had achieved such a fearsome feat. It is worth noting that the demon emperor Jun and Eastern emperor Tai are undeniably formidable figures in the primordial world, commanding great power and influence. Yet now, they found themselves beneath the feet of Xuan. This act left Yun in awe, silently contemplating. "Xuan, you are indeed formidable." In the blood sea of Yomi, the grand ancestor of the underworld, seated upon his crimson throne, also exhibited a countenance filled with surprise. He raised his gaze toward the 33 heavens, clearly witnessing the disheveled state of the demon emperor Jun and Eastern emperor Tai. A wave of intense shock surged through his mind. These were the demon and Eastern emperors. Xuan had trampled them underfoot and sought to reduce them to mere beasts. The grand ancestor of the underworld was profoundly shaken, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could not help but admire Xuan even more. This was ruthlessness personified, as he aimed to degrade the demon emperor and Eastern emperor to the status of livestock, ensuring their eternal subjugation. The grand ancestor could foresee that these two supreme rulers of the demon race would be compelled to serve the human race for countless eons. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not suppress a gasp of cold air, realizing the sheer cruelty of the act. It was as if the two demon sovereigns were being treated as slaves to be wielded at will. Meanwhile, some ancient beings from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilan clans, who were deeply engrossed in meditation, were also awakened by the resonant voice of Xuan. They directed their consciousness toward the heavenly court, and upon witnessing the events, they too were struck with astonishment, their minds reeling from Xuan's astonishing actions. At the Shumi Mountain Taoist temple, Xuan and Jiayin were seated upon lotus platforms, contemplating the profound truths of Buddhism when, all of a sudden, they heard Xuan's voice. Instantly, astonishment graced their faces. Xuan swept his divine perception across the demon race south heavenly court, observing all that Xuan had accomplished, and he was left in utter disbelief. Xuan has actually stormed the heavenly court, trampling Jun and Tai underfoot. He seeks to reduce them to beasts? Xuan was taken aback. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of Xuan's actions, particularly considering the significance of the two demon emperors. If he were to turn them into livestock, it would indeed be astonishing. Jiayin also wore a look of surprise, reciting a Buddhist chant. He sighed. This Xuan is truly remarkable. He dares to undertake such earth-shattering deeds. If the two demon emperors truly become beasts, would they not be forever unable to rise again? Xuan lamented, "Brother, Xuan's audacity is indeed extraordinary. He dares to commit such acts." Xuan was filled with profound sighs, contemplating that Xuan had perhaps attained the sacred path to enlightenment. Otherwise, how could he dare to perform such astonishing feats publicly? After a moment of calculation, Xuan envisioned Xuan effortlessly annihilating 30,000 manifestations of saintly consciousness, a display of extraordinary power that left him in awe. The overwhelming pressure that swept across the primordial world might very well have emanated from Xuan. Xuan mused in silence. The thought of Xuan's newfound might only deepen Xuan's astonishment. Indeed, Xuan was a prodigious genius. In such a brief span of time, he had ascended to the rank of a saint while bearing the form of a human. Truly remarkable. He could be deemed the most exceptional talent in the annals of the primordial era. On Jinao Island, within the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian, upon hearing Xuan's voice, was equally struck with intense astonishment. His gaze turned toward the 33 heavens, his expression betraying his surprise. Was Xuan truly so formidable? To have subdued both Jun and Tai, reducing them to mere beasts. Tong Tian was engulfed in disbelief. Jun and Tai were the sovereigns of the demon race, powerful entities ruling over the primordial celestial court. He had never anticipated that Xuan would seek to demote these two to such a lowly status. Yet, Tong Tian harbored a certain admiration for Xuan. The demon race had once engaged in widespread slaughter of humanity, bearing a deep-seated enmity with the human race. Should Xuan demote Jun and Tai to the status of human livestock, it would serve as a fitting retribution for their past transgressions. Xuan's quest for vengeance resonated with Tong Tian, who understood the demon race's brutality. For nearly 10,000 years, they had mercilessly slaughtered myriad beings of the primordial realm, leaving a trail of bloodshed and despair. To be relegated to the status of beasts was indeed a well-deserved fate. In his heart, Tong Tian silently applauded Xuan's actions. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Upon hearing Yi Xian's pronouncement, both Di Jun and Tai Yi were engulfed in terror. They were gripped by fear at the prospect of being reduced to mere livestock of the human race, a notion utterly intolerable to the proud demon sovereigns. Di Jun's face twisted in shock and rage, his expression marked by dread as he bellowed, "Yi Xian, how dare you? We are the emperors of the demon race. This act is an affront to the heavens. Do you not fear divine retribution?" Tai Yi, equally incensed, exclaimed, "Yi Xian, we have the protection of 3 saints. Should you dare to act recklessly, they will surely obliterate you." Yi Xian regarded the terror etched upon Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Divine retribution? How amusing. You two have rampantly slaughtered countless beings in the primordial realm, annihilating millions of humans to forge a weapon of massacre against the witch race. The debts you owe humanity are colossal. I demote you to beasts as an act of divine justice, ridding the world of your menace. What need is there for divine retribution? Yi Xian's words resonated with conviction, exuding an aura of righteous indignation. Di Jun's complexion paled instantly. His lips quivered as he struggled to formulate a retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. For Yi Xian spoke nothing but the truth. Then, Yi Xian turned his cold gaze toward Tai Yi, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he said, "And you? What 3 saints bestow their protection? Merely 3 insignificant saints. You may certainly summon those 3 trifling saints and see if they can offer you salvation." As he spoke, Yi Xian flicked his sleeves, the sound of his white garments rustling echoed, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, engulfing the entire primeval land. Countless beings felt the formidable dominance woven into Yi Xian's tone. In an instant, every creature was profoundly astonished. This Yi Xian truly exuded unparalleled bravado, daring to belittle the saints by referring to them as trifling beings. Such a blatant insult was unprecedented. For countless eons, no one had ever dared to utter a word of disrespect towards the saints in public, let alone speak ill of them. Yet today, before the myriad beings of the primeval world, Yi Xian audaciously labeled Nuwa, Taching, and Yuqing as mere trifling saints, leaving the countless creatures of the primordial realm utterly astounded, marveling at Yi Xian's audacity and his utter disregard for the 3 revered saints. Chapter 103. Provocation of the 3 saints. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Dong Huang Tai Yi's face was painted with an expression of utter astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that Yi Xian would speak with such audacity, dismissing the 3 saints as mere trifles. "Yi Xian, you, how dare you show such contempt for the saints?" Dong Huang Tai Yi's finger trembled slightly as he prepared to respond. However, Yi Xian did not afford him the opportunity. With a subtle exertion of force from his feet, a tremendous wave of the power of law cascaded downwards. Bang! In the astonished gaze of billions of sentient beings, Dong Huang Tai Yi's head was crushed beneath Yi Xian's foot. The large head of the monarch exploded in the void, showering the surroundings with the blood of countless golden crows, the rich scent of blood permeating the entirety of the primordial chaos. Shock! Billions of beings were left utterly dumbfounded. Heaven above, Dong Huang Tai Yi's head was indeed crushed by Yi Xian. In full view of the crowd, this sovereign who commanded countless demon clans had his head burst like a rotten watermelon. The scene was profoundly impactful, leaving the primordial beings in a state of stunned disbelief. They were thoroughly astonished by Yi Xian's ruthlessness, his foot obliterating the head of the demon clan's monarch into a pulpy mess. Yet, Yi Xian paid no heed to the bewildered multitude of primordial beings. With a mere gesture, he extracted Dong Huang Tai Yi's primordial spirit from the shattered remains of his body. Yi Xian's hand was shaped like a claw, directly seizing Dong Huang Tai Yi by the neck, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he gazed upon the panicked visage of Dong Huang Tai Yi's spirit. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi was engulfed by an overwhelming terror. His heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his throat at any moment, his face paling to a ghastly white, overwhelmed by dread. How terrifying! This Yi Xian was indeed a devil risen from the depths of hell. Even Dong Huang Tai Yi's formidable resolve was utterly shaken by Yi Xian's presence. With a chilling smile, Yi Xian spoke. "You may now call upon those 3 saints for aid. I shall grant you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and we shall see if they can come to your rescue. It would surely be quite the spectacle to witness you denigrate Di Jun and Tai Yi as mere livestock before the 3 saints." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Dong Huang Tai Yi trembled uncontrollably, too fearful to utter a single word. He could hardly believe that Yi Xian would dare to provoke the 3 great saints so brazenly. At that moment, a glimmer of cold, lethal intent flickered in Yi Xian's eyes, an aura of bone-chilling dread enveloping Dong Huang Tai Yi entirely. Feeling a jolt of fear, Dong Huang Tai gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he had, and let out a desperate scream towards the primordial earth. Mother Nuwa, Saint of Taiching, Saint of Yuqing, save me. This cry was the culmination of Dong Huang Tai Yi's desperate power, infused with boundless terror and panic, unmistakably revealing that he was thoroughly terrified. After Dong Huang Tai Yi uttered those words, Yi Xian responded with a cold smile and said, "Come at me. It will provide an opportunity for the three of you to witness how I degrade the two of you to the status of beasts." Boom. Although Yi Xian's voice was not loud and his tone remained calm, the moment he spoke, it resonated like thunder, the sound waves rippling outward, reverberating throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, sweeping through every corner of existence. Almost every being heard Yi Xian's domineering proclamation. At that moment, countless beings in the primordial realm gasped in astonishment, their scalps tingling with shock. They could never have anticipated that Yi Xian would dare to challenge the three great saints single-handedly, to demean two sovereigns of the demon race before the very eyes of the saints. It was common knowledge that the three saints supported the demon race in their pursuit of Yi Xian. They were the backing for the demon emperor and Dong Huan. Now, Yi Xian aimed to publicly humiliate the faces of the saints by reducing Di Jun and Dong Huang to the status of beasts. Such audacity had never been witnessed since the dawn of the primordial world, leaving all its inhabitants in a state of stunned disbelief. The sheer ferocity of his actions was astounding. It was likely that the three saints, upon learning of this, would be consumed with rage. Meanwhile, at Shoyang Mountain, in the Eight Sceneries Palace, the three saints had gathered to deliberate on the matter concerning Yi Xian. These saints were Nuwa, Taishang Laojun, and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Upon sensing the overwhelming wave of law that swept across the primordial land, which they suspected to originate from Yi Xian, Nuwa and Yuan Shi convened at Shoyang Mountain to discuss countermeasures with Taishang Laojun. Nuwa's face bore a shadow of gloom. A millennium ago, her physical form had been obliterated by Yi Xian, and she had only just managed to reconstruct a new saintly body. However, this new form was markedly weaker than her previous saintly incarnation, resulting in her cultivation realm plummeting by a level. Nuwa longed to rend Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces, to grind his flesh into dust in a boiling pot, as a means to alleviate the deep-seated hatred in her heart. Yuan Shi Tianzun was similarly filled with animosity towards Yi Xian, the humiliations of a millennium ago still vivid in his memory, the deaths of his 12 direct disciples, and the plundering of his sacred grounds. He too yearned to dismember Yi Xian to assuage his vengeful spirit. Among the three, Taishang Laojun possessed the highest realm of cultivation and was typically regarded with respect. Nuwa turned to Taishang Laojun and said, "Elder brother, this Yi Xian may have already attained the path of a saint. How shall we eradicate him?" Taishang Laojun's expression darkened as he replied, "Sister, Yi Xian is merely a lowly human, incapable of achieving sainthood. He must be relying on external forces to wield saintly power, just as he did a millennium ago. Such external forces are undoubtedly time-limited. We need only to wait until that limit passes, and we can easily slay Yi Xian. Moreover, if he had truly become a saint, why has there been no notification from the heavenly Tao? Clearly, he has not attained sainthood." Taishang Laojun spoke with unwavering conviction, evidently skeptical of Yi Xian's alleged ascendance to sainthood. As for Yi Xian's ascension to the status of a great sage, this was far beyond the contemplation of figures such as the Supreme Laojun and Enraged. A great sage? Even their master, Hongjun Daozu, could not achieve such a feat. Yi Xian was merely a mortal of the human race. Despite his extraordinary talents, he could not attain the path of a great sage. Even as descendants of Pangu, endowed with the merit of creation and possessing formidable gifts, they had not ascended to the rank of a great sage. Thus, they could not possibly consider Yi Xian as having achieved such a status. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Laojun, both Nuwa and Yuan Shi Tianzun found them to be quite reasonable. A murderous intent surged forth on Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance as he coldly snorted, declaring, "So he relies on external forces. Should he dare to appear, I shall personally ensure his demise." Just then, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly felt a sharp pain emanating from his primordial spirit, akin to being bitten fiercely by an ant. His expression shifted dramatically, and his aura surged violently. The Supreme Laojun and Enraged noticed Yuan Shi Tianzun's abnormality, their faces reflecting confusion. "Junior brother, what has happened to you?" inquired the Supreme Laojun. "Senior brother, my spiritual avatar has just been obliterated." Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned ashen, his fists clenched with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. These spiritual avatars were manifestations he had meticulously crafted from pure spiritual energy. Each avatar represented a portion of his spiritual power. The annihilation of even one avatar was tantamount to a diminishment of his spiritual essence, adversely affecting the potency of his sage consciousness. Chapter 104. All annihilated? Nuwa's expression tightened as she inquired, who dares to strike against the divine consciousness of second senior brother? Could it be Xuan? Upon hearing this, Laozi's face also manifested a flicker of murderous intent, his gaze turning toward Yuan Shitianzun. Yuan Shitianzun promptly performed a calculation, only to find the heavenly secrets shrouded in a thick mist, eluding his comprehension. He coldly remarked, "It is unclear for the moment, but it is highly likely that Yi Xian is responsible. Who else in the vast wilderness would possess the audacity to touch my divine consciousness?" His voice was frigid, imbued with a surge of killing intent, longing to eradicate Yi Xian without delay. However, just then, a sudden and intense pain struck him, causing his scalp to tingle. It felt as though his primordial spirit was being devoured by a myriad of ants, prompting him to leap from the ground. After a brief moment of assessment, his countenance changed dramatically, veins bulging across his face, as an overwhelming fury erupted from the depths of his being. "Damn it! My 10,000 divine consciousness avatars have all been incinerated," Yuan Shitianzun roared, his voice resonating with intense wrath, igniting the clouds above Shouyang Mountain into a crimson hue, as countless spiritual energies surged and boiled like water in a cauldron. At that moment, Yuan Shitianzun was beside himself with rage, never having anticipated that all his 10,000 divine consciousness avatars would be reduced to ashes by a single ferocious fire. Each of these avatars encapsulated a portion of his divine will, and their destruction equated to a significant loss of his essence. The negative impact on Yuan Shitianzun's sacred consciousness diminished his cultivation level, inciting his fury further. He roared within the Eight Scenes Palace like a chaotic dragon, causing the barriers of the void spanning millions of miles to shatter under the cascading wrath of the saints, resembling shattered glass and porcelain. Countless beings were left trembling in fear, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by terror, lest they incur the wrath of the furious saint. Witnessing Yuan Shitianzun's rage, Nuwa and Laozi shared an expression of profound indignation. In that instant, they surmised that it must surely be the work of Yi Xian. Only he possessed the strength and audacity to undertake such a brazen act. Both Nuwa and Laozi were taken aback by Yi Xian's ruthless actions. Annihilating 10,000 of Yuan Shi's divine consciousness avatars, each a fully realized sage, was indeed astonishing. Laozi, his face ablaze with fury, declared, "Yi Xian is truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. How dare he commit such an act against the heavens?" Yuan Shitianzun, his face a mask of fury, vowed, "I shall rend Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces and burn him in the 9 ghost fire for eons, ensuring that his primordial spirit eternally suffers the torment of the blazing flames." At this juncture, Yuan Shitianzun was nearly driven to madness. His primordial spirit enveloped in a fiery red rage, his skin taking on a crimson hue. Observing this, Nuwa hastily offered comfort, "Second senior brother, there is no need for haste. Yi Xian cannot escape. Since he has taken action against your spiritual avatar, it indicates his presence in the primordial chaos. We can collaborate to deduce the heavenly mysteries. Surely we will uncover this individual's whereabouts." Just as Nuwa was comforting the primordial supreme being, her voice suddenly ceased. A striking transformation overtook her pristine visage, her complexion darkening to an ashen hue, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Both the primordial supreme being and the grand supreme elder were momentarily taken aback by this scene. The primordial supreme being seemed to infer something and immediately inquired, "Junior sister, has your spiritual avatar encountered an unexpected misfortune?" Nuwa's face paled, her lips pressed tightly together. At that moment, she sensed a portion of her spiritual essence swiftly dissipating. Countless pure energies scattering into the void, irretrievable. Simultaneously, a searing flame began to envelop her consciousness, igniting a sensation of scorching pain within her soul. Nuwa's entire being flushed with a faint crimson hue, her phoenix eyes radiating a tempest of fury. "My 10,000 spiritual avatars have been annihilated." Her voice trembled with rage, her countenance a tapestry of shock and indignation, an inferno of wrath coalescing into oppressive black clouds that darkened the heavens for countless miles, shrouding the endless void. Nuwa was genuinely on the brink of exploding with anger. Her physical form had previously been shattered by Yi Xian, leaving her cultivation power severely diminished. Little did she expect that today, Yi Xian would obliterate another 10,000 of her saintly spiritual avatars. Now, even her spiritual power had waned, as if disaster had befallen her during a relentless storm. Upon hearing Nuwa's lament, The primordial supreme being's eyes reddened. He was astonished that his junior sister's 10,000 saintly spiritual avatars had also been eradicated by Xuan. Xuan, how dare you? The flames of fury surged within the primordial supreme being, yearning to flay Xuan alive to quell his resentment. The Grand Supreme Elder, witnessing the plight of his two disciples, felt an equal measure of wrath. He recalled his own 10,000 saintly spiritual avatars, whose powers far surpassed those of Nuwa and the primordial supreme being. He mused that if Xuan were to confront his spiritual avatars, he would surely suffer a dire fate. With a flick of his tiny whisk, he declared, Xuan is indeed excessively arrogant. Should my spiritual avatars capture him, I shall make him experience the agony of spiritual obliteration. Just as the Grand Supreme Elder spoke, his countenance abruptly shifted. His previously serene expression now suffused with alarm and fury. What? My saintly spiritual avatars have also been destroyed. The Grand Supreme Elder's eyelids twitched violently at that moment. He felt threads of consciousness severing their connection, vanishing entirely within the primordial chaos. In an instant, all 10,000 of his spiritual avatars were reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. The visage of the Supreme Old Lord transformed into one resembling dark iron, rendering him exceedingly unappealing, while his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, imbued with the sacred wrath that burns all. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Old Lord, Xuan, Tianzuan, and Nuwa understood that even their elder brother had fallen victim. Consequently, the 30,000 divine thought avatars dispatched by the trio had all been annihilated by Xuan. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the intense fury etched upon the other's countenance. Although Xuan had obliterated their divine thought avatars, they found themselves unable to ascertain his whereabouts, igniting an explosive rage within them, as if the flames of indignation within their chests threatened to incinerate the entire primordial firmament. At that moment, the resounding voice of Xuan reverberated throughout the 8 Scenery Palace. Today, I shall demote the Demon Emperor Dejuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai to the status of mere beasts, destined to serve the human race for eternity, never to attain rebirth. The Supreme Old Lord, Nuwa, and Xuan Tianzuan all heard Xuan's declaration regarding the demotion of Dejuan and Tai to the status of beasts. Chapter 105. Journey to Golden Island. In an instant, the faces of the 3 individuals were etched with profound astonishment. At that moment, the celestial secrets of the heavenly court were laid bare, allowing them to witness all that transpired in the 33 heavens. Subsequently, they heard the panicked cries for help from the Eastern Emperor Tai. Simultaneously, the gazes of countless beings from the primordial world converged upon them, eager to observe the reactions of the 3 saints to Xuan's provocation. Upon hearing that voice, the expression of the primordial lord was marred by bulging veins. His eyes widened in fury as he grit his teeth, exclaiming, Xuan dares to be atop the heavenly court. The Supreme Old Lord was equally astonished by Xuan's audacity. Under the watchful eyes of myriad beings, he had dared to trample upon Emperor Juntai, even crushing the head of Eastern Emperor Tai. Witnessing the scene in the heavenly court, Nuwa trembled with rage. As a saint of the demon race, her fate was intertwined with that of her kin. The humiliation faced by the Demon Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai would undoubtedly affect her own fortune. Xuan, how dare you? Nuwa clenched her silver teeth, the sound echoing with fury. Eldest brother, we must ascend to the heavenly court and annihilate Xuan. The flames of wrath ignited within the primordial lord. He could hardly contain himself and longed to personally extinguish Xuan's existence. Nuwa's heart brimmed with indignation, wishing to shatter Xuan and wash away the prior humiliation. Their gazes turned toward the Supreme Old Lord, filled with an impatient yearning. Observing the tumult in the heavenly court, the Supreme Old Lord was also engulfed in fury, wishing to obliterate Xuan's head to relieve his pent-up rage. However, at that moment, a realization struck him. He cast a cold, murderous glance at Xuan and then turned to Nuwa and the Primordial Lord, saying, My dear junior siblings, do not be hasty. Xuan possesses a treasure that conceals him from the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. Should he wish to flee, we may find it impossible to eradicate him. In order to utterly obliterate him, we could summon our junior brother Tontian to deploy the immortal slaying array. This would surely leave Xuan with no avenue of escape. The Supreme Old Lord's scheme was meticulous. The immortal slaying sword array was the most lethal formation of the heavenly Tao. Once activated, it could confine the heavens, impervious to all but the 4 saints. Even with Xuan's treasure, escape would be impossible, leaving him at the mercy of the Supreme Old Lord and his companions. The Primordial Lord and Nuwa found the Supreme Old Lord's considerations prudent. Xuan had evaded capture each time, due to his ability to obscure himself from the heavenly secrets. It was imperative to set up an array to prevent his escape. The Primordial Lord lifted his gaze to Xuan in the heavenly court, silently vowing to allow him to bask in his arrogance for a moment longer. Soon, Xuan would be a turtle in a jar, at their mercy. With that thought, the Primordial Lord promptly addressed the Supreme Old Lord, eldest brother, let us hasten to Golden Island and have our junior brother Tantian take action. The Supreme Old Lord nodded slightly, replying, very well. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash. Nuwa and the Primordial Lord vanished in an instant. The following moment, on Golden Ao Island, the resplendent hues of boundless dawn emerged, with purple energy flowing from the east for millions of miles. The figures of the three saints materialized above Golden Ao Island, their divine presence radiating magnificently, enveloping the entire isle. At this juncture, on Golden Ao Island, over 10,000 celestial beings were engrossed in the spectacle of Xuan trampling upon Dethroning and Tai, thoroughly captivated by the unfolding drama. They engaged in animated discussions, completely oblivious to the arrival of the three saints. Fairy Bixiao spoke, in my view, Xuan is truly a great hero of the human race. By stepping upon Dethroning and Tai, he has avenged our kin and turned the tide for humanity. I hold him in high esteem. Fairy Yunxiao nodded in agreement, saying, you are correct, sister. Xuan possesses both courage and wisdom, distinguishing between right and wrong. He is indeed a true man. His trampling of Dethroning and Tai is merely a consequence of their own misdeeds, as they have committed heinous acts against our race. Fairy Xiongxiao displayed a hint of admiration, declaring, what I respect most about Xuan is his audacity to challenge even the three saints, exuding an air of fearlessness that is truly refreshing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming remarked, what my three junior sisters say is entirely accurate. Xuan's actions resonate well with the principles of our. Should fate allow, I would certainly invite him to be our guest. The other disciples have echoed their sentiments, expressing their admiration for Xuan. They wholeheartedly endorsed his actions, even venerating his audacity to provoke the authority of the three saints. In the skies above Golden Ao Island, Nuwa, the Primordial Lord, and Laozi heard the discussions among the disciples, their expressions darkening. A gaggle of lowly beings, lacking in refinement. It seems my decision to expel them from Kunlun Mountain was indeed wise. These wretches would only taint its spiritual essence. The Primordial Lord scoffed, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. He had always held the in contempt, had it not been for the need to have Tantian set up the celestial array. He would not have deigned to visit Golden Ao Island. Laozi and Nuwa remained silent upon hearing the Primordial Lord's remarks, yet they too found themselves disapproving of the disciples. Boom. In the next moment, the Primordial Lord unleashed a colossal divine might, a terrifying force that shook Golden Ao Island, causing the entire isle to tremble slightly. All the disciples were taken aback, raising their heads to behold the three saints, whose expressions were dark as thunder. From his elevated position, the Primordial Lord looked down upon the disciples, speaking in a tone laced with haughty indifference. Quickly inform your master that his two senior brothers have arrived. Let him come forth to welcome us. As he spoke, the Primordial Lord emitted waves of overwhelming pressure, rendering the disciples pale and breathless beneath its weight. The disciples were filled with dread, sensing that this oppressive force threatened to crush them utterly. At this moment, a sweeping azure sword light suddenly emanated from within the Bio Palace. In an instant, the terrifying pressure was entirely dispelled, vanquished without a trace. A young man clad in a cerulean robe emerged from the palace, his eyes filled with palpable fury as he cast a glance at the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and spoke. Second brother, what is the meaning of oppressing my disciples within my own sanctum? At this juncture, the celestial master of Tantian felt a rising discontent. This was Jinao Island, his sacred domain. It was one thing for the Primordial Heavenly Venerable to expel his disciples from Kunlun Mountain, but to brazenly unleash his oppressive aura here was a blatant disregard for his authority. Chapter 106. The Rift Among the Three Pure Ones. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Tangtian, Yuan Shitianzun reigned in his imposing aura, adopting an arrogant demeanor devoid of any hint of apology. Yet, he was acutely aware that his purpose today was to collaborate with the Tangtian in confronting Xuan. Thus, he proclaimed, Third disciple, your disciples have shown disrespect towards the saints. Allow me to discipline them, so they may comprehend the distinction between reverence and rank. Tangtian inwardly scoffed, recognizing Yuan Shi's blatant hypocrisy in leveraging his superiority to belittle others, all while feigning nobility. As Tangtian prepared to express his ire, Lao Jun hastily diverted the conversation. Third disciple, we have come today with Sister Nuwa to discuss a pressing matter with you. casting a discerning glance at the three saints. Tongtian surmised the nature of their discourse. At that moment, Yixian stood atop the heavenly realm, trampling upon Dijun and Tai Yi, audaciously provoking the trio. It was evident they sought his assistance to subdue Yixian. However, Tongtian coldly mused, the notion of compelling me to act against Yixian is utterly implausible. In fact, Tongtian held the utmost admiration for Yixian's audacity, yearning for him to further ridicule the dignity of Taishang and Yuan Shi. He had reveled in Yixian's previous triumphs over Xiandu and the 12 Golden Immortals, as well as the plundering of the sanctuaries of Taishang and Yuan Shi. Yet, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances, given the stature of his two senior brothers. Thus, he inquired nonchalantly, "Oh, what matter does my esteemed elder brother wish to discuss with me?" Lao Jun spoke. "Third disciple, Yixian is an anomaly of the heavenly Tao, a malignant tumor of the Honghuang realm, deserving of extermination by all. We require your assistance in constructing the extermination sword formation in the heavenly court to ensnare Yixian, rendering him unable to escape, so that we may obliterate him entirely." The undertone of Lao Jun's words was laced with a palpable murderous intent, clearly eager to eradicate Yixian at once. After all, the gaze of countless beings from the Honghuang realm was fixed upon the heavenly court, all too aware of Yixian's provocations directed at the three saints. Failing to vanquish Yixian today would undoubtedly diminish their saintly prestige, rendering them the subject of mockery among the myriad souls of the Honghuang. Yuan Shi Tianzun was equally cognizant of this reality, almost wishing to forcibly drag Tongtian to the heavenly court to set the formation against Yixian. Upon hearing Lao Jun's proposal, Tongtian silently lamented. It was indeed a scheme to entangle him in this conflict against Yixian. For years, the true colors of these two had remained unchanged. They had never considered his interests in times of prosperity, yet in moments of adversity, they were the first to pull him into the fray. Back in the days on Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian had been ostracized by Taishang and Yuan Shi without a word of support, and now they expected him to join forces against Yixian. How absurd. With a frosty expression, Tongtian resolutely declined, "Elder brother, I regret to inform you that I have been unwell recently and am unable to partake in the formation." Upon hearing the words of Tongtian, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expressions darkened. Physical discomfort? What a flimsy excuse. Tongtian is a sage. How could a sage possibly suffer from such ailments? It was evident that Tongtian simply did not wish to take action. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's demeanor turned frigid as he directed his gaze at Tongtian, stating, "Junior brother Tongtian, Yixian has shown blatant disrespect towards the sages and the heavens, committing grievous acts that have incited the wrath of both gods and men. Why do you hesitate to act?" Taishang Laojun interjected, "What my second junior brother says is entirely correct. We hail from the same lineage and should unite to vanquish external threats. What does your reluctance to assist us signify?" Their words were sharp, revealing their displeasure at Tongtian's unwillingness to engage. The disciples of the Jie sect witnessed this scene, their hearts swelling with indignation on behalf of their master, feeling that these two uncles were being excessively oppressive. Meanwhile, Tongtian felt a surge of anger as he observed their disdainful expressions. For countless years, these two seniors had consistently suppressed him, and he had tolerated it, but now they dared to escalate their demands, attempting to coerce him into confronting Yixian. In that moment, the image of Yixian flashed in Tongtian's mind, accompanied by the recollection of Yixian's astounding feats. Yixian, unafraid of the sages, had the audacity to confront them, even daring to ascend to the 33 heavens, standing firm against 3 great sages single-handedly. Could it be that he, a descendant of Pangu and a revered sage of the Upper Clear, possessed less courage than Yixian? In that instant, inspired by Yixian's deeds, Tongtian felt a surge of fervor within him, his blood boiling with renewed vigor. Tongtian resolved to no longer endure, his countenance darkening as a formidable sage's might erupted around him, sweeping through the vast expanse of the primordial world like a cataclysmic tsunami, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. "Taishang, Yuan Shi, enough. Depart from Jinao Island at once. My Jie sect does not welcome you." Tongtian's voice was icy, issuing an unequivocal decree of expulsion. Upon hearing these words, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzuan's faces shifted in disbelief. They had never anticipated that this obedient junior brother would exhibit such fortitude, daring to command them to leave Jinao Island. "Tongtian, how dare you show such disrespect towards your seniors?" Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face flushed with anger, his eyes ablaze with fury, deeply displeased by Tongtian's actions. Taishang and Nuwa also bore expressions of displeasure. Observing their reactions, Tongtian let out a cold snort and declared, "Leave." At his command, a blade of celestial energy surged forth, forcefully expelling Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taishang Laojun, and Nuwa from Jinao Island. Subsequently, the protective formation of the island rose, sealing them out forever. Outside Jinao Island, Yuanshi Tianzuan seethed with rage, cursing Tong Tian. This is insurrection. How dare Tong Tian treat his seniors in such a manner? I shall inform our master and ensure he is punished. Taishang Laojuan's face was similarly ablaze with indignation. He too had never imagined that Tong Tian would audaciously turn against them. Moreover, it transpired before the eyes of all disciples of the and countless beings of the Honghuang realm that the three sages were met with a closed door. This incident caused Taishang Laojun to feel a profound sense of shame, his countenance darkening as if it could drip with black water. With the heavenly Tao above, it was declared that henceforth, among the three pure ones, there would be no more Tong Tian. In the name of the Taiching Saint, I hereby expel Tong Tian from the ranks of the three pure ones. Taishang Laojun spoke coldly, his voice laced with indignation. Thunderous booms resonated as the heavenly Tao lamented the oath of Taishang Laojun, and in an instant, a bolt of purple divine lightning descended upon the vast lands of Honghuang, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Subsequently, within the Sea of Fortune, the aura symbolizing the three pure ones, akin to Pangu, began to dissipate in strands. The fortune belonging to Tong Tian directly severed from the ranks of the three pure ones, causing a subtle disturbance throughout the entire Sea of Fortune. The myriad beings of Honghuang witnessed this scene, their hearts stirred with astonishment. The three pure ones had indeed severed their ties. The separation of their fortunes was an event of monumental significance, sending ripples through the entirety of Honghuang. Chapter 107. Degraded to beasts in an instant, the gazes of countless beings across the vast wilderness, along with the consciousness of all mighty entities, converged upon Golden Ao Island. The myriad beings bore witness to the fracturing of the three pure ones. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the Taishang Laojun, with his somber gaze, directed his attention towards the heavenly court of the demon race in the 33 heavens. His voice, frigid and laced with murderous intent, resonated with deliberate clarity. Sister Nuwa, junior brother Yuanshi, follow me to the 33 heavens to eradicate Yi Xian. Today, we shall obliterate Yi Xian, extinguishing both his spirit and body, reducing him to mere fragments. Boom. This declaration was imbued with unparalleled saintly power. Instantly, the sound waves surged like a cataclysmic tsunami, sweeping across the entirety of the wilderness, causing spatial barriers spanning millions of miles to rupture, while countless ancient mountains were pulverized into dust by the terrifying resonance of the saintly voice. A profound sense of dread surged within the hearts of the myriad beings, for the Taiching Saint was enraged. He intended to confront Yi Xian in the heavenly court alongside the Yuqing and Nuwa saints. Simultaneously, in the heavenly court, Yi Xian heard the resounding voice of Taishang Laojun reverberating throughout the cosmos, and a playful smile graced his lips. Come forth. Yi Xian's gaze remained tranquil as he looked towards Golden Ao Island. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the figures of Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and countless beings from the demon and shaman races turned their attention towards Golden Ao Island. Under the watchful eyes of all beings in the wilderness, the three saints, Taishang Laojun, Yuanshi Tianzun, and Nuwa, set forth. They ascended towards the 33 heavens with each step they took. Boom. With a single stride, the void shattered, and the spiritual energy surged tumultuously for millions of miles. Boundless dark clouds coalesced, and colossal bolts of lightning flickered like serpentine dragons, causing the entire expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble violently. The combined presence of the three saints unleashed an overwhelming aura, commanding respect throughout the universe and shaking the very fabric of existence. The boundless energy of laws shattered the wilderness, causing the heavenly dome to fracture inch by inch. In the next moment, the three saints arrived at the 33 heavens, enveloping the entire demon race South Heavenly Court in an unimaginable awe of saintly might. Excellent. You have finally arrived. Yi Xian stood with his right foot upon the demon Emperor Jun, gripping Dong Huang Tai with his left hand. Raising his gaze slightly towards the three imposing saints, a cold smile playing upon his lips. A hint of mockery curved Yi Xian's mouth. He then turned his gaze to Dong Huang Tai, and before the three saints, he boldly declared, Dong Huang Tai, as the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. Your heinous acts of slaughtering countless humans to forge the slaughtering shaman sword are deeply sinful and deserving of death. Today, I shall degrade Dong Huang Tai to the status of a mere beast among humans, never to rise again. so that he may atone for his sins for countless eons. As he finished speaking, Xuan waved his hand, and from the realm of humanity within the Chaos Pearl, a multitude of livestock, pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, and more, swiftly emerged, scattering throughout the void of the heavenly court. In the astonished gazes of Nuwa, Taishang Laojun, and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Xuan exerted a gentle force with his right hand, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy of law that surged towards the essence of Dong Huang Tai Yi. No, with a chilling scream of terror, Dong Huang Tai Yi's primordial spirit shattered into countless fragments, completely obliterated by the force of that law energy, transforming into a myriad of tiny shards, an astonishing total of 100,000 pieces, scattered throughout the void of the heavenly realm. With a mere wave of his hand, Xuan compelled all the remnants of Dong Huang Tai Yi's spirit into the bodies of 100,000 earthen dogs, imprisoning his essence within these creatures, merging it with their flesh and blood. The once mighty demon emperor was reduced to a legion of earthen dogs, utterly transformed into mere livestock of the human race. Shockwaves reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. Countless beings stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief and astonishment. Unbelievably, Xuan had, in the presence of 3 saints, degraded the demon race's emperor into the status of human livestock. The exalted and noble Dong Huang Tai Yi had become nothing more than a pack of human guard dogs. The magnitude of this spectacle was overwhelming, leaving the myriad beings of the wilderness in a state of profound shock, unable to fully comprehend the transformation. They could scarcely believe that a regal demon sovereign had been so ruthlessly relegated to the status of a lowly beast, serving as mere watchdogs for humanity. These dogs, each one easily summoned by any human, were often raised in the most degrading conditions. The thought that the once magnificent Dong Huang, now reduced to a dog, would have to endure such a fate, living in filth, was simply too staggering to fathom. The very idea sent tremors of disbelief through the hearts of the countless beings in the wilderness, as they grappled with the shocking image of a demon emperor reduced to such a pitiful existence. Meanwhile, powerful figures from the wilderness, such as Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and ancient lineages like the dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes, were equally taken aback upon witnessing Xuan's audacious act of denigrating Dong Huang Tai Yi to a pack of earthen dogs, the supreme ruler of all demonkind. The illustrious 3-legged golden crow had been transformed into a mere horde of guard dogs. The audacity of Xuan was truly terrifying. Before the eyes of the entire wilderness, in front of 3 saints, he had boldly reduced the emperor they supported to a mere beast. It is essential to note that these 3 saints were the very backbone of the demon race's power, with Nuwa being a direct connection to their lineage. Xuan's actions were a blatant affront to their authority, a deliberate act of humiliation for the 3 saints to endure before the multitude of beings in the wilderness. Such arrogance, it was simply unparalleled. These venerable powers, having existed since the dawn of the wilderness, had witnessed countless epochs, yet had never encountered someone as audacious as Xuan. He had defied 3 saints single-handedly, transforming their champion into livestock right before their eyes. This series of events left the mighty figures of the wilderness utterly astounded, marveling at Xuan's extraordinary prowess. Just as the myriad beings and powerful entities were grappling with this unprecedented turn of events, a further shocking incident unfolded. After degrading Dong Huang Tai Yi to the status of a dog, before the 3 saints could regain their composure, Xuan's cold gaze fixed upon the demon emperor Dijun. Then, Xuan spoke once more. Demon Emperor Dijun, as the sovereign of the demon clan, you have slaughtered countless beings in the primordial wilderness, resulting in rivers of blood and the suffering of countless lives. You have further condoned your subordinates in their merciless atrocities against millions of human souls, rendering their deaths insignificant. Today, I shall demote Dijun to a mere beast of humanity, destined to toil as a servant for eternity. As he finished speaking, Xuan stamped his foot down, and a torrent of formidable energy surged forth from his leg, striking fiercely towards the body of Demon Emperor Dijun. Terror flooded Dijun's eyes, and his face turned a ghastly pale. Under the influence of this overwhelming power, the true form of the entire demon clan manifested, transforming into a colossal 3-legged golden bird, trembling in fear beneath Xuan's foot. Chapter 108. The further demotion of Emperor Jun. The demon monarch, Emperor Jun, felt an overwhelming dread of death enveloping him. His heart was filled with terror. The thought of his complete annihilation and being transformed by Xuan into a mere beast of the human race sent shivers throughout his being. The very notion that he, a sovereign of the demon clan, could be reduced to the most despicable creature among humans filled him with profound horror. Trembling violently, a deep sense of fear surged within him. In a state of desperation, Emperor Xuan hastily turned his gaze towards the three sages, exclaiming, "Sages, save me." With all his might, Emperor Xuan cried out for help, his voice laced with panic. At that moment, Nuwa, Laozi, and Yuan Shirtianzun finally emerged from their shock. A torrent of wrath surged within them, and each visage transformed drastically. Laozi, consumed by rage, felt the veins on his neck bulging. He could hardly fathom that the audacious Yi Xian had the gall to transform Dong Huang Tai into a mere mutt before their very eyes. And now he sought to demote Emperor Xuan to the status of livestock. Intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. This act of Yi Xian was a blatant mockery of their dignity. A direct provocation. It was a complete affront to their authority. Yuan Shirtianzun trembled with fury, feeling utterly humiliated before the myriad beings of the primordial world. The insolence of Yi Xian was unbearable. How could he commit such an affront in his presence? Yuan Shirtianzun roared in indignation, "Yi Xian, cease this at once." Simultaneously, Laozi bellowed, "Yi Xian, how dare you act with such impunity?" At that moment, Nuwa was equally incensed. As a sage of the demon clan, her fate was intricately linked with Dong Huang and Emperor Xuan. When Dong Huang was demoted to a beast by Yi Xian, her own sage's fortune diminished, and her powers waned. The fury within Nuwa was so intense that she wished to crush Yi Xian and transform him into a sow, subjecting him to endless torment. As she witnessed Yi Xian preparing to strike Emperor Xuan, her face flushed with rage, and she shouted, "Yi Xian, do not harm him." While speaking, Nuwa brandished her red embroidered ball, ready to intervene. However, before she, Laozi, or Yuan Shi could act, they witnessed. Boom! Yi Xian's right foot descended upon Emperor Xuan's form. In that instant, amidst the astonished gazes of countless beings in the primordial realm, Emperor Xuan's body erupted. The colossal figure of the golden crow shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the 33 heavens. Streams of his blood painted the vast expanse of the primordial land crimson, resembling a torrential rain of blood. With that single step, Yi Xian exerted 30% of his strength, obliterating not only Emperor Xuan's physical form, but also shattering his primordial spirit into innumerable fragments, resembling stars scattered across the sky, twinkling with a radiant glow. Afterward, with a swift motion of his sleeve, Yi Xian gathered all the fragments of the primordial spirit. His eyes fell upon the countless pigs, cattle, and sheep suspended in the void. Extending his palm, he infused all of Emperor Xuan's primordial spirit shards into these animals, causing them to merge completely and transform into 1 million yellow cattle, 1 million local pigs, and 1 million goats. The remnants of Emperor Xuan's consciousness lingered within, and the faces of these yellow cattle, local pigs, and goats displayed expressions of struggle and indignation. They desperately attempted to vocalize, yet could only emit the lowing of cattle, the grunting of pigs, and the bleating of goats. The simultaneous cacophony of 3 million animals, accompanied by the barking of Dong Huang Tai, created a chaotic symphony reminiscent of a livestock concert. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the myriad beings of the primordial era were left utterly dumbfounded. Each creature was profoundly shaken, their minds overwhelmed by the deafening sounds, rendering them nearly incapable of response. The sheer magnitude of the scene was astounding, nearly shattering their perceptions. The once mighty Emperor Xuan had been transformed by Yi Xian into lowly pigs, cattle, and goats. This exalted sovereign of the demon race had descended to such a fate, sending tremors through the hearts of countless beings in the primordial era. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would act with such ferocity, crushing Emperor Xuan's physical form and primordial spirit, relegating his essence to the status of these base creatures. Even the formidable beings within the primordial era were left aghast by Yi Xian's audacity. Before the three saints, in direct defiance of their explicit commands, he had audaciously obliterated Emperor Xuan, publicly transforming him into swine, cattle, and goats. This was an unprecedented affront to the dignity of the three saints. The humiliation was starkly pronounced. Had they not ordered Emperor Xuan to pursue Yi Xian? Yet here, before their very eyes, Yi Xian had shattered Emperor Xuan's corporeal form. Had they not forbidden Yi Xian from slaying Emperor Xuan? He had brazenly crushed Emperor Xuan's primordial spirit, reducing him to wretched livestock. This was a blatant, glaring mockery of the three saints, leaving them utterly humiliated. In that moment, the powerful beings of the primordial era gasped in astonishment, their admiration for Yi Xian soaring. He had boldly provoked the three saints in front of the multitude, an act that would be remembered as the first of its kind since the dawn of creation. He had pioneered a path of defiance, marking himself as the most extraordinary prodigy of the primordial era. The emotions within the powerful beings surged like tumultuous waves, their sentiments roiling and restless. Meanwhile, the three saints, Nuwa, Taishang Laojun, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, were seething with rage. They felt an intense fire igniting within their chests, an overwhelming fury that flushed their faces a deep crimson. Nuwa was consumed by fury, infuriated by that wretched Yi Xian, who had the audacity to demean the demon emperor, reducing him to the status of a lowly beast akin to swine or sheep. As a saint of the demon race, she felt an unbearable sense of failure for her inability to intervene, forced to witness the degradation of the demon emperor into something so base. Her gaze turned towards the sea of fortune that represented her kind, and there she beheld the golden dragon emblematic of the demon race, now languishing like a lifeless dog, sprawled upon the pillar of destiny, barely clinging to existence as though it might perish at any moment. Consequently, Nuwa's own saintly fortune was significantly diminished, causing her magical power to plummet another tier, a reality that she found utterly intolerable. Chapter 109. Provocation. She clenched her silver teeth, her pristine visage suffused with an incandescent fury, as if her very chest were about to burst from the intensity of her wrath. Meanwhile, the primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes glowed crimson, fixated on Yi Xian, his countenance twisted with palpable discontent, veins bulging prominently along his neck. The primordial heavenly sovereign was seething. This wretched Yi Xian had dared to publicly trample upon Dijun even amidst his thunderous admonitions. Before his very eyes, Yi Xian had reduced Dijun to the status of a contemptible beast, subjecting him to ridicule in front of countless beings of the Hongwang realm. The primordial heavenly sovereign, with an inherently proud disposition, held great reverence for his status as a sage. He could not abide the humiliation that had befallen him. Acutely aware of the accusatory gazes from myriad beings, an overwhelming surge of indignation erupted within his mind. Yi Xian, you shall surely perish. With a furious roar, the primordial heavenly sovereign's voice crackled with explosive rage. He longed to denigrate Yi Xian to the level of a foul insect from the underworld, condemning him to eternally languish in the sordid depths of hell, forever enduring the stench of the netherworld to assuage his own ire. The supreme old lord, equally incensed, felt a pang of fury in his heart. This detestable Yi Xian was truly infuriating, audaciously reducing Dijun to the status of a mere beast in their presence, causing him to lose face before the vast multitude of beings. As a dignified sage of Ta Ching, he had never before endured such disgrace in countless eons. Thunderous roars resounded as the three sages united in their wrath, their collective might immeasurable. From the heavens above, colossal crimson lightning bolts, akin to dragons, cleaved through the firmament, unleashing a maelstrom of dark clouds that churned and roiled, shrouding the entire Hongwang realm in gloom. The land was engulfed in a palpable darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, as waves of spiritual energy surged tumultuously, akin to a violent tsunami wreaking havoc across the expanse of the world. Countless beings of Hongwang gasped in astonishment. The sages were furious, and not just one, but three heavenly sages. The very ground trembled slightly beneath their ire, as the anger of the sages swept across every corner of the land. Every creature looked up towards the 33 heavens, their gazes fixated upon Yi Xian, awestruck. This Yi Xian was undeniably extraordinary, provoking the wrath of three sages. His audacity was nothing short of defiant. Ordinary powerful beings would quail in fear at the anger of even a single sage, trembling with trepidation at the thought of incurring their wrath. Yet Yi Xian, he had dared to challenge the sages directly, inciting their furious thunder. Such a bold individual, truly formidable. In this moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign and the supreme old lord exchanged a glance, each stepping forward to encircle Yi Xian, sealing off his escape. Then, with fury blazing in his eyes, the supreme old lord glared at Yi Xian and coldly declared, Yi Xian, Dijun and Tai Yi are the sovereigns of the heavenly court. How dare you commit such an act of cosmic outrage? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today, only by obliterating your very essence can your sins be purged. The primordial supreme being emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light, the dense malice extending for countless miles, sweeping towards Yi Xian like ice-cold water. Yi Xian, you wicked and irredeemable scoundrel, dare to publicly provoke the dignity of the saints. I shall cast you into the fires of hell for myriad eons, allowing you to perish in endless agony. The supreme being's words dripped with lethal intent, an unmistakable fury radiating from his speech, making it clear that he was resolute in his desire to eradicate Xuan. Standing nearby, Nuwa remained silent, yet her cold, piercing gaze harbored a venomous glimmer, fixated intently upon Xuan. The myriad beings of the primordial world could easily discern the boundless wrath simmering within her. She undoubtedly yearned to slay Xuan herself. After all, among all the saints, Nuwa bore the deepest grudge against him. Xuan had led countless members of the human race to shatter her palace and publicly humiliate her by whipping her sacred form, even obliterating her physical body. This was a profound humiliation for Nuwa, a saint who could not tolerate such indignities. The myriad beings of the primordial realm watched in anticipation. At this moment, the saints of Taiching and Yuqing stood at opposing positions, blocking Xuan's escape route. How would he respond to the onslaught of these two heavenly Tao saints? As the curious gazes of the primordial beings lingered, they beheld Xuan facing the two saints' reprimands with a mere dismissive glance, seemingly indifferent to their presence. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent divine chariot materialized beneath him, calmly seated upon the luxurious throne of the 9 dragons' incense chariot. He spoke with an air of nonchalance. "You two old geezers chatter excessively. If you wish to fight, let us engage without further ado. I summoned all 3 of you here today to impart a lesson, to make you understand that I, Xuan, am not someone who can be easily slain. Do you comprehend?" His words, delivered in a remarkably tranquil and indifferent tone, reverberated through the realm, leaving the entire primordial multitude in a state of stunned silence. Each being was taken aback, for he had uttered the most audacious proclamation in the annals of the primordial world with the utmost calmness. He had the audacity to refer to the Taiching and Yuqing saints as 2 old geezers, criticized their excessive prattle, and boldly declared that he had summoned them to teach the 3 saints a lesson. Such insolence was beyond imagination. The myriad beings of the primordial realm could not help but gasp, their hearts filled with overwhelming shock. Throughout the billions of years since the birth of the primordial world, who had ever dared to speak so disrespectfully to a saint? Since the advent of the age of saints, no one had the courage to utter even a hint of criticism against them, for the saints possessed an omnipresent consciousness, aware of all past and future events. They did not even dare harbor a trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts towards the saints. To openly belittle a saint was an unfathomable act for the beings of the primordial realm. Yet today, Xuan dared to act boldly, openly berating the 2 exalted saints of the heavenly Tao before all beings of the primordial world, utterly disregarding their esteemed presence. Xuan's audacity undeniably marked him as the foremost figure in the primordial realm. Countless beings were left utterly astounded, rendered speechless by his brazen proclamation, which echoed with unparalleled arrogance. Upon hearing Xuan's words, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun were equally taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. They had never anticipated that Xuan, surrounded by their formidable presence, would still have the gall to insult them as old geezers and audaciously threaten to teach them a lesson. This scene was entirely beyond their expectations. In their minds, they had presumed that even the most arrogant of individuals would exhibit some trepidation when faced with their combined might, perhaps exercising a measure of caution in their speech. However, the reality was starkly contrary to the expectations of Yuan Shitianzun and Taishang Laojun. They could scarcely fathom that Xuan would utter such blasphemous words at this juncture, thus inciting their formidable wrath. Indeed, Xuan's audacity reached unprecedented heights, seemingly oblivious to the peril he faced. After a moment of shock, the 2 sages finally regained their composure, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming surge of righteous fury, their faces flushed with indignation, brimming with rage. Chapter 110. The face-slapping sage. That wretched Xuan truly seeks his own demise. How dare he brazenly insult the entirety of the beings in the primordial world before their very eyes? They are sages, the supreme entities within the realm. Yet this mere human insect dares to belittle them so audaciously. Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun felt a humiliation unlike any they had ever encountered. Yuan Shitianzun's wrath surged, his eyes ablaze with a fierce glare, an overwhelming intent to kill radiating from him. "Very well, Xuan, you dare to utter such arrogant words, to insult the sages with such contempt." Yuan Shitianzun pointed a trembling finger at Xuan, his fury palpable. When his gaze fell upon the steed beneath Xuan, his rage intensified. It was his most cherished mount, the 9 dragons sandalwood chariot, now brazenly ridden by Xuan. This was nothing short of a public humiliation for Yuan Shitianzun. "Xuan, I shall torment you 1,000 times over. As an example," Yuan Shitianzun roared, vowing that only by slaying Xuan could he quell the indignation ignited by the young man's insolence. With a wave of his hand, a jade scepter, radiating myriad hues of light, materialized in his palm. This artifact, known as the Three Treasures Jade Rui, was one of Yuanshi Tianzuan's treasured possessions. Once thrown, it could transform into a colossal Rui divine staff, capable of shattering the void and reversing the cosmos. As Yuanshi Tianzuan brandished the Three Treasures Jade Rui, a formidable aura of sage power enveloped the entire primordial world, a heavy sense of murderous intent saturating the 33 heavens. The Jade Pure Sage was prepared to engage in battle. At that moment, countless beings across the primordial world widened their eyes, their gazes fixated upon the celestial expanse above. Before the eyes of millions, Yi Xian sat confidently upon the nine-dragon sandalwood chariot. He cast a disdainful glance at the Three Treasures Jade Rui in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuanshi, you believe you can slay me with such a worthless trinket? It appears that a lesson must be imparted, for you remain unaware of my might. Yi Xian's smile was chilling, imbued with scorn. To think that Yuanshi Tianzuan would attempt to confront him with merely a single innate treasure was almost laughable. Aware of Yuanshi Tianzuan's haughty nature, which led him to look down upon all others, Yi Xian resolved to impart a profound lesson to this arrogant figure. As his words faded, Yi Xian abruptly rose. In the next instant, he lifted his palm and struck directly towards Yuanshi Tianzuan's face. At the moment his hand ascended, he activated the laws of space. Buzz. Instantly, a vast surge of spatial energy enveloped Yuanshi Tianzuan, immobilizing him entirely. Space confinement. Yuanshi Tianzuan was horrified to discover that his sage body had remained frozen for half a second. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing event unfolded before the eyes of countless beings. Before Yuanshi Tianzuan, the void split open, revealing a spatial rift through which Yi Xian's crystalline white hand emerged, piercing through the barriers of space. With an unparalleled speed that transcended the confines of reality, his hand descended toward Yuanshi Tianzuan's visage. Amidst the incredulous gazes of countless beings in the primordial realm, a crisp and resounding sound of a slap echoed through the void. The sound, though not deafening, possessed an extraordinary resonance that instantaneously reached the ears of every living creature in the expanse. All beings bore witness to the audacious act of someone striking the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzuan, the supreme sage, across the face. In the wake of this slap, Yuanshi Tianzuan's left cheek sank in, revealing 5 vivid crimson handprints that adorned his visage like a blooming rose, strikingly vibrant and impossible to ignore. The atmosphere at the scene became frozen in an eerie silence. The primordial realm plunged into a profound stillness, as countless beings stood in shock, their pupils dilating, fixated on the heavens above, where the Yuanshi Tianzuan bore the mark of that slap. The revered sage had been struck, his dignity marred by such a public display of humiliation. The sheer audacity of Yi Xian's action left the multitude in a state of stunned disbelief. He had boldly slapped the face of the Taiji sage, leaving it swollen and crimson. The gravity of the situation sent a shiver down the spines of countless beings, their astonishment palpable. Such a disgraceful act against the sage's visage was unprecedented, leaving the inhabitants of the primordial realm utterly speechless, captivated by Yi Xian's audacity. Even the formidable figures among them were rendered speechless. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the venerable ancestor of the Nether River found themselves overwhelmed by a torrent of shock emanating from their very cores. They could distinctly see the bright red imprint on Yuanshi Tianzuan's left cheek, resembling a vibrant flower etched upon the face of the sage. Is this truly the face of the Yuqing sage, struck by Yi Xian? Zhen Yuanzi murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was utterly captivated by Yi Xian's audacious act of slapping a sage before the multitude, an event so astonishing it transcended all expectations. Hong Yun, witnessing this spectacle, felt a wave of intense astonishment wash over him. He had never anticipated Yi Xian would be so formidable as to strike the Yuqing sage directly before his eyes, an act that surpassed all his imaginings. His mind buzzed with disbelief, utterly stunned by Yi Xian's audacity. In the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, the venerable ancestor of the Nether River was also left in shock, his eyes wide and body rigid upon his throne, his hands trembling slightly. After eons of existence, he had never encountered someone so audacious, publicly slapping a sage's face, truly astounding. He gasped in astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. Meanwhile, in the west, on Mount Shumi, the observing figures of Xuan and Jane wore expressions of deep surprise. Yi Xian had indeed struck the face of Yuanshi. Xuan found himself utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the heavenly realm of the demon clan, his mind struggling to comprehend the astonishing events unfolding before him. The actions of Xuan were nothing short of earth-shattering. Striking a saint was beyond anything Xuan had ever contemplated. For saints are the supreme beings of the primordial era, capable of obliterating countless races with a mere gesture. However, the occurrences of today far exceeded Xuan's expectations. He could hardly fathom that the esteemed Yuqing saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun, had been soundly slapped by Xuan, leaving the visage of the saint reddened and swollen. The prowess of Xuan was truly monstrous, capable of delivering such a blow to a saint's face. A tempest of astonishment surged within Jian as he observed with keen attention, noting how Xuan first employed the laws of space to restrain Yuan Shi Tianzun before delivering that resounding slap. Chapter 111. The illusion of yin and yang's dual extremes. The extraordinary spatial confinement technique left the celestial guide in awe, for the laws governing space are profoundly potent. A mastery he himself could not attain. He was utterly perplexed by how this Xuan wielded it to such an extraordinary extent. On the side of the celestial court, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the spatial rift. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. This was Xuan's spatial law. Nuwa had previously witnessed Xuan's ability to manipulate the spatial laws, having seen him tear asunder the very firmament of the Huang heaven. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder Lord observed as the primordial celestial sovereign was struck by Xuan, igniting a fierce surge of indignation within him. Casting a glance at the primordial celestial sovereign, he noted the distinct impression left by Xuan's hand. A glaring crimson mark marring half of his face. This was the visage of a saint, now marred by Xuan's blow. The Supreme Elder Lord, a tumult of astonishment and fury roiling within him, focused his gaze on Xuan, a flicker of wariness evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Xuan had mastered the spatial laws, a formidable principle ranked third among the myriad paths of the universe. Such mastery was beyond even his own grasp, and yet Xuan wielded it to ensnare a saint. This indicated that Xuan's understanding of the spatial path had at least reached a minor success. A glint of ferocity flickered in the Supreme Elder Lord's eyes as he mused that Xuan's pace of growth was alarmingly rapid. Given time, his power might surpass his own. It was imperative to eradicate him to prevent future calamities. Xuan, the primordial celestial sovereign, seethed, his teeth clenched, his gaze ablaze with fury. At that moment, the imprint on his face burned like a fire, causing him excruciating pain akin to being scorched by a raging inferno. This agony stemmed from Xuan infusing the strike with the fire principle, a formidable chaotic flame capable of searing the flesh of a saint. Covering his face with his hand, the primordial celestial sovereign experienced waves of torment, akin to a piercing burn. He forcefully summoned his saintly power to heal the wound. Xuan, with a mocking smile in his eyes, cast a dismissive glance at the primordial celestial sovereign, then derisively remarked, "How does it feel? My palm has quite the flavor, doesn't it?" His tone dripped with mockery, his face adorned with a hint of disdain. The primordial celestial sovereign, witnessing this affront, was seething with rage at the audacity of Xuan, who had publicly humiliated him before countless beings. The indignation from the slap had already nearly ruptured his lungs. And now, Xuan's taunts ignited an inferno of fury within him. "I shall annihilate both your form and spirit." The primordial celestial sovereign bellowed in a fit of rage, his voice reverberating with fury, shattering barriers across millions of miles, causing countless weaker beings to perish under the sheer force of his saintly voice. In that instant, the primordial celestial sovereign prepared to charge forth recklessly to slay Xuan. However, at that moment, the Supreme Elder Lord stepped forward, interposing himself before the primordial celestial sovereign. "Calm yourself, my junior brother." The Supreme Elder Lord's expression darkened as he emitted a ray of Taisu celestial light, infusing it into the mind of the primordial celestial sovereign to quell his tempestuous rage. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun is acutely aware that Xuan possesses mastery over the laws of space. Although he may have attained such cultivation through external means, one must not underestimate him. To eliminate Xuan, one must not be careless. Caution is imperative. After the infusion of the supreme clarity, celestial light, the anger of the primordial heavenly sovereign subsided somewhat, yet the flames of wrath still surged within him. "Senior brother, I can no longer endure this." The primordial heavenly sovereign's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Xuan, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloping half the sky. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun spoke solemnly. "Junior brother, let us combine our strengths to establish a formation, then unleash our most potent treasures in a united assault, while Sister Nuwa covertly intervenes. This will surely enable us to vanquish this youth in one fell swoop." Do not act out of momentary bravado. Upon hearing these words from the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, the primordial heavenly sovereign's mind became considerably clearer, and a glimmer of cold light appeared on his face. Senior brother, your foresight is indeed commendable. In this manner, we shall undoubtedly be able to eliminate Xuan. He spoke in a low voice, infused with a profound desire for vengeance. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun nodded slightly, then conveyed the formation he intended to set up to the primordial heavenly sovereign before sending a message to Nuwa. Once all preparations were complete, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun turned his gaze towards Xuan, an intense and unyielding murderous aura emanating from him. Establish the formation, eradicate Xuan, and rid the wilderness of this scourge, he commanded, with a powerful utterance. His entire being surged with mana as he summoned a staff radiating countless rays of profound yellow divine light. This staff, known as the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff, is an innate supreme treasure wielded by the ancestor Hongjun prior to his ascension, serving as both a walking stick and a weapon. It is said that the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff symbolizes the headmaster of the Hongjun Xianmen. As the foremost disciple of Hongjun, the ancestor bestowed this staff upon the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, declaring, "Today, the 9 dragons bestow upon the Supreme One, forever to preside over the Xianmen." Thus, this staff represents the authority of the Xuanmen's leader, possessing the formidable power to suppress the fortunes of the entire sect. The primordial heavenly sovereign cast a glance at Xuan, having already witnessed his formidable prowess, and thus dared not to be complacent. He immediately summoned the Panga Banner, an immensely powerful treasure of attack. It possesses the ability to tear apart the primordial chaos, shatter the forces of space and time, harness the limitless path of creation, and govern the profound truths of myriad laws, enabling the opening of the cosmos. Once both wielders had summoned their formidable treasures, they swiftly united to establish a formidable array, the Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Formation. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun wielded the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff, causing the surrounding void to tremble across 1 billion miles, as a vast Taiji Yin-Yang diagram enveloped the entire expanse. Standing on the Yang pole of the Taiji diagram, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun held the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff, while the primordial heavenly sovereign, standing on the Yin pole, held the Panga Banner, both resonating in harmony. The overwhelming and terrifying aura of the saints surged within the grand formation, reverberating throughout the wilderness. All living beings in the vast expanse could sense the terror of this formation, as the yin-yang energy emanating from it nearly obliterated all matter within the void. The alliance of 2 saints, intricately weaving their formidable formation, heralds an unimaginable power. The venerable Laozi fixated his icy gaze upon Xuan, proclaiming, "Xuan, this is an enhanced version of the yin-yang extremities obliteration array, meticulously crafted for you. Today marks your demise." Within the array, the primordial Tianzuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His heart swelled with exhilaration as he sensed Xuan ensnared within the formation. This time, he was resolute in his intention to torment him to death. "Xuan, your fate is sealed. I shall subject your primordial spirit to the flames of the 9 nether for an eternity, only to reduce you to a loathsome insect of the abyss." With a triumphant smile, the primordial Tianzuan reveled in his delight, as though he could already envision the scene of Xuan's suffering under his relentless torment. Chapter 112. The Thunderous 8 Directions Annihilation Array. Yi Chun sat upon the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, his gaze sweeping over the grand formation with a calm demeanor. In an instant, his eyes emitted countless intricate ripples of array laws, as boundless and profound knowledge of array principles surged into his mind. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chun, through the Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Array laid out by the Supreme Old Lord, comprehended an even more exquisite formation, possessing mastery over the laws of arrays. He transformed this formation into something surpassing its predecessor, devising the Thunderous 8 Directions Yin-Yang Annihilation Array, which boasted tenfold the destructive power of the Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Array. Yi Chun seamlessly fused his earlier understanding of the Thunderous 2-Element Annihilation Array with the Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Array, culminating in a terrifying formation that amalgamated the strengths of both arrays. After a moment of contemplation, he sensed the immense power of this array, which could rival the Sword Array of Extermination. If the Sword Array of Extermination was deemed the foremost killing formation of the Heavenly Tao, then this array could be regarded as the second most formidable formation of the primordial era. Thunderous 8 Directions, Yin-Yang Annihilation. Seated upon the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, Yi Chun gently waved a red feather fan and took a sip of the Tao-inspiring fragrant tea. He then extended his finger forward, making slow, deliberate motions, countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced, forming an array diagram imbued with terrifying law energy. Boom. The moment the diagram was completed, it exuded an overwhelming aura of thunderous annihilation. A multitude of spiritual energies converged, transforming into fierce and menacing ancient beasts from the 8 directions, surging forth in all directions. The vast expanse of void shattered under the onslaught of these fearsome ancient beasts, imbued with the energy of the thunderous laws, causing rifts to form and the barriers of the void to crumble. Crack. Under the immense pressure of the array diagram, the Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Array, meticulously woven by the Supreme Old Lord and the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, began to fracture like a delicate glass cup, developing numerous fine cracks. The entire formation could not contain the rushing waves of yin-yang energy, which scattered like frightened rabbits. The vast Taiji diagram, sprawling for billions of miles, was marred with massive fissures, resembling a tattered cloth strewn upon the ground. The Supreme Old Lord was rendered utterly speechless upon witnessing this spectacle. His eyes fixated on the array diagram floating in the void, his pupils dilating with shock. What manner of array diagram is this? That it could breach my Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation Array? Astonishment flooded his mind. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign was likewise taken aback. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned that the array before Xuan was imbued with terrifying principles. If a mere diagram possessed such formidable power, what would be the extent of its lethality when fully manifested? Master, what is happening? How could Xuan possess such a formidable array diagram? The expression of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign darkened, his eyes filled with dread. The Supreme Old Lord shook his head slightly and replied, I do not know. It is highly likely that this array diagram has just been comprehended by Xuan. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Supreme Old Lord was one of grave concern. He had just witnessed with his own eyes that Xuan had conjured the formation diagram using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which meant that he had not possessed this diagram prior. It was a sudden epiphany. What struck the Supreme Old Lord with profound astonishment was the realization that Xuan had managed to comprehend a massacre formation of such terrifying potency in a mere blink of time. After countless eons of contemplation, he had only managed to create the yin-yang duality annihilation formation. And it took him an additional million years of painstaking effort to refine it into the Taiji yin-yang oblivion formation. Yet Xuan had fashioned a formation even more formidable than the one he had spent eons developing, all within the span of less than half an incense stick's burn time. From this formation diagram, the Supreme Old Lord sensed that the lethality of Xuan's creation was likely more substantial than the combined might of his 2 formations. His eyes reddened with fury. How could this wretched Xuan possess such monstrous talent? What? He just created it? The Primordial Heaven Master was also momentarily taken aback by the Supreme Old Lord's words. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and his heart raced with disbelief. How could this be? The newly formed formation exhibited an astonishing power. With sheer momentum, it had shattered the Taiji yin-yang duality annihilation formation that his elder brother had painstakingly crafted. Junior brother, while he is still unfamiliar with the formation diagram, let us activate the Taiji yin-yang oblivion formation together and eradicate him. The Supreme Old Lord's gaze darkened, his face revealing a murderous intent as he resolved to strike first. Agreed. The Primordial Heaven Master, clearly having the same thought, immediately wielded the Panga banner, infusing it with the overwhelming power of a saint into the yin aspect of the Taiji yin-yang oblivion formation. In an instant, a surge of ominous energy erupted within the formation, hurtling towards Xuan with a ferocious intent to kill. Simultaneously, the Supreme Old Lord forcefully struck the yang aspect of the formation with his 9-dragon staff. Instantly, a searing wave of yang energy, akin to a raging dragon, surged towards Xuan. Both saints launched their assault through the formation simultaneously. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically, as a terrifying aura of sanctity swept across the primordial land. The formation completely isolated the external world, rendering countless beings in the primordial realm oblivious to the events unfolding within. However, the sheer power of the ensuing shockwave was so formidable that it obliterated countless ancient mountains and devastated vast stretches of land beyond the formation. Billions of living beings were left in awe, their hearts brimming with curiosity, pondering which side would ultimately prevail in this fierce confrontation. Countless entities speculated and debated the battle conditions within the formation. Meanwhile, within the formation, Xuan sat majestically upon the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin. After successfully comprehending the Thunder 8 Desolation Annihilation formation, The boundless radiance of the formation laws in his eyes gradually coalesced, replaced by a piercing golden light. I have entirely grasped the Thunder 8 Desolation Annihilation formation. With a flick of his hand, Xuan effortlessly summoned the intricate array from the void, poised to establish the formidable silent extermination formation at any moment. His keen gaze swept across the scene, quickly discerning that both the Supreme Old Lord and the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign were launching an assault against him, the dual energies of yin and yang surging forth with intent. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Xuan's lips. How intriguing! They dare to attempt a sneak attack on me, those shameless old dogs. It is indeed the perfect opportunity for them to experience the might of my thunderous 8 Wilderness Annihilation formation. With a cold chuckle, Xuan cast the array diagram into the void. Chapter 113. The Mystical Tower of Heaven and Earth. The formation. Xuan uttered a commanding exclamation, and in an instant, a vast array of white spiritual energy erupted from the formation, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. This ethereal energy expanded across countless miles, enveloping the entire void. A colossal formation was born. Subsequently, a thunderous demon-slaying sword shot forth from Xuan's sleeve, landing directly at the heart of the formation. It unleashed a terrifying brilliance of thunder, accompanied by innumerable chaotic flames that ignited the void. In the next moment, a spear of chaotic spiritual treasure, embodying the principles of thunder, surged forth from the abyss. It radiated millions of piercing bolts of lightning, shattering the barriers of the void across vast distances. As waves of thunderous principles crashed down like a tsunami upon the heavens and the earth. Boom! At the instant the thunder spear appeared, its overwhelming force shattered the two opposing energies of yin and yang. The Grand Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation formation was rendered as fragile as paper, obliterated by the might of the thunder spear, disintegrating into a cloud of dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Supreme Lord and the Primordial Lord changed dramatically. Within the formation, Xuan, wielding the thunder spear and standing upon the 12th grade pure world White Lotus, emanated tendrils of chaotic flames. His entire being radiated an overwhelming and formidable aura, as countless strands of lightning danced around him. The power of the thunderous 8 Desolation Annihilation formation enveloped Xuan, amplifying his presence to its zenith. An unparalleled oppressive force swept across the realm, creating immense fissures in the barriers of the void, as if the entire sky might rend asunder at any moment. The Taiji Yin-Yang Annihilation formation set by the Supreme Lord had been utterly destroyed. At this moment, the two stood within the remnants of the formation, feeling the might of the 8 Desolation Thunder Annihilation formation. Their faces paled slightly, and their eyelids twitched incessantly. The principles of thunder, the principles of formation, the principles of fire, and the principles of wind intertwined within the chaos. The searing rays of thunder and chaotic flames incessantly scorched and pierced their saintly bodies, instilling a sense of dread in both the Supreme Lord and the Primordial Lord. At this moment, with the destruction of the Taiji formation, billions of sentient beings were able to witness the events unfold within the formation. As they beheld Xuan single-handedly dismantling the formation, astonishment filled their hearts. Could it be that the formation laid by the Taiji Saint and the Yuqing Saint was so effortlessly shattered by Xuan? How incredibly powerful he is. It is astounding that even the combined efforts of two saints could not withstand him, and he dismantled the entire formation in the blink of an eye. Billions of beings murmured in awe, gazing at Xuan, who stood amidst the void, spear in hand, his entire being aglow with lightning. Their eyes brimmed with wonder as they silently marveled at Xuan's might, realizing that even the combined formation of two saints was no match for him, as he had swiftly dismantled the entire array in a mere instant. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes revealed a profound astonishment, marveling at Xuan's formidable strength. He had effortlessly dismantled a formation crafted by two saints working in concert. The prowess of Xuan is indeed terrifying, thought Zhen Yuanzi in silent astonishment. Within the Baiyu Palace, the Tongtian felt a profound shock upon witnessing the grand formation laid down by Xuan. Among all the saints, Tongtian had delved deepest into the study of formations. Thus he immediately recognized the formidable nature of this particular array. This formation could almost rival my own sword array of extinguishing immortals. Tongtian marveled internally, even on Jinzhong Island. He could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from this formation. Particularly, the lightning within the array pierced through the fissures of the void like needles, showcasing an unparalleled might. It was truly astonishing that Xuan had mastered such a formation. Tongtian was taken aback, realizing that Yi Xian's comprehension of formations was extraordinarily profound. If he was not mistaken, this formation was a temporary insight gleaned by Yi Xian, which further astonished Tongtian. In the heavenly court, Yi Xian, wielding the thunder spear, pointed it directly at Taishang Laojun with a cold smirk, saying, "Taishang, how shameless you are to conspire with Yuan Shi to launch a sneak attack on me. It is truly disgraceful for a saint to commit such despicable acts." Yi Xian's tone dripped with disdain, his eyes glinting with mockery. Upon hearing these words, Taishang Laojun's expression darkened slightly. He indeed intended to take advantage of Yi Xian's momentary lack of understanding of the formation to strike him down. However, to his astonishment, Yi Xian had swiftly comprehended the formation and established this terrifying array in an instant. Taishang Laojun's countenance grew ominous, with a sweep of his divine sense. He could feel countless beings and mighty figures from all directions watching him. Such matters, pertaining to his dignity as a saint, he would never admit to. After all, the array had been sealed moments ago, and no one had witnessed his attempt to ambush Yi Xian. Humph! Yi Xian, do not slander me. As a dignified Taqing saint, would I engage in such actions? Taishang Laojun said coldly, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but reveal a cold smile. "You old dog Taishang, you are quite adept at twisting the truth. Let me teach you a lesson." Yi Xian chuckled inwardly, deciding to strip him of his pride entirely. With this thought, Yi Xian raised his hand and struck towards Taishang Laojun with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's palm shattered multiple layers of spatial barriers, resembling a bolt of white lightning as it surged towards Taishang Laojun. As his palm advanced, it grew immensely large, capable of enveloping 1,000,000 miles of void, akin to a celestial canopy descending upon his face. Upon seeing Yi Xian's palm approaching, Taishang Laojun initially displayed a look of horror. However, he quickly regained his composure. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Yi Xian, you are truly laughable to think you can strike at a saint. I shall observe how you attempt to do so." The tone of Taishang Laojun exuded an air of invulnerability. Upon finishing his words, he promptly summoned the tower of the primordial yellow, and in an instant, an array of ethereal yellow energy enveloped him. Numerous yellowish barriers emerged around Taishang Laojun, encasing him like a golden bell. The tower of the primordial yellow is the foremost treasure of postnatal merit. Once summoned, it secures an invincible position, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities, impervious to any assault. It is precisely for this reason that Taishang Laojun remained entirely unperturbed by Yi Xian's impending attack. Chapter 114, another resounding blow upon witnessing the scene. Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold, piercing smile. "The celestial and earthly Xinyuan Tower? Let me demonstrate how to shatter you." With a flick of his left hand, a spear of thunder, radiating an ominous purple lightning, shot forth like an ancient dragon, piercing fiercely towards the Linglong treasure tower of Taishang Laojun. The thunder spear, an artifact of chaotic origin, was a weapon of immense destructive power, surpassing any offensive treasures found in the primordial realm. In an instant, as the thunder spear was unleashed, it tore through countless spatial barriers, creating massive gaping holes. The vast emptiness shimmered with devastating flashes of primal purple lightning, releasing waves of law that could annihilate entire worlds. Taishang Laojun's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle. What kind of weapon is this? A surge of dread coursed through his heart, compelling him to instinctively seek refuge. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the thunder spear struck down with tremendous force. Under the astonished gaze of Taishang Laojun and the awestruck multitude, the spear pierced through the defenses of the celestial and earthly Xinyuan Tower, shattering layer upon layer of its protective barriers and revealing a vast breach. As the formidable laws of thunder engulfed the structure, the entire tower trembled violently, dissipating the ethereal yellow aura into nothingness, vanishing into the void. At that moment, Yi Xian's colossal hand descended with unyielding force. The boundless energy of the laws coalesced within his palm, and before it even landed, the fierce gust of wind it generated threatened to topple the tower hovering above Taishang Laojun. The lingering, ethereal yellow essence was extinguished by the wind's law, retreating into the Linglong Tower, no longer daring to show itself. Then, with a decisive motion, Yi Xian's hand struck down, landing squarely against Taishang Laojun's left cheek. The resounding crack of the slap echoed through the skies, reverberating across the vast expanse of the primordial lands, where every being bore witness to the sound of a sage being struck. Millions lifted their gazes, clearly witnessing Yi Xian's hand imprinting Taishang Laojun's face. A distinct mark emerged on the left side of Taishang Laojun's face, 5 slender fingerprints etched into his skin, resembling a seal, still flickering with traces of lightning, purple and crimson, exceedingly vivid. Following the slap that Yi Xian delivered to the Yuqing sage, Taishang Laojun too faced a similar fate. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of the millions thrummed with shock, a profound astonishment enveloping them. They felt as if their very scalps were tingling, struggling to believe the spectacle before their eyes. Heaven forbid, the Yuqing sage had also received a resounding slap from Yi Xian. The dignity of a sage had been publicly humiliated, and the impact of this moment was overwhelmingly potent. A myriad of beings were left utterly dumbfounded, their hearts stirred by waves of intense shock, as if their very minds were unable to comprehend the reality before them. After all, witnessing a sage being struck was an unprecedented occurrence since the dawn of creation. The denizens of the primordial world could scarcely fathom the notion of a sage receiving such a blow. It is essential to recognize that a sage is the paramount existence within the primal realm, capable of annihilating countless races with but a thought, or shattering the very fabric of the primordial world with a mere gesture. Yet now, such a formidable sage had been struck by Yi Xian, leaving his visage flushed with humiliation. This sage, known as the Sage of Ta Ching, was renowned as the most powerful amongst all sages, and to see him publicly humiliated in such a manner was beyond comprehension. The entirety of the primordial world was rendered numb with astonishment, as tumultuous emotions surged within, akin to turbulent waves that could not be quelled. The mighty beings within the primordial realm were equally astounded by this spectacle. They were left utterly speechless by Yi Xian's audacious actions, having struck the Sage of Yuqing and then the Sage of Ta Ching in quick succession. This was nothing short of a cataclysmic event. All the great powers were compelled to revere Yi Xian, for in a single day, he had delivered slaps to 2 sages, an act of such magnitude that it resonated throughout the cosmos. At Wuzhuangguan, Jin Yuanzi's face was a mask of shock as he exclaimed, "Yi Xian is indeed remarkably sharp, to have struck the face of the Sage of Ta Ching." Hong Yun mirrored this astonishment, remarking, "Indeed, his actions are astonishing. After all, this is the Sage of Ta Ching, the mightiest among all sages." In the depths of the Yu Ming Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Ming River sat upon his throne, his countenance frozen in disbelief. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the clear imprint of a hand was evident upon the face of the Sage of Ta Ching, and a tidal wave of incredulity surged within him. The fact that Yi Xian had dared to strike the Sage of Ta Ching was utterly unfathomable. The ancestor murmured to himself, his voice laden with astonishment. He was genuinely astounded. The existence of the Sage of Ta Ching, so exalted, being struck was entirely beyond the scope of the ancestor's imagination. On Jinao Island, within Baiyu Palace, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, witnessing Yi Xian's hand connect with the left cheek of the Supreme Old Lord, was equally taken aback, his face betraying a look of shock. This Yi Xian's strength is truly formidable. He has even struck the Supreme Old Lord. Tong Tian muttered in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the Supreme Old Lord's immense power. Protected by the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, the Old Lord had been unable to withstand Yi Xian's assault, which was indeed beyond Tong Tian's expectations. He had not anticipated Yi Xian's abilities to be so terrifying. With a sharp intake of breath, Tong Tian reflected on Yi Xian, a prodigy of unparalleled talent whose cultivation and strength were astonishing. Truly a formidable youth worthy of admiration. As he gazed upon Yi Xian, clad in flowing white garments and surrounded by crackling lightning, Tong Tian could not help but express his awe. Xuan Ti and Jie Yin were utterly astounded by the spectacle occurring in the heavenly realm. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would directly breach the defenses of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Indeed, the visage of Tai Ching had been struck by Yi Xian. Xuan Ti, with a countenance full of astonishment, observed the scene repeatedly. Finally confirming the reality of the situation, Taishang Laojun's face had indeed been slapped by Yi Xian, now bearing a purplish hue. Jie Yin chanted a Buddhist incantation in awe, exclaiming, "Yi Xian's power is unparalleled, a true paragon of the ages. Not only has he struck the face of Yuqing, but he has also managed to slap Tai Ching. Such incredibility is beyond belief." Xuan Ti nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with astonishment. In the celestial expanse, Nuwa, witnessing from a close distance, observed Yi Xian's palm connect with the face of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. She could distinctly see the color drain from Lao Jun's face. As the muscles of the sage slightly swelled, Nuwa covered her mouth, her eyes filled with profound shock. Chapter 115. The soul-devouring needle. She could never have anticipated that Yi Xian would audaciously slap her eldest senior brother, causing him to lose face before billions of beings. Nuwa felt a tumult of shock and fury surging within her, her cold gaze fixated on Xuan, her heart yearning to mar his countenance. Upon witnessing his brother being struck by Xuan, the Primordial Supreme Master felt a similar wave of intense wrath. He could hardly believe that Xuan would be so brazen, not only delivering a slap, but also humiliating his elder brother so severely. This incident rendered both him and his brother the subject of ridicule among countless beings, exposing them to mockery. The Primordial Supreme Master's expression darkened to a deep shade of anger, his face turning a pallid blue as an inferno of rage enveloped him, causing the vast void around him to tremble and crack. Xuan, how dare you lay a hand on the dignity of a saint? You seek your own demise. His countenance radiated explosive fury as he gripped the Panga banner, an endless torrent of chaotic and murderous energy surging around him, unleashing a terrifying saintly malice that crashed towards Xuan like a tsunami. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder also seethed with rage, feeling a fiery pain on the left side of his face, as if struck by countless bolts of lightning, tormenting both his physical form and primordial spirit. The excruciating sensation felt akin to being gnawed by a swarm of ants, driving him to the brink of madness. Since his inception, the Grand Supreme Elder had never experienced such humiliation, yet here he was, having been slapped by Xuan, his left saintly visage now marred and swollen before all of Hong Wang's beings. Xuan was not merely striking at his saintly face, he was trampling upon his dignity. The Grand Supreme Elder could vividly envision countless beings within Hong Wang secretly mocking him, their laughter echoing in the shadows. Xuan, I shall see you dead, he bellowed, fury consuming him as he wielded the Nine Dragons' golden staff, transforming into a beam of blinding golden light that pierced the heavens, charging directly at Xuan. The entire spatial barrier quaked under the onslaught of the Grand Supreme Elder's wrath, igniting the void in flames. And all of Hong Wang's inhabitants felt the force of his furious strike. Simultaneously, the Primordial Supreme Master also made his move. His eyes gleamed with the lethal shimmer of a venomous serpent as he wielded the Panga banner, stealthily maneuvering behind Xuan to launch an attack. The two saints, working in tandem, initiated an unprecedented battle. Tension gripped the hearts of all beings, their eyes fixed intently on Xuan. Yet, in the face of the dual onslaught from the saints, Xuan remained undaunted. He stood upon the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, the central Wu apricot yellow banner manifesting behind him, the Qian Kuan Ding suspended above his head, a thunderstrike demon-slaying sword in one hand and a thunder spear in the other. With his solitary strength, he engaged the two saints, neither yielding nor faltering, and even began to gain the upper hand. Each thrust of the thunder spear forced the Grand Supreme Elder and the Primordial Supreme Master to adopt serious expressions. Evading its deadly arc, witnessing this spectacle, the beings of Hong Wang were filled with astonishment. They could never have anticipated that Xuan's prowess would ascend to such extraordinary heights. He single-handedly contended against two great saints, exhibiting no signs of defeat. In fact, to the countless beings witnessing the spectacle, it appeared as though Xuan was dominating the two saints. Particularly striking was the way Xuan wielded the Spear of Thunder, each thrust causing the very heavens to tremble, compelling the two saints to hastily evade. His might was nothing short of unparalleled. The battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. One man against two saints, shattering the skies above as countless spatial barriers ruptured with each clash. Had it not been for the overarching formation that suppressed the combat aura of the saints, the primordial land would likely have been shattered to pieces by now. At this juncture, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitian Zun wore expressions of profound gloom. Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves unable to extinguish Xuan, who seemed to grow increasingly formidable with each passing moment. His mana flowed like an inexhaustible abyss, both immense and potent, infused with the power of thunder that inflicted searing pain upon their physical forms with every strike. Most perilous of all was the weapon in Xuan's grasp, a mysterious and lethal artifact that rendered their defensive treasures utterly ineffective against its onslaught. With each thrust he made, they felt an overwhelming wave of lethal intent and excruciating pain. Should they fail to evade in time, their saintly bodies might well be pierced through. Damn Xuan, why is he so powerful? Yuan Shitianzun muttered darkly, his heart brimming with resentment. He had not expected Xuan's strength to be so formidable, nearly exhausting his treasures in the process. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun was equally incensed, taken aback by Xuan's extraordinary strength, capable of battling both of them simultaneously without yielding an inch. It seemed that with every blow, Xuan grew even more formidable, his thunderous might sweeping across the heavens. The terrifying principles of thunder evoked a sense of dread, reminiscent of the legendary primordial purple thunder that birthed chaos, causing Taishang Laojuan's heart to tremble slightly. Senior brother, what shall we do now? How are we to eliminate this child? Yuan Shi Tianzun asked through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Longing to annihilate Yi Xian and alleviate his pent-up fury, Taishang Laojuan's mind raced, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in his gaze. We shall restrain Yi Xian. Allowing our sister Nuwa to strike from the shadows and deliver a crushing blow to him, he replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes too sparkled with murderous intent. Senior brother, this plan is indeed astute. I shall summon Sister Nuwa to act. He quickly found a moment of respite, using the saintly transmission to signal Nuwa to seek an opportune moment to attack. Upon receiving Yuan Shi Tianzun's message, Nuwa's eyes glimmered with a serpent-like coldness as she fixed her gaze on Yi Xian, channeling her power in preparation for a stealthy strike. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun intensified their assault, fully committed to restraining Yi Xian. Nuwa seized an opportune moment, her figure flickering as she brandished the innate spiritual treasure, the soul-devouring needle. The needle's tip glimmered ominously, radiating a malevolent light. For this artifact possessed the sinister ability to consume one's primordial spirit. In an instant, Nuwa materialized behind Yi Xian, thrusting the soul-devouring needle directly towards his body. Yi Xian, today marks the end of your life, Nuwa proclaimed coldly, her voice laced with boundless malice and hatred, as the needle found its mark against Yi Xian's flesh. Upon witnessing the needle penetrate Yi Xian, a look of elation spread across Nuwa's face. Immediately thereafter, she retreated, distancing herself. Concurrently, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun observed with delight, their expressions mirroring joy at Nuwa's success. The three stood together, their gazes fixed upon Yi Xian, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. With a triumphant sneer, Yuan Shi Tianzun addressed Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the soul-devouring needle harbors external celestial demons capable of corroding your primordial spirit, subjecting you to endless agony until both your spirit and form are annihilated. Today shall be the day of your downfall, you wretched anomaly. Taishang Laojun and Nuwa shared expressions of glee, their cold eyes fixed on Yi Xian, awaiting the moment the needle would unleash its torment, eager to see him writhe in suffering. Meanwhile, the myriad beings of the primordial world focused their attention on Yi Xian, their hearts racing with dread. Was Yi Xian truly about to be consumed by the soul-devouring needle? Chapter 116. A kick that spills blood amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Yi Xian stood atop the 12-petal pure world white lotus, brandishing the thunder spear, his expression cold and resolute. His eyes swept over the three saints before him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 2 against 1 was already shameless enough, yet they even resorted to underhanded tactics. You three saints truly lack dignity. With a derisive laugh, Yi Xian voiced his scorn. His face bore an expression of disdain, clearly unimpressed by the actions of the three saints. The myriad beings of the Honghuang realm nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Yi Xian's words. The 2 seasoned saints targeting a single Yi Xian was disgraceful enough. But to have the Saintess Nuwa launch a surprise attack was indeed unbecoming of a saint. Saints are exalted beings of the Honghuang. Such behavior is akin to that of a petty rogue, utterly shameless. In that moment, the hearts of billions of Honghuang beings were filled with disdain for the three saints. Their actions were too contemptible, a testament to their lack of honor. Even if they were to defeat Yi Xian, their means would be ignoble and deserving of scorn. Were it not for the reverence held for their status as saints, the beings of Honghuang would likely have openly mocked their disgraceful conduct. Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Nuwa each felt the piercing gazes of the Honghuang beings upon them, causing their expressions to darken. This detestable Yi Xian, with his eloquence and sharp tongue, had once again made them lose face before billions. However, the underhanded tactics they employed were indeed dishonorable. Despite their anger, the three saints found themselves unable to voice a rebuttal, forced to swallow their indignation. They longed to silence Yi Xian's taunts, yet in that moment, they could only endure. While Taishang Laojun and Nuwa possessed the temperament to tolerate, Yuan Shi Tianzun, ever proud, could not suppress his ire at Yi Xian's words. Boom! Yuan Shi Tianzun unleashed a terrifying and formidable pressure, causing the faces of the billions of Honghuang beings to pale, their hearts trembling in fear. A mere swarm of ants dared to look down upon him. Yuan Shi Tianzun? How absurd! With but a thought, he could annihilate countless races of the Honghuang. Though he possessed such power, he refrained from exercising it, for the annihilation of billions would incur immense karmic retribution, a burden even a saint could not bear. Instead, Yuan Shitianzun released his might to instill fear, reminding all that the dignity of a saint is not to be disrespected. Under the weight of this overwhelming saintly pressure, the billions of Honghuang beings felt their anger stifled, bowing their heads in submission, no longer daring to express dissatisfaction with the saint's despicable actions. Yi Xian, witnessing this scene, could not help but smirk disdainfully. Yuan Shi, do you feel no shame for your disgraceful actions? Resorting to intimidation against the myriad beings of Honghuang is truly shameless. With a sneer, Yi Xian's eyes brimmed with contempt for Yuan Shitianzun. The multitude of beings in Honghuang, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, secretly cheered for him. Well said. This Yuan Shitianzun is indeed shameless, engaging in such despicable deeds yet refusing to acknowledge them, an epitome of utter disgrace. The primordial supreme being let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed upon Yi Xian, with a fierce glint flickering in his eyes and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Humph! Even at the brink of death, you dare to spout heresy? Do you wish for your demise to come swifter? Should you utter another word, I shall hasten your end. With a wave of his panga banner, an overwhelming and terrifying force of chaos surged across the heavens and the earth. He pointed at Yi Xian, clearly intending to obliterate him. Upon hearing the words of the primordial supreme being, a cold smile crept upon Yi Xian's lips. Come forth if you dare, and witness how I will strip you of your sinews and marrow, obliterating both your form and spirit. With a disdainful snort, Yi Xian flicked his sleeve, releasing a powerful righteousness that surged from his being as vibrant colors and flashes of lightning enveloped him. The primordial supreme being's anger surged as he contemplated Yi Xian's audacity. This wretched Yi Xian, on the verge of death, still dared to provoke him. At that moment, the gazes of countless beings in the primordial realm were fixated upon the primordial supreme being, eager to observe his reaction. In such a moment of collective scrutiny, the primordial supreme being could not tolerate any semblance of weakness. He resolved to act decisively, ensuring Yi Xian's immediate demise. Thus, brandishing the panga banner, he prepared to strike. However, at that critical juncture, Taishang Laojun interjected, "Junior brother, do not act impulsively. Be wary of Yi Xian's last-ditch counterattack. Brother, Yi Xian has already been afflicted by the soul-devouring needle. His power has diminished significantly, rendering him nearly lifeless. What have I to fear?" The primordial supreme being retorted coldly. In front of countless beings, as a venerable sage, if he were to concede to Yi Xian's provocation, how could he maintain his standing in the primordial realm? Would he forsake his dignity as a sage? Taishang Laojun understood the primordial supreme being's desire to preserve his reputation and was reluctant to see him lose face before the multitude. Moreover, given Yi Xian's taunts, he certainly deserved punishment. Taishang Laojun felt a strong urge to silence him. Considering this, he ceased to impede the primordial supreme being. The primordial supreme being then charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, behold as I bring your suffering to an end. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, imbued with an inexorable aura of destruction. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings, he advanced towards Yi Xian, intent on eradicating him completely to cleanse the stain upon his honor. In an instant, the primordial supreme being reached Yi Xian, raising the panga banner to strike. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded before all. Yi Xian wore a calm smile, and then, in full view of the crowd, he lifted his right foot. A colossal and terrifying energy of the thunder laws converged within his foot, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the vast void. Boom! With a powerful kick directed at the primordial supreme being, the void erupted, the heavens shattered, and the surrounding space became utterly immobilized. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless beings, Yi Xian's foot connected with the chest of the primordial supreme being, producing a thunderous roar that resounded through the cosmos. The fierce energy of the thunder laws erupted beneath Yi Xian's foot, unleashing a terrifying radiance akin to a bomb's detonation. Bang! In the next moment, before the astonished gazes of all, the figure of the primordial heavenly sovereign was sent hurtling back 1,000,000,000 miles, a stream of golden-hued saintly blood spilling from his lips. The sacred blood hovered in the void, radiating an ethereal light that illuminated the heavens with its profound yellow glow. A series of low, thunderous rumbles echoed throughout the cosmos, causing the entire primordial realm to tremble slightly, as if mourning for the fallen saint. The sight of a saint shedding blood left the myriad beings of the primordial world utterly astounded. The esteemed Yuqing saint, the primordial heavenly sovereign, had been forced to relinquish saintly blood by a mere kick from Yi Xian, a turn of events that took all countless beings by complete surprise. Chapter 117. United against Yixian, both Taishang Laojun and Nuwa displayed expressions of astonishment. How could Yixian, who had clearly been struck by the soul-biting needle, still maintain such formidable magical power? Their minds were filled with doubt. And Yuan Shitianzun experienced a tumult of surprise and fury, clutching his chest, his eyes brimming with indignation. To be kicked by Yixian in front of countless beings of the primordial world infuriated him greatly. This damned Yixian. How could he, after being pierced by the soul-biting needle, still exhibit such overwhelming strength? Yixian, did you not succumb to the soul-biting needle? How can this be? Yuan Shitianzun glared in fury at Yixian, his heart whispering that this might be Yixian's desperate counterattack as he faced death. However, upon closer inspection, Yuan Shitianzun noticed that Yixian showed no signs of waning magical power. Instead, he was enveloped in a terrifying radiance of thunderous laws, emanating an astonishing pressure that reverberated through the heavens and earth. At that moment, the countless beings of the primordial world were equally bewildered. They had clearly seen Nuwa succeed in her ambush, yet Yixian remained unscathed, a truly inconceivable outcome. Under the watchful gaze of all, Yixian's lips curled into a mocking smile. The soul-biting needle? Huh, do you truly believe that it could harm me? Utterly ridiculous. Yixian scoffed coldly, then waved his hand behind him, producing a glimmering soul-biting needle. Upon examining the spot where the needle had pierced Yixian, one could find no trace of injury. His skin was smooth and radiant as jade, showing no signs of harm whatsoever. A disdainful smile graced Yixian's lips. He was of the primordial Tao body, and after undergoing the refinement of the chaotic purple thunder, he was nearing the level of a saint in physical form. His strength surpassed that of countless ancestral witches combined. And even if he were to endure the assault of an innate spiritual treasure for an incense stick's duration, it would inflict no damage upon his body. The mere soul-biting needle had merely torn his clothing, failing to harm him in the slightest. Witnessing Yixian's immunity to the soul-biting needle, Nuwa's eyes widened in disbelief. She had clearly struck Yixian, yet her attack had not penetrated at all. Did this mean that Yixian's physical strength had reached a level capable of withstanding the power of saints? The thought sent a chill down Nuwa's spine, her scalp tingling as she marveled at Yixian's extraordinary physical prowess, which seemed to defy the heavens. Junior sister Nuwa, what is the meaning of this? Did you not act just now? Taishang Laojun, seeing Yixian unscathed, wore a grim expression and turned to Nuwa. Taking a deep breath, Nuwa, with a look of helplessness, replied, Senior brother, I indeed struck him successfully just now. She then recounted the events to Taishang Laojun as they had unfolded. Upon hearing this, an expression of disbelief crossed Taishang Laojun's face. You mean to say that Yixian's physical form withstood your attack with the soul-biting needle? He found it hard to fathom, for Nuwa was a saint, and the might of a saint wielding a treasure to launch a surprise attack was immense. He witnessed with his own eyes as Yixian, under a sudden assault from Nuwa, refrained from employing any magical artifacts for defense. This was the most terrifying aspect. In other words, Yixian had entirely relied on his physical form to withstand Nuwa's soul-devouring needle. Did this not imply that Yixian was nearing the sanctity of his corporeal form? This individual not only possessed divine power at the sage level, but also approached the state of physical sanctification? The expression of Taishang Laojun shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Yixian's strength was so extraordinarily abnormal, reaching the level of a saint in physical prowess. If he truly achieved this, would he not rival the primordial chaos demon god of yore? Meanwhile, Yuan Shitianzun, upon seeing that the soul-devouring needle had failed to pierce Yixian's body, also displayed a look of sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? Yuan Shitianzun was bewildered, unable to fathom that Yixian's corporeal form could withstand the soul-devouring needle. Yixian stood resolute in the heavens, his gaze fixed upon Yuan Shitianzun, releasing an overwhelming aura of terror that resonated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and across the entire universe. Now it is my turn to take action. Yixian spoke coldly, locking eyes with Yuan Shitianzun. Though his voice was calm, the moment the words left his lips, a fierce killing intent permeated the atmosphere. The boundless spiritual energy quaked, and all living beings in the primordial world sensed a bone-chilling aura of death spreading throughout the cosmos. In that instant, Nuwa, Taishang Laojun, the demon race, the witch race, and countless beings recognized that Yixian was about to become serious. Until now, Yixian had always maintained a demeanor of playing with the world, never revealing any murderous intent. Yet now, his killing aura felt palpable, stirring the universe. Countless hearts raced, and eyes turned towards Yixian. Under the collective gaze of all, Yi Xian brandished the thunder spear, pointing it directly at Yuan Shi Tianzun, unleashing a frigid power of law that emanated like a laser. Then, Yi Xian articulated each word with deliberate precision. Yuan Shi, your heart is dark, your methods despicable. You presume to be a saint. Today, I shall personally slay the saint, flaying your skin and stripping your bones. His words, infused with the grand and magnificent power of the saintly laws, echoed throughout the primordial realm. Countless beings heard Yi Xian's declaration of intent to slay a saint and to flay the Yuqing saint alive, instantly igniting a surge of intense shock among billions of lives. Every being's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Yi Xian dared to undertake such a monumental act. He intended to slay a saint and flay him alive? This was a rebellion against the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of countless beings throughout the primordial realm, Yi Xian, having uttered those words, took a step forward. His entire being erupted with lightning, charging directly towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. In an instant, spatial barriers shattered, and a dreadful aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth emanated from Yi Xian, causing the vast expanse of the sky to rupture and release torrents of dark, destructive energy. Yi Xian's aura exploded forth in its entirety. Under the overwhelming aura of terror, the expression on the face of Yuan Shi Tianzun shifted dramatically. It was far too formidable. That accursed Yi Xian, his power was astonishingly unparalleled. Yuan Shi Tianzun was filled with dread, utterly unprepared for the sheer dominance of Yi Xian's full-force assault. From him emanated waves of terrifying and extraordinary laws, the laws of thunder, fire, wind, space, and formations, each one remarkably sharp. Particularly, the law of thunder, whose mere aura was enough to inflict a stinging pain upon Yuan Shi Tianzun's corporeal form. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, as if countless golden needles were piercing his skin, inflicting unbearable agony upon his saintly body. Yuan Shi Tianzun's complexion turned slightly pale, realizing that he was likely no match for Yi Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast aside his pride and urgently called out to Taishang Laojun and Nuwa. Senior brother Taishang, junior sister Nuwa, hasten to my aid in combating Yi Xian. Chapter 118. Cramps. Although Yuan Shi Tianzun might not be able to confront Yi Xian alone, the combined efforts of three saints would undoubtedly pose a challenge to him. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Enraged and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, both unwilling to remain idle. They were poised to intervene immediately. However, Yi Xian thwarted their intentions with a wave of his hand, summoning the thunderous 8 Desolations burning formation to encircle them. With a swift motion, he repositioned the entire formation to envelop Taishang Laojun and Enraged. Within the formation, terrifying thunderous laws, chaotic flames, and the rampant beasts of the 8 Desolations converged, while Yi Xian unleashed the spatial laws, creating a sealed space that temporarily confined Taishang Laojun and Enraged. At that moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery advanced to assist, establishing the 12 capital heavenly gods array around the perimeter. They summoned the ethereal image of Pangu, stepping into Yi Xian's formation to suppress Taishang Laojun and Enraged, rendering their escape impossible for the time being. Observing this, Yi Xian nodded subtly in acknowledgement to the 12 ancestors. Then, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to Yuan Shi Tianzun, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Yuan Shi Tianzun was filled with dread upon witnessing Taishang and Enraged trapped within the formation. How could he stand against Yi Xian alone? His mind raced, contemplating escape. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he found it untenable. If he fled before the countless beings of the Hongwang, how would he face the humiliation of being scared away by Yi Xian? For eons, he would be a laughingstock among the myriad creatures of the Hongwang. The immortality and invincibility of a saint were closely tied to their dignity. And for someone as proud as Yuan Shi Tianzun, he could not fathom enduring such disgrace. I shall fight you. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened, a surge of battle intent rising within him as he grasped the Panga banner, his gaze locking onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian mirrored his gaze, their eyes colliding with palpable hostility. Boom. In the next instant, Yi Xian struck first. He tore through the fabric of space, appearing before Yuan Shi Tianzun, his chaos spiritual treasure. The thunder spear aimed directly at him. Crack. Infinite spatial barriers shattered as the thunder spear hurtled toward Yuan Shi Tianzun at blinding speed, a terrifying aura of murder rippling through the cosmos. Yuan Shi Tianzun's pupils constricted. He hastily attempted to use the Panga banner to block the attack. However, the might of the thunder spear was overwhelming, its tip infused with the primordial purple lightning piercing through the banner, subsequently penetrating Yuan Shi Tianzun's saintly body. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through Yuanshi Tianzuan's chest, eliciting gasps of shock from the myriad beings of the Hongwang. A cascade of golden, saintly blood spilled forth. Imbued with the resounding energy of the saintly Tao, radiating resplendent rays akin to the emergence of an innate spiritual treasure. With a sudden thrust, Yi Xian's thunder spear spun briefly before extracting not only itself, but also a golden strand of the saint's sinew from the body of the primordial heavenly sovereign. With a decisive pull, Yi Xian extracted the entirety of the saint's sinew from within the sovereign's form. The saint, a being of unparalleled nobility, possessed flesh and blood that were extraordinarily rare treasures, and this sinew was no exception, having been drawn from a saint's very essence. Once fully liberated, the sinew stretched in astonishing length, rivaling the primordial treasures in its resilience, while within it pulsated a potent resonance of saintly essence, far surpassing the ordinary quintessence of heaven and earth in value. Upon witnessing this remarkable strand, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It could undoubtedly be refined into a rope-like spiritual treasure, its might eclipsing that of artifacts such as the binding of immortals or the dragon-binding rope by countless magnitudes. To bind a saint with this sinew would be an effortless feat at that moment. The myriad beings of the primordial world were left utterly astounded by Yi Xian's audacity. They stood dumbfounded, having just witnessed Yi Xian extract the sinew from the body of the Yuqing saint, the primordial heavenly sovereign. The very sinew of a saint had been drawn forth. Yi Xian's earlier claims of slaying the Yuqing saint and flaying him had materialized into shocking reality. Gazing at the sinew that spanned the void, radiating boundless saintly light, countless beings were left speechless in their astonishment. Their entire worldview felt as if it were shattering. The majestic form of the saint, stripped of his sinew before the eyes of billions, was an overwhelming spectacle. The impact of this moment was profound, leaving innumerable beings in a state of shock, unable to utter a single word. Even the mighty of the primordial realm were rendered speechless. Their gazes fixed on the sinew suspended in the heavens, their minds buzzing with disbelief as a wave of intense shock surged from their very souls. This overwhelming astonishment coursed through their bodies, raising goosebumps upon their skin. The sinew of a distinguished saint had been extracted by Yi Xian, a reality that left any formidable being utterly dumbfounded and astounded to the core. Meanwhile, within, the primordial heavenly sovereign was engulfed in horror, a gaping wound now marking his saintly form as blood flowed forth. The sinew had been directly drawn from him. At that moment, he felt his entire body quiver slightly, as a sense of dread seized his consciousness. For eons, since his ascension to sainthood, he had never tasted fear, yet today, he found himself gripped by a terror akin to that of a mortal, his body trembling imperceptibly. Yi Xian was a figure of sheer terror, a veritable demon from beyond the realms. The primordial heavenly sovereign, overwhelmed with dread, instantly entertained thoughts of escape. All else faded from his mind, and only the urge to flee remained. He prepared to wield the power of the sage and depart from this place. However, in the next instant, the primordial heavenly sovereign was struck with profound panic as he discovered himself bound by a tenacious sinew that immobilized his entire being. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the very sinew that had been extracted from within him, for Yi Xian had ensnared his body with his own essence. At that moment, an overwhelmingly potent force of spatial laws constrained the void around them, rendering it impossible for any matter to escape. Curse it! The expression on the primordial heavenly sovereign's face shifted dramatically, a wave of intense horror surging within him. He then lifted his gaze towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what do you intend? I am a sage of the heavenly Tao. How dare you imprison me? He threatened, unaware that his voice quivered ever so slightly. Upon hearing the primordial heavenly sovereign's inquiry, Yi Xian let out a cold smile, slowly extending his hand with sparks of thunder dancing at his fingertips. He uttered a phrase that plunged the primordial heavenly sovereign into sheer terror, a statement that left countless beings of the primordial world aghast. Next, it is time to peel off your skin, Yi Xian remarked with a chill in his smile, his gaze laced with mockery. Chapter 119. Peeling the divine skin. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the countenance of the primordial heavenly sovereign underwent a drastic change, an intense chill surging within him. Yi Xian, audacious and fearless, was indeed capable of following through on his threats. The primordial heavenly sovereign was struck with terror, his saintly form trembling ever so slightly. Yi Xian, I am the saint of the heavenly Tao. How dare you act so brazenly? The primordial heavenly sovereign exclaimed, his voice betraying a slight tremor. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. Do you doubt my resolve? He replied coolly, mischief flickering in his eyes. As his words hung in the air, Yi Xian's hands moved decisively over the saintly form of the primordial heavenly sovereign. His palms radiated an overwhelming and terrifying energy of the thunder law, and with each sweeping motion, countless primordial purple lightning bolts enveloped the sovereign's entire being. Strips of purple lightning adhered to his saintly skin like suction cups. Under the astonished gazes of countless primordial beings, Yi Xian let out a sharp cry and, with a grasp into the void, instantaneously tore away the entire layer of saintly skin from the primordial heavenly sovereign. The chilling sound reverberated through the air as countless beings beheld, with utter clarity, Yi Xian stripping away the entirety of the sovereign's saintly skin. In his hands, he held the vast expanse of skin, capable of covering millions of miles of void, emanating waves of magnificent divine light, with myriad saintly essences swirling around it, accompanied by vibrant hues of celestial mist, rendering the scene extraordinarily resplendent. The saintly skin was an immensely precious treasure, embodying boundless saintly power and concealing prophetic revelations of the heavenly Tao, far exceeding the worth of typical innate spiritual treasures. Its value was comparable to the innate supreme treasures such as the map of mountains and rivers and the diagram of the universe from the Ancestor of the Universe. Yi Xian gazed at the saintly skin of the primordial heavenly sovereign, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. A sudden thought flickered in his mind. Why not refine this saintly skin into a spiritual treasure? After all, it belonged to a saintly body, once refined. Its quality would surpass even that of the diagram of the universe. At that moment, as the primordial heavenly sovereign lay bare, torrents of saintly blood cascaded from the heavens above. This divine blood fell upon the primordial earth, radiating golden brilliance, as immense saintly energy permeated the blood, dyeing the entire sky in hues of deep yellow. The countless golden lights of the saintly blood illuminated the heavens, shimmering brilliantly. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled upon witnessing this saintly blood. Such blood was also a precious entity, imbued with powerful spiritual resonance, surpassing any earthly treasures. Should a mortal bathe in this saintly blood, their cultivation could soar to the heights of a great Luo golden immortal in no time. Meanwhile, the myriad beings in the primordial realm were utterly stunned by Yi Xian's actions. They gazed in disbelief at the colossal piece of saintly skin in his grasp, their hearts swelling with awe and terror. This was the saintly skin of the Jade Clear Saint, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and it had been stripped away by Yi Xian. This is truly insane. Billions of beings are rendered speechless by this spectacle, each person staring blankly at the heavens, as if entrapped in a state of stupor. The act of skinning a saint. What an unfathomable event this is, something the myriad of beings dared not even contemplate, yet here it is, an astonishing occurrence. How could they have anticipated that Yi Xian would indeed strip the very skin from a saint? A wave of intense horror surged through the hearts of every being, their faces reflecting profound shock. The powerful entities in the primordial world were equally astounded, their scalps tingling in disbelief, each one completely dumbfounded. Yi Xian had first extracted the tendons of the saint, and now he had skinned the saint. Such actions filled the minds of these powerful beings with terror, leaving them utterly stunned by Yi Xian's incredible audacity. As they gazed upward, they beheld the rain of saintly blood, which was nothing short of priceless, capable of elevating their powers to new heights. Each powerful being felt a stirring desire to gather this sacred blood to enhance their cultivation. However, despite their eagerness, they dared not act recklessly. After all, this was the blood of a saint, something they could not covet lightly. Should a saint become enraged, with a mere gesture, they could obliterate them entirely. Unlike Yi Xian, who possessed formidable strength and could challenge a saint without fear, these beings understood the peril of offending such authority, fearing they might not even know how they met their demise. Though the powerful beings of the primordial realm yearned for the saintly blood, they remained motionless. Yet, in the next moment, they were astonished to witness a colossal hand sweeping across the heavens, gently gathering the fallen blood of the saints. As they looked up, they recognized the owner of that great hand. Standing majestically in the sky was Yi Xian. At that moment, a satisfied smile played upon his lips. This saintly blood was a rare treasure, and he would not let it slip away. Seeing Yi Xian collect the blood, the powerful beings were filled with envy. Such an abundance of saintly blood was indeed an extraordinary treasure. Yi Xian's haul was remarkably bountiful. Achieving dual purposes, he had taught the Jade Clear Saint a lesson while acquiring precious artifacts from him. In the heavens, Yi Xian gazed at the saintly blood in his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "The quality is quite good. Using this saintly blood to nourish vegetables is an excellent choice." Upon hearing Yi Xian's casual statement, all the powerful beings were left in utter bewilderment. Nourishing vegetables? Yi Xian intended to use this invaluable saintly blood to water plants. They were astounded. Using saintly blood in such a lavish manner was beyond extravagant. It is well known that if a mortal were to bathe in this sacred blood, they could instantly ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, this precious substance was merely to be used for tending to vegetables by Yi Xian. Indeed, Yi Xian intended to use the blood of the primordial heavenly venerable to nourish the vegetables. The produce, once matured, would surpass even the finest of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, proving to be far more precious than the likes of Huangzhong Li and the starry fruits. Those formidable beings of the primordial era were unaware of the remarkable benefits of using sacred blood for cultivation, which rendered their confusion entirely understandable. After all, the notion of utilizing sacred blood in such a manner was unprecedented in the annals of creation. No one could fathom the extraordinary utility of sacred blood. At that moment, after Yi Xian had flayed the primordial heavenly venerable, the latter's countenance was etched with fury and astonishment, as waves of intense horror surged within him. He could scarcely believe that this audacious Yi Xian had the audacity to strip away his sacred skin. Moreover, it was done in full view of countless beings across the primordial realm, as his sacred skin was completely removed. What infuriated the primordial heavenly venerable the most was the continuous flow of his sacred blood, which spilled across the vast expanse of the primordial land. Such an affront was an unparalleled humiliation. Chapter 120. The excision of bone and extraction of marrow. The primordial supreme being was consumed with rage. Never before had he endured such humiliation since his inception. At this moment, he was engulfed in intense fear and trepidation. His eyes blazed with crimson fury as he glared at Yi Xian, unable to suppress the urge to hurl curses at him. Yet he refrained, fearing that such provocation might incite Yi Xian to unleash even more terrifying retribution upon him. The primordial supreme being forcefully quelled this surge of anger. His countenance marred by a suffocating wrath, he could only summon his magical essence to conjure a new layer of skin, cloaking his saintly form to prevent the sacred blood from continuing to flow. Within the Grand Formation, both the Grand Supreme Elder and Nuwa beheld the shocking spectacle of the Primordial Supreme being having his tendons severed and his saintly skin stripped away by Yi Xian. A profound horror washed over their faces, as they had never anticipated that Yi Xian would dare to act with such reckless audacity against a saint. Their expressions paled slightly, eyes brimming with vehement indignation. Yi Xian, how dare you commit such an atrocity against my junior brother? You seek death, the Grand Supreme Elder bellowed, wielding the nine-dragon golden staff as he charged fiercely within the formation. The vast power of the saints erupted, causing the entire formation to tremble violently, fissures cracking the surface. Yi Xian, observing this, curled his lips into a cold smile. You think escaping my formation is so simple? He mused. His gaze then fell upon the saintly skin in his hands, where myriad laws of formation swirled around him, each glimmering like stars in the night sky. Moments later, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he delicately traced his fingers, gathering boundless spiritual essence from heaven and earth, gradually infusing it into the saintly skin. In mere seconds, the skin transformed entirely, becoming a formation diagram. Yi Xian inscribed it as the thunderous 8 Desolations Annihilation Formation. Using the saintly skin to bear this formation would amplify its power and defense 100-fold. In the past, when the demon ancestor Lihu acquired the Zhurong sword, he utilized the 12th grade world extinguishing Black Lotus as a diagram to enhance the sword's might to a level impervious to the Four Saints. Now, Yi Xian employed the saintly skin as a diagram, its quality far surpassing that of the 12th grade world extinguishing Black Lotus. Once this formation diagram was inscribed, an overwhelming force of saintly power emanated from it, sweeping across the heavens and earth, stirring the cosmos. It contained the might of thunder, chaotic flames, and the ferocity of the 8 desolation beasts, rendering it extraordinarily sharp and greatly augmenting its strength, sufficient to ensnare 3 saints without difficulty. Then, amidst the gaze of countless beings from the primordial world, as well as the primordial supreme being and Nuwa, Yi Xian hurled the formation diagram forward. Boom! The new formation diagram spread across billions of miles, enveloping the entire celestial expanse, directly suppressing the Grand Supreme Elder and Nuwa beneath its weight. The power within the formation was terrifyingly boundless, greatly amplifying the saintly might of the primordial supreme being against the Grand Supreme Elder and Nuwa, imposing an immense suppression upon them. The once slightly fractured crevices swiftly mended themselves, becoming even more robust and indomitable. Nuwa and Taishang were completely ensnared within, unable to escape in the short term. Both Nuwa and Taishang Laojun were consumed by uncontainable fury. The wretched Yi Xian had audaciously utilized the skin of his disciple to forge a formation map, entrapping them within, a truly despicable act. Yuanshi Tianzuan was incensed beyond measure. For that skin belonged to his sacred body, now transformed into a formation map to ensnare his elder brother and sister. He felt as though he might perish from rage, wishing fervently to devour Yi Xian's flesh and skin to relieve his pent-up fury. Yi Xian, you have gone too far. I am a sage. Your actions will surely invoke divine retribution. Sooner or later, I shall obliterate you utterly and annihilate your entire lineage. Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer suppress his wrath. Hurling a furious curse at Yi Xian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Had his gaze the power to kill, Yi Xian would have been obliterated countless times over. Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Yi Xian revealed a chilling smile. It seems the severity of the punishment is insufficient. Otherwise, you would not speak so arrogantly. His words were imbued with a frigid, murderous aura, an icy chill enveloping Yuanshi Tianzuan entirely. The myriad beings who heard Yi Xian's proclamation were taken aback. Was the punishment truly inadequate? Had he not already flayed the sage's sinews and skin? As the countless beings pondered, some wondered if Yi Xian intended to continue tormenting the jade-clear sage. In the midst of their curiosity and anticipation, Yi Xian slowly raised the thunder spear. A tendril of destructive lightning coiling around its tip, a cold, murderous intent sweeping across the primordial land. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance paled drastically, turning an ashen hue. This damned Yi Xian. Did he truly intend to strike at him? He had already stripped him of his sinews and skin. What more did he desire? Did he truly mean to excise his sacred bones and extract his marrow, as he had previously claimed? The very thought sent Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart racing, a potent chill coursing through him, causing the skin on his scalp to prickle. His heart thudded violently, akin to that of an ordinary mortal. At that moment, a powerful thought surged within Yuanshi Tianzuan's mind. No, he must not allow Yi Xian to remove his sacred bones and essence. The sacred bones and marrow were vital components derived from the essence of a sage's body. If Yi Xian were to excise these, he would render a significant portion of his sacred form useless, severely impacting his foundational path and sage-level powers. He could suffer the same fate as his sister Nuwa, experiencing a catastrophic decline in sage prowess. In light of these thoughts, Yuanshi Tianzuan's complexion grew even more ashen. His gaze fixed upon Yi Xian. He sensed that Yi Xian was about to strike. In a display of feigned bravado, he hastily exclaimed, Yi Xian, do not dare harm me. I am a sage, and your actions are a profound act of treachery. Upon hearing the threats from the primordial heavenly sovereign, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. Such meaningless chatter, he retorted coldly. Without allowing the primordial heavenly sovereign to finish his words, Yi Xian brandished the spear of thunder. And in the face of the sovereign's sheer terror and the astonishment of countless beings from the vast wilderness, the spear plunged directly into the sovereign's body. Chapter 121. The sacred bone feeds the dog. A sound of tearing rent the air as the thunder spear effortlessly pierced the sacred body of the primordial Taoist. With a gentle flick of the spear's tip, a crisp crack resonated, and a segment of the saintly leg bone of the primordial Taoist was seen to shatter. With another deft maneuver, Yi Xian extracted this piece of the saint's leg bone from within the primordial Taoist's form. The sacred bone. The moment this relic emerged, it radiated boundless divine light, its magnificent saintly aura sweeping across the heavens and earth, while the profound resonance of the saint's spirit permeated the entirety of the primordial realm. This bone was a manifestation of the essence of the saint's body, containing an extraordinarily pure saintly resonance, far more precious than the essence born of the cosmos. Its strength surpassing that of innate spiritual treasures. Around 1,000,000 miles of rich spiritual energy surged forth, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. Countless beings beheld this spectacle, their hearts trembling with a mixture of awe and disbelief. They gazed at the sacred bone, which floated in the celestial expanse, gleaming like the sun, their minds completely stunned, as if rendered numb by the sheer shock. The sacred bone of the saint. Yi Xian had truly excavated the sacred bone of the jade-clear saint. Countless beings stood agape, speechless, for the magnitude of this event had far exceeded the limits of their imagination. Who could have anticipated that the exalted and venerable saint would have his very bones unearthed? Even the powerful entities of the primordial realm were rendered speechless, taken aback by Yi Xian's audacious act. With a mere gesture, he had extracted the saint's bone, an act both shocking and unfathomable. At that moment, an even more stunning event unfolded, leaving the myriad beings of the primordial realm utterly astounded. Yi Xian cast a casual glance at the sacred bone and remarked, "It will do, just right to feed a dog." As the words left his lips, he tossed the sacred bone forward. Whoosh! The bone traced a parabolic arc through the void, landing before a dog, specifically, a yellow dog transformed from the primordial spirit of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Upon seeing the bone radiating endless spiritual resonance, the dog's eyes sparkled with an intense glimmer. Having merged with the Eastern Emperor's spirit, this yellow dog possessed considerable intelligence and recognized the immense value of the treasure before it. In the astonished gaze of billions of beings, the yellow dog opened its mouth wide and swallowed the primordial Taoist's sacred bone whole. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, suspended in silence. Countless beings were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly shocked by this outrageous act. This was the sacred bone of a saint, and yet it was used to feed a dog. The esteemed bone of the jade clear saint, the primordial Taoist, had been consumed by a lowly yellow dog. To feed a dog with a sacred bone was nothing short of a blatant humiliation of the jade clear saint, crushing his dignity into the very dirt. In the hearts of countless beings, a tumultuous wave of profound shock surged forth, overwhelming their senses and leaving them utterly unresponsive. The powerful entities within the primordial chaos were equally taken aback, as Yi Xian's astonishing actions resonated deeply within their souls. The act of feeding a whole piece of sacred bone to a mere canine was beyond the realm of imagination for anyone. The precious sacred bone was treated with such blatant disregard that it left all the great beings gasping in disbelief, their minds paralyzed by astonishment. Each one of them found themselves at a loss for words, as they could not fathom that Yi Xian would dare to commit such a shocking act. At this moment, their gaze was fixed upon the heavens, where a yellow dog gnawed at the sacred bone, rendering them utterly numb, their faces reflecting a dazed expression. Meanwhile, within the Grand Formation, both Taishang Laojun and Nuwa were equally astonished by the scene before them, their faces marked by profound shock. They could not have anticipated that Yi Xian would choose such a method to humiliate Yuanshi Tianzuan, using the entire sacred bone to feed a yellow dog. Exchanging glances, they saw the horror mirrored in each other's expressions. Yi Xian's audacity was unparalleled. He had committed an act so monstrous that it had never crossed anyone's mind since the dawn of creation. Nuwa's complexion paled slightly as a wave of dread surged within her, causing her entire sacred being to tremble. The enormity of Yi Xian's terror was undeniable. First, he had extracted the sacred tendons, then he had flayed the sacred skin, and now he had committed the outrageous act of feeding the sacred bone to a dog. Each of these events poured icy water over her heart, stirring an uncontrollable sense of panic within her. She thought to herself that if Yi Xian could treat Yuanshi Shixiang in such a manner, it was conceivable that he might do the same to her shortly thereafter. Years ago, Nuwa had personally experienced Yi Xian's formidable prowess, fully aware of his cruel methods. Memories of her past torment at his hands resurfaced, filling her with fear. She recalled being trampled beneath his feet, lashed with the whip of creation, and being forced to call him master. The most vivid recollection was of Yi Xian raising the coffin of the heavens, and, before the eyes of millions, shattering her physical form into ashes, leaving not a single remnant behind. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the hairs on her body stood on end, goosebumps erupting on her arms, and her fair visage was clouded with panic. Turning to Taishang Laojun, she implored, "Master brother, we must flee this place swiftly and rescue Yuanshi Shixiang, or else Yi Xian will inevitably turn his lethal intent upon him. Soon, it will be our turn, and he will direct his malice towards us as well." Enraged was enveloped in anxiety, her countenance marred by a palpable tension. It was evident that she was gripped by fear. Deep within her heart, Yi Xian had etched an indelible shadow, perpetually influencing her resolve. At that moment, even the usually composed Taishang Laojun displayed signs of pallor on his visage. To be candid, he was astounded by Yi Xian's ruthless tactics, stripping the saints of their sinews, flaying their skin, and even excavating their bones to feed to dogs. Every act perpetrated by Yi Xian transcended Taishang Laojun's wildest imaginings. He truly had not anticipated that Yi Xian could be so merciless, treating the dignity of the saints with such disdain, trampling upon it at will, and even resorting to feeding dogs with their remains. A flicker of dread surged within Taishang Laojun, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A singular thought arose in his mind. He must depart from this place immediately. There could be no further delay. Chapter 122. The Watchdog of Humanity. This Yi Xian is nothing short of an otherworldly demon, remaining in this place. No one could fathom what reckless actions he might undertake. Subsequently, the Supreme Elder nodded slightly and addressed Nuwa, saying, "Sister, your words ring true. Let us exert ourselves fully to breach this grand formation, rescue our brother Yuanshi, and depart from this place. The tone of the Supreme Elder grew somber as he prepared to unleash the full might of his sage power to shatter the barrier, determined to escape at any cost. After all, prolonging this standoff with Xuan left the question of whether he would turn his hand against them. Indeed. Senior brother, let us begin. Nuwa responded with a firm nod, eager to leave and avoid any protracted troubles. Thus, the two began to covertly channel their sage essence, unleashing a torrent of power upon the thunderous 8 directions annihilation formation. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze was fixed upon the lowly yellow dog of humanity as it gnawed on his sacred bone. His face contorted with rage. A tempest of fury surged within him, his wrath igniting to such an extent that it threatened to rend the very fabric of the surrounding void, causing rifts to appear across millions of miles. He was utterly consumed with indignation, never having anticipated that Xuan would feed his bones to a dog. His sacred bones were now a feast for a despicable beast. The humiliation was unprecedented, a disgrace of epic proportions. Yuanshi Tianzuan's anger drove him to the brink of madness, yearning to consume every fragment of Xuan's flesh and bone in revenge. To use my bones to feed a dog. Xuan, how dare you humiliate me so? His teeth clenched, his eyes blazing with resentment. He longed to burst forth and exact his vengeance upon Xuan. Yet, Xuan paid no heed to Yuanshi Tianzuan's fury. He cast a disinterested glance at Yuanshi Tianzuan, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Then, his gaze shifted to the yellow dog that had devoured the sacred bone. After swallowing the bone, the dog rapidly expanded, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Its body grew to several hundred meters in length, its eyes radiating a vast divine brilliance, and its cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. In an instant, it ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, mere moments away from attaining quasi-saint status. The yellow dog morphed into an awe-inspiring giant hound, standing amidst the void, exuding an aura of primal sanctity. Waves of primordial essence pulsed through the air, and ethereal auspicious clouds blossomed beneath its feet. Wong, Wong, Wong. The giant hound bounded joyfully, having attained the great Luo golden immortal status, now possessing remarkable intelligence and the ability to assume human form. After a spirited display, the giant hound transformed into a young man clad in a yellow robe. This young man approached Xuan with small, respectful steps, kneeling before him. With utmost reverence, he proclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me your bone. This humble servant shall remain loyal to you for all eternity, ready to brave fire and water, unafraid of death." Witnessing this scene, countless beings in the primordial realm were left utterly astonished. To everyone's astonishment, the dog that consumed the sacred bone underwent an extraordinary transformation, almost reaching the status of a quasi-saint, stirring deep envy and longing among the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Xuan nodded slightly and declared, "Henceforth, you shall be known as the Eastern Emperor's sacred dog, the king of all dogs. For eternity, you shall guard the gates of humanity." With that, Xuan waved his hand, sending the Eastern Emperor's sacred dog to the ancestral grounds of humanity to stand vigil at the entrance. Having consumed the sacred bone of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Eastern Emperor dog became the sentinel of the ancestral land of humanity. It must be said, this was an unprecedented humiliation for both the Eastern Emperor Tai and the primordial heavenly sovereign, a blatant trampling of their dignity into the mire. Witnessing this scene, the face of the primordial heavenly sovereign turned an ominous shade of black. That wretched Xuan had the audacity to treat this sacred bone dog as a mere guard dog. It was a blatant display of disdain. Infuriated, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt as though he might be driven to the brink of madness. At that moment, Xuan's devilish gaze scrutinized him once more. What further schemes did this fiend harbor? A chill ran down the primordial heavenly sovereign's spine, raising goosebumps across his skin as a wave of intense dread surged within him. However, at that juncture, the Taishang Laojun and Nuwa, having expended all their might, had cracked the grand formation and swiftly burst forth from it. "Junior brother Yuanshi, we have come to rescue you," Taishang Laojun bellowed as he emerged, wielding the 9-dragon golden staff, charging directly at the primordial heavenly sovereign. Nuwa too, armed with her red embroidered ball, followed closely behind him. "Ah, have you finally managed to escape?" Xuan turned to see the imposing figures of Taishang Laojun and Nuwa advancing with great force. "Sister Nuwa, I shall hold Xuan at bay. You must rescue junior brother Yuanshi and flee swiftly from this place," Taishang Laojun instructed, channeling the power of a sage as he surged toward Xuan. Nuwa nodded slightly, seizing the opportunity to liberate the primordial heavenly sovereign, transforming him into a beam of holy light as they swiftly exited the 33 heavens. The swiftness of a sage was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Nuwa had carried the primordial heavenly sovereign to the chaotic realm, countless light years away from the heavenly court. While Xuan was engaged in combat with Taishang Laojun, he noticed Nuwa fleeing with the primordial heavenly sovereign, and a cold, fierce smile spread across his face. Thinking of escaping? It won't be so easy. Let me strike you first. With an outstretched hand, a shimmering whip of starlight materialized in his palm, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 7 stars moon-waving whip. With a single lash, the whip surged forth, expanding immensely, transforming into a colossal divine whip that blotted out the heavens, stretching across countless miles. Countless stars emerged, embodying the forces of yin and yang, their lethal intent laid bare as they tore through the layers of spatial barriers, descending upon Nuwa's form. At this moment, Nuwa had already departed the 33 heavens alongside the primordial supreme being, having fled into the chaos, a realm billions of miles distant from the heavenly court. They exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief, their expressions reflecting the tranquility that follows a near escape. However, just then, a colossal and terrifying whip descended towards Nuwa. In that instant, the surrounding space, spanning millions of miles, became utterly frozen, while an overwhelming force of celestial energy bore down upon her. As Nuwa looked up, she beheld the dreadfully immense whip that obscured the heavens, and an expression of extreme terror washed over her face, rendering it deathly pale. This is not good. Chapter 123. A whip splits in two. In this moment, Xuan wielded the 7 stars moon whip against himself. In the blink of an eye, before Nuwa could evade, the whip descended upon her sacred body. As the whip struck Nuwa, the shrill, terror-stricken cry of the Holy Mother echoed throughout the vastness of the primordial world, heard by countless beings. Subsequently, amid the astonished gazes of formidable beings from the primordial realm, the whip cleaved Nuwa's sacred form into 2 halves. Her divine body now floated in the void, divided into an upper and lower half. Witnessing this scene, numerous powerful figures stood aghast, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How could the Holy Mother Nuwa's divine form be severed by Xuan's single strike? The sheer might of this act was overwhelming. One whiplash had rendered the Holy Mother's body into fragments. Xuan's prowess was truly terrifying. The eminent beings of the primordial realm, including Zhun Yuanzi, Han Yun, and the ancient quasi-saint powerhouses of the Qilin and Feng clans, gasped in astonishment. A tempest of emotions surged within them, completely captivated by Xuan's formidable strength. Unbelievable. From across vast stretches of emptiness, a single whip could shatter the sacred body of Nuwa. It is worth noting that this was an exalted sacred body, albeit a remade one, less robust than her original form. Nevertheless, its resilience rivaled that of numerous innate treasures. Yet, even so, it had been shattered by Xuan's strike, a testament to his overwhelming strength. The myriad beings of the primordial world lacked the immense power of these formidable entities and could not perceive the events unfolding in the chaos. However, they witnessed Xuan wielding an immense and terrifying whip aimed at Nuwa's fleeing direction. Soon after, they overheard the discussions among the powerful, and they comprehended that Xuan's whip had, once again, obliterated the Holy Mother's body, splitting it asunder. The inhabitants of the primordial world were left in utter shock. Xuan was unimaginably fierce. To sever a saint's body with a single strike was not only immensely damaging, but also deeply humiliating. It was a public trampling of the Holy Mother's dignity. A most disgraceful moment for her, as if Xuan had completely stripped her of her honor. At this moment, within the chaos, Nuwa gazed at her divided sacred body, her countenance shifting dramatically. This was her painstakingly crafted new form, forged over millennia with precious materials and immense effort, now shattered once more by Xuan. What was most devastating was that this spectacle was witnessed by all the powerful beings of the primordial realm, and the myriad beings were now aware of her body being severed yet again. The humiliation she had suffered a millennium ago had returned to haunt her. Nuwa's heart seethed with a blend of fury and frustration. Within such a brief span, she had been repeatedly humiliated by Xuan. Her dignity as a saint had been utterly obliterated within the primordial world. Countless beings must be secretly mocking their holy mother in the shadows. Nuwa could scarcely fathom the impending blow to her esteemed reputation and the faith of the saints, which would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on her cultivation and powers. Xuan, I shall pursue you to the ends of existence. I vow to annihilate you. Enraged, Nuwa's upper body convulsed violently, and an overwhelming fury engulfed the chaos, creating tidal waves of spiritual energy that surged through the void like a tempest, impacting countless miles of ethereal space. In her heart, she silently vowed that one day she would reduce Yi Xian to ashes, annihilating his very essence to cleanse herself of the humiliation she had endured twice. Witnessing Nuwa's divine form being severed by Yi Xian's whip, the Primordial Lord displayed a profound shock upon his countenance. How could this accursed Yi Xian, from billions of miles away, have shattered his sister disciple's sacred body? Such formidable strength. The Primordial Lord was both astonished and furious. Gripped by an overwhelming fear of Yi Xian's capabilities, this individual was indeed too powerful, employing an array of techniques that left one defenseless. I must flee to a distant place. I cannot remain here any longer. With this thought, the Primordial Lord cast his gaze upon the fractured segments of Nuwa's divine form and declared, "Sister, let us swiftly unite our powers to reassemble your sacred body. We must immediately retreat to my Kunlun Mountain Sanctuary and activate the protective array to prevent further ambushes by Yi Xian." Nuwa, her expression darkened, nodded solemnly. Together with the Primordial Lord, they unleashed their combined divine might to restore her shattered form. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled back to the Primordial Lord's Kunlun Sanctuary, activating the protective array and taking refuge within. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the Grand Supreme Elder saw Yi Xian's whip cleave Nuwa's divine body in two and was seized by a wave of intense astonishment. How could Yi Xian be so powerful, striking accurately from billions of miles away to sever his sister disciple's sacred form? The mastery of spatial laws displayed by Yi Xian instilled a sense of dread within the Grand Supreme Elder. An urgent thought surged within him. He too must leave this place immediately. Otherwise, he would encounter great peril. Seizing the moment while Yi Xian was distracted, he transformed into a ray of Taisu holy light, intent on departing. However, this seemingly minor action did not escape Yi Xian's notice. "Ah, even you wish to flee, Grand Supreme? How amusing. Even the saints possess such timid hearts?" Yi Xian's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his gaze laced with mockery. Hearing Yi Xian's derisive words, the Grand Supreme Elder felt a flush of embarrassment. Under the scrutiny of countless beings in the primordial world, if he were to flee in disgrace, it would be a tremendous loss of face for a saint. Yet, he understood clearly that regardless of the embarrassment, he had to escape. Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to capture him using some method akin to how he dealt with the Primordial Lord, the humiliation would be even greater. Fleeing now might cost him a modicum of saintly dignity, but being subjected to Yi Xian's torment would obliterate his very essence. Contemplating this, the Grand Supreme Elder resolved to make his escape. Yet, Yi Xian did not permit Taishang Laojun to depart easily. With a swift motion, he traversed the fabric of space. Appearing directly before Taishang Laojun, his eyes glimmered with a thread of murderous intent. Clang! The resounding melody of a sword echoed across the heavens and the earth. He drew forth the thunder-punishing demon sword, declaring, "Should you wish to leave, first taste my blade." Standing upon the 12th grade pure world white lotus, Yi Xian pointed the sword's edge directly at Taishang Laojun, unleashing a formidable and terrifying sword aura that swept across the vast expanse of the universe, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge restlessly for millions of miles. Chapter 124. The evil corpse demoted to a pig sensing the piercing sword energy. The countenance of the Supreme Lord turned slightly ashen. His mind raced, and he immediately realized that leaving today would not be an easy task. Resolutely, the Supreme Lord decided to unleash a formidable trump card. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the vast and terrifying power of a sage, and suddenly, an infinite black malevolent aura began to swirl around his body. This dark energy roiled and surged, extending across billions of miles of void, imbued with various sinister and murderous essences. Any creature touched by this aura would instantly dissipate, their very essence obliterated. Countless primordial beings gazed at the scene with uncertainty, their hearts filled with a single question: what was the Supreme Sage planning to do? Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of countless beings, the Supreme Lord released all the black malevolent energy within him. He then formed a hand gesture and commanded, "Evil corpse, arise." As his words resonated, the black malevolent aura suddenly condensed, coalescing into a humanoid form. Gradually, the figure took shape, transforming into a towering man clad in a black robe, surrounded by an endless swirl of dark energy. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the Supreme Lord, as if they were two halves of the same entity. He was none other than the evil corpse, a manifestation of the Supreme Lord's darkest thoughts, possessing terrifying combat prowess. The evil corpse, exuding an aura of malevolence. Bowed to the Supreme Lord, his presence thick with ominous energy. We are one and the same. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Supreme Lord replied with a slight nod. What brings me forth, esteemed one? Inquired the evil corpse, his face a mask of ferocity. The Supreme Lord turned his gaze towards Xuan, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and instructed the evil corpse, I require you to deal with this individual. It would be best if you could eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the evil corpse's cold, dark eyes also fixed upon Xuan, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him, accompanied by countless sinister roars resonating from within. Rest assured, I will slowly torment him to death, ensuring he endures endless suffering and anguish, he replied, a wicked, icy smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes flashing with brutal intent. Born of malevolence, his nature was merciless, reveling in the act of killing. Very well, I entrust this task to you, the Supreme Lord said with a nod and transformed into a beam of divine light, swiftly fleeing from the heavenly court. Xuan cast a glance at the retreating Supreme Lord, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Ah, the supreme old dog, quite the strategist you are. Leaving the evil corpse behind to cover your escape. However, eliminating your evil corpse is indeed a delightful prospect. As he spoke, Xuan's gaze fell upon the standing evil corpse opposite him. The act of severing the three corpses to attain sainthood involved the creation of the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse, each embodying a portion of the sage's power, crucial for the sage's cultivation and strength. To sever a corpse, one must utilize an exceptionally rare and exquisite innate spiritual treasure as a vessel. Should Xuan annihilate the malevolent corpse of Taishang, it would equate to inflicting a grievous blow to the foundational Tao of Taishang Laojun, inevitably leading to a significant decline in his strength and cultivation. In severe cases, it could even jeopardize his status as a saint. Xuan gazed upon the Taishang malevolent corpse, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Today marks the day of your demise. With a gentle grip on the thunder-punishing demon sword, sword radiance flickered, accompanied by a palpable aura of murderous intent. Upon hearing Xuan's words, a chilling malice manifested on the face of the Taishang malevolent corpse. Xuan, do you dare to show disrespect to this lord? Today, I shall make you experience the depths of torment. The Taishang malevolent corpse spoke with a sinister tone, and as he finished, he unveiled a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Ascendant Sword. With a swift motion, he transformed into a burst of black energy, charging towards Xuan. Xuan, observing this, curled his lips in disdain. The strength of this malevolent corpse was merely comparable to that of Nuwa. Though formidable within the realm of Hongluang, to him, it was nothing more than a buffoon. Since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to oblige. Xuan regarded the charging Taishang malevolent corpse with a cold smile. He then flipped his palm, summoning a coffin of celestial burial that exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity, which materialized in the void. Boom! The coffin, imbued with Xuan's sacred might, unleashed a tremendous force, releasing a dense wave of murderous energy that reverberated across the myriad realms. The vast and tumultuous aura surged like a cataclysmic tsunami, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Gather. With that, Xuan, wielding the coffin, commanded the Taishang malevolent corpse. A colossal gravitational force emanated from the coffin, transforming tendrils of black energy into elongated arms, drawing all matter within a myriad of miles into the celestial burial coffin. Under this immense pull, the rushing Taishang malevolent corpse was swiftly drawn into the coffin. Thud! In the next moment, the coffin sealed shut, and the horrifying murderous aura began to erode the malevolent corpse, akin to potent sulfuric acid, dismantling it completely. A cold smirk danced upon Xuan's lips as he turned his gaze toward a pig floating in the void. With a mere gesture, he summoned the pig, subsequently casting it into the celestial burial coffin. Countless beings observed this spectacle with bewilderment, questioning Xuan's intentions. What purpose did it serve to place a pig alongside the malevolent corpse of the Saint of Taiji? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon them. After the passage of half a stick of incense, Xuan opened the coffin, waving his hand as a peculiar creature materialized in the void, presenting itself before the multitude of beings. Before them stood a creature, possessing the head of a human and the body of a pig. The head belonged to the formidable Taishang, while the corpulent pig body was undeniably ludicrous. Taishang, devoid of virtue, I hereby demote your malevolent corpse to that of a mere swine, as a lesson to be heeded, Xuan declared with a nonchalant demeanor. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm, reaching the ears of every being. A hint of mockery danced upon his features as he anticipated the expression on Taishang Laojuan's face upon hearing this news. The myriad beings of the primordial world were rendered utterly speechless upon hearing Yi Xian's proclamation. They could scarcely fathom that Yi Xian had transformed the malevolent corpse of Taishang Laojuan into that of a pig. It was understood that the three corpses in the sage were fundamentally one. Thus, this malevolent corpse was essentially equivalent to Taishang Laojuan himself. To see it reduced to the status of a pig was nothing short of bewildering. The illustrious malevolent corpse of Taishang Laojuan had been demeaned by Yi Xian, rendered into a lowly beast, a rotund swine. This revelation sent waves of intense shock through the myriad beings of the primordial tribes. They recognized that Yi Xian's actions were an unparalleled humiliation directed at the sage of Taiji. To have a sage's malevolent corpse reduced to that of a pig, what would Taiji's sage think if he were to learn of this? Surely, he would be incensed. In that moment, the eyes of billions of beings turned toward Shouyang Mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the 8th scenery palace of Shouyang Mountain, Taishang Laojuan, having fled back to his sanctum, immediately sought to summon his malevolent corpse back. Yet, in the next instant, he heard Yi Xian's voice sweeping across the primordial universe, Chapter 125, the Supreme Pig Mount Shouyang, 8th Scenery Palace. After the Supreme Lord Laojun returned to his sanctuary, he immediately activated the great protective formation of the mountain. A resonant hum filled the air. As the protective formation was successfully initiated, enveloping the entirety of Mount Shouyang in a luminous barrier, a semblance of tranquility settled within his anxious heart. He had indeed been shaken by Yi Xian. The man's power was utterly terrifying, capable of severing Nuwa's physical form from billions of miles away with a single strike, instilling a profound sense of dread within the Supreme Lord. Subsequently, the Supreme Lord, seated upon his meditation mat, intended to summon back his malevolent corpse. The malevolent corpse was a crucial aspect of his being, embodying his combat prowess. Should anything unfortunate befall it, it would represent a significant loss to his sage-level cultivation and magical power. Aware of its importance, the Supreme Lord had only dispatched the malevolent corpse to temporarily contend with Yi Xian, prioritizing his own escape, as he wished to avoid any mishap befalling it. With both hands forming intricate gestures, he prepared to call back the malevolent corpse. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly struck by the magnificent voice of Yi Xian proclaiming, "Supreme Wuda, today I shall demote your malevolent corpse to that of a mere pig, as a lesson." Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Lord's countenance shifted dramatically. What? A pig? The shock coursed through him like a tempest, sending tremors throughout his being, to the point that his lips turned pale. He could scarcely believe that Yi Xian had transformed his malevolent corpse into a pig. Immediately, the Supreme Lord cast his gaze towards the heavenly court, and the sight nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Before him, the malevolent corpse had indeed been transformed into a creature with a human head and a pig's body, an utterly ludicrous sight, akin to a clown provoking laughter. At that moment, he felt a wave of intense humiliation surging within him, sweeping over his entire being like a tidal wave. Insult. This was a blatant and glaring humiliation. Yi Xian had publicly turned his malevolent corpse into a pig before the myriad beings of the primordial world and all the great powers. A blatant trampling of his sage dignity. What infuriated the Supreme Lord even more was the sensation of his own magical power diminishing by a third, his realm plummeting by a level, and the combat prowess he had cultivated over countless eons facing imminent collapse. His lungs felt as if they would burst from rage. An unquenchable fury enveloped him, each wave of anger surging within his heart, igniting his entire head in flames of wrath. Yi Xian, mark my words. There shall come a day when I obliterate you utterly, reducing you to ashes. I shall transform every fragment of your flesh into the foulest of hellish insects, subjecting you to endless torment until your demise. The Supreme Lord bellowed in a fit of rage, his voice resonating with explosive fury, causing Mount Shouyang to tremble violently, and the vast expanse of the cosmos to fracture inch by inch. At that moment, the Supreme Lord yearned to devour Yi Xian's very flesh, believing that only such an act could quell the raging inferno within his heart and cleanse the humiliation of his malevolent corpse. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the primordial Taoist felt a sudden jolt, his eyelids twitching as he lifted his gaze to the heavens. The sight that met him transformed his expression, his countenance paling in anger. He beheld the wretched corpse of his elder brother, reduced to that of a pig. This was an unabashed humiliation directed at his brother, a grievous affront to his dignity. Cursed be Yi Xian, how dare you so brazenly insult the remains of my master? The primordial Taoist's face flushed crimson, his sacred form trembling with barely contained rage, as fiery wrath ignited in his eyes, wishing fervently to cast Yi Xian down to the status of a mere beast. This Yi Xian was truly detestable. Not only had he stripped away his pride, but he had also brought shame upon his elder brother. The anger radiating from the primordial Taoist enveloped Kunlun Mountain, gathering a myriad of dark clouds above, while the earth descended into a shroud of darkness, illuminated sporadically by terrifying bolts of lightning. Nuwa, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of indignation welling within her. Upon raising her gaze, she too beheld the disgraceful transformation of her elder brother's corpse into a pig, now standing next to Yi Xian and emitting grunts of discontent. Nuwa's countenance turned an iron hue. This audacious Yi Xian had not only degraded the demon emperor and the eastern emperor of her race to mere beasts, but had now also subjected their esteemed elder brother's remains to this grotesque fate. Yi Xian, you have gone too far. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Nuwa clenched her fists, an aura of righteous indignation emanating from her, causing the very ground within 1,000,000 miles to fracture. Despite the seething rage in their hearts, both Nuwa and the primordial Taoist felt utterly powerless, for Yi Xian's might was insurmountable. They could do nothing against him. Nuwa's chest heaved with indignation as she turned to the primordial Taoist and spoke. Second brother, we must devise a plan to eliminate Yi Xian and erase the disgrace we suffered today. A glint of malice flickered in Nuwa's eyes. Her enmity towards Yi Xian ran deep, a constant desire to obliterate him. The primordial Taoist, upon hearing her words, exhibited a glimmer of hatred in his gaze. Yi Xian had truly humiliated them beyond measure today. The three saints had nearly lost all dignity in the celestial realm. This wretched Yi Xian must perish, otherwise their esteemed status would be irrevocably tarnished. Then, the primordial Taoist turned his gaze towards the chaos beyond, inhaling deeply as he proposed, Sister, why don't we consult with our elder brother and seek the assistance of our teacher at the Purple Cloud's palace? Previously, when the primordial Taoist and the Supreme Lord had approached the Purple Cloud's palace seeking the aid of the venerable Hongjun, he had acquiesced. The primordial Taoist believed that should they make their way to the Purple Cloud's palace once more, their teacher would undoubtedly extend his assistance again. Nuwa, too, harbored the intent to enlist their teacher's help, as he alone possessed the power to confront Yi Xian. Their teacher, in harmony with the Tao of heaven, wielded unparalleled strength and possessed myriad strategies. If he were to devote his efforts against Yi Xian, even the mightiest would find themselves facing inevitable doom. Second brother, let us proceed to our elder brother's abode to deliberate on our journey to the Purple Cloud's palace. Nuwa nodded in agreement. The primordial supreme being nodded slightly, and in an instant, the two transformed into a stream of light, heading directly to the Taoist abode of the Supreme Old Lord. The Supreme Old Lord was already aware of their arrival. Within the 8 Scenery Palace, he held a whisk, his expression exceedingly grim. My 2 junior disciples, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Both Nuwa and the Primordial Supreme being bore heavy hearts. They exchanged brief greetings with the Supreme Old Lord before entering the hall together. The 3 saints gathered at the summit of Mount Yang to deliberate once more on the matter of visiting the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, after uttering those words, Yi Xian set his gaze upon the supreme evil corpse Earth Pig. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he addressed the creature before the multitude of sentient beings. From now on, you shall be called the Supreme Clear Pig, destined to serve as the Pig King of the human race, perpetuating the lineage of our kind and contributing to the prosperity of our livestock. Chapter 126. A narrow escaped the head of this earthy boar, possessing a fragment of the wisdom of the Ta Ching evil corpse, flushed crimson upon hearing Yi Xian's words. It shook its head vigorously, embodying an expression of utter reluctance. For a dignified Ta Ching evil corpse to be reduced to the status of a breeding boar was an unprecedented humiliation. What stung the creature even more was that Yi Xian had audaciously named it Ta Ching Pig, a blatant affront to its dignity. However, Yi Xian paid no heed to its protests. With a swift gesture, he cast the Ta Ching Pig into the ancestral land of the human race, accompanied by 1,000 sows, commanding the Ta Ching Pig to propagate offspring for humanity. The myriad beings of the primordial world were left speechless at this spectacle, utterly astonished by Yi Xian's audacity. It was truly remarkable. Transforming the evil corpse of the Ta Ching sage into a mere pig was one thing, but naming it Ta Ching Pig and relegating it to a breeding role was an unparalleled insult. This was a multi-layered humiliation directed at the Ta Ching sage, and it was nothing short of astonishing. The countless beings were profoundly impacted by Yi Xian's extraordinary actions. marveling at his audacity to treat a sage's evil corpse as a pig, especially a breeding pig, a notion unprecedented in the annals of history. At this moment, the great battle had drawn to a close. The 12 ancestor witches approached in unison. Lord Xuan, we are deeply grateful for your assistance in eliminating the demon race for our witch clan. They bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with profound admiration and reverence, their hearts brimming with respect for Xuan. The earth-shattering conflict had allowed the 12 ancestor witches to witness Xuan's formidable prowess firsthand. His strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. He single-handedly battled 3 sages without faltering, even dominating them and delivering a severe blow to their pride. Such formidable power instilled immense awe within the 12 ancestor witches, elevating Xuan to a status nearly equal to that of the primordial deity Pangu in their minds. If Xuan wished, Dezhong would willingly relinquish his throne as the ruler of the witch clan, allowing Xuan to ascend as their king. Hotu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xuan's profile, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Waves of affection surged from her heart, as she revered Xuan to an extraordinary degree. His unparalleled strength, capable of confronting 3 sages, radiated an unmatched aura of confidence. What captivated Hotu further was Xuan's strikingly handsome appearance. Handsome and powerful, he embodied the ideal man in her eyes. Xianming's ice-blue eyes also shimmered with respect and adoration as she beheld Xuan's striking profile, feeling her heart stir with emotion. As if the icy barriers of her heart, frozen for eons, were finally melting away. Since her inception, Xianming has never worshipped any man. However, today she finds herself irresistibly captivated by Xuan. The brilliance that Xuan radiates today is simply overwhelming. He single-handedly contends against 3 saints, commanding respect from all directions, and his formidable presence utterly conquers Xuanming's heart. A blush tinges her otherwise icy visage, and her eyes glisten with adoration as they rest upon Xuan. Konggong, Zhu Rong, and other notable figures, such as Chevy Shi, are filled with the utmost admiration for Xuan. Each stands before him with the utmost reverence, their hearts completely devoted. Having been thoroughly impressed by his prowess and charisma, upon hearing the words of the 12 ancestors of witches, Xuan remains calm, casting a cursory glance at them before stating, "There is no need for formality. The demon clan has long held animosity towards me, and their eradication is merely a matter of time." He then turns his gaze to Emperor Jiang, declaring, "Now that the demon clan has been vanquished, your witch clan shall thrive and prosper on Mount Buzhou, living peacefully without the instigation of war or any acts of slaughter." Xuan is acutely aware that the original outcome of the witch-demon calamity was mutual annihilation. However, his intervention has altered this fate, allowing the witch clan to endure. If the witch clan were to seize the opportunity to expand their influence in the wilderness following the demon clan's demise, they would inevitably incur divine retribution. Thus, he felt compelled to issue this warning. Emperor Jiang, understanding the gravity of Xuan's words, naturally acquiesces. Without Xuan's intervention, the witch clan would have been relentlessly oppressed by the demon clan, potentially facing extermination. In truth, it was Xuan who salvaged the witch clan from peril. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to Master Xuan's decree, Emperor Jiang respectfully replies, bowing slightly in salute. Very well, return to Mount Buzhou and recuperate, Xuan says with a tranquil demeanor. Yes, Master Xuan, the 12 ancestors of witches respond in unison, bowing to him before bidding farewell and leading their forces back to Mount Buzhou. Having resolved matters concerning the witch clan, Xuan's gaze shifts toward the remaining millions of demon soldiers in the heavenly court. Following the demise of Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, these lesser beings are paralyzed with fear. A portion of the demon clan has fled, yet a significant number of demon soldiers remain in the 33 heavens, too terrified to depart. As Xuan's eyes sweep over the multitude of demon soldiers, an overwhelming divine authority envelopes them. The entire legion trembles in terror, a palpable fear of death looming above them. They are acutely aware of Xuan's immense strength. With merely a thought, he could obliterate them all. In an instant, the weapons in their hands clatter to the ground, their hearts racing with anxiety. It is unclear who kneels first, but soon millions of demon soldiers follow suit, prostrating themselves on the ground. Master Xuan, spare us, they plead. Great One, grant us our lives. Countless demon soldiers and generals were summoned, their voices imbued with panic and unease, each face pale and marked by terror. They had witnessed firsthand the brutal slaying of 2 supreme monarchs of the demon race by Xuan, as well as the horrifying spectacle of Xuan flaying a sage alive. Fear consumed these demon soldiers, who regarded Yi Xian as the embodiment of their greatest dread. All these millions of demon warriors knelt upon the ground, trembling, too afraid to meet Yi Xian's gaze directly. Yi Xian stood firm in the void, his eyes coolly surveying the multitude of demon soldiers and generals. He deemed it beneath him to eradicate such insignificant minions, for he had already conceived a plan in his mind. Henceforth, you shall serve as guardians for the human race, shielding them from harm. Yi Xian proclaimed with a calm demeanor. Among the myriad races of the primordial world, humanity was the most feeble. Employing these demons as protectors would safeguard the humans and also repay the karmic debt for their past slaughter of humanity, achieving a dual purpose. Upon hearing Yi Xian's decree, the hearts of the millions of demon beings swelled with joy. They would not meet their demise. Instead, they could continue to exist in the primordial realm. Protecting the human race was a trivial task for them, given their formidable strength. They felt immense gratitude towards Yi Xian, who could have extinguished them with but a thought, holding dominion over their fates. In the wake of the demon race's defeat, with 2 of their monarchs slain, they had anticipated inevitable death at Yi Xian's hands. Yet, he chose not to obliterate them, instead granting them the opportunity to safeguard humanity, allowing them to persist in the primordial realm. For these millions of demon beings, it was a miraculous escape from the jaws of death. Chapter 127. All taken away. Thank you, Lord Yi Xian. Your compassion is unmatched. The myriad demon races gazed at Yi Xian with eyes brimming with gratitude. Many were filled with admiration, believing that Yi Xian had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. Standing amidst the heavens, Yi Xian felt the radiant light of faith rising from billions of demon beings, converging upon him. In that moment, he sensed his sage-like power swell in strength. This was the force of faith, the very source of fortune. Whether human or demon, those who genuinely believed in Yi Xian within their hearts could amplify his destiny. In the past, Hongjun opened the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, welcoming countless mighty beings from the primordial realm to listen to his teachings, thus instilling in them a sense of reverence and faith, leading them to honor him as the Tao ancestor and granting him the fortune of the entire primordial world. With the passage of time, employing both benevolence and authority among these billions of demons, Yi Xian was certain he could garner even greater strength from their faith. Perhaps, he could directly absorb the faith of Nuwa, the sage of the demon race, entirely into himself. Casting a glance over the myriad demon beings, a faint smile graced Yi Xian's lips. If Nuwa were to discover this, she might be driven to fury. After all, as the sage of the demon race, she thrived on their fortune. Should all the faith of the demons converge upon Yi Xian, it could severely undermine her sagehood, and in dire circumstances, she might even lose her status as a sage. However, achieving such a feat would not be a matter of mere moments. Temporarily dismissing this thought, Yi Xian turned his gaze back to the multitude of demons. With a wave of his hand, he transported them to the ancestral land of humanity, granting them temporary refuge there. Once the demons were relocated, he summoned the Chaos Pearl, shrouding the area in secrecy. Next, Yi Xian's attention turned to the vastness of the heavenly realm, where numerous treasures gleamed with ethereal light. Among them was the Chaos Bell, a relic from the fall of Dongwang Tai, the river map and Luo book from the demise of Dijuan, the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui lost during the escape of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and a strand of sage's sinew. One supreme innate treasure for exquisite innate spiritual treasures, and a strand of sage's essence, all now belonged to him. A satisfied smile spread across Yi Xian's face as he waved his hand, collecting all these precious spiritual treasures into his possession. His gaze first fell upon the Chaos Bell, also known as the Dongwang Bell, a companion treasure of Dongwang Tai. Legend has it that it was forged from the axe of the Chaos Treasure, possessing unparalleled defensive capabilities, rivaling even the heavenly and earthly glorious Tower of Laojiu. Buzzing sounds emanated from the Dongwang Bell, which contained the imprint of Dongwang Tai's primordial spirit. Upon his demise, this imprint vanished, prompting the bell's spirit to attempt an escape. For it was an innate treasure endowed with considerable intelligence. It radiated an aura of chaos, and invisible barriers unfurled in the void. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Yi Xian's face. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Xian inscribed a divine imprint upon the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the next instant, the bell ceased its struggle and released a cascade of profound yellow light that enveloped Yi Xian entirely. He could feel a warm current flowing within him, as a vast chaotic barrier extending millions of miles appeared around his body. This layer of barrier was impenetrable, akin to a robust fortress, securely sheltering Yi Xian within. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with delight. He gently tapped with his finger, unleashing a bolt of thunderous energy that struck the chaotic barrier, yet it remained utterly unaffected, with not so much as a ripple on its surface. Truly, the Eastern Emperor Bell, a primordial treasure, boasted a defensive power that surpassed even the earthly yellow pagoda of the supreme Lord Laozi. Yi Xian nodded inwardly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The chaotic bell was transformed from the divine axe of Pangu, and although the Eastern Emperor Tai was a quasi-saint, he could not unleash its full potential. However, in Yi Xian's capable hands, he possessed the formidable strength to fully manifest the bell's power. He believed that with this chaotic bell's defense, even if he stood still and endured the assaults of saints, it would take a considerable amount of time to breach his protection. With the presence of this chaotic bell, combined with his primordial Tao body, Yi Xian felt invulnerable within the vast wilderness. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with joy. Then, his gaze shifted to the river diagram and Lo Shu. This was a supreme spiritual treasure for divining heavenly secrets. The Emperor Jun had employed it to devise the great array of the stars, and later, Fuxi utilized the river diagram and Lo Shu to formulate the 8 trigrams, achieving the title of human sovereign. Equipped with this artifact, Yi Xian could anticipate his enemy's moves, enabling him to make a series of advantageous decisions with greater precision regarding the trends of the wilderness. Furthermore, the river diagram and Lo Shu also served as a formidable defensive treasure, akin to Nuwa's map of mountains and rivers. Quite satisfactory indeed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Xian tucked the river diagram and Lo Shu away. Next, his gaze fell upon the 3 treasures Rui, a personal artifact of the primordial heavenly venerable, which possessed commendable offensive capabilities. Without much contemplation, he too stored it within his sleeve. Finally, his attention rested upon the sacred sinew of the primordial heavenly venerable. This was an exceedingly precious item. Since the dawn of the wilderness, no one had ever dared to refine a saint's sinew into a spiritual treasure. This was a notion only Yi Xian could entertain, for the other beings of the wilderness would never dare to conceive such a defiant thought. To refine a saint's sinew into a treasure? Who could even entertain such an audacious idea? Just a mere hint of a saint's aura could obliterate their very forms and spirits. They lacked the courage to fathom such astonishing possibilities. Yi Xian gazed at the sinew, exuding boundless saintly resonance, gently stroking his chin as he pondered what type of treasure he should forge from the sinew of the primordial heavenly venerable. Initially, Yi Xian intended to forge a treasure akin to the binding immortal rope. However, at that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting the notion of creating an even more extraordinary artifact. Without delay, Yi Xian retrieved the 5 elements yin-yang furnace and the 7 stars moon-wrapping whip. Should he fuse the 7 stars moon-wrapping whip with the sacred muscle, it would undoubtedly amplify the whip's might significantly. If successful, a single strike could potentially obliterate a saint's corporeal form. Yi Xian mused that the 7 stars moon-wrapping whip inherently possessed the power of celestial bodies and lunar radiance, rendering it immensely formidable. Coupled with the divine strength of the sacred muscle, its lethality would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. With this thought, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes. He promptly cast the 7 stars moon-wrapping whip and the sacred muscle into the furnace, employing the burning heaven purple flame and the 6-ding divine fire to incinerate the entire cauldron. Chapter 128. The primordial divine whip in the timeless expanse of the primordial universe. A century passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a thunderous roar erupted from within the yin-yang 5 elements cauldron, unleashing an overwhelming force of celestial energies alongside the might of the sages. This power surged through the vastness of the cosmos, stirring tumultuous waves across countless realms. Li Xian, seated upon the 12-petal pure world white lotus, sensed the disturbance and opened his eyes. From the cauldron, a whip ascended, radiating myriad hues of deep yellow and golden light. This whip was entwined with the luminescence of countless sages, pulsating with an intense spiritual resonance, and infused with threads of stellar energy. Its mere presence commanded a sense of formidable strength, amplified by the sage power that enveloped it, rendering it immensely powerful and unparalleled. A smile graced Li Xian's lips as he extended his hand, and in an instant, the whip flew directly into his palm. The moment he grasped it, a majestic sanctity emanated from the whip, a potent force imbued with the essence of the primordial celestial venerable's 7 stars moon-embracing whip. Holding the 7 stars moon-embracing whip, he directed his gaze towards a desolate region in the southern continent. With a mere fraction of his strength, he swung the whip toward that location. With a resounding boom, the whip sliced through the layers of the void, propelled by its terrifying sanctity and stellar might, striking the earth below. Upon impact, the southern continent trembled violently, a massive rift tearing open in its midst, chaos surging forth and staining the heavens crimson. Seeing this, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. He had only utilized a fraction of his power, yet achieved such devastating destruction. Were he to unleash his full strength, the entirety of the primordial realm might be reduced to rubble. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he restored the southern continent to its former state. And his gaze returned to the 7 stars moon-embracing whip, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Given its current might, it could undoubtedly obliterate the physical form of a sage with a single strike. Li Xian mused, contemplating a new name for the whip, as it had undergone a transformation, integrating the sinews of sages. Let it be known as the Primordial Divine Whip. A mischievous smile played on his lips at the thought of the primordial, celestial venerable discovering that his sinews had been refined into this whip, now bearing the title of the Primordial Divine Whip. With that thought, Li Xian tucked the Primordial Divine Whip into his sleeve and rose from the 12-petal pure world, White Lotus. His gaze fixed upon the resplendent realm of the demon's celestial court. There, the court gleamed with golden splendor, an impressive edifice stretching for millions of miles. With towers rising every 5 steps and pavilions every 10, adorned lavishly with gold and jade, epitomizing opulence. Though eons ago, Yi Xian wielded the slaughter which soared to breach the celestial domain of the demon race, their power swiftly burgeoned under the aegis of 3 saints, restoring them to their former stature as the preeminent force in the primordial world. They plundered the bounties of countless sentient beings within the primordial wilderness, utilizing the treasures amassed to lavishly redecorate their celestial abode, thus rendering it a magnificent spectacle. The act of looting has always been a gratifying endeavor, and it seems high time to raid the ancestral home of the demon race. A faint smile graced Yi Xian's lips, yet the vastness of the celestial domain rendered a solo endeavor impractical. With a wave of his hand, the chaos pearl manifested before him, and he transformed into a streak of light, entering the depths of the pearl. A millennium had elapsed. He had secluded himself within the chaos for 10,000 years, and upon emerging, he had yet to behold the progress of the human race, unaware of its current state of development. Curiosity piqued, he soared towards the heart of the chaos pearl, eager to explore the miniature world within. Upon his arrival in this small world, his eyes sparkled with delight. The human race flourished, teeming with life. The entire microcosm was densely populated with countless billions of humans. From the humble beginnings of millions, their numbers had swelled to several hundred billion over the millennia. Yi Xian's gaze was drawn to the grand golden dragon of fate coiling majestically in the celestial canopy above. Radiating resplendent light, it undulated across the vast expanse of the spiritual firmament, a testament to the thriving fortunes of the human race. Pleased, Yi Xian acknowledged the adept governance of the 3 ancestors of humanity, which had fostered such remarkable growth in their population. Subsequently, he extended his consciousness and discerned the whereabouts of the 3 ancestors. His eyes fell upon a resplendent palace, adorned with the characters for Ancestral Hall in a flourish of dragon and phoenix motifs. In an instant, he materialized before the Grand Hall, where hundreds of golden immortal guards stood sentinel. Their expressions froze in astonishment upon witnessing his sudden appearance in the void. Their eyes shimmered with profound surprise, for these were newly emerged humans who had never encountered such a formidable display of spatial transcendence. Esteemed one, may I inquire your identity? The golden immortal guard stammered, having never laid eyes on Yi Xian before. My name is Yi Xian. Inform Xuan to come forth and meet me, he replied with a calm demeanor. At his words, the guards were immediately engulfed in shock, their gazes filled with incredulity as they scrutinized him. What? You are Yi Xian? The esteemed ancestor Yi Xian? The captain of the guards questioned, his voice trembling with excitement. At the mere mention of his name, the faces of all the human guards lit up with overwhelming exhilaration. For millennia, countless tales and legends regarding Yi Xian have been recounted. Almost every member of the human race is aware of their formidable ancestor, known as Yi Xian. In a time when humanity faced imminent extinction, it was Yi Xian who emerged from seclusion, rescuing the entire race from the brink of annihilation. Subsequently, Yi Xian accomplished numerous astonishing feats. According to the stories passed down through generations, he once led millions of humans to shatter the palace of Nuwa, wielding the art of creation to strike the exalted goddess Nuwa herself. He even engaged in the audacious act of plundering the sanctuaries of sages. Ultimately, the tales conclude with Yi Xian leading humanity in a decisive strike against the palace of Nuwa before retreating into the chaos for further cultivation, where it is said he attained enlightenment and ascended to sainthood. Now, After the passage of 1,000 years, has this legendary ancestor finally returned? Chapter 129. The ancestors return. All the newly awakened golden immortal guards of the human race gazed at Yi Xian with expressions of eager anticipation, their eyes shimmering with profound hope. Yi Xian cast a calm glance over the excited human guards, nodded slightly, and remarked, "Indeed, it is I." Upon hearing these words, the human guards were instantly overwhelmed with elation, promptly kneeling on the ground and calling out in unison, "We welcome the return of our ancestor. We welcome the return of our ancestor." Their faces radiated with sincerity, their voices filled with reverence, and their eyes sparkled with admiration for Yi Xian. These fervent cries reverberated throughout the entire chaotic realm, reaching the ears of countless billions of humans in a brief moment. In the next instant, expressions of shock spread across the faces of these billions. What? The ancestor has returned? Is it truly Yi Xian, our ancestor, coming back from the chaos? Among them, countless millions were the progenitors of the newly awakened human race, their cultivation levels largely having reached the realms of profound immortal and even great Luo golden immortal. Upon hearing the shouts, they transformed into beams of golden light, swiftly flying towards the ancestral hall. Within the ancestral hall, the three founders of the human race, Xuan, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi, were equally astonished upon hearing the commotion. They exchanged glances, and after a moment of calculation, it became evident that they had already broken through to the quasi-saint realm, enabling them to effortlessly deduce the heavenly secrets. Moments later, joy illuminated their faces. The ancestor has indeed returned. Quickly, let us exit the palace to welcome the ancestor. Xuan, brimming with excitement, rose abruptly, neglecting to adjust his clothing, and hurriedly dashed outside with Yu Chao and Ziyi. In another fragrant chamber, a stunningly beautiful young woman, upon hearing the voices, felt her bright eyes radiate with brilliance. "Is my elder brother back?" Yu Ying sprang to her feet, an aura of immense power enveloping her. Over the millennia, she had assisted Xuan in governing the billions of humans, earning immense prestige, second only to the three founders. Revered as a queen by many, she naturally exuded a regal presence. However, upon hearing the news of Yi Xian's return, the aura of royalty dissipated, as her sole desire became the wish to see her elder brother again. Memories flooded back of when Yi Xian had taken her to raid the sanctum of the primordial supreme being and led her into the palace of the Nuwa Empress. An experience etched vividly in her mind. In Yu Ying's heart, Yi Xian was a paragon of heroism, handsome, powerful, mysterious, and commanding, embodying every ideal she held of a man. In the secret study behind her chamber hung numerous portraits of Yi Xian. Every night, she would gaze upon his image to fall asleep, which provided her with the sweetest dreams filled with happiness. Now, the prospect of finally seeing her elder brother again filled her with elation. Years ago, when the elder brother departed, he spoke of retreating into the chaos to attain sanctity. One cannot help but wonder whether he has indeed become a sage. Moon Sakura murmured to herself, her exquisite visage adorned with a glimmer of anticipation, and her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, rippling with waves of excitement. In an instant, Moon Sakura transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly soaring beyond the ancestral hall. Moments later, countless beings of the human race gathered outside the plaza of the ancestral hall, followed eagerly by billions more. The three ancestors of humanity also arrived, coinciding with Moon Sakura's presence at the scene. At that moment, all beings of the human race congregated at the ancestral hall, their gazes fixed upon a young man standing at the center of the plaza, clad in flowing white robes, his handsome countenance and tall stature exuding an air of elegance. This striking figure stood upon a 12-petal pristine white lotus, radiating a gentle luminescence akin to a spring breeze caressing the chaotic realm. Around him, the ground within a 100-mile radius blossomed with purple-golden celestial flowers, while ethereal auspicious energies danced in the void. Countless profound and enigmatic laws of light flickered at the pinnacle of the heavens, accompanied by extraordinary prophecies that emerged above, shining like stars. The billions of human beings marveled at this spectacle. Could this be their legendary ancestor, Yi Xian? The aura, the appearance, and the myriad of wondrous phenomena indeed lived up to the legends. The depth of the ancestor's power was unfathomable. Merely observing the laws of light emanating from him was enough to convey an overwhelming strength. Most astonishingly, the prophecies of the Great Path and the chains of order manifested upon him. Truly, the ancestor was as formidable as the tales foretold. His presence was unparalleled in the world. Amidst the bustling discussions, admiration for Yi Xian radiated from every human soul. They were captivated by the brilliance he exuded, igniting a fervent sense of reverence within their hearts. This was indeed the legendary ancestor, remarkably extraordinary, with unfathomable power, affirming that the age-old stories and legends were true. At that moment, the three ancestors of humanity and Moon Sakura hastened towards Xuan, their eyes shimmering with tears of joy, a reflection of their overwhelming emotion. After millennia, they were finally reunited with their revered ancestor. To the ancient beings, millennia might seem but a fleeting moment, where a brief slumber or a retreat could span tens of thousands of years. However, for the human race, a millennium is an eternity. Their lifespans are fleeting, with most humans living merely a century. The passage of a millennium has wrought profound changes upon humanity. Yet, upon this reunion, the three ancestors beheld that the ancestor remained as charismatic as ever, his elegance undiminished, his power even more profound. And that subtle smile upon his face was enough to enchant countless young women of the human race. As the distance narrowed, the three ancestral figures of the human race were profoundly astonished to discover that there was not a trace of magical energy emanating from Xuan. This revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within the hearts of the three ancestors. The absence of any magical fluctuations either indicated that the elder was a mere mortal devoid of any magical prowess, or it suggested that the elder's strength had ascended to a level far beyond their comprehension. Given their current realms, they were utterly incapable of perceiving the nuances of the elder's magical operations. Deep within their hearts, the three ancestors were acutely aware that the elder could not possibly be a mere mortal. Thus, it could only imply that the elder's power had reached a truly terrifying pinnacle. Chapter 130. The Seizure of Property Saint. At this moment, a powerful conviction surged within Xuan, as he became utterly convinced that the ancestor had undoubtedly attained the realm of a saint. Otherwise, how could the three of them, all at the threshold of becoming saints, fail to perceive even the slightest ripple of the ancestor's profound power? Ancestor, you have finally returned. The three ancestors of the human race, along with Xuan, approached Xuan and immediately knelt before him, performing an exceedingly respectful bow. On their faces, there was an unmistakable expression of reverence, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of worship. Yu Ying's captivating eyes gazed intently at Xuan, radiating subtle beams of adoration, while her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, revealing the shyness characteristic of a young maiden. "Big brother," Yu Ying shyly uttered, her lips parting slightly, transforming from a revered queen among billions into a bashful neighbor girl in the springtime. Her delicate hands fidgeted with her attire, feeling the masculine aura emanating from Xuan, which caused her already radiant face to blush even deeper. Xuan cast a casual glance at the four of them, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yu Ying. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned that Yu Ying had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, only a catalyst away from ascending to the status of a quasi-saint. Xuan nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing his features as he said, "Not bad." Upon hearing Xuan's praise, Yu Ying's heart soared with joy. She had never anticipated that someone of Xuan's stature would commend her. In that moment, her heart felt as though it were flowing with honey, a sweet warmth spreading within her, making her feel as if her very spirit might dissolve in delight. Ancestor, throughout these 10,000 years, Yu Ying has never relaxed for a moment. She has diligently followed your instructions, wholeheartedly working to increase the population of the human race, while also earnestly cultivating, achieving remarkable progress in her cultivation. Xuan beamed as he spoke. Xuan nodded slightly, his thoughts revealing to him the endeavors Yu Ying had undertaken over the millennia. As a saint, aware of the past and future, he instantly comprehended Yu Ying's significant contributions during this time. "Very well, Yu Ying, you have done excellently," Xuan affirmed with a gentle smile, praising her once more. Hearing Xuan's commendation again made Yu Ying's heart blossom with joy, and a radiant smile adorned her exquisite face. "Big brother, this is simply what I ought to do," she replied, her cheeks flushed as she shyly smiled. Xuan nodded slightly, saying, "Yu Ying, are you perhaps stuck at a bottleneck in your cultivation? In a few days, if time allows, I shall guide you to facilitate your breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm." Upon hearing Xuan's words, Yu Ying's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Pondering how her big brother could possibly know that she was facing a bottleneck, she found herself trapped in an insurmountable bottleneck, her heart burdened with distress for an extended period. This particular impasse was remarkably unique. Even the three ancestors of the human race were unable to resolve it, rendering it a formidable conundrum. To her astonishment, her elder brother discerned the root of her ailment at a glance. How extraordinary! Yu Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. and she secretly pondered whether her elder brother's formidable perception indicated he had attained the status of a saint. This question lingered not only in Yu Ying's mind, but also in the hearts of countless beings of the human race, for when Yixian departed, he had proclaimed his intention to enter the chaos to attain sanctity. At that moment, Yixian turned his gaze towards Sui Run, stating, Sui Run, summon immediately 10,000 human cultivators of golden immortal rank and above. Upon hearing this familiar command, Sui Run, along with the other notable figures and the multitude of humans, were momentarily taken aback. They were acutely aware that whenever the ancestor called for golden immortal cultivators, it signified the impending occurrence of a monumental event. The last time such a call was made, it involved a raid on the residence of Saint Lu Taiqing. Prior to that, it was a raid on the abode of Saint Yuqing, and most recently, it was an incursion into the palace of the goddess Nuwa. Now, could it be that the ancestor was preparing to lead them on yet another plunder? The mere thought ignited a fervor within the hearts of the myriad humans. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Sui Ren curiously inquired, Ancestor, are we preparing to raid? Indeed, Yixian replied with a calm nod. Sui Ren gasped involuntarily and continued to question, Ancestor, whose den are we to raid this time? With this inquiry, a wave of intense curiosity surged through the hearts of all the human race, their eyes eagerly fixed upon Yixian, brimming with anticipation. In the midst of their gaze, Yixian spoke with serene clarity. We shall raid the stronghold of the demons Sovereign Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. His words, though delivered with tranquility, resonated distinctly in the ears of every human present. Upon hearing this proclamation, the multitude was utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the ancestor would lead them to invade the lair of the demon race, the sworn enemies of humanity. In the past, to forge the Slaughter Witch sword, they had annihilated billions of their kin. Now, the prospect of their ancestor guiding them to plunder the demon race was nothing short of astonishing. As realization dawned, Sui Run and the others were left in a state of shock. Ancestor, are you certain we are to raid the demon race? Sui Run asked incredulously, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, he understood the formidable strength of the demon race, the most powerful force in the primordial realm, whose tyranny was such that even saints dared not confront them directly. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the countless humans, Yixian nodded slightly, and then he spoke once more, revealing yet another astonishing revelation that left the multitude utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 131. The time to return indeed. It is true that the demon race has been annihilated. As I have personally brought about their downfall, Yixian calmly stated, his tone remarkably serene. He merely articulated a straightforward fact. Yet this tranquil declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of countless members of the human race. Upon comprehending his words, a profound sense of shock surged within the hearts of billions, as disbelief painted itself across the faces of every human. What? The demon race has been obliterated by our ancestor. This revelation left billions wide-eyed, their expressions rife with incredulity. After all, everyone was acutely aware of the formidable and terrifying nature of the demon race. The demon race, a colossal force of primordial might, boasted a staggering multitude, numbering in the billions. Their sovereigns, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, were ancient powerhouses, their strength reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Hailed as the mightiest below the saints, under their dominion, the demon race flourished, exerting their dominance throughout the primordial world, unchecked and unchallenged. In days gone by, they had mercilessly slaughtered billions of humans, forging the slaughtering which soared from the blood of their victims. Their brutality and savagery were indelibly etched in the memories of the human race. Those who had personally endured the demon race's reign of terror, such as the Sui Ren clan, the Yu Chao clan, and Yu Ying, possessed a profound understanding of the demon's might and cruelty. Meanwhile, the other hundreds of billions of newly emerged humans, steeped in tales passed down from their ancestors, were well aware of the demon race's overwhelming power, an almost invincible behemoth in the primordial realm. Yet now, this formidable colossus, the demon race, has been vanquished. And astonishingly, it was by our ancestor's hand. The hundreds of billions of newly arisen humans found themselves speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the narratives recounted by their forebears, the demon race had always been depicted as brutal and invincible, a hellish scourge, an evil entity that seemed beyond eradication, a legion of fiends dwelling within the heavenly realms. And now, these malevolent beings have been extinguished. This once unconquerable force has been entirely obliterated by their ancestor, Yixian. At that moment, the gazes of the hundreds of billions of newly emerged humans were filled with reverence for Yixian. Their ancestor undoubtedly stood as a great hero and savior of the human race. The ability to vanquish such a terrifying power was nothing short of extraordinary. The Xuan clan, the Yu Chao clan, the Zi clan, and the million surviving ancestors from the calamity of the Witch clan were imbued with an unparalleled admiration for Xuan. A significant portion of them even knelt in homage, expressing their profound respect and uncontainable veneration for him. The demon race, once a relentless scourge to humanity, now they have been eradicated by our ancestor. The deep-seated enmity of the human race has finally been avenged. Those ancestors who had lived through that harrowing epoch were acutely aware of the demon's strength and cruelty, and thus, upon hearing of Xuan's triumph over the demon race, their hearts swelled with overwhelming emotion. Indeed, many of them wept tears of joy in response to this monumental revelation. Many of their loved ones and parents had fallen victim to the massacre wrought by the demon race. Now, with the ancestral figure having obliterated the demons, their profound blood feud has finally been avenged. Gratitude flows for the ancestral figure's annihilation of the demon race, delivering retribution for the human race's deep-seated grievances. Tears welled in the eyes of Xuan, who, with weakened legs, collapsed onto the ground in reverence. The harrowing memories of those arduous times surged forth vividly. He had witnessed his friends and family perish mercilessly at the hands of the demons, their bodies desecrated and their life essence drained, with even their spiritual souls extracted to forge the infamous slaughter which soared. How brutal the demons were, and how tragic the plight of the humans. At last, the demons have been vanquished, and those who perished can finally rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Similarly, Yu Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Though she was but a child at the time, she vividly remembered the massacre of their tribe by the demon folk, who annihilated her entire family. Her mother had hidden her beneath the bed, yet the great demon had still managed to discover her presence, intent on consuming her. Had it not been for the timely intervention of her elder brother, this fragile life would have long since succumbed to the demon's brutality. With the demise of the demon race, the souls of her fallen tribe and her parents below can now find solace. With a quivering voice, Yu Ying knelt, her pure forehead touching the ground as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, dear brother. The remaining million ancestors of the human race mirrored her sentiment, their faces illuminated with emotion, recalling their shared suffering. Each ancestor had lost friends and family to the demons, and the depth of their hatred for those fiends was matched only by their profound gratitude towards Xuan for bringing about their downfall. Subsequently, the million ancestors bowed in unison, their voices rising in fervent chorus. Thank you, ancestral figure, for annihilating the demon race and avenging the blood-soaked grievances of humanity. The newly reborn billion-strong human race observed their ancestors kneeling, exchanging glances before they too fell to their knees. Joining in the collective shout of gratitude towards Xuan for avenging the human race and cleansing the humiliation suffered during the demon onslaught, their unified voices converged, creating a celestial tapestry of faith as countless stars of belief coalesced, forming a vast river of faith that spanned the void. This river of faith descended from the heavens, transforming into a magnificent, golden-hued light of belief that surged directly into Xuan's being. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming warmth coursing through him, nourishing every corner of his body, enhancing his magical prowess, physical strength, and the solidity of his foundational path. Above Xuan, a colossal, golden dragon of fortune, stretching millions of miles, ascended, spiraling majestically through the heavens, emitting thunderous roars and shimmering scales, manifesting with unparalleled might, akin to the birth of a divine dragon. Faith begets fortune, and fortune returns to oneself. Empowered by the faith of a billion humans, Xuan's saintly destiny reached unprecedented heights. He had just transcended to the realm of the great saint, his foundation still lacking in solidity. However, in a fleeting moment, bolstered by the faith of billions among the human race, Xuan felt his foundation solidifying remarkably. His saintly powers surged in strength, and even the resilience of his physical form, as well as the acuity of his divine consciousness, saw considerable enhancement. This exemplifies the profound influence of faith and fortune. As an ancient progenitor of the human race, Xuan devoted himself to its advancement, inspiring universal reverence among his people, thereby continuously augmenting the fortune of humanity. Given time, should the human race ascend to become the principal force in the primordial realm, potentially rivaling the vast numbers of the demon and shaman races, the collective faith bestowed upon Xuan would become unfathomably formidable. He believed that, by then, merely through the potency of this fortune, he could instill a profound trepidation within the heavenly Tao. Yet, to elevate humanity to such an immense scale and to establish it as the central figure of the primordial realm. Mere development within the confines of this small world of chaos would undoubtedly prove insufficient. As Xuan's consciousness surveyed this realm, he discerned that, after years of growth, it had become overcrowded, unable to sustain any further population increase. It seems the time has come for humanity to return to the primordial expanse. Chapter 132. The Celestial Court of the Demon Clan, Xuan mused, recognizing that the moment had finally arrived. The human race no longer needed to cower beneath the relentless pursuit of the Demon Clan. A return to the primordial wilderness would facilitate a more rapid advancement. With this thought, Xuan had made up his mind. He then cast his gaze upon the 100 billion humans kneeling before him, each face radiating gratitude and reverence. "Rise, my kin. There is no need for such servile homage," Xuan gently commanded, waving his hand. An invisible force of law emanated from him, sweeping over each member of the human race like a tidal wave. In an instant, the 100 billion humans felt an intangible power lifting them from the ground, and soon they all stood upright. Astonishment illuminated their faces. They were in awe of their ancestor's prowess, marveling at his ability to elevate 100 billion souls with a mere gesture. It is noteworthy that lifting even a single individual without causing harm requires exceptional mastery of magical power. The fact that their ancestor could accomplish this for so many indicated his unparalleled command over such forces. The newly awakened humans held an even deeper admiration for Xuan, silently acknowledging his status as a formidable force capable of vanquishing the Demon Clan. This mastery of magical power alone placed him far above the expertise of the 100 billion of them. Once they stood, all eyes turned to Xuan. Under the watchful gaze of the vast multitude, he spoke slowly. "Next, I shall lead you to reclaim our ancestral homes from the Demon Clan. Thereafter, we shall collectively return to the primordial wilderness, where the human race will thrive and become the foremost species, dominating the land and emerging as the strongest protagonists of this realm." Xuan's words resonated with strength and conviction, echoing in the ears of every human like the resounding tones of a grand bell. Upon hearing this declaration, a wave of exhilaration surged through the 100 billion humans, igniting their blood with fervor. The reclamation of their heritage and the return to the primordial wilderness bore monumental significance for the human race. After being forcibly exiled for millennia, they could finally return, boldly, and as the dominant race of the primordial wilderness. Xuan's cheeks flushed with excitement as he shouted, "The human race shall dominate the primordial wilderness, destined to be the strongest protagonists of this realm." The 100 billion humans shared in this fervor, their faces aglow with enthusiasm as they echoed, "The human race shall dominate the primordial wilderness, destined to be the strongest protagonists of the heavens." Their resounding cries reverberated through the cosmos, symbolizing the unwavering resolve of the human race to reclaim their place in the primordial wilderness and heralding the dawn of a new era, one in which they would emerge as the protagonists of this realm. Xuan gazed upon the sea of fervent faces, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. United as one, the future of the human race was bright. "Very well. Let us proceed," Xuan declared, waving his hand. With a swift motion, he activated the power within his sleeves, and a blinding white light enveloped them, drawing the 100 billion humans into his embrace. Suddenly, Xuan stepped out of the chaos pearl and reappeared in the celestial court of the Demon Clan within the 33 heavens. Standing amidst the void, he cast a glance at the magnificent and resplendent demon court before him, which boasted countless grand pavilions and palaces, a sight that elicited a subtle smile on his lips. With a grand gesture, he released 100 billion human beings, who emerged within the 33 heavens. Upon their arrival, they beheld the demon court floating in the celestial expanse, radiating an infinite golden divine light. The entire court was divided into tiers, from the first heaven to the second, third, and so forth, extending all the way to the 33rd. Each tier was adorned with vast, glittering palaces. These edifices were embellished with radiant pearls and inscribed with exquisite divine gold, while the floors were laid with layers of precious spirit jade. An abundance of spiritual energy swirled within the court, accompanied by auspicious beasts and birds soaring gracefully through the air. Numerous treasures of the Demon Clan were housed within, exuding a mesmerizing luminescence that cast a mystical hue upon the heavens. The 100 billion humans gazed in awe at the grandeur of the Demon Court, marveling at its immense scale. "So this is the Demon Court? Truly, it is colossal, with countless palaces stretching beyond sight," they exclaimed. "These palaces are at least 1,000 times more opulent than our ancestral halls. The Demon Court is indeed a realm of luxury." They were astounded by the sheer magnificence of the palaces, which sprawled for billions of kilometers, resembling an ocean without an end. The grandeur of the court was a testament to the formidable strength of the demon clan, hinting at their vast numbers, likely in the hundreds of billions. It was evident that their power surpassed that of the human clan by at least a billionfold. Such a tyrannical force of the demon clan had been utterly vanquished by their ancestor. This revelation underscored the incredible prowess of their ancestor. The gazes of the 100 billion humans turned towards Xuan, their respect for him shining ever more brightly. They were filled with admiration, realizing how extraordinary he truly was. Having annihilated such a formidable demonic power, a feat unparalleled in the world. Having witnessed the demon court firsthand, they gained deeper insight into the strength of the demon clan. Now, within this vast and imposing court, it was clear that it lay desolate, for all the demons had been eradicated by their ancestor. What terrifying strength must their ancestor possess to achieve such a feat? It was beyond comprehension. The 100 billion humans could hardly fathom the might of their ancestor, only able to marvel at his greatness. Xuan stood resolutely in the void, his feet resting upon a 12th grade pure world white lotus, emanating an aura of serenity. He surveyed the 100 billion humans, who looked upon him with reverence and admiration. With a calm smile, he waved his hand and declared, "Come, follow me into the demon court." With that, Xuan strode purposefully towards the demon court, leading the 100 billion humans in his wake. A grand protective formation materialized out of thin air. It was the starry array safeguarding the celestial realm of the demon clan. Xuan regarded this formation with utter disdain. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly shattered the demon clan's array, akin to the shattering of a glass dome, which splintered into countless fragments, dissolving into the void. As the formation crumbled, the entirety of the demon clan's celestial domain was laid bare before the gaze of countless human beings. Before them sprawled a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels, with radiant treasures soaring skyward amidst a plethora of spiritual roots and artifacts. Additionally, a cascade of dense spiritual energy descended from above, forming a magnificent river of aura that enveloped the entire demon celestial domain. The demon clan, possessing immense power, had oppressed the myriad races of the primordial world for millennia, amassing countless treasures of heaven and earth, all meticulously stored within their celestial realm. Hidden within were numerous vaults and chambers, extravagantly opulent in nature. As the billion human onlookers beheld this spectacle, their eyes sparkled with fervor, and expressions of excitement illuminated each of their faces. Chapter 133. The commencement of plunder in this bounteous realm of the demon clan's celestial court. It rivals even the sanctums of sages. Should we succeed in plundering it, the foundation and strength of humanity would be significantly augmented, fostering a remarkable surge in our population and potentially igniting a fervor for cultivation, thereby exponentially increasing the number of practitioners among humankind and bolstering our auspicious fortune. At this moment, countless billions of humans were poised with eager anticipation, their eyes firmly fixed upon Xuan, whose gaze was imbued with a glimmer of expectation. Stepping forward, Xuan, with profound respect, inquired, "Ancestor, may we commence the plundering?" Xuan nodded slightly, affirming, "Let it begin. Leave not a single blade of grass behind in the demon clan's celestial court." With a calm demeanor, he gestured lightly. Upon hearing these words, a wave of intense exhilaration surged within the hearts of the billions of humans. They were about to seize the stronghold of their greatest adversary, the demon clan. The prospect of raiding the lair of their sworn enemies filled each human heart with an overwhelming thrill, a sensation far more potent than that of raiding a sage's sanctuary. "Charge! Plunder the demon clan, leaving not a trace," Xuan bellowed, leading the countless billions of humans forth into the celestial court of the demons. They began their assault from the first tier of the court, systematically stripping away every item of value, leaving no stone unturned. The ethereal energy permeating the celestial court was swiftly absorbed by Xuan and his followers, utilizing their cosmic bags. Divine metals and celestial jewels, even the very floorboards, were meticulously packed away by the golden immortals among the human ranks. The avian and terrestrial creatures were ensnared within cages, while various spiritual roots and treasured artifacts of significant worth were not overlooked. Xuan led the human forces in a sweeping conquest, leaving not even a drop of water behind. With a collective spirit, the billions of humans busied themselves within the demon clan's celestial court, executing their plunder under the guidance of the three ancestral leaders with remarkable organization. Every valuable item was appropriated. Wherever the humans went, nothing remained intact. Observing the fervent activity of the billions of humans, Yi Xian wore a satisfied smile. At this juncture, they had reached the 10th tier of the celestial court. While the higher tiers remained untouched, Yi Xian's gaze shifted towards the lofty 33rd tier, the highest realm symbolizing the utmost prestige within the demon clan. This tier housed the palace of the demon emperor Ji Jun, the sovereign of the eastern yellow heaven, and was the most opulent and revered location within the entire celestial court, concealing the clan's rarest treasures. The treasures of the 33rd tier are fated to be mine. Yi Xian mused with a smile, and in an instant, he vanished, appearing atop the 33rd tier. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a resplendent palace shimmering with golden light, adorned with the characters Demon Emperor Palace. Stepping inside, he felt the warmth of the ground beneath him. The flooring was crafted from celestial jade, renowned for its warming properties. However, these trivial entities held no significance for Yi Xian, who regarded them with disdain. He strode directly into the palace of the Demon Emperor, and upon entry, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before him stood a massive and imposing furnace, within which burned two distinct flames, one a radiant golden red and the other a deep azure. The golden red flame exuded an aura capable of scorching the heavens and the earth, radiating a brilliant golden light that caused the surrounding void to subtly warp, even leaving fissures in the barriers of space itself. Meanwhile, the dark blue flame unleashed a mysterious and formidable incinerating effect, reducing countless spiritual energies to naught. These were the true fire of the sun and the true fire of the moon. Yi Xian gazed intently at the two flames, a faint smile gracing his lips. The true fire of the sun, a primordial flame derived from the sun star, was born alongside the chaos divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. It embodied the essence of absolute yang and supreme strength within the primordial realm, possessing boundless incinerating power. In contrast, the true fire of the moon originated from the essence of the moon star, wielding immense lethality against ethereal entities such as the primordial spirit and soul. Both flames held tremendous significance. Having already acquired the celestial purple fire, the six-ding divine fire, and chaos fire, the acquisition of the true fire of the sun and true fire of the moon would undoubtedly elevate the power of his thunder-punishing demon sword should he choose to fuse their origins within it. With a delicate wave of his hand, he drew the true fire of the sun and true fire of the moon into his sleeve. Once he had secured these two primal flames, Yi Xian swept his consciousness over the furnace, and in the next instant, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. What? To his astonishment, this furnace also harbored such flames. A smile crept across his face as he gestured once more, unleashing a gust of law-infused wind that shattered the furnace into countless pieces. From the splintered remnants emerged a ball of violet golden flame. The instant this violet golden fire appeared, the barriers of the void trembled across billions of miles, and the surfaces of countless objects within the palace of the demon emperor darkened ominously. The true fire of the sun and true fire of the moon, upon encountering this new flame, recoiled in fear, their fierce flames quivering as they dared not rampage through the cosmos. It was the golden sun flame. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a broad smile illuminated his face. The golden sun flame was the most potent fire on the sun star. In the primordial era, during the creation of the universe, the eyes of the great Pangu transformed into the sun star, engulfed in the blazing golden sun flame. Countless innate demons of the primordial realm feared to approach the sun star, wary of the destructive temperatures of the golden sun flame. Over millions of years, as Pangu's essence faded, the golden sun flame gradually devolved into the true fire of the sun. Thus, it could be said that the golden sun flame was the ancestor of the true fire of the sun, boasting an incinerating power several hundred times greater. To my astonishment, I have stumbled upon the long-extinct golden flame of the sun. Should I infuse this radiant fire into either the thunder spear or the demon exterminating sword, it would undoubtedly augment their lethality. Yi Xian mused to himself, and with a swift motion, he secured the golden flame within his sleeve. He then continued his journey toward the palace of the demon emperor. Upon reaching the main hall, Yi Xian was suddenly enveloped by a series of extraordinary fluctuations in the laws of nature ahead of him. Within these waves of laws lay the formidable power of the sun's utmost yang and the gentle essence of the moon's utmost yin. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He promptly darted into a nearby secret chamber, where he beheld two exquisite spiritual treasures emanating divine brilliance from the walls. A faint smile graced his lips upon the sight of these treasures, the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the sun and moon divine wheels. Chapter 134. Thoroughly cleansed. A wave of joy coursed through Yi Xian's heart as he beheld the sun-moon divine wheel. Also known as the sun-moon golden wheel, a remarkable artifact embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities. These treasures, born from the celestial bodies of the sun and moon, are innate spiritual artifacts infused with the powers of solar and lunar energies. The solar wheel unleashes the fiery wrath of the sun to assail foes, while the lunar wheel emanates the ethereal essence of the moon to shield oneself, also possessing restorative properties. Its dual functionality renders it exceedingly advantageous. This object is indeed fated to be mine. With a mere wave of his hand, Xuan ensconced this precious item within his mind palace, inscribing a spirit imprint upon it to claim the sun-moon divine wheel as his own. Upon emerging from the hidden chamber, he found himself in a spacious courtyard, the imperial garden of Emperor Xuan. Within this verdant expanse flourished a plethora of earthly spiritual roots, comprising numerous acquired spiritual roots alongside a wealth of precious innate ones. Xuan even glimpsed a millennia-old peach tree of immortality, adorned with clusters of resplendent peaches that exuded a rich spiritual aura and a delightful fragrance. Casting a fleeting glance at the tree, he shook his head slightly. Having attained saintly status, such a peach tree held little significance for him, perhaps merely a taste. It is said that the peaches possess a delectable sweetness. He would collect some for future indulgence. With a casual gesture, he drew the peach tree into his sleeve and continued through the imperial garden. As he endeavored to enter the rear hall, his attention was suddenly captured by an enormous pale yellow tree that towered above the surroundings, its branches flourishing and its leaves abundant. This tree blossomed with myriad yellow flowers, brimming with boundless innate spiritual energy, and an enigmatic aura radiated from it, permeating the vast space with a delicate and unique fragrance. What astounded him most was the presence of 9,999 great Tao inscriptions entwined around the roots of this osmanthus tree, each inscribed with profound and mysterious prophecies of the Tao. Upon witnessing this tree, Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a smile of delight graced his lips. He had not anticipated discovering such a rare chaos spiritual entity, the Tao enlightening osmanthus tree. His gaze glimmered with excitement. He had never imagined that within the depths of the monster emperor's palace lay this exceptional spiritual root of chaos. The Tao enlightening osmanthus tree is the ancestor of the 10 premier innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, while the osmanthus tree is merely a degenerated offshoot of this magnificent entity. For Xuan, currently a great saint of the Tao, even the finest innate spiritual roots of the primordial era had diminished in their efficacy. However, this Tao enlightening osmanthus tree, thriving within the chaos, is an unparalleled boon that aligns perfectly with his saintly cultivation. The chaotic enlightenment osmanthus tree not only aids Xuan in comprehending the profound principles of the Tao, but also enhances his cultivation as a sage, augmenting the depth of his sage's power, and even assisting him in breaking through the sage realm. Its benefits are manifold and too precious to overlook. A satisfied smile graced Xuan's lips as he waved his hand and carefully stored the chaotic enlightenment osmanthus tree within his marrow palace, signifying its importance. After acquiring this treasure, Xuan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. This endeavor had yielded substantial rewards. Subsequently, Xuan entered the rear hall of the Demon Emperor's palace. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered a treasure chamber deep within, filled with the spoils gathered by Xuan and Tai. With a flicker of his form, he entered the treasure chamber. The scale of the chamber was grand, brimming with an array of precious and rare items displayed upon numerous shelves, including some cherished essence of heaven and earth, as well as spiritual roots, radiating a brilliant aura of celestial light. There were also numerous spiritual treasures and exotic artifacts offered by the demon clan, a veritable cornucopia that seemed to encompass the treasures of all beings in the primeval world. Xuan and Tai, you certainly know how to indulge in such opulence, hoarding so many treasures of heaven and earth. However, they now belong to me, Xuan mused with a smile. He then unfurled his palm and produced a celestial storage bag. Opening its mouth, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire treasure chamber. And in the next instant, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were drawn into the bag. After securing the storage bag, Xuan turned and exited the Demon Emperor's palace. Upon stepping outside, he beheld that the hundreds of billions of demons had thoroughly looted the entirety of the 32 heavens belonging to the demon race. The spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and spiritual energy of the entire demon celestial court had been entirely taken by the countless human beings, leaving not even a blade of grass behind for the demons. At this moment, the hundreds of billions of humans stood at the entrance of the 33 heavens, their eyes sparkling with excitement, each clutching large and small bags filled with the assorted treasures they had gathered. The faces of the hundreds of billions were alight with exhilaration, each visage radiating a festive joy, as if they were celebrating a grand festival, and indeed, the joy of this day surpassed any traditional celebration. For today, under the guidance of their ancestor, they had raided the demon's celestial court, an unprecedented event in the annals of history. Just then, as Xuan emerged from the palace, he was greeted by the jubilant faces of the human race. Their eyes shone with deep admiration as they looked upon him. Stepping forward, Xuan expressed his respect, saying, "Ancestor, we have followed your instructions and completely emptied the demon race's 32 heavens." Xuan surveyed the celestial court and comprehended all that had transpired. He nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "Well done, you have performed admirably." Hearing these words of praise from Xuan filled the hearts of the hundreds of billions with immense joy. Receiving the ancestor's commendation was more precious than anything else. Subsequently, Xuan gestured towards the magnificent 33rd heaven behind him and stated, "Xuan, lead your men to plunder the demon emperor's palace as well." "Yes, ancestor," Xuan replied, his eyes fixed upon the grand and imposing demon emperor's palace, a surge of excitement welling within him. The demon emperor's palace was the residence of the esteemed demon emperor Xuan and the eastern emperor Tai, concealing within its walls an abundance of precious treasures. If they could completely strip the palace bare, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance the foundation and strength of the human race. With this thought, Xuan and the other two ancestors of the human race could hardly contain their eagerness. They promptly led tens of thousands of human golden immortals and charged into the demon emperor's palace, embarking on a fervent campaign of plunder. Chapter 135. Establishing authority over the demon clan. The plaque of the demon emperor's palace was shattered by the hand of Xuan, who then trampled it underfoot. Following this, Xuan commanded the golden immortals of the human race to excavate the entire floor of the demon emperor's palace, dismantling the walls and clearing everything within sight. Before long, the entire 33 heavens and the demon emperor's palace were thoroughly stripped bare by Xuan and his companions, leaving behind only a solitary wall, a remnant of its ancient grandeur, now rendered nearly useless. Xuan and the multitude of golden immortals each amassed a wealth of precious treasures. Although the palace had previously been looted by Xuan, a plethora of spiritual roots and other items of lesser value remained. These were invaluable treasures for the human race. Their bountiful haul brought forth expressions of immense satisfaction upon every face. "Ancestor, we have completely plundered the demon emperor's palace." Xuan stepped forward, his eyes filled with profound admiration. At this moment, Xuan's figure loomed large in Xuan's heart, instilling within him a deep reverence. This expedition against the demon clan not only avenged the massacres endured by the human race, but also yielded countless celestial materials, thereby further enhancing the strength of humanity and ushering them into a period of rapid development. The contributions of the ancestor had reached an unparalleled zenith for the human race. It was not only Xuan who harbored such thoughts. Every member of the human race felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Xuan. From a millennium ago to the present, the ancestor had led humanity in plundering the homes of the Taching Sage, the Yuching Sage, and the Mother Nuwa. Each raid enriched the foundation and strength of humanity, fostering a rapid increase in population. The reason humanity had reached its current population was entirely due to Xuan's efforts. His contributions to the human race were immense, earning him the rightful title of the Supreme Human Emperor. Under the watchful eyes of billions of devoted humans, Xuan stood atop the 33 heavens, nodding slightly with composure before declaring, "Well done. Next, we shall return to the primordial wilderness, to our ancestral lands, where humanity will take root and thrive perpetually." Upon hearing Xuan's words, the eyes of billions of humans sparkled with anticipation. A millennium ago, they had suffered the slaughter of countless kin at the hands of the demon race, forced to retreat into the Chaos Pearl to survive. Now, under the ancestors' leadership, they could finally return with dignity. They had long awaited the day of humanity's return to the primordial wilderness. Xuan then turned his gaze toward the demon's celestial court, which now lay utterly desolate. Observing this celestial court, a smile crept onto Xuan's lips. As humanity reclaims its place in the primordial wilderness, let us establish our authority using this demon celestial court, he proclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the countless beings of the 100 billion human race were momentarily engulfed in bewilderment. The notion of establishing dominance through the demon clan's heavenly court was perplexing. What means would their ancestor employ to assert such authority? Just as their minds grappled with this uncertainty, the meaning behind Xuan's declaration became evident in an instant. In that fleeting moment, astonishment rendered the 100 billion human race speechless. Yi Xian, after uttering his proclamation, swept his hand with grandeur, unleashing an overwhelming force of saintly might that enveloped the vast expanse of the demon clan's heavenly court. As Yi Xian raised his right hand slightly, the astonished spectators beheld the monumental palace of the demon race, stretching across billions of miles, ascend gracefully into the void. The collective shock was palpable among the human race. Each individual stood agape at this miraculous spectacle. What extraordinary power did their ancestor wield? Merely lifting a hand, he had elevated the entire demon clan's heavenly court. This celestial edifice spanned the entirety of the 33 heavens, weighing at least 1 billion tons, a mass equivalent to half of the primordial world's weight. Yet, their ancestor effortlessly levitated it with a mere gesture. Witnessing Yi Xian's effortless manipulation of such a colossal entity instilled a profound sense of awe within every human. Truly magnificent. The might of their ancestor was beyond comprehension. Such unfathomable prowess transcended the imaginations of all the human race. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi were particularly astounded. As beings of quasi-saintly status, they understood that even 1,000,000 of their combined strength could not achieve such a feat yet. Their ancestor accomplished it with ease, signifying an unfathomable disparity in power, one that surpassed them by countless magnitudes. This astonishing capability wholly exceeded the expectations of the 3 founding ancestors. Their ancestor had undoubtedly attained sainthood, Sui Ren declared with unshakable conviction. Yu Chao and Zi Yi exchanged glances, their faces reflecting genuine astonishment. They nodded in unison, acknowledging the truth in Sui Ren's assertion. Their ancestor had indeed ascended to the ranks of saints, wielding the power of a saint. The realization that their ancestor had achieved this exalted status ignited a fervent exhilaration within Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi. With their ancestor now a saint, the human race would possess the backing of a saint, heralding immense advantages for their future development. Soon after, an even more astonishing event unfurled before the eyes of the 100 billion human race. Their ancestor, Yi Xian, underwent a remarkable transformation, his form expanding into a colossal titan, towering to heights of immeasurable proportions, capable of casting shadows across the entire 33 heavens with every motion. Yi Xian extended his right hand, cradling the entire demon clan's heavenly court within his palm, while his left hand encompassed the 100 billion human race. With a single step, he shattered the barriers of space, traversing from the 33 heavens to the primordial earth below. Boom! Yi Xian transformed into a colossal giant, his feet descending upon the primordial earth. In an instant, the vast expanse of the land, stretching for countless miles, fractured, revealing 2 profound imprints of his enormous feet. The 9 heavens and 10 realms of the primordial world trembled violently, as the spiritual energy of the universe surged restlessly. Countless clouds in the sky rolled and boiled, resembling spilled ink. The entire myriad of beings in the primordial realm were stirred by the commotion, sensing a formidable aura of a saint sweeping across the land. Chapter 136. The virtue of the heavenly way. In that moment, countless beings of the primordial world, along with numerous mighty figures, lifted their gazes to behold a colossal giant that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. This titan stood firmly upon the earth, casting a shadow over the light of the lunar star, radiating an overwhelming aura of power that was truly unmatched. The myriad creatures of the primordial world were left in utter astonishment. Such a giant was indeed formidable. The mere presence of this being quaked the entire land, emanating a formidable momentum that commanded reverence from the very heavens. Moreover, from his being, one could sense a majestic and vast holy might sweeping across the entire cosmos, a sight that was utterly terrifying. Who exactly was this giant? The myriad beings scrutinized closely, while countless powerful entities employed their divine senses to discern the truth. Soon, all beings came to recognize the identity of this towering figure. Astonishingly, the giant was none other than Yi Xian. The hearts of countless creatures in the primordial world were filled with profound shock. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would transform into such an awe-inspiring colossus. Was this truly Yi Xian's Dharma body? It appeared overwhelmingly immense. Indeed, this manifestation seemed to envelop the entire firmament. Yi Xian was incredible. The myriad beings engaged in fervent discussions, expressing their astonishment at Yi Xian's transformation into a giant within the primordial world. Subsequently, countless beings, along with many powerful entities and sages, began to speculate on the purpose of Yi Xian's divine appearance as a sage in the primordial realm. Was his intention to instill fear in the myriad races of the primordial world? Just as this question arose among the myriad beings, in the next instant, Yi Xian's eyes, radiant and immense like the sun, swept across the entire primordial land. A tremendous and searing wave of law ripples surged across the heavens and the earth. Thereafter, Yi Xian spoke with a grand and mighty voice befitting a sage, enunciating each word with authority. Today, I declare, the human race officially returns to the primordial world. Xianyang Mountain shall serve as the ancestral land of humanity, encompassing billions of miles as the territory of the human race. Henceforth, humanity shall be the central figure in the primordial realm, flourishing within it. Yi Xian's proclamation resonated like a cataclysmic tsunami, reverberating throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. In the heavens above, myriad streams of purple chi and golden dragons unfurled, while golden celestial flowers blossomed in the void. Spirals of spiritual energy transformed into various creatures, meandering gracefully between heaven and earth. Boom! The heavens echoed with a resounding thunder, as a purplish-red lightning bolt cleaved through the vastness. Where the lightning struck, myriad wondrous and radiant sparks were birthed, alongside heavenly lotuses manifesting within the clouds, releasing an endless cascade of colorful brilliance that illuminated the primordial land. This was the heavenly way responding to Yi Xian. The bolt of heavenly lightning signified the recognition of the heavenly way regarding Yi Xian's declaration. After the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the human race was destined to flourish and become the protagonist of the cosmos. This was the will of heaven. Yi Xian's actions aligned with the celestial order, thus naturally earning the acknowledgement of the heavenly way. All beings in the primordial world were struck with awe by the miraculous phenomena birthed by the heavens. And in the subsequent moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded before the myriad beings of the primordial world. Upon witnessing the emergence of a celestial lightning bolt, a vast expanse of profound yellow aura coalesced in the heavens, stretching over 1,000,000 miles. This magnificent aura radiated a spectrum of five-colored brilliance, enveloped by various auspicious signs. This phenomenon represented the celestial merit of the Tao, a testament to its exaltation. Those who contribute significantly to the primordial world are bestowed with celestial merit. The significance of this merit is immense. When utilized to elevate one's realm, it allows one to transcend any barriers and achieve breakthroughs. When employed for artifact refinement, it can forge treasures of merit that slay without incurring karmic retribution, possessing boundless utility. Moreover, individuals endowed with celestial merit gain the favor of the Tao, deepening their fortunes and enhancing their luck, potentially becoming the favored children of the primordial destiny. This celestial cloud of merit spread across 1,000,000 miles, embodying a colossal reservoir of merit energy. Any ordinary individual fortunate enough to harness such merit could ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Furthermore, those already powerful in the quasi-saint realm might glimpse the threshold of sainthood if they were to acquire this merit. Under the astonished gazes of countless beings and powerful entities in the primordial realm, the immense cloud of merit transformed into a profound yellow essence, descending from the heavens to envelop Yi Xian. The sight of this spectacle left the myriad beings in the primordial expanse in utter shock. This was celestial merit spanning 1,000,000 miles, sufficient to elevate an ordinary person to quasi-saint status. The magnitude of merit Yi Xian received was a source of envy. Many quasi-saint powers were equally astounded, never having anticipated such a generous reward from the Tao for Yi Xian. This substantial influx of merit was enough to ensure his favor from the Tao. They pondered that if they could obtain such merit, they too might ascend to sainthood. The powerful beings of the primordial realm cast envious glances at Yi Xian, with many even fantasizing about being in his place, acquiring the 1,000,000-mile celestial merit. After all, this celestial merit was an exceedingly rare and precious asset, crucial for enhancing one's cultivation. Who would not desire it? Their eyes fixated on Yi Xian, their hearts filled solely with envy. In the Wuzhuang Temple, both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun exhibited profound admiration. In the blood sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Dark River sat upon his throne, his face reflecting envy as well. On Golden Ao Island, the master of Tontian, witnessing Yi Xian's acquisition of celestial merit, nodded in deep approval. Yi Xian's actions aligned with the will of heaven and thus warranted celestial commendation. The master of Tontian, being a sage with the ability to discern heavenly secrets, understood the future trajectory of the primordial realm, the rise of humanity. In the Western teachings on Mount Shumi, the figures of Junti and Jian exchanged glances, both revealing deep envy in their eyes. When they ascended to sainthood, their lack of sufficient merit compelled them to establish 48 grand vows. Should they fail to fulfill these vows, their cultivation would stagnate for eternity. Xuan sighed in admiration and spoke, "Brother, had we been able to acquire such an abundance of merit as Xuan, we would not have incurred the karmic debts of the heavenly Tao, which impede our progress in cultivation." His junior brother wholeheartedly concurred. Jian also sighed in resignation, harboring deep envy for Xuan in his heart. The immense merit of the heavenly Tao, stretching for a staggering 100,000 miles, could potentially absolve the debts owed by the two brothers. At Shouyang Mountain, within the 8 scenic palace, Nuwa, the supreme Laozi, and the primordial heavenly sovereign were engaged in discussions regarding their journey to the Zixiao Palace. Suddenly, they beheld Xuan transformed into a colossal figure, emerging within the primordial wilderness, proclaiming with resounding divine resonance the restoration of humanity to the primordial realm. Immediately following this, the heavenly Tao descended a cloud of merit spanning 100,000 miles into Xuan's being. This revelation stirred profound tumult within the hearts of the 3 sages, their faces betraying a flicker of astonishment. Nuwa, the supreme, and the primordial were utterly taken aback by Xuan's receipt of such grand accolades from the heavenly Tao, which bestowed upon him an extraordinary influx of merit. The magnitude of this merit, extending a full 100,000 miles, was sufficient to earn Xuan the favor and protection of the heavenly Tao. As realization dawned upon them, the countenances of the 3 darkened, their moods shifting to one of discontent. Chapter 137. The pig farm. It is well known that those who possess great virtues are favored by the celestial order, basking in the benevolence of heaven and earth. No one dares to harm such virtuous individuals, not even the sages. To do so would invite divine retribution, for the celestial order does not tolerate such transgressions. Xuan, having contributed immensely to the prosperity of the human race, elevating their numbers to billions and guiding them back to the primordial era in accordance with the will of heaven, has rightfully earned the accolades of the celestial order, thus becoming a guardian of great virtue. Meanwhile, Nuwa, Yuan Shi, and Taishang were contemplating enlisting the aid of their master Hongjun to deal with Xuan. However, with Xuan now under the protection of celestial fortune and their master having already harmonized with the celestial order, the prospect of seeking his intervention seemed increasingly futile. Nuwa, biting her lip and her expression icy, remarked, "What shall we do now, my esteemed brothers? Xuan has garnered the favor of the celestial order. Is it prudent for us to request our master's assistance at this juncture?" Both Taishang and Yuan Shi wore grim expressions, their faces dark as if shrouded in shadow. It would be highly inappropriate to call upon their master to confront one shielded by virtue, especially now that Xuan had just acquired significant merit, rendering any action against him perilous and inviting immediate divine wrath. After much contemplation, Taishang spoke solemnly. "As I understand it, the protection of celestial fortune diminishes with the passage of time. We shall bide our time for a millennium. After 1,000 years, when the power of the celestial merit surrounding Xuan has waned, we can seek our master's aid at the Purple Cloud Palace. During this millennia, the 3 of us shall retreat into seclusion to diligently cultivate, healing the damage to our magical powers. Once we have restored our strength, we shall ensure our master's intervention will lead to the annihilation of this Xuan." Taishang's tone was resolute, advocating for a strategy of enduring humiliation and patiently plotting revenge. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Shi and Nuwa found considerable merit in his reasoning. Initially intent on rushing to the Purple Cloud Palace to summon their master's aid to eliminate Xuan, they were now confronted with the unexpected reality of Xuan's newfound celestial merit and protection. Thus, they had no choice but to endure. Clenching his fists in frustration, Yuan Shi declared, "Let Xuan revel for a millennium. After 1,000 years, I shall see him destroyed. I will obliterate him entirely, reducing him to nothingness." A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Nuwa's eyes, her aura enveloped in an ominous and terrifying killing intent. Her hatred for Xuan ran deep, and she longed to eradicate him, seeking to avenge the humiliations she had suffered. In the ancestral land of the human race, Xianyang Mountain stood, the very mountain where Xuan had once secluded himself, which he named as the ancestral ground of humanity. At this moment, Xuan had transformed into a colossal figure, standing atop Xianyang Mountain, witnessing a magnificent cloud of merit descending from the heavens, entering his being. Boom! 1,000,000 miles of celestial merit surged into him. In an instant, Xuan felt an immense and warm current flowing into his body, infusing him with countless streams of virtuous energy that washed over his limbs and bones. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, with his muscles tingling as if he were immersed in a hot spring, an exquisite comfort washing over him. Soon, Yi Xian became aware that under the cleansing influence of this virtuous energy, his magical power grew increasingly refined, and his consciousness became ever more sensitive and formidable. He could also sense the presence of a vast aura of fortune surrounding him, akin to a golden bell shielding him, enveloping his entire being. This was the blessing of the heavenly Tao's auspiciousness, symbolizing divine protection and favor from the heavens. Was this the effect of the heavenly Tao's merit? It seemed quite remarkable. As he experienced the transformation within, a satisfied smile graced Yi Xian's lips. Although Yi Xian was a sage of the great Tao, not subject to the heavenly Tao's oversight, he moved among the primordial realm as if he were an ordinary being. The virtuous power emanating from the primordial source of the heavenly Tao could significantly enhance his sage-like form. More importantly, being favored by the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in the primordial realm. Yi Xian felt a profound sense of contentment at this unexpected boon. Initially, he had only intended to announce the return of humanity to the primordial realm. Yet he inadvertently aligned with the heavenly Tao and received such a monumental reward of merit. Truly a double blessing. At this moment, the hundreds of billions of human beings standing upon Yi Xian's palm were filled with joy upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky and the immense reward of merit bestowed upon their ancestor. They felt a genuine pride for their ancestor. The ancestor was truly awe-inspiring. His mere presence commanded respect across the primordial realm. With his words, the heavens themselves manifested wonders, even compelling the heavenly Tao to bestow merit upon him, drawing the attention of powerful beings and sages alike. The hundreds of billions of humans felt an overwhelming pride, deeply honored to have such an extraordinary ancestor. Once Yi Xian had refined the virtuous energy, he intended to return to his important tasks. He then turned his gaze to the demon clan's celestial palace resting upon his right hand. This grand structure floated in his palm like a mere trinket. However, this was merely Yi Xian's perspective. To the hundreds of billions of humans, the countless beings of the primordial realm, and the powerful entities, the celestial palace of the demon clan was resplendent and vast, stretching for millions of miles. A truly astonishing sight. Subsequently, under the curious gazes of myriad beings in the primordial realm, Yi Xian performed an act that left all in awe. With a gentle wave of his hand, he hurled the magnificent celestial palace of the demon clan towards the domain of the human race. Boom! The celestial palace descended upon the ground, occupying millions of square miles and flattening countless towering ancient mountains. The myriad beings of the primordial realm were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. It was truly inconceivable. This celestial palace, once residing in the 33 heavens, had now been cast directly onto the land of the primordial realm by Yi Xian. At this moment, the golden light radiating from within the celestial palace had completely dissipated. In the hearts of countless beings in the primordial world, an overwhelming curiosity arose regarding the significance of Yi Xian placing the heavenly court of the demon clan within the territory of the human clan. The hundreds of millions of humans were equally intrigued, pondering the intentions of their venerable ancestor behind such an action. Under the watchful gaze of all living beings, Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon the heavenly court of the demon clan and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, this heavenly court shall serve as the livestock farm for our human clan, nurturing beasts for eternity." Upon concluding his statement, Yi Xian waved his hand, and in an instant, a Ta-Ching pig along with 10,000 sows were transported into the heavenly court of the demon clan, where they would be kept and raised. Chapter 138. The Sacred Dog That Consumed the Primordial Bones. Subsequently, Yi Xian gracefully waved his hand, and in that instant, the 1 million Eastern Emperor dogs, along with the 1 million Huang Niu and Yang, transformed from Dijun, were all cast into the heavenly domain of the demon race, where they were contained and nurtured. Upon witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the primordial world were utterly astonished. They felt as though their entire worldview had been shaken. No one anticipated that Yi Xian would execute such a remarkable maneuver, converting the entire heavenly realm of the demon race into a mere pigsty for the human race. To reduce the heavenly domain of the demon race to a pigsty is to blatantly demean them, trampling their dignity into the dust. It was simply astonishing. At the same time, within the 8th scenic palace on Shouyang Mountain, Nuwa, the saint of the demon race, suddenly sensed a violent shift in the fortunes of the saints. Her own saintly essence began to waver. Nuwa's expression changed dramatically. She quickly calculated the situation, and in the next moment, she grasped the unfolding events. Instantly, a surge of intense fury erupted from her chest. In the 8th scenic palace, Nuwa sat quietly in a secluded chamber, mending her fractured saintly body. Suddenly, She perceived the turbulence of the demon race's saintly aura, threads of it dissipating into the cosmos. The saintly form she had just repaired now bore fresh cracks. What was happening? Nuwa's complexion paled as she quickly calculated once more. In the next instant, her rage ignited. She could hardly fathom the occurrence of such an event. Xuan, that accursed individual, had audaciously turned the esteemed heavenly realm of the demon race into a mere pigsty for the human race. This was the heavenly domain of the demon race, exalted above the 33 heavens, the very stronghold of their kind, a symbol of their collective fortune. It represented the demon race as supremacy, exerting pressure over all beings, sacred and inviolable. Yet now, this lofty heavenly domain, residing atop the 33 heavens, had been unceremoniously cast down to the ground of the primordial world, plummeting from the clouds to the mundane realm, and reduced to the most contemptible of pigsties. Xuan's audacity had severed the already faltering dragon of the demon race's fortune, extinguishing its breath entirely. From this moment forth, the demon race would never rise again. Their fortune would forever be suppressed by the human race, becoming a stepping stone for their ascendance. Nuwa was seething with rage. As the saint of the demon race, the collapse of their fortunes naturally affected her greatly. She could feel her own saintly fortune diminish, causing even the essence of her saintly attainment to tremble slightly. Xuan, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. I swear I shall not be at peace until you are dead. Nuwa's face turned a steely shade as she could no longer contain her fury, a powerful blaze igniting within her heart. Her entire being trembled violently. As the vast energies surged chaotically, countless dark clouds gathering in the heavens, reflecting the explosive wrath of a saint. Meanwhile, both Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun, who were in seclusion, sensed Nuwa's righteous fury. Both individuals furrowed their brows, immediately resorting to calculations with their fingers. Upon deriving the results, astonishment etched itself upon their faces. They could hardly fathom that Xuan had audaciously transformed the entire demon race's celestial court into a mere swine farm for the lowly human race. What incensed the Grand Supreme Elder Lord the most was the revelation that within this swine farm, he had confined the loathsome remains of his malevolent corpse, a solitary pig, imprisoned alongside 100,000 sows, indicating it was to be treated as a breeding boar. A fierce anger flashed across the Grand Supreme Elder Lord's visage. Xuan, you are truly despicable. His countenance radiated an overwhelming ire, flames of fury igniting around him, incinerating vast amounts of spiritual energy into nothingness. The primordial heavenly sovereign was equally infuriated, feeling a sense of injustice for his senior brother and sister. This wretched Xuan had once again dishonored the dignity of the saints. It was sheer folly. The primordial heavenly sovereign yearned to burst forth from his seclusion and storm the palace of purple clouds, beseeching his master to obliterate Xuan to vent his pent-up wrath. At this moment, on Xianin Mountain, the hundreds of billions of humans under Xuan's command were equally taken aback by his audacious maneuver. Their ancestor was truly formidable, having relegated the entire demon race's celestial court to a mere swine farm for humanity. The scale of this swine farm was magnificently grandiose, resplendent and stretching for millions of miles, truly a wonder of the world. Their ancestor was establishing authority over the demon race's celestial court, asserting the prestige of humanity, making it evident to all beings in the primordial world the dire consequences of offending the human race, transforming their homeland into a pigsty. Furthermore, the humans were left in utter shock upon discovering that the swine farm housed cattle, goats, and dogs, which were none other than the revered demon Emperor Xuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai in their transformed states. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that the breeding boar bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Purity Saint. Upon this realization, the hundreds of billions of humans were left agape, each one utterly stupefied. They felt a wave of shock coursing through their minds, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had never anticipated that the livestock confined within the celestial court's swine farm were so extraordinary. Their identities were those of the illustrious demon Emperor Xuan, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the malevolent corpse of the Grand Purity Saint, figures renowned throughout the primordial realm. Yet now, these once mighty beings had been reduced to mere animals, directly imprisoned in a pigsty by their ancestor. A tumult of intense emotions surged within the hearts of the hundreds of billions of humans, as they found themselves engulfed in a profound sense of shock. Subsequently, the likes of Xuan, Wuchao, Zi, and Yu Ying were further astounded to discover a dog standing upon the ground of Xianin Mountain, guarding the entrance. This dog emitted a series of distinctive barks, each resonating with a majestic sanctity, a manifestation of the holy might of the primordial heavenly sovereign. rippling across the vast expanse of the world for millions of miles. The four individuals, upon beholding the canine before them, were struck with astonishment, scarcely able to comprehend that a mere dog placed by their venerable ancestor could emanate such an aura of sanctity. This presence bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Yuqing saint, the primordial heavenly venerable. It was evident that this dog must have some connection to the primordial heavenly venerable. Perhaps the ancestor had seized it from him, designating it as a sentinel. Contemplating this notion, the four felt a wave of admiration, acknowledging the ancestor's remarkable prowess in employing the dog of the primordial heavenly venerable as a mere guardian. Such an act seemed to completely disregard the Yuqing saint. Had they known the truth, their astonishment would have only deepened. For this was no ordinary pet of the primordial heavenly venerable, but rather a sacred hound that had consumed the very bones of the primordial heavenly venerable. Chapter 139. Guardians of the human race. A canine that had devoured the bones of a saint was sufficient to astonish every soul within the primordial realm. At this juncture, Xuan gently waved his hand, placing billions of humans within a vast expanse centered around Xianyang Mountain. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he seamlessly transported the houses and various facilities from the Chaos Pearl into this locale. The billions of humans returned to their former homes, settling in with contentment, their faces adorned with smiles as they finally re-entered the primordial world. Henceforth, the human race would establish its footing within the vastness of this realm. Under the protection of their ancestor, they would flourish and develop, potentially becoming the most dominant race in the primordial expanse. At this moment, Xuan lightly clapped his hands, releasing a signal. Instantly, from all directions within this ancestral land, countless beings of the demon race emerged, filling the landscape for millions of miles. A tumultuous aura of the demon race surged upward, threatening to obscure the very heavens, while the formidable essence of the demons swept across the primordial earth, causing the skies above to darken. The myriad beings in the primordial realm, along with the billions of human souls, were left in awe by this spectacle. The remnants of the demon race had converged upon the land, a sight that was nothing short of terrifying. These were the elite soldiers of the demon race, the main force, concealing within their ranks countless formidable demon experts, various demon saints, and powerful demon generals. And now, they had all been summoned forth by Xuan. What purpose did Xuan have in summoning the demon race? Under the curious gazes of countless beings in the primordial realm, Xuan waved his hand, revealing a black flag. This flag was none other than the renowned summoning banner of the demon race, an unparalleled treasure wielded by the demon emperor, Dejun, to command millions of demons. Embedded within the summoning banner was a fragment of the primordial spirit of each demon. With this banner in hand, one could command the very life and death of the entire demon race. Any disobedient demon could be rendered powerless by erasing its essence from the banner, leading to its demise within the primordial realm. Thus, the appearance of the summoning banner left no demon daring to defy its power. Holding the summoning banner aloft, Xuan swayed it before the multitude of demons. In an instant, a terrifying and potent holy might emanated from the banner, sweeping across the world like a cataclysmic tsunami, imposing its will upon the countless demons. Witnessing this, the demons were overtaken by expressions of reverence and fear. They understood all too well the immense strength of Xuan. With but a thought, he could obliterate their entire race. Now, with the esteemed treasure of the demons in his grasp, he held their very essences within his control, rendering their annihilation a mere whim. All hail, Lord Xuan. With powerful demon saints leading the way, the multitude of demons knelt upon the ground, vociferously chanting Xuan's name to express their profound respect and reverence. A resounding cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as countless beings of the primordial world, along with billions of humans, beheld the entire demon race kneeling in reverence before Xuan, performing the profound ritual of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Their expressions were imbued with profound awe, as if they regarded Xuan as the supreme sovereign. Every being witnessing this spectacle was struck by an overwhelming sense of shock. They could scarcely believe that the myriad demons would exhibit such deference to Xuan. It is essential to note that the demons have always been known for their tyrannical and brutal nature within the primordial realm, where they stand invincible, having caused the demise of many. These entities are, without a doubt, the most arrogant and domineering beings in existence. Yet now, these formidable and unyielding demons found themselves prostrate on the ground, utterly submissive to Xuan. The sight of such a haughty race displaying such humility sent waves of astonishment through the hearts of countless primordial beings. They were utterly captivated by the overwhelming might of Xuan. With a flourish of his banner, he conquered the myriad demons. The billions of humans gazed upon the figure of Xuan, standing majestically in the firmament, brandishing the demon-summoning banner, exuding an aura of unfathomable power. A sense of profound astonishment surged within them. Their ancestor had directly subdued this multitude of demons, an achievement of unparalleled magnitude. The billions of humans understood the ferocity inherent in the demons, particularly the demon saints, whose strength was notoriously brutal. Now, the once proud and lofty elite of the demon race lay humbled at the feet of their ancestor, referring to him with the utmost respect. The demons regarded him with trepidation, as if he were a fearsome tiger. The hearts of the billions of humans swelled with pride, grateful to possess such an extraordinary ancestor. Xuan's authority reverberated through the ranks of the demons, heralding a new epoch for humanity. He accomplished a feat previously thought impossible, subjugating the demon race. At this moment, Xuan's eyes, bright as the sun, swept over the multitude of demons. From that gaze emanated a primal pressure, incinerating those among the demons who harbored wicked intentions, reducing them to nothingness. Then, under the watchful eyes of the primordial beings and the billions of humans, Xuan spoke with measured clarity. From this day forth, you demons shall safeguard the development of humankind and support us as the rightful rulers of the land, forever remaining submissive to humanity and never defying my command. His voice resonated with authority, akin to the grandest of bells, reaching the ears of every demon. Upon hearing this proclamation, they felt their spirits rally, their bodies trembling slightly. They sensed an air of regal command in Xuan's voice, instilling within them a fear of disobedience, leaving no room for rebellious thoughts. They recognized the heavy burden of past transgressions against humanity, understanding that only by ensuring the prosperity of humankind could they atone for the debts of their past deeds. In that instant, countless beings of the demon race bowed deeply, their voices rising in unison. We, the demon race, solemnly adhere to the sacred edict of Lord Xuan. We, the demon race, solemnly adhere to the sacred edict of Lord Xuan. The collective roar of millions resonated through the heavens. Among them, the more astute demons continued to chant, "We pledge our unwavering support for the human race as the rightful sovereign of this realm, forever subservient to humanity, and we shall never defy." Subsequently, even more members of the demon race joined in the fervent proclamation, their voices reverberating through the cosmos, echoing in the vast expanse of the primordial heavens and earth. Chapter 140. The submission of the witch clan. The voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, declaring that the demon clan willingly pledged allegiance to the human race as their sovereign, forever subservient and never to rebel. This grand proclamation was swiftly accompanied by a thunderous roar that erupted from the heavens, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble. A bolt of violet lightning, capable of piercing the sky, illuminated the boundless expanse of the primordial land. This was the response of the heavenly Tao, signifying that it had acknowledged the declaration made by countless demons, thereby affirming their words. From this moment forth, the demon clan would irrevocably become vassals of the human race, dedicating their existence to the service of humanity. Should they defy this decree, they would face divine retribution, cast out by the very forces of nature. The violet lightning served as a symbol of their oath. All beings within the primordial realm witnessed this spectacle, their hearts stirred by profound astonishment. Heaven above, the demon clan would henceforth be fully integrated into the dominion of humanity. They would transform into guardians for the advancement of the human race, marking the ascent of humanity as a formidable power within the primordial world. With the inclusion of the demon clan, the human race would ascend among the myriad beings, joining the ranks of the most esteemed races. Henceforth, none would dare to offend humanity, especially with the formidable demon clan standing as their protectors. Despite the human race's inherent frailty, short lifespan, and generally low cultivation, even with a population of hundreds of billions, they paled in comparison to the vast multitude of primordial beings, barely creating a ripple in the grand tapestry of existence. However, with the alliance of the demon clan, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The demon clan, being the foremost power in the primordial realm, possessed immense strength and a fierce disposition. Their integration into the ranks of the human race would be akin to the infusion of the ocean into a stream, causing an instant surge in power, mirroring the transformation of humanity itself. At that moment, the hearts of the billions of humans also surged with intense shock and joy. Their faces bore expressions of astonishment and delight, for they had never anticipated such a remarkable action from their ancestor. He had directly appointed the countless demons as the protectors of humanity. The human race marveled at their ancestors' exceptional tactics, subjugating the once domineering demon clan and transforming them into guardians, thus securing a worry-free future for humanity. Truly, their ancestor was formidable, having turned billions of demons into their protectors. The skill with which he executed this plan earned him profound admiration from the human populace. They fervently discussed among themselves, their respect for Xuan growing ever deeper as they acknowledged his unparalleled ability to conquer the demon clan and enlist them as guardians for humanity. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the myriad races within the primordial realm were abuzz with discourse, astonished by Xuan's audacious move to incorporate the demon clan, thus exponentially increasing the strength of the human race and positioning it as the foremost power in the primordial world. Xuan's actions had indeed taken every powerful entity by surprise. They had not anticipated his ability to subdue such a fierce and formidable race as the demons. The demon race holds profound reverence for Xuan, regarding him almost as a sovereign among their kind. What astonishes the mighty beings of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness is that the countless demons ultimately willingly pledged their eternal allegiance to humanity in the presence of heaven and earth. They all became guardians of the human race's development, integrating into its sphere of influence, thereby elevating humanity to the status of the foremost power in the primordial realm. Each of these events left the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness in utter amazement, as they could only marvel at Xuan's extraordinary maneuvers, accomplishing feats that were beyond the imagination and capability of ordinary individuals. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch palace, the 12 ancestor witches gathered, each face reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated that their arch-nemesis, the demon race, would be entirely transformed into guardians of humanity by Xuan. This turn of events left the 12 ancestor witches in awe. Shabi sighed, expressing his surprise. I never imagined that Lord Xuan possessed such formidable methods, subduing billions of demons. Gong echoed his astonishment, stating, indeed, it is truly unexpected how powerful Lord Xuan is. His actions have propelled humanity directly to the pinnacle of the primordial powers. Ancestor Witch Qiangli turned his gaze toward Emperor Jiang, saying, Elder brother, with humanity now established as the foremost power in the primordial realm, we have surpassed our witch clan. It seems that humanity is destined to be the protagonist of the heavenly realm. Emperor Jiang nodded deeply, fully aware that humanity now had the protection of countless demons and the backing of such a remarkable sage as Xuan. Most importantly, humanity's return to the primordial realm had garnered the acknowledgement of the heavenly path, signifying a destined rise for humanity, making them likely the sole contenders for the role of the heavenly protagonist in the future. Soon after, a resolute decision formed in Emperor Jiang's heart. Taking a gentle breath, he addressed the 11 ancestor witches. Dear brothers and sisters, with Lord Xuan among us, humanity is fated to be the protagonist of the heavenly realm. I have resolved to represent our witch clan in yielding to Lord Xuan, recognizing humanity as the rightful protagonist. What say you? Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's declaration, the 11 ancestor witches were momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by his astonishing decision. The witch clan's submission to humanity and their endorsement of humanity as the heavenly protagonist was no small matter. It is important to note that the witch clan has always been known for their unbridled arrogance and dominance, and their conflict with the demon race was fundamentally over the contention for the position of the heavenly protagonist. Yet now, Emperor Jiang was willingly relinquishing that position and expressing a desire to submit to humanity, leaving all the ancestor witches bewildered, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of his words. After a considerable pause, the 11 ancestor witches gradually regained their composure, with Qiangli being the first to inquire, Elder brother, what do you mean by this? After we defeat the demon race, the witch clan will be the mightiest force in the primordial realm, comprising countless tribes. Why would we relinquish the position of the heavenly protagonist? Di Jiang inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over Chong Liang as he spoke. Chong Liang, do not forget that our ability to vanquish the demon race is entirely due to Lord Xuan. Without him, our Wu clan would remain forever subjugated. Gong nodded slightly, adding, Elder brother is correct. Lord Xuan is indeed the savior of our Wu clan. Without him, we would have been oppressed by the demon race for countless eons. Zhu Rong, after some contemplation, also interjected, Elder brother is right. The human race has ascended to the principal position in the heavens and has gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. In the future, humanity shall undoubtedly emerge as the preeminent force in the primal world. Our subservience to humanity at this moment is both a compliance with the natural order and a gesture of gratitude towards Lord Xuan. The other ancestors of the Wu clan voiced their agreement, their tones reflecting their accord with Dijiang. In truth, the ancestors longed to pledge their allegiance to Yixian. His formidable prowess had captivated each of them. To express their reverence for Yixian, they willingly chose to bow to humanity, eternally supporting them as the rightful lords of the heavens. Very well, if that is the case. Our Wu clan shall officially proclaim our allegiance to humanity in the primal world, forever recognizing humanity as the rightful rulers. What say you all? After the discussion concluded, Dijiang cast his gaze over the 11 ancestors, inquiring. We concur with Elder Brother's decision, they replied in unison. Chapter 141. The submission of the 3 clans. The 11 ancestral shamans expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing the consensus among the assembly, Dijiang slightly inclined his head, and then, with the resounding voice of the ancestral shamans, proclaimed to the vast expanse of the primordial world, I, Dijiang, representing the entirety of the shaman clan, do hereby submit to the human clan. Henceforth the shaman clan shall eternally support the human clan and recognize them as the rightful sovereign of this realm. Let these words be witnessed by the heavenly Tao. Boom. Following this declaration, a deep thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth, signifying that the heavenly Tao had acknowledged Dijiang's vow and sanctioned his words. All beings in the primordial world heard Dijiang's proclamation, and at once they were engulfed in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that the shaman clan, renowned for their dominance, would submit to the human clan and acknowledge them as the sovereigns of the realm, pledging their support. The collective astonishment of countless beings was palpable, for it was common knowledge that the shaman clan had always been known for their tyranny, showing neither reverence for the heavens nor respect for sages. Yet here they were, willing to submit to the human clan, a truly astonishing turn of events. The shaman clan was indeed the second most formidable force within the primordial realm. The humility displayed by such a powerful clan was utterly unexpected. However, the myriad beings understood that the shaman clan maintained a close relationship with Yixian. They had once joined forces with Yixian to assault the heavenly court of the demon clan, and the 12 ancestral shamans held Yixian in the highest esteem. In truth, the shaman clan's submission was directed toward Yixian, or more accurately, to the human clan he led. The hundreds of billions of humans also heard Dijiang's oath, and their hearts were filled with disbelief, even causing a shiver to run down their spines. They had not anticipated that the immensely powerful shaman clan, capable of contending with the demon clan, would choose to submit to the human clan. With a long-standing history in the primordial realm, the shaman clan numbered in the billions, far surpassing the human clan in strength. Their declaration of allegiance and submission to the human clan would greatly elevate the latter's standing, establishing them as the unequivocal dominant force in the primordial realm, and rendering them untouchable. The hearts of the hundreds of billions of humans were buoyed with excitement. With the 2 mightiest forces, the demon and shaman clans, now submitting to the human clan, it was clear that the latter would thrive in the primordial world. Yet, all credit for this monumental achievement belonged to the ancestor. Without the ancestor's influence, neither the demon clan nor the shaman clan would have ever consented to submit to the human clan. The humans understood well the proud nature of both the demon and shaman clans. Had it not been for the ancestor, such powerful factions would never have considered yielding to the comparatively weaker human clan. At this moment, the hundreds of billions of humans turned their gazes toward their most revered ancestor, Yixian. In their eyes shone profound reverence, and the image of the ancestor loomed larger than life, akin to a towering mountain that they could only aspire to reach. They held Yixian in the highest regard, and if circumstances permitted, they would have gladly knelt before him, fervently proclaiming his name in an expression of their deep admiration and adoration. Upon hearing the oath of the witch clan, the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that following the submission of the formidable demon clan, the mighty witch clan would also yield to the human race. Consequently, the human race emerged as the undeniable preeminent force in the primordial realm, bolstered by the demons as protectors and the witches as supporters, truly a fate ordained by the heavens. Establishing a status that was unassailable, the witch and demon clans were indisputable titans of the primordial world, and their submission to the human race ignited a sense of capitulation among the powerful beings of all races. After all, early submission would curry favor with the future protagonist of the celestial realm and leave a favorable impression on Saint Yixian. As the venerable ancestor of the human race, submitting under his leadership could hardly be deemed a loss. The myriad beings of the primordial world had witnessed Yixian's formidable prowess, a being capable of contending against 3 saints single-handedly, with his presence, even without the allegiance of the demons and witches. The rise of the human race in the primordial realm was assured. As these thoughts surged within their minds, the myriad races of the primordial world began to declare their support for the human race and their intent to submit. The first to rise was the Xuan clan, whose leader proclaimed to the heavens, "I, the leader of the Xuan clan, represent all members of my clan in pledging our allegiance to the human race. Henceforth, the Xuan clan shall forever support the human race, recognizing them as the rightful protagonists of the celestial realm. May the heavens bear witness to this vow." The leader's declaration resonated throughout the primordial expanse, prompting a thunderous response from the heavens, bearing witness to the oath. Billions of beings were left in awe as they heard the voice of the Xuan leader, astonished that even such an ancient and powerful race, once dominant in the primordial world, had chosen to submit to humanity. The shock among the myriad beings deepened as an even more astounding occurrence unfolded. Following the Xuan leader's proclamation, the leader of the Phoenix clan also announced to the world, "I, the leader of the Phoenix clan, stand for all members of my clan in expressing our submission to the human race. From this moment forth, the Phoenix clan shall forever align with the human race, acknowledging them as the rightful protagonists of the celestial realm. May the heavens bear witness to this vow." The declaration of the Phoenix leader echoed across the land, eliciting another resounding response from the heavens, which bore witness to the oath. The beings of the primordial world were again struck with astonishment. The Phoenix clan, another ancient and powerful race that once commanded all avian life, now expressed their allegiance to humanity, an event truly remarkable. As the myriad beings marveled in silent wonder, an even more astonishing event transpired. Just as the Phoenix leader concluded their declaration, a resounding and commanding dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A colossal and fearsome ancient dragon emerged from the East Sea, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Subsequently, this ancient dragon spoke in human tongue. "I, the candle dragon of the dragon clan, represent all dragons in pledging our allegiance to the human race. From this moment forth, the dragon clan shall forever support the human race, acknowledging them as the rightful protagonists of the celestial realm. May the heavens bear witness to this vow." Thunderous echoes followed the declaration. The voice of the ancient dragon resonated, causing the entire East Sea to surge violently, while a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, bearing witness to the oath of the candle dragon. The myriad beings of the primordial world were left utterly astounded by this spectacle. The candle dragon, one of the formidable ancient powers and the brother of the ancestral dragon, wielded the laws of time and possessed unfathomable strength. It was truly inconceivable that he would emerge to express his allegiance to humanity. One must understand that the dragon clan has always been characterized by their proud temperament, often more haughty than even the demon and witch clans among the myriad races. Furthermore, they have historically been the most powerful force of the ancient era, overshadowing the Xuan and Phoenix clans. The willingness of the dragon clan to support humanity was an astonishing revelation that left every primordial being in profound shock. Chapter 142. When becoming the emperor of humanity following the official proclamation from the dragon clan, the three ancient races have, at last, submitted to the human race, pledging their unwavering support. Subsequently, the leaders of the myriad beings of the primal wilderness also voiced their allegiance, expressing their devotion to humanity. This momentous declaration persisted for a full 10 days and nights, culminating in the unanimous submission of all races, establishing humanity as the indisputable foremost power in the realm. At this juncture, a profound sense of astonishment surged within the hearts of countless beings in the primal wilderness, their emotions tumultuous like raging waves. The surrender of myriad races to humanity was an extraordinary occurrence, unprecedented since the dawn of creation. Today, the myriad beings bore witness to this miraculous spectacle, their hearts overwhelmed with sheer awe. Meanwhile, amidst the expanse of Xianyang Mountain, the 100 billion members of the human race stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback. They were left in a state of numbing shock, unable to fathom such an astonishing turn of events, where all the races of the primal wilderness bowed in submission, willingly supporting humanity. Even the once mighty Xuan and Feng clans, as well as the proud Dragon clan, expressed their willingness to submit. This was indeed remarkable. Such scenes were enough to stir the very souls of every human, igniting turbulent waves of emotion within. This was a glory never before witnessed in the annals of human history, an unimaginable spectacle. How could the once weak human race have ever envisioned such splendor? The adoration of the myriad races and the support of billions of beings felt like a dream, too incredible to believe. The realization of this dreamlike glory was solely due to their revered ancestor, Xuan. It was his formidable power that conquered the myriad beings of the primal wilderness. leading them to willingly recognize humanity as the rightful sovereign of the realm. Xuan was the unparalleled hero of humanity, allowing his people to shine brilliantly amidst the primal wilderness, becoming the rightful protagonists of the land. The 100 billion humans gazed at Xuan with eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. In that moment, their respect for him reached its zenith. Their ancestor was indeed powerful and formidable. Under his overwhelming presence, the myriad beings submitted. Countless mighty figures were subdued by Xuan's aura, choosing to support humanity as the rightful protagonists. From this moment forth, humanity would traverse the primal wilderness unhindered, emerging as the true dominant race. At this time, Xuan's heart brimmed with excitement, even tears of joy glistening in his eyes. The human race had finally risen, once feeble and oppressed, mercilessly persecuted by the myriad races and nearly annihilated by the demon race. Only a mere 100,000 of the weak were left to endure. Yet today, under the guidance of their ancestor, they stood atop the pinnacle, becoming the strongest race to command the allegiance of all. The ancestors of humanity, who had endured the era of weakness, were moved to tears. The human race, once insignificant and trampled upon like ants, had faced oppression, humiliation, and ridicule from countless beings. However, on this day, the ancestor has elevated the human race to become the most powerful among all tribes, commanding the reverence and submission of countless beings. What a magnificent achievement! The ancestor is truly remarkable. The three ancestors of the human race, along with the millions who survived the era of slaughter at the hands of the demon race, are filled with profound admiration for Xuan, regarding him as the most revered figure of their lives. An uncontrollable fervor of worship surges within their hearts. Subsequently, Xuan was the first to kneel on one knee, understanding that the ancestor disdains excessive displays of reverence. He chose this gesture to express his deep respect. Then, he proclaimed loudly, "The contributions of the ancestor to the human race are such that he ought to be crowned the emperor of humanity." Upon hearing Xuan's words, the millions of human ancestors felt a collective resonance. Indeed, the ancestor's contributions to humanity are immense. With his singular strength, he has compelled all tribes of the primordial world to submit to the human race, directly overturning its previously weak status. His contributions transcend the heavens and earth, weighing as heavily as 10,000 Xuan, deserving of the title Emperor of Humanity to signify the gratitude and respect of the human race toward the ancestor. In unison, the millions of ancestors also knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming, "The contributions of the ancestor to the human race are such that he ought to be crowned the Emperor of Humanity." The billions of newly born humans, witnessing their ancestors kneeling in respect for the ancestor, were filled with excitement. Today, the ancestor has allowed the human race to receive the worship and submission of the myriad tribes, an immeasurable contribution indeed. Bestowing the title of emperor upon the ancestor is the unanimous wish of the people, a testament to their respect. Soon, the billions of humans also knelt upon the ground, raising their voices in a fervent chorus. The contributions of the ancestor to the human race are such that he ought to be crowned the Emperor of Humanity. Their unified shouts reverberated through the heavens and the earth, evoking a resonance that stirred the cosmos. Lotus flowers of merit blossomed upon the earth, their petals falling in a riot of colors, while ethereal butterflies danced gracefully through the air, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Above, the skies unfurled prophetic verses of the heavenly way, shimmering with golden light, illuminating the ancestral grounds of humanity as red clouds floated in the nine heavens, as if witnessing the collective oath of the human race. The cries rang out, vibrant and resonant, coalescing into a magnificent sound wave that ultimately birthed a colossal soundwave dragon. Suddenly, within the unified intent of the billions of humans, a grand golden dragon of human fortune emerged. This dragon spanned millions of miles, a six-clawed golden dragon with eyes that sparkled with golden brilliance, overwhelming the void. Its scales radiated golden light, illuminating the entire primordial world. The dragon's aura of majesty surged forth, sweeping through the cosmos, embodying an awe-inspiring presence. The six-clawed golden dragon let out an exultant roar, soaring through the heavens, stirring the spiritual energies across millions of miles, while countless human ethereal flowers flickered between the heavens and the earth. It approached the sea of human fortune, coiling around the pillar of destiny, its might resounding, shaking the very foundations of existence. In an instant, all dragons bowed in submission. The myriad races bowed in reverence to the golden dragon of human fortune. At that moment, a magnificent beam of golden divine light descended from the pillar of human destiny. This was the radiant light of collective will, forged by the unity of the human race. As the light fell upon the primordial earth, it illuminated the heavens with resplendent brilliance. In the astonished gazes of countless beings, they beheld the golden light of human fortune merging into Yi Xian's being. With a resounding boom, the golden light of human fortune entered his body. Instantly, an intense and dazzling radiance akin to that of a sage erupted from Yi Xian. As a tremendous wave of warmth surged within him, it coursed through his limbs and bones like molten lava, causing his magical power to swell uncontrollably, akin to a tidal wave that could not be halted. Simultaneously, the strength of his consciousness surged rapidly, reaching an astonishing level of profundity. His physical form experienced an unprecedented enhancement, transforming into a higher realm altogether. Chapter 143. The execution of Yi Xian. Under the immense fortuity bestowed by the 100 billion human beings, Yi Xian's cultivation as a saint of the Tao surged remarkably, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. The title of saint, synonymous with Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, is divided into 11 layers. Upon reaching the saint realm, ascending to each subsequent layer becomes an arduous endeavor. Indeed, some saints may spend their entire lives without advancing even a single step. Yi Xian, being a saint of the Tao, faced even greater challenges in his ascension, the difficulties often beyond ordinary comprehension. However, through the power of fortuity, he managed to elevate his realm to the mid-stage of the first layer of the saint realm. A truly commendable method of advancement, convenient, swift, and devoid of any adverse effects. With great satisfaction, Yi Xian wore a smile, realizing that fully dedicating himself to the development of humanity was a profoundly wise and immensely impactful path of sustainable progress. At that moment, a more astonishing event unfolded. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and an array of human Tao lotuses blossomed, radiating streams of golden divine light. The golden dragon of human fortuity opened its maw and released a resplendent jade seal. This seal bore the inscription Kongtong, elegantly inscribed with bold strokes, exuding an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty that spread across millions of miles, causing the very essence of the world to tremble, accompanied by the resounding thunder of the heavens. Billions of beings gazed upon this shimmering jade seal, utterly astounded. What kind of treasure is this? How can its presence be so formidable? Under the watchful eyes of countless beings, the radiant jade seal descended from the heavens, coming to rest above Yi Xian's head. Buzz! The golden jade seal floated above Yi Xian, emanating an overwhelming power that swept through the cosmos, unleashing an endless torrent of imperial energy that left the myriad beings of the primordial world in sheer awe. This treasure had settled upon Yi Xian's head. Had it acknowledged him as its master? Numerous formidable entities in the primordial realm closely observed this extraordinary occurrence. The moment they laid eyes upon this treasure, they were engulfed in profound astonishment. This was the Kongtong seal, the ultimate treasure forged from the fortuity of humanity. It symbolized the emperor of humanity. Possessing it signified the embodiment of the human sovereign. With 100 billion souls venerating Yi Xian, all aspired for him to ascend as the emperor, a testament to their profound respect. Little did they expect that the emperor's seal would truly materialize, an unfathomable reality. In the gaze of the billions of primordial beings, Yi Xian extended his hand and claimed the Kongtong seal. Boom! The instant he grasped the Kongtong seal, an unparalleled aura of imperial dominance erupted from him. It surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping across the celestial realms, shaking the very foundations of the primordial heavens and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian was imbued with the fortuitous energy of the human race as well as the authority of the emperor, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. The majestic aura of an emperor, combined with the formidable might of sanctity, was utterly terrifying. This elevated Yi Xian's presence to unprecedented heights, exerting a pressure that reverberated through the ages, cleaving the heavens and the earth. Countless beings felt the overwhelming grandeur of an emperor's arrival, and many could not help but prostrate themselves in submission. 100 billion members of the human race knelt in reverence, exclaiming Yi Xian as the magnificent emperor. The entire primordial realm trembled. Meanwhile, at Shouyang Mountain, within the 8 scenic palace, 3 sages in seclusion could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing this spectacle. They emerged from their chambers. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Taishang Lao Jun, and Nuwa gathered, their expressions grave and foreboding. They sensed the sweeping aura of holiness emanating from Yi Xian, imbued with the potent majesty of an emperor. Yi Xian had ascended to an even greater level of strength, instilling a sense of unease and trepidation in the hearts of the 3 sages. Nuwa, Her countenance icy, spoke first. Brothers, we can no longer wait. Yi Xian's power grows ever more formidable. Now that he has ascended to the status of emperor and harnessed the entirety of human fortuity, his strength will inevitably continue to rise. If we delay for a millennium, who can predict how powerful he will become? Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Lao Jun exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension evident in their eyes. They were acutely aware that Yi Xian was a prodigious cultivator, with a growth rate that was exceedingly rapid. Now that he had attained the imperial throne and acquired the full blessing of human fortuity, his cultivation progress would certainly ascend to new heights. Indeed, my sister speaks the truth. We must swiftly eliminate Yi Xian. We cannot allow a tiger to grow in our midst. A fierce killing intent flickered across Yuan Shi Tianzun's face. He was eager to eradicate Yi Xian immediately to prevent his continued ascendance, which would make him even more difficult to eliminate later. Subsequently, both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nuwa turned their gazes towards Taishang Lao Jun, who had remained silent. Taishang Lao Jun's demeanor shifted restlessly. He understood that Yi Xian was currently shielded by the merits of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for their master to take action against him. However, Yi Xian's rapid enhancement was intolerable, and they needed to eradicate him promptly to alleviate their concerns. Let us proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace and seek our master's assistance, Taishang Lao Jun declared solemnly, setting aside any hesitation. Despite the protection of the heavenly Tao, he was determined to eliminate Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of Nuwa and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Eldest brother, there is no time to waste. Let us hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace and implore our master to vanquish Yi Xian. Yuan Shi Tianzun clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Let us go. Taishang Lao Jun nodded slightly, and then transformed into a beam of pure celestial light, accompanied by Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nuwa. They swiftly made their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. The sages moved with incredible speed, and in a brief moment, they arrived at their destination. Within the majestic halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun sat serenely upon a meditation cushion, his eyes gently closed. A resplendent aura enveloped him, with boundless Taoist rhythms swirling around, while the breath of celestial laws permeated the air, filling the entire palace. As the three individuals entered the sacred space, Hongjun slowly opened his enigmatic eyes, which held profound mysteries and an infinite wealth of heavenly secrets. Disciples, I pay my respects to you. Master, they intoned, bowing deeply. The Supreme Old Lord, Nuwa, and the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign all offered their reverence to Hongjun. He nodded slightly, his expression a tranquil sea, devoid of sorrow or joy. Exchanging a meaningful glance, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign stepped forward, his face etched with indignation. Master, we have come today to implore you to intervene once more and eliminate Yi Xian, he declared passionately. Chapter 144. Bestowing treasures. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun spoke. Master, Yi Xian has disrupted the calamity of the witch ancestor and has insulted us, the saints. His crimes warrant the utmost punishment. I implore you to take action against him. Nuwa's face also bore an expression of indignation as she bowed and said, Master, Yi Xian has shattered my sacred body. I beseech you to deliver justice for me. After listening to the words of his three disciples, the Taoist Hongjun sat composed upon his mat, his inscrutable gaze sweeping slowly over the three, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Supreme Lord Lao Jun, and Nuwa. The atmosphere in the room gradually solidified, the silence lingering for a considerable time before Hongjun finally spoke. I am aware of what you have experienced. Yi Xian is indeed an anomaly of the heavenly Tao, and he must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Nuwa, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Supreme Lord Lao Jun felt a surge of joy in their hearts. With the master himself declaring Yi Xian to be a threat to the heavenly Tao, his demise seemed inevitable. However, at that moment, the Taoist Hongjun continued. Yet, Yi Xian has flourished the human race, acting in accordance with the heavenly Tao and acquiring boundless merits, thus receiving its protection. I cannot act against him, lest I violate the principles of the heavenly Tao. These words caused the expressions of Supreme Lord Lao Jun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Nuwa to shift slightly. Although they had suspected that Yi Xian was under the protection of the heavenly Tao and that the master would not eliminate him, hearing Hongjun affirm this brought their spirits down. Master, Yi Xian's transgressions are heinous and intolerable, even with the protection of the heavenly Tao. I believe he must be swiftly eradicated. If we allow this scourge to grow, it will undoubtedly endanger the primordial realm. Yuan Shi Tianzun, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward and voiced his plea. Supreme Lord Lao Jun and Nuwa exchanged glances and also advanced a step, declaring, Master, What our junior, or senior, has said is entirely correct. Yi Xian's crimes are grave. He must be decisively dealt with. The Taoist Hong Jun gently closed his eyes, his fingers weaving through the infinite laws of the great Tao, ethereal energies swirling at his fingertips. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, seemingly having perceived something profound. He spoke softly, "Very well. I shall bestow upon you treasures to assist in eliminating this anomaly of the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, the faces of Supreme Lord Lao Jun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Nuwa lit up with joy. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, a wondrous crimson-golden liquid surged forth from the purple cloud palace. This liquid was divided into 3 portions, brimming with boundless spiritual resonance, emanating a sacred light of the great Tao, truly remarkable in nature. This water was named the divine nirvana water. It could heal all wounds, allowing beings to undergo rebirth and elevate their power to new heights. Take this water and consume it upon your return. It will mend your injuries and enhance your strength. Hongjun spoke in a calm tone. Hearing these words, the 3 felt an uncontrollable joy within. They had not anticipated that the master would grant them such extraordinary healing water, capable of restoring all damage and further augmenting their power. Thus, they could replenish the essence harmed by Yi Xian and recover from their expended magical energy, even turning adversity into advantage, thereby enhancing their strength. Once they regained their power, or perhaps even grew stronger, vanquishing Yi Xian would be a trivial task for the 3 of them. "Thank you, master." The 3, Tai Shang, Nuwa, and Yuan Shi, bowed deeply, their faces brimming with joy. Hong Jun Dao Ren nodded slightly, then waved his hand, revealing a rift in the heavens from which 3 formidable artifacts emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. These artifacts were imbued with a terrifying chaotic demonic aura, causing the surrounding void to distort subtly, while countless strands of spiritual energy were incinerated into nothingness by their presence, showcasing their unparalleled might. The first artifact was a dreadfully powerful disc, emanating a wave of destructive laws capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence, from which fearsome ripples radiated, as if intent on obliterating the realm. The second was a resplendent mirror, reflecting all things of the universe, layered with spatial manifestations, from which waves of spatial laws emanated. The third was a black divine sword, exuding the essence of celestial destruction, with tendrils of dark malevolence coiling around it, turning the chaotic atmosphere into profound darkness and shattering the void barriers under the weight of its destructive force. Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Nuwa gazed upon these artifacts with astonishment, certain that these treasures did not belong to the primordial world but were products of chaos. Hong Jun Daorin cast a fleeting glance at the trio and spoke. "These 3 artifacts are the World Annihilation Disc, the Chaotic Space Mirror, and the Sword of Destruction." The World Annihilation Disc was the companion treasure of the Beast Emperor Shun Ni, containing the will and power to obliterate worlds. The Chaotic Space Mirror was crafted by the Space Demon God, harboring endless pathways of space, capable of imprisoning the void and shattering dimensions, wielding immense power. The Sword of Destruction was the companion artifact of the Destruction Demon God, containing terrifying destructive laws that can devastate the heavens and the earth, its might unparalleled. Today, I bestow these treasures upon you 3. Once you mend your wounds, you may wield these artifacts against Yi Xian. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall undoubtedly erase his existence. Upon finishing his words, Hong Jun Dao Ren waved his hand once more. Instantly, the World Annihilation Disc fell into the hands of Yuan Shi, the Chaotic Space Mirror into the grasp of Nuwa, and the Sword of Destruction into the possession of Tai Shang Laojun. As they received the artifacts, their faces lit up with surprise. They had not anticipated that Hong Jun would grant them such formidable treasures. These 3 artifacts, aside from the World Annihilation Disc, were all chaotic spiritual treasures, each possessing extraordinary power, specifically designed to counter Yi Xian. For instance, the Chaotic Space Mirror was tailored to counter Yi Xian's mastery over spatial laws. With this mirror, they could confine space and utterly dismantle Yi Xian's spatial dominion. Moreover, there exists a Sword of Annihilation, a weapon that can rival Yi Xian's Thunder Spear. Their powers are indeed comparable, and it is certain that the might of the Sword of Annihilation surpasses that of Yi Xian, rendering it capable of subduing him. The World Destruction Mill is specifically designed to counter Yi Xian's formidable physique. This mill possesses the ability to obliterate entire worlds, and when directed against Yi Xian's corporeal form, it would undoubtedly shatter him into mere fragments. The 3 individuals could hardly contain their elation at the prospect of acquiring such 3 immensely powerful artifacts. Once they utilize the Nirvana divine water and undergo a rebirth through Nirvana, enhancing their strength further, eliminating Xuan would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 145. The chaotic osmanthus pill. Upon contemplating this, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the three. Their desire to rush into the primordial realm and rend Xuan limb from limb almost overwhelming. Return now, spoke Hongjun Daoist in a calm tone, his voice resonating with tranquility. Yes, master, the trio replied, bidding farewell to Hongjun Daoist before making their way out of the Purple Cloud's palace. Once outside, the face of the Primordial Supreme One bore a satisfied smile as he grasped the world-destroying grinding disc, proclaiming, with this artifact in hand, I can utterly obliterate Xuan, causing his primordial spirit to shatter and his very essence to be extinguished. Filled with confidence, the Primordial Supreme One was certain that this time, he would decisively eliminate Xuan, thus redeeming himself from the humiliation of being flayed by him. Taishang Laojun and Nuwa evidently shared this sentiment, as a flicker of murderous intent emanated from them as well. Gently gripping the sword of destruction, Taishang Laojun declared, let us return to our sanctum at once, utilizing the Nirvana divine water to mend our wounds. Once we have restored our strength and become even more formidable, the day of Xuan's downfall will surely come. Nuwa nodded slightly, affirming, what you say is indeed correct. Once we have bolstered our powers, the eradication of Xuan will be effortless. Thus, the three hastily returned to their sanctum, preparing to use the Nirvana divine water to heal their injuries and enhance their strength. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, at Xianyang Mountain, Xuan was officially inaugurated as the human sovereign. At the summit of Xianyang Mountain, he erected a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade, serving as the human sovereign's abode. Within the palace, Xuan sat regally upon his throne, holding the Kongtong seal, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. The leaders of the human clans, Sui Run, Yu Chao, Zi, and Yu Ying, stood respectfully below, attentively listening to Xuan's directives to vigorously develop agriculture and construction, while also prioritizing the welfare of the people and the advancement of science and technology. Xuan articulated, eloquently expounding upon the methods for enhancing the livelihoods of future generations. He outlined a series of initiatives aimed at boosting crop yields, improving agricultural tools, and advancing the fishing industry, all of which would significantly facilitate the prosperity of humanity. Upon hearing Xuan's discourse, astonishment graced the faces of Sui Ren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Yu Ying. They had not anticipated Xuan's profound insights into governance, nor his expertise in the management of people's livelihoods. His comprehensive measures were nothing short of astounding, promising to greatly advance the human race. Our ancestor is truly remarkable. I have governed humanity for 100,000 years and could not conceive such all-encompassing strategies. Indeed, the measures our ancestor proposes for the betterment of our people are exceedingly thorough and meticulous. The three ancestors murmured in admiration, their respect for Xuan deepening. Yu Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not realized her elder brother was such a polymath, excelling even in the intricacies of governance. Her affection for him was almost palpable. After a fragrant incense had burned, Xuan concluded his exposition on the strategies for human development. He took a gentle sip of the Tao Enlightenment tea, his gaze sweeping over the four individuals with calmness as he spoke. According to my directives for the advancement of the human race, I shall now enter a period of seclusion for cultivation, during which I will entrust the governance of humanity to you. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the four individuals were invigorated. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the development of the human race, Xuan proclaimed, his voice brimming with resolve. Xuan nodded slightly, then proceeded to impart some crucial considerations to Xuan and the others before allowing them to depart. Once Xuan and the others had exited, the river map and Luo book, suspended within Xuan's Niwen palace, suddenly emitted a resonant hum, its light flickering. Xuan raised an eyebrow and promptly retrieved the river map and Luo book. After a moment of calculation, he discerned the cause of their unusual activity. Intriguing, those three have sought out Hongjun again, Xuan remarked with a cold smile, a hint of disdain gracing his features. What if you possess greater strength? I am a sage of the great Tao, inherently superior to the heavenly path. He spoke to himself with an air of indifference, harboring no fear. However, Xuan soon resolved to enter seclusion, aiming to break through to the first level of the sage of the great Tao. He also intended to enhance the thunder exorcising sword and the thunder spear, augmenting the might of these two offensive spiritual treasures. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he would be well equipped to contend with those three sages. With this thought in mind, Xuan stood and stepped into the seclusion chamber. After arranging a forbidden formation, he willed forth a chaos enlightenment osmanthus tree emanating the essence of the great Tao from his Niwan palace. The tree settled before him, releasing an aura of profound Tao rhythm. Subsequently, with a flourish of his sleeve, he produced a pool of holy blood radiating boundless divine light, exuding an aura of sanctity. As this pool of holy blood manifested, the branches of the Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree trembled with eagerness, yearning to absorb this precious essence as nourishment to enhance itself. Being a chaos spiritual root, it possessed considerable intelligence and recognized the holy blood as a treasure. Its absorption would catalyze further evolution and augment its power. Witnessing this, Xuan could not suppress a smile. He gestured, pouring the holy blood of the primordial heavenly venerable onto the Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The moment the Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree absorbed the holy blood, magnificent and resplendent osmanthus flowers bloomed on its branches. The great Tao inscriptions upon its roots multiplied to a staggering 99,999, releasing an intensely rich wave of spiritual resonance. The Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree evolved from an ordinary chaos spiritual root into a superior one, its spiritual essence enhanced manifold. Moreover, a series of ethereal enlightenment lights emanated from it, capable of assisting sentient beings in comprehending the great Tao. Most importantly, within the intricate patterns of the osmanthus tree flowed countless strands of great Tao inscriptions. These embodied the power of the great Tao's principles. Once digested, they would facilitate an effortless understanding of the laws of the great Tao. A remarkable treasure. If I were to consume this Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree, it would undoubtedly propel my sage-level comprehension to unprecedented heights. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xuan's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. Without hesitation, he gently waved his hand and cast the Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree into the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, initiating its refinement. Harnessing the power of the sage, Xuan expedited the refining process with remarkable swiftness. Moments later, the Chaos Enlightenment Osmanthus tree transformed into a Chaos Osmanthus pill. With a resonant hum, the elixir emerged from the cauldron, emanating a rich spiritual aura that swept through the heavens and earth. While the enchanting fragrance of the Enlightenment Osmanthus filled the entire seclusion chamber, creating an extraordinarily mystical spectacle. Chapter 146. Breakthrough upon witnessing the emergence of the Chaos Osmanthus pill. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Xuan's eyes. This elixir harbored an extraordinary essence of chaotic spirit, vastly superior to the 9 transformations pill of the Supreme Lord. And within it lay the rare light of enlightenment. With a mere thought, Xuan grasped the pill in his palm. Its surface was smooth and lustrous, adorned with inscriptions of the great Tao. A peculiar warmth emanated from it, penetrating Xuan's body, soothing his divine power and consciousness. The moment he held it, Xuan discerned that this was undoubtedly a peerless spirit pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Chaos Osmanthus pill. Instantly, the pill erupted within him, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of Tao rhythms akin to a cataclysmic wave, reminiscent of a volcano's fiery eruption, pouring forth endless molten heat. These formidable spiritual essences rampaged within Xuan like chaotic beasts, an utterly terrifying force. For an ordinary sage, consuming the Chaos Osmanthus pill would likely result in their body being violently shattered by the overwhelming chaotic essence, not only failing to enhance their power, but also inflicting harm upon themselves. This was due to their inability to withstand the terrifying chaotic energy and the power of sacred blood contained within the pill, leading to a backlash. Xuan, however, was different, endowed with the extraordinary physique of the primordial Tao body and nearing the realm of a sage. His physical strength rivaled that of chaotic demon gods. Thus, he had no fear of the terrifying energy unleashed by the Chaos Osmanthus pill. Rather, he reveled in it. This potent and fearsome spiritual essence was akin to a significant boon for him, sufficient to propel his cultivation to the first layer of the primordial realm. With the backing of the human race's fortune and the power of the human emperor, Xuan's divine power had already reached a pinnacle state. Now, with the addition of this formidable spiritual essence, a breakthrough was effortlessly attainable. With this in mind, Xuan immediately began to channel his techniques to suppress the powerful spiritual fluctuations generated by the Chaos Osmanthus pill, before commencing to absorb and refine it entirely into sage-level divine power. The ages flowed by in the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, and before one could realize, a century had elapsed. On this day, within the secluded chamber, a resounding boom erupted suddenly, emanating a terrifyingly potent sage might that swept across the heavens and the earth. The clouds, stretching for billions of miles, shifted erratically, and countless void barriers trembled restlessly. Numerous beings sensed this overwhelming aura, turning their gazes toward the direction of Xianyang Mountain. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this sage might vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Inside the chamber, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a boundless holy light that could shake the very foundations of the world. An aura tenfold more powerful than before radiated from him, manifesting an overwhelming might. Had it not been for Yi Xian's deliberate use of the Chaos Pearl to conceal his overwhelming aura, even a mere hint of his presence would have the potential to obliterate the vast expanse of the Primordial World. Subsequently, Yi Xian meticulously assessed his cultivation, and a joyful smile blossomed upon his face. He had not anticipated the immense potency of the Chaos Osmanthus Pill, which enabled him to successfully break through to the mid-stage of the Primordial One Heavens. Delighted within, Yi Xian fully transformed the ethereal resonance of the Chaos Osmanthus Pill into magical power, allowing his realm to ascend rapidly from the initial stage of Primordial to the first tier, and then smoothly elevate to the mid-stage of the first tier, where he gradually came to a halt. Upon reaching this new level, Yi Xian discerned that his magical power, consciousness, and physical strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. First and foremost was the application of his magical power. When he exerted his full strength, he could sense a subtle connection to the great Tao, enabling him to strike his adversaries with its force. This revelation filled Yi Xian with elation, for he had not anticipated that a Taoist saint could harness even a fragment of the great Tao's power after ascending to the first tier. In the primordial realm, Taoist saints, upon their ascension, could draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao, allowing their magical prowess to flow endlessly, vast as the ocean, capable of overpowering anyone beneath the saint level. Even countless quasi-saints would stand no chance against a saint. This was because the magical power of quasi-saints would eventually wane, while that of a saint remained inexhaustible, consistently reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Hence, no matter how many quasi-saints there were, they could never rival a saint, leading to the adage that all beneath a saint are but mere ants. At this moment, Yi Xian found himself capable of drawing upon the power of the great Tao, much like a heavenly Tao saint. Although it was merely a fragment of the Tao's power, it far surpassed the heavenly Tao by several levels, crushing it effortlessly. Even a sliver of the great Tao's force was 100-fold more formidable than the heavenly Tao. A satisfied smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he waved his hand, unleashing his magical power entirely. In an instant, a tidal wave of magical energy, as vast as the ocean, surged forth, engulfing the entirety of the primordial world. This terrifying wave of magical force swept through every corner of the primordial realm, even spilling over into the chaos, saturating the entire boundless void of chaos with Yi Xian's magical energy. Yet, this was not Yi Xian's limit. He discovered that his magical power could be further released. Even filling the entire chaos was well within his capability. This realization brought forth a look of astonishment on his face. He had never anticipated that his magical power could be so vast as to fill the entirety of chaos. If it were any other saint, their magical power would only be able to permeate the primordial world, certainly not encroaching upon the chaos. It was Yi Xian's ability to draw upon the power of the great Tao that enabled such a formidable feat with the strength of my current magical power. I am fully capable of contending against 3 saints single-handedly. Yi Xian mused to himself, reflecting on his current prowess. If he were to confront the supreme goddess Nuwa and the primordial lord in the celestial court, as he once did, he would be able to completely subdue the 3 of them without relying on external forces. He was quite pleased with the enhancement of his magical abilities. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a spear of thunder, radiating immense power, materialized in the sky. Gazing at this formidable weapon, he resolved to elevate its might further, enhancing its potency to unprecedented levels. With another gentle flick of his hand, 3 orbs of terrifyingly high-temperature flames emerged from his sleeve: the true fire of the sun, the true fire of the moon, and the golden flame of the great sun. Each of these flames contained profound and inscrutable laws of fire, with the golden flame of the great sun being birthed from the eyes of the Panga deity, capable of injuring even a sage and rivaling the power of chaotic fire. Thereafter, with a mere thought, Yi Xian summoned the Yin-Yang 5 Elements cauldron and positioned it at the center of his secluded chamber. Chapter 147. The primordial sacred fire. Yi Xian cast the thunder spear and 3 strands of primordial flames into the furnace. Subsequently, he took out a pool of sacred blood and poured it into the cauldron, combining it with the flames to refine the Thunder Spear. The Thunder Spear, a chaotic spiritual treasure, could not be refined with ordinary flames. Yi Xian drew forth the Thunder Demon Slayer sword, activating the chaotic fire upon it to thoroughly heat the entire Yin-Yang 5 elements furnace, undertaking the refinement of the Thunder Spear. Time flowed slowly in the vast wilderness, and before he knew it, a century had passed. After 100 years of refinement, a sudden, violent commotion erupted from the furnace. With a thunderous roar, the lid of the cauldron was hurled upward, releasing a terrifying surge of lightning and fire that soared into the heavens, akin to a fierce, ancient dragon breaking through the sky. Simultaneously, scorching waves of heat erupted from the secluded chamber, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption or a torrential flood, violently crashing outward in all directions. Within this chaos lay the formidable principles of thunder, as if threatening to pierce the very fabric of the universe. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. The momentum was extraordinary. It appeared that success was at hand. He promptly waved his hand, sealing the space within the chamber to prevent the overwhelming force from devastating the primordial land. Then, Yi Xian rose and approached the furnace. As he drew near, he was met with waves of intense heat radiating from the flames. The heat enveloped him, akin to scalding water, which took him by surprise. Given his near-saintly body, he should have been impervious to any sensation of pain. Even strikes from innate spiritual treasures would not inflict any discomfort. Why, then, did this flame feel so scorching? Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the interior of the furnace, where he beheld a slender and sharp thunder spear. Originally a lustrous platinum hue, it had transformed into a deep crimson, with strands of white lightning swirling around its shaft. Furthermore, a violet-red flame blazed atop it, containing the principles of annihilation that resonated with the cosmos. Waves of primordial fire laws flickered upon its surface, incinerating all nearby spatial matter into a void of blackness. Even the chaotic fire, upon encountering this violet-red flame, recoiled, retreating in fear within the Thunder Demon Slayer's sword. What is this? The moment Yi Xian laid eyes on the violet-red flame, an overwhelming heat surged deep into his soul, igniting a fiery sensation throughout his very essence. His pupils narrowed slightly, and a look of astonishment illuminated his gaze. He had never before encountered such a terrifying flame. The terror of this flame exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. He inhaled gently and, upon closer inspection, finally discerned the true nature of this blaze. This flame was a fusion of the true fire of the sun, the true fire of the moon, the golden flame of the great sun, and the chaotic fire, ultimately culminating in the most formidable flame, the primordial sacred fire, surpassing the primordial and transcending chaos itself. This primordial sacred fire, the progenitor of the chaotic fire, was born during the primordial era, even older than the history of chaos, and served as the source of all flames in the cosmos. Such a flame could even incinerate chaotic demons, its power deemed virtually limitless. A look of astonishment crossed Yi Xian's face. He had not anticipated that he would conjure such a powerful flame, a truly unexpected delight. If the primordial sacred fire could annihilate a chaotic demon, would it not be invincible against the saints of the heavenly Tao? Yi Xian mused to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, the thunder spear fell into his grasp, and the searing primordial sacred fire gradually converged into it. The two entities melded seamlessly, and as the master of the thunder spear, Yi Xian could effortlessly command its powers. Holding the thunder spear, he felt an intense warmth surge through his palm. Additionally, he could distinctly sense the ripples of the laws of thunder, with the enhancement of the primordial sacred fire. The spear's might had increased by at least tenfold. With a light thrust of the thunder spear, an endless surge of sacred fire power and thunderous energy erupted from its tip, piercing through the vast void barrier ahead, shattering countless dense chaotic walls with its terrifying force. The display of power was impressive. Yi Xian smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. He had only utilized 20% of his strength, yet it wielded such formidable might. If he were to unleash his full power, he could likely pierce through the entirety of the primordial world in an instant. The combination of primordial purple thunder and primordial sacred fire was no trivial matter. Subsequently, Yi Xian stored the enhanced thunder spear within his mind palace. Buzz. In the next moment, he pointed a finger, and an exquisite shard of jade, radiating with boundless law-like brilliance, materialized in the void. This was a fragment of the creation jade plate, containing the laws of the heavenly Tao. When Yi Xian had previously obtained this fragment, he had desired to comprehend it. But time had been lacking. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he could delve into its mysteries. Gazing at the fragment, his eyes sparkled with intensity. Thanks to consuming the chaotic osmanthus pill, his understanding of the great laws had deepened significantly, allowing him to perceive an astonishing array of law inscriptions within. Previously, he had seen hundreds. Now, he could discern thousands. Moreover, these inscriptions appeared remarkably clear and straightforward, as if presented in a user manual before him. Excellent. Xuan nodded slightly, a smile curling his lips. He was ready to seek out a powerful law from within for further contemplation. The laws are profound. It is impossible for him to comprehend thousands of them simultaneously. He can only select the most potent among them. Subsequently, Xuan began to search among the fragments of the jade butterfly. After a brief moment, his eyes lit up, fixating on one particular law. This law radiated an immense and boundless divine brilliance, its inscriptions as deep and unfathomable as the abyss, concealing endless mysteries that eluded perception. Remarkably, the other 999 laws exhibited a posture of submission in the presence of this one, yielding to its supremacy, evidently acknowledging it as the most formidable of all. Chapter 148, Transforming the Fortunate Him? This particular law is. A glimmer of light flickered in Xuan's eyes as he extended his consciousness, delving into the intricate patterns of this law. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a terrifying aura of world destruction emanating from these patterns, accompanied by waves of annihilation that shimmered forth. It was as if an entire world was gradually collapsing before him, the celestial dome shattering into countless fragments of desolation. Amidst this scene of devastation stood a formidable figure cloaked in black robes, wielding a celestial sword of destruction that radiated an overwhelming divine light, instilling fear in all who gazed upon him. This was the chaos destruction demon god, the celestial breaker. In that instant, Xuan instantly recognized the identity of this black-robed figure, primarily due to his mastery over the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus, which concealed a shard of the destruction law within its depths. By grasping the Black Lotus, Xuan naturally comprehended the law of destruction, enabling him to identify the chaos demon god, the celestial breaker, with a mere glance. Retrieving his consciousness, Xuan's gaze returned to the law, and he finally discerned its true nature. This was none other than the chaos destruction law, ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 great laws. Xuan mused to himself, his voice laced with excitement. He had not anticipated that this fragment of the creation jade plate contained such formidable laws. It is known that the law of destruction embodies the power to obliterate everything in existence, constituting an exceedingly terrifying force. Years ago, the celestial breaker wielded this very law to dominate the chaos, renowned among the 3,000 chaos demon gods for his unparalleled combat prowess, ranking within the top 10. This clearly attests to the formidable nature of this law. If I can unravel this law and combine it with the thunder law, my strength shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. A brilliant light shone in Xuan's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the law, resolutely deciding to comprehend it. Consequently, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the understanding of the law, surrounded by radiant flashes of enlightenment, with countless strands of spiritual energy swirling around him, signifying his entry into a profound state of insight. Time flows unheeded in the pursuit of cultivation. As Xuan contemplated the law in his secluded chamber, over 700 years slipped by unnoticed in the outside world. During this period, the three ancestors of the human race and Ewing diligently followed Xuan's developmental strategies, yielding remarkable results. The population of humanity surged, thriving across all sectors. In the span of mere centuries, the human population soared to over 1 trillion. Flourishing as if they had claimed the position of the paramount protagonist of the primordial era. The fortunes of humanity continued to swell, their colossal auspicious golden dragon coiling majestically within the sea of destiny, exerting pressure upon myriad races, establishing itself as the most formidable presence in the primordial realm. Such burgeoning fortunes inevitably attracted the attention of numerous powerful beings from various races. They marveled at the rapid growth of humanity's fortunes, recognizing them as the destined protagonists of the future. Many formidable beings from various races contemplated joining the human race to partake in its fortune and enhance their own cultivation. In the primordial world, fortune is of paramount importance. Possessing great fortune allows for effortless progress in one's practice. Even the saints were drawn to the increasingly prosperous destiny of humanity. In the Western teachings, within the confines of Mount Meru, Xuan and Jiayin were engaged in a clandestine discussion. Over the past century, both had been coveting the immense fortune of the human race. The Western teachings were barren, lacking not only in fortune but also in talent. Should they manage to integrate into the human race and enlighten the fated, disseminating the Buddha's teachings and expanding their followers, they would undoubtedly claim a portion of the human fortune, thereby enriching their own sect. Xuan remarked, "Brother, do not hesitate. This is an opportunity. Now that the human fortune is flourishing, if we venture forth to preach, we shall certainly siphon a portion of it for our Western teachings." Xuan had long been unable to contain his eagerness, having repeatedly urged his brother to spread the Dharma within the eastern territories of humanity and partake in its fortune. Upon hearing this, Xuan shook his head slightly, a look of resignation on his face. "You misunderstand me, dear brother. It is not that I do not wish to go, but I fear that Yi Xian." Alas, Xuan sighed deeply. In truth, he too was envious of the vibrant fortune of humanity and wished to join his brother in preaching and sharing in the human destiny. However, Xuan's cautious nature made him wary of Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was a formidable opponent, capable of standing against 3 saints, and had once dealt ruthlessly with the Primordial Lord. If he were to discover their intentions to disseminate the Dharma and draw away the human fortune, he would not let the matter rest easily. In the primordial realm, the most crucial aspect for saints was to seize a fraction of fortune, and having it siphoned away would be no trivial matter. Upon hearing Xuan's concerns, Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Brother, you need not worry. As far as I know, since our elder brother Taishang, brother Yuan Shi, and sister Nuwa returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, Yi Xian has entered seclusion, and he has not been seen for over 700 years. Yi Xian is not a fool. He must have realized that the return of Taishang and the others would strengthen their powers. Hence his eagerness to retreat and enhance his own strength to contend with them. For a time, he will certainly be reluctant to emerge, providing us the perfect opportunity to act freely among the humans." With these words, Xuan wore a smug smile, confident in his calculations. Xuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. He recognized the wisdom in Xuan's words. Seizing this opportunity while Yi Xian remained in seclusion would allow them to claim a share of the human fortune for the Western teachings. If that is the case, let us not delay. We shall set forth today to the human realm, spreading our Western teachings and enlightening the fated, Xuan declared, reciting a Buddhist chant with a smile upon his face. Xuan and Xuan exchanged knowing glances, their anticipation palpable. After making slight preparations, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and departed from Mount Meru, heading towards the eastern territories of humanity. Time flows swiftly, and before one realizes, centuries have slipped away. On this particular morning, within the depths of Xianyang Mountain, a sudden and cataclysmic surge of ominous black energy erupted from the seclusion chamber. Countless spatial barriers in the vicinity shattered, akin to fragments of broken glass. A powerful wave of annihilation, embodying the profound laws of the universe, surged skyward, transforming the heavens into a tumultuous spectacle as immense chaos was obliterated, leaving behind a void of darkness. Inside the seclusion chamber, Yi Xian sat majestically atop the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, enveloped in an aura of dread and destruction. His garments billowed violently, stirring a tempest of annihilating winds. Had it not been for the confinement of space within the chamber, these terrifying gales could have obliterated everything within a myriad of miles. Before Yi Xian, a fragment of a jade butterfly hovered, radiating a formidable light of destruction as the law of annihilation emanated from it. It continuously reflected a series of clear inscriptions, which, like tadpoles, gradually meandered into Yi Xian's consciousness. Chapter 149. The Machinations of the 2 Saints of the West at this moment. The majority of the inscriptions upon the law of annihilation surged forth into existence. In an instant, Yi Xian's form stirred slightly, causing these inscriptions to cease their movement. Subsequently, he slowly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 beams of annihilative divine light erupted from his gaze, piercing through an infinite expanse of sky, leaving behind 2 remarkably distinct streaks in the void. Countless spiritual energies were consumed, reduced to nothingness. Yi Xian took a gentle breath, gradually retracting the violent aura of destruction that enveloped his being. The divine light in his eyes coalesced into 2 orbs of annihilative energy, swirling within his pupils. With a soft exhale, Yi Xian's gaze sparkled with golden radiance, and he appeared revitalized. At this moment, his appearance had transformed. He adorned a black dragon robe embellished with white patterns, dark as the abyss of destruction, with white markings reminiscent of thunderbolts. The robe bore the visage of a roaring dragon, radiating an imperial aura that commanded respect, embodying an indomitable presence. Gazing upon his new form in reflection, Yi Xian nodded in contentment. Indeed, a smile graced his lips as he offered a mild appraisal. Upon reaching the saintly realm, one's appearance evolves with the elevation of the spirit, As Yi Xian's cultivation reached new heights, his inner state shifted, and thus his visage naturally transformed, rendering him even more handsome and imbued with confidence. Yet, he swiftly quelled such thoughts, recognizing that appearance held little significance. His focus returned to the essence of his power. Upon careful contemplation, he discerned that his realm had inadvertently ascended to the late stage of the Primordial One, and he had comprehended the law of annihilation to a consummate level. This revelation filled Yi Xian with immense joy. Within him resided a formidable reservoir of annihilative energy, and it was this very energy that had propelled his ascent. Undoubtedly, the laws of destruction were remarkably potent. He could sense a terrifying aura of annihilation coiled within him, vast and profound, capable of obliterating the universe in an instant. Summoning the Chaos Pearl, he directed his consciousness into the small 1,000 worlds contained within. He then extended a finger and gently prodded forward. In that moment, an extraordinarily dense aura of destruction surged forth from his fingertip, radiating outward in all directions like ripples upon a tranquil surface, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the small 1,000 worlds. Life within this realm began to fade, succumbing to an eerie silence, as the inexorable aura of annihilation pervaded every corner. Within 3 seconds, the entire small 1,000 world had collapsed, reduced to an ephemeral cloud of black powder. Observing the complete obliteration of this realm, a satisfied smile graced Yi Xian's lips. He wielded less than 10% of the power of the law of destruction, yet within a mere 3 seconds, he obliterated the entirety of the minor 1,000 world. If he were to unleash his full strength, the magnitude of his power would be unimaginable. Is this the essence of the law of destruction? Indeed, indeed. Yi Xian nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness from this realm of utter annihilation. His gaze, profound and contemplative, turned towards the outside of the seclusion chamber. Calculating the passage of time, he realized he had been in seclusion for 800 years. It was high time to step outside and breathe the fresh air. Rising from the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, Yi Xian's aura surged forth. He pondered with curiosity about the current state of the human race. As he prepared to divine the situation, he suddenly discovered that the celestial mechanisms within a radius of several thousand miles were enveloped by an invisible barrier. How intriguing. Someone dares to obscure my celestial insights. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. With a mere thought, the river map and Lo Shu emerged from his mind's palace. Resting in his hands, he resumed his calculations, and radiant divine light erupted from the river map and Lo Shu, shattering the invisible barrier in an instant, revealing the celestial mechanisms clearly within its pages. Truly, this artifact of divination possesses formidable power. Yi Xian nodded appreciatively at the river map and Lo Shu, then directed his consciousness towards it. Upon inspection, his brow arched slightly, and a cold smile played upon his lips. How interesting. It turns out the 2 saints from the west are behind this. With a sardonic chuckle, Yi Xian stepped forward, traversing the spatial barrier towards the human emperor's palace. Meanwhile, within the human emperor's palace, the 3 ancestral figures of the human race were engaged in anxious discussion, their faces etched with concern. Over the past few centuries, the human race had experienced rapid development, with their population soaring, presenting a scene of prosperity. However, in recent years, 2 elderly monks had appeared from unknown origins, proclaiming themselves as Western saints, and were fervently disseminating a doctrine of profound negativity that advocated renouncing worldly ties and embracing monastic life. This had significantly hindered the progress of the human race, with many being ensnared by these monks, abandoning their families to become Western monks, neglecting their agricultural duties and familial responsibilities, which left the 3 ancestral figures in a state of exasperation. They had attempted to expel these monks from the human territory, yet the monks' formidable strength rendered the 3 ancestors powerless in their approach. The guards dispatched to thwart their teachings were effortlessly repelled by the monks' mere gestures. In a moment of helplessness, the 3 ancestors convened within the human emperor's palace, seeking to consult with their elder. Wu Chao remarked, "The elder is currently in seclusion. I wonder if it is appropriate to seek his counsel at this time." Sui Ren let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "Those 2 monks have gone too far. We are left with no choice but to summon the ancestor from his seclusion." Upon hearing this, the one in black robes nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, those 2 demonic monks are attempting to undermine the destiny of our human race. Only by calling upon the ancestor can we hope to confront them." After a deliberation among the 3, they resolved to summon Yi Xian from his retreat. Consequently, the 3 ancestors of the human race knelt upon the ground, directing their voices toward the chamber of seclusion, and in unison, they cried out, ancestors of the human race. We beseech the ancestor to emerge and uphold justice for our kin. Their voices rang out thrice, each utterance imbued with profound sincerity. As they called out, the three ancestors felt an unsettling anxiety within. They were uncertain whether the ancestor would indeed emerge. If he chose not to, the fate of the human race would be severely diminished. Just as they were lost in thought, suddenly, Chapter 150, Is Xuan captured? A low hum reverberated through the very fabric of the imperial palace, causing the void to tremble slightly. A terrifying ripple of arcane laws materialized out of thin air, suppressing millions of miles of emptiness. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged restlessly, akin to boiling water. Then, a massive crack appeared in the space above the throne, from which surged a dazzling aura of thunder, accompanied by a thick wave of malevolence erupting from within. Immediately, a handsome man clad in a black robe adorned with white patterns stepped out, confidently taking his seat upon the throne. From him emanated an inexhaustible essence of the Tao, with various manifestations of thunder swirling around him. Ethereal purple auspicious energy drifted forth, and golden lotuses blossomed upon the ground, as miraculous spiritual beasts materialized from the spiritual energy, roaming between heaven and earth. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, the three ancestors of the human race widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces reflecting a mix of wonder and trepidation. They gazed at the striking figure seated upon the throne, feeling an overwhelming and fearsome aura emanating from him, akin to a bottomless abyss, causing their hearts to race. It is the ancestor. The ancestor's presence has become incredibly formidable. The ancestor has grown stronger, truly remarkable. Upon recognizing Yi Xian's visage, the three ancestors displayed expressions of shock, sensing that the aura surrounding him had seemingly intensified tenfold since his retreat. Such overwhelming power. Merely a fraction of this fierce energy could crush the three of them. Bow before the ancestor. Upon regaining their composure from their astonishment, Xuan respectfully bowed. Yao Chao and Zi followed suit, performing the same gesture of reverence. Rise. Yi Xian gently waved his hand, lifting the three ancestors from the ground. Then, Yi Xian spoke directly. Have you summoned me from my retreat due to some issues arising within the human race? Hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, Xuan quickly nodded and recounted the matter of the two mysterious monks in detail to him. As he concluded his account, Xuan sighed softly. Ancestor, Xuan went to confront those two monks this morning and has yet to return. I am quite worried. After listening to Xuan's words, Yi Xian nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, as a dreadful aura of destructive laws began to emanate from him. I have long heard of the unscrupulous nature of the two saints from the West. Their reputation is indeed well-deserved. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Muttering to himself, he swept his gaze over the three ancestors and reassured them, rest assured, I will resolve the matter with these two rogue monks. With that, Yi Xian's figure flickered and transformed into a stream of golden light, swiftly heading towards the northern region of the human territory. Meanwhile, in a northern human tribe, two monks clad in resplendent brocade robes sat atop a lotus pedestal, flanking a tall and beautiful young woman. To the left, a monk intoned a Buddhist chant, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the young maiden. Esteemed benefactor, he said, I perceive that your roots are extraordinary, your talents exceptional, and you are fated to be connected with our Western teachings. Why not join our Buddhist sect and attain the Bodhisattva's golden form, thereby eternally enjoying the fruits of the Buddha's path? In response, Xuan cast a fierce glare at the monk with her autumnal, luminous eyes. With her alabaster hand poised upon the hilt of her sword, she coldly retorted, Impudent demon monk, you sow confusion with your deceitful words. Depart from the realm of humanity at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. Xuan harbored no fondness for these two monks, viewing them as insidious beings who clandestinely propagated harmful ideologies within the human realm, jeopardizing its progress, a veritable malignancy. Their underhanded tactics, employing dark sorcery to instigate calamities and misfortunes in order to amass followers, were utterly shameless. Had she possessed the strength to confront them, Xuan would have long since dismembered these vile monks. Hearing her admonishment, the monk to the right wore a faint smile and said, Dear benefactor, should you remain obstinate and unyielding, do not blame me for my rudeness. As he spoke, the monk known as Xuan joined his hands in prayer, his lips moving slightly as he released a series of enchanting Sanskrit incantations that rippled towards Xuan like waves. Xuan had recognized Yu's formidable talents, believing her to be on par with the likes of Jin Chanzi. If he could bring her back to the West and cultivate her, cleansing her mind, she would certainly prove to be a valuable asset. What do you intend to do? Yu's face flushed with indignation at this audacious display. She could hardly believe that this monk, so devoid of shame, would resort to such tactics against a young woman. Dear benefactor, surrender yourself willingly to our Western teachings. The monk known as Jean suggested with a smile, fully supporting Xuan's actions, convinced that they must capture this exceptionally gifted girl. You shameless demon monks. Yuing grasped her sharp sword, ready to retaliate. Yet, as a mere great Luo golden immortal, she was no match for a saint. Under the influence of Xuan's bewitching incantations, her sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She felt her entire body grow weak and feeble, on the verge of collapsing. The thought of losing consciousness filled her with dread. If she succumbed, these two vile monks would undoubtedly seize her. Determined not to yield, she gritted her teeth and fought to maintain her consciousness. In that moment, a striking figure materialized within her mind, a handsome silhouette that she admired above all others, Xuan. If only my elder brother could come to my rescue, Yuing murmured, her eyes clouded with mist, darkness encroaching upon her vision as her eyelids grew heavy, poised to succumb to the abyss. Yet in the next instant, buzz! The fabric of space within a billion-mile radius abruptly solidified. A terrifying aura of sanctity erupted from the void, causing spatial barriers to shatter inch by inch, with countless ancient mountains crushed beneath its weight. A colossal spatial funnel emerged, from which a strikingly handsome and powerful man clad in black robes materialized. At the moment the figure clad in black robes appeared, a cataclysmic force swept across the heavens and the earth, instilling dread throughout the cosmos, causing the very fabric of reality to shudder. Boom! The aura emanating from the black-robed man surged like tumultuous waves, akin to an ancient mountain of immense weight, reverberating across myriad realms. The entire primordial sky trembled, cracking slightly as torrents of fierce chaotic energy erupted forth, staining countless layers of clouds in an inky black hue. A multitude of primordial beings sensed this terrifying presence. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear, utterly unable to rise. Chapter 151. Brother, what should we do? Both Xuan and Jie felt a sudden change in their expressions, as an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon their shoulders. The bodies of the two saints trembled slightly, nearly causing them to kneel down, while even their saintly spirits sensed an oppressive weight so heavy that it rendered them breathless. Xuan, filled with dread, hastily channeled all his saintly powers to bolster himself, thereby preventing himself from being crushed by this immense force. Who could this be? The strength exhibited is utterly terrifying. Xuan's pupils dilated, filled with profound panic. He lifted his gaze to the figure of a man clad in black robes appearing in the heavens above, a chill surging within him as if a mouse had encountered an owl, engulfed by an innate sense of fear. As Xuan discerned the true visage of this man in black, his face drained of color, terror causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. An even more intense sense of horror sweeping over him, making every hair on his body stand on end. Xuan. Xuan's voice quivered. He could hardly believe it was Xuan. Xuan had emerged from his seclusion at this very moment. What shocked Xuan even more was the realization that Xuan's power had grown exponentially, far surpassing his previous strength. His abilities were unfathomable, akin to an abyss without a bottom. Merely the aura he emanated made Xuan's heart race. How terrifying! This Xuan is truly a prodigious talent. Having been in seclusion for less than a millennium, he has become so extraordinarily powerful, it's simply inconceivable. Xuan trembled slightly, secretly marveling at Xuan's extraordinary prowess. Simultaneously, Jie felt the unparalleled and terrifying aura emanating from Xuan, a powerful wave of shock crashing through his heart. Raising his head, he beheld Xuan adorned in a black robe with white patterns, surrounded by divine light, standing majestically in the void as if he were an invincible war god, radiating immense power. This Xuan has emerged from seclusion far too strong. Jie was astounded, nearly losing his grip on the beads in his hand, which fell to the ground. From the aura exuding from Xuan, Jie could ascertain that his strength was now at least double what it had been during the conflict with the three saints in the heavenly court hundreds of years ago. Back then, Xuan alone could contend with the three saints. Now he had become even more formidable and frightening, likely able to overpower both of them with ease. Realizing this, Jie felt a chill rising from his feet, coursing up his spine to his head, causing his scalp to tingle. Jie contemplated that there was no way they could defeat Xuan. They must find an opportunity to escape swiftly. It is the elder brother. The moment Xuan made his appearance, Yuing felt that the melodious sound of the celestial music was instantly obliterated by Xuan's overwhelming presence. In the next moment, Yuing snapped back to her senses, emerging from her stupor. She opened her eyes and gazed into the heavens, where she beheld a striking young man clad in a flowing black dragon robe, standing amidst the void. His handsome demeanor radiated an imperial aura, and from him emanated waves of vibrant, multicolored light, accompanied by blooming golden flowers. Countless intricate golden prophecies swirled around him, commanding, powerful, and utterly dominant. His mere presence resembled that of a legendary hero, illuminating the cosmos and captivating the attention of all beings in existence. Big brother, you have arrived. Moon Sakura's bright eyes sparkled with admiration, her face flushed with a rosy hue akin to the dawn's glow, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. In the void above, Yixian stood with his feet upon a violet cloud, hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing dramatically, exuding a majestic presence that seemed to look down upon the world. He first directed his gaze toward Moon Sakura, and after confirming she was unharmed with a sweep of his consciousness, he nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing Yixian's smile, Moon Sakura's cheeks flushed deeper, resembling a ripe tomato, her eyes sparkling with adoration like radiant stars, shining brightly. Big brother smiled at me and even swept his consciousness over me. He must truly care for me, she thought to herself, her youthful heart fluttering with excitement and daydreams. However, at that moment, Yixian was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After casting a brief glance at Moon Sakura, his deep, oceanic eyes shifted toward the two Western sages before him. A cold, incisive smile played upon his lips. Xuan and Jiayin, you two have displayed remarkable audacity to dare disrupt the human realm during my seclusion, seeking to fracture the destiny of humanity. His voice was frigid, imbued with a chilling undertone. As he spoke, a wave of icy wind surged forth, enveloping Xuan and Jiayin. They felt as though their bodies were submerged in a realm of freezing darkness, a penetrating cold stabbing through them, instilling a sense of dread. The two exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes. Yixian's words, infused with the might of a sage, reverberated through the vast expanse of the primordial world, echoing across the heavens and the earth. Countless beings of the primordial realm perked up at the sound of Yixian's voice, turning their gazes toward him. Many powerful entities extended their consciousness to probe the situation. Upon seeing Yixian, an awestruck gasp rippled through the hearts of countless beings. It had been hundreds of years since he last made an appearance. To their astonishment, he re-emerged today, confronting the two sages of the Western sect. Truly, Yixian was the most formidable ancestor of the primordial realm. His entrance heralded the onset of a significant event. At that moment, the attention of countless beings across the primordial world and innumerable powerful entities converged upon Yixian and the two Western sages. Under the intense scrutiny of the multitude, both Jane and Xuan appeared somewhat pallid. Junior brother, what shall we do now? How are we to conclude this? Jane communicated with Xuan through a secret transmission technique. His heart filled with unease, his complexion turning a shade of ashen blue. After all, they were under the watchful eyes of all beings in the primordial chaos. Although he possessed a certain audacity, he still felt the need to uphold a modicum of dignity befitting a sage. Upon hearing Jane's words, Xuan made a concerted effort to steady his mind. He pondered deeply and ultimately concluded that, given the circumstances, there was no recourse but to engage in a discourse with Yixian. Taking a deep breath, he responded to his elder brother using the secret transmission technique. I shall have a word with Yixian. Chapter 152. A head flung away with that. Xuan stepped forward slowly, a smile gracing his face as his gaze fell upon Yixian. He spoke. Yixian, I believe you have misunderstood. My fellow disciples and I have never caused chaos among the human race. On the contrary, we have aided many impoverished souls, guiding them into the sanctuary to escape their suffering. Our presence here is solely to propagate the teachings of Buddhism and to extol the wondrous doctrines of the West. We have no intention of disrupting the fortunes of humanity. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Jiayin's eyes brightened slightly. He had not anticipated his junior brother to articulate such eloquence, effortlessly clarifying the situation and elevating them both to a moral high ground. Consequently, Jiayin hastened to add, Indeed, my junior brother speaks the truth. We come to the human realm with no malice. Do not wrongfully accuse the virtuous, lest you bring sorrow to the hearts of all beings within the Buddhist community. Hearing the words of the two saints from the West, Yixian could not help but let out a cold, disdainful laugh. He had long heard tales of their shamelessness, but witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. The two of them, like a well-rehearsed duet, had the audacity to frame their nefarious deeds as benevolent acts, which was utterly laughable. Oh, is that so? I had no idea you two possessed such benevolence. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xuan's lips as he descended from the heavens. His once formidable aura now entirely subdued. In the next moment, his feet touched the ground, and he cast a glance at the two Western saints. A glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Xuan, however, failed to perceive the jest within Xuan's gaze and interpreted his words as a sign of persuasion. Immediately, Xuan's face brightened with joy, and he stepped forward 2 paces, saying, "Indeed, you may not know. We have acted out of goodwill and have made significant contributions to the development of the human race." At Xuan's declaration, Xuan could no longer contain himself. He had encountered shamelessness before, but he had never witnessed anything as brazen as Xuan's. If he did not teach them a lesson now, they might very well grow even bolder. In the next instant, Xuan raised his hand. Buzz. As his palm lifted, the heavens darkened. An expanse of black clouds enveloping the sky for billions of miles, with lightning as thick as dragons flickering within the tumultuous clouds. In his palm, terrifying waves of thunder surged, infused with an inexhaustible aura of destruction, causing the ground below to crack and splinter like a spider's web. While Xuan was still in the midst of his oration, he suddenly beheld Xuan's raised hand and the cataclysmic phenomena taking shape in the heavens. His expression shifted dramatically. "Xuan, what do you intend to do?" Xuan's voice trembled, his face turning pale. "Guess," Xuan replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he brought his hand crashing down towards Xuan's face. In an instant, it felt as though the very firmament was collapsing under the weight of that strike, as dark clouds roiled and surged, and immense bolts of lightning descended from the sky, shattering the earth for billions of miles. A profound sense of terror surged within Xuan's heart. It was utterly terrifying. Within that single strike resided an overwhelming essence of formidable principles, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Escape. In that fleeting moment, the sole thought in Xuan's mind was to flee from this place, to depart immediately. He intended to transform into a beam of golden light, seeking to evade this perilous situation. However, in the next instant, a resonant hum echoed, and Xuan was struck with profound terror as he discovered that the spatial barriers surrounding him had morphed into ironclad walls, utterly insurmountable. Simultaneously, an immense pressure, akin to the weight of countless ancient mountains, bore down upon him, halting his saintly form in its tracks. Panic surged within Xuan as he turned to behold Xuan's hand, imbued with unfathomable terror, descending upon him. "No!" A cry of alarm escaped his lips. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless beings, that immensely powerful hand struck Xuan's head with a resounding impact. Bang! In the following heartbeat, an event of staggering magnitude transpired. Xuan's palm collided with Xuan's head, sending it soaring as if it were a mere bowling ball, breaking through the spatial barriers and hurtling away for countless distances. Under the astonished eyes of myriad beings, Xuan's head vanished into the horizon like a distant star, utterly lost from sight. Gone. The head of the saint had vanished. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. In that moment, the entire primordial realm seemed to fall into a profound hush. The myriad beings of the primordial world were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. They were completely astonished. No one could have anticipated that Xuan would so effortlessly sever the head of the Western saint, Xuan. This was the head of a saint, the esteemed deputy leader of the West, now reduced to nothingness by Xuan's hand. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. After all, this was the head of a post-saint. Throughout history, no one had ever conceived that a saint's head could be severed. What kind of existence was a saint? How revered were their heads? Now, billions of beings bore witness to this surreal spectacle, observing the absence of a saint's head. The mighty figures within the primordial realm were equally astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They felt a tempest of emotions surging within, leaving their very scalps tingling with shock. My heavens, the head of a saint, so dignified, had been struck off by Xuan's hand. What colossal power resided within that palm, to render even a saint's head asunder with a single blow? Was this not an extraordinary feat? Countless powerful beings marveled in astonishment, their gazes turning towards the human territory, their hearts tumultuous with emotions that refused to settle in the wake of witnessing Xuan's severed head. At this moment, the heart of Xuan was filled with profound dread. He could scarcely fathom that his head had been sent flying by Xuan. Moreover, this humiliation occurred before countless beings of the primordial world. As Xuan casually struck his head away with a single slap, Xuan was consumed by rage. Despite his thick skin and shamelessness, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. As a dignified sage of the heavenly Tao and a prominent deputy of the Western teachings, losing his head was an embarrassment that would undoubtedly bring laughter to millions of beings. His entire body flushed red, veins protruding from his neck, while an infinite fire of indignation surged within him, scorching the vast emptiness of the heavens, causing the celestial dome to crack, revealing gaping voids. Xuan, I have aided the development of your human race. We share no enmity, and I have even rendered you a favor. Why then do you resort to such treacherous acts? Chapter 153. Escape with the formidable power of a saint. Xuan temporarily manifested an illusory head, his face flushed and his neck thick, rage erupting from his eyes as he pointed a trembling finger at Xuan. This vividly illustrated the depth of Xuan's fury. The Taoist of guidance was both astonished and fearful. He never anticipated that Xuan would display such unparalleled dominance, effortlessly striking off his disciple's head with a single blow. This was the head of a saint, more resilient than innate treasures, an indomitable existence within the primordial realm. Yet, Xuan, without the aid of any magical artifact, managed to send his disciple's saintly head flying with just one hand. This demonstrated the terrifying might of Xuan, whose hand had evidently transcended the realm of innate treasures, nearing the essence of chaotic spiritual treasures. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to dispatch a saint's head with a mere slap. The Taoist of guidance's gaze fell upon Xuan's pristine hand, reminiscent of jade, and the thought that such a palm could possess power comparable to that of a chaotic spiritual treasure sent chills coursing through his heart. It was utterly terrifying. Xuan was indeed a prodigy. Despite his profound apprehension towards Xuan, the Taoist of guidance felt a surge of indignation for his disciple's plight. Xuan had publicly humiliated his disciple before countless beings of the primordial realm, stripping away his dignity and indirectly trampling upon the respect of the Western teachings. Such an act inflicted severe negative repercussions upon their sect, as if they were being disregarded entirely. Witnessing his disciple's headlessness, Xuan could only conjure an illusory semblance of a head, and an overwhelming wave of indignation surged within him. Justice must be sought for his disciple, and the honor of their teachings must be restored. With this thought, the Taoist of guidance stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pointed accusingly at Xuan. Xuan, what do you mean by this? My disciple and I have devoted ourselves to the advancement of humanity, yet you repay our kindness with malice, striking down my disciple as if you were a beast. His voice, filled with indignation, resonated with the intensity of his anger. He was seething, almost wishing to rush forward and crush Xuan's head as well. Upon hearing their words, Xuan's lips curled into a scornful smirk. He cast a dismissive glance at the two saints from the west and spoke. To be honest, I have never encountered such shameless individuals as you two. You are acutely aware of the vile deeds you have committed among humanity. Should I recount them one by one? For instance, just moments ago, you sought to forcibly abduct my kin to bring them under your Western sect. Do you still possess any semblance of shame as saints? Xuan's expression was steeped in disdain, his tone laced with contempt. The myriad beings of the primordial realm resonated with his words. It was widely known that the two saints from the West were notorious for their lack of shame. In pursuit of sanctification, the two individuals emulated the celestial deities Pangu and the three pure ones to establish the Western teachings. However, their merits in founding this doctrine proved insufficient for attaining sainthood. In a desperate bid to achieve this lofty status, they audaciously pledged 48 grand vows to the heavenly decree, preemptively drawing upon vast amounts of merit, and barely managed to attain the title of saints. The myriad beings of the primordial wilderness were left astounded by their actions, never anticipating such shamelessness, leveraging preemptive merits to achieve sanctification. The audacity of the two saints from the West was indeed remarkable. Feeling the piercing gazes of countless beings upon them, as well as the disdainful eyes of Xuan, Xuan and Jiayin exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. What followed was an even more disheartening maneuver from Xuan, who unveiled a celestial mirror to project the deeds of the two Western saints over the past century onto the heavens. The myriad beings of the primordial wilderness witnessed the lengths to which the two saints went to propagate Buddhist teachings, coercing the hearts of many and enticing numerous members of humanity to renounce their worldly lives. When encountering particularly gifted human cultivators, they resorted to despicable means to convert them into adherents of the Western teachings. They even orchestrated calamities, their methods reaching an abhorrent low. As these scenes were cast upon the celestial expanse, the faces of the Western saints turned a ghastly shade of green. They had never anticipated Xuan's formidable prowess. capable of reflecting all occurrences within the tapestry of fate onto a single artifact. As their sordid deeds were laid bare before the eyes of countless beings, the Western saints felt utterly humiliated, their countenances darkening with embarrassment. The primordial beings looked upon their actions with disdain, muttering to themselves that the Western saints were indeed shameless to engage in such conduct. Yi Xian cast a mocking glance at Xuan and Jiayin, his eyes gleaming with derision. "What more can you say?" he coldly inquired, laughter lacing his voice. Surrounding him was a crackling aura of thunder and lightning, an invisible force enveloping the two saints. Internally seething with humiliation, Xuan and Jiayin realized that Yi Xian had stripped them of any semblance of dignity. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Xuan asked quietly, his mind clouded in disarray as the power of a saint faltered in the face of such overwhelming might. Jiayin contemplated for a moment before responding. "Junior brother, Yi Xian is immensely powerful. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. We must temporarily retreat from his brilliance." The implication was clear. They were no match for Yi Xian and must flee. Although escaping under the watchful eyes of the crowd was shameful, circumstances left them no choice. Even the combined efforts of the three saints, Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa, had proven insufficient against Yi Xian. How could they possibly stand a chance? The best strategy of all is to withdraw. Xuan, ever astute, recognized that preserving their lives took precedence over matters of pride. He nodded in agreement, silently affirming, "If that is the case, let us depart." After concluding their discussion, the two individuals transformed into radiant beams of divine light. Qingtai advanced first, with Jiajin following closely behind, as they swiftly departed from the domain of the human race. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Attempt to flee? It shall not be so simple. With that said, Yi Xian took a decisive step forward. Boom! His form shattered the layers of spatial barriers, and the void erupted in a dazzling display of fiery sparks, as countless fragments of space cascaded down to the ground. Chapter 154. The Smite of Guidance. In the next instant, Yi Xian appeared above the fleeing figure of the guiding Taoist. "Receive my slap," he declared, a chilling smirk gracing his lips, and he brought his palm crashing down upon the body of the guiding Taoist. To the onlookers across the vast expanse, this seemingly unremarkable strike bore no signs of magical energy. It appeared devoid of any extraordinary power. Countless beings pondered why Yi Xian's blow seemed so gentle, a question that even the guiding Taoist entertained in his mind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the spectators were struck with astonishment as a cataclysmic wave of dark energy erupted from Yi Xian's palm. This force, merely a trickle, obliterated vast stretches of the void, disintegrating countless realms into fragments. The spiritual essence in the vicinity decayed, and all flora and fauna within millions of miles succumbed to lifelessness, plunging everything into an eerie silence. What kind of power is this? Such terrifying might. The expressions of countless beings reflected sheer shock. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian's slap concealed such devastating energy, power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, truly fearsome. Damn it! How can Yi Xian be so formidable? The guiding Taoist's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the sheer terror contained within that slap. He could scarcely believe that Yi Xian had grown to such an overwhelming strength. Without relying on any magical artifacts, a mere slap had rendered him breathless. To what unimaginable heights had Yi Xian's physical prowess ascended? This strike surpassed the might of innate treasures, a truth almost beyond belief. However, the guiding Taoist soon regained his composure amidst his astonishment. He understood the necessity of erecting his strongest defense, lest he be flattened by Yi Xian's blow. He had no desire to follow in his junior brother's footsteps, becoming a target of ridicule among the myriad beings of the wilderness. With a resolute shout, the guiding Taoist's form surged in size, rapidly transforming to tower tens of thousands of feet high, manifesting 48 arms and 12 heads, enveloped in a radiant aura. The sacred chants of Buddhist scriptures resonated throughout the cosmos, and auspicious lights materialized in the void, accompanied by blossoms of Bodhi appearing upon the ground. The guiding Taoist had unveiled his Buddha body. This was akin to the demon clans manifesting their true forms, significantly enhancing their combat and defensive capabilities. The myriad beings of the wilderness marveled at the golden form of the Buddha that the guiding Taoist had manifested, exclaiming in awe, was this not the divine aspect of the Western sovereign? It appeared supremely majestic. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Yi Xian's palm expanded rapidly, soon overshadowing the entire sky, completely enveloping the guiding Taoist's colossal Buddha form. Subsequently, Yixian's palm descended with an overwhelming force, exuding an aura of destruction so potent that it seemed to strip the very essence of life from the surrounding realm. He unleashed a mere fraction of the power of the law of annihilation, sufficient to obliterate countless small worlds. With a resounding boom, Yixian's hand struck the golden body of the Buddha, the revered figure of the guide. In an instant, the sacred radiance emanating from this massive golden form was entirely extinguished. The auspicious light that once enveloped it dissipated into nothingness, while the sacred Bodhi flowers were consumed in flames, reduced to mere ashes. Before the astonished gazes of myriad beings, the golden body of the Buddha began to crack, splintering into countless golden shards that cascaded from the heavens. As the palm continued its descent, the enormous head of the Buddha was shattered as if it were a ripe watermelon, vanishing into the void. The shoulders, chest, and abdomen of the golden figure met the same fate, obliterated with an unstoppable force, akin to a collapsing edifice. This singular strike was unparalleled in its ferocity, instilling a profound sense of awe among billions of beings, their pupils dilating as they stared at the sky, their minds buzzing as if swarmed by a legion of bees, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the event. At that moment, the face of the guide was etched with terror, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Yixian, which far exceeded his imagination. It dawned upon him why Yixian could stand against the three saints alone. He was indeed a prodigy. To wield such terrifying power with a mere hand was beyond human comprehension. As Yixian's palm approached, the guide's expression shifted dramatically in fear. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he hastily summoned the most treasured artifact of the Western Church, the 12th rank Golden Lotus of Merit. This sacred lotus, said to be a mature seed of the 36th rank Chaotic Azure Lotus, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Once invoked, its golden light would envelop the heavens, forming layers of protective barriers against harm. The 12th rank Golden Lotus of Merit, bestowed by the Tao ancestor Xuan, was a crucial artifact to safeguard the fortunes of the Western Church, typically reserved for dire situations. Yet, there was no time for hesitation now. As the guide summoned the lotus, it floated above his head, enveloping him in a myriad of golden rays. In that moment, however, Yixian's palm had already obliterated the golden body of the Buddha, descending onto the 12th rank Golden Lotus. With a resounding thud, the entire lotus trembled, fissures appearing in its petals, reminiscent of shattered glass. The Taoist of guidance, harnessing his mystical powers, was momentarily engulfed by a surge of overwhelming and destructive energy emanating from the Golden Lotus of Virtue. This force reverberated through his saintly form with formidable intensity. In the next heartbeat, he felt a tumultuous wave of blood and vitality roiling within his chest, and a drop of sacred blood threatened to erupt from his throat. The expression on his face shifted dramatically. He silently vowed that he must not let blood spill. As the esteemed leader of the Western Church and a saint of the heavenly Tao, should he be witnessed by countless beings of the primordial realm in such a vulnerable state, his dignity as a Western saint would be irreparably tarnished. With this thought, he frantically channeled his powers to suppress the urge to bleed. Just as he managed to contain this impulse, Yixian's terrifying hand descended upon him with unrelenting force. Chapter 155. Murder and Heart's Retribution. In an instant, the Taoist of guidance was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, struck by Yixian's palm, soaring billions of miles away, shattering layer upon layer of spatial barriers before finally coming to a halt. Once he paused, the Taoist breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking his fortune for having summoned the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus in time. Otherwise, that earlier strike would have left him spitting blood. Should he have bled before the crowd, the humiliation would have been monumental. He murmured to himself, "Thanks to the treasured artifact bestowed by my master, the Merit Golden Lotus. This is indeed a sacred item of the Western lands." Fully aware of the significance of the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus, he intended to summon it back. However, the next moment, a bewildering event unfolded. To his shock, he found that he could not recall the lotus. What was happening? Alarmed, he quickly directed his gaze toward the location of the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus, only to see it suspended in the heavens above the realm of humanity, radiating golden light. No matter how he attempted to summon it through his spiritual sense, it remained beyond his reach. For Yixian had employed spatial laws to confine the lotus within the void. "This artifact is bound to the human race," Yixian remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With a simple motion, he gathered the lotus into his palm. As he withdrew his hand, the lotus burst forth with brilliance in his grasp. The 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus was indeed a remarkable treasure. possessing formidable powers to suppress fortune and defend against foes, a superior quality, innate spiritual treasure. A smile graced Yixian's lips. Subsequently, with a thought, he erased the imprint of the Taoist's primordial spirit from the lotus and seamlessly inscribed his own essence upon it. Thus, the connection between the lotus and the Taoist was severed entirely, rendering it wholly his. Before the eyes of the assembled figures, including the two saints and countless beings of the primordial chaos, Yixian spoke slowly, the two saints of the West, secretly undermining the fortune of the human race with despicable actions and shameless conduct. Today I shall deprive you of your treasured 12-petal merit golden lotus to subdue the fortune of humanity as a form of retribution. With that, Yixian cast the 12-petal merit golden lotus skyward. It transformed into a golden streak of light, descending into the sea of human fortune, becoming a treasure to suppress it. Boom! As the 12-petal merit golden lotus descended, the golden dragon of human fortune absorbed the boundless spiritual light emanating from the treasure. In an instant, the dragon let out a triumphant roar, coiling and twisting in the skies, its scales shimmering brightly as its body grew increasingly solid and immense. In stark contrast, the auspicious golden dragon of the Western Church began to dissipate, as it had lost its most vital artifact for suppressing fortune. The golden scales that adorned its body gradually dulled, transforming into a somber shade of dark gold, while even the grand dragon's head hung low, exuding an air of lethargy. The myriad beings of the primordial world gazed upon this scene in sheer astonishment, utterly taken aback by Yixian's astonishing feat with a single strike. He had sent the Western Church's leader, the Saint of Guidance, flying, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Subsequently, he seized the Western Church's treasured artifact, the 12th rank merit golden lotus, and before the eyes of the two Western saints, obliterated its divine imprint. Repurposing this supreme treasure meant to subdue the Church's fortune for the benefit of humanity instead. This was nothing short of a public humiliation for the two Western saints, striking their faces with resounding slaps. It must be noted that the Western Church was already impoverished, and this exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the 12th rank merit golden lotus, was its most valued possession, essential for suppressing the fortune of the entire sect. Yet now, before the two saints, Yixian not only seized this treasure, but also wielded it to suppress the fortune of humankind, a blatant affront to their dignity. The irony was palpable. The very artifact they used to dominate fortune had been turned against them, rendering their plight laughable and a source of ridicule. Yixian sought to expose the weaknesses of the two Western saints, reveling in their disgrace. The countless beings collectively inhaled sharply, marveling at Yixian's audacity, his ruthless resolve to strike at their hearts, displaying utter disregard for these elevated saints. What a formidable figure he was. Meanwhile, the Saint of Guidance was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The Western Church's most cherished 12th rank merit golden lotus had been snatched away, and before the eyes of billions, it was now employed to suppress the fortune of humanity. The Church's fortune began to unravel, and the golden dragon, once resplendent, now languished in a state of decline, akin to a weary old ox. This was a flagrant humiliation for the Western Church. A surge of intense embarrassment and rage welled up within the Saint of Guidance, his face flushed crimson, his body trembling with indignation. A wave of blood surged in his throat, rekindling the impulse to spit blood that he had previously suppressed. Hastily, he summoned the power of the saints once more, striving to quell the urge to unleash his fury. Yixian, our conflict shall remain unresolved. The fire of wrath burned brightly in his eyes as he glared at Yixian, his fury threatening to incinerate the very realm around them. At that moment, Xuan appeared beside him, his countenance equally ablaze with rage, yearning to flay Yixian alive to avenge his grievances. How utterly despicable! That cursed Yixian, before the eyes of countless beings, dared to sever his head and send his senior brother flying. Furthermore, he seized the most crucial artifact of their Western Church, an object meant to suppress the fortune of humanity. This act was nothing short of a public humiliation for their sect, stripping them of their dignity and rendering them the subject of ridicule among the myriad creatures of the primal world. Even with his thick skin, Xuan could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of shame at this moment. "Senior brother, are you unharmed?" Xuan inquired, scanning the body of Jian with his divine consciousness, only to discover a surge of reverse blood within him, indicating that his senior brother had narrowly avoided vomiting blood from the earlier assault. A wave of fury surged within Xuan. This Yixian truly deserved condemnation for such an affront against his brother. In that instant, Xuan harbored a desire to crush Yixian's head into oblivion. Chapter 156. The Jewel-Color Blue Lotus Banner Disciple. A gentleman's revenge is a matter of 10 years. We must hastily depart from here. Although Jane felt a surge of anger, he understood the urgency of their escape, for failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Xuan cast a resentful glance at Xuan, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, brother." With that, the two prepared to flee once more. Harnessing the power of the sage's primordial essence to shatter the void, they swiftly penetrated layers of space, intent on making their escape. Xuan stood suspended in the void, his gaze calmly sweeping over the retreating figures of Xuan and Jane, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. These two were quite determined. In their desperation to flee, they resorted to the sage's primordial power, drawing upon the essence of the heavenly Tao to breach the confines of this space. However, such actions would inevitably incur greater karmic debts with the heavenly Tao, proving detrimental to their cultivation. Yet, in their haste to escape, they appeared unconcerned about the repercussions. "Should you wish to leave, first taste my whip," Xuan said with a chilling smile, extending his palm to reveal a whip shimmering with extraordinary divine light, the whip of creation. This whip, a sacred instrument of humanity, would suffice to chastise these cornered dogs. In the next moment, wielding the whip of creation, Xuan lashed out towards Xuan and Jane. With a resounding crash, he imbued the whip with formidable lightning principles and unfathomable sword laws. In that instant, the whip tore through the layers of the void, akin to a colossal sword descending from the heavens, aimed squarely at Xuan and Jane. The surrounding void, spanning billions of miles, fractured inch by inch. Countless spiritual energies roiling in disarray, accompanied by a fierce killing intent that swept across the cosmos. Creatures from the primordial realm sensed the overwhelming power contained within the whip of creation. It was indeed terrifying. Xuan and Jane had already penetrated through countless layers of void barriers, escaping to a distance of countless billions of miles. They believed themselves to be safe, yet in the next moment, an icy dread enveloped them entirely. To their horror, they beheld a terrifying whip cleaving through the heavens, descending upon them. Xuan's pupils constricted, a wave of intense terror rising within him. This scene was all too familiar. He recalled how Xuan had once used a whip to shatter the void spanning billions of miles, severing Nuwa's saintly form in twain. "Brother, this is bad. Xuan intends to strike at our saintly bodies with that whip." Xuan's face paled, his eyes filled with profound fear, for he had witnessed the devastating power of Xuan's whip firsthand. At that moment, Jane too was gripped by a surge of dread, his legs trembling slightly as he beheld the terrifying whip approaching. He had naturally witnessed the terrifying moment when Xuan shattered the sacred body of Nuwa. This Xuan was truly like an otherworldly demon, exhibiting ruthlessness to an extreme degree. Subsequently, upon hearing Xuan's words, Xuan snapped back to reality from his profound shock, his pupils dilating slightly. An overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. He understood that he must take action to defend themselves, lest they follow in Nuwa's footsteps, and their sacred bodies be publicly obliterated by Xuan. "Junior brother, it has come to this. There is no other choice. I have decided to summon the Eastern Precious Color Green Lotus Banner. What do you think?" Xuan inquired, his gaze directed towards the nearby Xuan. Upon hearing this, Xuan involuntarily inhaled sharply, his countenance reflecting great distress. The Eastern Precious Color Green Lotus Banner was one of the 3 innate spiritual treasures possessed by the Western Church. It was crafted from the petals of the 36-grade Chaos Green Lotus, capable of emitting a brilliant white light of the Green Lotus, which not only concealed its bearer but also dazzled the enemy's senses, possessing the power to calm the heart and repel evils, rendering them impervious to myriad attacks. Having already lost an unparalleled spiritual treasure that could suppress fortune, the Western Church could scarcely afford to relinquish another innate treasure. Should it fall into Xuan's hands, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Xuan felt a profound reluctance. Yet when he lifted his gaze, he beheld a whip imbued with terrifying power descending violently. The very heavens seemed to crack under its might, and his face turned pale. Should this whip strike them, their sacred bodies would surely be cleaved in two. In this dire moment, in the face of impending doom, Xuan cast aside all thoughts of treasures. "Senior brother, quickly invoke the precious color Green Lotus Banner to intercept Xuan's attack," he urged, his voice trembling with fear. Hearing Xuan's desperate call, Xuan hesitated not a moment longer. He uttered a sharp command, and from the palace of Nurm, aka emerged a resplendent banner radiating brilliance. This banner measured 7 feet and 5 inches, adorned with countless shimmering lights and streaks of luminous laws, exuding an aura of chaos green lotus that was nothing short of magnificent. Jiayin grasped the eastern precious color green lotus banner, channeling the power of a sage and hurling it skyward. With a resounding hum, the banner unleashed an infinite array of divine light, transforming into a protective shield reminiscent of a mushroom, safeguarding both Xuan and Jiayin. Beneath the cover of this banner, they swiftly mobilized their sage power, striving to break through the spatial barriers in hopes of escape. At that very moment, Yi Xian's creation whip struck down with ferocity, unleashing an endless cascade of transformative golden light that obliterated the entire radiance of the eastern precious color green lotus banner. The layer of golden light, resembling a protective shield, was shattered in an instant, disintegrating into fragments that fell from the heavens. Subsequently, the whip of creation pierced through the eastern brilliant lotus banner, striking directly towards the two figures of Xuan and Jiayin below. Taking advantage of the delay afforded by the brilliant lotus banner, the two managed to escape 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. However, the tip of the whip of creation struck their bodies. Under the astonished gazes of countless beings in the primordial chaos, it was witnessed that, in an instant, the whip sent the two figures hurtling through the air. Xuan and Jiayin emitted a cry, and before the astonished eyes of all primordial beings, they soared beyond the celestial dome of the chaos, transforming into two vanishing stars, their forms entirely departing from the primordial realm, disappearing without a trace. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos were left utterly astounded by this spectacle, rendered speechless and in disbelief. Had the two saints of the West truly been cast aside by Yi Xian? Chapter 157. The Destruction of the Family and the Mount Sumer. Xuan and Jiayin, two revered saints of the West, were unexpectedly propelled by Yi Xian, soaring beyond the bounds of the primordial chaos. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. After all, Xuan and Jiayin were esteemed figures, wielding immense authority over the vast western lands. Yet, in a single stroke of Yi Xian's whip, they were cast away from the primordial realm. This act was akin to a slap in the face to the two western saints. The myriad beings of the primordial world gasped in unison, their hearts stirred by waves of profound shock. The powerful entities within the realm were equally astounded, gazing skyward to witness the striking imprints left in the heavens, marking the flight of the two saints. The sight of these lofty figures being publicly vanquished was utterly unbelievable. The mighty beings marveled at Yi Xian's remarkable prowess. With a mere flick of his whip, he had cast the two western saints into the void of chaos. An act that was truly astonishing. Buzzing resonances echoed through the void, where a wondrous banner of eastern blue lotus brilliance materialized, emanating mystical radiance. Within the banner, chaotic energies surged forth, and countless spiritual lights blossomed. Upon beholding this blue lotus banner, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Yi Xian's eyes. In the next heartbeat, he deftly coiled his whip forward, summoning the eastern blue lotus banner into his grasp. As the banner fell into his hands, Yi Xian could perceive the essence of the primordial blue lotus flowing through it, along with a multitude of chaotic laws concealed within its depths. No wonder it was considered a supreme innate spiritual treasure, birthed from the petals of the chaotic blue lotus. Its quality was indeed commendable. A satisfied smile graced Yi Xian's lips. For this eastern blue lotus banner was perfectly complementary to the northern Xianyuan water control banner he had acquired from the Jade Void Palace. Should he succeed in collecting all 5 innate banners, he might very well be able to forge a complete petal of the primordial blue lotus, potentially yielding another extraordinary chaotic treasure. Yi Xian pondered these thoughts, though he deemed it unnecessary to rush, as the innate banners were currently held by various formidable beings throughout the primordial realm. Temporarily dismissing this notion, he tucked the eastern blue lotus banner into his sleeve, and then turned his gaze beyond the chaos. Subsequently, he directed his attention toward the western lands, specifically the location of Mount Sumeru. After a brief inspection of Mount Sumeru, a thought flickered in his mind, and a smile played upon his lips. Without hesitation, Yi Xian turned, sweeping his sleeve to erase the presence of Yu Ying beneath him, and in a single step, he re-entered the Human Emperor Palace. In the next instant, both Yi Xian and Yu Ying found themselves within the confines of the Human Emperor Palace. Yi Xian, clad in a black and white dragon robe, sat majestically upon the throne, exuding an unmatched imperial aura. His handsome visage had the power to captivate countless maidens of the human race merely by his presence. Yu Ying stood within the Human Emperor's hall, her gaze lifting to behold Yi Xian's striking appearance, her eyes shimmering with admiration, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, revealing her deep infatuation. "Greetings, Human Emperor," she said, bowing respectfully to Yi Xian. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like rippling water, an exquisite sight to behold. Yi Xian smiled gently and replied, Ying, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please summon the 3 ancestors of the human race, along with 10,000 golden immortals. For we are preparing to raid a certain estate. Upon hearing his words, Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. What? Raid? Whose estate? She inquired curiously. Yi Xian smiled faintly, directing his gaze towards the location of Mount Shumi, and calmly stated, naturally. We are going to raid the home of Xuan Ti and Jiayin. We shall seize their Mount Shumi. At this revelation, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian intended to raid the ancestral home of the 2 Western saints. Splendid, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in approval. These 2 Western saints had obstructed the development of the human race for a century, and if they could plunder their abode, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Ying held Yi Xian in high esteem for this decisive action. She thought to herself, truly, my elder brother is exceptional. Without hesitation, he intends to raid the saint's home, remaining as forthright as ever. My elder brother, I shall inform father and the others immediately, she declared joyfully before swiftly exiting the hall. Before long, the 3 ancestors of the human race and 10,000 golden immortal cultivators arrived at the human emperor's hall. Salutations to the human emperor, they proclaimed, bowing deeply. Their voices filled with reverence and respect, their eyes reflecting their adoration for Yi Xian. Each face was flushed with excitement and fervor, clearly indicating that Ying had informed them of the intended raid on Mount Shumi. Every golden immortal understood the immense rewards that would come from raiding the saint's domain, which would significantly bolster the strength of the human race and enhance their fortune. Do not bow. Follow me to the west to raid Mount Shumi. Yi Xian commanded in a calm and composed tone, his voice steady and assured. Chapter 158. Yi Xian arrives yet. His words ignited a simmering fervor within the hearts of the 3 ancestors of the human race and the multitude of 10,000 golden immortals. Yes, ancestor. The countless human beings responded, their voices betraying an unmistakable excitement. In the next instant, Yi Xian nodded slightly, and with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he enveloped all these individuals into his robes. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian took a single step towards the western lands, ascending the mystical Mount Shumi. At this moment, within the grand and magnificent hall of Mount Shumi, majestic statues of the Buddha loomed. Beneath these statues, figures such as Methreya and Jin Chanzi of the Western teachings were reciting sutras. Brother, when do you think our 2 masters will return? Jin Chanzi inquired while continuing his recitation. It had been a century since he had last seen his 2 revered masters, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Methreya smiled gently, stroking his ample belly as he replied, Junior brother, our masters are currently spreading the profound teachings of the West among the human race, guiding those with affinity. They have instructed us to guard Mount Shumi diligently. Do not be anxious, lest you disturb the tranquility of our Buddhist hearts. Jin Chanzi slightly curled his lip, casting his gaze over the serene western lands, and remarked, Brother, Mount Shumi is a sacred sanctuary of the saints. What is there to guard? Is there truly anyone so foolish as to dare offend the dignity of our Western saints? His tone carried a hint of pride, and indeed, they had every reason to be proud. The Western teachings boasted 2 saints, making them the foremost sect in the primordial world, for no other sect could claim the presence of 2 saints. Methreya, in agreement, nodded thoughtfully, a proud smile on his face as he said, You speak rightly, junior brother. In this primordial realm, none would dare to act recklessly. With 2 saintly masters presiding over our Western teachings, no one would dare infringe upon the sanctity of our Mount Shumi. Just as the 2 were engaged in their discourse, suddenly, a terrifying resonance of law reverberated throughout Mount Shumi. In an instant, the entire mountain range, extending for millions of miles, froze as if a pause button had been pressed, and all things fell into a state of suspension. In the next moment, the disciples of the Western teachings were struck with horror as they beheld a colossal fissure splitting open in their grand and solemn Buddha hall. Gazing through this fissure, they could see a magnificent spatial tunnel materializing in the void above Mount Shumi. From this tunnel erupted countless beams of golden radiance, and a torrent of overwhelming, domineering energy surged forth, sweeping across the western lands, scattering the abundant spiritual essence as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. Faced with the horrifying spatial tunnel and the palpable dread emanating from it, all the disciples of the Western teachings were left speechless, sitting in stunned silence as their hearts brimmed with intense fear, utterly uncertain of how to respond. For countless eons, Mount Shumi has served as the sacred sanctuary of the Western sect, a realm that countless beings have dared not approach. When did these complacent disciples of the Western sect last experience such a terrifying incursion? In this moment, Their minds were utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by a deafening hum, as if swarms of bees were swirling within their thoughts. Mithraea and Xuan were equally astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, filled with intense horror. Xuan's lips quivered slightly as he turned to Mithraea, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Senior brother, what is happening? How could anyone have the audacity to appear so brazenly in our sacred sanctuary? They have even torn apart the hall of our Buddha." His tone was laced with incredulity. He could scarcely fathom such an outrageous event. Just moments before, he had boasted about the sanctity of the Western sect, confident that no one in the primordial realm would dare to infringe upon it. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying spatial tunnel materialized above Mount Shumi, emanating a formidable pressure that constrained the very fabric of the mountain, even causing a gaping fissure in their grandest hall. Xuan was filled with trepidation. He could not comprehend who in the West could be so audacious. Meanwhile, Mithraea gazed at the hovering spatial tunnel, his mouth agape, nearly capable of accommodating an apple. As the foremost disciple of the Western sect, Mithraea, being well versed in the ways of the world, was far more informed than Xuan, who had spent his days in seclusion. In that instant, Mithraea was nearly certain of the identity of the intruder who dared to breach their sacred ground, the ancestral figure of the human race, Xuan. Aside from this unparalleled and formidable ancestor, no other being in the primordial realm would dare to invade a sacred sanctuary so audaciously. Mithraea was acutely aware that Xuan had previously plundered the sanctuaries of the Supreme Sage, the Jade Pure Sage, and even the Nuwa Sage, among others. The arrival of their masters to preach among humanity would undoubtedly have infringed upon Xuan's interests, and it was likely that he had come to confront them. Mithraea's heart sank. This was no benevolent visitor. He recalled the overwhelming power Xuan exhibited during the celestial battle several centuries prior, where he single-handedly faced 3 saints without yielding an inch. Should this individual choose to come with malicious intent, the consequences could be dire. Gasping for breath, Mithraea's complexion turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper, devoid of color. "This is grave. Quickly, junior brother, let us activate the mountain protection array." In a moment of desperation, he remembered that their masters had set up a grand array within Mount Shumi, which might serve to hinder Xuan. Without delay, Mithraea led Xuan to initiate the mountain protection array. Xuan, still bewildered, asked, "Senior brother, you have yet to tell me who has dared to offend our Western sect's sanctuary?" As Mithraea activated the grand formation, a look of trepidation crossed his face as he spoke. "Junior brother, if my instincts serve me correctly, it must be Xuan. Indeed, it is Xuan." His voice trembled with apprehension, emphasizing the name with heightened intensity. Upon hearing Mithraea's anxious utterance of Xuan's name, Xuan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. For the past 1,000,000 years, Xuan had been immersed in secluded cultivation, having only just emerged from his retreat. Thus, his familiarity with Xuan was limited, and he had not witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand. However, he had heard numerous tales of Xuan's remarkable feats, including his audacious exploits that had shaken the world, raiding the sanctuaries of 3 saints and single-handedly battling 3 great saints atop the celestial court of the demon race, nearly shattering the entire 33 heavens. He was widely recognized as the most ruthless figure in the primordial realm. Chapter 159, The 8 Treasure Merit Pool. At this moment, Xuan finally experienced the formidable power of Xuan. The mere aura irradiating from him was sufficient to intimidate the entire western land, binding countless mountain ranges in the void. It was truly terrifying. "Is that Xuan approaching?" Xuan looked up at the heavens, his eyes filled with astonishment. Upon hearing that the most infamous ancestor of the primordial world was about to arrive, Xuan felt a wave of panic wash over him. Buzz. Just then, the protective formation of Shumi Mountain was finally activated, enveloping the entire Taoist temple in a thick golden barrier, akin to a golden bell, shielding them within. The overwhelming pressure diminished considerably. Xuan and Mithraea exchanged glances, both secretly relieved. "Fortunately, I managed to activate the protective formation in time," Mithraea said, a look of gratitude gracing his face as he exhaled softly. However, before they could fully relax, the space tunnel in the void suddenly expanded, with countless violet rays bursting forth, illuminating the vast emptiness. The tunnel shimmered with golden light, blossoming with resplendent golden flowers. Then, under the astonished gazes of Mithraea, Xuan, and the disciples of the Western sect, a handsome man clad in a black dragon robe stepped forth from the space tunnel. He stood upon a 12th-grade pure white lotus, wielding a crimson feather fan, with a supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, atop his head. The bell emanated a magnificent celestial sound, resonating with a chaotic melody that echoed through the skies. Countless white lotus lights sparkled across the world, resembling a sky full of stars, brilliantly radiant. Additionally, innumerable flames of law coalesced into crimson clouds, drifting gracefully in the heavens. The disciples of the Western sect gazed upward, and upon witnessing this extraordinary man materialize in the void, their eyes widened in sheer shock. They recognized him instantly. This was Xuan, the fabled first ruthless individual of the primordial realm, renowned far and wide. The moment they laid eyes on Xuan, all disciples of the Western sect were struck with astonishment. Is this truly Xuan? Indeed, seeing is believing. He is unfathomably terrifying. The aura emanating from him surpassed that of their two masters combined, an utterly daunting presence. Xuan hovered in the void, under the watchful eyes of all the disciples of the Western sect. Slowly, he extended a finger as white as jade and gently tapped against the shimmering barrier of the Shumi Mountain's protective formation. In the next instant, a shocking event unfolded before the eyes of all the disciples. Crack, crack. The protective formation shattered inch by inch, akin to a broken glass dome, crumbling into fragments that fell to the ground. The disciples of the Western sect were left in stunned silence. Their protective formation had utterly collapsed. With a mere touch of his finger, Xuan effortlessly breached the barrier. In an instant, his figure materialized above Mount Shumi, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the disciples of the Western sect. He spoke, "You have but a quarter of an hour to vacate this place." With a gentle wave of his hand, all the disciples of the Western sect were swiftly removed from Mount Shumi. Descending upon the mountain, Xuan surveyed the entirety of Mount Shumi. Before him lay a colossal range, shimmering with ethereal light, as countless auspicious Buddhist radiances ascended into the heavens. Ethereal beasts roamed freely between the realms, and the forests blossomed with Bodhi flowers, each yielding radiant fruits of enlightenment. Though the Western lands had once been ravaged by the demon ancestor Luo, leading to a desolate terrain, Mount Shumi, as the ancestral site of the Western spiritual vein, remained largely unscathed, preserving many treasures. Xuan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his sleeve, a flash of white light erupted, and in the next moment, the three ancestral figures of humanity, along with over 10,000 golden immortals, appeared upon Mount Shumi. The sight of the magnificent mountain filled the eyes of the golden immortals with awe. Everywhere was bathed in radiant Buddhist light, and innumerable spiritual roots thrived within the forests. Particularly striking was the grand hall atop the mountain, housing towering, solemn Buddhas alongside various spiritual roots, exuding an aura of divine magnificence and auspiciousness. Is this truly the sacred ground of the Western sect? It does not appear barren at all, mused the golden immortals, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. It seemed that this sanctum of the Western sect was indeed quite opulent, truly befitting its status as a holy ground. As the three ancestral figures and the golden immortals turned their gazes toward Xuan, awaiting his command, he nodded slightly and declared, "Let the plundering of Mount Shumi commence." At his words, a wave of joy surged within the hearts of the ancestral figures, and they promptly gestured, leading the throngs of golden immortals into the mountain to embark on their grand endeavor of acquisition. The spiritual roots upon Mount Shumi were entirely stripped bare, and the ambient spiritual energy was meticulously gathered, with even the flora and fauna being uprooted without exception. While the golden immortals executed their plundering, Xuan remained vigilant, directing his eyes toward the summit of Mount Shumi. Before him stood a magnificent and dignified palace, resembling the Great Hero Hall, serving as the place where Jain and Zhuanti practiced and preached. Sacred lights of the saints enveloped the area, and a rich Taoist essence permeated the surroundings. Surely, there must be valuable treasures within. Xuan mused to himself, recognizing that this palace was undoubtedly the most precious within Mount Shumi. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his figure darting like lightning until he stood before the grand edifice. He stepped slowly into the palace, and as he gazed ahead, his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. In the very center of the palace, there lay a golden pool radiating with the hues of the seven colors. This pool shimmered with a profound light of virtue, and within it, deep and mysterious resonances of the Tao lingered, while golden lotus flowers bloomed gracefully beside the water. Fixated on the pool, Xuan instantly recalled a renowned treasure from the Western teachings. "This is the 8-treasure pool of virtue," Xuan exclaimed, a flicker of delight crossing his countenance. Chapter 160. Uprooted. The 8 treasures merit pool is undoubtedly the most significant treasure of the Western teachings, renowned throughout the primordial world as a supreme treasure of merit. It harbors nearly 80% of the merit energy of the Buddhist sect, infused with the spiritual veins of Mount Sumeru and the faith of all its disciples, resulting in a pool of merit that is exceedingly precious. This 8 treasures merit pool represents a treasure of the utmost importance to the Western sect, primarily serving to consolidate fortune and providing the miraculous 7-colored water within, capable of healing all encountered wounds. This item is indeed fated to be mine. Xuan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, and with a mere gesture, he summoned this invaluable Buddhist treasure, the 8 treasures merit pool, into his sleeve. He then proceeded deeper into the inner sanctum of the hall. After taking only a few steps, his eyes lit up once more. Before him, on a divine altar, rested a porcelain-white vial containing a bamboo that emitted a radiant, ethereal glow. This bamboo held an exceptionally rich essence of spirit, which emanated like a tangible substance from the vial. It is one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 6 roots of pure bamboo. A smile curled at the corners of Xuan's mouth, for he recognized this treasure. In the future, it would be held by the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara within a pure glass vial, containing this very 6 roots of pure bamboo. This treasure is now mine. With a wave of his hand, Xuan took the 6 roots of pure bamboo into his possession. This bamboo, originally the personal treasure of the Bodhisattva of the earth, now belonged to Xuan. Continuing onward, Xuan soon reached the inner hall. Throughout his journey, he encountered several spiritual treasures and roots. Yet their quality was rather ordinary and failed to catch his discerning eye. He couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly acknowledging the impoverished state of the Western teachings. Although grand and magnificent from the outside, a closer inspection revealed that the various spiritual treasures and roots within paled in comparison to those found in the sanctum of the Supreme Old Lord or the primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Xuan employed his entire consciousness to scan the hall, and suddenly, he discovered a room for seclusion housing an object radiating waves of divine light. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and appeared within the secluded chamber. Upon looking ahead, he beheld a divine pestle resting within the room. This pestle measured 7 inches in length, exuding waves of righteous energy capable of subduing demons and monsters, with countless divine lights emanating from within. Upon seeing this treasure, Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the pestle of empowerment. He nodded slightly, a satisfied smile etched upon his face. This pestle, famed as a powerful demon-subduing artifact within the Buddhist sect, is a premier innate spiritual treasure, versatile in size, akin to the future sea-steadying needle. Once unleashed, it could transform into a colossal divine staff, capable of obliterating all manner of demons and malevolent spirits in existence, showcasing formidable offensive prowess. This artifact was fated to be mine. With a mere wave of his hand, Xuan effortlessly stowed the enchanted staff within his sleeve. Subsequently, he scanned the entire hall with his divine consciousness, yet he found no further treasures of greater value. Xuan shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the desolate nature of the Western lands, where only a few valuable spiritual treasures could be found, rendering it exceedingly impoverished compared to other sanctified realms. Losing interest in further exploration of the hall, Xuan deemed 3 acquired treasures to be a modest yet acceptable outcome. He then exited the hall, observing that thousands of human gold immortals emerged with bountiful spoils, each carrying bulging bags filled with valuable items. Although the spiritual roots within the Shumi mountain were of mediocre quality, merely some acquired spiritual roots, these held no significance for Xuan. However, for the human gold immortals, these roots were rare treasures, imbued with spiritual resonance capable of elevating their strength to new heights. The 3 ancestral beings of humanity also procured several spiritual roots and treasures, their faces adorned with smiles. As Xuan stepped outside, Xuan approached respectfully, stating, "Ancestor, we have diligently followed your command and thoroughly searched the entirety of Shumi Mountain. Only this hall remains unexamined." Xuan's gaze turned toward the majestic and solemn Buddha Hall, recognizing that it harbored the true treasures of the sanctified realm. "Very well," Xuan acknowledged with a slight nod. He then cast a measured glance over the whole of Shumi Mountain, remarking, "There is nothing of value within this palace. We need not raid it for the time being." Xuan was taken aback by this declaration. Not anticipating that the ancestor would spare this sanctified realm, such an action seemed uncharacteristic of him. However, when Xuan articulated his next thought, Xuan was utterly astonished. Xuan pointed toward the vast expanse of Shumi Mountain and calmly declared, "I intend to uproot the entire Shumi Mountain and transport it back to the human domain. You shall remain here and await further instructions." With that, Xuan's form rapidly expanded, growing to heights of 1, 2, 10, 100 zhang. transforming into a towering giant of immeasurable stature. He extended a colossal hand, gently pulling downward, causing the entire Shumi mountain to tremble violently. The underlying spiritual veins of the West were laid bare, exuding an abundance of primordial spiritual energy. With a flourish of his hand, Xuan unleashed divine radiance, severing and sealing off these subterranean spiritual veins. Then, before the astonished gazes of the Western disciples and the stunned human gold immortals, Xuan uprooted the entire Shumi mountain. The ground shook with a resounding roar, echoing throughout the Western lands, as the vast expanse quivered ever so slightly. The immense and boundless Mount Sumeru, stretching for billions of miles, was uprooted by Xuan and placed upon his palm. The three ancestors of the human race and countless celestial beings gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. They could scarcely fathom that their forebear possessed such formidable power, capable of lifting the entire Mount Sumeru, along with the sacred grounds of the Western teachings, and relocating it back to the domain of humanity. This was an unequivocal act of plunder, stripping the entire sanctuary bare. The ancestors truly displayed unparalleled might and supremacy. In that moment, all the human beings were left in awe of Xuan's actions. Chapter 161. The cattle ranch. Xuan held the entire Mount Shumi within his palm, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stepped forward into the realm of the human race. In an instant, he shattered the barriers of space, descending directly upon the territory of humanity. The billions of humans were stirred by his presence, their gazes drawn upward to behold a colossal giant, cradling a vast mountain in his hand, standing majestically atop Xianyang Mountain. The human race recognized Xuan at once. He was their most revered ancestor, the Emperor of Humanity. Surprise filled the hearts of the billions as they beheld their ancestor transformed into a towering giant. What could this signify? As the thoughts of the human race swirled in confusion, an astonishing act unfolded. With the eyes of countless humans upon him, Xuan hurled the massive Mount Shumi to the ground beside Xianyang Mountain. In that moment, the immense mountain crashed to the earth, sending forth a tremendous tremor that resonated throughout the land. Mount Shumi, as the ancestral land of the spiritual veins in the West, spanned countless miles and weighed millions of tons. Its impact sent shockwaves across the vast wilderness, fracturing the very fabric of the cosmos, revealing intricate fissures and causing an uproar among the spiritual energies. The myriad beings of the wilderness were alarmed by this commotion, turning their gazes toward Xianyang Mountain. Even the most powerful entities of the wilderness extended their consciousness to discern the significance of this event. At that moment, a cold smile graced Xuan's lips as he addressed the vast expanse of the wilderness. The two sages of the West, lacking in virtue, have usurped the fortunes of humanity. Today, I shall demote their sacred ground, Mount Shumi, to a cattle ranch for the human race, to be used for all eternity. With that declaration, he waved his hand, transporting 100,000 yellow cattle into the heart of Mount Shumi. The lush greenery within the mountain rendered it an ideal pasture. The beings of the wilderness were left astonished, their minds reeling with disbelief. The audacity of Xuan to transform the sacred ground of the Western sages into a mere cattle ranch was beyond comprehension. This was indeed a hallowed site, the ancestral land of the spiritual veins in the West, home to the two sages, now uprooted and repurposed for the grazing of cattle. Xuan's bold maneuver left the entirety of the wilderness in a state of shock, a profound astonishment permeating every being. It was a feat unprecedented in history, relegating a sage's holy ground to that of a cattle ranch. The powerful entities of the wilderness were also left utterly dumbfounded, their consciousness sweeping over the Western lands, only to find the site of the sage's domain utterly vacant. The once resplendent Mount Sumeru, radiating the infinite divine light of the Buddha, now lies desolate, leaving behind only a profound pit in its stead. When their consciousness once again swept towards Xianyang Mountain, they beheld the majestic Sumeru mountain range now situated within the territory of the human race, where countless yellow cattle galloped, emitting joyous bellows. The formidable beings of the primordial era were profoundly astonished, silently acknowledging the incredible prowess of Xuan. After a single lash had sent the two saints of the West flying, he promptly led the human race to the Western sect, plundering the entire sanctum of the saints. He subsequently uprooted the entire Mount Sumeru, transporting it back to the realm of humanity. Such remarkable feats left all the mighty beings of the primordial era utterly astounded. The sanctum of the saints had been transformed into a cattle ranch, a truly unprecedented marvel of the ages, within the human territory. Upon witnessing Xuan repurpose Mount Sumeru as a cattle ranch, the hearts of the billions of humans surged with overwhelming astonishment. Their ancestor was indeed astonishing. He had publicly transformed the sacred sanctum of the Western sect into a humble cattle range. The status of this ranch was astonishingly elevated. After all, it was the domain of two saints and the ancestral land of the spiritual veins of the entire West. Every blade of grass and every tree within it was imbued with the essence of the saints. Even a stone could absorb this spiritual aura and transform over time. After witnessing Yi Xian's astonishing actions, the admiration for their ancestor grew immensely among the humans, some even feeling compelled to bow in reverence. After all, their ancestor was truly powerful, completely conquering the hearts of every human. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the humans, the disciples of the Western sect bore ashen faces, each one seething with indignation yet unable to voice their anger. It was infuriating. Yi Xian had uprooted their sacred sanctum and placed it within the territory of the human race, reducing it to a base cattle ranch. This was a blatant humiliation, showing utter disregard for their two revered saints. At that moment, Jin Chanzi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. In that instant, they finally comprehended that the legends surrounding Yi Xian were indeed true. This individual had undoubtedly plundered the sanctums of various saints. Otherwise, he could not have accomplished such an audacious feat, uprooting an entire Mount Sumeru, far surpassing Jin Chanzi's imagination. Senior brother, when will our two masters return? I wish for them to come back and uphold justice for the West. Jin Chanzi spoke through gritted teeth. Mithriya took a gentle breath and directed his gaze towards the heavens, softly stating, our two masters should return soon. Mithriya felt a sense of helplessness, pondering that if even Mount Sumeru had been seized, yet their masters had not appeared, it likely indicated that they had encountered some misfortune, perhaps even being driven away by Yi Xian. However, as the senior brother of the Western sect, he could not voice such a conjecture, lest the faith of the entire sect's disciples crumble. Mithriya cast a fleeting glance at the Western disciples who had been expelled from the dojo by Yi Xian. Enduring such a harsh suppression, the few remaining disciples bore expressions of utter despair. It must be said that Yi Xian's blow was indeed quite severe. He had transformed the sacred land of the Western teachings, revered as the holy Mount Sumeru, into a mere cattle pasture for humanity. This was a devastating blow for any faithful follower. It seems imperative for me to swiftly inform my two masters, urging their return to soothe the hearts of the faithful. Otherwise, our Western teachings may well face disintegration. Mithriya pondered silently, and then he activated a Western communication talisman, dispatching a message forthwith. Chapter 162. Joining forces against the adversary. Mithriya gazed at the vanishing symbol light in the sky, inwardly lamenting, Dear masters, please return swiftly, otherwise, the Western teachings shall perish. Meanwhile, beyond the chaos, in a realm of utter tranquility, not a ripple disturbed the stillness. Suddenly, the chaotic energies surged violently, akin to boiling water. In the next moment, two disheveled figures fled from the void. Their faces were covered in dust, their robes tattered, and strands of hair scattered in the emptiness, resembling lost dogs in their disarray. With a deep exhale, Xuan Ti's pallor reflected his lingering terror as he glanced back, his heart racing. It felt as though the whip might strike him at any moment. Only when he noticed there were no traces of the whip did his taut nerves begin to ease slightly. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, leaving him feeling somewhat drained. Jane also frequently looked back, and upon realizing they had escaped into the chaos, he released a sigh of relief, his heart settling somewhat. That was terrifying. This Yi Xian is like a demon, leaving an indelible shadow upon our hearts. Brother, we were fortunate to have fled swiftly. We were merely struck by the tail end of Yi Xian's whip, and its force was not overwhelming. Otherwise, our saintly bodies would surely have suffered grievous cracks. Xuan Ti expressed his relief, his fingers trembling as he manipulated his prayer beads. Jane nodded slightly, feeling grateful that they had managed to escape such perilous circumstances. Had he not summoned the treasure flag of the Azure Lotus in time to resist, they would have faced the full brunt of Yi Xian's whip, leading to either death or severe injury. After relishing their narrow escape, Jane felt a surge of indignation. Brother, Yi Xian has utterly humiliated us today, bringing disgrace upon the Western teachings, which is utterly intolerable. His tone was laden with displeasure. The humiliation they endured today ignited a blazing fury within him, wishing to rend Yi Xian limb from limb. Xuan Ti's expression darkened at these words. He clenched his fists tightly, seething. You speak true, brother. I would relish flaying Yi Xian alive to avenge today's disgrace. Jane nodded in agreement, his gaze deepening as he spoke solemnly. If we do not avenge this enmity, we are unworthy of being saints. We must devise a plan to eliminate Yi Xian and cleanse the shame of today. Upon hearing this, Xuan Ti's eyes began to gleam with a flicker of inspiration, his mind racing with strategies. Moments later, a spark of brilliance illuminated his gaze as he turned to Jane. "Brother, I have a scheme that can eradicate Yi Xian." Intrigued, Jane immediately inquired, "What is your plan, brother?" Xuan Ti focused intently, directing his gaze toward the location of Shouyang Mountain. "Brother, the supreme primordial, Nuwa, and the others share a deep-seated enmity with Yi Xian, and they have recently visited the Zixiao Palace to seek our master's aid. Centuries have elapsed since that time, and it is likely that the three of them have become exceedingly powerful. Why should we not venture to the 8 Scenery Palace and unite with these 3 to confront Yi Xian? With the combined strength of the 5 saints, we shall undoubtedly obliterate Yi Xian, erasing the disgrace of today." Upon hearing Xuan Ti's words, Jie Yin's eyes lit up. "Junior brother, this plan is indeed feasible." Jie Yin nodded repeatedly, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, secretly acknowledging the wisdom of his junior's proposal. With the alliance of the 3 saints, they would have 5 saints simultaneously pursuing the eradication of a mere human ancestor. How could they fail to vanquish such an insignificant foe? "Elder brother, let us proceed to the 8 Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain to pay our respects to the Supreme Ones," Xuan Ti suggested, his heart brimming with impatience. Eager to slay Yi Xian and restore their lost honor, Jie Yin also nodded, sharing the same fervent desire to eliminate Yi Xian and wash away the humiliation of today. However, just as they were about to embark, a golden glimmer suddenly streaked across the horizon. Upon witnessing this light, Jie Yin and Xuan Ti exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions reflecting their shock. This signal was one they had entrusted to their eldest disciple, Mi Lu, to use in emergencies. The appearance of this signal indicated that the Western Church was facing dire circumstances. At such a critical moment, the unexpected occurrence gave rise to a foreboding sense of unease in their hearts. "Junior brother, let us return to our temple and ascertain what has transpired," Jie Yin said gravely. Xuan Ti nodded in agreement, and the two transformed into rays of Buddhist light, returning from the chaos of the primordial realm. Upon their return, they felt an inexplicable tremor within, as if their hearts were tightly clenched, causing their breaths to grow labored. This unusual physical reaction caused both Jie Yin and Xuan Ti to change their expressions. "This is not good. It's a warning from the heavenly mechanism," Jane thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. The saint's primordial spirit is bound to the heavenly Tao, and when unfavorable occurrences arise for the saints, the Tao issues a warning. The intensity of the warning reflects the severity of the threat to the saints. A mild warning merely evokes a sense of unease. But this particular warning caused their hearts to palpitate and their breaths to quicken, indicating a grave threat had emerged. Xuan Ti's countenance darkened as well. He immediately began to calculate the heavenly mechanism, seeking to discern the unfolding events. In the next moment, Xuan Ti deciphered the heavenly mechanism and grasped the entire sequence of events, nearly succumbing to rage. His face turned a deep crimson, veins protruding from his neck, and his eyes blazed with fury, as if they could explode. "How dare you, Yi Xian, commit such an affront against our Western Church?" Xuan Ti, on the verge of fury, unleashed a thunderous roar, his voice imbued with an intense rage that set ablaze the vast expanse of the sky, transforming it into a fiery crimson. Countless spiritual energies surged and boiled, akin to tumultuous ocean waves. Xuan Ti was utterly astonished to discover that Yi Xian had audaciously plundered his sacred grounds, completely stripping the entire Mount Xumi bare. Furthermore, he committed an egregious act by uprooting the entire mountain and relocating it to the territory of the human race, turning it into a pasture for livestock. Each of these transgressions shattered Xuan Ti's composure. The loss of his sacred grounds was one thing, but to see it transformed into a playground for livestock was an affront that trampled the dignity of their Western teachings into the dust. Chapter 163. Seeking assistance. Witnessing the furious countenance of Xuan Ti, Jane was taken aback, hastily calculating the situation at hand. Once he discerned the implications, his expression transformed entirely. "What? Yi Xian, he has actually uprooted Mount Xumi." Rage surged within Jane, his face turning an ashen hue, trembling with indignation. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. Yi Xian had entirely displaced the sacred Mount Xumi, which served as his sanctuary for countless eons of cultivation. This was utterly intolerable. Boom. The fury emanating from Jane swept across the heavens, igniting a tempest of intense sanctified wrath in the firmament, accompanied by innumerable rifts tearing through the void. "Brother, we must return to the west at once," Xuan Ti declared, his visage darkened with fury. Jane inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath, and nodded slightly. Although Mount Shumi had been stripped bare, there were still matters to attend to. Subsequently, Jane and Xuan transformed into streaks of light, swiftly descending upon the western lands. Upon their arrival, they beheld the once majestic mountain range, now reduced to a profound, dark abyss, with their sanctuary, Mount Shumi, vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, their expressions turned exceedingly grim, akin to having consumed something foul, their faces mottled with shades of purple and black, their hearts brimming with unparalleled fury. This was utterly infuriating. That wretched Xuan has indeed plundered their sanctuary, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. An entire expanse of spiritual veins had been completely drained. At this moment, disciples of the Western Church noticed the return of Jane and Xuan, gathering around them. Master, you must take action on our behalf. Our sanctuary has been seized by Xuan. Indeed, Master, Xuan has treated our sanctuary like a cattle pasture for the human race. This is outrageous. The disciples expressed their indignation, their faces reflecting deep resentment, evidently feeling profoundly humiliated by Xuan's actions. Upon hearing their words, the anger within Jane and Xuan flared even more intensely. Jane surveyed the gathered disciples and declared, "Rest assured, my disciples. I shall ensure that Xuan pays for the humiliation inflicted upon the Western Church today." Xuan nodded in agreement and offered words of comfort to the disciples. After settling the disciples, Jane's expression darkened as he turned to Xuan, stating, "Junior brother, we shall immediately proceed to the Bajang Palace on Mount Shoyang to unite with senior brother Taishang and eliminate Xuan." Xuan nodded, replying, "Yes, brother." Thereafter, Jane and Xuan made their way directly to Mount Shoyang. In but a moment, they arrived at Mount Shoyang and prepared to enter its depths. However, at that moment, the mountain protection formation emerged, blocking the two outside the mountain gate. Jane and Pewdie exchanged glances, sensing the formidable strength of this formation, capable of isolating even the saints. Subsequently, Jane took a step forward and called out towards Shoyang Mountain. "Esteemed senior brother, we, along with my junior brother, have come to pay our respects. We kindly request the opening of the formation gate, allowing us entry." After these words were spoken, the two waited in silence for a moment. Suddenly, the mountain protection formation revealed a vast tunnel, shimmering with golden light. Jane and Pewdie felt a surge of joy in their hearts and swiftly entered the tunnel, soon finding themselves within Shoyang Mountain. Upon entering, they were astounded to discover three immensely powerful and terrifying auras emanating from the 8th Scenic Palace. These three auras were profound and unfathomable, akin to formidable chaotic beasts, exuding waves of terrifying pressure. Jane and Pewdie exchanged another glance, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The might of these three holy auras was indeed formidable. It seemed that their esteemed senior brother and his companions had received significant assistance from teacher Hongjun. Jane mused internally, "This is advantageous. The stronger our senior brother becomes, the easier it will be for us to eradicate Xuan." Pewdie felt a surge of delight within, his face adorned with a broad smile. At that moment, a resonant and majestic voice of a saint echoed from the 8th Scenic Palace. "Junior brother Pewdie, junior brother Jane, please come in." This voice contained boundless power of law, resonating like a celestial sound that shook heaven and earth. Were it not for the mountain protection formation, this voice might have reverberated throughout the universe. Jane and Pewdie exchanged another glance, and, without further hesitation, swiftly entered the 8th Scenic Palace. Upon entering, they beheld three meditation cushions within the palace. Seated in the central position was the Taishang Laojun, flanked by Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Nuwa. At that moment, Taishang Laojun had his eyes gently closed. Before him floated a divine sword emanating countless strands of dark energy, with wisps of destructive laws weaving around it, and an abundance of spiritual light being devoured by the sword, transforming into shades of withering darkness. From Taishang Laojun radiated powerful divine consciousness, continuously scanning and refining the restrictions within the divine sword. Yuanshi Tianzuan also had his eyes slightly closed, with a terrifying millstone levitating before him, exuding boundless annihilation energy as if it aimed to grind an entire world to dust. Yuanshi Tianzuan was likewise employing his divine consciousness to imprint his own essence into the millstone. It seemed that his progress was nearing completion, as Jane and Pewdie observed that only 3 restrictions remained before Yuanshi Tianzuan would thoroughly refine the formidable spiritual treasure, thus gaining complete control over it. What astonished Xuan and Jiayin even more was the revelation that the wounds sustained by Yuanshi Tianzun had completely healed, and he had even ascended to a higher level of power, becoming significantly more formidable. Subsequently, Xuan and Jiayin shifted their gazes towards Nuwa. As their eyes fell upon her, the astonishment on their faces intensified. They realized that not only had Nuwa's saintly form restored to its original state, but it had also become even more solid and formidable, radiating a saintly aura that was undeniably on par with their own. Chapter 164. The Execution of Yixian. Thus, it can be inferred that Nuwa, through her immense magical prowess, has now ascended to a level comparable to that of her peers. Before her, there floated a mirror exuding waves of profound Tao resonance. Within this mirror flickered boundless lights of spatial laws, harboring countless miniature worlds. Its might is unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Upon witnessing this, both Xuan and Jiayin were consumed by envy and jealousy. Originally, Nuwa was regarded as the weakest among all the saints, yet now her power had surged dramatically, eclipsing both Xuan and Jiayin, a reality they found difficult to accept. It was akin to a once derided cultivator suddenly transforming into a remarkable talent. Such a shift would naturally stir feelings of envy in anyone, especially in those with narrower hearts like Jiayin and Xuan. However, given their current reliance on her, they refrained from expressing their jealousy. After encountering their senior brother Taishang and their brother Yuanshi, Xuan and Jiayin exchanged glances before approaching to pay their respects. Upon hearing their words, Taishang Laojun slightly opened his eyes, nodded gently, and rose, waving his sleeve to draw the sword of destruction into the mud pill palace. Junior brothers Jiayin and Xuan, please take a seat. Taishang Laojun gestured, and two mats appeared in the void. Jiayin and Xuan sat upon the mats, reciting a Buddhist chant, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Taishang. At that moment, Taishang Laojun inquired, might I ask what brings you both here? He and Yuanshi had been deeply engrossed in seclusion, unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Jiayin, recognizing Taishang Laojun's lack of knowledge, took a deep breath and began to recount the events. Senior brother Taishang, we implore you to take charge for the sake of our Western sect. Jiayin sighed, feigning a pitiable demeanor. Yixian's actions are utterly abominable. He has plundered our Western sect's sacred ground and uprooted the entire Mount Sumru, relocating it to the realm of humanity as a cattle pasture. Openly humiliating our Western disciples, his crimes warrant the most severe punishment. Jiayin spoke with fervent indignation, an aura of saintly wrath enveloping him. Upon hearing this, Taishang Laojun's face registered surprise. What? Yixian dares to commit such acts? His countenance flushed slightly, and a surge of anger rose within him. He had initially thought that Xuan and Jiayin had come merely for a visit, only to discover that their purpose was to address the matter of Yixian. Most infuriating to Taishang Laojun was the fact that Yixian had once again committed the grievous act of plundering a saint's sanctuary. What further incited his fury was the audacity of Yixian in removing the sacred Mount Sumru, reducing it to a mere cattle pasture for humanity. This Yixian was truly reckless and audacious, a scourge upon the primordial world. Taishang Laojun snorted coldly, his voice laced with a hint of murderous intent. At this moment, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Enraged opened their eyes, their gazes directed towards Xuan and Jiayin, revealing a flicker of astonishment. It was evident that neither of them had anticipated that Yixian would once again engage in such astonishing acts. He had actually relocated the entire Mount Shumi and degraded it to a mere cattle ranch. This Mount Shumi was not only a sacred ground for saints, but also the ancestral site of the spiritual veins of the Western lands. Yixian's actions were, in essence, a blatant affront to the dignity of the Western teachings. Deep discontent brewed within Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Enraged. Yixian's arrogance was utterly intolerable. Having plundered their sacred grounds was one thing, but now he had audaciously stripped the Western teachings of their own sanctuaries, reaching a level of abhorrence that was truly unparalleled. A wave of terrifying wrath from the saints swept through the entire eight-scenery palace, causing the spiritual energy within the palace to boil and churn. The void barrier spanning billions of miles cracked under the impact of the saints' fury. Sensing the ire of the three saints, Xuan and Jiayin could not suppress their delight, secretly contemplating the opportunity to unite with them to eradicate Yixian. Senior brother Taishang, senior brother Yuanshi, this Yixian is indeed detestable. He has relocated my sacred grounds and humiliated our Western teachings. We shall not rest until he is vanquished, Xuan exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. He then shifted his tone, stating, to be candid, we have come to seek your alliance to confront Yixian in the realm of the human race. Upon hearing the words exterminate Yixian, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Taishang Laojun's eyes. He too could no longer restrain his desire to eliminate Yixian. Nodding in agreement, Taishang Laojun assured, rest assured, the three of us possess the strength to eradicate Yixian. Be patient. Once we have refined these chaotic spiritual treasures, his doom shall be upon him." With that, Taishang Laojun waved his sleeve, and a fearsome sword of annihilation soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying black light that obscured the heavens. The darkness spread, emanating a dreadful aura of destruction, shrouding the entire firmament in an eerie silence. Taishang Laojuan's face bore an expression of grim determination. Had it not been for the difficulty in refining this sword of annihilation, he would have already charged forth to slay Yixian. After all, the Sword of Annihilation was a chaotic spiritual treasure, a companion artifact of the destruction demon god. Although it was a flawed relic, it still retained 49 chaotic prohibitions. The challenge of refining it was immense, requiring considerable time even for one of saintly power. Most crucially, to fully master this sword, one must comprehend the principles of annihilation, one of the 12 most potent laws among the myriad of great principles, esoteric and elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to grasp. While Taishang Laojun was indeed a saint, even he found it arduous to fathom its intricacies. Thus, the endeavor to refine this powerful chaotic spiritual treasure was fraught with challenges, making the full control of such a formidable weapon an unimaginable feat upon witnessing this scene. Both Xuan and Jiayin could not help but draw a sharp breath, their pupils slightly constricting. They sensed that this black divine sword had already been half refined by the supreme Laojun. If he were to complete its refinement, what unfathomable power might it unleash? Xuan gazed at this sword of destruction and inquired, "Supreme Brother, how much time is required to fully refine this chaotic spiritual treasure?" Chapter 165. The terrifying intent to kill Taishang Laojuan's expression darkened slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "It is impossible to completely refine this piece of chaos spirit treasure, as I have yet to comprehend the laws of destruction. However, it is feasible to refine a significant portion of it." He then turned his gaze toward Nuwa and continued, "Myself and Sister Nuwa shall require another millennium to refine this chaos spirit treasure to a considerable extent. As for our younger brother Yuanshi." Taishang Laojuan's eyes fell upon the world-destroying grinding disk of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and he remarked, "This artifact is a congenital treasure, with just a few hundred more years. Our younger brother can fully refine it." Upon hearing these words, Jane and Xuanti understood Taishang Laojuan's intention. "Elder brother, then a millennium hence. When you and Sister Nuwa emerge after refining these two chaos spirit treasures, it will coincide with Yixian's demise." Xuanti's eyes gleamed with a flicker of murderous intent. The malevolent aura on Taishang Laojuan's face thickened, and waves of destructive energy seemed poised to obliterate the very heavens. He nodded grimly, declaring, "Indeed, Yixian has little time left." Humph. The killing intent emanating from Taishang Laojun intensified, manifesting as a palpable black corrosive energy that cracked the sky, enveloping the realm in an icy chill of deathly intent. Countless beings across billions of miles in the wilderness sensed this terrifying black killing aura, trembling in fear. Their faces pale as they knelt in submission, terrified of being crushed by this overwhelming malice. Meanwhile, in the territory of the human race, at Xianyang Mountain, Yixian reclined in a grand chair in the imperial palace's courtyard, basking leisurely in the sun. Beside him stood an exquisitely beautiful maiden, holding a jade plate filled with over 10 slices of purple-patterned peaches, each piece neatly arranged in the center of the dish. As Yixian lay in his chair, Yuing picked up a slice of the peach and offered it to him. He casually placed the slice in his mouth, chewing before swallowing. Observing this scene, Yuing couldn't help but admire, thinking to herself how extravagant the ancestor was. These were purple-patterned peaches, renowned as the most precious fruit from the peach trees, taking millions of years to bear even a single one. Rich in spiritual essence, even a common cultivator who consumed one could significantly enhance their magical prowess, even breaking through to a higher realm. For a mortal, consuming a single peach would instantly elevate them to celestial status. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth was now treated by her elder brother as mere dessert, sliced and savored, leaving her utterly astonished. The flavor is acceptable, though perhaps a bit too sweet," Yixian commented after sampling several slices. Hearing this, Yu Ying's delicate hands trembled slightly as she continued to hold the plate. "Oh my! This is the purple-veined peach, one of the 10 supreme spiritual roots. How could my elder brother disdain its flavor for being a tad too sweet?" Afterward, Yixian cast a casual glance at Yu Ying and remarked, "Yu Ying, do partake in this. The spiritual essence within this peach is quite rich and will greatly benefit you." Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the slices of peach on the plate, gently licking her lips. "Yes, elder brother," she nodded, her mouth watering at the thought. After all, This was the purple-veined peach, an exceptionally precious spiritual root in the primordial realm. For Yuing, this was a rare treasure, and consuming even one would undoubtedly enhance her magical prowess. Without hesitation, she extended her slender, delicate finger to pick up a slice of peach and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, the sweet and crisp flavor enveloped her senses, and she swallowed it whole. In an instant, a magnificent warmth surged from her abdomen, a powerful flow of spiritual essence coursing through her limbs and cleansing her innate body. She felt her magical power rising dramatically, ascending within mere seconds. Wow, this purple-veined peach truly lives up to its reputation, Yuing thought, her eyes shimmering with admiration. It is indeed the legendary supreme spiritual root. Just one slice has remarkably enhanced my power, which is simply astonishing. Feel free to take as much as you desire, Yi Xian said with a composed smile. Take all of it. Yuing was taken aback by his generosity, fully aware of the rarity of the purple-veined peach, of which a single slice was already exceedingly precious. Elder brother, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. She hastily declined, shaking her head. Yi Xian smiled gently and reassured her. Do not worry. I have an abundance of these. I cannot consume them all, so please take what you wish. Yu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. She truly did not expect that such a precious fruit would be so plentiful for Yi Xian. It was simply unbelievable. In truth, he had cultivated an entire peach tree within the Chaos Pearl, allowing it to flourish and bear fruit continuously, hence his ample supply of peaches. As Yuing accepted the purple-veined peaches, a look of profound satisfaction graced her features, her eyes brimming with admiration for Yi Xian. Elder brother is so generous, offering me such a precious peach without a hint of hesitation. The affection in her gaze intensified, and a rosy hue tinted her fair cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. However, at that moment, Yi Xian's attention was not on Yuing. Sensing something, he gazed intently toward the distant horizon. There, a thick, ominous black mist began to permeate the sky, accompanied by a palpable aura of hostility that swept across the human territory, soon engulfing the entire primordial expanse. In the midst of her elation, Yuing sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, and a hint of surprise flickered across her face as she curiously inquired, Big brother, such intense murderous intent. Who among the mighty has unleashed this? In response, Yi Xian curled his lips into a subtle smirk of disdain, gradually rising from his rocking chair. He directed his calm gaze toward the direction of Xuan Mountain, seemingly unfazed by the menacing aura. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned a ripple of laws that swept across the heavens and earth, swiftly dissipating the terrifying murderous intent. Taishang Laojun, is it? How intriguing. Yi Xian remarked with a faint smile, his expression still imbued with a sense of superiority. Chapter 166. 1 against 5. It had been an eternity since I last dealt with these three rodents. It was time for them to comprehend the true meaning of power. A chilling smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he slowly raised one hand. His gaze turned towards the direction of Xuan Mountain, and with his hand shaped like a sword, he brought it down upon the empty air before him. Boom! In an instant, an extraordinarily terrifying and formidable aura erupted forth, coalescing into a gigantic sword-like hand, akin to a colossal sword weighing thousands of tons. This mighty force cleaved through layers of spatial barriers, traversing billions of miles, imbued with an unparalleled momentum as it struck towards Xuan Mountain. Crack! Crack! Along its path, endless spatial barriers were severed, and the vast expanse of the sky erupted with crisp sounds of shattering. Infinite spiritual energy was sliced apart by this hand sword, splitting the primordial firmament into two, leaving behind a vast, terrifying scar in the void. The myriad beings of the primordial world were startled by the tremendous commotion above them, their gazes lifted towards the sky, faces etched with profound shock. What was this hand sword? It was utterly terrifying, overwhelmingly powerful. The very void of the primordial realm was rent asunder by this fearsome hand sword, fragments of the shattered barriers swirling in disarray. This colossal hand sword, obscuring the sun and moon, seemed capable of severing all that exists between heaven and earth. Countless beings felt the awe-inspiring force emanating from it, like tumultuous waves surging through the land, sending shivers down their spines. They could only marvel in silence, pondering the identity of the formidable being whose hand had forged such a weapon, one that wielded such astonishing might. The mighty beings within the primordial realm were also stirred by curiosity, directing their consciousness towards the source of this hand sword. Within moments, they were astounded to discover that this terrifying hand sword had originated from the territory of the human race. And within that realm, there existed but one individual capable of such formidable power, Yi Xian. In an instant, Nearly all the powerful entities recognized the master of this hand sword. They were left in awe, reflecting upon Yi Xian's unparalleled strength as he wielded his own hand as a sword, cleaving through the entire primordial sky with a single stroke. The might of that sword was an unyielding force, stretching across billions of miles, obliterating all matter in its path with a truly horrifying display of power. Yet, a question arose in the minds of these mighty beings. Who was Yi Xian intending to strike with such an unmatched attack, creating an unprecedented display of overwhelming force? They swiftly turned their consciousness towards the target of this terrifying handsword attack, and upon realizing Yi Xian's intended target, the primordial beings were left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian intended to strike at Xuan Mountain. This mountain, a sacred site of the Ta Ching Saint, was now under threat from Yi Xian's overwhelmingly ferocious assault, clearly aimed at annihilating the entire Xuan Mountain. What horrified the powerful beings of the primordial era the most was that within the 8 scenic palace on Xuan Mountain, 3 saints were currently in secluded meditation. Countless beings approaching the mountain could sense the terrifying aura of the 3 saints emanating from it. The Ta Ching Saint, the Yuqing Saint, and the Holy Mother Nuwa. These 3 formidable saints resided in the 8 scenic palace. Yet, Yi Xian, with a single stroke of his sword, aimed to obliterate a sanctuary guarded by these 3 saints. Such an audacious act stirred tumultuous waves of shock in the hearts of almighty beings. They were well aware that since Yi Xian had defeated the 3 saints a millennium ago, they had retreated to the Zixiao Palace and subsequently entered Xuan Mountain, secluding themselves from worldly affairs in deep meditation. Although the 3 saints had not emerged into the world, it was common knowledge among all in the primordial era that after 1,000 years of secluded cultivation, their powers had evolved significantly. Some even whispered that their might had grown stronger than ever, as they prepared to seek vengeance against Yi Xian. Yi Xian's direct assault on the 8 scenic palace was akin to tearing down the veil of silence surrounding this sanctuary. It appeared he intended to challenge the 3 exalted saints single-handedly. No, it seemed he was daring to confront 5 saints. The powerful beings in the primordial era recognized that the 2 western saints, Xuan and Jian, had also entered Xuan Mountain. This meant that 5 saints currently resided within its confines. One man challenging 5 saints. Such audacity was unprecedented. Good heavens! Yi Xian was indeed targeting the sacred site of the saints. Yi Xian, bold and skilled, had not only moved the Shumi Mountain, but had now also set his sights on the saints' sanctuary of Xuan Mountain. This was astonishing. One man daring to confront 5 saints was an occurrence unseen throughout the annals of the primordial era. The mighty beings of the primordial era engaged in fervent discussions, their words infused with admiration for Yi Xian. At that very moment, in the heavens above, a colossal sword formed from Yi Xian's concentrated power spanned countless miles, traversing from the realm of humanity to Xuan Mountain, poised to strike. As it drew closer, countless powerful beings and myriad life forms in the primordial era were astonished to discover that the closer the sword approached Xuan Mountain, the more formidable its latent power became. When it was nearly upon the mountain, this sword, capable of cleaving through the void, had amassed an unfathomable might. From this sword, waves of terrifying sword energy surged forth, potent enough to subdue the heavens and the earth. It erupted with fierce and unparalleled ripples of sword laws, an infinite expanse of overwhelming sword intent that could obliterate all, severing every tangible and intangible matter in existence. The oppressive force emanating from the sword resonated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, instilling dread throughout the universe. As countless beings in the primordial era sensed an impending cataclysm, the sword held in his grasp is utterly terrifying. With a single stroke, it could likely cleave through the entirety of Xuan Mountain. Indeed, its might is truly formidable, even from billions of miles away. I can sense the overwhelming power emanating from this blade. The myriad beings of the primordial era are abuzz with conversation, their voices tinged with astonishment. It is evident that they are all deeply impressed by the sheer ferocity of Yi Xian's sword. Subsequently, the gaze of countless beings turns towards Xuan Mountain, their hearts filled with curiosity about how the 3 sages within will respond to Yi Xian's audacious assault. Chapter 167, Turning and Fleeing at This Moment. Within the 8 Views Palace on Mount Xuan, the Supreme Old Lord emanated a terrifying aura, which he soon reined in. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he let out a heavy cold snort. A sharp killing intent permeated the entirety of Mount Xuan, causing countless spiritual energies to simmer slightly. Seeing the immense power radiating from the Supreme Old Lord, Xuan and Jian exchanged glances filled with muted delight, unable to resist the urge to flatter him. Both wore smiles that dripped with insincerity. Xuan remarked, "With such formidable strength, Brother Supreme, it will surely be effortless for us to eliminate Yi Xian." Jiayin nodded in agreement, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he added, "In my view, even if Brother Supreme has only refined half of the spiritual treasure, it would be more than sufficient to vanquish this Yi Xian." Upon hearing their praises, a flicker of confidence blossomed within the Supreme Old Lord. After nearly a millennium of seclusion, his cultivation had ascended to new heights, significantly surpassing his former self. Thus, the flattery from Xuan and Jiayin bolstered his self-assurance. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nuwa, overhearing their exchange, felt that while Xuan and Jiayin's words might be somewhat exaggerated, the current might of the Supreme Brother indeed positioned him to contend with Yi Xian. With their assistance, it was conceivable that they could extinguish Yi Xian entirely. The Supreme Old Lord nodded slightly, nonchalantly waving his tie-dust whisk, stating, "The hour of Yi Xian's demise is indeed drawing near. Soon, I shall personally bring him to heel." As he spoke, a haughty expression adorned his face, revealing his intent to slay Yi Xian. Xuan and Jiayin, naturally, continued their stream of flattering remarks, weaving a tapestry of extravagant praise as they eagerly discussed the prospect of eliminating Yi Xian, their excitement palpable as if they could annihilate him in an instant. However, just as their conversation reached a fervent peak, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the ground of Mount Shoyang trembled slightly, and a cloud of dust swirled into the air, tumultuous and chaotic, akin to boiling water. A vast amount of spiritual energy darted about wildly, resembling a panicked horde of rabbits. "What is happening?" Xuan Ti's face bore a look of confusion, his heart swelling with astonishment. It was important to note that this was Mount Shoyang, the holy ground of the saints. What audacious entity dared to create such a ruckus and disturb the sanctity of the saints' domain? Had it lost its mind? How could Mount Shoyang shake without cause? Jiayin's countenance also reflected surprise, for at that moment, 5 saints were present to uphold the sanctity of this place. Such tremors were a grave affront to the saints. One could only wonder which fool had provoked such an egregious act. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nuwa exchanged glances, their eyes mirroring a shared shock. After all, this was the domain of their elder brother. The emergence of such tremors indicated someone was brazenly challenging the sanctity of the saints, an act tantamount to seeking their own demise. The eyelids of the Supreme Old Lord twitched slightly, and his expression darkened immediately. He had not anticipated that, at such a moment, an audacious entity would dare to offend the sanctity of the saint's domain. This was Shoyang Mountain, the sacred ground of his Taiji saint. To dare to trespass upon a saint's abode was to scorn the dignity of the saint himself. He vowed to shatter this impudent being into 1,000 pieces, to teach him the meaning of the saint's inviolability. A terrifying and powerful aura radiated from the Supreme Old Lord, a formidable presence so intense that it shattered the vast expanse of the void. Just as he was about to rush out and unleash his wrath, Xuan suddenly appeared before him. He thought to himself that this was an opportune moment to ingratiate himself. He must seize it. If he could eliminate that audacious being outside, it would quell the Supreme Old Lord's fury, and he would not need to exert himself to eradicate Yi Xian and his companions. Xuan scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness, realizing that there was no substantial entity outside, merely a ripple of illusory laws. Eradicating it would likely be a trivial task. "Supreme Brother, this trifling matter does not require your personal involvement. I shall go and eliminate it. You may simply wait here," Xuan said with a smile. Upon hearing Xuan Ti's words, the Supreme Old Lord did not elaborate further. He merely nodded slightly and replied, "Go." Xuan smiled and nodded in return, then swiftly vanished from the 8 Scenery Palace. In his heart, Xuan mused about how he would thoroughly obliterate this enigmatic entity. However, as he exited the 8 Scenery Palace, his expression suddenly changed. Inside the palace, layers of saintly prohibitions acted like protective membranes, shielding him from the overwhelming aura. Upon stepping outside, he felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, unable to maintain his footing. The very ground of Shoyang Mountain cracked open like an enormous spider web. Inside the palace, he had only felt a slight tremor, but outside, it seemed as if the entire world was about to collapse. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake was occurring, threatening to obliterate the realm with an overpowering force. This terrifying power emanated from above the heavens. Xuan looked up towards the sky, and in the next moment, his face turned ashen, devoid of any color. In the void, a colossal sword-shaped palm extended for countless miles, spanning the entire primordial heavens, exuding an endless and terrifying aura capable of annihilating any material in existence. This formidable sword was descending upon Shoyang Mountain. The razor-sharp radiance erupted with an invincible sword intent, accompanied by flashes of sword laws illuminating the void. The intensity of this sword intent was unparalleled, as if it could sever the very fabric of this realm and pierce through the boundless void. This sword was none other than Yi Xian's. With his pupils constricting, Xuan Ti gazed at the palm sword, a memory etched deeply in his mind. For he had once had his head struck off by Yi Xian's hand. Thus, he was all too familiar with the formidable aura radiating from the palm of Yi Xian. The realization that this powerful strike originated from Yi Xian sent Xuan Ti into a state of sheer terror, rendering him almost paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling beneath him. Incapable of any form of resistance. The psychological shadow that Yi Xian cast upon him was profoundly profound. The vivid recollection of yesterday's dread resonated deep within his very soul. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, Xuan Ti turned and fled. Chapter 168. A split in two with a swift sound, Xuan Ti darted into the Eight Scenes Palace. His visage marked by sheer terror, his face as pale as a specter, and even his lips trembled slightly. Within the palace, the revered Lao Jun, the primordial heavenly venerable, Nuwa, and Jane awaited Xuan Ti's return with hopeful anticipation. However, in the next moment, they beheld Xuan Ti rushing in, his expression fraught with anxiety, akin to a startled rabbit. This sight elicited a look of confusion from the four celestial beings. They had expected Xuan Ti to swiftly resolve the troubles outside. Yet he arrived in a state of utter panic. "Junior brother, what on earth has transpired? Why are you so flustered?" Jane inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Lao Jun, the primordial heavenly venerable, and Nuwa also directed their gazes towards Xuan Ti, their eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Drenched in sweat, Xuan Ti drew a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within him before he spoke. "It is dire news. Yi Xian has launched an attack, wielding his palm as a sword, aiming to cleave apart the Shoyang Mountain of senior brother Tai Shan." "What? Such a thing has occurred?" The four celestial beings were visibly stunned, their expressions revealing shock. They had not anticipated that Yi Xian would strike first. They had yet to confront him, yet he had taken the initiative to assault them directly. Their astonishment barely settled when, crack, a violent tearing sound reverberated through the heavens. The five celestial beings, alarmed, looked up to witness a terrifying sword intent descending from above, cleaving the entire Eight Scenes Palace in twain, the structure parting as effortlessly as tofu, smooth as a mirror. Lao Jun, the primordial heavenly venerable, Nuwa, and Jane could only observe as a formidable handsword, a force sweeping across the cosmos, descended from the skies, splitting the void asunder, severing countless spatial barriers. This dreadful giant sword effortlessly breached the mountain's protective array, rendering it mere decoration in the face of its overwhelming might, splintering it into shards like glass. Subsequently, this mighty handsword cleaved the Shoyang Mountain itself, creating a vast chasm that gaped open, resembling an unfathomable abyss, dark and shimmering with an endless cold light. The fissure extended from the front of Shoyang Mountain to its rear, reaching the very location of the Eight Scenes Palace. Boom! The terrifying handsword continued its descent, bearing an unstoppable momentum, wielding the dreadful power to shatter worlds, aimed squarely at the Eight Scenes Palace. Before it arrived, the fierce sword intent emanating from it caused the entire palace to tremble violently, tiles cascading down, heavy beams splintering, and the towering jade pillars crumbling to the ground. The Shoyang Mountain stood on the brink of collapse, teetering precariously, as if it would be cleaved asunder by this handsword in the next heartbeat. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless beings and formidable powers beheld this scene, their hearts stirred by a tempest of intense dread. They were overwhelmed by a tumultuous surge of emotions, their minds buzzing incessantly. It was truly astonishing. Yi Xian's sword strike was beyond the wildest imaginations of countless beings. The entire Shoyang Mountain split asunder, cleaving into two halves. A massive, profound fissure marred the center of this sacred sanctum, resembling a ghastly scar. A sight that was nothing short of horrifying. What left countless beings and formidable powers in utter shock was that, after cleaving Shoyang Mountain, Yi Xian's sword strike continued its descent toward the Eight Scenic Palace atop the mountain. This was utterly breathtaking. It is worth noting that within the Eight Scenic Palace resided 5 saints at that moment. Yi Xian dared to wield this sword strike against 5 saints. This was an act of profound audacity, a truly earth-shattering deed that no being could have anticipated from Yi Xian. Millions of beings widened their eyes, fixated on the Eight Scenic Palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, the Supreme Lord, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and Enraged finally emerged from their brief astonishment. Soon after, a wave of fury surged within them. Such insolence! This wretched Xuan had become unbearably arrogant. They had not yet sought him out for retribution. Yet he had the audacity to strike first, shattering the entire Shoyang mountain and leaving behind an astonishing rift. The Supreme Lord gazed at his sanctum, now cleaved from end to end by Xuan, and his eyes brimmed with intense rage. A terrifying wrath of the saints engulfed the cosmos, painting the sky above Shoyang mountain a blood-red hue. The Supreme Lord clenched his tai dust whisk tightly, an endless stream of dark malevolence emanating from his hair, as if the very fabric of reality were shattering under the weight of his fury. Xuan, you seek your own demise, the Supreme Lord bellowed in anger, his heart yearning to cleave Xuan in two at that very moment. How outrageous! The primordial heavenly sovereign, witnessing this scene, felt an explosive fury erupt within his chest. He sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. This audacious Xuan dared to provoke them so brazenly. He truly deserved punishment. Grasping the world-extinguishing grinding disc, the primordial heavenly sovereign yearned to rush out immediately and obliterate Xuan's very being, believing that only in this way could he quell the tempest of rage within him. Xuan, fully aware that the three saints were in seclusion within the 8 scenic palace, chose to launch an attack against it. This was a blatant provocation, a clear disregard for their authority. What fueled the primordial heavenly sovereign's anger further was the fact that Xuan's assault was so brazenly conspicuous, drawing the attention of countless beings from the primordial realms, clearly intending to humiliate the three saints before the eyes of millions. The primordial heavenly sovereign, ever conscious of his reputation, could not bear such an affront. He fixed his gaze upon the descending sword strike in the sky, resolutely contemplating the need to completely dismantle Xuan's attack so that he might restore his honor and alleviate his vexation. At this moment, a surge of furious indignation welled up within Nuwa. Grasping the space divine mirror, her eyes radiated intense wrath. That wretched Xuan dared to launch an attack across countless miles of emptiness, brazenly targeting the 8 scenery palace. This scene stirred in Nuwa unsettling memories. She recalled how Xuan, from an immeasurable distance, had shattered her sacred form with a single lash, subjecting her to the mockery of countless beings in the primordial world. Turning her gaze to Taishang Laojun, whose expression brimmed with anger, she declared, "Senior brother, we must thwart this assault. We cannot allow Xuan to breach the 8 scenery palace." Chapter 169. Confrontation. The primordial Lord of Heaven wore a grim expression as he spoke. Sister Nuwa is absolutely correct. We cannot allow Xuan to succeed, lest we become a source of ridicule for countless beings. The Grand Master nodded, his face shadowed with concern, his gaze fixed upon the descending sword of the palm as he gathered his formidable powers. At that moment, Jane interjected, "Brothers and sister, we can unite our strengths to counter Xuan's attack." Upon hearing this, the primordial lord's countenance darkened. He scoffed, "That is out of the question. This is merely a strike meant to fend off Xuan. To have the 5 saints join forces against a single blow from him would only invite mockery from the myriad beings of the primordial realm." The primordial lord valued his pride immensely and could not tolerate such an embarrassing situation. Would the 5 saints unite merely to withstand a strike from Xuan, separated by countless miles of void? It would render them the subject of derision, a thought he found intolerable. Jane, feeling the weight of the primordial lord's words, fell silent and stepped aside, refraining from further comments. The primordial lord then turned to the Grand Master, stating, "Brother, allow me to handle Xuan's blow." There is no need to trouble the Grand Master. Confident in his abilities, the primordial lord had undergone a millennium of secluded cultivation, augmented by the aid of the nirvana divine water, which had transformed his powers beyond compare. He was eager to display his might before the myriad beings of the primordial realm, to re-establish the dignity of the saints and reclaim the respect that had been lost. The Grand Master perceived the primordial lord's intentions and nodded slightly in agreement. With that, the primordial lord hesitated no longer. He uttered a commanding shout, wielding the world-destroying grinding disc, and began to stride forth into the void. Boom, boom, boom. With each step the primordial lord took, the vast expanse of the void trembled violently, revealing immense fissures beneath his feet. His aura grew increasingly magnificent and powerful with every stride. After 3 steps, he found himself atop the celestial dome of Shoyang Mountain, emanating an aura of terrifying sanctity. His formidable cultivation at the 5th level of Hunyuan was unmistakable, unleashing a holy might that reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Countless beings sensed the inviolable majesty of the saint, and many weaker beings fell to their knees in fear, bowing repeatedly in the direction of the primordial lord. Furthermore, thousands of primordial races chanted the true name of the Primordial Lord, and many powerful races reignited their reverence for him. The power of the saint commanded respect from all. Standing firm in the void, the Primordial Lord basked in the awe of billions of beings, his confidence soaring. His powers surged, and he felt an invincible strength coursing through him, as if he had become unmatched in the world. Then, raising his gaze towards the fearsome palm, sword descending from the celestial vault, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Umph, do you think a mere distant palm sword can sever the sanctity of a saint's domain? Yi Xian, do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall enlighten you on the notion that beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater heavens, and beyond humanity, there exist formidable beings. I intend to render your form and spirit utterly disbanded. The Primordial Supreme Being let out a cold chuckle, and with a flick of his sleeve, a banner emanating an endless aura of chaos materialized before him. This banner is none other than the illustrious Panga banner, a treasure of innate origin. The Primordial Supreme Being had no intention of wielding the world-destroying grinding disc, for although its might surpassed that of the Panga banner, he had not fully refined it. With unwavering confidence, he believed that his current strength was sufficient to shatter Yi Xian's impending assault using the Panga banner. Under the watchful gaze of countless beings in the primordial world, the Primordial Supreme Being, gripping the Panga banner, confronted the formidable palm sword descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, within the borders of the human realm, in the imperial garden of the human emperor's palace, Yi Xian's eyes pierced through layers of void, witnessing the unfolding scene. Upon observing the Primordial Supreme Being's approach to counter his palm sword, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his lips. A mere mantis attempting to stop a cart, utterly unaware of its limitations, was his cold assessment. Within that palm sword, he infused the power of the Tao, which intensified as it neared Xuan Mountain. This augmentation would reach a terrifying level, transcending the bounds of the primordial realm and attaining the prowess of chaotic, demonic gods. Such power had surpassed the primordial realm and the heavenly path itself. Consequently, the saints of the heavenly path and the myriad beings of the primordial world were incapable of discerning the true magnitude of this palm sword. Instead, they perceived it as less formidable than it truly was. In fact, the opposite was true. Its strength had become so overwhelming that it eluded their recognition, creating an illusion of simplicity. Evidently, the Primordial Supreme Being held a delusion of parity, mistakenly believing that wielding the Panga banner would enable him to withstand Yi Xian's palm sword, a grave misjudgment indeed. Standing beside Yi Xian, Yu Sakura gasped in astonishment upon hearing his nonchalant appraisal. Her eyes were fixed upon him, observing the elegant figure clad in flowing white robes, standing poised in the expansive courtyard, emanating an air of profound wisdom and tranquility. Such immense confidence my elder brother possesses, Yu Sakura murmured to herself, her heart swelling with shock. As a peaked Taoist immortal, she understood that Yi Xian's recent attack was aimed at Xuan Mountain. Now, within that mountain, the Yuqing Saint, the Primordial Supreme Being, was wielding the innate treasure, the Panga banner, in an attempt to dismantle his assault. Yu Sakura could discern that the Primordial Supreme Being had indeed grown more powerful, the sacred aura emanating from him overwhelming, rendering countless beings unable to lift their heads in his presence. Yet, in the face of the formidable Primordial Supreme Being, Yi Xian exhibited not a trace of concern. Instead, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as though he regarded the Supreme Being with utter indifference. This demeanor instilled in Yu Ying a profound admiration for Yi Xian, who she deemed her elder brother, embodying an unflappable spirit. His composure and prowess were nothing short of exceptional, elevating her respect for him to unparalleled heights. She firmly believed that with such confidence, Yi Xian was undoubtedly capable of overcoming the Primordial Supreme Being. What if the Jade Pure Saint was exceptionally powerful? Her elder brother would still prevail. With this thought, Yu Ying's gaze shifted towards the direction of Xuan Mountain, her eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. Chapter 170. The Shattering. At this moment, on the side of Xuan Mountain, under the watchful eyes of countless beings of the primordial wilderness, the Primordial Supreme Being wielded the Panga banner and charged towards the terrifying sword of the heavens. The Panga banner in his grasp erupted with an endless array of formidable celestial blades, intent on shattering the sword looming above the firmament. Boom! Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth from the sword, akin to a devastating shockwave, crashing against the Panga banner held by the Primordial Supreme Being. In an instant, the celestial blades emitted from the Panga banner were extinguished. Subsequently, the overwhelming sword intent unleashed a torrent of sword principles, sharp and unyielding, resembling countless soul-piercing needles, penetrating towards the body of the primordial supreme being. His expression changed dramatically as he felt the terrifying resonance of the sword principles. Within it flickered the radiant light of profound laws, the power of which transcended the boundaries of the heavenly Tao, reaching an utterly horrifying magnitude. This was the power of the great Tao. The face of the primordial supreme being turned a sickly green. He had never anticipated that within Yi Xian's sword lay the augmentation of the great Tao's power. The great Tao? An existence potent enough to crush the heavenly Tao. Such strength was beyond anything he could currently withstand. Crack, crack. At that moment, the formidable sword descended before the primordial supreme being, compelling him to hastily employ the Panga banner in defense. However, to his horror, he discovered that the might of the sword was far too overwhelming. His Panga banner could not withstand it. Fissures began to split across its surface, and it was fracturing inch by inch. Not even the Panga banner could shield him from such terrifying force. The primordial supreme being's mind trembled. As he approached the sword closely, he could feel the immense power it contained. It was insurmountable. He contemplated abandoning the Panga banner and fleeing, yet in the next moment, he hesitated. After all, this was in front of the innumerable beings of the primordial wilderness. He had just exuded a magnificent holy might, suppressing countless lives and asserting his dignity as a saint. If he were to flee now, would it not invite the ridicule of countless beings? The thought of being mocked for his impotence filled him with a deep sense of shame, and his face flushed slightly, his skin twitching. He hesitated, pondering whether he should endure Yi Xian's sword attack. Just then, the oppressive weight of the sword loomed closer to the 8 Scenery Palace. The primordial supreme being felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure emanating from the sword, and he believed that if he were to resist forcefully, he would surely be cleaved by the terrifying blade. The thought of being publicly defeated before all the beings of the primordial wilderness sent a shiver down his spine. It would be an even greater humiliation to a saint. After contemplating, he resolved that fleeing was his best option. To resist would only lead to further disgrace. Boom. As the primordial supreme being contemplated an escape, the speed of the palm sword suddenly intensified, surpassing the speed of light and cleaving through the 8 Scenic Palace. The entire void was severed in half, reverberating with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The primordial supreme being was struck by the terrifying sword aura, causing him to be violently propelled backward. His form crashed heavily into the ground of the 8 Scenic Palace, creating a profound indentation that extended several hundred miles deep. Sharp strands of sword energy emerged from the abyssal pit, swirling like wisps of blue smoke. Subsequently, this formidable palm sword, akin to a force of nature, directly struck the 8 Scenic Palace. Within, the supreme Laozi, Nuwa, and Xuan appeared visibly alarmed. Waves of disbelief surged within them. They could hardly fathom that the primordial supreme being had been so forcefully repelled by a mere sword strike, crashing into the depths of the earth. Once he soared away from the celestial dome, they confronted the palm sword directly, acutely aware of the horrific power it harbored. It was as profound as the ocean, invincible, carrying an unimaginable force of the great Tao, capable of sweeping through the ages and the cosmos. At that moment, the palm sword had amassed boundless power, descending with a speed that was almost instantaneous. They were utterly unprepared to mount any form of resistance or counterattack. Flee! Supreme Laozi was the first to react, swiftly vanishing from the 8 Scenic Palace. Following suit, Nuwa and Xuan also regained their composure and hurriedly dashed forth, escaping the palace. Just as they made their exit, the powerful palm sword struck down upon the 8 Scenic Palace. With a resounding crash, the entire structure split apart, a massive chasm gaping in the center, leading to the complete collapse of the palace, reducing countless edifices to ruin. Under the onslaught of the dreadful sword aura, everything was reduced to black ashes, rising and swirling into the sky, forming a vast expanse of ominous clouds that obscured the sun. As the 8 Scenic Palace was cleaved asunder, the towering Mount Xuan was also severed from summit to base. The once majestic mountain crumbled, with countless stones and earth cascading down into mere fragments, leaving the once mighty range in utter disarray, transformed into a barren wasteland. Witnessing this spectacle, billions of beings in the primordial realm were left utterly aghast. They gazed upon the once mighty Mount Xuan, renowned as the sacred ground of the Taching saints, now leveled to the ground, reduced to a desolate ruin. The shock was profound. An overwhelming wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of every being in the primordial realm. None could have anticipated such a heart-stirring event. Yi Xian, from the territory of the human race, had unleashed a palm sword attack across an unfathomable distance. shattering the entire Mount Shouyang and obliterating the sacred palace of the Eight Scenic Palace, reducing the entire range to mere debris. This truly astonished the hearts of every being in the primordial world, as they felt waves of intense shock surging from the depths of their souls, causing their very scalps to tingle with a peculiar sensation. Oh my! This was indeed a sanctuary presided over by 5 sages. Yet it was shattered by a single strike from Yi Xian's sword, reducing even the palace of the sages to mere fragments. Such a revelation was utterly breathtaking. However, what left the myriad beings of the primordial world most stunned was the fact that the Jade Pure Sage, Yuan Shitianzuan, had clearly intended to intervene and deflect Yi Xian's assault, only to fail spectacularly. He was forcefully propelled into the earth of Shouyang Mountain, sinking into a depth of several hundred meters. Though the physical damage was minimal, the humiliation was profoundly severe. To have a sage buried beneath the soil was akin to trampling the dignity of the Jade Pure Sage into the ground. Chapter 171. Utterly embarrassing, the powerful beings of the primordial era were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. None of them anticipated that Yi Xian could wield such immense strength, cleaving through the void spanning billions of miles with a single sword strike that reduced the entire Shouyang Mountain and the Beijing Palace to mere fragments. The 5 saints within the Beijing Palace were so terrified that they fled in disarray, with the Saint Yuqing, the primordial lord, being struck by Yi Xian's sword energy, causing his saintly form to sink into the earth. This spectacle was profoundly shocking. Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, the ancestor of the Mingyi, along with several formidable beings from the Dragon and Qilin clans, were all in awe, utterly taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Yi Xian's assault. To sever an entire mountain from such a great distance was beyond comprehension. Waves of astonishment surged within these mighty entities, each face reflecting their disbelief. At this moment, in the void above the Beijing Palace, the Supreme Lord observed the completely shattered palace, his countenance darkening to an ominous hue. A fierce wrath erupted from within. With veins bulging on his neck, the Supreme Lord was seething with rage. He had never imagined that his sacred domain would be reduced to ruins before the eyes of billions of beings by Yi Xian's hand. Wherever he looked, the once magnificent Shouyang Mountain had vanished, now merely a desolate expanse of wreckage. The Supreme Lord yearned to shred Yi Xian into countless pieces, to incinerate his flesh in the 9 nether fire for eternity, as a means to assuage his deep-seated rage. Nuwa stood amidst the void, her expression equally grim, resembling the bottom of a blackened pot. Waves of humiliation surged from her heart as clouds of black dust ascended from the ground, settling upon her, cloaking her in a layer of ash. This dust was the remnants of the once proud Beijing Palace, now reduced to nothingness. Nuwa felt an overwhelming sense of indignity. Yi Xian had brazenly severed Shouyang Mountain before billions, forcing the 5 saints into retreat, a public mockery of their dignity. The memory of her repeated humiliations at Yi Xian's hands ignited her fury, sending forth a terrifying aura that rippled through the universe, causing countless fissures to appear in the endless void. Xuanti and Jane exchanged fearful glances, both eyes filled with trepidation. Xuanti, still shaken, paled slightly as he gazed down to see the complete obliteration of Shouyang Mountain. It was utterly terrifying. Yi Xian was truly a god of slaughter, having annihilated an entire sacred domain with a single stroke. Such a defiance of the natural order filled Xuanti with profound horror. While his own sacred domain barely survived, Shouyang Mountain had been utterly transformed into a wasteland, with even the underground spiritual veins severed beyond recovery. In light of the stark comparison, Xuanti found himself harboring a flicker of relief. At the very least, his sanctified realm remained intact, while his esteemed elder brother suffered a far graver fate. As his entire sacred domain had vanished entirely, Xuanti sighed inwardly, acknowledging the sheer terror that Yi Xian embodied, capable of such earth-shattering deeds. Meanwhile, Jia surveyed the smoke-laden ruins before him, his eyes betraying profound astonishment. The colossal Shouyang Mountain had been reduced to nothingness, an utterly astonishing spectacle. The formidable Yi Xian was indeed a force to be reckoned with, annihilating Shouyang Mountain from such a considerable distance, even decimating the entire Beijing Palace into ruins, truly a sight of unfathomable dread. At this moment, Jia contemplated with quiet resolve. He could no longer allow Yi Xian to act with such impunity. It was imperative to incite the likes of Tai Shang and others to take swift action, lest this prodigious being grow ever more formidable, rendering him impossible to vanquish. With this thought, Jia's eyes glimmered with determination as he recited a Buddhist chant, feigning an expression of deep sorrow, lamenting, "Alas, it is truly abominable. This Yi Xian is a malignant tumor of the primordial world. Having shattered the sanctity of our elder brother's domain, he deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths. Subsequently, Jian turned his gaze towards Taishang Laojun, asserting, Elder brother, we must act swiftly to eliminate Yixian. We cannot allow this child to persist in the primordial realm, for if we do, peace shall forever elude us. Upon hearing Xuan Ti's fervent words, Taishang Laojun's countenance darkened to an extreme, his expression seemingly capable of dripping with water. However, he refrained from immediate response. Containing a tempest of fury within his eyes, his piercing gaze fixed upon a particular spot on the ground of Shoyang Mountain. There, a deep human-shaped indentation was visible, with wisps of black smoke emanating from the shadowy cave's entrance. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Taishang Laojun inquired solemnly, his eyes locked onto the opening. At that very moment, beneath the depths of the pit, Yuan Shi Tianzun lay sprawled in a horizontal position, imprinted upon the earth. He had been struck down into the ground by the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Yixian's palm, his body embedded beneath the surface. Now, Yuan Shi Tianzun's face was flushed with rage, veins bulging prominently. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and an intense fury radiated from his sacred form, incinerating all spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles into ash. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt an overwhelming urge to erupt from his confinement and plunge into the human territory to eliminate Yixian, nearly consumed by his indignation. Curse it! This is a disgrace of monumental proportions. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings and formidable entities of the primordial realm, he, the esteemed Yuqing saint, was humiliated to the extent of being forced into the soil by the very aura released by Yixian's palm. He felt a level of humiliation previously unknown to him. This disgrace was more intense than anything he had ever encountered. He was thrust into the ground while Yixian remained absent from the scene. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed his inviolable sanctity to the myriad beings of the primordial world. Yet now, he found himself utterly humiliated, publicly crushed into the mud by Yixian, his saintly authority thoroughly obliterated, and his dignified presence utterly extinguished. The primordial supreme being felt his countenance twitching with embarrassment. He contemplated remaining concealed within this cavern indefinitely. It was not that he wished to avoid emergence, but rather the overwhelming sense of humiliation that deterred him from revealing himself from this subterranean refuge. At that moment, upon hearing the inquiry from the Supreme Laojun, the primordial supreme being summoned his resolve. Channeling his mystical powers, an aura of boundless sanctity enveloped him once more. Then, with a swift motion, he ascended from beneath the cave. Chapter 172. The Five Saints assemble. Master brother, I am unscathed, declared Yuan Shi Tianzun. His expression darkened as he stood suspended in the void. Looking down, his pupils constricted sharply upon witnessing the scene below. The once magnificent 8-scenery palace had been reduced to a mere ruin, and the towering Shoyang Mountain had utterly collapsed, now non-existent. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated such catastrophic devastation. Both the 8-scenery palace and Shoyang Mountain had been annihilated by Yixian's sword. How outrageous! I shall have Yixian torn to shreds, and his bones ground to dust. Yuan Shi Tianzun seethed, his voice laced with indignation. He brandished the Panga banner, unleashing waves of terrifying chaotic killing intent that spread across the vast expanse of the primordial world. A profound aura of malice weighed heavily upon the myriad beings, causing countless souls to tremble, too fearful to raise their voices, lest they incur the wrath of the saints. With fury in his eyes, Yuan Shi Tianzun turned to Taishang Laojun, his countenance grim. Master brother, let us emerge from our seclusion today and venture into the human realm to slay Yixian, ensuring he meets a gruesome end. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Xuan Ti and Jiayin brightened, eager for the opportunity to obliterate Yixian. Xuan Ti promptly echoed, Master Yuan Shi speaks most rightly. Today, Yixian has shattered Shoyang Mountain and obliterated the 8-scenery palace. Such affronts to our dignity are intolerable. We shall seize this opportunity to invade the human realm and eradicate this scourge, showcasing our saintly might. Jiayin nodded vigorously, asserting, Yixian has destroyed the sacred grounds of the saints and disrespected our honor. His crimes warrant execution, and today is the fitting time to deliver justice. Hearing the encouragement from her fellow saints stirred Nuwa's own desires for vengeance. She clenched her teeth lightly, her eyes glinting with threads of rage. Nuwa longed to eradicate Yixian swiftly, seeking to avenge the humiliations she had endured. Her gaze, cold and lethal as a serpent's, fixed upon the direction of the human imperial palace. Master brother, today as the 5 saints gather, Mayhap it shall be the day of Yi Xian's demise, she pronounced, her tone laced with a chilling, murderous intent. As the words of the saints echoed around him, and their potent, killing aura enveloped the air, Taishang Lao Jun's eyes flickered with conflicted emotions. Although he recognized that the timing to confront Yi Xian was not yet ripe, given that their cultivation after utilizing the Nirvana divine water had not fully stabilized, and their chaotic treasures remained unrefined, his reason battled against the mounting pressure from his 4 disciples. The recent destruction of the sacred grounds before the eyes of countless beings had stripped him of his dignity as a saint, and the simmering rage within him yearned for immediate retribution against Yi Xian to cleanse the disgrace of the day. In the throes of fury, the Supreme Lord could no longer concern himself with the timing of his actions. His sole desire was to eradicate Yi Xian, to eliminate this aberration of the primordial realm. With a resolute decision formed in his heart, his somber gaze swept over the 4 saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nuwa, Xuan, and Jieyin, who all bore expressions of icy resolve and murderous intent. Under the scrutiny of the 4 saints, the Supreme Lord slowly nodded and declared in a deep voice, "Indeed, today, we shall breach the territory of the human race and slay Yi Xian." His words resonated with gravity, infused with the magnificent power of sacred might. As his proclamation echoed forth, waves of sound surged like a tsunami, reverberating across the vast expanse of the primordial land, reaching every corner of the universe and resonating through the heavens and the earth. Every being in the primordial realm heard the chilling decree of the Supreme Lord, which pierced their ears like frigid water, sending shivers down the spines of countless creatures, raising every hair on their bodies, and causing goosebumps to erupt. As the reality of the situation dawned upon them, the gazes of billions of primordial beings converged upon Shoyang Mountain, their hearts stirred by a profound shock. Above Shoyang Mountain, the 5 saints had gathered. The 5 exalted heavenly saints emanated an overwhelming aura of menace, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos and altering the hue of the primordial sky. Countless dark clouds coalesced with flashes of lightning, layers of spiritual energy writhed restlessly, and the vast primordial earth cracked open with immense fissures, releasing the chilling breath of the netherworld. The 5 saints simultaneously unleashed their formidable presence, instilling terror with their sacred might. In that moment, all primordial beings trembled, rendered mute by fear, not daring to utter a single word. Even the great powers of the primordial realm were stirred by this spectacle, raising their heads to gaze at the heavens, where the 5 saints of Shoyang Mountain had convened with the intent to jointly vanquish Yi Xian. The boundless, oceanic killing intent of the saints surged toward the human territory and the imperial palace, akin to a cataclysmic tidal wave. It was utterly terrifying. The convergence of 5 saints to pursue a single individual was an unprecedented event in the annals of the primordial world, beyond the imagination of any. A single heavenly saint is already a formidable force, capable of commanding the entire primordial realm with a mere gesture. Now, with 5 heavenly saints uniting against Yi Xian, the situation had truly transcended the limits of reason, eliciting gasps from all-powerful beings who marveled at Yi Xian's audacity in provoking 5 saints simultaneously. Should anyone else have dared to incite such wrath from so many saints, their demise would be assured. Yet Yi Xian remained undisturbed in his garden, leisurely and untroubled. The 5 saints gathered at Shoyang Mountain, brimming with aggression, while he had yet to make an appearance. This left the great powers of the primordial realm in awe. Recognizing that Yi Xian was no ordinary figure, undoubtedly, he was the most formidable ancestor of the primordial realm, maintaining an unshakable composure that inspired reverence. At this very moment, nearly all beings in the primordial realm turned their gazes toward Shoyang Mountain, witnessing the 5 heavenly saints, their murderous intent palpable in the celestial expanse above. The simultaneous mobilization of the 5 saints marked an unprecedented and monumental event in the history of the primordial realm. All beings gazed upon the 5 saints, eager to witness how they would launch their assault on Yi Xian. Under the scrutiny of countless souls, the formidable aura of the Supreme Old Lord, Xuan, Tianzuan, Nuwa, and the other esteemed figures grew increasingly potent. They unabashedly unleashed their saintly presence, showcasing their immense power. Subsequently, Xuan Tianzuan fixed his gaze upon the territory of the human race, a flicker of lethal intent glimmering in his eyes as he spoke. "Time is of the essence, brother. Let us proceed to Xianyang Mountain and eliminate Yi Xian forthwith." Chapter 173. The onslaught approaches. The Grand Supreme Elder nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with a fierce killing intent as he intoned gravely, "Let us depart." With that, he waved his whisk, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. and began his measured strides towards Xianyang Mountain. Each step he took shattered the very fabric of the void beneath him, fracturing it with the immense power he radiated, releasing a terrifyingly potent killing intent that reverberated through the celestial expanse. Yuan Shitianzun and Nuwa followed suit, their own formidable sanctity emanating as they advanced, shattering the barriers of the void with each step, moving toward the territory of humanity with an imposing presence. Jiayin and Xuan Ti exchanged knowing glances, and without hesitation, they too joined the march, their luminous Buddhist light illuminating the heavens, accompanied by the resonant chanting of scriptures, showcasing the supreme dignity of the Western saints. The myriad beings of the primordial world were struck by a deep sense of awe at this spectacle. Such a display had never been witnessed before. The simultaneous emergence of 5 saints was an unprecedented event in the annals of creation. The overwhelming force they exuded left the inhabitants of the primordial realm astonished. Their gazes shifted toward the territory of humanity, toward Xianyang Mountain, igniting within them a fervent anticipation. How would Yi Xian respond to the formidable approach of 5 heavenly saints? Would he, as he had in the heavenly court, dare to confront them single-handedly? If such an encounter were to unfold, it would be nothing short of magnificent. The eyes of countless beings glimmered with excitement and expectation, their collective focus converging upon Xianyang Mountain. However, the mountain was enshrouded in the chaos pearl's veiling of fate, rendering the powerful beings unable to discern Yi Xian's activities within, despite their intense curiosity. Even if the veil were lifted, they would hesitate to pry into Yi Xian's domain, for he was renowned as the most ruthless figure of the primordial realm, having once triumphed over 3 saints single-handedly. Such audacity would deter even the boldest among them from intruding. The curiosity of the primordial beings regarding Yi Xian's reaction was palpable. At that moment, within the serene confines of the human emperor palace's rear garden at Xianyang Mountain, Yi Xian stood before a crystal-clear pool, his countenance serene, his gaze fixed upon the rippling surface of the water. The concentric ripples danced like arcane inscriptions, meandering across the surface, each droplet reflecting the vast celestial dome, encapsulating all of creation within, as if it were a miniature world unto itself. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent and tumultuous energy, yet within, Yi Xian remained undisturbed, his focus unwavering as he gazed into the lake, a profound enlightenment emanating from him, with ethereal spirits materializing around him. Upon witnessing this, Yuing gently covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Big brother, at such a moment, he has entered a state of enlightenment. Yu Ying's heart was profoundly shaken, her admiration for Yi Xian deepening exponentially. She could scarcely believe that, even in such dire circumstances, Yi Xian was able to maintain the stability of his Dao heart, entirely unfazed by the tumultuous world outside, instead immersing himself in the unperturbed comprehension of the great Dao. It was worth noting that, at this very moment, 5 celestial saints from Xianyang Mountain were menacingly approaching, vowing to annihilate him. The chilling words of those saints reverberated across the vast expanse of the primeval world, instilling terror in countless beings, with many powerful entities shaken by the overwhelming presence of the 5. As Yuing gazed upwards, she could see that the entire primordial sky was shrouded in darkness, the unfathomable might of the saints stirring the heavens and earth, while an icy dread permeated from all directions, suffocating in its intensity. Yet, in the face of such terrifying murderous intent from the 5 saints, her elder brother remained entirely unperturbed, his attention fixated on the lake, utterly entranced. This was nothing short of astonishing. Yuing questioned herself. Had she been in Yi Xian's position, the combined force of 5 saints would have surely unsettled her, compelling her to adopt a defensive posture, utterly incapable of maintaining the serene composure that Yi Xian exhibited. Yuing found herself utterly incapable of such tranquility, which only intensified her admiration for Yi Xian. She believed he was truly remarkable, embodying the essence of remaining unshaken even when faced with the collapse of a mountain. Her elder brother's Dao heart was as steadfast as a rock, utterly indomitable. It was no wonder that his strength was so formidable. Silently, she mused, her gaze fixed on Yi Xian, her eyes shimmering with profound reverence. Just then, a creaking sound of a door being pushed open echoed through the air, followed by hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Yuing turned to discover that the 3 ancestors of the human race had arrived. At that moment, their faces were etched with grave concern. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi had been preoccupied with governing the affairs of humanity, oblivious to external matters. However, they had just received a piece of news that left them utterly astonished. At Xianyang Mountain, the 5 saints had gathered, and the 5 celestial saints were advancing towards the territory of the human race with the intent to jointly eliminate their ancestor, Xuan. The overwhelming murderous intent of the saints engulfed the entire primordial land, casting a shadow of terror over the realm. A chilling dread seeped into the very souls of every living being. It was unprecedented. Such a mobilization of 5 saints had never occurred in the history of the primordial world. Upon hearing this alarming news, Xuan, Yuchao, and Zi became restless and hurried to the human emperor's palace, eager to see Xuan. Although they understood that their ancestor was exceptionally powerful, having once triumphed over 3 saints in the heavenly court, they were acutely aware that they now faced 5 saints, 3 of whom had grown significantly stronger. Could their ancestor truly contend with 5 celestial saints? The 3 ancestors of the human race were filled with trepidation as they rushed to the human emperor's palace, making their way swiftly into the back garden. In their imagination, faced with 5 formidable and menacing saints, the ancestor would undoubtedly adopt a stance of utmost vigilance, his countenance reflecting a grave seriousness. They were resolute in their determination. Even if they could not assist directly, they would endeavor to alleviate the ancestor's burdens, undertaking any tasks within their capabilities to ease his strain. The 3 progenitors of the human race entered the imperial garden and immediately spotted Yuang. Yuang, where's the ancestor? This is dire news. 5 saints are advancing upon us. Upon seeing Yuang, Xuan could not contain his urgency and inquired with a hint of anxiety etched upon his face. Chapter 174. The true water of Xianming. Both Yuchao and Zi bore expressions of grave concern as they fixed their intense gazes upon Yuang. Upon hearing this, Yuang gently placed a delicate finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Hush, father, please lower your voices. Our ancestor is currently in a state of enlightenment. Her tone was soft, and as she spoke, she subtly gestured towards the lakeside. Xuan, Yuchao, and Zi followed the direction of Yuang's indication. Their eyes widened in profound astonishment as they beheld the scene before them. There stood their ancestor, arms behind his back, his countenance remarkably tranquil, gazing serenely at the crystalline pool ahead. Radiant and colorful wisps of enlightenment emanated from him, with countless resonances of the Tao flowing like ripples. Additionally, circles of divine white lotuses illuminated the void, bursting forth with celestial brilliance. The 3 progenitors of humanity sensed an overwhelming tranquility and serenity radiating from their ancestor. Akin to a gentle spring breeze, he had entered a profound state of enlightenment, entirely oblivious to the tumult of the outside world, his face exhibiting neither panic nor tension. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, the 3 progenitors were left speechless, their hearts swelling with awe. They could not help but marvel at the sheer prowess of their ancestor, who, even in such perilous circumstances, could delve into a deep state of enlightenment. It was truly astonishing. Did the ancestor remain unaware of the 5 saints approaching with fierce intent from Shoyang Mountain? Certainly not. As a supreme sage, nothing that transpired in the primordial world could escape his notice. Even in his meditative state, he was aware of the imminent threat posed by the 5 saints. Yet, in the face of such danger, he remained undisturbed, choosing instead to immerse himself in the understanding of the Tao, embracing the rarest form of deep enlightenment. It is essential to recognize that entering a state of enlightenment is exceedingly arduous. It requires precise timing and an exceptionally tranquil mindset. Even saints must often retreat for extended periods to successfully achieve a comprehension of the principles of the Tao. There are various levels of enlightenment, ranging from the most superficial to the most profound, with the deepest state being the most elusive. After all, grasping the laws of the Tao is inherently challenging, and once one enters a deep state of enlightenment, the speed of comprehension accelerates, enhancing one's strength. Many powerful beings rely on the aid of enlightenment meditating for countless years in isolation to barely reach a superficial level of understanding. This underscores the rarity of achieving deep enlightenment. It is impossible to quantify the amount of thought and mental discipline required, as the demands on one's mindset are exceptionally high, necessitating a harmonious state of unity with the cosmos. At this moment, in the face of the 5 saints' assault, their ancestor had astonishingly entered a profound state of enlightenment. It is truly unfathomable how he accomplished this feat. His mental composure was extraordinarily stable, and his determination to uphold the Tao was unmatched. The 3 progenitors of humanity could only silently marvel at this remarkable resilience. And at this moment, suddenly, an astonishing event unfolded, leaving the 3 ancestors of the human race in utter disbelief. A glimmering jade butterfly, imbued with boundless divine light of the laws, manifested in the void. hovering above Yi Xian's head and radiating peculiar inscriptions of law. From these inscriptions emerged ripples infused with the luminous essence of water, creating concentric circles of undulating waves that harbored immense power, akin to the vast and unfathomable ocean. This was a water law inscription floating in the ether, swirling around Yi Xian's form, being gradually digested and absorbed by him. The three ancestors of humanity were rendered speechless by this spectacle. It was an epiphany of the laws. In this very moment, the ancestor, through observing the water's surface, had comprehended the water law. Such a phenomenon was truly extraordinary. Within such a brief span of time, the ancestor had grasped the profound principles of the water law, a rate of enlightenment that was indeed astonishing. The great principle is simplicity itself, rich within yet rounded without. Water embodies the essence of nurturing all things without contention. Amid the astonished gazes of the three ancestors, they beheld Yi Xian murmuring a prophetic utterance of the great law. His gaze was fixed upon the water's surface, where deep and arcane water laws shimmered within the ripples. From around Yi Xian, threads of wondrous law light ascended, illuminating the heavens and earth with various hues of enlightenment. Standing before the serene lake, he appeared to be one with the waters, transforming into water itself, while the water became him. Gradually, Yi Xian extended his palm and gently scooped upwards towards the lake. With a resonant hum of law, the waters coalesced and contracted, ultimately forming a single droplet. This droplet contained an inexhaustible and terrifying power, pulsating with a majestic divine might. In the instant this droplet materialized, all rivers and lakes across the primordial world paused for a brief second. The waters of the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea trembled, as if all four oceans were awed by this singular droplet. The three ancestors of humanity, along with Yuang, gazed at this miraculous droplet with expressions of profound astonishment. The power of this droplet was overwhelming. They could feel as though the entire flow of the primordial waters had been stirred. This was the true water of Xianming. Sui Ren's voice quivered slightly, his pupils widening. A look of shock etched across his face. Upon hearing the term true water of Xianming, Yu Chao and Zi Yi also displayed expressions of profound astonishment. What? It is indeed the true water of Xianming? The ancestor is truly formidable, having condensed such an extraordinary essence from the understanding of the water law. Yu Chao and Zi Yi's eyes widened, their faces filled with awe. The true water of Xianming. This phenomenon represents the manifestation of the water path within the five elements, harmonizing with the murky energies of the earthly demons. It discards the utmost gentleness of water, nurturing the power of life, and solely pursues unparalleled offensive strength and lethality. It possesses the formidable might to freeze the 3,000 realms and traverse boundless time and space, being the most aggressive divine water among the primordial sacred waters. It commands the capabilities of myriad waters, regarded as the true water of heaven and earth. One might say, when the Xianming emerges, all waters yield in submission. It is said that this water can only be materialized by achieving a profound understanding of the laws of water at an exceptionally elevated state. The three ancestors of the human race turned their gazes toward Yi Xian, their hearts filled with astonishment, silently acknowledging that if the ancestor could condense the Xianming true water, he must have successfully comprehended the laws of water to an exalted realm within this brief span of time. Chapter 175. Has he hidden away? Remarkable. The three ancestors of the human race were left in awe. For in such a brief span, barely 2 incense sticks worth of time, the elder had grasped the essence of the water principle to such a profound extent. It was truly astonishing. Suddenly, Yi Xian lightly waved his hand, causing a droplet of water to descend from the void, landing steadily in his palm. This droplet emanated a bone-chilling cold, penetrating into Yi Xian's body like a myriad of silver needles. This was the lethal potency of the true water of Xianming, the king of all waters, possessing the terrifying ability to freeze 3,000 worlds. Even with Yi Xian's formidable constitution, he felt a tinge of coldness. Then, Yi Xian gently clenched his hand, channeling his magical energy as he inscribed a mark of his essence into the droplet of Xianming true water. In the next moment, the droplet ceased to emit its frigid aura, returning to a normal temperature and transforming into a crystalline orb of exquisite clarity. With this orb in hand, Yi Xian wore a faint smile. By leaving his essence imprint within the Xianming true water, this droplet now wholly belonged to him, allowing him to manipulate it at will, even changing its form. Subsequently, Yi Xian grasped the Xianming true water, standing still with his eyes gently closed, further delving into the ultimate profundities of the water principle. Should he succeed in this comprehension, he would gain dominion over the water principle, becoming a formidable entity rivaling the chaotic water deities. The three ancestors of the human race, along with Yuing, witnessed the entire process of Yi Xian's manipulation of the Xianming true water. Their eyes reflected profound astonishment. Sui Ren secretly marveled. The elder is extraordinarily powerful. He has completely mastered the Xianming true water. Henceforth, he will be able to command all waters of heaven and earth. The vastness of the primordial waters is indeed staggering, especially the four great seas, boundless and immeasurable, representing an incomprehensibly grand force. It could be said that whoever can command the power of water can establish an invincible position in the primordial realm. The other ancestors, Yu Chao, Zi, and Yuing, were equally taken aback, gazing at the crystalline droplet in Yi Xian's hand, feeling that he was truly formidable, capable of effortlessly manipulating the king of waters, the Xianming true water, rendering him invincible. The elder possesses an indomitable heart of Tao. I believe the five saints cannot contend with him at all. Indeed, the elder's capacity to control the Xianming true water in such a short time is astonishingly powerful. The three ancestors discussed among themselves, their voices filled with reverence, their gazes toward Yi Xian imbued with deep admiration. They thought to themselves that with such overwhelming strength, even if the five saints were to confront him, the elder could still repel them. Filled with confidence in Yi Xian, the three ancestors believed the elder had never known defeat, and they trusted that he would prevail once more, having just witnessed his immense strength. In such a perilous moment, he was able to enter a state of enlightenment, comprehending the principles of water in an instant. Thus the king of waters, the true water of Xianming, capable of commanding all waters in the world. The formidable presence of the ancestor instilled confidence in the three ancestors of the human race, who gazed intently at Yi Xian, anticipating his forthcoming counterattack. Yu Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled with a luminous brilliance akin to rippling waters. In that moment, she did not cast a glance at the five saints, but remained fixated on Yi Xian, undeterred by the ferocity of their advance. They were simply unworthy of comparison to her elder brother. Just his mere presence emanated an aura far surpassing that of the five saints combined, Yu Ying mused quietly. Above the human territory, in the heavens, the ground suddenly reverberated with thunderous footsteps from afar. A colossal wave of saintly power swept across the realm. In the distance, five saints approached with great momentum. Taishang Lao Jun led the charge, stepping upon purple clouds, holding a whisk, and with a light exclamation, his voice resonated through the cosmos, causing the surrounding void to tremble, and countless beings quivered in response. The five saints had arrived. The five saints traversed the void, their overwhelming presence exerting pressure upon all living creatures. They had reached the territory of the human race, yet found no sign of Yi Xian stepping forth to confront them. Xuan Ti smirked, a hint of amusement on his lips, as he remarked, Yi Xian must be afraid. Seeing all five of us together, he hides within the human domain, too frightened to reveal himself. Jia Yin recited a Buddhist chant, smiling as he added, I never imagined Yi Xian to be so timid, frightened into hiding by our presence, too scared to show himself. Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced around the human territory, issuing a derisive laugh as he said, I expected Yi Xian to possess some courage, daring to provoke the five saints publicly, yet when faced with the moment, he has become a coward, truly laughable. This remark, imbued with the power of the saints, reverberated throughout the vast expanse of Hong Huang, intended to belittle Yi Xian and restore his own pride. Nuwa, observing Yi Xian's absence, bore a chilling smile, declaring, he wishes to hide. I shall ensure he is found, to face humiliation before all beings of Hong Huang. Xuan Ti nodded in agreement, stating, Sister Nuwa speaks wisely. Yi Xian has repeatedly insulted the dignity of the saints and deserves death. No matter where he hides, we shall uncover him and slay him publicly as an example. The saints exchanged words filled with disdain and contempt for Yi Xian. After deliberation, Xuan Ti proposed, I have heard that Yi Xian resides within the human emperor's palace on Xianyang Mountain. Let us proceed to the human emperor's palace to draw him out. Upon hearing this, Taishang Lao Jun nodded slightly, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Then let us head to the human emperor's palace and capture Yi Xian, the coward. With a sweep of his Tai whisk, he spoke coldly, his gaze piercing through layers of void, directly focusing on the grand palace at the center of the human territory. The palace, shrouded in mystery, obscured all visibility of its inner workings. With a mere conjecture, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun surmised that Yi Xian was undoubtedly concealed within its confines. Yi Xian, emerge and meet your demise, he bellowed, striding towards the imperial palace, his voice resonating across the vast expanse of the primordial earth, echoing through the heavens. The Supreme Lord deliberately infused his words with divine authority, intending for all beings of the primordial realm to witness his might in vanquishing Xuan, thus erasing the humiliations he had previously endured. At that very moment, within the imperial palace, Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surging forth. Chapter 176. Are you here to seek me? Upon the instant Xuan opened his eyes, two formidable beams of water-law radiance erupted from his gaze, piercing through layers of void and causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The boundless seas of the primordial world quaked violently, and the surfaces of the East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea surged with tumultuous waves akin to boiling water. Subsequently, the myriad droplets from the four great oceans coalesced into a sharp water arrow, hurtling swiftly toward the territory of humanity. In the blink of an eye, the waters from the four oceans converged above the realm of mankind. With a resounding splash, torrents of water surged through the void, extending for millions of miles and enveloping the entire firmament, resembling a colossal ocean overturned upon the primordial land. Countless beings gazed upward, witnessing the terrifying waves, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. The myriad creatures of the primordial world were utterly astounded by this spectacle, their hearts stirred by overwhelming emotions of shock. The waters of the four great oceans had gathered in the sky. What manner of sorcery is this? Who has accomplished such a feat? How astonishing! The beings of the primordial world murmured among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. In the void above, the revered figures, Taishang Laojun, Nuwa, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Zhuanti, exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with astonishment. They beheld the multitude of waters from the four seas above, their eyes reflecting the wonder of the scene. As saints of the heavenly Tao, though they possessed the capability to achieve such a feat, consolidating the waters of the four seas required considerable effort and was not easily accomplished. They silently marveled, pondering who had managed to gather the waters of the four seas in the firmament. Could it be Xuan? Zhuanti suddenly voiced the thought. At this utterance, the other four saints paused momentarily taken aback. Just moments earlier, they had believed Xuan to be retreating into obscurity. Yet now he had directly summoned the waters of the four seas, displaying such grandiosity that it left them incredulous. While the five saints speculated in silence, within the human emperor's palace, Xuan slightly raised his gaze toward the boundless sea above, emanating a powerful and terrifying aura. He then took a step into the sky. With a resounding thud, Xuan's foot struck down, shattering millions of miles of void barriers, akin to a shattered spider's web. With that single step, he appeared above the human emperor's palace. He gently waved his hand toward the heavens, and in an instant, the waters of the four seas swiftly coalesced in the sky, countless droplets flowing and surging between heaven and earth. They assembled in an orderly fashion, and in mere moments, they formed a colossal water dragon. The colossal water dragon, composed of the waters from the four seas, stretches an unfathomable length, its body adorned with gleaming scales that radiate brilliant white light. Upon its back, it boasts 81 reverse scales, symbolizing the supreme authority of the dragon kings of the four seas. With a deafening roar, this magnificent creature emits a resounding dragon's cry, imbued with the immense and terrifying power of the four seas, causing the vast void to tremble and crack, revealing fissures through which boundless chaos seeps in. The progenitor of water soars through the heavens, exuding a majestic dragon's might that exerts pressure upon all beings within the universe. The myriad creatures of the primordial world are left awestruck by the presence of this formidable water dragon, their eyes wide with disbelief, rendered nearly speechless. In a moment of sheer astonishment, an even more astonishing event unfolds. In the void, Xuan takes a decisive step forward, his footfall seemingly expanding to encompass the entire world beneath him, as countless ripples of water-s principles shimmer around him, infused with the profound essence of the water Tao. As Xuan prepares to descend, the progenitor water dragon, soaring freely in the skies, darts forward with the swiftness of an arrow, swiftly positioning itself beneath his feet. Xuan stands atop this massive and awe-inspiring water dragon, radiating boundless divine light, exuding an imposing and unparalleled aura. The dragon, bearing Xuan, emits a resonant cry of submission, its eyes filled with reverence for its rider. Clutching the true water of Xianming, Xuan commands the principles of water, reigning as the true sovereign of water in the primordial realm, sending forth commands to the waters, all of which obey, including the formidable progenitor water dragon formed from the waters of the four seas. With a mere thought, Xuan directs the dragon to glide towards the five saints opposite them, its vast form twisting and coiling gracefully through the clouds. emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura of dragon might. The five saints, witnessing this spectacle, find their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Taishang Lao Jun's expression darkens as he fixates intently on Yi Xian's massive water dragon, waves of turmoil surging within him. He had never anticipated that Yi Xian could master such a formidable water dragon, and he perceives the immense and terrifying principles of water encapsulated within it. A true embodiment of the world's waters, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Yuan Shitianzun's countenance also shifts subtly, observing Yi Xian standing atop such an elongated and powerful water dragon, his expression turning grim. Initially, he believed Yi Xian had retreated into the human territories, too fearful to reveal himself. Yet, who could have foreseen Yi Xian's grand emergence, riding upon this extraordinarily fearsome progenitor water dragon, whose immense power and commanding presence are truly terrifying beyond measure? The expressions of Nuwa, Xuan, and Jian shifted to one of considerable unease. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would emerge at such a moment. Rather than retreating like a timid tortoise, he made a startling entrance, riding upon a colossal and fearsome water ancestor dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had arrived before the five saints atop this magnificent beast. Standing on the shimmering, white-scaled back of the dragon, he donned flowing white robes, his eyes glinting with a hint of playful mockery as he surveyed the five saints before him. "Have you come to seek me?" Yi Xian inquired nonchalantly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 177. Retreat. First, his inquiry, though whispered, resonated with the might of a grand bell, echoing through the heavens. Waves of formidable and terrifying laws emanated from his voice, instilling a profound fear. Xuan and Jian, the weakest among them, felt as if their ears were pierced by countless sharp needles, a sensation that even penetrated their very souls, causing them a delicate pain. An overwhelming horror surged within them. It was utterly terrifying. This Yi Xian had become so powerful that merely through the sound of a saint's voice, he could inflict pain deep within their souls. Clearly, during their previous confrontation, Yi Xian had not exerted his full strength. Xuan and Jian were overwhelmed by the realization that Yi Xian had grown excessively powerful. Previously, when they had battled alongside him in the realm of humanity, he had not displayed such formidable prowess. Now, facing five saints alone, he was unleashing his full might. Consequently, Xuan and Jian, with their comparatively lesser strength, suddenly felt the weight of Yi Xian's overwhelming power. In the following moment, an even more astonishing event transpired. After uttering those words, Yi Xian unleashed the aura of his saintly might. Instantly, a tremendous and terrifying pressure enveloped the heavens and the earth, as if the vast primordial land were being compressed beneath colossal and ancient mountain ranges. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of this oppressive force reverberated, causing the ground within a billion-mile radius to fracture, while countless void barriers were crushed to dust under the immense weight. The entire sky transformed in hue beneath this overwhelming force. Within this saintly might, Yi Xian had deliberately infused the power of the Tao, a terrifying strength capable of crushing all, sending tremors through every being under the dominion of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, as Yi Xian released this pressure, Xuan and Jian felt their very souls quaking. Their knees weakened, and they instinctively felt compelled to kneel in submission. A wave of reverse blood surged from their chests, nearly forcing them to vomit. They hastily channeled their energy to suppress this urge to regurgitate blood. Their faces turned ashen, and they exchanged glances, their entire beings trembling slightly. What manner of power is this? It is overwhelmingly strong. This Yi Xian is nothing short of a prodigy. Xuan and Jian could sense that this power surpassed the boundaries of the heavenly Tao, transcending the primordial realm, a force unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Confronted by such an unknown and formidable power, an unprecedented fear welled up within them. Meanwhile, upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Xian, Nuwa displayed a profound shock upon her countenance. She could distinctly perceive that this force was excessively powerful. Simply the aura alone instilled within her an instinctual urge to kneel in reverence. How could Yi Xian possess such formidable power? How could his cultivation progress be so rapid? A profound astonishment flickered in Nuwa's eyes, her pupils slightly constricting. Yuan Shitianzun and Taishang Lao Jun exchanged glances, both filled with a deep sense of trepidation. Yi Xian was indeed extraordinarily defiant. The holy aura emanating from him exerted an overwhelming pressure that transcended the realms of their understanding. As saints of the heavenly Tao, the forces they could access were inherently limited, rendering them incapable of grasping the higher powers of the great Tao. Consequently, They were struck with fear and astonishment by the great Dao power displayed by Yixian. Yuan Shi Tianzun's complexion darkened, and he gazed at Taishang Laojun. Communicating through sound transmission, "What shall we do now, senior brother? Yixian appears exceedingly strong. We may not be his match." In that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun reigned in all arrogance, sensing that Yixian's terrifying strength exceeded their imaginations. He recalled the fear he experienced in the heavenly court, where Yixian had him bound, extracting his tendons and flaying his skin. These memories haunted him profoundly. An overwhelming dread, akin to ants incessantly burrowing into his scalp, sent chills through his entire being, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Taishang Laojun's expression darkened ominously as he fixated on Yixian, continuously releasing his divine consciousness to probe the depths of Yixian's strength. However, he found Yixian to be as unfathomable as an abyss, impossible to penetrate. No one could ascertain the true extent of his might. This realization further deepened Taishang Laojun's grim demeanor. He had not anticipated that, over the course of a millennium, while they progressed, Yixian's power had also surged, advancing beyond their comprehension. Taishang Laojun pondered quietly. Today, even if the five saints joined forces against Yixian, their chances of victory seemed slim. Even if they could triumph, it would come at a tremendous cost, and should Yixian retaliate fiercely, it was conceivable that at least 3 saints could perish alongside him, an outcome not worth the gamble. It would be wiser to temporarily retreat from his formidable presence, return to refine the chaos spirit treasure, and return to eliminate Yixian later, thus increasing their odds of success. Taishang Laojun mused aloud, and then resolutely made up his mind. He discreetly utilized sound transmission to convey to the 4 saints, "Let us temporarily withdraw and return another day to vanquish Yixian." Upon hearing these words, Xuan and Jiayin were initially taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. As the weakest among the saints, they knew that should a battle ensue today, it could very well lead to their demise. Thus, they were eager to escape. Yuan Shi Tianzun also held no objections. After witnessing Yixian's immense power, fear reignited within him, and he was disinclined to confront Yixian at this time. Nuwa's countenance turned a deep shade of purplish blue, and she gently clenched her teeth, overwhelmed by an acute sense of resentment. After all, she had believed that with the combined efforts of the 5 saints, they would undoubtedly be able to annihilate Yixian. This was the outcome she had envisioned. Yet who could have anticipated that at this critical juncture, Yixian would unleash such formidable power, instilling a sense of trepidation in all 5 of the saints? Chapter 178. What kind of fire is this? Yixian, you are indeed formidable. Nuwa clenched her fists, her silver-white teeth gritted together, and a surge of resentment brewed within her. Taishang Laojun perceived Nuwa's discontent and quietly spoke through a transmission technique. "Sister Nuwa, there is no need for haste. We have ample time. Once we refine the chaotic spiritual treasure and enhance our strength, we shall return to eliminate Yixian." Upon hearing this, Nuwa refrained from further protest, nodding solemnly and responding, "As you say, elder brother." Subsequently, the 5 saints prepared to withdraw. However, at that moment, Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of mockery flickering within them. "You come and go as you please? Do you think this place is your home?" Yixian's smile was cold and sardonic as he cast a derisive glance at the 5 saints. Then, with a firm grasp of his hand, he instantly imprisoned the surrounding void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, condensing the entire space into a singular entity, akin to a sealed box. Taishang Laojun's expression darkened as he glared at Yixian, his voice icy. "Yixian, today you have disrupted my Taoist sanctuary, and I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you attempt to confine us?" Taishang Laojun brandished his tai whisk, unleashing a terrifying aura that echoed through the heavens and earth, the overwhelming presence of a saint spreading unchecked, shrouding the entire void in darkness. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Nuwa released their own saintly pressures, a grand and formidable force sweeping across the battlefield, causing the surrounding barriers of the void to tremble and shatter. "Yixian, do not overstep your bounds, lest you incur divine wrath." Yuan Shi Tianzun pointed at Yixian, his face ashen, his eyes glinting with a flicker of menace. Observing the 3 saints unleashing their auras, Yixian smirked coldly and remarked, "Excellent. You finally understand the notion of retaliation. I was beginning to think you would flee in disgrace. Since that is the case, allow me to introduce you to the sensation of being caught between ice and fire." With that, Yixian waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a chilling drop of Xianming true water was released from his garment. This crystalline orb shot forth, and the next moment, it emanated an aura capable of freezing the 3,000 realms, encasing the void in layers of solid ice. As if the entire firmament had succumbed to a wintry desolation. Boundless, frigid energy, accompanied by a bone-chilling killing intent, surged toward the five saints. In that instant, the saints felt goosebumps erupt upon their skin, and a layer of frost formed upon their garments. They were overwhelmed by an extreme cold emanating from the depths of their hearts, causing involuntary shivers to traverse their bodies. Their gazes turned toward the crystalline orb floating in the void, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was formed from Xianming true water, the king of all waters, possessing an unfathomably potent power. No wonder, even with their saintly forms, they felt an icy chill. How does it feel? Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of mocking amusement as he casually surveyed the five saints. Taishang Laojuan's expression darkened. He let out a cold snort and declared, "It is merely a trifling mass of profound dark water. What is there to fear?" With that, Taishang Laojuan waved his hand, and a magnificent surge of saintly power emanated from his palm, causing the entire vast world to tremble violently. The ice that spread across the heavens shattered into countless fragments under the assault of this overwhelming force, vanishing completely. Yuan Shitianzun and Nuwa breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Taishang Laojun dispel all the icy layers. Their gazes swept across the heavens, finding the firmament utterly cleansed, even the bone-chilling coldness dissipating along with it. Observing this, Yixian's lips curled into a cold smile as he remarked, "Excellent. You have all experienced the ice. Now it is time for the fire." With a flourish of his hand, a spear imbued with a terrifying chaotic aura shot forth from his sleeve. Grasping the spear of thunder, Yixian pointed its elongated, sharp tip forward. Boom! In an instant, an explosive firelight radiated from the tip, burning with a purplish-red hue that engulfed the heavens. The moment it appeared, the entire firmament was consumed in flames, and the barriers of the vast void began to warp. This conflagration contained an immensely powerful principle of fire, within which blazed the primal flames of the source laws. In the blink of an eye, this searing fire enveloped the entire firmament, reducing billions of miles of sky to mere ashes, while countless dark sparks danced in the fissures of the void. In the expanse above, Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shitianzun, Nuwa, and the others all turned pale, their faces flushed with deep trepidation. At the instant this fire manifested, they felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. An unbearable wave of scorching terror sweeping over them, causing beads of sweat to trickle down their foreheads. Taishang Laojuan's eyes were fixed intently on the flames, a sharp pain piercing through his gaze. The flames were indeed astonishing, containing the supreme principles of the fire path, especially the terrifying primal fire within, which posed a threat even to the bodies of saints, and their very souls felt endangered. What kind of fire is this? Gripped by fear, Taishang Laojuan's hand trembled slightly as he held the Tai. Yuan Shitianzun's pupils contracted upon beholding the flames, his dark blue robe turning charred black, emitting wisps of black smoke. The flames were indeed terrifying, imbued with an unfathomable force of fire principles, threatening to incinerate this entire realm. This flame has transcended the jurisdiction of the heavenly path. How have I never heard of a fire with such terrifying power? The primordial supreme being felt a surge of dread within, his gaze fixed upon the inferno that engulfed the entire firmament, causing his Tao heart to tremble ever so slightly. As a saint of the heavenly path, the primordial supreme being was well acquainted with all the substances birthed within the realm of the great desolation, having witnessed and comprehended them all. Chapter 179. A cohort of cowards, he had witnessed the 10 most formidable primordial fires of the wilderness, and was aware that some of these flames possessed extraordinary power. However, they had never encountered a flame as formidable as that unleashed by Yixian. This blaze far surpassed the 10 primordial fires of the wilderness, its terrifying incinerating might capable of rending the very heavens asunder, evoking sheer dread. From within this conflagration flickered strands of the laws of the great Tao, an exalted principle that transcended the celestial path, a terrifying force capable of incinerating the essence of sages. He felt a slight searing pain in his primordial spirit. Were he to be engulfed by Yi Xian's flames, he believed he would be reduced to mere ashes. Nuwa and Jane also perceived the immense lethal potential contained within this blaze, their faces draining of color, turning ashen. The flames were overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a profound sense of threat deep within their primordial spirits. Meanwhile, countless beings of the wilderness beheld the emergence of this flame with astonishment etched upon their features. At that moment, they felt waves of intense heat enveloping their forms, as if a volcano in the heavens had erupted, showering them with molten magma. Sweat poured from their bodies, their hearts ablaze with fervor. They marveled at the sheer ferocity of the flame, which was capable of wreaking such devastating havoc. The penetrating heat made it feel as though they were ensconced within a furnace. Many creatures even observed the ground beneath them cracking slightly under the influence of the blaze, while the leaves of plants across the vast expanse of the wilderness curled inward. The influence of this fire was so overpowering that it left the myriad beings of the wilderness gasping for breath. "Master, what kind of fire is this? Why is it so terrifying? I feel my sacred body heating up, as if it might be scorched to oblivion by this flame," Nuwa murmured, her silver teeth clenched, her countenance pale. The Xuan and Xuan turned their gazes toward Taishang Laojun, their minds filled with questions, eager to discern the nature of this fire. Taishang Laojun fixed his gaze upon the flame, inhaling deeply as thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment, he suddenly recalled a legendary fire, said to be older than chaos itself, born in the primordial era, a supreme and exalted flame. Realizing this, Taishang Laojun's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the crimson-purple fire, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. This could be the fabled primordial sacred fire. His expression darkened, and his voice trembled slightly. "What?" Upon hearing the words primordial sacred fire, Nuwa, Xuan, and Xuan collectively gasped in disbelief. The sacred fire of Hongmeng, a formidable existence even more powerful than the chaos flame, embodies the supreme laws of fire, capable of incinerating all things in heaven and earth, and even annihilating the chaos demons entirely. The hearts of Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others were seized with dread, unable to fathom that Yi Xian wielded such a terrifying flame. After all, the sacred fire of Hongmeng predates even the Tao of Heaven, having come into being long before the emergence of chaos itself. "Master, we must hasten our departure from this place. Otherwise, we risk being burned alive by Yi Xian," Nuwa urged, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched the red embroidered ball, her fingers quivering with anxiety. Taishang Laojun wore a grave expression, fully aware that their immediate priority was to escape, with Yi Xian commanding the sacred fire of Hongmeng and possessing formidable combat prowess. Failing to leave promptly could lead to their demise. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Xuan, and Jiayin also felt an urgent desire to flee, as the flame unleashed by Yi Xian instilled profound fear within them. None wished to be publicly incinerated by him. "Very well, let us depart." Taishang Laojun spoke in a hushed tone, utilizing a secret transmission technique to communicate with the four saints. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nuwa, Xuan, and Jiayin transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vacating the territory of the human race. They fled with such speed that they tore through the spatial barrier, leaving behind four brilliant trails across the vast expanse of the primordial heavens. After the four saints had departed, Taishang Laojun also vanished, ripping through space to escape this void. Once the five saints exited this realm, they dared not linger in the primordial world. They quickly fled beyond the chaos, fully aware of Yi Xian's might. Remaining within the primordial realm would allow Yi Xian to easily pursue them. Thus, retreating to the chaos beyond was the prudent course of action. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless beings in the primordial realm, the five saints transformed into fleeting streaks of light and hastily exited, entering the depths of chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood atop the celestial dome, his feet resting upon the colossal water ancestor dragon, his eyes glinting with mockery as he observed the fleeing saints. "A band of cowards," Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Every creature present was left astonished and speechless upon hearing his words. Gazing upwards at the five retreating figures, their hearts stirred by waves of shock. It was indeed an astonishing spectacle. None had anticipated such an incredible turn of events. Yi Xian had frightened away five saints. Five Tao saints had been compelled to flee from the primordial realm into the depths of chaos. The saints were all frightened away by him, and then Yi Xian remarked that they were cowards. This series of events stirred profound shock within the hearts of countless beings in the primordial world. How remarkable it is! One man instilled fear in five saints. This has never happened in the history of the primordial realm. Indeed, I have never witnessed such an astonishing occurrence. All five saints fled in disarray. Yi Xian is truly formidable. To single-handedly drive away five saints is a feat that marks him as the most extraordinary individual under heaven. Countless beings in the primordial world engaged in fervent discussions, having personally witnessed the entire process of the five saints' expedition against Yi Xian, which is why they felt such profound astonishment. Chapter 180, A Test of Apprenticeship. From the majestic Shoyang Mountain, five celestial sages gathered. publicly declaring their intent to venture into the territory of the human race to jointly eradicate Xuan. Their overwhelming aura captured the attention of countless beings. Soon after, the 5 sages descended upon the human realm, mockingly taunting Xuan as a timid turtle, too afraid to reveal himself. However, it was not long before Xuan made a grand entrance, stepping forth with such force that he shattered the very fabric of the void. He summoned the might of the seas, coalescing it into a colossal and terrifying primordial water dragon. With the water dragon beneath his feet, Xuan confronted the 5 sages and unleashed a flame potent enough to scorch the heavens and earth, causing the sages to flee in terror. This remarkable spectacle left the myriad beings of the primordial world in a state of astonishment. They had not anticipated such an extraordinary occurrence. The overwhelming power of Xuan, capable of instilling fear even in the 5 supreme celestial sages, sent ripples of awe through every soul present. Among the powerful beings of the primordial realm, a profound sense of shock arose. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep astonishment. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in wonder. Gazing at the 5 trails of light in the sky, the 5 sages have been frightened away by Xuan, retreating into the chaos beyond. Truly, he is formidable. Han Yuan nodded in agreement, expressing his profound admiration. Indeed, Xuan is the most powerful individual I have ever encountered. Once, with his singular strength, he faced 5 sages in battle. Now, he has single-handedly sent them all fleeing. The awe in Han Yuan's voice was palpable. He held Xuan in the highest regard. Despite having attained enlightenment in ancient times, he had yet to reach the sage realm, while Xuan's progress surged like a tide, achieving a level of power that rivaled the sages in a mere 1,000,000 years. Now, without lifting a finger, he had frightened the 5 sages into retreat. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned contemplative as he looked toward the human territory, where Xuan floated gracefully, clad in flowing white robes, resembling an ethereal being. A glimmer of envy sparkled in his eyes. Xuan's strength is indeed remarkable. How I wish to possess such power myself. On Golden Ao Island, within the resplendent halls of the Bayou Palace, the Tongtian sat in meditation upon a mat. His eyes were fixed on the sky, and upon witnessing the retreating figures of the 5 sages, an expression of profound astonishment crossed his face. The Tongtian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xuan could so effortlessly send the 5 sages fleeing. A turn of events that far exceeded his expectations and stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. Subsequently, the Master of Heavenly Connection turned his gaze towards Xuan, who was hovering above the territory of the human race, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Xuan was indeed formidable. He had managed to scare away 5 venerable saints, an occurrence unprecedented since the dawn of creation. The Master of Heavenly Connection was greatly astonished by Xuan's ability to frighten away these 5 saints, and after the initial shock, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Supreme One, Primordial, Nuwa, and the duo of Xuan and Jane. Who would have thought you would face such a day? The Master of Heavenly Connection inwardly chuckled, having long harbored disdain for the Supreme and Primordial. Witnessing them flee in terror from Xuan, even retreating beyond the bounds of the primordial realm, filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, akin to savoring a sweet pear syrup that invigorated him from head to toe. These 2 had once descended upon Golden Ao Island, intending to summon him to the heavenly court to confront Xuan, with Primordial even resorting to divine authority to coerce his disciples, which had irked the Master of Heavenly Connection immensely. Moreover, the Supreme had offered no defense for his disciples, and had even sworn an oath to the way of heaven, severing him from the 3 pure ones. This betrayal had left the Master of Heavenly Connection utterly disheartened, and now, seeing Xuan drive them from the primordial realm, he could not help but applaud, praising Xuan's actions. As for Xuan and Jane, the Master of Heavenly Connection held no fondness for them either. These 2 were notorious for their shamelessness, having clandestinely siphoned the fortunes of the human race, and their severe punishment at the hands of Xuan was a just retribution. The Master of Heavenly Connection felt compelled to commend Xuan for repaying enmity with enmity, a true display of manly virtue. The shamelessness of the 2 saints from the west warranted a thorough reckoning, and Xuan had acted rightly in this regard. Xuan, splendid indeed. I continue to admire you as always, the Master of Heavenly Connection remarked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on the direction of the human territory as he spoke. On Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches were gathered around a spacious square table, their faces reflecting profound astonishment as they gazed up at the heavens. The spectacle was indeed astonishing. Yi Xian had directly frightened 5 imposing saints into a panicked retreat. These 5 saints fled like lost dogs, not daring to remain even within the primordial realm, escaping into the chaos beyond. Di Jiang inhaled deeply, his face alight with admiration as he spoke. Master Yi Xian truly exudes an unparalleled might, with but his own strength. He has driven away 5 saints of the way of heaven. His tone was laced with respect, as he had never encountered such an extraordinary figure. One who could vanquish 5 exalted saints without even lifting a finger. Gong Gong slapped his thigh, his face beaming with admiration. Indeed, I have lived for so many years and have never witnessed anyone as formidable as Yi Xian. I was already impressed when he battled 3 saints in the heavenly court. Now, to see him scare away 5 saints on the human territory is simply marvelous. Zhu Rong nodded slightly, adding his voice. Indeed, I find myself increasingly in awe of Yi Xian. If only he were to take on disciples, I would be the first to kneel before him as a pupil. As Zhu Rong's words left his lips, a ripple of intrigue stirred within the hearts of the ancestral shamans. Presently, Yi Xian undeniably stood as the foremost figure of the primordial realm. Yet, despite his formidable prowess, it had never been heard that he took on disciples. Should Yi Xian decide to accept apprentices, one could only imagine the multitude that would flock to his door, for his strength was widely acknowledged. Xian Ming's eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Why don't we attempt to seek out Yi Xian as our mentor? There may be a chance of success. Chapter 181. Taking apprentices indeed. If Yi Xian is willing to accept disciples, we would be honored to take him as our master. Yi Xian's reputation has grown immensely. What further impresses Zhu Rong and Xian Ming is that Yi Xian, hailing from the human race, has consistently protected his kin. He even dared to confront the 5 great sages simultaneously for their sake. This has earned him the deep admiration of the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu tribe. One must understand that it requires considerable courage for a single sage to face 5 at once. And the fact that he managed to repel all 5 only attests to Yi Xian's formidable strength. Since we are all contemplating apprenticeship, who shall we send to inquire? Zhu Rong furrowed his brow. Zhu Rong, impulsive in both temperament and cultivation, was eager to act without delay once the decision was made. Surely, it cannot be just the 2 of us? Xian Ming remarked, gazing at Zhu Rong. I have a suitable candidate. Suddenly, Zhu Rong's eyes brightened. Xian Ming raised an eyebrow in curiosity, intrigued by Zhu Rong's choice to meet Yi Xian. What do you think of sending Ho Tu to meet Yi Xian? Upon hearing Zhu Rong's suggestion, Xian Ming's eyes also lit up. Yes, we can indeed ask Ho Tu to go. Ho Tu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be thrust into the limelight, yet the thought of meeting Yi Xian compelled her to accept without hesitation. I can go, but I cannot guarantee whether I will be granted an audience. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ho Tu spoke. You should go. If Yi Xian intends to take on disciples, he will surely meet you. If he does not, then it would be futile for any of us to accompany you. Zhu Rong said with a smile. That makes sense. Xian Ming nodded in agreement, finding Zhu Rong's reasoning quite sound. In that case, I shall make the journey. Ho Tu nodded and then set off. Within the realm of the human race, Yu Ying sat cross-legged. Opposite her, Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, imparting wisdom to her. At present, Yu Ying was on the verge of reaching the quasi-saint realm. Merely a step away, Yi Xian chose this moment to enlighten her, aiding her ascent to that coveted state. As profound teachings flowed forth, boundless merit began to materialize behind Yu Ying. For an ordinary individual, reaching the quasi-saint realm is exceedingly arduous, even with Yi Xian's personal guidance. To attain the saintly realm, Yu Ying must integrate the teachings herself. If her comprehension is lacking, she would find it challenging to step into the quasi-saint realm. However, it was evident that Yu Ying possessed exceptional insight. As soon as Yi Xian began to impart his teachings, she grasped them instantly. At this moment, she became immersed in the profound sounds of the Tao, experiencing its essence. Thunder rumbled ominously. The heavens erupted with crackling energy, as terrifying bolts of lightning converged from above. For Yu Ying to enter the quasi-saint realm, it was not merely a matter of reaching the appropriate level. She also needed to endure the quasi-saint tribulation. Though Yi Xian, with his current strength, could forcibly assist Yu Ying in overcoming this tribulation. However, Yi Xian chose not to intervene, instead wishing for Yu Ying to face the trial of becoming a quasi-saint on her own. Yu Ying lifted her gaze towards the fearsome bolts of thunder that descended upon her. These thunders were manifestations of the great Tao, intending to thwart Yu Ying's ascension to quasi-sainthood. Gradually, Yu Ying rose to her feet, and behind her, formidable forces began to surge forth. Yi Xian observed this scene with delight, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, At this moment, she had already attained the realm of quasi-saint. With the overcoming of this tribulation, she would truly become a quasi-saint. Yi Xian watched with an amused expression as Yuing braced herself for the trials. True to Yi Xian's expectations, she faced the heavenly calamities with poise, evading any harm. Once the tribulations were surmounted, several beams of crimson light illuminated her form. These were the immeasurable merits she had accumulated previously. Remarkable, indeed, that she exhibited such strength immediately upon becoming a quasi-saint. Yi Xian clapped his hands in laughter. Yuing smiled slightly, preparing to speak, but was gently halted by Yi Xian. First, you must comprehend your own essence. Having just attained quasi-sainthood, your focus should be on stabilizing your state of mind. Yuing took a deep breath and nodded, then closed her eyes. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yi Xian's ear. A representative from the witch clan of Buzhou Mountain wishes to meet you. Yi Xian was somewhat taken aback. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan seldom engaged with the outside world and rarely ventured beyond their mountain. Among them, Hutu was regarded as one of the foremost figures and typically remained within Buzhou Mountain. Her decision to visit unannounced undoubtedly signified an important matter. Intrigued by the 12 ancestors, Yi Xian felt compelled to meet Hutu. At this juncture, Yuing had stabilized her realm, and Yi Xian no longer needed to provide her with protection. He flashed into the grand hall. Yi Xian did not conceal his aura. Within the hall, Hutu immediately recognized him. As she prepared to pay her respects, Yi Xian stopped her with a wave. No need for excessive formalities, he said with a smile. You have traveled from Buzhou Mountain, so it is likely you have matters to discuss. Let us get straight to the point. Hutu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Xian's forthrightness, noting his unpretentious demeanor. After a brief hesitation, she articulated her purpose. Do you accept disciples? Hutu inquired, a hint of shyness evident in her voice. As Yi Xian's directness caught her off guard. At her words, Yi Xian paused, completely unprepared for such a proposition. Accept disciples? He echoed, seeking clarification. Hutu nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. We, the 12 ancestors of Buzhou Mountain, have long admired you. If you would be willing to accept disciples, we would all be honored to have you as our master. Yi Xian smiled gently. The 12 ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain constitute a formidable force amidst the primordial chaos. Notably, Hutu, despite refraining from direct engagement before Yi Xian, possesses an undeniable strength that he keenly perceives. With but a modicum of fortuity, she could ascend to the status of a new sage. If the 12 ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain are inclined to seek a mentor, I would be most delighted to oblige, Yi Xian remarked with a smile. Hutu's eyes sparkled with interest. I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Yi Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming, a promising disciple indeed. As he spoke, Yi Xian appraised Hutu's prowess, noting, your strength is nearing that of a sage, among the quasi-sages. You stand as one of the mightiest. Hutu, upon hearing Yi Xian's commendation, felt a surge of joy. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed master. Chapter 182. Establishing the underworld. As she spoke, Hutu hesitated slightly. Not particularly adept at concealing her emotions, it was not long before Yi Xian discerned her thoughts. You wish to inquire how to become a sage, do you not? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Hutu nodded earnestly, gazing at Yi Xian with humility. Master, how can I attain the status of a sage? Hutu had lingered in the realm of quasi-saints for quite some time, yet had not ascended to the rank of a sage. In fact, she had yet to discover the path that led to sagehood, leaving her utterly perplexed as it had become a source of inner turmoil. To become what you aspire to is not insurmountable. What you require now is boundless merit. Boundless merit? Upon hearing these words, Hutu felt a wave of despondence wash over her. The pursuit of merit was exceedingly arduous, and thus far, she had accumulated little. The path to acquiring boundless merit eluded her comprehension. Furthermore, the notion of the merit necessary to become a sage seemed overwhelmingly extravagant. Hutu feared that even if she began collecting merit from this moment forth, she might never achieve sagehood in her lifetime. Do you find the attainment of merit to become a sage exceedingly daunting? Yi Xian observed Hutu's expression and chuckled. Hutu nodded in agreement. Yet for you, gathering merit is not an insurmountable task. Yi Xian, noticing her despondency, offered a reassuring smile. Hutu was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Yi Xian. Master, do you have a solution? Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Of course, there is a way. Hutu, eager to learn, asked. Then, Master, how can I accumulate boundless merit? Yi Xian chuckled lightly. It is quite simple. Establish the underworld. Hutu was momentarily stunned. The underworld? Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is about creating the underworld. There are countless vengeful spirits in this world, wandering aimlessly with nowhere to go. If you can gather these spirits and guide them into the underworld, subsequently allowing them to pass through the cycle of reincarnation, it would be an act of immense merit. Thus, through this boundless merit, you may attain sagehood. Hutu's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Master. Just as Xuan had mentioned, the number of vengeful spirits in the primordial world was indeed staggering. These spirits wandered as lonely souls, neglected and unacknowledged. If she could gather them all into the underworld and facilitate their reincarnation, it would undoubtedly be a monumental act of merit. Contemplating the lonely spirits of the primordial realm, Hutu felt a surge of hope. If this endeavor succeeded, she could surely attain sagehood through boundless merit. Go forth, Xuan said, smiling as he waved his hand. Filled with excitement, Hutu bowed deeply to Xuan and then returned to Mount Buzhou. Upon her return, the remaining 11 among the 12 ancestor witches fixed their expectant gazes upon her. How did it go? Xuan, known for his fiery temper, was the first to speak. Of course, it was a success. Hutu smiled gently and spoke directly. Upon hearing her words, the 12 ancestor witches burst into hearty laughter. It seems my idea is indeed commendable. Xuan, filled with excitement, felt that his strength was already nearing that of a sage. Should he receive guidance from Xuan to attain sagehood, it would be an exceedingly joyous occasion for him. So why delay? Let us hasten to pay our respects to the master. Unable to contain his fiery enthusiasm, Xuan sought to rush to the human realm to meet Xuan. However, Hutu intervened to halt his eagerness. Not so fast. Our immediate priority must be to assist me in attaining sagehood. Xuan was taken aback by Hutu's words. Have you discovered a method to achieve sagehood? Hutu nodded with a smile. I owe this to the master's guidance. He instructed me to establish the underworld. Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean by establishing the underworld? Taking a deep breath, Xuan recounted Xuan's words in detail to the 12 ancestor witches. Upon hearing Hutu's explanation, their faces reflected both shock and delight. Although the strength of Buzhou Mountain had never been weak, it had been unable to rise to the pinnacle of power due to the absence of a sage. For years, they had remained stagnant, fearing the emergence of a sage. If Buzhou Mountain could produce a sage, their future endeavors would no longer require such caution. Since it is possible for Buzhou Mountain to produce a sage, we must prioritize this endeavor. While Xuan's temperament was fiery, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters. Thus, upon hearing Hutu's words, he recognized that the urgent task was to mobilize Buzhou Mountain's strength to create the underworld. Although the creation of the underworld might seem a simple task for a quasi-saint, the implications of such an endeavor were immense. Relying solely on Hutu, one quasi-saint was far from sufficient. It would require the collective effort of all 12 ancestor witches to assist Hutu in this monumental task. Indeed, our immediate priority is to aid Hutu in the establishment of the underworld. Xianyi nodded in agreement with Xuan's assertion. Hutu expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Xianyi waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside pleasantries and discuss the matter of the underworld. Establishing the underworld is no trivial task. To accommodate all the vengeful spirits and wandering souls of the world, the space must be boundless. Xianyi stated earnestly. Thus, our immediate concern is to locate a suitable site for the underworld, and then, with the strength of the 12 ancestor witches, we shall continuously expand its space until it can encompass all the wandering souls. Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, our urgent task is to find a foundational location for the underworld. The 12 ancestor witches pondered deeply, contemplating how to create the underworld. Meanwhile, Xuan, with a slight calculation, discerned the current plans of the 12 ancestor witches. It seems that these 12 ancestral witches are rather simplistic, resorting to the most rudimentary methods to establish the underworld. Xuan chuckled, shaking his head, not dwelling on the matter further. At this moment, his gaze turned to Yuing. At this point, Yuing had ascended to the level of a quasi-saint, and having just attained this status, she was already a formidable figure among her peers. Throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang, few quasi-saints could rival Yu Ying's prowess. However, due to her youth, she was unable to advance further and become an unparalleled powerhouse among the quasi-saints. As Xuan observed Yuing, she too opened her eyes, filled with admiration. The profound principles that had previously eluded her understanding were now fully grasped through Xuan's teachings, leading to a harmonious comprehension. This deepened Xuan's respect for Yuing, who he already held in high regard. Your progress this time is quite remarkable, Xuan remarked to Yuing with a smile. Chapter 183. The Guide of Salvation. I must express my gratitude for your guidance. Without your counsel, I would have never attained the status of a quasi-saint. Yuing remarked with a smile directed at Xuan. Despite Yu Ying's formidable strength and extraordinary talents, the journey to becoming a postnatal quasi-saint is fraught with challenges. It can be said that without Yi Xian's teachings, even if Yu Ying had the potential to become a quasi-saint, she would have remained unaware of how many eons it would take her to achieve such a feat now that she has become a quasi-saint. The one she admires most is Yi Xian. You have now attained the rank of a quasi-saint. Aside from solidifying your realm, you must also strive to comprehend the great Tao. This will greatly benefit your future, Yi Xian added with a smile. Yu Ying nodded in agreement. Though she has just become a quasi-saint and her power is significant, surpassing many of her peers, she is still at the nascent stage of this new realm. The path ahead requires her to delve deeper into the understanding of the heavenly Tao as a quasi-saint, allowing her to progress further and approach the threshold of true sainthood. Soon, Yu Ying took her leave. After her ascension to the rank of quasi-saint, she chose to enter seclusion to contemplate the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian turned his attention back to Ho Tu, pondering the progress of her underworld's construction. With a sense of anticipation, he mused that with Ho Tu's current strength and realm, accumulating immeasurable merit would undoubtedly lead her to sainthood. To take on a saint as a disciple would surely rouse the attention of the ancient beings. At Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were diligently preparing for the monumental task of establishing the underworld. Even with the might of Buzhou Mountain, such an endeavor required meticulous planning. Fortunately, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The 12 ancestors utilized all their available power, and in less than 30 years, they had laid the foundation for the underworld. Having established the initial framework, the 12 ancestors descended upon the designated region of the underworld and began to carve out space. At last, they had created a semblance of what was to come. Zhu Rong let out a hearty laugh. Although the underworld was not yet fully reconstructed, it had taken on a recognizable form. With continued evolution, it would not be long before the true underworld would manifest. Xian Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed that it would not be long before a saint emerged from their ranks. Xian Ming felt elated. If a saint were to arise from Buzhou Mountain, the mountain's significance within the primordial realm would transform entirely. However, among the 12 ancestors, it was Ho Tu who was most exhilarated. The thought of soon acquiring boundless merit and ascending to sainthood brought forth an uncontrollable joy and laughter from her. To become a saint is indeed the grand aspiration of every quasi-saint. Yet throughout the history of the primordial world, even before its inception, very few quasi-saints have directly ascended to sainthood. If Ho Tu were to succeed, she would pave the way for her contemporaries among the venerable quasi-saints. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your assistance. Observing the industrious 12 ancestors, Ho Tu's eyes reflect profound appreciation. Zhu Rong and others wave their hands dismissively, expressing that there is no need for such formality among us. The 12 ancestors are inherently interconnected. Should you ascend to sagehood, the entirety of Mount Buzhou shall undergo a remarkable transformation. Xianming nods in agreement, affirming that your strength signifies our collective fortitude. Gonggong concurs, asserting that if you achieve sagehood, the words of the 12 ancestors of Buzhou will resonate throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. The significance of a sage in the primordial world cannot be overstated. The absence of a sage within a race profoundly impacts its fate. Should the witch clan produce a sage, it would elevate the entire clan to unprecedented heights. The nascent form of the underworld has already been established. The next endeavor lies in transforming it into a refuge suitable for all wandering souls and spirits, guiding them toward the path of reincarnation. With the foundation of the underworld laid, our task is to infuse it with sufficient yin energy, ensuring it becomes a haven for all solitary souls. Zhu Rong remarked with a smile, "Leave the next steps to me." At this moment, Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward, ready to infuse the underworld with boundless yin energy, as he naturally embodies an abundance of it. Gonggong chimed in, "I shall assist as well. His mastery over the laws of water will prove beneficial to the wandering spirits." With both Gonggong and Zhu Jiuyin collaborating, we shall adequately saturate the underworld with yin energy. Your efforts are most appreciated. Ho Tu responded with a smile. "Rest assured, we shall handle everything." Gonggong and Zhu Jiuyin laughed heartily. As they spoke, both initiated their efforts, commencing the infusion of yin energy into the newly established underworld. In an instant, what was merely a nascent form transformed into a fertile land, brimming with abundant yin energy and the nourishing essence of the water laws. Subsequently, Xianming chose to act as well, converting the surrounding 3,000 miles into a realm of shadows. The underworld is now fundamentally constructed. The remaining task is to attract all wandering souls to this domain. Zhu Rong remarked cheerfully, but as he governs the laws of fire, His influence is inherently constraining to the underworld. At this juncture, he can only offer guidance without directly intervening to assist Hutu. Drawing in visitors can indeed pose a significant challenge, as the primordial realm is teeming with wandering souls. Although the strength of Mount Bujo is formidable, it is still insufficient to allure every wandering spirit to this place. Xianming furrowed his brow, recognizing that merely enticing the wandering souls to voluntarily seek refuge in the underworld is not a sustainable solution. Further plans must be devised. Hutu nodded in agreement, finding great wisdom in Xianming's words. If the underworld could only attract and accept wandering souls and restless ghosts, the number of such spirits would undoubtedly be limited. To attain the status of a sage and accumulate boundless merit, it is imperative to provide a refuge for all wandering souls throughout the vast expanse of Honghuang and successfully guide them into reincarnation, aiding these lost spirits in their rebirth. Solely relying on passive attraction is certainly insufficient. A comprehensive system must be established. Why not consider appointing guides for their transition? Hutu's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she suddenly remarked. Upon hearing her suggestion, the remaining 11 of the 12 ancestor witches turned their attention toward Hutu. What do you mean by that? Zhurong inquired, looking at Hutu with curiosity. Chapter 184. The preparation for sanctification within the vast wilderness. Countless wandering souls and restless spirits exist. Among these, some are mere ordinary specters, while others possess the potential for cultivation. We can gather those with the capacity for advancement, impart to them the methods of cultivation, and transform them into formidable beings among the souls. Our aim is to nurture them into guiding spirits who will assist in leading the wandering souls to their rightful place. This was the plan articulated by Hutu. Upon hearing Hutu's words, the 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with newfound hope. This strategy is indeed promising. With these more powerful souls serving in the underworld, we can undoubtedly usher all wandering spirits into our domain. Gonggong chimed in with a smile. Now that we have a plan, I shall directly assist in locating some potent wandering souls. Zhurong laughed heartily, remarking that the strong wandering souls in the wilderness are far from ordinary. They could aptly be termed spirit heroes. Yet, persuading these formidable spirits to submit is no trivial task. Thus, entrusting this endeavor to Zhurong is most fitting, for among all wandering souls, none dares to defy him. Once Zhurong chooses to act, nearly all wandering souls would bow in submission. Moreover, this task would also accrue merit for Zhurong. After all, the souls present are, at their core, still wandering spirits. By uniting them under his guidance and preventing their malevolence in the world, Zhurong is indeed performing a virtuous deed. It must be said that Zhurong's reputation is profoundly formidable. Following his intervention, nearly all strong wandering souls chose to pledge their allegiance, none daring to refuse him. Zhurong brought these spirits back to the underworld, entrusting them to Xianming for training. In the blink of an eye, a decade passed. After 10 years, the underworld was fully established, and a cadre of formidable guiding spirits tirelessly worked to lead the wandering souls from the wilderness. Soon, the reputation of the underworld began to spread far and wide. Have you heard? A new force known as the underworld has emerged, continually guiding wandering souls, providing them with a place to belong. You are quite behind the times. I heard of it 2 years ago. The 12 ancestor witches of Bujo Mountain founded the underworld, and Hutu became its sovereign. Indeed, the 12 ancestor witches of Bujo Mountain have performed a great service, not only aiding these wandering souls, but also diminishing the malevolent acts of wicked spirits in the world. In the wilderness, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussion. The majority believed that the actions of the 12 ancestor witches, especially those of Hutu, were commendable. As the reputation of the underworld gradually grew and the number of wandering souls within its realm increased, the merits accumulated by Hutu also multiplied, gradually bestowing upon her a semblance of sanctity. Zhurong gazed at Hutu with a sense of admiration, remarking, "It seems that before long, you shall become a true sage." Gonggong echoed this sentiment with a smile. In a matter of time, if this continues, it is feared that in 3 to 5 decades, the future generations will accumulate boundless virtues sufficient to attain saintly status. The gaze of Hutu is imbued with a smile. I must express my gratitude to all of you. Without your assistance, I could scarcely have achieved my current standing. The process of creating the underworld proved far more arduous than Hutu had anticipated. Had it not been for the support of the 12 ancestor witches, relying solely on her own efforts would have prolonged the endeavor significantly, even if she could ultimately have crafted the underworld. However, with the aid of the 12 ancestor witches, the entire map was meticulously constructed in less than a century, resulting in the current formidable stature of the underworld. One might say that the renown of the underworld has now eclipsed that of the Buzhou mountain. It cannot be dismissed so lightly. The establishment of the underworld has conferred considerable benefits not only upon you, but also upon us, remarked Gonggong with a chuckle. Zijian nodded in agreement. It is astonishing to realize that the merit derived from the creation of the underworld is so substantial, not just you. But we too have received significant blessings. Ultimately, the Lord of the underworld is Hutu. According to the natural order of heavenly reward and punishment, all merit should rightfully belong to her. It is unexpected that the 12 ancestor witches have also garnered merit from the creation of the underworld, albeit in lesser measure compared to Hutu. In the blink of an eye, 50 years swiftly elapsed. At Buzhou Mountain, the expressions of the 12 ancestor witches turned solemn simultaneously. Hutu stood at the forefront, gazing at the vast sky. As the influence of the underworld expanded, it gradually encompassed all the wandering souls and lost spirits of the primordial wilderness. This is an endeavor of immeasurable merit. Naturally, once there are no more wandering souls in the world, the heavenly path bestows boundless virtues, all of which are conferred upon Hutu. With these immeasurable virtues, Hutu's merit is now sufficient to elevate her to saintly status. Today marks the moment of Hutu's ascension to sainthood, though she is yet to assume the title directly. As she awaits the arrival of Xuan, the 12 ancestor witches all fix their gaze upon the heavens, anticipating Xuan's appearance. Are you waiting for someone? A languid voice echoed from behind them, while the 12 ancestor witches were earnestly awaiting Xuan. Upon hearing this voice, their expressions changed simultaneously. They all possessed the strength of quasi-saints. The fact that someone appeared behind them unnoticed was indeed alarming. In an instant, the 12 ancestor witches turned around. Upon seeing the speaker, their faces lit up with joy, and they collectively bowed. "We greet our master," they exclaimed in unison. Xuan laughed heartily. "Quickly rise. Today is a day of great celebration." As he spoke, his gaze turned to Hutu. "I initially believed that even with the strength of Buzhou Mountain as a foundation, it would require a millennium to create the entire underworld. To my surprise, you have crafted the entire underworld with remarkable finesse in less than 2 centuries." Upon hearing Xuan's praise, Hutu felt a surge of joy within. "Thank you for your kind words, master," she replied. Xuan nodded with a smile. "Judging by your aura, if you do not attain sainthood today, you shall certainly achieve it by tomorrow. All of this is thanks to your guidance, master," Hutu said, bowing her head. "Do you understand why I chose to descend to this place at the moment of your ascension to sainthood?" Xuan inquired with a smile. Hutu was momentarily taken aback, and then instinctively responded, "I presume master wishes to protect your disciple." The commotion surrounding a quasi-saint's ascension to sainthood is indeed immense. Without the intervention of a saint, it would be impossible to conceal it from the other saints. Chapter 185. The Unexpected Ally. Indeed, I have come to be your guardian. But that is merely one aspect of my purpose. The other is to prevent other sages from discovering that another sage has emerged in the primal chaos. Xuan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Hutu displayed a hint of confusion. The ascension to sagehood would inevitably stir the heavens. Could it be that the master possesses a method to conceal such a momentous event? The awakening of a sage would surely resonate throughout the cosmos, alerting all sages and every being within the primal chaos to this profound shift. To sever this awareness would be exceedingly difficult, akin to obstructing the heavenly laws themselves. While ordinary sages lack the means to achieve such obscurity, my arrival grants you the opportunity to quietly embrace your sagehood, Xuan continued with a smile. "Follow me." As he spoke, Xuan gestured towards the void, causing a tremor of energy that materialized into a swirling vortex of space. Observing the vortex, Hutu obediently positioned herself behind Xuan, and together they stepped into the swirling abyss. In a flash of golden light, Xuan and Hutu found themselves in the Chaos Sea. In this primordial realm, to mask the awareness of other sages during the ascension to sagehood, one must not only rely on Xuan's abilities, but also harness the power of the Chaos Sea. Upon their arrival in this enigmatic expanse, a flicker of reverence crossed Hutu's face. The Chaos Sea is renowned as one of the most mysterious locations in existence, said to harbor the most ancient of deities. Even sages tread lightly here. Xuan guided Hutu onward until they reached a small island. "This is the place," he declared with a smile. "This island possesses the remarkable ability to obscure one's aura, and with my divine techniques, I can conceal all traces of your sagehood." As Hutu alighted upon the island, her curiosity sparked as she surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, Xuan turned his gaze towards her. "Do you understand why it is important to keep your ascension a secret from the other sages?" Hutu hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. It seems that the master wishes for me to become a strategic asset due to the existing rift between him and the 5 great sages. Xuan chuckled heartily. A teachable child. Among all the sages in existence, there are but a few. Clearly, the sages have aligned against me. Should my disciple ascend to sagehood, you could serve as a crucial trump card. Concealing your presence after your ascension would be somewhat unjust. However, if you prefer, you may choose to openly impart your teachings to the world upon becoming a sage. Xuan regarded Hotu intently. Upon hearing his words, Hotu quickly shook her head. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure that after my ascension, I will conceal my presence, keeping the knowledge of my sagehood from all but the 12 ancestor witches. Hotu was inherently discreet, and among the 12 ancestor witches, her strength was indeed formidable, one of the most fearsome. However, among the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Hotu's renown is rather modest. This, perhaps, is for the best. Xuan nodded with a smile. Your immeasurable merits have now reached their zenith. It is time for you to sit cross-legged and adjust your breath in preparation for the tribulation of the sage. Hotu also nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, she elevated her essence to its utmost pinnacle, commencing her ascent to the realm of the sage. In the primordial chaos, many beings have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage. Yet thus far, only Hotu has managed to arrive at this juncture. The boundless merits she possesses began to manifest and coalesce, gradually propelling her towards the sage's realm. Thunderous rumbles echoed throughout the chaos, even in the vast expanse of the chaotic sea. As Hotu's power approached the sage level, the very fabric of reality trembled violently. A formidable pressure emerged from all directions, instantly spanning billions of miles, causing a conspicuous transformation in the entirety of the chaos. Terrifying waves of pressure emanated from Hotu while simultaneously pressing down upon her. To attain the status of a sage, one must inevitably endure the sage's tribulation. Awaiting Hotu now is the trial of the sage. The chaos continued to churn within the turbulent sea, and flames of karma materialized from thin air, coalescing above the island and descending upon Hotu. Upon witnessing these karmic flames, Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The tribulation of the sage is a unique experience for each individual. Clearly, Hotu's trial involves the flames of karma. Hotu gazed up at the sky, filled with these flames, her eyes devoid of fear. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned formidable earthen laws that surged forth from her being. Since commencing her tribulation, Hotu's power had transformed into that of a true sage. However, in comparison to other authentic sages, her strength remained somewhat juvenile. The earthen laws manifested around her, converging into a protective force to shield her from the karmic flames. Yet, the power of these flames is exceedingly peculiar. They cannot simply be obstructed at will. Terrifying karmic flames morphed into flaming lotuses that encircled Hotu, attempting to refine her within their fiery embrace. It is worth noting that these karmic lotuses are dreadfully fearsome. Any quasi-sage who merely brushes against their essence would be reduced to ashes. Xuan observed Hotu enveloped by the karmic flames, his expression serious. If Hotu could navigate this tribulation unaided, it would be ideal. However, should she falter, Xuan would intervene to assist her in forcibly overcoming the sage's trial. Flames began to gather in the palms of Xuan, ready to lend his aid to Hotu at a moment's notice. Hotu closed her eyes tightly, a hint of anguish flickering within. The flames are a terrifying force, their eerie nature capable of evoking boundless memories, which in turn torment the one undergoing the tribulation. If one's thoughts are even slightly muddled, the karmic flames will inflict profound suffering. Fortunately, the Earth Mother possesses a remarkably magnanimous disposition. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that she has never committed any wrongdoing. In her pursuit of sanctity, she even established the underworld, amassing immeasurable merits. These boundless virtues, in critical moments, serve to shield her from the perturbations of karmic flames. Initially, pain was etched upon her visage, yet as time progressed, her resolve grew increasingly steadfast, effectively repelling the force of karmic fire. Concurrently, the aura of sanctity enveloping her gradually solidified. It seems that my intervention is unnecessary. My disciple has already managed to withstand the onslaught of karmic flames. Xuan erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 186. Sealed true sages must confront their own tribulations. If one cannot withstand the trials upon attaining sagehood, then even if they achieve such a status, they are but a false sage. When Hotu successfully navigated the tribulations, Xuan felt an immense joy. This signified that Hotu had genuinely become a sage. As time passed, Hotu's realm gradually stabilized. At this moment, a formidable thunder tribulation began to coalesce in the heavens above. This thunder tribulation was terrifying, the most fearsome challenge among all heavenly calamities. Only by truly overcoming this thunder tribulation could Hutu's realm be thoroughly solidified. Gazing at the impending thunderstorm, both Xuan and Hutu bore faint smiles. Showing little concern for the tribulation, Hutu wielded the powers of the earth and the principles of soil, which are primarily defensive in nature. Thus, fending off this thunder tribulation was a trivial matter. Boom! Bolts of lightning, potent enough to annihilate a sage, rained down upon the small island, cleaving it into fragments. Yet in the center of the island, Hutu remained poised, effortlessly resisting the terrifying bolts. Soon, additional streaks of lightning descended simultaneously, yet none could harm Hutu. When the final bolt struck, Hutu's realm gradually solidified into sagehood. A terrifying aura emanated from Hutu. With a slow blink, she opened her eyes, a dazzling light gleaming within. "I have become a sage," Hutu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. This was an unimaginable achievement for her 3 or 4 centuries prior. Yet now, she had truly ascended to sagehood, becoming one of the most formidable beings of the primordial world. After firmly establishing her sagehood, the first act Hutu performed was to deeply bow to Xuan. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. May I, your disciple, thrive as a sage." Xuan nodded with a smile. The fact that Hutu, as a sage, paid her respects to him underscored her profound respect. "No need for such formalities. Please rise quickly." Xuan also smiled as he assisted her to her feet. "Now that you have become a sage, do you perceive the principles of heaven and earth differently?" Hutu nodded affirmatively. Before her ascension, due to her unique origins, she had a clear perception of the principles of heaven and earth. However, upon becoming a sage, she realized that her understanding was somewhat superficial. Only through the eyes of a sage could one truly comprehend the entirety of these principles. From any perspective, it appears utterly perfect. Now, as I observe the principles of heaven and earth, every path seems flawlessly complete, unlike before when I could always discern flaws. Hutu remarked with a smile. Xuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, very well. However, it is unfortunate that while you have attained sagehood, your physical form has yet to embody that of a sage." Xuan gazed at Hutu with a sense of regret. If only Hutu could transcend this trial of thunder and attain the status of a fleshly saint. Hearing Xuan's words, Hutu shook her head. "My current cultivation is still quite shallow. Achieving the status of a primordial saint through flesh is an arduous task indeed." Xuan nodded in agreement. Yet a lingering sense of wistfulness remained in his eyes. Although Hutu had become a saint, she was arguably the weakest among them. If her physical form could not endure, then for a considerable time ahead, she would be the weakest saint. This was not a sight Xuan wished to witness. Thus, he resolved that if an opportunity arose in the future, he would ensure that Hutu's power would advance further. However, the immediate priority was to conceal all of Hutu's aura, preventing news of her ascension from leaking out. "Disciple, I must cast a spell on you to seal your saintly aura." Xuan extended his hand and pointed to the center of Hutu's brow. Immediately, a formidable sealing force erupted from him, enveloping Hutu and sealing all traces of her saintly presence. In an instant, all her saintly aura vanished, leaving her radiance akin to that of a peak quasi-saint. After Xuan unleashed the sealing power, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Hutu's eyes. Even though she had attained the saintly realm, she still could not discern the intricacies of Xuan's power of laws. This disparity was indicative of the gap between saints and explained why her master could stand against 5 great saints. Long before becoming a saint, Hutu was well aware that even upon reaching that status, the difference between her strength and her master's was substantial. Initially, she believed the gap would not be vast, but now it felt as if an insurmountable chasm existed between them. With Hutu's saintly aura sealed, Xuan departed the small island with her. This small island, one of the most enigmatic places within the chaotic sea, had been reduced to ruins due to Hutu's tribulation. After leaving the chaotic sea, Xuan brought Hutu back to Mount Buzhou. As they appeared on the mountain, the 12 ancestral witches instantly sensed Hutu's presence and rushed toward her in excitement. However, upon seeing her, their expressions faltered slightly. In their eyes, there seemed to be no significant difference in Hutu's strength compared to before. She appeared somewhat stronger, yet still remained at the quasi-saint level, not having truly become a saint. Has she failed her tribulation? The 12 ancestral witches sensed Hutu's aura repeatedly, and upon confirming her quasi-saint peak status, their expressions shifted dramatically. The sacrifices they had made to help her attain sainthood were not insignificant. If Hutu indeed failed to transcend, the ramifications for the 12 ancestor witches would be substantial. "Do you all truly regard me with such disdain?" Upon hearing the words of the 12 ancestor witches, Hutu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a formidable power of a sage enveloped the entire Buzhou mountain in an instant. The 12 ancestor witches, sensing this divine power, exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Sharing the same lineage as Hutu, they could naturally perceive that this sage power emanated from her. It has succeeded. Zhu Rong erupted into laughter. Yet soon his gaze transformed into one of confusion. However, if it has indeed succeeded, why do I sense no trace of sage power in my junior sister? Hutu smiled gently. All of this is thanks to our master. It is he who has sealed the sage power within me. Upon hearing Hutu's explanation, Xianming nodded in understanding. No wonder. Chapter 187. The inability to achieve sanctity. Everything has been meticulously considered by the master. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, the number of saints is inherently limited. The sudden emergence of any additional saint poses an increased risk to the existing ones. Moreover, the fact that this newly born saint hails from Yi Xian's disciple amplifies the apprehension among the saints. Without Yi Xian's protection, the newly ascended saint, Hutu, could potentially find herself besieged by the other saints at any moment. Zhu Rong and Xianming nodded in agreement, their admiration for Yi Xian deepening. They recognized the profound wisdom in Yi Xian's thoughts. Master. At that moment, Zhu Rong suddenly clasped his fists respectfully towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Speak your mind. Zhu Rong took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Yi Xian. I humbly request the method to attain sanctity. Zhu Rong was forthright in his desire to learn the path to becoming a saint from Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not surprised by Zhu Rong's request. For among the 12 ancestors of Wu, Zhu Rong was known for his fiery temperament and impulsive nature. The journey to becoming a saint is far more complex than you might imagine. Hutu's ascension was a result of her fortuitous timing. Your own opportunities have yet to manifest. Even with my direct assistance, none among you, save for Hutu, will ascend to sainthood in the near term. Yi Xian stated earnestly to the 12 ancestors of Wu. The 12 ancestors were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting disappointment. Initially, they believed that if Hutu could become a saint, they could as well. Are you disappointed? Yi Xian added with a smile. Zhu Rong, displaying no pretense, nodded directly. Indeed, there is some disappointment, yet it was anticipated. He chuckled. If it were true that all 12 ancestors of Wu possessed the potential to become saints simultaneously, it would be the greatest absurdity. Though Zhu Rong was impetuous, he was also exceptionally astute. He had previously surmised that Hutu might become the sole saint of Buzhou Mountain for a time. Thus, despite the disappointment, he did not feel overly disheartened. Xianming and Zhu Jiuyi nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. After all, having attained a quasi-saint status, their perspectives had fundamentally shifted compared to ordinary beings. They understood well that becoming a saint was no trivial matter. You speak wisely, yet I assure you, in the near future, Buzhou Mountain will undoubtedly witness the emergence of 12 saints. Yi Xian declared with a smile. Your origins are extraordinary, and your cultivation in the postnatal realm has not faltered. When the time is ripe, each of you shall ascend to sanctity in due course. As he spoke, Yi Xian's gaze remained fixed upon the 12 ancestors of Wu. They were indeed among the most unique beings in the primordial world. One could assert that the innate foundation is profoundly profound. Aspiring to become a sage is not an unattainable endeavor. However, at present, aside from Hutu, none of the beast tribes have achieved completeness within the realm of quasi-saints. Thus, in the short term, the attainment of sagehood remains elusive. Yet, should the 12 ancestors of Wu exert themselves in their cultivation, gradually perfecting their realms, Yi Xian possesses a method to facilitate their simultaneous ascension to sagehood. Observing the innocent expressions on the faces of the 12 ancestors, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile from the heart. While he cannot directly elevate them to sagehood at this moment, he can certainly guide them on the path of cultivation. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the 12 ancestors beamed with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Yi Xian smiled gently, his demeanor turning solemn as he began to impart teachings to the 12 ancestors. Waves of resonant, profound sounds of the Tao flowed from his lips. The 12 ancestors listened intently, captivated by Yi Xian's discourse. The profundity of their realms allowed them to grasp the intricate nuances of his teachings. As he elucidated the most enigmatic sounds of the heavenly Tao, their faces bore expressions of astonishment. Even Hutu, who had already attained sagehood, found significant enlightenment in these teachings. Truly remarkable. Yi Xian expounded for 3 days and nights, and upon concluding, Zhu Rong was the first to rise, his face alight with joy. Among all, Zhu Rong gleaned the most from this discourse. A fiery essence enveloped him, as during Yi Xian's teachings, he had seamlessly integrated his insights into his own principles. What began as a mere spark of inspiration evolved into a profound advancement in his Tao. Xian Ming and Zhu Jiuyin regarded Zhu Rong with envious glances. Although they too had made great strides, their gains were not as conspicuous as his. Yi Xian looked at Zhu Rong with a smile, recognizing his remarkable comprehension. As Yi Xian observed him, Zhu Rong, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian and knelt down, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Yi Xian chuckled softly, replying, "All of this stems from your own high level of insight." His eyes reflected appreciation for Zhu Rong's capabilities. Indeed, Zhu Rong's understanding was exceptional. Such significant gains from a single lecture revealed that he was not far from the realm of sagehood. Subsequently, the other 11 ancestors also knelt in reverence. Yi Xian waved his hand, signaling them to rise. He then gradually stood, stating, "Since you have all reaped the fruits of your efforts, take the time to contemplate them." Turning to Hutu, he added, "Come with me as we proceed." Hutu nodded obediently, taking her place behind Yi Xian. Together, they departed from Buzhou Mountain. In the mortal realm, Yi Xian strolled down the bustling street with Hutu by his side. "Do you know what the first task is upon becoming a sage?" Yi Xian smiled as he addressed Hutu's day. Hutu hesitated slightly, then respectfully replied, "I humbly request your guidance, Master." Before encountering Yi Xian, Hutu seldom ventured out, spending almost all her time on Mount Buzhou. Although she was the first among the 12 ancestors of sorcery to attain perfection in her cultivation, she remained uncertain about what her first course of action should be after becoming a sage. Thus, at this moment, she gazed at Yi Xian with a face full of confusion and humility. Yi Xian smiled faintly, deeply appreciating Hutu's honesty. In the eyes of those so-called sages, once one truly becomes a sage, transcending the heavens and the earth, detaching from the 5 elements, and rising above all, everything else is regarded as mere fodder. Chapter 188. What constitutes a sage? In the primordial realm, aside from Yi Xian, it could be said that no other sage regards the lives within this universe with any significance. For them, the existence of life, whether there is one more or one less, or even a billion more or less, holds no distinction whatsoever. Indeed, when necessary, they are prepared to sacrifice everything, so long as they can maintain their transcendental status. There is nothing a sage cannot relinquish. Yet, when it pertains to their own interests, the methods employed by sages become increasingly ruthless. In the primordial world, sages appear to be detached, yet they are ensnared in a far greater avarice. With the exception of Yi Xian, few sages can truly distance themselves from worldly affairs. The majority are ensnared in the vortex of fame and fortune. Hutu nodded in agreement upon hearing Yi Xian's words. The actions of today's sages are indeed in stark contrast to the very essence of the title sage. Thus, she humbly inquired of her master what it truly takes to be deemed a sage. Yi Xian chuckled softly, gazing upwards as he addressed Hutu. The crux of the term sage, as you have already articulated, lies within the character for sage itself. A sage, in my view, ought to pursue the most righteous course of action, follow the path they desire, yet refrain from committing evil within the primordial realm. Hutu pondered this deeply. She expressed her gratitude for the lesson imparted. However, she soon posed another question, filled with curiosity. Commonly, it is said that sages have transcended the confines of heaven and earth, even existing beyond the realm of cause and effect. If this is the case, why then do they remain ensnared in greed? Hutu articulated a doubt that had long troubled her. Ever since she was a quasi-sage, she had been perplexed as to why those who had attained the status of sage continued to intervene in the affairs of the primordial world. In Hutu's understanding, once one becomes a sage, both their mindset and power should reach a state of indifference, suggesting a departure from the primordial realm. Yet the reality is that the control wielded by these sages over the primordial realm grows even stronger than before. This was something Hutu could not fathom. Upon reflection, Yi Xian smiled gently and replied, "It is quite simple, really. The thoughts of all the sages you have known prior to their ascension to sagehood were, in essence, quite similar to your own. However, once they truly attain the status of sage, they alter their original intentions." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Hutu was even more confused. What accounts for this change? With a smile, Yi Xian elucidated for Hutu. It is, of course, the passage of time. As he spoke, Yi Xian exhaled deeply. Time has the power to transform a person's psyche. When all the sages you are familiar with realize that they can no longer grow stronger, their mindset inevitably shifts. At this juncture, sages redirect their gaze towards the primordial realm, focusing on those they once deemed insignificant. Thus, the majority of sages take pleasure in manipulating the ants they once overlooked. A small faction of the saints is even more detestable, perpetually wielding life and death. asserting dominion over this realm. Although they are referred to as saints, their actions are not only unworthy of such a title, they are, in fact, 1,000-fold more vile than the malevolent beings that inhabit the mortal world. Xuan's enmity towards the saints stems from the abhorrent deeds they commit. It is not solely these saints who are culpable. Their disciples also regard the humanity of the mortal realm with utter disdain. In Xuan's perception, nearly all saints have previously intervened in the affairs of the mortal world, and their actions were invariably provoked by the perceived blasphemy of its inhabitants. Conversely, those who prostrate themselves before these saints ultimately gain naught but disappointment. In the eyes of the saints, such reverence is taken for granted. The adage good begets good, and evil begets evil resonates profoundly with Xuan, who views these saints as profoundly shameless. What manner of saint does my master wish for me to become? Upon hearing Xuan's insights, Ho-Tu experienced a moment of clarity. Subsequently, Ho-Tu humbly gazed at Xuan, hoping he could elucidate the greatest dilemma she currently faced. Having ascended to the status of a saint, Ho-Tu was acutely aware that she had reached her limits. If this continued, she feared her state of mind might falter. While she believed she would not act against the inhabitants of the mortal realm as her predecessors had, she acknowledged that prolonged isolation posed a significant risk. It is rather simple. By effectively managing the underworld and periodically traversing the mortal realm to savor its vibrancy, one can derive substantial insights, Xuan remarked with a smile. Do not underestimate these mortals. They may appear ordinary, yet within the vast cosmos, they possess profound wisdom. Observing the throngs on the streets, Ho-Tu nodded in agreement. After attaining her saintly status, she could discern the karmic threads binding these individuals with just a glance, understanding their past and future deeds of virtue and vice. Thus, it naturally follows that she perceives the majority of humanity as remarkably astute, endowed with their own wisdom. Henceforth, I shall heed my master's counsel and frequently wander through the mortal realm, Ho-Tu responded with a smile. Xuan erupted into hearty laughter before shifting the focus to Ho-Tu's situation. Though you have attained the realm of a saint, your physical form remains feeble among saints. Presently, while Ho-Tu has achieved the status of a saint, it must be acknowledged that her path to this elevation differs from that of other saints. Consequently, while her realm is that of a saint, her physical body does not yet embody that of one. Possessing keen intellect, Ho-Tu comprehended Xuan's intention upon hearing his first words. Does my master imply that I could also attain saintly status in my physical form? Ho-Tu gazed at Xuan with a smile. Xuan nodded slightly. Indeed, I possess a method to elevate your physical form to that of a saint. However, it is not yet feasible. We must await the opportune moment. After stating this, Xuan added with a smile. Hearing this, Ho-Tu was filled with joy. For Ho-Tu, the prospect of enhancing her corporeal realm to the level of a saint was worth the wait for a single opportunity, and she would gladly endure 2 or even 3 such moments. I shall first express my gratitude to you, master, Ho-Tu said with a respectful bow to Xuan. Xuan waved his hand dismissively. I have already mentioned that it requires an opportunity, and as for when that opportunity will materialize, it remains uncertain at this time. While speaking, Xuan continued to walk alongside Ho-Tu through the mortal realm. The reason Xuan chose to have Ho-Tu be the first to attain sainthood was rooted in his own considerations. Ho-Tu's gentle disposition, coupled with her lack of disdain for humanity, made her an ideal candidate. With Ho-Tu in this mortal realm, Xuan could devote all his energy to confronting the saints. Chapter 189. Futility in the Realm of Ho-Tu. Xuan aspired for Ho-Tu to attain the sanctified state of a sage, yet there remained but a singular path to tread, immersing her in the chaos for tempering. However, prior to their descent into the chaotic abyss, Xuan had certain matters to attend to. After all, guiding Ho-Tu into the depths of chaos would require an extensive duration for her to achieve physical sanctification. Xuan felt compelled to retain some means of contingency to avert any unforeseen variables. 3 fleeting years elapsed. After 3 years, within a quaint tea house of the mortal realm, a young man entered with a gentle smile. Seated within was a woman adorned with a woven hat. The youth approached her side and settled down. How has your experience been, wandering the mortal world for 3 years? The young man inquired with a smile. The woman, with her hat tilted slightly, offered a subtle bow in response. It has been quite enlightening. The myriad emotions and desires possessed by humanity evoke profound reflections within me. Throughout her 3 years of wandering the mortal realm, Ho-Tu encountered a multitude of people and experienced countless events. Observing the human race, she perceived that their emotional spectrum was far richer compared to that of other races. This journey had endeared her to humanity. Indeed, Such reflections are well worth the 3 years you've spent in this realm. Xuan nodded, sipping his tea. We shall now venture into the chaotic sea. Do you have any final arrangements to make? Hutu shook her head. Long before departing from Buzhou Mountain, I arranged all necessary matters. I await only for my master to conclude, and then I shall accompany him into the chaos. Xuan nodded in affirmation. Then let us step into the chaos forthwith. With a sweeping gesture, he and Hutu vanished from the tea house in an instant. In the chaotic sea, Xuan stood quietly with Hutu following closely behind, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Though this was not Hutu's first visit to the chaotic sea, she had never ventured into its profound depths. This was a first for Xuan as well. Now that you have attained the sage level, to further refine your physical form into that of a sage, it is essential to face sufficient peril. Upon contemplation, the only source of such peril lies within the thunder pool of the chaotic sea, Xuan remarked with a smile. Deep within the chaotic sea lay a thunder pool, where terrifying bolts of lightning brewed year-round. Each strike was formidable, only withstandable by a sage. Xuan believed that enduring the relentless strikes within this pool would greatly benefit Hutu. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Hutu nodded and curiously followed in his footsteps. After attaining sagehood, she recognized the immense power it conferred, vastly surpassing that of quasi-sages. She was eager to discover what kind of thunder could hone her newfound strength. As Hutu journeyed alongside Xuan, they ultimately arrived at the deepest recesses of the Chaos Sea. There, a tempest of crimson thunderclouds loomed, crackling with electrifying energy, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hutu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The thunder transcended the realm of quasi-saints, yet its power had not fully reached that of a true saint, making it an ideal crucible for honing my corporeal form. Xuan erupted into laughter. Indeed, this place was a remarkable arena for trial. If you were to immerse yourself within these thunderclouds, you would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. At that moment, Hutu's gaze shifted to Xuan, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Master, how did you come upon such a splendid location? Once again, Xuan laughed heartily. It was during my earlier escapades in the Chaos Sea that I stumbled upon this place by chance. Hutu's expression transformed upon hearing his words. Though her apprenticeship had only recently begun, she had heard tales of Xuan's legendary exploits. Even when he was merely a quasi-saint, he had roamed the Chaos Sea unchallenged, earning the title of an unstoppable force. Hutu could vividly envision Xuan's prowess during his quasi-saint days, traversing the vastness of the Chaos Sea, yet she had never imagined that he could navigate the depths with such ease. It was indeed formidable. Why do you gaze upon me so? Hutu's admiration was palpable, and Xuan sensed her gaze, responding with a smile. It is nothing. I merely find my master to be exceptionally remarkable, Hutu replied with a chuckle. Xuan laughed heartily once more. Enough flattery. There is no need for excessive praise. Step into the heart of this thunder and commence your training. Hutu nodded, fixing her eyes on the lightning before taking a bold step forward. Thunder roared. As she entered the tempest, the sky erupted in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Indeed, this storm was as I had envisioned, a true trial for the sanctified flesh. As he spoke, Xuan's attention remained steadfastly on Hutu. He could not help but acknowledge her astonishing resilience. The thunderbolts, which should have been devastating, did not harm Hutu. Instead, they gradually tempered her physique, rendering her form increasingly robust. My presumption was correct. This thundercloud serves to refine Hutu. Xuan smiled faintly, ever vigilant in his protective watch over her. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Throughout this time, Hutu had endured the onslaught of the thunderstorm, and her physical prowess had significantly improved, yet she was still far from embodying the essence of a true saint. Another year elapsed. Meditating with his eyes closed, Xuan suddenly opened them. The impact of the thunderclouds on Hutu was diminishing, yet her physique had yet to manifest the qualities of a saint. Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. If this continues, even if the entire storm of thunder were to be entirely consumed, it would remain impossible to elevate the physical realm of Hutu to that of a sage. Xuan's gaze was remarkably astute. He could discern at a mere glance that the influence of the thundercloud on Hutu had reached its limit. From this point onward, remaining immersed in the storm would yield little benefit. Therefore, Xuan began to call out to Hutu, "Disciple." Upon hearing his master's voice, Hutu, who had been tirelessly resisting the thunder tribulation within the storm, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light erupted as he surged forth from the thundercloud. Standing before Xuan, "Master," Hutu clasped his hands in salute. "This thundercloud has lost its utility for you. Let us proceed to another location," Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 190. The chaotic thunder pool. The eyes of Hutu gleamed with intrigue. With a smile, Yi Xian guided Huda deeper into the heart of the chaotic sea. Within the profound depths of this sea lies an enigmatic realm, shrouded in mist since the dawn of creation. Here, even the most revered sages tread cautiously, uncertain of their survival should they venture too far within. As they neared the veil of fog, Yi Xian turned to Hutu with a playful grin. What do you think? Are you not afraid to step into the most perilous place within the chaotic sea? Huda shook her head resolutely. With my master by my side, there is nothing to fear, even in the depths of the chaotic sea. Confidence radiated from Hutu, for she understood that Yi Xian's sagehood far surpassed that of his peers. If even he could not navigate safely through the depths, it would be improbable for any sage within the vast wilderness to emerge unscathed. Hearing her words, Yi Xian laughed heartily. Indeed, well said. As he spoke, he quickened their pace, bringing them to the heart of the chaotic sea, enveloped in swirling black and white mists. However, he cautioned, even with my presence, you must remain vigilant and not stray more than 3 paces from me. Upon entering the perilous depths, Yi Xian spoke earnestly to Hutu. The myriad dangers lurking beneath each wisp of fog were formidable. Despite Hutu's physical prowess now rivaling that of a true sage, the threats here were abundant. A moment's carelessness could spell doom, even for her. Thus, in this realm that instilled trepidation in even the most powerful sages, Yi Xian's gaze bore the weight of seriousness. He emitted his aura, forging a path forward. Within the black and white mist, waves of spectral energy flickered. These spectral fluctuations were peculiar, akin to life, yet devoid of it. What manner of place is this? Merely moments after entering the depths of the chaotic sea, Huta's countenance grew grave. Though her realm had ascended to that of a sage, she was alarmed to discover that her own spiritual resonance was feeble compared to the ominous waves surrounding her. In her mind, the chaotic sea, despite its myriad monsters and demons, should not harbor entities more terrifying than sages. Yet, upon encountering such formidable spectral energies, she reconsidered her assumptions. This locale was once the most enigmatic of all, and even the likes of Xuan Tianzuan would exhibit a similar gravity in its presence. Yi Xian smiled at Hutu, remarking, here lies an abundance of primordial deities and demons, some ancient beings who have never emerged into the world. These venerable entities possess unfathomable powers. Once one encounters these ancient demonic deities, even if you have ascended to the status of a saint, it is impossible to escape from this place. The depths of the Chaos Sea are profoundly enigmatic, and when he first entered, it felt as grave as the Earth Mother herself. The more he comprehended this realm, the more Yi Xian sensed that the underlying truths were far from what he had initially perceived. Undoubtedly, the depths of the Chaos Sea harbored immense terrors. However, these terrors had yet to manifest. One day, when all the slumbering demons awaken, a great calamity will befall the 3 realms. At that time, it is likely to be even more horrifying than the previous cataclysms. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a brilliant light erupted within them. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, remain silent. Otherwise, even I might encounter some difficulties. With that, Yi Xian advanced, leading the Earth Mother closely behind him. Upon hearing his words, a hint of gravity appeared in her gaze, and she nodded firmly, following closely in his wake. Yi Xian exuded terrifying waves of energy, with dreadful flames emanating from him, spreading in all directions. The sudden surge of fire from Yi Xian caused several shadowy voices to gradually dissipate. At that moment, the expression of the Earth Mother, previously marked by fear, softened slightly as her gaze shifted to Yi Xian. Master, where are we headed? She inquired curiously during their journey. To the Chaos Thunderpool, Yi Xian replied. The Chaos Thunderpool? A look of confusion crossed the Earth Mother's face, for she had never heard of such a term in the primordial wilderness. Yi Xian chuckled at her perplexed expression and explained. The Chaos Thunderpool is a rare opportunity within the chaos. By harnessing the power of its thunder, you can enhance your physical strength and truly become a saint. Now I see. The Earth Mother nodded, cautiously keeping pace behind Yi Xian. Since entering the depths of the Chaos Sea, she felt her own strength was still woefully inadequate. In comparison to the demons that slumbered here, she felt like the weakest of saints. Yi Xian glanced at her and discerned her emotions, then smiled reassuringly. You need not feel this way. The demons residing here are formidable. Even the likes of the primordial saints would likely falter in direct combat against them. Those who are worthy of resting here are all fearsome entities, each one having reached the pinnacle of their paths. It is entirely reasonable that you, having just stepped into the realm of saints, do not measure up to them. Taking a deep breath to quell her complex emotions, the Earth Mother followed Yi Xian until they arrived before the Chaos Thunderpool. The sight of the Chaos Thunderpool was truly terrifying. The gray thunder continuously crashes within the Thunderpool, each bolt exuding a terrifying might, nearly rivaling the true power of a saint. Upon witnessing these thunders, Hotu's expression shifted markedly. He had never anticipated that a mere bolt of lightning in the chaos could potentially annihilate a saint. "What do you think of this chaotic thunderpool?" Xuan inquired with a smile, observing Hotu's countenance. After taking a deep breath, Hotu managed a wry smile. "The power of the thunder in your chaotic pool may very well be on par with that of my disciples, who possess the strength of saints." Xuan chuckled heartily. Indeed, each bolt of lightning here in the chaotic thunder pool is comparable to the true power of a saint. Upon closer examination, it is not dissimilar to your own formidable strength. Chapter 191. Stealthy intervention with the current strength of your corporeal form. Only by stepping into this chaotic thunder pool can you continue to grow stronger, Xuan remarked with a smile. Hotu nodded, fully aware of the immense difficulty in elevating her physical body to the realm of a saint. "Master, shall I enter the chaotic thunder pool now?" Hotu inquired of Lin Xian. Xuan gently shook his head. "Not yet. The chaotic thunder pool is currently at its most turbulent. You must wait until it settles completely before you can step inside." Hotu's physical form had not yet attained the true saint realm. Should she enter the chaotic thunder pool now, the consequences could be dire. It was imperative to wait until the thunder within the pool weakened significantly, at which point Hotu could safely proceed. Hotu nodded in agreement, obediently standing behind Xuan, awaiting the changes within the chaotic thunder pool. One must admit, the chaotic thunder pool was exceedingly enigmatic, undergoing constant transformations. At this moment, the pool surged with increasing ferocity, and the terrifying bolts of thunder grew even more formidable than before. Seeing the bolts descend, Hotu's face reflected astonishment. "Wasn't this just the beginning of the chaotic thunder pool's fury?" she exclaimed, filled with wonder. Xuan smiled slightly. "Indeed, the origins of this chaotic thunder pool are far more fearsome than you can imagine. At its most turbulent, even a true saint would not dare to tread lightly within it, let alone you. The chaotic thunder pool is one of the fortuitous encounters within the chaos. For most pools, there may be only benefits for saints. However, the one before Xuan was entirely different. This was the chaotic thunder pool at the very heart of the chaos, possessing the most dreadful chaotic thunder. There was no other pool in the entirety of chaos that could match its terror. After a full 30 days, the chaotic thunder pool gradually stabilized. Once it calmed, Xuan gestured towards the pool and said to Hotu, "Step inside." Hotu nodded, took a deep breath, and entered the chaotic thunder pool. Boom. As soon as Hotu stepped into the pool, she was engulfed by the thunder. The terrifying bolts descended relentlessly, intent on keeping Hotu trapped within the chaotic thunder pool. It must be noted that Hotu's prowess was indeed formidable. Waves of earthy yellow laws emanated from her, as she valiantly resisted the chaotic thunder. Xuan observed Hotu closely, ready to intervene and extract her from the pool at a moment's notice should danger arise. However, it was evident that Hotu was holding her own, requiring no assistance from Xuan. With each bolt of thunder that struck, Hotu's physical strength gradually intensified, and she began to exude an aura reminiscent of a saint. After a month, when the most fearsome bolt of chaotic thunder struck Hotu, her corporeal form was fully transformed into the realm of a saint. A terrifying aura of sanctity emanated from Hotu, yet at that moment, the dreadful thunder continued to descend, pushing Hotu to the brink of her limits. Within the chaotic thunder pool, Hotu found herself in a dire predicament, her countenance pale as she beheld the impending bolts of lightning. Although her physical form had endured much, she was nearing her threshold. Should those bolts strike, Hotu might become the shortest-lived sage in existence. Just as despair began to envelop her, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged before her, revealing a young man standing within its radiance. With a mere wave of his hand, the young man unleashed a torrent of fearsome chaotic flames, which met the oncoming thunder with ferocity. In an instant, the bolts that had yet to strike were reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Hotu's eyes widened in astonishment. The might of her master was truly terrifying. This was evidently a force far beyond that of an ordinary sage, yet it was effortlessly extinguished by her master in a heartbeat. Moreover, Hotu discerned that Xuan had not exerted his full power. It was a mere casual gesture that obliterated the most formidable thunder of chaos. Astonishment filled Hotu's expression as she could hardly fathom the spectacle that would unfold should Xuan unleash his true strength. Standing within the chaotic thunder pool, Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The chaotic thunder pool possessed an unusual essence. In the past, it would remain stable for at least 2 or 3 years during its calmest periods. Yet now, merely a few days had passed, and the chaotic thunder had once again erupted into a frenzy, achieving its most violent state. Xuan surmised that something must have provoked the chaotic thunder pool. transforming it into such a tumultuous spectacle. As he searched for clues within the chaotic thunder pool, Xuan's gaze fell upon the very center, where a faint dark energy lingered, not yet dissipated. The power of the demon god. Xuan's expression darkened. Indeed, the demon god, wary of him, had not been idle, seeking to exploit the chaotic thunder pool to threaten his disciple's life. A cold glint appeared in Xuan's eyes. Those who dare to conspire against him, even a demon god, shall not go unchallenged. Following the trail of that dark energy, Xuan sought to uncover the whereabouts of its master. Alas, just as he focused intently on the dark energy, it shattered before him, vanishing without a trace. Had it detected his scrutiny? Xuan's eyes narrowed further. It was unexpected that a demon god lay dormant in the vicinity of the chaotic thunder pool. The rapid dissipating of the dark energy indicated that this semi-slumbering demon god was near, perhaps even adjacent to Xuan himself. It must be said that the concealment of this demonic entity is indeed remarkable. Xuan searched for a long time, but could not find any trace of this demon. For now, I shall spare you. However, I have already memorized your energy signature. Should I encounter you again in the future, the grudge of today shall be repaid tenfold. Xuan uttered coldly with a disdainful snort. Upon hearing Xuan's voice, Tu was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired with my master? Tu gazed at Xuan with curiosity. Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that simmered within him. After the chaotic thunder pool fell into tranquility, it remained in a state of calm for an extended period, absent any provocation from living beings. The core of the chaotic thunder pool would never erupt into the kind of violent fury witnessed at this moment. Tu's expression changed. Does my master imply that someone has provoked the chaotic thunder pool, compelling it to unleash its wrath upon me? Chapter 192. The issue with the sacred treasure indeed. It was the interference of a certain entity that incited the chaotic thunder pool into a tempestuous state. Xuan nodded, a hint of regret glimmering in his eyes. It was unfortunate that, surrounded by numerous demon gods, he could not ascertain which one had intervened, thereby rendering him unable to act. Hotu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xuan would contemplate confronting a demon god. It is well known that the chaotic sea is home to countless demon gods, and engaging them within this realm comes at an exorbitant cost. Historically, all saints who ventured into the chaotic sea exercised extreme caution. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Xuan to stride boldly into such perilous waters, and to consider battling the demon gods therein was utterly audacious. Throughout the annals of history, no saint had ever dared to provoke a demon god in a semi-slumbering state. Master, I am unscathed, Hotu expressed, her face imbued with emotion as she gazed at Lin Xian. Xuan chuckled heartily. That will not do. Should I discover the identity of the demon god who dared to strike at my disciple, I would certainly not let him go. Alas, I have yet to pinpoint his location. He continued to speak while casting his gaze beyond the chaotic thunder pool. Xuan's words were not mere rhetoric. Had he known the whereabouts of the demon god lurking in the shadows, he would have struck with overwhelming force to vanquish him. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss for the demon's location, a slight disappointment lingering in the air. Thunder rumbled ominously. At that moment, fearsome bolts of lightning cascaded from above the chaotic thunder pool once more. Xuan waved his hand again, shielding Hotu from the onslaught of thunder, and subsequently led her away from the chaotic thunder pool. Upon their departure, a genuine aura of a primordial saint emanated from Hotu's day. Indeed, finally elevating my physical prowess to the saintly realm, Xuan remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he regarded Hotu's day. A subtle smile graced her lips. All of this is thanks to Master S guidance. Without your support, I cannot fathom how long it would take for me to attain such a state. While the challenge of achieving physical sanctity is somewhat less daunting than that of becoming a saint, it remains a formidable endeavor. Without Xuan's assistance, Hotu's path to becoming a true saint would likely span countless years. Xuan laughed again. As a mentor, it is only natural to aid my disciple. As they conversed, he continued to guide Hotu deeper into the chaotic sea. Once they had traversed the most treacherous areas of the chaotic sea, Xuan reined in his aura. You have just become a saint and have yet to engage beings of this caliber. The chaotic sea shall serve as your first crucible. Hotu nodded earnestly. I beseech Master to lead the charge. Xuan chuckled once more. Do not worry. Fearlessly hone your skills. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Hotu advanced alone, beginning to refine himself amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the 5 great saints found themselves similarly enveloped in the primordial void, albeit at its farthest edges compared to Xuan. Faster, even faster. The anticipation was palpable on Yuan Shitianzun's face. Fellow Taoist, There is no need for such haste. The chaos divine treasure will take shape in no time, remarked Xuan Ti Dao Ren with a smile. That simply will not do. I cannot wait another moment. I yearn to wield the chaos divine treasure to annihilate Yi Xian at this very instant, Yuan Shitian Zun declared. The humiliation he endured at Yi Xian's hands was insufferable, and should any opportunity arise, he longed to rend Yi Xian asunder. Unfortunately, in the past, he lacked the means to fulfill his desires. However, with the chaos divine treasure at hand, the situation had changed dramatically. The advantages of the chaos divine treasure for the saints were unmistakable. Moreover, this particular treasure was a remnant of the fearsome demon god, making it all the more formidable. With this treasure, the 5 saints brimmed with confidence. As long as they encountered Yi Xian, they believed they could vanquish him directly with the chaos divine treasure. Yet, there existed a prerequisite. They must first refine the treasure. To this point, the 5 saints had yet to succeed in this endeavor. I truly hope we can complete the refinement of the chaos divine treasure in the next moment. Dao De Tianzun's eyes mirrored the same hope. They had been utterly suppressed by Yi Xian. Should an opportunity to retaliate present itself, they would embrace it eagerly. All 5 saints concentrated intently on refining the chaos divine treasure, emanating terrifying auras from their beings. As time progressed, their brows furrowed in unison. Why has such a lengthy duration passed without fully refining the chaos divine treasure? Yuan Shitian inquired with a frown. Could it be that our refining methods are flawed? Dao De Tianzun echoed, equally troubled. That shouldn't be the case, even if the methods are incorrect. With all 5 saints working together, this should not be happening. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should not be this way, yet why can we not refine it? Nuwa's face bore the mark of confusion. The chaos divine treasure was of paramount importance to them, and they could not afford any losses. Thus, they must ensure the flawless refinement of the treasure. Only then could they seek vengeance against Yi Xian. Enough of this. Let us proceed with the refinement. Yuan Shitian took a deep breath. After speaking, he exerted his saintly power with all his might in an attempt to refine the chaos divine treasure. However, even as all 5 saints poured their strength into the effort, they were unable to successfully refine the treasure. As time wore on, signs of backlash from the chaos divine treasure began to emerge. What has transpired with the chaos divine treasure? Nuwa's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. What has truly occurred? Why has the chaos divine treasure suddenly exhibited such a profound reaction? Amidst the refining efforts of the 5 great sages, the chaos divine treasure not only resisted any semblance of refinement, but seemed intent on liberating itself from their grasp. This revelation caused a simultaneous shift in the countenance of the 5 great sages, each wearing an expression of bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed as to the reason behind such a drastic transformation of the chaos divine treasure. However, in this moment, they dared not dwell on their confusion. Instead, they focused all their attention and energy on the endeavor of controlling the chaos divine treasure. Should any complications arise with it, all their previous contemplations would be rendered utterly meaningless.